Han Li traversed into a fantastical realm, becoming a disciple of the esteemed Han family, known for their mastery of qi cultivation. Betrayed by his kin and facing certain doom, he remained unaware of the extraordinary and terrifying aptitude he possessed upon his arrival. Yet, his comprehension of this gift took an unexpected turn. While practicing the Withered Wood Palm, he inadvertently grasped the essence of the life-siphoning technique, allowing him to absorb the lifespan of others to augment his own vitality. In his attempts to master the Snow Spirit Sword technique, he uncovered the blood-drinking Demon Sword, a method that rendered wounds incurable, transforming corpses into desiccated husks. Through the Heavenly Wasteland Fist, he stumbled upon the Eight Desolations Annihilation technique, capable of obliterating all living beings within an 8 zhang radius, leaving no trace behind. What began as legitimate martial arts in his hands morphed into a terrifying method of slaughter, surpassing even the most ruthless deities and the most sinister fiends. Observing the dreadful powers he had inadvertently acquired, Han Li could only chuckle in resignation. I truly did not wish for my path to veer towards the malevolent. It is all the fault of these techniques. Chapter 1. Strive for greatness. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. In the northern spirit domain, within the Anping County of the Great Zhou dynasty, resided the Han family. Han Li, how dare you? A thunderous voice erupted from the grand hall of the Han family. At that moment, the upper echelons of the family were gathered. Fury ignited in their eyes as they beheld Han Li's handsome visage. Currently, Han Li knelt on the ground, restrained by 2 ironwood staffs. Damn it, this hurts, he thought. I open my eyes to such calamity. Is this how my fate unfolds? As he regarded the fierce expressions surrounding him, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Han Li came to understand that he was in a world where strength reigned supreme and cultivators were held in the highest esteem. His present identity was that of a prodigious scion of the Han family, one of the 3 prominent qi-refining clans in Anping County. Orphaned, his only remaining elder, the 4th elder of the Han family, had departed from this world just a month prior. In the realm of qi refinement, the Han family conducted a selection for disciples every 3 years. The criteria for participation required one to be at least at the 3rd level of qi refinement or higher. Once one ascended to the rank of a disciple, they would gain access to more potent secrets of qi cultivation, accompanied by the family's endorsement, providing opportunities to enter formidable foundational sects to pursue immortality and enlightenment. However, the selection process within the Han family bore its peculiarities. A month prior to the selection, new techniques of equal rank would be presented for the participating disciples to choose from, granting them a month for practice. After this period, only the selected technique could be employed in the competition. The purpose was to evaluate the disciples' comprehension and talent. Failing to excel in the selection would render one a mere underperformer, even if they were to become a disciple and eventually enter a foundational sect. This particular selection sought to appoint 3 disciples, with 12 contenders in total. Among them were the clan leader's daughter, Han Qingxue, an unparalleled talent, nearly guaranteed to succeed. The grandson of the eldest elder, Han Yang, was similarly gifted, also a near certainty for victory. Then there was Han Li. Yet, with the passing of his grandfather, others began to harbor ulterior motives. The 3rd elder, Han Qifeng, had harbored grievances against Han Li's grandfather for decades. His grandson, Han Qinyu, had always been at odds with Han Li and was regarded as his fiercest rival. In a bid to ensure his grandson's triumph, Han Qifeng conspired to falsely accuse Han Li of stealing Han Qinyu's techniques. Due to the cunning antics of certain disciples from the family during previous competitions, the theft of others' martial arts techniques for personal study had become prevalent. They would blend these techniques with their own, significantly enhancing their chances of victory in bouts. Consequently, such behavior was sternly prohibited by the Han family, with severe penalties including disqualification from selection and even the mutilation of limbs. In a particularly melodramatic twist, the perpetrator of this nefarious act was none other than his half-sister, a girl adopted by his parents during their lifetime. Early this morning, an elder from the Han family's law hall stormed into his chamber, retrieving Han Qinyu's martial arts manual from beneath his pillow. Without uttering a word, they dragged him to the grand hall for judgment. Following the established protocol of punishment, the original owner, Han Li, learned the entire truth on the 3rd day after his limbs were severed. In a fit of rage, he succumbed to his fury and lost his life. It was on this very day that he found himself traversing into the realm of the original owner, just as he had been wrongfully accused. With my parents sacrificed to the heavens and betrayal from kin. Such a dire start surely warrants an extraordinary system, does it not? After sifting through his memories, Hanli felt an urge to express his indignation towards fate itself. What a dramatic beginning indeed. Fortunately, being from Blue Star, he was well aware that a system was essential for any traveler. However, despite his fervent calls for assistance, no response came. Could it be that he had arrived in a genuine fantasy world devoid of a system? In that moment, Hanli acknowledged a twinge of panic within himself. Hanli, why do you remain silent? The elder demanded, pounding his fist on the table. Is it because you are aware of your grave sins and cannot defend yourself? Hanli furrowed his brow, realizing that silence was no longer an option. Elder, please discern the truth. I did not steal Han Qinyu's martial arts manual. It was the treacherous Han Ruyan who secretly placed it beneath my pillow as I was utterly exhausted from training last night. In my dazed state, someone entered my room, and that person was Han Ruyan. She alone had access to my quarters, and thus I was caught off guard. Moreover, I am inherently stronger than Han Qinyu. There is no need for me to pilfer his techniques. As he spoke, Han Li gestured towards a young woman in a flowing pink gown, her slender waist and ample bosom accentuating her beauty. Han Ruyan, how I wish our parents had allowed you to perish in the inferno rather than risking their lives to save you. You ungrateful wretch. My brother, such words are a gross injustice to your little sister, she retorted. What merit do I possess to acquire the techniques of Brother Qinyu and ensnare you in a trap? While it is true that I reported you, you indeed violated the clan's regulations. I understand your resentment for my betrayal of kin, but I am first and foremost a member of the Han family. The interests of the clan supersede all else. I would rather remain unmarried for life, serving you day and night. Han Ruyan rubbed her reddened eyes, adopting an expression of profound grievance. Goodness, this wretched woman should pursue acting, for she's truly missing out. Han Li widened his eyes, incredulity mingling with amusement at her audacity. By heavens, your web of lies and venomous heart is truly repugnant. Take care of yourself. Within 3 days, I shall meet the king of hell. Enough. Han Li, you petty thief of martial arts. How dare you insult Sister Ruyan? At that moment, Han Qinyu sprang forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Li with wide, furious eyes. Sister Ruyan's adherence to clan rules and her noble act of justice against kin deserves the utmost admiration from all members of the Han family. And your petulant rage is nothing short of farcical. Enough, Brother Qinyu. Do not speak further of my elder brother. He harbors grievances against me. Let him utter a few curses if it brings him some solace. Han Ruyan gently rubbed her reddened eyes, sweetly interjecting to stop Han Qinyu. Alas, Sister Ruyan, your heart is too kind. Such treacherous scoundrels deserve no sympathy. Han Qinyu sighed, the two of them harmonizing in their sentiments. The onlookers nearby cast disparaging glances and whispered amongst themselves, their disdain palpable. Han Li clenched his jaw so tightly that crimson droplets began to seep forth. Had his grandfather still been alive, Han Ruyan would never have dared to betray him, and Han Qinyu would not have dared to slander him, nor would he find himself devoid of any allies in his defense. Once fallen from grace, one is reduced to a mere dog. Han Li, the facts are clear. This elder shall impose the following punishment upon you. At that moment, the elder of the punishment hall stood up, glaring sternly at Han Li as he announced his punitive measures. Elder, hold on. I recall that there exists a compensatory measure within the clan for such situations. As long as the thief of martial arts chooses a brand new technique as their combat method within 12 hours before the selection, they may be exempt from punishment. Han Li cries injustice and boasts of his exceptional intelligence. Why not grant him this opportunity? Just as the elder of the punishment hall was about to deliver his verdict, Han Qinyu suddenly interjected, addressing the elder. The elder furrowed his brow. Such a measure does exist, but it is of little consequence. No matter how intelligent, one cannot master a completely new technique in just 12 hours. Moreover, this compensatory measure has been attempted several times over the decades. But without exception, all have perished on the combat stage. So, HM, the elder of the punishment hall suddenly halted his words. His pupils narrowed sharply. The expressions of those present also shifted in surprise. They all comprehended that Han Qinyu's sudden mention of this long-ignored compensatory measure was an intention to eliminate Han Li. Then, Han Qinyu turned to Han Li with a smile. Han Li, I now offer you a measure to evade punishment. Will you accept it? Han Qinyu, You seek to seize this opportunity to eradicate me, to humiliate me further, do you not? Han Li raised his head, eyes reddened, coldly huffing. He enunciated each word with conviction. I, Han Li, accept. This duel will determine not only our superiority, but also our very lives. Rather than suffer torment and die in humiliation, it is better to take a risk. Perhaps a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Chapter 2. The Art of Sun Gathering and Life Supplementation. Han Li's resounding declaration echoed throughout the hall, yet sparked a wave of derision. Historically, the Han family had encountered similar predicaments, but the sole exceptions had met with grim fates upon the duel stage. To us, Han Li appeared to be a cornered dog, desperately clinging to his pride. After voicing his thoughts, Han Li turned to the elder of the law enforcement hall, requesting, I implore you, elder, to present the martial arts techniques for my selection. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, responding, very well, since you wish to compete, let us proceed as you propose. With that, he gestured to the elder responsible for managing the family's martial arts, instructing him to bring forth 6 volumes of martial arts manuals, of which Han Li had never laid eyes upon, and arranged them for Han Li's selection. Han Li perused the 6 martial arts manuals, ultimately choosing one, stating, I shall take this one, Withered Tree Palm. The Withered Tree Palm is a technique said to possess decaying power when mastered to its pinnacle. Yet, this was merely hearsay, for no one in the Han family had ever cultivated to that level. You possess a modicum of self-awareness, selecting the simplest technique among them, mocked Han Qinyu. Nevertheless, you cannot possibly master the Withered Tree Palm within 12 hours. Prepare to humiliate yourself and meet your end on the combat stage. Upon witnessing Han Li's choice, Han Qinyu erupted in scornful laughter. We shall see, Han Li retorted, casting a cold glance at Han Rian before taking his leave, bidding farewell to the elders and returning to his quarters. As Han Li departed, the assembly in the grand hall dispersed. However, the news spread rapidly throughout the Han family, sparking a chorus of ridicule, with many deeming Han Li to be courting his own demise. An old man consuming arsenic, wishing for a prolonged life, one quipped. A miserable end is still better than a wretched existence. What does it matter if he loses his limbs and cultivation? At that moment, Han Rian stealthily entered Han Qinyu's quarters. Brother Qinyu, I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. You should provide me with what you owe, she stated, standing before him. Of course, I shall provide it, Han Qinyu replied, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Han Rian, whose figure was strikingly slender and graceful. He extended his arm, attempting to wrap it around her delicate waist, but she deftly evaded his grasp. Brother Qinyu, it is still broad daylight. It would be unwise if someone were to intrude, she cautioned. Rest assured, this is my abode. No one shall intrude, he assured her. We are merely engaging in conversation, fostering our bond. A glimmer of fervor lit up Han Qinyu's eyes as he reached out again, only to have his advances thwarted once more by Han Rian. Brother Qinyu, please, let us first settle the matter at hand. I must return and intensify my training, she insisted, a smile illuminating her face. I aspire to become a direct disciple and enter the Foundation Establishment sect next time. Very well, my spirited sister Rian. He conceded, acknowledging her determination. Han Qinyu chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. He reached for a jade vial and handed it to Han Rian, saying, this contains the 3 types of elixirs I mentioned. You may take it. Thank you, Brother Qinyu. Han Rian replied joyfully, accepting the vial and offering a slight bow before hastily departing. A hypocritical little vixen. I shall have my way with you sooner or later and expose your facade of innocence. Once Han Rian was gone, a glint of sinister intent flickered in Han Qinyu's eyes. He had long harbored desires for Han Rian, and since she was the adopted daughter of Han Li, he deemed his intentions permissible. However, his immediate priority was to eliminate Han Li as an obstacle first, even though he regarded Han Li as a mere corpse in his eyes. Yet, until that corpse vanished from his sight, it remained a source of irritation. Raising a teacup from the table, Han Qinyu took a sip before settling into a meditative posture for cultivation. Despite his somewhat ruthless methods, he was diligent in his practice, seizing every opportunity to hone his skills instead of indulging in frivolities. After Han Rian left with the jade vial, her expression turned icy. What nonsense! Do they think they can take advantage of me, Han Rian? Do they truly believe my aspirations are so low, merely concerning myself with the trifles of the Han family? My sights are set on entering the Foundation establishment sect, progressing to even greater heights. You, Han Chenyu, are unworthy of touching me, Han Ruyan. At the very least, I, Han Ruyan, deserve a suitor capable of attaining the golden core stage. Han Ruyan let out a haughty scoff in her heart. She was prideful and always felt a sense of detachment from the Han family, considering herself an outsider. Moreover, she yearned to uncover the truth about who had annihilated her family, and whether her parents were still alive. The scene shifted. In the room where Han Li resided, he returned and firmly secured the door, locking it with a bolt. Yet, feeling uneasy, he set a basin of water atop the door and window. Should anyone attempt to breach the threshold, they would inevitably be drenched, allowing him to know of their presence. Once he had completed these precautions, he retrieved the Withered Wood Palm technique, declaring, "Let's give it a shot. A bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. After all, I have traversed realms once. I can always start new. I refuse to live in cowardice." Han Li roared internally, then opened the technique book, preparing to diligently study from the first character. At that moment, a golden, wordless tome appeared in his mind. Each character he read manifested within this book. What is this? How did such a thing appear in my mind? Han Li was taken aback, for he could see this wordless scripture within his consciousness. He swore this was the first time he had encountered anything like it. Are you a system? Han Li inquired hastily. Could it be that the system had finally arrived, albeit belatedly? Although it may seem somewhat tardy, it is indeed a fortuitous coincidence. He waited for a while, yet no sound emerged. It should not be the system. However, he could not recall when he had first encountered this enigmatic book devoid of words. Moreover, he was unable to touch this silent tome, as it only bore the few characters he had recited. How peculiar! What on earth is this? Han Li mused, his curiosity piqued, yet no one offered him a response. Never mind, I shall explore it further in the future. For now, I will delve into the methods of the Withered Wood Palm. Thereafter, Han Li resumed his study of the cultivation techniques inscribed on the Withered Wood Palm. Almost concurrently, the mysterious book in his mind began to transcribe the contents of the Withered Wood Palm. When Han Li had thoroughly perused the entirety of the Withered Wood Palm, an unexpected line of text appeared within the silent book, providing annotations and elucidations for the Withered Wood Palm. Splendid. This is indeed a treasure. The esoteric and convoluted methods of cultivation are now rendered crystal clear. Han Li exclaimed with delight as he gazed at the annotations. It was akin to receiving a complex mathematical problem, with the solution conveniently affixed beside it, elucidating the rationale behind the method of resolution. Thus, Han Li began to practice in accordance with the annotations. You have practiced the Withered Wood Palm and comprehended the art of life-stealing. From dawn until dusk, and well into the witching hour, a new line of text unexpectedly appeared within the silent tome. The art of life-stealing? Han Li raised an eyebrow. The name did not sound particularly benevolent, yet he was certain he had practiced the Withered Wood Palm. Could it be that he had erred in his cultivation? Han Li found himself perplexed. However, upon careful examination, he could ascertain that he had not made a mistake. It seemed that the art of life-stealing was merely a more formidable, almost tyrannical, evolution of the Withered Wood Palm. Resolving not to dwell on his confusion, Han Li directly commenced his cultivation of the art of life-stealing. As he studied the annotations, and his understanding of the art of life-stealing rapidly ascended, he became wholly immersed in this state. Time drifted by slowly. Han Li remained motionless in his chamber, accelerating his comprehension of the art of life-stealing. From the information provided, Han Li discerned that the art of life-stealing possessed a formidable advantage, albeit a nefarious one, for it enabled one to usurp the lifespan of others to augment their own vitality, while simultaneously allowing the consumption of one's own lifespan to enhance their strength, forming a seemingly perfect cycle. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a vigorous knocking resounded from outside. Han Li, the 12 hours have elapsed. It is time for you to ascend the dual platform. Why do you tarry? Concurrently, a thunderous voice echoed from beyond the door. Chapter 3. A single strike to seize 3 years. Frantically collecting longevity with a sudden, vigorous knocking at the door, Han Li's eyes snapped open. A glint of cold light flashing within. The early morning disturbance indicated a concern that he might evade confrontation. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he rose to his feet and strode towards the door. Upon opening it, he found 2 young men standing outside, Han Yonghua and Han Qi. You two are remarkably early. Did Han Chenyu send you? He inquired. Humph, it's good that you know. Hurry to the Beidou platform. Everyone is already gathered there. Oh, By the way, Brother Chinyu has even prepared a coffin for you, made of exquisite ironwood. They erupted into raucous laughter. Han Yong and Han Chi were mere sycophants of Han Chinyu. Quite the preparation indeed, but who will ultimately lie in that coffin remains uncertain. Han Li retorted with a chilling sneer, stepping past the boisterous duo. Han Chi scoffed from behind. Naturally, it will be you, Han Li. Brother Chinyu is now at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling on his lips. I have only reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a mere minor realm below him, yet he resorts to such despicable tactics. Han Chinyu, just how much do you truly fear me to act in such a manner? Han Li could surmise the reasons for Han Chinyu's apprehension. Throughout their youth, their rivalry had always culminated in Han Chinyu's defeat, breeding a deep-seated animosity and fear within him, particularly regarding the upcoming selection of disciples. Han Chinyu's desperate measures were a testament to his anxiety. The Han family's arena was situated in the expansive backyard, a vast area spanning over 1,000 square meters, constructed from exceptionally sturdy bluestone. Even a peak practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement would find it challenging to breach. By the time Han Li arrived, a considerable number of Han family members had already gathered, including the family patriarch, Han Tianyang. Observing Han Li's confident stride, Han Tianyang furrowed his brow. Despite a cordial relationship with Han Li's grandfather, Han Shan, as the patriarch, he was obliged to maintain family equilibrium. Given the current circumstances surrounding Han Li, all he could feel was regret, unable to show any overt favoritism. Each person has their own destiny. Life is fragile, and everything hinges on fate. He mused silently as Han Li ascended the fighting platform. Han Li, do you see what lies beneath that red cloth? Han Chinyu, already standing atop the platform, demanded, pointing to a large object, shrouded in crimson. I know, that is the coffin prepared for you, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Laughter erupted once more. Han Chinyu burst into laughter, revealing that Han Yong and his companions had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag. Nevertheless, it mattered little. That place would ultimately be your final destination, and surely no unforeseen incidents would occur. Whether there would be surprises was not for you to articulate. It was a matter of strength. Han Chinyu, wasting no time, accepted the challenge. As Han Li's words fell, he stamped his foot heavily on the ground. A powerful statement made through sheer strength. Remember, you may only engage with the newly acquired dry wood palm technique from yesterday. Should you employ any other martial arts, it would be deemed a violation. Han Chinyu let out a chilling laugh and then leapt forward with great force, his hands moving in rapid succession. A cacophony of sounds erupted, resonating with his motions. The ninefold wave shockwave fist. Boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed like colossal waves crashing against the shore, relentlessly surging towards Han Li. This was the martial arts technique he had selected for this selection, the very same he had used to slander Han Li. Such a ferocious and powerful fist, if it struck, would undoubtedly leave bruises. Yet, Han Li did not flinch, charging straight towards Han Chinyu with equal fervor. Boom, boom. The two collided, their energies clashing upon impact. Han Li staggered back, retreating for several meters before finally coming to a halt. However, with that strike, he sensed something had entered his body. Despite the several steps he retreated, he felt no discomfort, not even a hint of pain. Meanwhile, Han Chinyu remained rooted in place, issuing a cry of anguish as if something had been forcefully extracted from him, causing his relentless vitality to wane slightly. What on earth was happening? It was Han Li who had been pushed back, yet it was Han Chinyu who cried out in pain. Could it be that Han Chinyu had a peculiar penchant for howling during combat? The onlooking members of the Han family were filled with astonishment, for it was evident that Han Li was at a disadvantage. Han Chinyu's peculiar quirk seemed rather unusual. After a night of intense training, he had mastered the 3rd level of the Kaling Duosho technique. According to its description, each level could extract 1 year of life. Thus, at the 3rd level, 3 years would be taken. If I were to deliver 30 strikes, that would amount to 90 years of life. Is it possible that I have truly deprived him of 3 years of his lifespan? As the crowd gasped in disbelief, Han Li pondered intensely. This was the first time he employed the Kaling Duosho technique, and he was uncertain whether his calculations were accurate. What have you done to me? Have you employed some sort of poisonous concealed weapon? Han Chinyu bellowed at Han Li. At that moment, he had regained his composure, but felt as though he had lost something significant. Heh, Han Li scoffed. Do you truly believe I would dare to use a concealed weapon in front of so many witnesses? Do you truly believe I employed hidden weapons? The clan leader and the elders are present. They would surely discern the truth. You wouldn't dare. Let us continue our battle. Han Chinyu bellowed with fury. Han Li likely would not resort to any covert tactics. There was some validity to his assertion, and it was possible that it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Thus, Han Xinyu launched yet another assault on Han Li. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of 10 strikes before retreating. Han Li was nearly sent tumbling off the dueling platform, prompting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. However, just as the crowd was preparing to extol Han Xinyu's prowess, their eyes widened in disbelief. For Han Xinyu's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He was no longer the striking youth of under 20, but had morphed into a middle-aged man of around 40. Goodness, am I hallucinating? I certainly did not partake in any hand dance last night. I haven't even visited the pleasure district in 2 days. My vision cannot possibly be failing me. Aging. Han Xinyu must have aged several decades. How could one grow older during combat? Is it possible that Han Xinyu is engaging in a life-for-life battle? The crowd erupted in astonishment, pointing and murmuring at Han Xinyu. Chapter 4. Suspected sorcery. A grandson older than his grandfather. How could this be? How could this be? Han Xinyu emitted a wretched scream, not from physical pain, but from psychological torment. He had aged, suddenly appearing several decades older. Gazing at his own hands, he felt his bodily functions deteriorating significantly. Xinyu, what has happened to you? Han Shifeng looked at his beloved grandson, now resembling a middle-aged man. He sprang to his feet, shouting loudly, "Grandfather, I do not know. It seems I have lost my lifespan. I have become old, and I am in great agony." Han Xinyu responded in panic. "Your lifespan has diminished? How can that be?" Suddenly, Han Shifeng's gaze turned sharply towards Han Li. At that moment, Han Li still appeared as handsome as ever, without any signs of abnormality. "Han Li, have you practiced dark sorcery, causing Qinyu's rapid aging and the depletion of his lifespan?" The third elder interjected. "One may indulge in reckless feasting, but one must not speak carelessly. I utilized the withered palm technique given to me by the elder from the library yesterday. If you do not believe me, you may come and verify. Or even summon the clan leader for examination." Han Li proclaimed boldly. "Humph, do not think I am ignorant. The withered palm cannot possibly yield such effects. Although it is said to possess decaying power, that remains merely a legend and cannot be realized. Furthermore, you have only practiced for 12 hours. It is commendable enough that you could memorize the entirety of the withered palm." Han Shifeng roared in fury, having pinpointed Han Li as the practitioner of dark sorcery. With that, he prepared to charge onto the combat stage to confront Han Li directly. However, at that moment, Elder Han Shu of the library stepped forward and stated, "He has not practiced dark sorcery. It is indeed the withered palm. I acquired this technique from a legitimate auction, and the attack patterns are identical." "Elder Han Shu, are you certain?" Han Shifeng's piercing gaze fixed upon him. Elder Han Shu smiled lightly. "I am an elder of the library, solely managing its affairs, never involving myself in family matters, and I have no descendants. What benefit would it serve me to show favoritism? It holds no advantage for me." Elder Han Shu has always been regarded favorably among the Han family for his fairness and impartiality. He treats everyone equally, even the family's daughter, Han Xingxue. To learn techniques, one must present corresponding offerings or contribute points to the family. Otherwise, discussions are futile. Thus, his words garnered considerable trust from the crowd. "Humph." Han Shifeng, left with no choice, let out a heavy snort and turned to Han Xinyu. "Xinyu, do not panic. It may be a special circumstance." "Grandfather, I understand. Let us investigate later. First, allow me to suppress him." Han Xinyu nodded, gathering his emotions, and fiercely glared at Han Li. "Han Li, regardless of the means you have employed, I shall ensure your demise." He could eliminate Han Li right here on the duel platform or force him off the stage. Should Han Li be cast down, even in defeat, his cultivation would still be destroyed and his meridians severed. With that, Han Xinyu roared and charged at Han Li. The technique of Kaiyang Duosho was once described as a method to enhance one's strength at the cost of life. But if the augmentation were too excessive, it might raise suspicions. Moreover, Han Xinyu felt unworthy of such a power. As Han Xinyu rushed forward, Han Li contemplated his strategy, ultimately deciding to employ the Kaiyang Duosho technique to gradually extinguish Han Xinyu's life. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed once more. This time, the skirmish extended over a dozen exchanges, until Han Xinyu was violently sent flying by Han Li's whip kick. What? Han Xinyu was sent reeling? How could he have fallen to such a state? Good heavens, his hair has turned white. How did he age so drastically? The eyes of the crowd converged upon Han Xinyu, erupting into a chorus of gasps. At that moment, Han Xinyu appeared as an elderly figure, with a foot-long beard sprouting from his previously clean chin. He seemed utterly decrepit, resembling an old man on the verge of being buried in the earth. In mere moments, a handsome youth had transformed into a centenarian, stirring a commotion among the spectators. If it were not witnessed with their own eyes, it would have been utterly unbelievable. Han Shifeng was rendered speechless, astonished that his grandson appeared even older than himself. Kill! Han Li bellowed, advancing towards Han Xinyu with renewed ferocity. Grandfather, save me. The elderly Han Xinyu, now frail and disheveled, was struck by the sight of the youthful Han Li charging towards him, prompting him to cry out in desperation. Han Shifeng could no longer contain himself, roaring as he rushed towards the dual platform. Han Li, you little fiend, you must have employed dark sorcery, masking your theft of others' lifespans with the guise of the dry wood palm. I shall slay you to avenge my grandson and restore balance to the world. As he spoke, Han Shifeng surged forward to confront Han Li. He was a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, second only to Han Tianyang, who was at the 9th level, thus possessing immense strength. Han Li, quick-witted, shouted, "Clan leader, the third elder has violated the rules of the duel. Come quickly to my aid." Han Tianyang was nearby. Since Han Li had broken clan regulations, he was entitled to call for help. However, Han Li had prepared an additional strategy. Should Han Tianyang choose not to assist him, he would siphon the 70 years of lifespan he had taken from Han Xinyu, maximizing the effects of the Kaiyang Duosho technique. He would claim Han Shifeng's life. At worst, it would be a mutual destruction. Third elder, do not breach the rules. Han Tianyang's brow furrowed as he issued a commanding shout and stepped onto the dual platform. Patriarch, he has cultivated demonic arts. Why do you still protect him? What are the consequences of practicing such arts? It is well known and universally condemned. Even the foundational sects would pursue him relentlessly if they found out. Enough. The truth remains unclear, so refrain from spreading baseless accusations. If Han Li has indeed practiced demonic arts, does it not imply that the Han family harbors such practices as well? Are you intent on endangering the entire Han clan? Han Tianyang's voice thundered, his countenance chillingly severe. Indeed, if Han Li practices the Withered Wood Palm, and if this palm is deemed a demonic art, then it would imply that my family possesses such forbidden knowledge. This cannot be spoken of lightly, for if it were to spread, it could lead to our annihilation. I believe Han Li has not engaged in demonic cultivation. It is far more likely that Han Xinyu has encountered some issue. The members of the Han family began to voice their opinions. Indeed, when their own lives and fortunes were at stake, none wished to be implicated. There was no need for me to provide proof. The learned scholars would defend my stance eloquently. Observing how the crowd miraculously rallied to his side, Han Li felt a smirk creep upon his lips, inwardly amused. Han Shifeng's expression soured to an extreme, his mixed black and white beard quivering violently. Enough. This matter ends here for now. First, take Han Xinyu down and find a way to treat his injuries. We must understand what could have aged him so rapidly. I will also investigate the Withered Wood Palm and its terrifying effects. Furthermore, everything that has transpired today must remain within the Han family. Should even a whisper escape, our clan could face catastrophic consequences. As members of the Han family, none of you shall survive. Tread carefully in your words and actions. After addressing Han Shifeng, Han Tianyang turned to all present with utmost gravity. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone nodded respectfully. Humph. You wretched creature, do not grow complacent. This debt will be repaid in due time. Han Tianyang had set the tone for the situation, rendering Han Shifeng's fury futile. He turned to glare at Han Li, bellowing angrily before approaching Han Xinyu. At that moment, Han Xinyu could not bear the sight of his own transformation and had fainted on the ground. He crouched down, gazing at his grandson, who appeared even older than himself. And his eyes reddened with sorrow, his nostrils slightly congested. He lifted Han Xinyu into his arms, descended from the dueling stage, and made his way outside. All right, everyone disperse. Han Li, come with me. With that, Han Tianyang issued his command. Chapter 5. Aftermath of the turmoil, a pause in the battle for supremacy. Han Tianyang naturally intended to take Han Li away for investigation, to which Han Li had no objections. As he descended from the arena, he made his way toward Han Tianyang. Though he did not succeed in eliminating Han Xinyu on this battleground, patience is a virtue. Good fortune often comes to those who wait. Just before leaving the arena, he cast a glance toward the crowd and met the gaze of Han Ruyan. Their eyes locked, and Han Ruyan felt a shiver run through her alluring form. Then, Han Li silently mouthed a message. My dear sister, I shall seek an explanation from you. Following this, Han Li departed alongside Han Tianyang. Damn it, how infuriating. He turned the tables on me. How could that Withered Wood Palm be so formidable? Could it be that he truly has not practiced any dark arts? This is utterly terrifying. Han Ruyan cursed inwardly. At that moment, she was genuinely afraid that Han Li might use such methods to transform her into an aged, decrepit woman. She was still young and beautiful, having never even experienced love. She dreamed of marrying a talented cultivator with the potential to become a golden core master. The thought of being turned into a frail old woman with white hair by Han Li was unbearable for her. Filled with fear and anxiety, she slipped away through the crowd. She needed to devise a plan, a clever strategy. Meanwhile, Han Tianyang brought Han Li directly to the Han family council hall. Accompanying him were the family's Grand Elder Han Xiong, Elder Han Linzhong from the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Han Chu from the Library Pavilion, as well as the Grand Elder's grandson Han Yang and his daughter Han Qingxue. Han Li, you shall explain this situation. Han Tianyang inquired solemnly once everyone had taken their seats. Report to the clan leader, I truly practiced the Withered Wood Palm. They have falsely accused me of cultivating dark arts. In truth, if I had practiced such arts, I would certainly admit it. After all, today was a life and death battle for me. I was well aware that Han Qingyu intended for me not to leave that arena alive, and I was prepared to perish alongside him. However, during my practice of the Withered Wood Palm, I discovered an extraordinary aspect, the ability to seize another's lifespan. Han Li replied with calm assurance. He had indeed learned this from the Withered Wood Palm, thus there was no reason to conceal it. Of course, the immense secret of the wordless heavenly book that he could mentally simulate, along with his extraordinary comprehension, was something he would never divulge to anyone. Gasp. Upon hearing this, everyone present collectively inhaled sharply. It was indeed due to the Withered Wood Palm. This technique records that attaining its highest realm grants the power of decay. To think that the power of decay mentioned therein refers to the ability to deprive others of their lifespans. I had always assumed it was some form of corrupting force. Elder Han Chu from the Library Pavilion remarked in a serious tone. This is rather terrifying, being able to seize another's life. Although it is said to have been acquired from a reputable auction house, in a certain sense, it resembles a rather sinister technique. Following this, Han Lin spoke solemnly. Lao Han's assertion holds a degree of truth. This Withered Wood Palm is exceedingly extraordinary. However, I am quite curious. How did you manage to master it within the span of 12 hours? Moreover, there have been others who have practiced the Withered Wood Palm multiple times. Yet none have discovered this particular characteristic. At that moment, the Grand Elder Han Xiong gazed at Han Li. I am unsure myself. I merely practiced according to the instructions provided, and followed the prescribed methods. To be honest, I was equally astonished to find that I could extract his lifespan. Han Li replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of profound bewilderment. This response left Han Xiong somewhat speechless. After depriving him of his lifespan, did you not gain any other benefits? Han Xiong continued to inquire. I did not perceive any benefits, merely the extraction of his lifespan. Han Li shook his head. He refrained from mentioning that after seizing Han Qinyu's lifespan, he could replenish it within himself, even utilizing it. For such an admission would be too horrifying, akin to pure demonic arts. How could a person as kind-hearted as he so easily cultivate demonic techniques? Han Xiong nodded, choosing not to press further. If it cannot be used for oneself, then that is acceptable. Upon reflection, even they could not elucidate the matter, so how could Han Li, a mere youth not yet 20, provide clarity? It can only be said that Han Li was fortunate, stumbling upon success by accident. After everyone took turns asking questions, they turned their gaze toward Han Tianyang. Ultimately, this matter required a resolution from Han Tianyang. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Han Li. Han Li, regardless of the circumstances, you have practiced this technique, yet the consequences it engenders are exceedingly grave. Should it be disseminated, it would cast a significant negative shadow over the Han family, potentially leading to its classification as demonic arts and bringing disaster upon the clan. Henceforth, you are forbidden from employing this Withered Wood Palm. Is that agreeable? In return, I shall grant you access to the library to select another technique as a substitute. Han Li pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, clan leader. I shall heed your counsel. Excellent. Please surrender the original text of the Withered Wood Palm. Let this matter be laid to rest. Furthermore, although you have defeated Han Qinyu, securing your position as a sequential disciple should pose no issue. However, to avert any unnecessary complications, you shall not participate in this upcoming competition for the sequential disciples. Not participate. Han Li's brow furrowed immediately. After all his arduous efforts in combat and study, was it not his purpose to partake in the contest for the sequential disciples and gain the family's recommendation to the Foundation Establishment Immortal Gate? Now, he was being barred from participation? Han Qinyu had now become a frail, old man, likely with little lifespan remaining. The third elder, Han Qifeng, must be engulfed in profound sorrow. Concurrently, this anguish foreshadows an abundance of resentment within him. Should you continue to participate in the competition for the disciple slots and successfully secure a position, I fear that the third elder may harbor a grudge, potentially leading him to act recklessly. Thus, it is best for you to refrain from participating this time. Let his nephew, Han Gaoyu, Take your place and grant him a spot. Chief, isn't this somewhat unjust to me? Han Li furrowed his brows, visibly dissatisfied. Originally, this was a life and death struggle. Yet now I am not only barred from participating, but am also compelled to cede my opportunity to another, despite not having even eliminated Han Xinyu. I understand your discontent. The chief replied, but I must maintain equilibrium among all parties and consider the greater good. Had you defeated him in a conventional manner, or even slain him, I would have had no objections. However, your method of siphoning away his lifespan is undeniably sinister. This information must not be allowed to leak, not even a whisper. Do you comprehend my meaning? I understand. With the chief's words laid bare, how could Han Li not grasp their implication? The concern was merely that Han Chiefing might spread the news far and wide, resulting in mutual destruction. Very well, I shall heed the chief's counsel. Resigned, Han Li nodded, recognizing the futility of resisting authority. Chapter 6. Death is not to be regretted. A satisfied expression graced Han Tianyang's face as he addressed Han Li, stating, You have made a concession, and as the clan leader, I shall ensure that you do not suffer for it. Your salary for next year will be tripled, and you will have the privilege of entering the library twice a month to study any techniques you desire. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Thank you, clan leader. Han Li expressed his gratitude. Do any of you have anything to add? Han Tianyang inquired of Han Xiong and the others. They all shook their heads in unison. Very well, that will be all. Everyone may disperse. With that, they bid farewell to Han Tianyang and departed. Han Li retreated to his own small courtyard and chamber. Having deprived Han Xinyu of 70 years of his lifespan, he pondered the singular question of how to utilize this newfound power. Was it solely for reinforcing his techniques? Might it aid in transcending his current realm? As he sat in contemplation, he ruminated on these matters. After some time, he began to meditate, channeling his energy to impact the barriers of his realm. Suddenly, after circulating his energy through several cycles, he sensed a loosening at the threshold of his realm. Yet, he remained uncertain whether he had consumed the lifespan he had seized or if it was his own strength that had agitated the boundary. Continuing to probe the limits of his realm, he observed the passage of time. Crack. After an indeterminate duration, a faint cracking sound resonated from within his body. Subsequently, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow into him. A breakthrough. He had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared in his mind's eye. Consumed 30 years of absorbed lifespan. 30 years. It had consumed 30 years of the seized lifespan. It truly could be used. Han Li was overwhelmed with joy, leaping to his feet in exhilaration. 30 years of lifespan had elevated him a level. If he could absorb a few hundred or even 1,000 years from others, would not his cultivation soar like a rocket? In no time, he could ascend to the pinnacle, standing triumphant over all. In that moment, Han Li was filled with fervor, envisioning a splendid future. Who dares to call this technique of life absorption a demonic art? It is a benevolent skill, a celestial method that brings delight and sweetness. Feeling the surge of power within, Han Li's lips curled into a broad smile. If he were to face Han Xinyu again now, he could easily dominate without even employing the technique of life absorption. Gurgle. At that moment, a rumble emanated from Han Li's stomach. Oh dear, how could he be hungry? He wondered if there was anything delectable in the kitchen, perhaps a whole drumstick to reward himself. Lifting the curtain, he stepped outside, only to realize that the night had long since descended. Gazing up at the moon in the sky, he noted that it was already the middle of the night. The kitchen would have been closed by now, leaving him with no food unless he were to rouse the sleeping cook. However, Han Li deemed himself not so unkind. He had not anticipated that his meditation would extend from the morning into the deep hours of the night. Truly, time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. Gazing at the moonlight adorning the vast sky, Han Li was suddenly struck by an intriguing thought. I wonder how that rascal, Han Xinyu, is faring these days? He must be suffering, perhaps unable to sleep through the night. I might as well pay him a visit and seek some amusement. Han Li mused to himself, then stealthily made his way toward Han Xinyu's residence. The Han family estate was expansive, sprawling over 100 acres. Han Xinyu and his kin, Han Shifeng, resided together in a large courtyard, which was not a short distance from Han Li's own abode. Upon arriving at the courtyard where Han Xinyu lived, Han Li quietly climbed onto the roof. As he perched atop the eaves, he caught sight of an elderly man with hair as white as snow, who was none other than Han Xinyu himself. At that moment, Han Xinyu sat on a stone bench, with several boxes arrayed upon a stone table before him. You bastard. Han Li, your cultivation of dark arts has transformed me from a handsome young man into this wretched form. Even my hair has turned white. I swear I shall kill you, and those who protect you in the Han family. I will ensure they meet a similar fate. They shall not find peace either. With this gold and these spirit stones, I should have enough to buy your life. Push me further, and I will reveal your practice of dark arts. If I cannot live well, I shall make sure none of you do." As Han Xinyu furiously counted the gold and silver jewelry along with spirit stones in the boxes, his voice dripped with unparalleled resentment. After being brought back by Han Qifeng, he had been fed numerous life-saving elixirs, which had finally stabilized his injuries. However, the years he had lost could never be reclaimed, leaving him exuding an air of decay. To regain his lost vitality, he could only seek out rare and costly elixirs that could significantly rejuvenate his health. Yet, such potions were exceedingly scarce and exorbitantly priced, making them nearly unattainable for him. A reality he found difficult to accept. After inquiring about the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, his hatred for Han Li intensified to unfathomable depths, and he began to loathe the clan leader, Han Tianyong, as well. Han Shu, the elder of the scripture repository, and even the elder and second elder who merely stood by without intervening, had become targets of his ire for their failure to advocate for him. Han Qifeng had urged him to take the elixirs and rest, vowing to spare no effort to restore his youth and lifespan. However, once Han Qifeng departed, his discontent surged, rendering him unable to sleep. That very night, he rummaged through his collections amassed over the years. He intended to stealthily leave the Han estate under the cover of darkness and hire an assassin to eliminate Han Li. Should that endeavor fail, he would expose the secret of Han Li's dark arts cultivation. This was a task he felt compelled to undertake alone, fearing that Han Qifeng would try to thwart him. From his vantage point on the roof, Han Li's gaze turned icy. The audacity of Han Xinyu, plotting to hire an assassin against him and threatening to reveal his secrets, was infuriating. Han Xinyu, you truly deserve your fate. A murderous intent welled up within Han Li, and he instinctively reached for the sharp dagger concealed at his waist. It was his means of self-defense, always carried with him, a habit ingrained even within the confines of the Han estate. Without hesitation, Han Li quietly lifted a roof tile and hurled it toward the right front of Han Xinyu. The sound of impact echoed sharply. The sound of shattered tiles echoed from above. Who? Han Xinyu was startled and quickly glanced over. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li executed a swift leap, descending from the eaves with remarkable speed, directly confronting Han Xinyu. The rapid whistling sound behind him sent a shiver down Han Xinyu's spine. He swiftly turned his head, only to see Han Li charging towards him. His eyes widened in shock. Han! Hiss! Just as he uttered a syllable, the dagger in Han Li's hand slashed mercilessly at his throat. In an instant, Han Xinyu's head was severed from his body. Coldly gazing at the headless corpse, Han Li uttered four disdainful words, a death unworthy of lament. With that, he decisively retreated, leaving the courtyard behind. Chapter 7. Confrontation in Court, Excluding Suspicions. At the crack of dawn the following day, the entire Han family was jolted awake by an ear-splitting scream that reverberated through the estate like a thunderstorm. In the courtyard where Han Xinyu resided, Han Qifeng beheld the headless corpse on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he howled towards the heavens. As an elder, he required less sleep and often rose early. Little did he know that upon stepping outside, he would discover his grandson, Han Xinyu, in such a ghastly state. Who did this? Who murdered my grandson? I shall see you torn to shreds and suffer a fate worse than death. He cried out in a frenzy for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he lifted his gaze towards the direction of Han Li's quarters. You wretched creature. Did you kill my grandson? If it was you, I will make you pay dearly. In an instant, Han Qifeng stormed out of the courtyard, striding directly to the entrance of Han Li's dwelling. He raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door, sending it flying off its hinges. Han Li, you despicable wretch. Come out. His furious voice echoed ominously within the confines of the courtyard. Having just changed his clothes, Han Li, lying on his bed, squinted his eyes at the commotion. He feigned surprise as he rose from the bed and opened the door. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the furious visage of Han Qifeng, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Elder, what is the meaning of this uproar so early in the morning? Kicking down my door and threatening my life. What have I done to offend you? Was it not agreed upon by the clan leader that the grievances between Han Xinyu and myself would be settled? Han Li spoke, attempting to mask his unease. You truly are a master of pretense. Did you murder Xinyu? I will see you torn to pieces and buried alongside him. Han Qifeng's voice dripped with venom. What? I killed Han Xinyu? I have been asleep in my room the entire time. Oh wait, is Han Xinyu really dead? Han Li feigned shock, a mask of innocence adorning his face. Such an act. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. The sight of Han Li's feigned astonishment only served to further infuriate Han Qifeng. He advanced, intent on seizing Han Li. What are you doing, Han Qifeng? What on earth has transpired? At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted as Han Tianyang and Han Xiong approached, having heard the earlier roar. They had witnessed Han Qifeng's wrath and had come rushing over. Clan leader, he is responsible for my grandson's demise. I demand justice. Han Qifeng shouted, halting abruptly, astonished by the swift arrival of Han Tianyang. Clan leader, I assure you, I was merely asleep in my room. How could I have killed Han Chenyu? I only just learned of his death from elders' words. Han Li quickly protested. I do not believe you. Are you unaware of how Chenyu met his demise? Clearly, you are the one responsible for his death. You harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. Han Qifeng's voice trembled with indignation. Han Li furrowed his brow tightly, his face a mask of outrage as he thundered. Elder, if indeed Chenyu has perished, I can comprehend your fury, yet you cannot hastily accuse me. I assure you, I did not take Chenyu's life. While we may have our grievances, I would not stoop so low as to kill him at this critical juncture, especially someone whose days were already numbered. What did you say? You claim Chenyu is a man with little time left? Is it not your actions that have led him to this state? Han Qifeng erupted, his fury overwhelming him once more. He advanced towards Han Li, intent on confronting him. However, at that moment, Han Tianyang stepped forward, placing himself in Han Qifeng's path. The Han family has always adhered to reason. Let us clarify the situation. If Han Li indeed killed Chenyu, I shall personally see to his execution. But if Chenyu's death is unrelated to Han Li, do not wrongfully accuse him. Furthermore, you must elucidate how and when Chenyu died. Patriarch, you side with him while my grandson lies dead, and you still speak thus. Han Qifeng's voice rang out in wrath. Very well, let us proceed to the family council chamber and uncover the truth of this matter. He bellowed. The assembly then moved to the council hall, where arrangements were made to bring forth Chenyu's lifeless body. The hall was thick with the scent of blood, and Chenyu's severed remains lay in the center. Han Linzhong examined Chenyu's corpse, ascertained the time of death and the weapon that caused it. Once all had gathered, Han Tianyang instructed Elder Han Linzhong of the Law Enforcement Hall to conduct the examination. Han Linzhong rose, familiar with this line of work, and approached to inspect Chenyu's remains. Chenyu met his end by having his throat slit with a sharp weapon, likely a dagger or short sword, exceedingly lethal. The estimated time of death was approximately 2.5 hours ago, around the witching hour. The assailant acted with such swiftness that he had no time to react. His head was severed from his body with little pain, Han Linzhong reported while he worked. Upon completing his examination, he turned to Han Tianyang, stating, Patriarch, this is the fundamental information. Han Tianyang nodded and then turned to Han Li, inquiring in a grave tone, Han Li, what were you doing at the witching hour? In response to the Patriarch, I was in my chamber engaged in cultivation, Han Li replied. Cultivation? Practicing a technique or something else? Han Tianyang pressed further. I achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation, advancing to the 4th level of qi refinement. I am uncertain of the exact moment of the breakthrough. However, once I completed it, I remained in meditation, circulating my energy, Han Li stated, maintaining a composed demeanor. This reasoning had been meticulously crafted in his mind prior to his return. Given that he had largely surmised that after Han Qifeng discovered Han Chenyu's demise, there was a high probability he would directly seek retribution against him. He possessed an exceedingly robust alibi. The breakthrough to a new realm serves as an impeccably valid justification. Once an individual breaks through, they inevitably engage in consolidation. No one would venture out into the streets immediately after such a momentous event. Should the foundation prove unstable, leading to a sense of unreality and possible backlash, it would spell considerable trouble, especially as he had achieved this breakthrough in the dead of night. Reveal your realm. Upon hearing Han Li's explanation, Han Tianyang immediately commanded. Without hesitation, Han Li showcased his realm, undeniably at the 4th level of qi refinement. Third Elder, it can now be inferred that Han Li is largely uninvolved. As he had ascended to the 4th level, he was obliged to undertake consolidation and circulatory practices. After witnessing Han Li's authentic 4th level of qi refinement, Han Tianyang turned to Han Qifeng and stated. Han Qifeng's countenance darkened significantly. Clan leader, I still feel he is the prime suspect, although he has indeed broken through. Who then could have slain Chenyu? Chapter 8. The arrival of Han Rian and the accusation against Han Li. Han Qifeng clenched his fists, roaring with boundless rage. His grandson had perished, while Han Li had only grown stronger. The stark contrast deepened his resentment. Although there existed significant animosity between Han Li and Han Chenyu, it did not substantiate the claim that Han Li had slain him. Moreover, various indications suggested that he was not the perpetrator. The Han family was not without enemies. At the very least, within Anping County, There were no fewer than 3 chi-refining families in direct competition with the Han clan. It was entirely plausible that an adversary had stealthily infiltrated the Han estate to strike at Han Qinyu. There was also the possibility that an external foe, initially intending to target Han Qifeng, had spotted Han Qinyu sitting outside in the dead of night and, seizing the opportunity, silenced him before fleeing. Han Tianyong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before addressing Han Qifeng. Elder Third, the patriarch makes a valid point. Perhaps you should reflect on whether you have any irreconcilable mortal enemies. At this juncture, Elder Han Xiong inquired of Han Qifeng. Han Qifeng, his brow tightly knitted, shook his head. I have no such irreconcilable foes who would dare to incur great risks to launch a surprise attack within the Han estate. Since you do not, it necessitates a thorough investigation. It could very well be one of our enemies, Han Xiong mused thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Regardless, Han Qinyu is dead, and we must uncover the truth behind this heinous act, added Han Linzhong from the sidelines. Elder Third, please accept my condolences, several elders expressed to Han Qifeng. Clenching his fists, Han Qifeng's countenance darkened to an almost palpable gloom. He glared fiercely at Han Li, now that Han Li had cleared himself of suspicion. It was imperative to identify the true murderer. Yet, the truth remained. He genuinely wished for Han Li's demise. Han Li sat there, as steady as an ancient sentinel. Everything was mere coincidence. Had Han Qinyu not been so recklessly brandishing his possessions in the courtyard last night, desperately seeking a killer, he might still be enjoying a peaceful meal. Fate, it seemed, had decreed otherwise. He was merely the harbinger of death. Let us proceed with Han Qinyu's burial. He cannot remain exposed to the elements. His remains are vulnerable to the cold, Han Tianyong interjected. Thank you, Patriarch. I shall return to make preparations, Han Qifeng replied, taking a deep breath before bidding farewell to Han Tianyong and the others, wrapping Han Qinyu's body and departing. Who could have murdered Han Qinyu? Logically, he should not have any adversaries daring enough to infiltrate the Han family and risk everything to eliminate him. After Han Qifeng and the others had left, Han Linzhong remarked with a furrowed brow, it is difficult to discern. We should investigate thoroughly to unravel the mystery. The ability to stealthily infiltrate and assassinate Han Qinyu poses a significant risk to my family, Han Xiong stated solemnly. The words of the elder held merit. After a fervent discussion, the assembly dispersed to investigate the circumstances surrounding Han Qinyu's demise. Once everyone had departed, only Han Tianyong and his daughter, the esteemed Miss Han Qingxue, remained in the room. Father, do you truly believe that Han Li can exonerate himself from all suspicion? Han Qingxue inquired, breaking the silence. Do you possess a differing perspective? Han Tianyong directed his gaze towards his daughter, refraining from directly answering her question. Han Qingxue, endowed with remarkable intelligence from a young age, often approached problems with a sharpness that sometimes surpassed his own. Pondering briefly, she replied, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that Han Li's demeanor is somewhat off. In what manner do you find it lacking? Han Tianyong asked, intrigued. His composure. Han Li appears excessively unperturbed. Is that so? I failed to notice, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. The relationship between Han Qinyu and Han Li could aptly be described as one of mortal enemies. Even if their current conflict subsided, a future confrontation was inevitable, one that would be a matter of life and death. This clash might occur outside the family's domain, and it would be imminent. Thus, the sudden death of a sworn adversary should elicit joy from Han Li. Even in the presence of Han Qifeng, he should have been unable to suppress that delight. Yet, Han Li maintained an unsettling calmness, exhibiting a demeanor that was distinctly atypical. Indeed, as Han Qingxue uttered these words, Han Tianyong's eyes narrowed slightly. He began to reflect on Han Li's earlier behavior. It indeed aligned with what Han Qingxue had articulated. From the moment Han Qinyu's body was brought in, to Han Li's explanations aimed at clearing his name, and throughout the subsequent discussions, his demeanor had been remarkably composed, almost aloof. That is rather unusual. Are you suggesting there is a possibility that Han Li was involved? However, he achieved a breakthrough last night, and should be focused on solidifying his cultivation, rather than venturing out to commit murder at such an unstable moment. Moreover, while Han Qinyu had his lifespan drained, his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement should not have rendered him vulnerable to a single strike. That remains unclear to me, Han Qingxue mused, shaking her head. What if he is unlike others and does not require consolidation after a breakthrough? After all, he has mastered the withered tree palm, following a path distinctly different from the rest. Han Tianyong furrowed his brow. Your conjecture lacks concrete evidence. Indeed, these are mere speculations, and I possess no tangible proof. Han Qingxue replied with a resigned smile. Han Tianyong let out a sudden sigh, expressing his inclination that it was indeed Han Lidong's hand at work. If it were not his doing, Then it must have been the machinations of outsiders, which bodes ill for the Han family. Father, perhaps we should not dwell too much on our worries. Let us conduct a thorough investigation and enhance our patrols and defenses. I understand. You may go now. I need to contemplate this matter in depth. Very well, Father. Han Qingxue nodded and then rose to head outside. Is it truly you, Han Li? In the conference hall, Han Tianyong poured himself a cup of tea, murmuring to himself. After exiting the hall, Han Qingxue hesitated briefly before making her way to Han Li's chamber. Meanwhile, Han Shifeng returned to his residence, cradling the lifeless body of Han Qingyu, his voice a low growl of fury, vowing to unearth the identity of his brother's murderer. The other members of their lineage were likewise consumed by grief, their sobs echoing in the air. At that moment, a striking figure entered the courtyard. Third Elder, may I have a moment of your time? The radiant presence was Han Ruyan, who approached Han Qifeng and spoke. Han Qifeng's bloodshot eyes fixed on her with intensity. You have been closest to Qingyu lately. Do you know anything? Third Elder, let us discuss this inside, Han Ruyan suggested, feeling the weight of his gaze. Taking a deep breath, she spoke solemnly. Subsequently, Han Qifeng led her into his reception room. Speak, do you have something to disclose? Third Elder, I can almost guarantee with 100% certainty that Han Li is the one who killed Brother Qingyu. Chapter 9. The Mad Han Qifeng, a desperate struggle. What did you say? Are you certain that it was Han Li who killed Qingyu? Did you witness him committing the act? As Han Qifeng barely settled into his chair, he abruptly rose, glaring furiously at Han Ruyun, his rage palpable. Yes, Elder, I can almost guarantee it with certainty. Very well. Han Li, you wretched creature. Did you think you could deceive us all with your cunning tongue and absolve yourself of suspicion? Little did you know there are witnesses. He commanded, come. We must confront the clan leader. I demand the death penalty for Han Li. With a swift motion, he seized Han Ruyun's slender arm, dragging her toward the exit, causing her discomfort. Elder, please calm down. It's futile to go now. They will not execute Han Li. Han Ruyun urged. Moreover, I did not actually witness the incident. Even if I were to testify, the clan leader might not accept my account. It is evident that he is already leaning towards Han Li. With a sharp intake of breath, Han Qifeng abruptly halted, his intense gaze fixed upon her in silence. After a prolonged silence of nearly half a minute, he rasped. Sit down and elucidate the entire situation for me. Yesterday, on the duel stage, Brother Qingyu sustained severe injuries, significantly diminishing his lifespan. As we departed the arena, Han Li cast a glance in my direction and mouthed the words, I will bring about your demise. To be honest, I was terrified. I spent the night in restless turmoil. I contemplated approaching Han Li to apologize and seek his forgiveness, so I wrestled with this decision for hours before ultimately deciding to confront him. However, upon arriving near his residence, I hesitated. Given his current demeanor, he has grown more ruthless than before, harboring immense resentment towards me, making it highly unlikely that he would forgive me. Caught in this dilemma, I was paralyzed by fear, yet still yearned for his pardon. I even pondered ways to. While I was lost in thought, I suddenly witnessed a shadow darting at an astonishing speed into his courtyard, entering not through the main gate. I was puzzled. Could it have been Brother Qingyu stealthily seeking to confront him? I even entertained the notion that perhaps Brother Qingyu had hired an assassin to eliminate him. Little did I know, this morning brought the devastating news of Brother Qingyu's demise. Thus, I suspect that the shadow I saw last night was indeed Han Li. It must have been him. Upon hearing her account, Han Qifeng roared in fury, a murderous intent emanating from him that sent a shiver down Han Ruyun's spine. He then grasped her shoulders and bellowed, Why did you not share this information in the council chamber this morning? The entire Han family was investigating Qingyu's death. Elder, you are hurting me. At that moment, it was not that I refrained from speaking. Rather, I feared that even if I voiced my thoughts to the patriarch, he might not believe me. Moreover, one part of me yearned to seek Han Li's forgiveness, while another part contemplated how to conspire with Qingyu to eliminate him. How could I possibly articulate such intentions? Additionally, the patriarch and the elder were evidently favoring Han Li, even concealing his practice of demonic arts. As a girl taken in by the Han family, my voice held little weight. Han Ruyan harbored her own grievances and concerns. After she spoke, Han Qifeng's expression shifted several times, and he gazed deeply at Han Ruyan. You make a valid point. They are willing to protect and keep secret even the forbidden demonic arts. After Qingyu was stripped of his lifespan yesterday, he had, in their eyes, lost all value to the Han family. Naturally, they would cast aside those deemed worthless. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Han Qifeng suddenly erupted into a fit of manic laughter. I, Han Qifeng, have shed blood for the Han family, as has my grandson. Even my son, Qingyu's father, perished for the sake of the family. Is this how you treat us? If so, let us all perish together. If you deny us a chance to thrive, then let none of us live." In that moment, Han Qifeng's resentment reached its zenith. Although his lineage was numerous, Han Shunyu was his sole grandson, cherished and protected from a young age. In the end, with his son and grandson gone, he was left utterly alone. Han Qifeng was on the brink of madness. "Third Elder, are you truly prepared to assassinate Han Li?" Seeing Han Qifeng's deranged state, Han Ruyan swallowed hard and urgently inquired. "Do not concern yourself with that. Suffice it to say, he must die?" Han Qifeng revealed a grin filled with aged, yellowed teeth, his smile chilling. A shiver ran down Han Ruyan's spine, yet her heart raced with excitement. She even mentally applauded. "Excellent. Excellent. Assassinating Han Li is splendid. As long as Han Li dies, it matters not if you and the other elders of the Han family engage in a lethal struggle. It is of no concern to me, Han Ruyan. After all, once I achieve the status of a foundational disciple, I shall enter the immortal gate of foundation establishment. At that point, even if the Han family were to face extinction, it would be of no consequence." Now, Han Ruyan was nearly certain that Han Qifeng intended to proceed with the assassination of Han Li. "You may return now, and do not speak of this to anyone." With that, Han Qifeng issued a dismissal to Han Ruyan. "Understood, Third Elder." Han Ruyan quickly nodded and then took her leave. After she departed, Han Qifeng turned his gaze outward. In that section where his lineage mourned over Han Chunyu's corpse, a hint of madness flickered across his aged face. "Assassinate Han Li? Ha ha. How could I settle for merely assassinating Han Li? I shall ensure that all of you perish. You shall all pay an immeasurable price." A quarter of an hour later, Han Qifeng quietly departed from the Han residence. Upon leaving, he made his way eastward, heading directly towards a vast valley situated 500 miles away, the formidable foundation-establishing sect. The Qinghe Sect. Chapter 10. The arrival of the Qinghe Immortal Sect, a critical moment. The Qinghe Immortal Sect stands as one of the most formidable forces within a radius of 500 miles. Within its ranks, there are formidable cultivators of the foundation establishment realm, and not just one. For the disciples of families such as the Han clan, the greatest aspiration is to gain entry into the Qinghe Immortal Sect. Similarly, the Han clan is required to offer certain tributes to the Qinghe Immortal Sect each year to maintain their relationship, with the privilege to recommend their disciples to the sect. Moreover, there are several other qi refining families within this 500-mile radius, akin to the Han clan. Han Qifeng hastened directly to the Qinghe Immortal Sect. Upon arrival, he retrieved a pouch of spirit stones from his pocket and presented it to the guard at the gate, announcing his identity. It turned out he was the third elder of the qi refining Han clan. The guard, taking the offered spirit stones and pocketing them, inquired amiably, "What brings you to our Qinghe Immortal Sect?" "I have extremely urgent matters to report to the powerful cultivators of the sect. Someone is cultivating demonic techniques." The guard's eyes narrowed sharply, and he let out a cold snort. "Seeking death? How dare one cultivate demonic arts within the territory of the Qinghe Immortal Sect? Is this akin to the old tortoise consuming arsenic, seeking to extend life? Elder Han, let us discuss this as we walk. I shall take you to see Elder Chiu." Elder Chiu is responsible for the task hall of the sect, where matters such as these are typically addressed and missions to eradicate demons are dispatched. As they spoke, they soon encountered Elder Chiu of the Qinghe Sect. Han Qifeng relayed the situation to him. Upon hearing the account, Elder Chiu was consumed with rage. To dare cultivate demonic arts right under our noses is truly reckless. Attempting to conceal it makes the crime even graver. I ask you, are you certain that this technique was imparted to that little demon by your Han clan? Clad in a flowing azure robe, with a gaunt visage and a somewhat sinister demeanor, Elder Chiu glared at Han Qifeng. "Indeed, Elder Chiu, every word I speak is the truth. I implore you to arrange for immediate apprehension." "Very well. The current clan leader and the grand elder of your Han clan are courting disaster. I am eager to see how they will explain this in the future. If they fail, the Han clan shall no longer govern." With a cold snort, Elder Chiu formed hand seals and pointed towards a nearby paper crane. The crane swiftly took flight, heading towards the task board outside the hall, promptly posting the mission to eradicate the demon. Witnessing Elder Chiu's remarkable technique, Han Qifeng felt a surge of awe and reverence. For Elder Chiu was indeed a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. The moment the mission was published, it quickly garnered considerable interest, as slaying a demon practicing demonic arts not only elevated their reputation, but also earned them task points, which could be exchanged for techniques, spiritual items, and more within the sect. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a team of 7 departed the Qinghe Immortal Sect alongside Han Qifeng. Among these 7 individuals, one has reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, Two have attained the 8th layer, while the remaining 4 range from the 6th to the 8th layer. It is not that the QNGH she NM does not value this situation or is unwilling to dispatch a foundational cultivator, rather, within their sphere of influence. How could the HN family dare to resist? As time progressed into the evening, HNQF Ing and his entourage entered the grand estate of the HN family. The guards, upon witnessing the menacing presence of the QNGH she NMN's formidable cultivators, were filled with trepidation and hastily ushered them inside, quickly leading them to seek out the clan leader, HNT New York Ing. A palpable sense of impending turmoil enveloped the atmosphere. Why have the people from QNGH she NMN arrived? Could it be that HNQF Ing has gone to report HNL's practice of demonic arts? If that were the case, it would spell significant trouble. As they proceeded towards the HN family's conference hall, HNQ Nixu, who was by the lotus pond feeding the koi, suddenly shifted her expression. The more she pondered, the more she felt this possibility loomed large. How could the third elder be so impulsive? Did he not realize this would bring considerable trouble to the HN family? Or was it that, due to her father's inaction regarding HNL, he harbored resentment even towards him and acted with intent? Growing increasingly anxious, HNQ Nixu hastily scattered the fish food into the water, stood up, and made her way towards the conference hall, intending to inform HNT New York Ing in advance. Normally, HNT New York Ing would be found in the conference hall, but after just a few steps, she quickly altered her course towards HNL's residence. Within HNL's courtyard, he sat cross-legged, engaged in the practice of the C-ing do shu technique. As a jolt coursed through him, a line of small text appeared in the otherwise blank scripture within his mind. C-ing do shu technique level 4. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Another level attained. A smile crept across HNL's face. This technique consists of 9 levels, and should one reach its pinnacle, each level could siphon away 9 years of another's lifespan. What a tremendous benefit that would be. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. HNL raised his head and approached the door, opening it to find HNQ Nexus standing there. Why have you come again? He questioned, his brow furrowing at the sight of her. To be honest, he was somewhat unwelcoming towards her, as she had only just departed from him a few hours prior. After he returned from the conference hall, it wasn't long before HNQ Nexu followed him in, inquiring whether he had indeed killed HNCH New York. Naturally, HNL continued to deny it, yet after a thorough analysis from HNQ Nexu, he felt a pang of anxiety. He even began to suspect whether she had been lurking nearby, witnessing everything. Nevertheless, he steadfastly maintained his denial. HNQ Nexu, feeling exasperated, could only rise and leave. I came to urge you to flee. Flee. HNL responded, confused by her words. He chuckled softly. What has happened? Is HNQF in causing trouble again? Was he inciting the clan leader to capture me in order to avenge Han Xingyu? My father is not so capricious. Han Xingxue shot him an irritated glare, stating, I allowed you to escape because the people from the Qinghe Xianmen have arrived. Moreover, Han Qifeng is nearby. I suspect he has gone to the Qinghe Xianmen to accuse you of practicing demonic arts. They are coming to apprehend you. After all, your mastery of that withered wood technique is rather sinister. Qinghe Xianmen? Han Li's expression shifted abruptly. This old fool truly disregarded everything and ran to the Qinghe Xianmen to lodge a complaint. Did he not fear that the Han family would also be implicated? Just as Han Li's voice fell, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. We must leave. They seem to be approaching. Han Qingshue's delicate face darkened as she urgently urged him. No, I cannot simply depart. If I do, I would be endangering you and the clan leader. Han Li's expression grew serious as he spoke swiftly. His mind raced, and in a sudden burst, he lunged forward, retrieving a dagger from beneath the 8 immortals table in the room, securing it at his waist. This dagger was the very one that had severed Han Xinyu's head, a divine weapon bequeathed by his grandfather, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, extremely sharp. Typically, Han Li carried it when venturing out, but when at home, he concealed it beneath the 8 immortals table. Then, Han Li turned to Han Qingxue and commanded, Hurry, let us spar. Han Qingxue was taken aback. Han Li actually wanted to engage her in combat? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Han Li suddenly struck, his palm landing firmly against her chest. Chapter 11. Blocking the filth and betraying the Han clan in an instant. A sensation of softness and resilience enveloped him. However, Han Li did not take the time to savor it. Instead, he let out a piercing scream. Han Qingxue, I never imagined my concealment would be so effective, yet you have uncovered it. But you will never stop me. As he spoke, Han Li swiftly drew the dagger from his waist and brandished it towards Han Qingxue. Startled, Han Qingxue clutched her aching chest and hastily retreated. As astute as she was, she quickly grasped Han Li's intentions. The net of heaven is vast and intricate, yet nothing escapes its grasp. You have practiced demonic arts and harmed the members of the Han family. I will not allow you to escape. Han Qingxue shouted while backing away. Although she had reached the 5th level of qi refining, facing Han Li, who wielded the dagger with ferocity, she could only evade the attack for the moment. Their voices echoed throughout the courtyard. Boom! With a deafening crash, the courtyard door was shattered, and Han Qingxue was thrown back. Han Li emerged, dagger in hand. And as he stepped outside, they were met by a group of people hastily approaching. Qingxue, what are you doing here? Among them was Han Tianyang, whose expression was far from pleasant. After enduring a nearly insulting reprimand, he had no choice but to endure his displeasure. At the insistence of the Qinghe Xianmen cultivators, he had rushed over to Han Li's side, only to witness this scene unfold. Father, hurry, stop him. I just discovered that he indeed practices demonic arts. Han Qingxue shouted through gritted teeth. You may be many, but I shall return stronger to deal with you all. Han Li bellowed. From this day forth Han Li, sever ties with the Han family, and in the future, I shall return to exact vengeance. With that, he stomped his foot on the ground and swiftly retreated towards the courtyard exit. Hearing his words, Han Qingxue's heart trembled. To protect the Han family and distance herself from him, she would have to bear the burden of disgrace. Little demon, leave him to me. If you do not regard the Han family, then let the Qinghe Xianmen take your life. A stern voice followed. A young cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining from Qinghe Xianmen drew his sword and shot towards Han Li. The sound of the sword was deafening, and the hundreds of meters distance vanished in an instant. The sharp sword energy even severed a few strands of Han Qingxue's flowing hair as it passed by her. Swoosh! Sensing the surge of spiritual energy approaching from behind, Han Li roared and swung his dagger fiercely. Simultaneously, he ignited 10 years of lifespan acquired from a longevity elixir. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the incoming sword was sent crashing away, and Han Li was also thrown back, coughing up blood. Yet, with a deft maneuver, he sprang back to his feet and charged outward, shouting, Qinghe Xianmen, wait until I become stronger. Even if you are a foundational sect, I will annihilate you. Seeking death. The young cultivator of the 9th level of qi refinement from the Qinghe immortal sect let out a furious shout. However, he was also taken aback. From the words of the Han family members, he understood that Han Li's current cultivation was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. His sword could have easily pinned Han Li to the ground, yet he was unexpectedly repelled, with Han Li merely spitting out a mouthful of blood. Truly, it was no surprise that he had cultivated demonic arts, for only through such practices could he wield power that defied his own realm. We must pursue him, otherwise, who knows how many lives will be lost at his hands, remarked a man of the 8th level of qi refinement beside the young man. That is inevitable. Qinshi, you stay at the Han residence to gather more information. We shall set off to chase him. The young man commanded coldly. Brother Yun, you should remain here at the Han residence. Allowing such a little demon to escape once is one thing, but can we really let him escape a second time? He does not merit your direct intervention, said Qinshi, the 8th level cultivator. After speaking, he glanced at the other 5 individuals, beckoning them to pursue Han Li. The young man remained stationary. Given his status, personally leading the charge against Han Li seemed somewhat excessive. He turned his gaze toward Han Qingxue. Her tall stature, exquisite features, and cascading long hair all spoke of her beauty. Particularly striking were her long legs, which drew attention even among the rarest of beauties in the Qinghe immortal sect. The young man's stern expression softened slightly. You must be the daughter of the Han clan leader. Pray tell, how is it that you find yourself here? And how did you engage him in battle? Even the clan leader was unaware of these events. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qingxue clasped her hands and replied, It was a fortuitous discovery on my part. In the wake of Han Qinyu's death, the entire Han family has been tirelessly seeking the perpetrator. As the eldest daughter of the Han family, I naturally felt compelled to take part in the investigation, so I traversed the area in search of even the slightest clue. Little did I expect that when I approached Han Li to inquire about certain matters, I sensed an unusually ominous aura emanating from him. His state was not that of an ordinary person. There was a chilling murderous intent radiating from him. I suspected he might be practicing demonic arts, and my questioning seemed to provoke his ire. Perhaps my sudden interruption of his cultivation led him to lose his composure and attack me. With a sigh, Han Qingxue added, Ultimately, I was too careless. Otherwise, with my 5th level of qi refinement, I should have been able to restrain him. I see, the young man acknowledged with a nod. Just then, Han Qifeng stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Qingxue, shouting, Han Qingxue, you truly possess a talent for fabrication. I suspect you have come to inform him of our plans. Third Elder, I can understand your anger, but do not slander me without cause. Why would I inform him? What benefit would that confer upon me? Furthermore, if I were to alert him and facilitate his escape, it would only bring harm upon myself and my father. Why should I sacrifice so greatly for a mere practitioner of dark arts? Han Qingxue immediately turned to Han Qifeng, vociferously retorting, how fortuitous. Just as we arrive to apprehend Han Li, you appear here engaged in a fierce altercation. The words of the third elder were even more ludicrous. Did you run to the Qinghe sect to lodge a complaint and conveniently inform me in advance? How else could I have been so precise in my warning at the moment of your arrival? Han Qingxue scoffed, challenging Han Qifeng. Han Qifeng opened his mouth to counter, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to a heavy, disdainful snort. Very well, once we capture Han Li, everything will become clear. As it stands, I believe Miss Han would not act so foolishly. A single misstep could cost one their fortune and life. Would you not agree? Miss Han, the young man spoke, his smile directed at Han Qingxue. What you say is indeed true, and I appreciate your understanding, senior brother. I, Han Qingxue, have no familial ties to him. Why would I gamble my own fortune and life to assist him? Moreover, he cannot escape the grasp of the Qinghe sect. To them, he is but an insignificant insect. Han Qingxue articulated her thoughts with remarkable candor. Yet, she found herself in an inextricable predicament. She must sever all connections, lest Han Li's intentions be rendered futile. Han Li acted as he did precisely to prevent the Han family from being embroiled in this matter. Ha. Miss Han possesses a clear understanding of the situation. How about we proceed to your family's council chamber to await developments? Additionally, I would like to examine your withered tree palm technique to discern how he managed to cultivate dark arts from a practice none of you noticed. Or is it possible he secretly harbored a tome of dark arts, and you have been misled? The young gentleman spoke with conviction, to which Han Tianyang promptly responded, indeed. Please. Subsequently, the group turned and returned to the Han family's council chamber. Meanwhile, outside the Han estate, Han Li, having scaled the wall, hastened towards the southern foothills of the Han family estate. Chapter 12. Jungle Combat. Frenzied life seizing the cloud mist mountain lies approximately 30 miles from the Han family, perpetually shrouded in a thick veil of fog. As darkness envelopes the sky, the mist grows so dense that one cannot see their own hand in front of their face. Few dare to venture into Cloud Mist Mountain at night, for it is said to harbor formidable monstrosities, deterring even the foundational sects of cultivators from delving too deeply. Yet, for Han Li, this was fortuitous. With every ounce of strength, he surged into the mountain's depths. Even before he fully arrived, the fog had thickened, cloaking his swift form. Han Li endeavored to steady his breath, lowering its frequency to the utmost. This little demon is remarkably swift. None of us can catch him, one man exclaimed, directing his words towards Chen Qi, the formidable cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Indeed, Brother Chun, another echoed. He is exhausting his physical prowess with that demonic technique. His strength must surely be diminished. Capturing him should be a simple task. The group of 6 began their search. However, the dense fog made it challenging to locate Yi Chun, prompting them to split up for a more thorough search. Han Li, being only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, was hardly regarded as a threat after such exhaustive exertion. Closer, ever closer, Han Li heard footsteps approaching. Search. As the footsteps drew within 2 meters, he struck suddenly, aiming his dagger at the man's throat. I've awaited your arrival for quite some time, the man shouted, seemingly anticipating Han Li's move, swiftly raising his sword to deflect the dagger. The clash produced a spark as the dagger met the blade. However, moments later, the man suffered 6 swift strikes to his abdomen. With a sudden gasp, the man expelled a copious amount of blood, bewildered by the turn of events. What just transpired? I clearly blocked his attack, yet I still bleed. He was alarmed, sensing a hollow sensation within himself. Be cautious. He wields a demonic technique that can siphon your lifespan. Chen Qi suddenly recalled, shouting a warning. Instantly, the group became more vigilant. The demonic arts were ruthless, yielding unfathomable effects. After successfully seizing 24 years of lifespan, Han Li contemplated his gains. With the 30 years he had yet to exhaust, combined with the newly acquired 24, he had amassed a total of 54 years. He pondered how far this would advance his life-seizing technique. As far as he knew, lifespans below the foundation level were typically around 100 years. Although he had become a cultivator, his lifespan had not significantly increased. It is merely a matter of harnessing a greater array of martial arts techniques, rendering one's abilities significantly superior to those of an ordinary individual. There exist methods to extend one's lifespan, with the potential to directly augment it to over 2 centuries post-Foundation establishment. Should he succeed in advancing the art of seizing life to the 9th level, a single strike could translate to 9 years, and with a mere 7 strikes, he could usher his opponent into the realm of extreme old age. This would drastically diminish their agility and reflexes. At that moment, Hanli focused his thoughts and expended the 54 years of stolen lifespan he had acquired. It was not that he was reluctant to deplete his own lifespan. Rather, he discovered he was unable to do so. He could only utilize the reclaimed years for expenditure or breakthroughs. This notion bore a striking resemblance to a demonic art. Fortunately, this dark power was firmly within his grasp. By expending 54 years of lifespan, he advanced the art of seizing life to the 9th celestial level, leaving in excess of 4 years unutilized. A line of small characters appeared in the silent scripture within his mind. A spark of realization ignited within Hanli, with 10 years required to elevate 1 level and an additional 4 years remaining. Combined with his prior training that had already brought the art of seizing life to the 4th level, it effectively meant he had ascended directly to the 9th level. With a swift motion, Hanli picked up a stone beside his foot and hurled it forth, causing a resounding crash upon impact with the ground. In that instant, an adversary swung a sword towards the fallen stone, and Hanli seized the moment to act. The sound of slaps echoed as he struck 7 times. When the man finally reacted and attempted to slash at Hanli, he was stunned to find his strength had dissipated instantaneously. The sword, once wielded with ease, felt as heavy as lead, crashing to the ground as he stumbled, collapsing to the earth. 7 strikes, amounting to 63 years, combined with his original age of 26, instantaneously transformed him into an elderly man of 89. The abrupt deprivation of lifespan and the instantaneous aging of his bodily functions were simply unbearable. As he fell, he fractured his tailbone, emitting cries of agony. "Help me. Someone please." Yet, in the next breath, Hanli seized him and hurled him aside. Almost simultaneously, 3 swords descended upon the man, cleaving him into 3 segments, his blood splattering in all directions. "You scoundrel! You fiend! If you possess any courage, do not hide, but engage us in a genuine confrontation," shouted Chen Shi and his 2 companions, their voices laced with fury. Their brother had perished at their own hands. A wrath that words could scarcely convey. 67 years of lifespan should suffice to elevate me 2 more minor realms, Hanli contemplated as he once again evaded, concealing himself beside a grand tree. Without hesitation, he began to expend the 63 years of lifespan he had just seized, augmenting it with the previously reserved 4 years, totaling 67 years of vitality. Having consumed 40 years of lifespan, he attained the 5th level of chi refinement. At that moment, a line of small characters appeared on the wordless scripture. 40 years? It took 10 more years than the previous leap from the 3rd to the 4th level of chi refinement. Hanli furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that with each elevation in realm, the consumption of lifespan increased significantly. It was not as he had previously assumed, that a mere 30 years would suffice for a minor advancement. Now that he had reached the 5th level of chi refinement, his perception of the surroundings had sharpened considerably. In an instant, Hanli executed a swift roll and darted away, causing the massive tree he had concealed himself behind to crash down thunderously. "Catch up to him. I see him," Chen Shi bellowed, directing several others to pursue Hanli, but they quickly lost sight of him once again. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the forest, the rustling leaves sounding like phantom applause. The dense fog clung to their faces, gradually soaking their garments. "Senior brother Chen, shall we retreat? The fog is too thick. It's challenging to ascertain his position," suggested a man who had just lost 24 years of his lifespan. A sense of eerie dread enveloped him as he spoke. Chen Shi's brow furrowed in response. "With so many of us here to capture a mere insect of the 4th level of chi refinement, not only have we failed, but we have also lost one of our own. If this news spreads, our reputation will be tarnished, and how can we continue to navigate the immortal sect thereafter? We must capture him today. Remain vigilant." "Very well," the speaking man sighed in resignation. He was at the 7th level of chi refinement, while the individual slain by Han Li was at the 6th level. Had he been at that level, he too might have met the same fate. Heightening his vigilance to the utmost, he suddenly felt something ensnare his leg. He swiftly swung his sword in response. Not good. In the next instant, a jolt of panic surged through him as he realized that the obstruction was merely a branch. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of palm strikes hurtled towards him. Then, a flash of light swept by, severing his neck in an instant. Chapter 13. The joy of corpse touching another life has been extinguished. How infuriating. "You demon, If you possess the courage, show yourself instead of hiding. No sooner had the words left his lips than another victim fell. Qin, consumed by rage, began to roar, wielding his sword with fervor, sweeping through the nearby underbrush with wild abandon. The other three joined him, brandishing their swords in a frenzied assault. After a considerable time, they found themselves panting, yet still, Han Li's figure remained elusive. Then, with a thunderous shout, Qin commanded, "Let us gather together and cease scattering. We cannot afford to grant him any opportunity." The four of them promptly converged toward the center. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air, prompting the trio to rush toward the source. Yet, it was too late. The unfortunate soul bore a gaping wound atop his head, now resembling an old man. It appeared that the technique of siphoning life did not necessitate a series of strikes. Merely maintaining contact was sufficient. With 2 lives claimed, he had extracted a total of 110 years of life essence, allowing him to ascend yet again. Han Li hung inverted from a nearby tree, having expended 70 years of vitality to reach the 6th level of Qi refinement. A line of small characters materialized in the tome of his mind. This time, the consumption had increased by 30 years compared to the previous occasion. It seemed that with each elevation in realm, the life force required surged exponentially. As he contemplated future advancements, he realized that the cost of each ascension would likely be a staggering figure, and this was still before reaching the foundation establishment stage. The revelations within the tome instilled in Han Li a sense of urgency. He must endeavor to siphon more life essence from others, lest he fall short of what he needed. With 3 individuals remaining, 2 at the 8th level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 7th, the trio of Qin formed a triangular formation, their bodies taut with tension, fearful that Han Li might emerge from any shadow. "Qin, perhaps we should retreat for now. The night is dark and the winds fierce, and we are engulfed in this thick, fog-laden forest. The uncertainties are overwhelming. We can pursue him again in daylight." As time crept by, the other Qi refinement 8th level cultivator began to waver, anxiety gnawing at his resolve. Qin's expression darkened. They were 6 in total, even the weakest among them possessing the strength of the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet they had returned empty-handed, suffering the loss of 3 comrades. The thought of returning home, only to become the subject of gossip among the disciples of the Qinghe immortal sect, was mortifying. "Brother Chun, let us withdraw for now," urged the Qi refinement 7th level man, his unease palpable, as if Han Li were lurking just out of sight. The pressure was unbearable. "Very well, we shall retreat." Qin gritted his teeth, resolving to fall back for the time being. "Is this how easily you yield? The disciples of the Qinghe immortal sect are merely a fade." At that moment, Han Li's mocking voice resonated through the air. The 3 retreating figures halted abruptly, and Qin bellowed with fury, "You scoundrel! If you have the audacity, confront us directly. Heh, each of you possesses a realm far superior to mine, and yet you dare to speak of confronting me head-on? Were I to share your level, I would dispatch you with the ease of slaughtering chickens. You are audacious, you. A vile sorcerer, practicing dark arts, shall meet a grim fate. Allow me to indulge in my words for now, but come dawn, we shall unleash a relentless pursuit upon you, leaving you with no escape above or below." Qin roared repeatedly, his fury boiling as he yearned to charge towards the source of the taunts aimed at Han Li. "Ah, truly fearsome indeed. Allow me to share my thoughts as well. As long as the Qinghe immortal sect fails to extinguish my existence, I vow that one day I shall turn its grounds into a river of blood, sparing none, not even the tiniest of newborn rodents. To hell with it, I refuse to retreat. I shall see your demise." Han Li's words ignited an uncontrollable rage within Qin, who could no longer contain himself and lunged forward with his sword raised. The other 2 hastily reached out to restrain him, shouting, "Don't fall for his provocations." But it was already too late. Qin's blade danced through the air with relentless precision, slicing through the dense fog as he pursued the voice's origin. He even glimpsed a figure suspended from a branch. "At last, I have found you." Qin roared inwardly, then propelled himself off the ground, executing a flying leap towards his target, his sword poised to strike with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the figure was cleaved in 2. "Huh, vile sorcerer, now you shall perish." Qin erupted into laughter at the sight of the dismembered body. Yet, at that moment, a voice rang out from behind him. "How ruthless! Even your own fellow disciple is not spared." Qin's laughter froze abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been charged by a rampaging bull, his lower back assaulted by a series of strikes. Realization dawned upon him. The figure he had slain was not Han Li, but rather the corpse of his own junior disciple. Whoosh! Qin's reflexes were remarkably swift, and within a heartbeat, he swung his sword backward. However, Han Li was swifter still, retreating decisively after delivering 6 powerful blows, causing Chen Qi's strike to miss its mark. With a spurt of blood, Chen Qi found himself aging rapidly, his vitality waning at an alarming rate. Once a vibrant 27-year-old, he now felt as though he had become an octogenarian in an instant. This drastic transformation sent him into a panic, having emptied his strike. He dared not linger any longer and rushed towards the other two. Yet, as he approached, he suddenly realized there were not 2 but 3 figures. Han Li had somehow positioned himself between them. Chen Qi's mouth gaped in shock. Just as he was about to shout, Han Li made his move, hands raising towards them in a swift motion. The two let out a cry, feeling an unseen force rapidly draining their essence, their vitality deteriorating before their very eyes. Run! 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 Han Li was simply too sinister. It was utterly impossible to fight back. Chen Qi exerted every ounce of strength he had as he sprinted towards the mountains. Behind him, the sounds of battle erupted, but they were short-lived, soon replaced by 2 anguished cries. A shiver ran down Chen Qi's spine, propelling him to run even faster. Han Li stood amidst the swirling mist, observing the direction in which Chen Qi fled, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly believe you can escape? A mocking grin spread across Han Li's face. The reason he had allowed Chen Qi to go was to escalate the stakes. He drew all firepower towards himself, diverting potential threats away from the Han family. Subsequently, Han Li began his macabre exploration of the fallen. He was intimately familiar with the terrain, having often accompanied his grandfather, Han Shan, to this very place in search of medicinal herbs and wild grasses during his childhood. Thus, within this fog-laden forest, he navigated with remarkable ease. After thoroughly searching several corpses, Han Li tore a piece of clothing from them to fashion a makeshift pouch before turning to depart. Chapter 14. You are not mistaken. You are merely aware of your impending demise. At this moment, the Han family courtyard remained brilliantly illuminated, with everyone anxiously awaiting good news. Why was it taking so long? Logically, the demon Han Li should have been brought back by Chen Qi by now. Yuan Hai paced restlessly within the hall, having traversed its length innumerable times. He even contemplated going to investigate the situation personally. Report to the clan leader. An elderly man has arrived at the entrance, claiming to be Chen Qi and demanding immediate entry. Shall we let him in? Let him in. Hurry. Yuan Hai, already impatient, urged fervently. Soon, Chen Qi was escorted into the hall by 2 members of the Han family. Upon seeing the elderly, white-haired Chen Qi, the gathered crowd gasped in shock. Had it not been for his recognizable features and familiar attire, they would scarcely have dared to acknowledge him. Chen Qi, what has happened to you? And what about the others? Why haven't they returned? Yuan Hai queried anxiously. Brother Yuan Hai, they cannot return. None of them can. Chen Qi's words struck the hearts of those present like a thunderclap. First, let me sit and have a sip of water. I nearly did not make it back. Chen Qi's voice trembled with anger and uncontainable fear. A member of the Han family swiftly procured a chair for him, and Chen Qi recounted the harrowing events. Damn it, this demon is truly insidious. Upon hearing his account, Yuan Hai clenched his fists tightly. Had I known, I would have accompanied you. Perhaps we could have slain him. You all were too careless, failing to devise a solid strategy, allowing him to defeat you one by one. Yuan Hai spoke with a tone of disappointment. Brother, please do not scold me. Look at what I have become. Help me find a way to regain my lost lifespan. Chen Qi's voice wavered with despair. Regain your lifespan? You should be grateful to be alive. Yuan Hai scoffed. You may have lost your longevity, but they have lost their very lives. As the leader of the group, you bear the brunt of the responsibility. Chen Qi's expression was one of despair. Had he known, he would never have volunteered for such a perilous task. If only he had allowed Yuan Hai to lead the effort to capture Han Li, none of this would have transpired. Yuan Hai snorted again, turning to Han Tianyang. Han Tianyang, we must urgently return to the immortal sect. Your family must also closely monitor his whereabouts, having already killed 5 disciples of the sect. He shall find no refuge in Amping County. Certainly. Rest assured, young Master Yuan, my Han family will remain vigilant and promptly report any developments to intercept him. Han Tianyang swiftly affirmed his stance. Yuan Hai merely nodded, then turned to the distraught Chen Qi, grasping his arm firmly. Cease this despondent demeanor. First, return to the Celestial Gate and report this matter. Subsequently, consult the elders to see if any longevity elixirs can be procured for you. Very well, very well. Chen Qi hastily rose, his heart brimming with an impenetrable resentment towards Han Li. Young Master Yuan, please wait a moment. Take this with you. Just as Yuan Hai was about to exit the hall, Han Tianyang hurriedly approached his side and handed him a heavy pouch. Yuan Hai scrutinized the weighty pouch in his hand, his expression turning stern. Clan leader Han, what is the meaning of this? I had intended to accommodate the young master and his companion for a night, yet given the urgency of the situation, I fear you would prefer to leave. Thus, I have prepared a modest token of goodwill. I beseech you not to decline, for it would deeply trouble me to have failed in my hospitality. Han Tianyong replied with a smile. Very well, since you are so considerate, I shall accept it. A satisfied smile graced Yan Hai's face. The disciples of the Qinghe Xianmen most relished accompanying the elders to inspect various qi refining families, for there were certainly opportunities to gain. Albeit, typically the spoils would end up in the elders' pockets. Moreover, the pouch of spirit stones presented by Han Tianyong was quite substantial. After seeing them off, Han Tianyong promptly ordered the doors of the Han residence to be secured tightly. A flicker of fury flashed across his face as he coldly commanded all members of the Han family, all those aged 14 and above, assemble in the conference hall. All Han family members aged 14 and older gathered there. However, as Han Tianyong surveyed the crowd, he noticed the absence of Han Qifeng. Where's Han Qifeng? Why has he not arrived? He bellowed. I do not know, clan leader. We have not seen Han Qifeng. The others exchanged glances and replied. Clan leader. Clan leader. Third elder Han Qifeng has fled. I just saw a figure resembling him scale the courtyard wall and escape. At that moment, a member of the Han clan rushed forward to inform Han Tianyong. This scoundrel. He nearly jeopardized our clan's safety, and yet he dares to run. Han Tianyong seethed, slamming his palm onto a nearby tea table, shattering it to pieces. The others in the hall began to berate Han Qifeng in unison. Had it not been for Han Li's reckless actions, the Han clan would surely find itself in dire straits, especially Han Tianyong, the current clan leader, who was bound to face severe consequences. Silence. After a cacophony of complaints, Han Tianyong bellowed. He then turned his glare towards Han Ruyan, who trembled visibly among the crowd. Upon learning of Han Tianyong's flight, she had already begun to panic. Han Ruyan, I never imagined you were so closely allied with the third elder. What schemes have you both conspired? Han Tianyong's icy gaze bore into her as he demanded. With a thud, Han Ruyan trembled and knelt before Han Tianyong. I implore the clan leader to temper his wrath. In a moment of confusion, I too have erred, and I offer my sincerest apologies to my family. My intentions have always been noble. I never wished to bring trouble upon us. I was unaware that the third elder would suddenly venture to the Qinghe immortal sect. Han Ruyan explained with trepidation, inwardly cursing Han Qifeng for his untimely revelation of having seen Han Li scaling the courtyard wall in the dead of night. Did you truly think ignorance would suffice? Han Tianyong scoffed, his disbelief in Han Ruyan's explanation evident. Leader, I genuinely had no knowledge of his journey to the Qinghe immortal sect. I merely wished for him to eliminate Han Li. Humph. As your brother, albeit not by blood, Han Li's parents rescued you from the clutches of fire, and yet you schemed to bring about his demise? Do not insult my intelligence with claims of righteous indignation due to his cultivation of demonic arts. Such excuses are fit only for the ears of fools. A woman with such a venomous heart has no place in the Han family. Leader, I am truly sorry. I recognize my faults. Please grant me another chance. Han Ruyan's complexion paled as she hastily bowed her head before Han Tianyong, the sound of her kowtowing echoing loudly. Yet, Han Tianyong's expression remained icy and unyielding. You do not comprehend your mistakes. You merely understand that your life is in peril. Chapter 15. Entering Anping County. Han Ruyan trembled all over. Was she to be executed? Her fear reached its zenith. Then, with a sweeping gesture, Han Tianyong commanded, Elder Lin, strip her of her cultivation, revoke her surname Han, and expel her from the Han family. Ultimately, Han Tianyong refrained from directly taking Han Ruyan's life. To incapacitate her and cast her out was, in his mind, a fate that would not grant her much longevity. Yes, Patriarch. Elder Han Linzhong stepped forward from the Hall of Punishments, striding confidently towards Han Ruyan. Elder, please grant me one chance. I beg you, just one chance. Han Ruyan cried out in terror, pleading fervently. The Patriarch has shown you mercy by sparing your life. Do not be ungrateful, Han Ruyan. Han Linzhong scoffed, seizing her shoulder and lifting her effortlessly. With a surge of energy, he struck her dantian. A sickening sound echoed as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. It felt as though something within her had shattered, and her cultivation at the second level of qi refinement rapidly dissipated. Within mere breaths, her power vanished entirely. The onlookers in the grand hall gasped in shock. Yet, deep down, they felt that Han Ruyan had brought this upon herself. After all, she was merely an adopted member of the Han family. Had she simply devoted herself to her training and obeyed, none of this would have transpired. For her to engage in such matters and stir up trouble, not executing her was indeed a leniency from Han Tianyong. collapsed on the ground. Han Rian's eyes brimmed with tears as she wept uncontrollably. Take her away. Throw her into the streets, never to return to the Han family estate. Han Linzhong decreed next. 2 disciples from the Hall of Punishments approached, lifting her arms and dragging her to the entrance of the Han residence, discarding her like a lifeless dog. Han Ruyan fell to the ground, lifting her head to glare at the plaque of the Han family with eyes full of resentment. Clenching her fists tightly, her long nails dug into her flesh, drawing blood. Yet she did not relent. Han family of the Qi refinement, you treat me, Han Ruyan, in such a manner. I vow that one day, I shall exact revenge. A fierce retribution. In that moment, her hatred for the Han family reached its peak. I will take vengeance. I will annihilate every member of the Han family. Otherwise, my resentment shall never be quelled. After lingering there for quite some time, Han Ruyan finally mustered the strength to rise, dragging her broken body into the night. Meanwhile, in the Han family's conference hall, the crowd turned their gaze towards Han Tianyong, inquiring about his plans for Han Qifeng. Let him go. Let him run. He replied dismissively. Are we simply to allow him to escape? Should we not pursue him? Han Linzhong echoed. There is no need to waste our strength in tracking him. He fled out of guilt, but he will undoubtedly seek revenge for Han Qinyu, and will certainly go after Han Li. Thus, how long he survives depends on when he confronts Han Li, Han Tianyong stated with a cold smile. After delivering a stern admonishment to the remaining members of the Han family, he dismissed most of them. Only the Grand Elder Han Xiong, the second elder, Elder Han Chu of the Scripture Pavilion, along with Han Linzhong and Han Qingxue, remained among the core members. He then inquired of Han Qingxue, Qingxue, have you truly discovered that Han Li is cultivating demonic arts? No, father. In truth, I have not found evidence of him practicing such arts. It was Han Li who, in an effort to protect the Han family, distanced himself from our ties and took upon himself all responsibilities. Han Qingxue shook her head and recounted the true circumstances of the matter. Fortunately, you acted wisely and notified Han Li. It is thanks to his profound understanding of righteousness and his broad perspective that we were spared grave losses this time. Otherwise, our family would undoubtedly have faced severe repercussions from the Qinghe immortal sect, and losing our lives might have been the least of our troubles. After Han Qingxue finished speaking, Han Tianyong took a deep breath and added, Indeed, we owe our gratitude to Han Li. Otherwise, the trouble would have been immense. Han Xiong and the others understood the implications and nodded in agreement. I hope he can evade the pursuit. However, ever since he began cultivating the drywood technique, it's as if he has been endowed with extraordinary powers. Given the circumstances of tonight, even I would likely suffer greatly if faced with them. Han Xiong sighed deeply. He was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, sharing the same realm as Han Tianyong, yet confronted with Chen Qi and his companions, 2 at the 8th level, 1 at the 7th, and 2 at the 6th, he could not expect to gain the upper hand. Conversely, Han Li had managed to turn the tables on them almost entirely. In a matter of days, Han Li had surpassed them, leaving a complex and unnameable feeling in the hearts of the others. As time flowed by, early the next morning, news emanated from the Qinghe immortal sect, demanding that all subordinate forces apprehend Han Li. A bounty was issued, calling for his capture throughout the vast expanse of Anping County, which was home to not only the Qinghe immortal sect, but also 2 other foundational sections. The bounty was set at an astonishing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are an exceedingly precious resource for cultivators. The Han family, as a Qi refinement clan, earned merely 2,000 low-grade spirit stones in an entire year. This bounty represented half a year's total income of a Qi refinement family dedicated to capturing Han Li. Upon the issuance of the wanted notice, a wave swept across Anping County. Meanwhile, approximately 100 miles away from the Han family, in a bamboo grove, Han Li had spent the night in meditation, expending a full 120 years of his lifespan. He had elevated his realm once more, attaining the 7th level of Qi refinement. The newfound strength and heightened perception elicited an uncontrollable smile from Han Li. I still have 84 years of lifespan remaining, which is insufficient for me to ascend another realm. Perhaps I should venture into the city to procure additional techniques and supportive cultivation resources, Han Li mused to himself. He now relied on his unique insights and the wordless scripture in his mind. The solitary cultivation method he practiced was solely the yang collecting and life-claiming technique, which felt overly simplistic. Thus, he needed to acquire an entirely new martial art. Moreover, he discovered that the martial arts he had previously learned from the Han family could not be reflected in this wordless scripture. Perhaps only techniques he had never studied could be deduced and comprehended. With a firm resolve, Han Li prepared to journey to Yong'an City. Yong'an City, the largest metropolis in Anping Prefecture, housed an all-encompassing treasure tower known as the Wanbao Pavilion. In his youth, he had accompanied his grandfather to Yong'an City, where he had heard tales about its various aspects. To ensure caution, Han Li did not set off immediately. Instead, he felled several bamboo stalks, whittled them into thin slices, and wove them into a straw hat. He then fashioned a simple cloak by cutting an old garment that had previously held spirit stones and other belongings into a circular shape to conceal his face. Only then did he venture out of the bamboo grove, heading towards Yong'an City, which lay approximately 100 miles away. Upon arriving in Yong'an City, Han Li paid an entrance fee of 2 low-grade spirit stones. Within the city, aside from a few prominent families and the 3 major foundation building sects, all other individuals were required to pay an entrance fee of 1 to 2 low-grade spirit stones. The sheer volume of daily comings and goings resulted in an astonishingly high total for these fees, all of which ultimately went to the prefectural governor. The governor was the most powerful figure in Anping Prefecture, affiliated with the imperial court, and it was said that he was an exceedingly formidable golden core cultivator capable of overshadowing the 3 major foundation building sections. However, this remained mere rumor, as those who had witnessed the true power of the governor were said to have perished. How wonderful it would be to become a governor of a prefecture, lounging daily upon a pile of spirit stones. Chapter 16. A new martial art, the blood-drinking demon-slaying sword after paying the spirit stones. Han Li gazed at the numerous crates piled high with entrance fees, a wave of envy surging within him. Upon entering the city, he navigated through winding paths and, after inquiring about directions, arrived at the location of the Wanbao Pavilion. Once inside, Han Li removed the cloak from his head and held it in his hands. A stunning beauty, with a slender waist and ample bosom, greeted him. "May I inquire what you wish to purchase, young sir?" "I seek to acquire some martial arts techniques and medicinal herbs, preferably those that can heal wounds or sustain me during prolonged exertion. Does your Wanbao Pavilion have such items?" "Indeed, young sir, you have come to the right place. In Yong'an City, if Wanbao Pavilion cannot provide it, you shall find it even more difficult elsewhere." The saleswoman replied warmly, her smile radiant. She was enthusiastic, sensing that Han Li intended to make significant purchases. "May I ask what type of martial arts techniques you wish to buy? Additionally, what is your budget? I can assist you in selecting. Or I can summon our esteemed elder in martial arts to recommend suitable options," she continued. Han Li fell silent, for he was unfamiliar with the subject. He had acquired 3 medium-grade spirit stones, 345 low-grade spirit stones, and various other items such as jade pendants and gold ornaments from several individuals. "Perhaps you could fetch your elder to provide recommendations, along with their prices," Han Li suggested. "Of course, young sir. Please wait a moment." Soon, a short, somewhat plump middle-aged man approached with a beaming smile. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Li Gang, the elder of martial arts here. I shall be at your service." "Thank you." Han Li expressed his gratitude and followed Li Gang. "Young sir, you are likely still in the qi refining stage, am I correct?" Li Gang inquired as they walked. "Indeed. I am still in the qi refining stage," Han Li admitted candidly. "Since you are in the qi refining stage, I recommend you study some fundamental martial arts techniques. Whether for cultivating health, breathing exercises, or those needed for combat, or even basic techniques to enhance your speed. Higher-level techniques would be difficult for you to comprehend at this stage, and they tend to be quite costly, often exceeding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Generally, clients pay with medium-grade or even high-grade spirit stones." "Understood. Then I shall learn some basics. They are quite valuable as well," Han Li replied, his lips twitching slightly. He had initially hoped to acquire higher-level techniques, only to realize he was rather impoverished. However, it was reasonable. Few would venture out carrying a significant amount of spirit stones, unless they possessed a spatial storage ring, which even most foundation establishment cultivators found difficult to obtain. As they spoke, they entered a separate room filled with various martial arts techniques. The room was lined with shelves, closely packed together. The shelves were lined with individual boxes, each marked with the name of a martial art, a brief annotation, and the price. Han Li examined each box carefully and ultimately selected a sword technique titled Blood Soul Sword Art. This particular technique possessed a unique characteristic. The stronger the user's vitality, the more formidable the sword's aura became. Traditionally, it was said that a weapon's effectiveness was proportional to its length, while a dagger could serve as an emergency tool. Han Li had a distinct preference for wielding a sword. The young master displayed commendable discernment. The Blood Soul Sword Art was an exceptionally swift and lethal technique. The higher one's mastery of the sword path, the more ferocious the application became, and it was priced at 300 low-grade spirit stones. How exorbitant! Han Li inwardly scoffed at the price, for it was indeed steep. In the Han family, he could only earn 20 low-grade spirit stones in a year. At this rate, It would take him a decade of diligent saving to purchase a single volume. In a family like the Hans, which specialized in chi refinement, the collection of martial arts was a result of years of efforts from the entire clan. Thus, to grow stronger, one must enter a foundational immortality sect. Neither salary nor resources could compare to those available to an established sect. "I'll take this one," Han Li nodded. Subsequently, Li Gang placed his finger upon the box, and a faint white light flickered. With a click, the box opened. Han Li found this quite astonishing. It resembled a fingerprint lock from his previous life, albeit seeming more sophisticated. Each box of martial arts here is sealed with a restriction. In the Wanyun City Treasure Pavilion, only 3 individuals, including myself, have the authority to unlock them, Li Gang remarked, noticing the surprise in Han Li's eyes with a subtle smile. Han Li chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further comment. The two then exited. Han Li selected several herbs and elixirs, ultimately paying 2 medium-grade spirit stones and 330 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 530 low-grade spirit stones. After packing the items into his robe, he expressed his gratitude, donned his cloak, and turned to leave. Not far from the pavilion, a young attendant approached Li Gang, saying, "Elder Li, we have just received word that the Qinghe Immortal Sect has requested a bounty on a certain fiend. They have sent over an image, hoping we could display it here at the treasure pavilion." "Show it to me," Li Gang replied, extending his hand. The attendant handed over the image, and Li Gang's pupils constricted at once. He quickly glanced outside, but Han Li had already vanished from sight. This fellow has quite the audacity. Even with a bounty on his head, he dares to come to Wanyun City, Li Gang smirked. He had already caught wind of the news regarding the fiend in Anping County, but this was his first encounter with the image. It surprised him, after all. There was a base of the Qinghe Immortal Sect within Wanyun City, and even foundational cultivators stationed there. Did they not fear being captured? Or were they still unaware of the bounty placed upon them? Li Gang's gaze flickered with intrigue. He handed the portrait to Xiao Si and said, "Please post it. I shall step outside for a moment." With that, Li Gang lifted his foot and exited, heading in the direction where Han Li had just departed. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Han Li made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Along the route, he casually purchased a few buns, for it had nearly been a day and night since he last had a meal, and he was still on the move. At this point, he had yet to reach the stage of fasting. As he successfully departed Yong'an City, a slight sense of relief washed over him. He chose not to take the main road, but instead opted for the less frequented narrow path, prioritizing safety. After walking approximately 20 miles, Han Li came across a tea shop at a fork in the road. Apart from a man sipping tea while tending to a pushcart, the proprietor was the only other person present. Han Li approached, ordered a pot of tea, and seated himself to finish his buns before continuing on his journey. Simultaneously, he took out the blood soul sword technique he had just acquired to study. As he perused the cultivation methods inscribed on the scroll, the formless golden book in his mind began to replicate the content of the blood soul sword technique, accompanied by extensive annotations and explanations. "You have cultivated the blood soul sword technique and have comprehended the blood drink breaking demon sword." Chapter 17, Identity Leak. Confrontation with Li Gang. A line of small characters appeared in the silent golden book within Han Li's mind, causing his heart to tremble violently. During his last endeavor to comprehend the yang capturing longevity technique, he had spent an entire day grasping its essence. Yet this time, merely while savoring a bun and sipping tea, he had achieved enlightenment. Although it was only a preliminary understanding, his progress was significantly swifter than before. Could it be that as my strength increases, my comprehension also amplifies? Han Li mused, sensing this possibility. However, he harbored doubts, for the blood soul sword technique, in terms of its rank, was not vastly superior to the Withered Wood Palm. His own prowess had grown, facilitating a quicker grasp of the technique. Yet if he were to tackle a more formidable cultivation method, it might still require considerable time. For now, he felt immensely satisfied. Furthermore, the description of the blood-drinking demon-slaying sword was profoundly sinister, rivaling that of the yang-capturing longevity technique. It was an exceptionally powerful sword technique. Once pierced by its blade, one's blood would flow profusely, uncontainable even by sealing. Even the most ordinary of swords would behave like a demonic blade. A mere scratch, no matter how minute, would unleash a veritable fountain of blood. Finding a secluded and secure place to cultivate this blood-drinking demon-slaying sword to its zenith before emerging was paramount. "The Qinghe sect is pursuing me. Let us see how many of you are sufficient to be cut down." A sly smile crept onto Han Li's lips, his eyes briefly flashing with an eerie glint. After a while, having finished his tea and bun, Han Li rose to settle the bill and depart. Just then, a languid voice resonated through the air. "Having eaten and drunk well, it is time to be on your way." Startled, Han Li swiftly turned his head. Elderly, is it truly you? He was taken aback to find it was Li Gang, and judging by the tone, he seemed intent on ending his life. We bear no grudge against each other. Why do you stalk me, and even seek to kill me? Han Li narrowed his eyes and inquired. Your life is valued at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. It is hard not to be tempted. Li Gang replied. So valuable? Han Li was astonished. The entire annual income of his family amounted to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. And yet his life was worth half a year's earnings. Who possesses such audacity? Has the Qinghe sect issued a bounty on me? He sneered. Indeed, Li Gang nodded generously. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while substantial, equivalent to half a year's income for a qi refining family, should be a mere trifle for you, an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. No. Moreover, as an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion, do you not fear that your actions in privately accepting tasks to eliminate clients will tarnish the pavilion's reputation? Not at all. The spirit stones collected within the Wanbao Pavilion belong to the pavilion itself. The life you have taken and the spirit stones you have collected are rightfully mine. As for reputation, your demise cannot possibly tarnish the standing of the Wanbao Pavilion. A faint smile danced on Li Gang's lips. He understood clearly the distinction between public and personal property. His small eyes, embedded in his fleshy visage, fixated on Han Li. If you did not resist so vehemently, I could grant you a swift end. Then I would owe you my gratitude, wouldn't I? Han Li scoffed, and in the next moment, he seized the table before him and hurled it at Li Gang with fierce intent. He then charged rapidly towards Li Gang, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes in his direction. I am aware of your demonic power that can siphon the life force from others, but it requires contact with me, and I shall ensure that you cannot make that contact. Li Gang chuckled derisively, his corpulent body shaking violently. A wave of energy radiated from him, enveloping his form like a protective barrier. Energy manifestation? You have reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Han Li's pupils constricted sharply. The manifestation of energy is a hallmark of attaining the 10th stage of qi refinement. The qi refinement phase is typically divided into two paths, the common route, where individuals at the 9th level begin forming their foundation, and upon success, they become foundation establishment cultivators, known as Mortal's Foundation Establishment. The other path is for those with exceptional talent and deeper potential, allowing them to cultivate to the 12th level of qi refinement and draw upon the spiritual essence of the earth to establish their foundation. Success in this endeavor results in far greater strength than that of a 9th level foundation establishment, referred to as earthly foundation establishment. The future prospects of this path far surpass those of the mortal foundation establishment. There exists an even rarer path, the celestial foundation establishment, which requires one to locate the primordial celestial veins on the basis of 12th level qi refinement. Achieving success in this path bestows one with the power to vanquish even the most formidable golden core cultivators. Nonetheless, this is exceedingly rare in Amping County. Han Li had never heard of any prodigies of celestial foundation establishment. Most disciples of foundational sects like the Qinghe Immortal sect are typically of the mortal foundation establishment. Thus, Li Gang reaching the 10th level of qi refinement surpassed Han Li's expectations. Your insight is commendable, Li Gang chuckled. Were it not for his attainment of the 10th level, how could a mere practitioner, yet to establish a foundation, hold the position of a technique elder? With a swift motion, he transformed his palm into a blade, shattering the table that was hurled at him, and then launched a powerful punch towards Han Li. A thunderous sound echoed through the air, accompanied by a sonic boom. Han Li narrowly evaded, but Li Gang's fist soon followed. Despite his rotund physique, his movements were surprisingly agile. This time, Han Li could not evade. In a blink, the two exchanged numerous blows. Han Li trembled, sent flying by a forceful strike, blood surging within him, nearly spilling from his lips. A sharp pain coursed through his arms, resonating deep within his core. He chuckled, "You cannot break through my aura, and thus you will not reach my body. Prepare to meet your demise, little demon." Li Gang laughed heartily, once again swinging his fist towards Han Li with a fierce strike. In his perception, Han Li had already become a lifeless corpse, and no unexpected events would transpire. After all, he was at the 10th level of qi refinement, 3 whole levels above Han Li. More crucially, he was at the pinnacle of qi refinement, while Han Li was merely at the 9th level, outnumbered in this confrontation. If my fist cannot shatter your aura, then what of the sword in my hand? Han Li's heart roared defiantly, and he made a resolute decision. He charged fiercely toward the oncoming Li Gang, deliberately exposing a few vulnerabilities. He revealed a gap just 3 inches below his heart, near his ribcage, which Li Gang swiftly seized upon. Instantly, Li Gang transformed his fist into a palm and struck towards Han Li's ribcage. Meanwhile, Han Li swiftly drew the dagger concealed at his waist and, with a swift motion, pierced through the aura enveloping Li Gang, inflicting a deep gash upon his arm. Blood-drinking demon slayer. Han Li's heart cried out fiercely. Boom. Simultaneously, Li Gang's palm struck the ribcage just below Han Li's heart. With a splatter, Han Li spat out a mouthful of blood. The sound of 3 consecutive bones fracturing echoed, and he was violently sent flying through the air. The little demon had concealed a formidable weapon. Li Gang scoffed. I must admit, I was careless. Observing the wound on his arm, he let out a heavy snort. However, he paid it little mind. It was merely a wound, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Then, with a powerful kick against the ground, he lunged at Han Li like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Yet, at that very moment, as the aura surged around him, the wound on his shoulder burst forth like a dam breaking, blood gushing forth. In an instant, his entire arm was drenched in crimson. How could this happen? Why is there so much blood? Li Gang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly extended his other hand to press against the gaping wound. Chapter 18. Unceasing Hemorrhage. Achieving the demonic breakthrough, Li Gang felt little pain, yet the speed at which blood gushed forth was alarmingly rapid. No matter how he tried to staunch the flow, it proved futile. He hastily struck the acupressure point on his shoulder in an attempt to seal off the blood supply to his arm, hoping to prevent excessive blood loss. Kill. At that moment, Han Li let out a deafening roar. He bore the excruciating agony of 3 broken ribs and lunged at Li Gang with a dagger in hand. That dagger is peculiar. It is undoubtedly a demonic blade. Li Gang's heart raced with terror as he witnessed Han Li charging towards him, and he roared in indignation. Regret washed over him for not having brought his own sword, but it was too late for lamentations. The substantial loss of blood left him feeling faint. Retreat. Acting decisively, Li Gang resolved to withdraw. Han Li was indeed formidable. However, having lost a considerable amount of blood, his retreat was significantly slower than usual. He realized that the more strength he exerted, the faster the blood flowed from his wound, rendering his attempts to seal the acupressure point ineffective. Before long, Han Li caught up with him after only a few hundred meters. Wielding his dagger, he relentlessly slashed at Li Gang. Stop! I will no longer pursue you. I am an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion. If you strike at me again, the pavilion will not let you go. This was a colossal force spanning several dynasties. One that even the royal family of the Great Zhou had to regard with respect. Faced with Han Li's frenzied assault, Li Gang felt an inexplicable surge of fear and shouted desperately, "What the Great Zhou royal family does for your Wanbao Pavilion is of no concern to me. I am not of royal blood." Han Li coldly retorted, his grip on the dagger unyielding as he closed in on Li Gang. With no options left, Li Gang could only defend himself. Thud, thud, thud. New wounds appeared on his body, and in an instant, they all bled profusely. Li Gang's complexion visibly darkened, and an overwhelming dizziness surged toward his head. With a thud, his hefty frame collapsed to the ground. Han Li stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Li Gang's chest. Instantly, Li Gang appeared to age rapidly, transforming into an old man with graying hair within mere moments. The excessive blood loss left him gasping for breath, struggling to curse, yet lacking the strength to utter a sound, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Do not be alarmed. Dizziness is normal. Take a deep breath. It will soon pass. Han Li said with a faint smile, observing Li Gang teetering on the brink of death. As Li Gang clung to his last breath, Han Li plunged the dagger fiercely into his heart. 50 years of lifespan. It seems this fellow is no spring chicken. After Li Gang's demise, a few more characters appeared in the unwritten scripture within his mind, indicating that he had siphoned away 50 years of vitality. Later, Han Li began to rummage through Li Gang's belongings and extracted a bag. What a windfall this is. As he emptied the contents of the bag, a broad smile spread across his face. Within it lay 11 medium-grade spirit stones and over 100 low-grade spirit stones. Given that one medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade ones, this amounted to over 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were various other treasures, including gold artifacts and jade talismans, all likely to hold significant value. This rotund fellow had truly amassed quite a collection. With a chuckle, Han Li tucked the bag into his bosom and rose to his feet. Alas, the moment he stood, a sharp pain surged through his left ribcage. The adrenaline had previously dulled the agony, but now, as it ebbed away, the pain from his fractured ribs made him grimace. He needed to find a place to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, he had prudently procured some herbs for healing. Murmuring to himself, he pressed his hand against the broken ribs and ventured into the woods. As he passed a tea stall, he casually tossed 2 low-grade spirit stones as compensation for the damage to the tea table. After that, He altered his course towards the forest by the roadside. "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you," exclaimed the flabbergasted tea shop owner, who had been rendered speechless by the earlier battle, as he picked up the spirit stones and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The cost of his pot of tea was merely 10 coins. While one tael of silver equaled 100 coins, a low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for a staggering 100 silver coins. The remarkable aspect was that spirit stones were possessions exclusive to cultivators, something he had never dared to hope for. To his astonishment, he had just received 2 low-grade spirit stones. In the woods, Hanli was uncertain how long he had wandered when he spotted a wisp of smoke curling into the air. Was there a household residing in this mountainous forest? After a moment's contemplation, he made his way toward the source of the smoke. Upon nearing, he discovered a small courtyard surrounded by a fence, where an elderly man with white hair was tending to a fire to cook, accompanied by a young boy of about 6 or 7 years of age. "Grandpa, someone is coming." The boy, sharp-eyed, alerted his grandfather upon hearing footsteps approaching. "Someone is coming. Quickly, hide behind me." The old man, hearing this, swiftly grasped a nearby hatchet, positioning the boy protectively behind him, his demeanor alert. "Dear sir, there is no need for concern. I am not a villain, merely passing through," Hanli hastily clarified, noticing the old man's wary stance with the hatchet. "Young man, how did you find yourself here?" "This place is rarely visited," the elder replied, still gripping the hatchet tightly. "Alas, it is a stroke of misfortune. I ventured into the mountains seeking herbs, only to encounter a large black bear that nearly cost me my life. I fractured 3 ribs and have since become lost, wandering aimlessly within these woods. Upon noticing the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, I initially believed I was nearing the edge of the forest, prompting me to approach." With a quick turn of thought, Hanli fabricated an excuse, explaining, "Indeed, this forest has its share of ferocious beasts. It is prudent to travel in pairs. Young man, consider yourself fortunate." The elder, upon hearing this, exhibited a slight easing of his wariness. "Grandfather, let us allow that big brother to rest. His ribs are broken. You mentioned before how excruciating such an injury can be, and it took you a full 6 months to recover." At this moment, the little boy addressed the elder with innocent sincerity. The elder could not help but smile at the child's earnestness. "Very well, let us permit this big brother to join us." He then turned to Hanli, saying, "Young man, please come over. It is not that I am overly cautious. In these uncertain times, my grandson and I must exercise prudence." Hanli promptly nodded in understanding, expressing, "Thank you, kind elder. I shall rest briefly to recuperate my strength and injuries before departing immediately." Chapter 19. Have your consciences been fed to the dogs? Hanli borrowed a medicinal furnace from the elder and placed the herbs he had acquired from the Wanbao pavilion within it, concocting a precious elixir. Subsequently, he entered his chamber and ingested the elixir, commencing his healing process. As the medicinal liquid coursed through his body, waves of warmth flowed from his abdomen to his extremities. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to mend broken bones. He pondered whether the injuries he sustained could be mended with the years of life he had seized. Sitting cross-legged, Hanli contemplated. Currently, he possessed 134 years of life essence appropriated, which was insufficient for him to ascend to the next realm. With this thought, Hanli began to expend the appropriated years of life to facilitate his healing. You have consumed 20 years of life essence to mend a rib. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a line of small text appeared in his mind's golden book. It truly works. A glimmer of joy flickered in Hanli's eyes. The ability to expend appropriated life essence for injury recovery, albeit at a slower pace, was indeed a promising start. He believed that as his cultivation deepened and his reservoir of life essence increased, the speed of healing would accelerate. Seizing life could elevate realms, restore injuries, and comprehend profound techniques. A smile unconsciously graced Hanli's lips. With wicked thoughts, the world expands. Am I deemed a demon cultivator? Very well, I shall concede to that. After all, it is your life essence that has been taken, not my own. Closing his eyes once more, he continued to mend his wounds. As time passed unnoticed, Hanli had unknowingly repaired 3 fractured ribs. Yet, he remained slumped there, not awakening, but rather continuing to regulate his bodily state, immersed in a moment of enlightenment. Sorting through all his martial arts knowledge. Grandfather, has Big Brother been in there for half a day? Should we call him out for dinner? The little boy inquired as half a day slipped by, and they had already consumed their second meal. During the healing process, one should generally not be disturbed. That young man is no ordinary person. He is likely a cultivator, the elder mused. Grandfather, what is a cultivator? The little boy asked, tilting his head in curiosity. A cultivator is a transcendent being who can traverse thousands of miles in a day, ride the clouds, and shatter mountains with a single punch. Wow, that's incredible. The little boy exclaimed in astonishment and quickly asked the elder, Grandfather, are you a cultivator? Grandfather is not a cultivator, the elder replied, shaking his head. Can I become a cultivator? The little boy continued to inquire. The elder's expression faltered momentarily, a shadow of sorrow crossing his murky eyes. You cannot either. Oh. A look of disappointment clouded the little boy's eyes as he fidgeted with his fingers, expressing his dismay. But I want to become a cultivator. If I could be one, I could protect Grandfather and no longer be bullied by those bad people. Silly child, your desire is enough to satisfy me, the elder sighed inwardly, gently patting the little boy's head. Once, the young boy had the potential to become a practitioner, and not just any practitioner, but an extraordinary one. Alas, fate was unkind, and he would find it nearly impossible to embark on that path in this lifetime. You little rascal, are you concocting tales about us in our absence? Do you believe that today I shall strip your skin and feed it to the mountain demons? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from beyond the courtyard. Both the grandfather and grandson were taken aback, quickly lifting their heads to glance around. 4 men approached. Upon seeing them, the elder hurriedly pushed the boy behind him. Kinhu, quickly go inside and do not come out. Grandfather, those ruffians have returned. They wish to harm you. I refuse to go inside. I want to stay with you. The boy shook his head defiantly, his small fists clenched tightly. Listen to your grandfather and hurry inside. The elder admonished him sharply before seizing a chopping knife from beside the woodpile, directing a furious yell at the approaching men. I have already stated that the cultivation technique you seek is not with me. If I had known where it was, I would have presented it to you or sold it for wealth and vanished long ago. Ha ha, old man. We are not here to demand that longevity technique from you, but rather the formula that accompanies it. The young man clad in a green brocade robe shouted fiercely at the elder. He then kicked the fence gate with a resounding crash, and the 4 men strode in. The elder's expression shifted slightly. Then he bellowed, the longevity technique is not in my possession, and I am utterly ignorant of the formula you speak of. Even if you were to kill me, I could not provide it. As for Tianhu, he is but a 6 or 7-year-old child. If you possess even a shred of humanity, let him go. Ha ha ha, you deceitful old fool. We initially believed you only had the longevity technique. But it turns out that your old traitor of a father discovered it in the tomb owner's cave, along with a formula. No one else knows of this. But by sheer coincidence, I stumbled into that cave a few days ago and saw an inscription that read, there exists a longevity technique and a foundation building formula. So what more do you have to explain? The young man in the green robe glared at the elder, demanding answers. The elder's complexion visibly altered, yet he resolutely shook his head. I do not comprehend your words. I have never entered that tomb owner's cave. Only my father ventured in years ago, but that longevity technique has long been entrusted to the Dongjiang immortal sect. As for the formula, I am unaware of its existence. Even if it does exist, it may have already been given to the Dongjiang immortal sect. What do you expect me to provide? Ha ha ha. The old traitor, your father, played his cunning games, delivering only a fragment of the text to the sect, a mere half, and that was the middle portion. This incomplete manuscript lacks both a beginning and an end, rendering it utterly useless for practice. The remainder must surely be in your possession. Otherwise, how could a decrepit old man, stripped of his cultivation, survive to this day? Furthermore, your grandson, that wretched little brat, born without a dantian, how is it that he thrives with such vitality? It must be in your hands. Do not attempt to deny it further. The man in the azure robe sneered coldly. Brother Wang Run, cease this idle chatter. Simply break this old man's limbs and bring that little brat over here. Before his very eyes, sever the tendons in his hands and feet. Gradually flay him alive. I refuse to believe he can bear witness to the slow demise of that child. Beside Wang Run, a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage spoke with cruel delight. Indeed, brother, there is no need to concern ourselves with appearances. Although the sect has acknowledged some past contributions from your father, absolving us from trouble, one must understand the principle that a mere commoner can suffer for possessing treasures. This is your final ultimatum. If you do not surrender, do not blame us for resorting to force as per the wishes of my 2 junior brothers. No matter what you say, I have nothing. The elder roared, taking a deep breath. Very well, if you refuse our courtesy and choose punishment instead, do not blame our ruthlessness. Proceed. Break this old man's limbs. With a wave of Wang Ren's hand, 3 men charged forward. The elder bellowed, swinging a chopping knife, but with a resounding bang, the knife flew from his grasp, and he was kicked away, crashing against a pile of firewood, which scattered in disarray, eliciting a muffled groan of pain and a spurt of blood. Do not harm my grandfather. Please, do not harm him. The commotion drew Tianhu, who had just hidden inside the house, unable to remain silent. He rushed out, brandishing a wooden stick. Tianhu, do not come closer. Grandfather can endure. They would not dare truly kill him. There are orders from the elder of the sect that prohibit their killing us. The elder shouted urgently as he saw Tianhu approaching. The elder of the sect indeed forbade killing you, but he never mentioned that you could not be rendered incapacitated. Wang Ren laughed ominously. Imagine, in these deep mountains, if a strong scent of blood were to waft through the air, surely many wild wolves would come running, drawn by the scent, wouldn't they? Proceed. Break his limbs and drag that little creature before him to flay and carve. I want to see just how long this old man can bear to witness the suffering of the child. Excellent, brother. Just in time for me to practice my knife skills. One of the men cackled, lunging toward the approaching Tianhu. At that moment, a bench flew through the air with astonishing speed towards him. The man's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly raised his fist to block. Boom. The bench shattered upon impact. The man let out a cry of pain, stumbling back 3 large steps before collapsing onto the ground. It was then that Han Li emerged from within. For burly men, bullying an elderly person and a child. Have you all fed your conscience to the dogs? Chapter 20. When there are too many lice, do not fear the itch. Eradicate the roots. A mocking voice pierced the air. Wang Ren and the 3 young men quickly turned their gaze towards Han Li. Who are you to dare lay a hand on me? Roared the young man, who had been struck by Han Li with a bench. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you can no longer bully Elder Chun and Tianhu. You have 10 breaths to vacate this place. Han Li replied coolly, regarding them with indifference. Arrogant. In the territory of the East River Immortal Sect, there have been many like you, but their fates were invariably tragic. The man bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The East River Immortal Sect. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly. It was one of the 3 foundational immortal sects in Anping County, standing alongside the Qinghe Immortal Sect. He had not anticipated that these individuals carried such weight. I feel as though this person bears a resemblance to. At that moment, a young man beside Wang Ren furrowed his brow and muttered, I also find him somewhat familiar. He looks like the notorious criminal that the Qinghe Immortal Sect has been seeking these past few days. Wang Ren nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Han Li. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Han Li's lips. Gentlemen, I retract my previous statement. You need not leave. Instead, you may leave your lives here. It is him. He is the criminal sought by the Qinghe Immortal Sect. As soon as Han Li uttered these words, a commotion erupted among Wang Ren and his companions. Kid, I never imagined you truly were the notorious criminal sought by the Qinghe Immortal Sect. You are doomed. Capturing Han Li would yield a reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. For disciples of foundational immortal sects like them, such a sum represented a considerable fortune, especially since they had yet to establish their foundation. In the world of cultivation, resources, companions, techniques, and wealth are all essential. The presence of this wanted criminal was akin to a pillow delivered to a sleepy head. Wang Ren, filled with excitement, turned his gaze toward the elderly man and barked. You old fool, there was originally a decree from the sect's elder forbidding the harm of you and your grandson. But now, you dare harbor a criminal who practices demonic arts. Even the sect elder would no longer dare speak on your behalf. You shall accompany this criminal to your doom. The elderly man's expression shifted several times upon hearing this revelation. Han Li was indeed the criminal sought by the Qinghe Immortal Sect? This revelation left him profoundly astonished. Yet, he sensed that this might merely be a tactic to hunt Han Li down. If Han Li were truly a criminal, how could he display such courtesy? A true villain would have long since dispatched them without a second thought. After all, prejudice in the hearts of men is a formidable mountain. Brothers, quickly form the formation and capture this criminal. Wang Ren commanded with a fierce shout. Immediately, the other 3 began to shift and converge upon Han Li. The East River Immortal Sect excelled in formations, capable of unleashing a power greater than the sum of its parts. Humph, you still wish to form a formation now? It is already too late. Han Li let out a cold snort and instantly sprang into action, drawing a dagger and thrusting it forward with remarkable speed. A glimmer of white light emanated from the dagger's tip, resembling a silken ribbon, directly targeting the man who had just been sent flying. Refining Qi at the 7th level? Humph, I stand at the pinnacle of the 8th level. The man, initially startled by Han Li's sudden assault, soon bellowed as he drew his sword from his waist, slashing towards Han Li. Without flinching or evading, Han Li met the incoming strike with his dagger while simultaneously swinging his left hand toward the man. Instinctively, the man raised his palm to defend, but just as their hands were about to connect, Han Li tilted his arm to the left and swiftly seized the man's wrist. The technique of Yang, seizing longevity. In an instant, the man felt something within him rapidly depleting, and his visage began to age at an alarming rate. This unfolded in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Wang Ren rushed forward, shouting, "Feng Shidi, retreat quickly." It is said that he practices a demonic art that can steal one's lifespan. The man addressed as Feng Shidi jolted with alarm and swung his sword at Han Li's arm. Han Li decisively released his grip and reversed his hold on the dagger, inflicting a deep gash on Feng's shoulder before swiftly retreating. "Scoundrel, you dare to steal my lifespan!" Feng Shidi roared, glaring at his now visibly aged hand. For him, the loss of lifespan was far more infuriating than the wound on his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, not only have I stolen your lifespan, but you shall also experience a spectacular blood loss." Han Li sneered, his form flickering as he lunged towards Wang Ren and the others. The continuous battles had honed Han Li's offensive techniques into something exceedingly cunning, fierce, and rapid, bolstered further by the assistance of the wordless golden book. Coupled with his extraordinary insight, he could effortlessly discern his opponent's vulnerabilities. "Oh, why am I bleeding so profusely? Why am I bleeding so much?" At that moment, Feng Shidi suddenly screamed in terror. The wound on his shoulder inflicted by Han Li was gaping, causing blood to gush forth, rapidly soaking his chest in mere moments. The dizziness from the substantial blood loss surged to his head. This scene struck fear into the hearts of Wang Ren and his companions. Wang Ren shouted urgently, "Everyone be cautious. Do not let his dagger cut you. It may be a demonic weapon. If you wish to kill me, you cannot escape. If I do not wish to kill you, you need not flee. Those at the 10th level of refining chi have perished at my hands. You four, at most, are at the 9th level. Your fate is sealed. Prepare to depart." Han Li sneered, wielding the dagger with a ferocity that sent wind swirling. Amidst the fierce combat, another man's thigh was slashed open by Han Li's dagger, a wound measuring 20 centimeters. Blood erupted in a 2-meter-long arc, as if a pump had been activated, violently draining the man of his vitality. Han Li did not pause, pressing on toward another opponent. This man, already gripped by fear, struck out in a frantic manner, only to be seized by Han Li around the neck, losing a staggering 80 years of his lifespan in a matter of seconds. The transformation was visible to the naked eye. A youthful lad had become a withered figure, his hair turned white and skin resembling the bark of an ancient tree, teetering on the brink of death. This scene brought an overwhelming shock to Wang Ren and his grandfather, Old Chun. At this moment, Wang Ren was consumed by fear, and when he noticed Han Li gazing in his direction, he hastily shouted, "Halt! Stand right there. I hail from the Dongjiang Immortal Sect, and my master is an elder of that esteemed sect, a formidable foundation-building cultivator. If you slay me, you will invoke the wrath of 2 major foundation-building sects. Your demise is assured. Release me, and I shall consider this incident as if it never transpired." He chuckled nervously. "I wonder if you've ever heard the saying, when there are many lice, one does not fear the itch, having already been pursued by one foundation-building sect. Do you truly believe I would tremble at the prospect of being hunted by a second?" Observing Wang Ren's desperate cries, Han Li scoffed. Though the 3 major foundation-building sects were rivals, they shared a common understanding when it came to exterminating demons and upholding righteousness. This was not born from nobility, but rather from the entanglement of vested interests. Upon learning of his identity, Li Gang of Wanbao Pavilion had come seeking his life, and disciples of the Dongjiang Immortal Sect had also become aware of who he was. He understood that the Qinghe Immortal Sect was now circulating his likeness in a manhunt. Thus, anyone who recognized him must meet their end. One must eradicate the roots to eliminate the weeds. Chapter 21. A Thief with Principles. Han Li becomes a fated one. Han Li brandished his dagger and charged forward, easily overpowering Wang Ren, who stood no chance against him. Drawing from his experience of slaying the Qi Refining Stage 10 practitioner Li Gang, Han Li forced Wang Ren into a retreat with relentless strikes. After a mere dozen exchanges, Wang Ren, now frail and gray-haired, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. With a gaze filled with profound hatred, he glared at Han Li and spat, "Demon, you shall meet a wretched end." In an instant, a cold glint flashed as Wang Ren's head was severed cleanly, akin to slicing through a melon. Without a head, how could he still dare to issue threats? Han Li let out a soft scoff. He then crouched down and began to rummage through Wang Ren's belongings, retrieving a token inscribed with the characters Dongjiang, the emblem of the Dongjiang sect, a foundation-level sect. Alongside it was a beautifully crafted silk pouch. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered 2 medium-grade spirit stones, over 30 low-grade spirit stones, and a modest amount of gold and silver. Though not abundant, it was still a considerable sum. Han Li nodded slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, He continued his search among the other 3 corpses. Wang Ren had carried the most wealth, and collectively, the 4 bodies yielded over 500 low-grade spirit stones, amounting to a significant fortune. However, rather than pocketing the spirit stones for himself, Han Li approached Elder Chun and presented the findings. Elder Chun, I have counted this, and it totals approximately 500 low-grade spirit stones, along with some gold and silver. Please take care of it. What? For me? Elder Chun was momentarily taken aback, stepping back and hastily shaking his head. Young Han, I cannot accept this. It is your spoils of war, and we cannot take it. Elder Chun, do not refuse. Accept it. Han Li insisted. With these spirit stones, you and Tian who can leave this forest and find a safe place where you can live comfortably for a long time. The Dongjang sect is one of the 3 major foundation-level sects in Anping County. With the deaths of their 4 disciples, they will undoubtedly come seeking answers. Even if they trace the events back here, others will come looking for trouble. After stating this, Han Li firmly placed the 4 pouches into Elder Chen's hands. Holding the heavy pouches, Elder Chen felt a multitude of emotions swirling within him. Yet, he pushed them back again, saying, Young Han, I truly cannot accept this. Moreover, I cannot leave this place. If I do, it will only solidify their suspicions against me. The Dongjang sect will send true experts to hunt us down. We, an old man and a young boy, are utterly defenseless. How could we possibly escape? Han Li furrowed his brow at this. It's merely suspicion. It shouldn't be that serious, should it? Elder Chen sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. If it were just suspicion, that would be fine. The crux of the matter is that I truly have. What do you mean? You truly have? Han Li was taken aback by Elder Chen's words. He possesses an incredibly potent cultivation technique, which would be remarkable in itself. However, the possession of a foundational elixir recipe is of paramount importance. This item is exceedingly precious, often regarded as the most valuable treasure within any foundational sect. It is typically safeguarded within the most secure vaults. The fact that Old Chun truly possesses it is astonishing. One of the primary reasons why families dedicated to refining energy struggle to evolve into foundational sects is their lack of such recipes. While astonishment swirled within him, Han Li felt an even greater sense of confusion. Old Chun, if you truly have it, you ought to leave this place at once, preferably vacating Anping County entirely. Though the East River sect wields considerable influence here, beyond the borders of Anping County, it is merely a foundational sect. Moreover, as far as I am aware, there exist even more formidable factions above the foundational sects, such as those with golden core cultivators or even ancient sects of the nascent soul. If you venture to those realms, they would not dare to act recklessly. These few hundred low-grade spirit stones should suffice for you to depart Anping County and seek a secluded place to live comfortably for several years. Brother Han, you speak truly. Old Chen acknowledged, but then he shifted his tone, gazing at Han Li and inquiring. Yet, knowing that I possess the foundational elixir recipe and a rather formidable cultivation technique, do you not desire to acquire them? Han Li paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, Naturally, I wish to obtain them, for it is indeed a foundational elixir recipe. However, my desire does not imply that I intend to seize it through force or that I possess sufficient wealth to purchase it, should you be inclined to sell. Nevertheless, at present, I do have enough resources to procure the foundational elixir recipe. Moreover, I, Han Li, am confident that I will undoubtedly succeed in establishing my foundation in the future. Old Chun nodded in agreement. I believe this, given your innate talent and strength, Brother Han. Achieving foundational establishment will undoubtedly pose no challenge. But what if it is the Heavenly Tao foundational elixir recipe? The Heavenly Tao foundational elixir recipe? Han Li was immediately taken aback. Old Chun, are you certain that you speak of the Heavenly Tao foundational elixir recipe? Beyond any doubt. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Han Li inhaled sharply, astonished. My ancestral grandparents' third uncle. The fact that Old Chun possesses the Heavenly Tao foundational elixir recipe is utterly terrifying. Such a recipe is scarcely found throughout Anping County. He recalled his grandfather mentioning that there are 3 methods for foundational establishment: Human Tao, Earth Tao, and Heavenly Tao. Human Tao foundational establishment is the most common and prevalent among foundational cultivators. Upon reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, one may attempt to establish their foundation, utilizing their own powers supplemented by ordinary foundational elixirs to transform their Qi into liquid, forming a shallow spirit pool within their body, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength and an extension of lifespan by 100-fold. Earth Tao foundational establishment requires the infusion of a significant amount of earth vein energy into the body, resulting in a spirit liquid within akin to a spirit lake. extending one's lifespan by 200 years. Furthermore, only upon completing Earth Tao foundational establishment can one aspire to reach the Golden Core stage, becoming an immensely formidable Golden Core cultivator. It is advisable to attain the 12th level of Qi refinement before attempting Earth Tao foundational establishment to enhance the success rate. Ultimately, we arrive at the exceedingly rare phenomenon of the Celestial Foundation establishment, which, for the residents of Anping County, exists only in the realm of legend. This process necessitates the infusion of celestial energy into the body, transforming the internal spiritual essence into a golden form, which is inexhaustible and abundant. With nearly a 100 success rate in achieving the formation of a golden core, it directly extends one's lifespan by an astonishing 500 years. As it stands, there has yet to be a recorded instance of anyone in Anping County successfully completing the Celestial Foundation establishment. The search for terrestrial energy is already a formidable task, let alone the elusive celestial energy. Even if such energy were discovered, capturing it would prove exceedingly difficult. However, the formula held by Elder Chun possesses a crucial aspect. It enables the seeker to locate and harness celestial energy. This energy can then be amalgamated with various rare medicinal herbs. Moreover, it is imperative to attain the 12th level of Qi refinement to undertake the Celestial Foundation establishment. Otherwise, even if one were to consume a foundational pill infused with celestial energy, the overwhelming potency of such a pill would likely rupture the body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of blood mist, an utterly counterproductive outcome. Should Elder Chin's formula for the Celestial Foundation establishment be divulged, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Anping County. Even the most formidable county magistrate would likely intervene personally to claim it. Yet, after the initial astonishment, Hanli shook his head. Elder Chun, I am indeed interested in this legendary formula, but at present, I possess nothing of equivalent value to exchange with you. I shall revisit this matter once I have something of equal worth to offer. Of course, this is contingent upon your willingness to trade. Hanli held firm to his principles. He understood the importance of knowing when to act and when to refrain. Elder Chun had taken him in. And although this kindness might appear insignificant to outsiders, it remained etched in Han Li's memory. As the saying goes, even thieves have their code of conduct. Thus, he would not resort to coercive measures. Upon hearing Han Li's words, a smile spread across Elder Chin's weathered face. Young Master Han, they say you are a fiend, but I find you to be a paragon of righteousness. Perhaps you are the fated individual my father spoke of. Therefore, I have decided to entrust you with the cultivation technique my father bequeathed to me, along with this formula for the Celestial Foundation establishment. Chapter 22. Elder Chun bestows the pill formula. Han Li vows to rise again. All of it. In that instant, Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the words that had just reached his ears. The formula in Elder Chin's possession was not a mere foundational pill recipe, but rather the supreme Taoist foundational formula. This revelation sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Observing Han Li's astonishment, Elder Chun let out a bitter sigh. Young Han, now you understand why I dare not leave this place. If I were to depart with this Taoist foundational pill formula, and even a whisper of it were to escape, both of us would undoubtedly meet our demise. Conversely, remaining here, despite the relentless bullying from the disciples of the East River sect, ensures that no one would suspect us of possessing such a formula. Even the techniques we hold are merely a subject of suspicion among those disciples. The elders of the East River sect would not even entertain the notion that we truly possess any techniques. That scoundrel Wang Ren indeed has had some luck, stumbling upon the ancient cave of my late father. Fortunately, he harbors his own ambitions and has yet to report this to the East River sect. He only possesses the foundational pill recipe and is unaware of its true caliber. He hurried over with a few lackeys. Had it been otherwise, there would surely have been more than just them. You are right, Elder Chun. Han Li regained his composure, letting out a soft sigh. In this world, there are no walls that do not allow the wind to pass through. Remaining here is indeed the most prudent course of action. If even a single foundational expert from the East River sect were to harbor any doubts, it would spell great trouble for us. However, why would you choose to entrust it to me? While I did assist you in eliminating those few, part of my motivation was for my own sake. Considering I am currently a wanted fugitive, it hardly seems appropriate for you to bestow such a precious item upon me. Though Elder Chun had just proclaimed his benevolence and referred to Han Li as a person of fate, Han Li still found the situation somewhat perplexing. The rationale, however, was not overly complicated. Elder Chun chuckled softly. It is not merely due to those few that I would consider this, but rather because you remained unmoved even after learning of my formidable techniques and pill formula. That is what my father referred to as a person of fate. He once said that if I were to encounter a powerful individual who knew of my foundational pill formula and yet remained unfazed, that person would be deemed a fated individual, deserving of receiving the foundational pill formula in return for assistance. But there is a non-mandatory condition attached, which is to aid Xiao Hu in reopening his dantian. Xiao Hu's dantian has been rendered useless? Upon hearing Elder Qin's words, Han Li raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the nearby Tian Hu. No, Elder Qin shook his head. To be precise, Xiao Hu's dantian has been sealed and can only be unblocked using the power of the celestial veins. In other words, only a formidable expert with the Daoist foundational technique can assist Xiao Hu in breaking through the sealed dantian, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Han Li was taken aback. Such stringent conditions? There must be significant underlying issues at play. Indeed, there are. Old Chen smiled bitterly, a flicker of uncontrollable anger surfacing on his aged face, yet he ultimately suppressed it. He regarded Han Li with utmost seriousness and said, "Young Han, if you are willing, allow me to share my thoughts. If not, we shall leave it be. I shall provide you with the method and the formula for the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Pill. In the future, once you successfully establish your foundation, assist Little Tiger in breaking through his sealed dantian." "Old Chen, please speak. I am all ears." Han Li responded with a solemn clasp of his fists. He understood that accepting this method and the formula for the Heavenly Tao would inevitably entangle him in troubles. However, to acquire something of value, one must invariably make sacrifices. "Very well, then, I shall share my tale. Once, Old Chen's father was a foundational elder of the Eastern River Immortal sect, a figure of considerable authority. However, Old Chen lacked talent and, despite his efforts, could not establish his foundation. In contrast, his son possessed exceptional aptitude and abundant fortune, having discovered a vein of earthly energy, which could potentially lead him to establish his foundation. Yet, just before his foundation was to be established, he was mysteriously assassinated, and the earthly energy he had obtained was stolen. Old Chun's father was consumed with rage, mobilizing all his resources to uncover the identity of his grandson's murderer. Ultimately, the trail led to the lineage of the old sect master's wife, which met with significant resistance. Someone covertly advised him to abandon the pursuit, warning that further investigation would lead to dire consequences. Yet, unwilling to relent, Old Chen's father was determined to seek the truth, leveraging all the connections he had forged over the years. Just as the truth was about to surface, his great-grandson, barely 6 months old, Chun Tianhu, mysteriously vanished. 3 days later, he was discovered abandoned in a dilapidated temple within the woods near the Eastern River Immortal sect, bloodied and on the brink of death. Alongside him was a letter warning Old Chun's father. If he continued his inquiries, the next discovery would be a cold corpse. Furious yet sorrowful, Old Chen's father chose to endure humiliation for the sake of his great-grandson. Subsequently, a series of unfortunate events led him to despair, prompting a move away from the Eastern River Immortal sect with his family. Unexpectedly, during a chance encounter where his father was embroiled in a battle, he stumbled into an underground cave. Inside, he discovered a method and a formula for the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Pill. Overjoyed, he believed that with this formula, he could one day avenge his grandson. Meanwhile, the young Chun Tianhu exhibited remarkable strength, able to stand and take small steps at just 6 months, displaying extraordinary potential for establishing his foundation. However, during this period, Old Chun realized that someone was secretly watching their family. Should Chun Tianhu reveal his formidable talents, he might also fall victim to hidden adversaries. After sustaining severe injuries in that battle, coupled with the dwindling of his lifespan, Old Chun felt powerless against the unseen threats. Thus, he resolved to forge a flawed foundation establishment pill in accordance with the formula, despite lacking several essential ingredients, sealing Chun Tianhu's dantian in the process. Only by finding a formidable being who has attained the foundational principles of the heavenly path in the future can one assist in unsealing the forbidden dantian. As time passed, it became apparent that Chun Tianhu exhibited no signs of cultivation aptitude, and the watchful eyes observing them began to gradually diminish. Subsequently, Chun Laobua's father submitted a portion of the acquired cultivation method to the immortal sect, under the condition that after his demise, adequate care would be provided for both Chun Laobua and his grandson, allowing them to reside in the nearby mountains of the Dongjiang immortal sect. However, after Chun Laobua's father passed away, everything changed irreparably. His voluntary departure was branded as a betrayal of the sect by the younger generation, leading to years of humiliation. Rest assured, Chun Laobua, once I successfully establish the foundation of the heavenly path, I shall undoubtedly aid Tianhu in reopening his sealed dantian, guiding him back onto the path of cultivation. Han Li solemnly pledged once again. Upon finishing his declaration, Han Li raised his right hand, fingers pointed skyward, with utmost sincerity. Chapter 23. A new understanding of the method. The primordial spirit absorption technique. Old Man Shun retrieved a dagger and unfastened his clothing, revealing several scars of varying depths on his right thigh. In the next moment, he swiftly slashed at one of the scars, causing blood to spurt forth, startling Chun Tianhu, who gasped in shock. Subsequently, Old Man Shin extracted a thin jade talisman from within. He shattered the talisman, revealing a piece of leather parchment no larger than a palm, inscribed with densely packed rows of small characters. Brother Han, this is the formula for the Tao Foundation pill. Meticulously annotated. Please keep it safe, Old Man Shin said, handing the bloodstained parchment to Han Li. Han Li took a deep breath and solemnly accepted it. Old Man Shin, I will exert every effort to complete the Tao Foundation as soon as possible to aid Xiao Hu in breaking through the restrictions of his Dantian. Brother Han, I have faith that you will succeed, but do not rush. The path of cultivation has no shortcuts. It requires steady and methodical progress, Old Man Shin advised, nodding earnestly. Having once been a master at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he possessed profound insights into cultivation. Han Li smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are no shortcuts in cultivation, but that applies to others. For me, it is quite different. The prospect of borrowing someone else's lifespan for my cultivation is simply exquisite. Then, Old Man Shin picked up a wooden vial from the table, uncorked it, and sprinkled some medicinal powder onto his wound. The flowing blood quickly ceased. After stopping the bleeding, Old Man Shin requested Han Li's assistance in moving the table aside, prying up a floor tile beneath which he unearthed a wooden box. Upon opening the box, it revealed a dusty tome, inscribed with the words Changchun Gong. Brother Han, this is the Changchun Gong they sought. Cultivating this technique can prolong one's life and continually regulate one's bodily functions, even if injured. Simply practicing Changchun Gong allows for gradual recovery without reliance on external medicines. After my powers were diminished, I relied on this technique for recuperation and nurturing Xiao Hu's meridians. You should take it as well. As Old Man Shin introduced the Changchun Gong, he handed it to Han Li. This technique was indeed remarkable. Even in his current state, he could still utilize it. Such a wondrous method would be invaluable even among foundational sections. Old Man Shin nodded with a smile. My father once said that ordinary foundational sects are likely unworthy of possessing such high-level techniques. It is exceedingly precious. Today, we have acquired 2 priceless opportunities, a debt of gratitude that is truly immense. Han Li marveled deeply, and then solemnly accepted the Changchun Gong once more. He flipped through the pages and was utterly astonished by the contents recorded within. Meanwhile, the wordless scripture began to emerge slowly in his mind, meticulously documenting itself with annotations. However, it was evident that the speed of these annotations was significantly slower than when he had recently practiced the Blood-Soul Sword technique. Based on his experience, this was sufficient to demonstrate that the Changchun skill was far more formidable than the Blood-Soul Sword technique. Gradually, Han Li found himself deeply captivated by it. Old Shin observed Han Li standing still, a glimmer of astonishment surfacing in his murky eyes. Has he entered a state of meditation? The comprehension of this young man is truly remarkable. He could see that Han Li was not merely observing the cultivation methods of the Changchun skill superficially, but was genuinely immersing himself in its depths. A luminous spark of wisdom danced within his eyes. This left Old Shun both astonished and eagerly anticipating the moment when Han Li would establish his foundation in the Tao. He could hardly fathom how powerful Han Li would become then. Xiao Hu, come with me. Old Shun called as he took Qin Tianhu's small hand and walked toward the door. Grandpa, when Big Brother returns, can I really become a cultivator and be as strong as him? Qin Tianhu asked with bright anticipation outside the door. Certainly, you can become a cultivator. However, whether you can be as powerful as Han Li will depend on your future fortunes, Old Shun replied, gently patting his head. Yes, I will work twice as hard. In the future, I want to be a strong person like Big Brother, so I can provide a good life for Grandpa and avenge my father, Qin Tianhu declared, clenching his small fists with determination. Old Qin's expression momentarily drifted, and he held Qin Tianhu close. A vague emotion flickered in his murky eyes as he gazed toward the eastern part of the courtyard, murmuring, Father, I have found the fated one you spoke of. He will undoubtedly aid Xiao Hu in the future. The blood feud will surely be avenged. None of the murderers from that year will escape. In the eastern part of the courtyard lay 2 shallow graves, one of which belonged to his father, the once foundational elder of the Dongjiang immortal sect, Qin Yongnian. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During these 3 days, Han Li remained in a motionless state, unwavering. Had it not been for the steady aura emanating from him, Old Chun would have suspected something amiss with Han Li. On the evening of the third day, a line of small characters suddenly appeared on the wordless golden scripture within Han Li's mind. You have studied the Changchun skill and comprehended the primordial soul absorption technique. Finally, I have grasped the primordial soul absorption technique. Let me see how this technique unfolds. The name itself seems somewhat unconventional for a legitimate skill. As this line appeared, a subtle smile graced Han Li's lips. The primordial soul absorption technique consists of 3 cultivation stages. The first stage allows one to absorb the cultivation power of others for personal use. The second stage enables one to absorb spiritual energy from a distance, no longer limited to mere humans. The third stage allows one to swallow the heavens and the earth, absorbing everything. Even the assaults of others can be absorbed and transformed into one's own strength, provided that the body can withstand it. One could even devour the very essence of the heavens and the earth, and upon absorption, dissect the techniques of others. My goodness, is this not exceedingly sinister? No, it is rather exquisite. Perhaps this is the most authentic method of cultivating the eternal spring technique. The creator merely bestowed upon this profound art a cryptic title. After perusing all the annotations and explanations regarding the primordial absorption technique, Han Li chuckled heartily. With the left hand mastering the primordial absorption and the right hand seizing vitality and longevity, who could rival his burgeoning power and lifespan? Who could ascend to greatness if not he? Ha ha ha! In a moment of unrestrained joy, Han Li erupted into a hearty laugh. After the laughter subsided, he continued to immerse himself in contemplation. The defeat of Wang Run and his 3 companions had granted Han Li a total of 290 years of lifespan. Coupled with the previously unused 74 years, he now possessed an impressive 364 years, ample enough for him to break through once more. Eightfold Qi refinement, shatter before me. Chapter 24. A preliminary trial, astonishing results. With a resounding boom, as Han Li's thoughts echoed in his mind, it felt as though a dam within him had been breached by a deluge. You have consumed 210 years of lifespan, reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement. 210 years of lifespan. Goodness, the cost of advancing to each subsequent realm is staggering. This is merely the 8th layer of Qi refinement. I can only imagine that once I establish my foundation in the future, the consumption for a minor advancement could easily exceed 1,000 years. Han Li was somewhat taken aback. However, he felt no anxiety, for it was others who should be concerned. At worst, he could simply seize the lifespans of others. This world is replete with cultivators. He stepped into the 8th layer of Qi refinement and pushed open the door to his room, emerging into the world outside. There, he found Old Chun preparing a meal, with Chun Tianhu assisting him. Brother Han, you finally emerged after a full 3 days. Old Chun exclaimed upon seeing Han Li. I was in there for that long. Han Li was astonished, having not anticipated that his comprehension of the Hunyuan absorption technique would take such an extended duration. This exceeded his expectations, yet it also underscored the formidable nature of the technique. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he produced the Changchun Gong and handed it to Old Chun. Master Chun, here is your Changchun Gong. Please keep it safely. Old Chun was taken aback. Brother Han, I have already given this to you. It is yours to keep. How could I possibly continue to hoard it? Master Chun, you misunderstand. I have completed my training of the Changchun Gong. It holds little value for me now. Please keep it safe. Once I establish my foundation in the heavenly way, I will assist Xiao Hu in breaking through his Dantian's restrictions. You may let him study this technique as well. You've completed it? Upon hearing Han Li's words, Old Chun gazed at him in disbelief, utterly astonished. Indeed, I have fully grasped it. Han Li affirmed with a nod and a smile. Old Chun was left speechless, unsure of how to respond to Han Li's revelation. His father had practiced this Changchun Gong for several months, merely scratching the surface, and he himself had trained for an entire year. Yet here was Han Li, who had comprehended it all in just 3 days and nights. What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such mastery? A genius, an unparalleled genius. Old Chun could only describe Han Li in such exalted terms. Han Li smiled. His situation was rather unique, making it inconvenient to elucidate further to Old Chun. Very well. Since you claim to have completed your training, I will not decline. I shall pass this technique on to Xiao Hu in due course. Old Chun marveled deeply, accepting the Changchun Gong and retreating into the house to place it back where it belonged. Once he ensured it was securely stored, he called Han Li to join him for a meal. As time passed, early the next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Old Chun had already awakened Chun Tianhu. The early hours of the day are crucial. The essence of the morning is most potent. Even if he could not absorb it, practicing breathing techniques would still yield significant benefits. Han Li, needless to say, had not slept a wink and was diligently cultivating in his room. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the entrance of the small courtyard, as the door, recently repaired, was shattered by a kick. 3 young men strode inside. One appeared to be in his 30s, while the other 2 were younger. Old Shun, I have heard that my junior brother, Wang Run, seems to have come here. He has been missing for 3 days. Tell me where he has gone. The eldest among them, clad in a gray robe, barked. Old Shin quickly turned to face the trio, his expression shifting as he replied, I do not know where your junior brother Wang Run has gone. He indeed came here. But he left long ago. Left long ago? Where could he go if not back to the immortal sect? Did you use some special means to harm them? The gray-robed youth sneered coldly. Old Shun hurriedly waved his hands. As a feeble old man, how could I have the power to harm them? Even if I had such ability, I would not dare to harm anyone from the Foundation Establishment sect. Humph, whether you dare or not is not for you to decide. I intend to find out if anything happened to them here. My master has been searching for him for 2 days, yet there has been no trace. The suspicion lies heavily on you. The gray-robed youth retorted sternly. For 3 consecutive days, Wang Ren and his 4 junior brothers had not returned to the immortal sect or undertaken any tasks, which was highly irregular. Thus, they had arranged for these 3 to search for Wang Ren. Knowing that Wang Ren frequently visited Old Chun, they decided to come directly here. Search the place. If you find even the slightest clue, bring this old man back to the sect. Yes, second brother. The 2 younger men nodded in unison. The gray-robed youth. Their second brother was a formidable cultivator, a master of the 10th level of chi refinement. Immediately, the 2 young men stepped forward, making their way into the courtyard. Old Chin's heart sank heavily. At that moment, Han Li casually opened the door to his room and walked out. Glancing at the 3, he said nonchalantly, There's no need to search. I killed him. Instantly, the trio's gazes converged sharply on Han Li. You little beast, you dare to kill my junior brother? Even with 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to survive. The gray-robed youth shouted at Han Li. Such bravado, even worse than a foul odor. Han Li chuckled mockingly, then strolled forward with increasing speed, clearly targeting one of the younger men. As the saying goes, when one is drowsy, someone will offer a pillow. He was eager to test the potency of the primordial spirit absorption technique. Is it truly as formidable as inscribed in the sacred tomes, or is it merely an exaggeration? Such audacity. Having conspired against Brother Wang Ren, you dare not only to refuse immediate repentance, but also to confront us? You seek your own demise. The young man, marked as a target by Han Li, immediately roared in fury, raising his palm to strike at Han Li. Bang! Han Li responded with a palm of his own. In the instant of their collision, a muffled sound reverberated through the air. The young man staggered, unable to withstand the force unleashed by Han Li, and was on the verge of being propelled away, yet Han Li swiftly grasped him. An incomprehensibly terrifying suction emanated from between his fingers. Visibly, the young man aged rapidly, transforming into a desiccated corpse within mere breaths. He didn't even have time to utter a scream, gazing at the lifeless husk clutched in his hand. Han Li himself was momentarily taken aback. My friend, how could you have turned into a mere cadaver in such a brief span? Chapter 25. The ruthless encounter before him lay a desiccated corpse, rendering Han Li utterly speechless. He had merely intended to experiment with the efficacy of the primordial spirit absorption technique. However, for reasons unknown, the yang extraction technique began to operate autonomously. Thus, the combination of both techniques resulted in a doubly gratifying outcome, completely draining the young man's lifespan and energy. A soft gulp echoed as another young man, standing relatively close to Han Li, swallowed hard. In the next moment, he swiftly turned on his heel and fled in terror. A devil. He was nothing short of a demon. How could one simply extend a hand and reduce a person to a withered husk? It was utterly horrifying, akin to an ancient witch from a mountain village. It's you, the notorious Han Li, wanted by the Qinghe sect. I recognize you. At this moment, a young man clad in gray pointed an accusatory finger at Han Li, his voice rising in fury. He had not anticipated encountering the very fiend that the Qinghe sect had issued a bounty for. Yet, rather than fleeing in panic, he took a deep breath and drew forth a sharp sword from his waist. Demon Han Li, fate has brought us together. The bounty on your head has now escalated to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Prepare to meet your end. The gray-robed youth bellowed, as a fierce sword energy erupted from his blade, akin to a cascading waterfall. With a single stride, he surged past his panicked apprentice and launched a ferocious assault towards Han Li. An additional 1,000 spirit stones? The Qinghe sect truly spares no expense. Now I am tempted to claim that reward for myself. Han Li chuckled softly, his toes barely grazing the ground as he unsheathed his dagger to confront the impending attack. Clang, clang, clang. The air crackled with the sound of their clash. Han Li deftly seized the gray-robed youth's arm. Feudal, I am aware you possess the technique to seize lifespan, but I am at the 10th level of Qi refinement, capable of externalizing my energy. A powerful aura flows beneath my skin. You cannot drain my lifespan. With Han Li's grip firm upon his arm, the gray-robed youth shouted defiantly, refusing to show any sign of panic. Who said I intended to take your lifespan? Is it not permissible to seize something else? A sly smile crept across Han Li's lips. Primordial spirit absorption technique, absorb. In an instant, the energy enveloping the gray-robed youth's arm cascaded into Han Li's palm like a flood released from a dam. How could this be? Are you not only capable of absorbing others' lifespans? How is it that you can also draw upon their energy? This energy was his cultivation, yet it was now being siphoned away by Han Li. This revelation seemed to contradict the descriptions provided in the bounty notice. Your information requires an update. Only capable of absorbing lifespans? That was the former me. The individual you confront now is the present version. Han Li chuckled. This is the consequence of failing to keep your information current. In mere moments, the entirety of the gray-robed youth's cultivation, painstakingly honed over the course of 3 decades, was entirely consumed by Han Li. The loss of power was swiftly followed by the forfeiture of his lifespan, all seized by Han Li. In a state of extreme terror and unwillingness, he ultimately transformed into a dried corpse. Subsequently, Han Li hurled this lifeless husk towards a young man who was frantically fleeing. With a resounding thud, the young man collapsed to the ground. Gazing upon his now desiccated second senior brother, he was utterly paralyzed with fear, his body betraying him with the sound of liquid trickling down his legs. Demon! No, my lord. Please spare me. I've only just entered the Qinghe sect, and it's barely been a month since I first ventured out to carry out a task. Please, treat me with some mercy. As the young man crawled, tears streaming down his face, he pleaded for his life. What do I care about how long you've been in the sect? If I were to truly let you go, wouldn't that belittle the title of demon that you lot have bestowed upon me? Han Li sneered as he approached the young man, delivering a forceful strike to his head. In an instant, the young man too became a dried corpse. Having killed 3 individuals, Han Li accrued an additional 235 years of lifespan, which combined with the previous and used 154 years, resulted in a total of 389 years. Furthermore, the absorption of their powers expanded Han Li's meridian slightly, though he did not sense any immediate advancement. It seemed that the powers of these 3 were still insufficient. He needed to absorb more. Chuckling to himself, Han Li regarded the corpses before him. It was time for him to depart. Following his customary practice, he rummaged through the bodies and retrieved 3 pouches containing spirit stones. This time, he handed them directly to Old Chun without even a glance. Old Chun, you must take these, for I am about to take my leave. You are leaving? Old Chun looked at Han Li, his expression momentarily startled. It is time. Remaining here will only invite greater troubles, and I must grow stronger. I will return to seek you out once I have established my foundation in the heavenly Tao. However, I still advise you to relocate, preferably under assumed identities. I will leave my marks here to clearly indicate the cause of their demise to the Dongjiang sect. It will be evident that it was I, Han Li, who did this. Old Chun gasped in shock. Young Han, this is tantamount to declaring war on the Dongjiang sect. They are likely to be even more enraged than the Qinghe sect. Let them rage. By the time I have slain my way through the 3 foundational sects, they will find themselves too intimidated to express their anger. Han Li replied with a chilling smile, his lips curving into a bloodthirsty grin. Old Chun felt a shiver of fear, yet within his aged heart, a surge of heroic spirit arose. As the ancient said, to kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to be heroic. To slaughter 900,000 is to be the mightiest of heroes. I wonder if I will have the chance to witness young Han slay his way across the world, establishing himself as a true hero, bringing clarity to this chaotic realm. Indeed, Old Chun, you will, Han Li responded with a laugh. One day, I shall conquer this world and stand proudly above all. Han Li laughed heartily, gazing skyward. He affectionately tousled Chun Tianhu's small head before approaching the young man in the gray robe. With a swift motion, he lifted the long sword and etched the character Han onto the desiccated forehead of the youth, subsequently sheathing the blade. Grasping the sword, Han Li strode towards the outside. Grandfather, big brother is so impressive. I will surely be as formidable as him in the future, Chun Tianhu declared, vigorously shaking his tiny fists as he watched Han Li's departing figure. In his innocent heart, a robust seed of ambition was sown. Indeed, you will, Chen Laobo affirmed with unwavering conviction. He believed that Han Li would undoubtedly achieve a foundation in the way, for he was an extraordinary talent. With Han Li's guidance, Chen Tianhu would surely embark on a prosperous path of cultivation. Throughout their recent interactions, he had come to understand that Han Li's intentions were noble. He adhered to his own principles and moral boundaries. However, now branded as a wanted criminal, there must be profound circumstances behind this. Han Li had never spoken of it, nor had Chun Laobo inquired, for everyone has their own secrets. Departing from Chun Laobo, Han Li stepped forth with purpose. Chapter 26. Strengthen the Qinghe Immortal Sect. After approximately half a day's journey, he came upon a tea house along the official road. While it was referred to as a tea house, it bore a striking resemblance to an inn, offering a comprehensive range of services. Cloaked in a cape, Han Li approached, ordered a pot of tea, a plate of beef, and a dish of fennel beans, and settled down. The tea house bustled with activity, filled with a group of formidable men, all appearing exceptionally robust. At that moment, they were indulging in hearty meat and copious amounts of wine. Suddenly, the sound of neighing horses echoed from outside, and 7 robust men entered the tea house. "Old Five, why have you arrived so late? We are nearly finished eating and drinking." One of the sword-bearing men greeted them upon their entrance. "Don't even mention it. On our way here, we encountered 5 checkpoints set up by the Qinghe Immortal Sect, instructed to scrutinize every passerby for that fiend, Han Li." One of the brawny men grumbled. "How ridiculous. A prestigious foundation-level sect unable to capture a mere chi-refining stage fiend for such an extended period. The Qinghe Immortal Sect is truly losing its touch," the sword-bearing man scoffed. "Fourth brother, mind your words. If the Qinghe Immortal Sect hears you, we will undoubtedly face trouble. They are infuriated by their failure to capture this fiend, and they have raised the bounty to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with the favor of the sect." Another interjected. "I was contemplating whether we should inform the master to halt our escort duties and instead search for this fiend, Han Li. The reward has doubled." One of the men suggested enthusiastically. "That sounds feasible. We earn only a few hundred spirit stones from each delivery, which is hard-earned money. Capturing the fiend Han Li would net us 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is an incredibly lucrative venture." The sword-bearing man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in agreement. "Indeed. However, this fiend Han Li is as elusive as a groundhog, making him difficult to locate. Otherwise, I would surely make him experience the might of Wang Dalong. I would crush him. I know where Han Li is, but it may prove challenging for you to apprehend him." A voice suddenly interjected from the side. The group of men turned their gazes toward Han Li. "Who do you think you are, daring to interrupt our conversation?" One of them demanded. "Listen well. We are from the White Tiger Mountain Villa's Escort Bureau. Be cautious with your words." "Ah, the renowned White Tiger Mountain Villa. I have heard of it," Han Li replied with a chuckle. "However, I am quite curious to know where those 5 outposts you mentioned are located." The White Tiger Mountain Villa is indeed a prominent force in Anping County, second only to the 3 major foundation-level sections. It boasts a merchant association, an escort bureau, and more. It is said that the master is also a foundation-level expert, surpassing these chi-refining families in strength. Why do you inquire about that? Do you perhaps know the whereabouts of that fiend Han Li? Known as the Old Five, Wang Dalong raised an eyebrow and inquired of Han Li. "Do you know?" "Oh, then quickly tell me where Han Li is. I'll give you 100 spirit stones when the time comes," Wang Dalong boldly declared. "Far away yet so near." Han Li chuckled softly as he slowly removed the hood from his head, revealing a handsome face adorned with a smile. Wang Dalong and his companions were momentarily stunned. "The demon lord Han Li? It's actually you," they exclaimed in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe you're here." Wang Dalong and the others were momentarily taken aback before erupting into shouts of excitement. Particularly, Wang Dalong was exceedingly thrilled, just as he mentioned Han Li. He had already arrived. The pivotal factor was that they were numerous in number, and they were certain they could subdue Han Li, which would yield a bounty of 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. As Wang Dalong's exuberance echoed, his companions swiftly drew their swords and blades from their waists. Observing this, Han Li chuckled lightly. He slapped his palm on the table, and the sword resting there instantly unsheathed. Grasping the sword, he charged forward. "Attack!" Wang Dalong bellowed, and the weapons in their hands slashed towards Han Li, creating a flurry of light from the blades. However, this was soon followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Blood splattering everywhere. Anyone who was grazed by Han Li's sword found themselves bleeding uncontrollably. "Demon weapon. He wields a demon weapon. Do not let yourselves be injured, or you will bleed to death," a man shouted in panic. He had been cut by a sword, and blood gushed forth, leaving him dizzy in mere moments. At that moment, Han Li appeared before him, effortlessly shifting his position to land right in front of him. He placed his palm upon the man. simultaneously employing the profound star absorption technique and the primordial star absorption technique. Almost instantaneously, this bloodthirsty man was reduced to a lifeless husk, which Han Li carelessly discarded on the ground before rushing towards the next target. Don't come near. The man, clutching his already bleeding arm, was pushed to the brink of terror. He turned to flee, yet it was futile. Han Li seized him, and in an instant, he too was refined into a lifeless corpse. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, within a brief span, the ground was littered with dry corpses, leaving only Wang Dalong. Paralyzed with fear, he crouched on the ground, utterly devoid of the courage to escape. He had killed many, but he had never witnessed such a method of slaughter as Han Li's. Even the horrifying tales recounted by storytellers paled in comparison to this. You have quite a sense of loyalty, not abandoning your brothers in flight, Han Li remarked as he approached Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. My lord, it's not that I don't want to run. It's just that my legs feel as though they are weighed down by lead, rendering me unable to escape. Please spare my life. I will offer you all the goods we are transporting. Just let me go, and I will vow to serve you with longevity tablets day and night. With a disdainful laugh, Han Li approached, towering over him. Tell me, where are the blockade points established by the Qinghe Xianmen? I will tell you. But will you spare me after? Wang Dalong asked in a panic. Do you possess the privilege to negotiate with me? Han Li retorted coldly, pressing the blade of his sword against Wang's throat. I will reveal it now. Wang Dalong, no longer daring to hesitate, promptly disclosed the approximate locations of the blockade points he had observed. Thank you for your information. As a token of my gratitude, I shall leave your body intact, rather than turning you into a desiccated corpse. With that, Han Li thrust his sword through him, swiftly withdrew it, and sheathed it. Not having forgotten his old habits, Han Li methodically wiped the blade on the corpses. He then mounted a spirited steed and galloped towards the nearest blockade point as indicated by Wang Dalong. After enduring such meticulous schemes to corner me, today I shall show you my true strength. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Chapter 27. Capturing two major strongholds. Seizing 4,000 years of longevity. After more than an hour of analysis, Han Li encountered a pavilion on the official road, adorned with two flags. One was the sky flag of the Qinghe Immortal Sect, while the other represented the Li family of Foundation establishment. Both the Li family and the Han family belonged to the same realm of the Qinghe Immortal Sect. Standing guard at this location were over 20 individuals. Any passerby, regardless of their status, was compelled to dismount for inspection, much to the chagrin of many. However, as one of the three major Foundation establishment sects in Anping County, the Qinghe Immortal Sect wielded the authority to do so, unperturbed by potential disputes. This circumstance brought immense satisfaction to the Li family, for under normal conditions, they could not exert such influence. Blocking the road. Boy, what are you dawdling for? Come here and submit to the inspection. Do you need to be invited? A sharp voice suddenly rang out from one of the younger members of the Li family. There were few strong cultivators among them. Han Li observed them. His brow slightly furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction. There were only 4 individuals at the 9th level of Qi refinement, with even the weakest at the 4th level. This strength was considerable, as the patriarch of the Qi refinement family had merely reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Yet, as Han Li grew stronger, the 9th level seemed increasingly inadequate. The Li family disciple who had reprimanded Han Li momentarily froze, questioning whether he had misheard. But in the next instant, a glimmer of cold light shot forth, with Han Li's figure swiftly following. With a piercing sound, a sharp sword pierced through the man's chest, pinning him to the ground. Why you? Blood poured from his mouth as he stared wide-eyed at Han Li, attempting to roar, but the rapid loss of life weighed heavily upon his eyelids. This scene was akin to thunder, crashing upon the eyes of the others present. You scoundrel! Who are you to dare strike at a disciple of the Li family? You seek death. There is no refuge for you in all of Anping County. The members of the Li family erupted in fury. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you not stationed here to seek me? Now that I have arrived, are you surprised or not? With a chuckle, Han Li removed his hood and swiftly threw it towards a middle-aged man from the Li family. The demon Han Li, it is you. The middle-aged man bellowed. My Qinghe Immortal Sect has sought you for many days, and you dare to brazenly come to us. This day next year will mark your demise. His aura surged violently, shattering several teacups on the table. 10th level of Qi refinement. I underestimated you. This is more like it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be worth my time. Although the 10th level was merely one tier above the 9th, the power and cultivation contained within were more than thrice as formidable. Kill. In the next moment, Han Li withdrew the sharp sword embedded in the man's body and charged towards them with lethal intent. Attack. We must ensure he remains here today, regardless of life or death, shouted the formidable middle-aged man at the peak of the chi refinement stage. Instantly, a flurry of blades and swords descended upon Han Li. The pedestrians who had initially paused to observe the unfolding scene hastily stepped aside, yet none chose to depart, all eager to witness the might of the infamous demon who had recently garnered immense notoriety. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The brilliance of swords flashed like rain, and the air was rife with energy as they engaged in a fierce battle. Wherever Han Li tread, blood splattered, and occasionally, one or two corpses would tumble to the ground. He unleashed 3 profound techniques simultaneously, driven by a singular objective, to conclude the fight in the shortest possible time, and then hastened to the next stronghold. This was imperative to prevent any delays that might allow the enemy to dispatch Foundation establishment experts to target him. At present, his strength was insufficient to contend with such formidable foes. However, Han Li harbored the belief that once he ascended to the 12th level of chi refinement, he would be capable of matching the prowess of an average Foundation establishment practitioner. This was the confidence born of strength. In a brief span, the ground was strewn with corpses, leaving only the middle-aged man at the chi refinement 10th level, who gazed at Han Li in sheer horror. Not long ago, you were merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. In just a few days, you have ascended to the 8th level. How many lives have you taken? And how much lifespan have you consumed? The middle-aged man cried out in terror. Not too many, just around 40 or 50 of you, Han Li replied with a chuckle, before swiftly advancing with his sword. In a flurry of blades, the man was reduced to a lifeless husk, his lifespan and power entirely drained by Han Li. On this occasion, he had slain a total of 22 individuals, acquiring a remarkable 370 years of lifespan. Coupled with the 860 years of lifespan he had recently extracted from those at the Wei Yuan escort agency, he now amassed a total of 619 years. With such a substantial absorption of power, he felt confident that it would suffice to elevate him to the 10th level of chi refinement. Amidst the scattered bodies, a smile graced Han Li's lips. Glancing at the onlookers who had retreated in fear, he let out a soft laugh. He remounted his steed and set off towards the next stronghold. 2.5 hours later, he reaped another 400 years of lifespan. Suddenly, the total lifespan he held surged to over 4,000 years. Should he press on to the 3rd stronghold? Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on his breakthrough first. After targeting 2 strongholds in succession, it was likely that they had caught wind of his actions. They might very well dispatch Foundation establishment experts in urgent response, and he must not become complacent and suffer a downfall. Han Li smiled, planning to bide his time before re-emerging. As the saying goes, I yield when you are at your peak, and I strike when you are weak. To bide time is not cowardice. It is merely a strategy for a greater comeback. With that, he pulled the reins and galloped his steed towards the nearby forest. Soon, the news reached the ears of the Qinghe sect. Arrogance. Pure arrogance. This fiend is utterly audacious, daring to launch an attack on our 2 inspection outposts. This constitutes the gravest provocation directed at our Qinghe sect. It is imperative that we bring him to justice swiftly. I propose that we join forces with the other 2 major sects and elevate the search and capture efforts throughout Anping County. Ideally, we should station Foundation-building elders in every location, leaving no stone unturned in our pursuit of him. Within the Qinghe sect, everyone was brainstorming ideas to ensure Han Li is apprehended without delay. Otherwise, he would wreak further havoc and severely tarnish the reputation of the Qinghe sect. Master of the sect, Elder Zhao Dongxing from the Dongjiang sect has arrived. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, addressing the seated leader, Daoist Qinghe. What brings you to our Qinghe sect at this time? Are you here to witness our misfortune? Daoist Qinghe furrowed his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he gestured for the man to bring in Zhao Dongxing. Before long, the long-bearded Zhao Dongxing approached. I pay my respects to Daoist Qinghe, he said, bowing upon entry. What brings Elder Zhao Dongxing to our Qinghe sect so unexpectedly? Daoist Qinghe inquired, observing him closely. Zhao Dongxing is the esteemed elder of the Dongjiang sect. His power and status second only to the sect's master, Jiang Hai. Chapter 28. Ascending to the 11th level of Qi refinement, confronting the Li clan. Our Dongjiang immortal sect seeks to collaborate with the Qinghe immortal sect in a concerted effort to apprehend that fiend, Han Li. This is not a trivial partnership, but a comprehensive alliance. Ideally, we could also enlist the support of the Wangyue immortal sect, pooling our resources to relentlessly pursue this villain. Han Li, Zhao Dongxing articulated his intentions candidly. A comprehensive alliance differs markedly from mere cooperative investigations. It necessitates the deployment of genuine foundational cultivators. Such a scenario recalls an incident from years past, when a notorious flower thief audaciously violated the concubine of the governor of Onping County, inciting the governor's wrath. He demanded that the three major foundational sects within Onping join forces to pursue the miscreant. At that time, all the formidable cultivators emerged from their abodes, and the flower thief, once captured, met a most tragic fate. Elder Zhao, are you implying that this fiend Han Li has also targeted members of our Dongjiang immortal sect? Upon hearing Zhao Dongxing's words, Taoist Qinghe raised an eyebrow and inquired. Indeed, our Dongjiang immortal sect has suffered the loss of several disciples, including two exceptionally talented individuals at the 10th level of Qi refinement. If we do not eliminate him, our sect will remain burdened with profound resentment, Zhao Dongxing declared vehemently. Taoist Qinghe, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. This villain Han Li truly overestimates himself, daring to provoke our foundational sects with his mere Qi refinement cultivation. It is nothing short of laughable. Then let us proceed with this comprehensive cooperation. I shall send my esteemed elder, Sun One, to accompany you to the Wangyue immortal sect, inviting them to join our united efforts in capturing this fiend Han Li. After his declaration, an elderly gentleman seated to the right, the esteemed elder Sun Wen of the Qinghe immortal sect, stood up. I shall adhere to the leader's command, Sun Wen replied with a respectful nod, then turned to Zhao Dongxing. Elder Zhao, time is of the essence. Shall we depart for the Wangyue immortal sect at once? Let us go. Zhao Dongxing nodded in agreement, and the two made their way outside, heading directly towards the Wangyue immortal sect, one of the three major foundational sects in Onping County. The presence of two esteemed elders at the Wangyue immortal sect would compel even those reluctant to engage in this matter to take heed, for none could guarantee that Han Li would not turn his attention towards them next. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest, Han Li discovered a dilapidated cave entrance and stepped inside. With over 4,000 years of lifespan remaining and the considerable power I have seized, let us see to what heights I can ascend. Han Li inhaled deeply, settling into a meditative posture to exert himself fully in breaking through his current realm. You have consumed 200 years of lifespan and reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. After approximately 2 hours of meditation, a line of small characters appeared in the scripture of his mind. Han Li's aura surged significantly. Why did my consumption of lifespan diminish this time? Han Li raised an eyebrow, feeling quite surprised. He recalled that reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement had required the expenditure of 210 years of lifespan, yet attaining the 9th level only demanded 200 years. Could it be that the immense power I absorbed has offset a portion of my strength? Han Li mused to himself, contemplating the possibility. After he had assimilated a substantial amount of spiritual energy from others, he noticed that his meridians had widened significantly, storing power several times greater than that of his peers. To his astonishment, it seemed there was still a capacity for offsetting. The spiritual energy he had just absorbed felt abundant within his meridians. Resolutely, he decided to continue his breakthrough. You have consumed 100 years of lifespan and attained the 10th level of Qi refinement. After a considerable passage of time, he opened his eyes to find that the cave was shrouded in darkness. This success had indeed elevated him to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Han Li distinctly sensed that transitioning from the 9th to the 10th level represented a watershed moment, significantly amplifying his strength. However, the 10th level was precarious, and he anticipated that the ensuing restrictions upon him would undoubtedly intensify. He pondered whether he could manage yet another breakthrough. You have consumed 700 years of lifespan and attained the 11th level of Qi refinement. Uncertain of how long he had sat in silence, Han Li felt his aura surge to a remarkable degree once more. A line of small characters appeared on the golden book of words. To his dismay, it took the consumption of 700 years of lifespan to achieve the 11th level. The expenditure was terrifying. Was it due to the lifespans he had seized being of lesser value? Han Li opened his eyes, astonished. This time, he had nearly exhausted all the lifespan he had acquired. Yet, he had reached the formidable 11th level of Qi refinement. He reminded himself to be grateful, for he had utilized the lifespans of others, not his own. Nevertheless, he surmised that once he established his foundation, simply seizing lifespans for advancement would no longer suffice. To ascend a mere level might require the consumption of thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years of seized lifespan, which would be insufficient to exhaust the 3 great foundational sections. Han Li reflected, casting his gaze toward the cavern's ceiling. This modest Onping County could not contain his aspirations as a mighty dragon. Once I complete my foundation establishment, I shall vanquish the 3 major foundational sects and venture beyond Onping County to explore the world. Time passed. Following his breakthrough, Han Li did not immediately venture out. Instead, He focused on consolidating his newly acquired techniques and adapting to his elevated realm. On the following day, just as dawn began to break, Han Li emerged from the cave. Half a day later, the Qinghe sect suffered the loss of 2 significant strongholds. When the foundational elders dispatched by the Qinghe sect arrived, they found a multitude of casualties among the Qi Refinement Li clan, Qi Refinement Wang clan, and the disciples of the Qinghe sect. Damn it, this fiend moves with such speed, we have arrived too late, roared an elder of the Qinghe sect at one of the strongholds. Signal for reinforcements, this fiend is on the move again. Inform the 3 major foundational sects that all foundational elders must take their positions immediately. Yes, elder. At once, a young man beside him produced 3 azure tubes from his pocket. He launched the 3 signal rockets into the sky, forming 3 images of the Qinghe soaring through the heavens, lingering for an extended moment before dispersing. A 3rd-level alarm has been sounded. The demon has once again made a move. All foundational elders have taken their positions to launch a siege against the demon. Upon receiving the signal, the Qinghe Immortal sect immediately dispatched personnel to notify the Dongjiang and Wangyue sects, as well as several other allied forces. Thus commenced an operation led by foundational elders to hunt down Han Li. At this juncture, the matter transcends the mere offering of spirit stones. It has become a relentless pursuit to eliminate Han Li at any cost. At this moment, Han Li, having traversed tirelessly, arrived at the entrance of a grand estate. Who are you? Why do you linger here? This is the private domain of the Li family. Leave immediately if you have no appointment. A burly man bellowed at Han Li, just moments after he stood before the estate. Come a little closer, and you shall recognize me. Han Li grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and stepped toward the imposing figure. It's you, the demon Han Li. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Han Li, and he shouted with a fierce tone, You have tremendous audacity. The entire Amping County is hunting you down, and yet you dare to come to my Li family. Why should I hide? Does your Li family possess the strength to instill fear in me? Han Li scoffed. In the next instant, the blade in his hand was drawn with a swift motion. With a sickening thud, the man's head flew from his shoulders. The Li family's downfall begins with you. Any who dare assist the 3 foundational sects shall meet their demise. Of course, the Han family of refining Qi is the exception. Chapter 29. The arrival of the celestial ginseng one man, one sword, challenging the Li family of Qi refinement. Just a fortnight ago, such a thought would have been beyond Han Li's wildest dreams. Yet today, the Li family appeared to him as mere trifles. With unwavering determination, Han Li carved a path through his adversaries, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake, and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Li family's council hall. At this moment, the family head, Li Haiyuan, along with a few of the Li family elders, stood defiantly at the hall's entrance, gripping their long blades. Their eyes aflame with fury as they glared at the approaching Han Li. Han Li, I never anticipated you would dare to invade my Li family. Li Haiyuan bellowed. Even if you manage to annihilate the entire Li clan today, there is no chance you will escape Amping County. With a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Han Li retorted, Who said I intend to flee Amping County? Even if I were to leave, I must first eradicate the Qinghe Immortal sect or the 3 major foundation establishment sects. Such arrogance. The words of Han Li left Li Haiyuan and the others momentarily aghast. Each of the 3 major foundation establishment sects boasted over a dozen formidable cultivators, with their ancestors standing at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a step away from becoming revered Golden Core Grandmasters. You must be deluded, lost in a daydream. Li Haiyuan laughed mockingly. Han Li erupted into laughter. You seem quite agitated, Li family head, to have said so much in one breath. Am I agitated? Li Haiyuan roared, gripping his sword tightly. It matters not. Today, your Li family shall surely perish. But fear not, for I shall soon send the Wang family of Qi refinement to the underworld to join you, where you may continue your existence as a family of Qi refinement. In an instant, Han Li stepped forth, sword in hand. Kill! Li Haiyuan shouted. Realizing that surrender or retreat were futile, they could only fight to the death. Though he was acutely aware that he was no match for Han Li, the demise of the Li family seemed inevitable. After a flurry of blades and flashes of light, Han Li nonchalantly cast aside the lifeless body of Li Haiyuan. Now a mere husk, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Why do I feel a sense of impending breakthrough? With another leap forward, he mused, another breakthrough, and I shall reach the 12th level of Qi refinement. Yet, steadiness is crucial. I must not allow my foundation to waver. Moreover, it is imperative that I commence the search for the materials needed for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Should I succeed in this endeavor, I shall not fear even the ancestors of the foundation establishment sects. According to fragments of knowledge he had gathered, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment required the infusion of celestial energy into one's body, an act of incomprehensible might. Even ordinary Golden Core Grandmasters would find it arduous to extinguish such power, though it may sound exaggerated. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The latent power it could summon was unfathomable. As was his custom, Han Li began to rummage through the bodies, subsequently searching each room within the Li residence. When he unearthed a beautifully crafted, weighty box from Li Haiyuan's chamber, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Such a valuable box could only contain extraordinary treasures. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the box's lock and opened it, only to be met with a breathtaking radiance. By the heavens, it is indeed top-grade spirit stones. And there are 5 of them. One top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. To discover 5 here was nothing short of astonishing. The Li family has consistently demonstrated a strength superior to that of the Han family. Even Li Haiyuan has attained the 10th level of qi refinement, surpassing Han Tianyang by a notch, revealing the inadequacies of their foundation. However, Han Li's attention was soon captivated by 5 superior spirit stones lying beside an extraordinary find, heavenly ginseng grass. This precious herb is one of the 18 foundational spiritual materials listed in the Taoist Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. Han Li was filled with excitement. The value of heavenly ginseng grass is immeasurable, and it is said that even a mere wisp of its essence can swiftly revive a person. It typically only surfaces at auctions, where even foundational sects vie for it. To his astonishment, the Qi Refinement Li family possessed such a treasure. Fortunately, by taking an unconventional approach and striking directly at the Li family, he caught them unprepared. Otherwise, how could such a treasure have fallen into his hands? With a beaming countenance, Han Li tucked the 5 superior spirit stones and the heavenly ginseng grass into his chest pocket and turned to leave. Yet, as he departed, he set a fire. In an instant, thick smoke billowed from the Li family estate. He mounted his steed and galloped relentlessly towards the Wang family. Approximately half an hour later, the Wang family estate was engulfed in fierce flames. First, the Qi Refinement Li family, followed by the Qi Refinement Wang family, were consecutively annihilated. The news spread rapidly, causing a stir in the regions controlled by the Qinghe sect and swiftly extending beyond. What a spectacle! 2 Qi Refinement families, enduring for centuries, obliterated in a single day. This fiend is truly ruthless. Only the Qi Refinement Han family remains, yet it is said that this fiend, Han Li, vowed to destroy the Han family upon his escape years ago. Surely, the members of the Han family are now in a state of panic. The discussions were incessant. The Qinghe sect was furiously incensed, promptly declaring, "Until Han Li is eliminated, no foundational experts of the Qinghe sect shall return to the sect," vowing to eradicate him. Meanwhile, core figures of the Han family, such as Han Tianyang and Han Qingxue, gathered in the council hall, observing the myriad rumors surrounding Han Li with astonishment and complex emotions. Who could have anticipated his growth to such an extent? How little time has passed. I now suspect he has practiced demonic arts. Han Tianyang glanced at the intelligence in hand, offering a wry smile. It must be demonic arts. I can only hope Han Li refrains from targeting our family and remembers the past. Elder Han Chu sighed deeply, his expression laden with complexity. Rest assured, Elder Han, he will not act against the Han family. Han Qingxue replied, her expression equally intricate, for she understood him best. Han Li had once borne all the infamy upon himself to shield the Han family from the Qinghe sect's scrutiny. How could he turn against them now? Miss, one must be cautious with words. Those who practice demonic arts are inscrutable in their intentions, Elder Han Xiong cautioned. Han Qingxue furrowed her brows, choosing silence. Preconceived notions among the people are as formidable as mountains. If she were to defend Han Li excessively, it would not only be futile, but could also arouse suspicion. Regardless, she was certain in her heart that Han Li would never bring harm to the Han family. Patriarch, the Qinghe sect has arrived. At that moment, a middle-aged member of the Han family stepped forward to report. Are the Qinghe sect members here to assist the Han family? Han Tianyang raised an eyebrow, immediately rising to greet them. Currently, most of the Qi Refinement Han family's forces were deployed outside, leaving only 3 elders, Han Qingxue, himself, and the eldest elder's grandson, Han Yang, within the clan. The rest had been dispatched as per the Qinghe sect's requirements. Han Tianyang, there is no need for a welcome. We have arrived. Before Han Tianyang could reach the door, a muffled voice emerged from outside. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, was seen leading 3 middle-aged individuals and 2 young ones. Han Tianyang, upon recognizing Elder Lu Feng, quickly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. This was Lu Feng, a foundational elder of the Qinghe sect, a figure of significant stature and a formidable cultivator. I have come for several matters. I need to hear about Han Li's life history, who he was closest to within the Han family, and who his last contact was. You shall recount these matters one by one. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. Lu Feng seated himself unceremoniously in Han Tianyang's chair, casting a calm glance in his direction. A wave of unease washed over Han Tianyang. He sensed that Lu Feng bore ill intentions, as though he were here to demand accountability. Nonetheless, he maintained an attitude of utmost respect as he approached him. Chapter 30. Han Qingxue captured. Has she become bait? Allow me to detail the situation for you. In fact, prior to your arrival, individuals from the immortal sect had already conducted an investigation. Subsequently, Han Tianyang recounted all the details. Have you finished? Is there anything else to add? After a moment, as Han Tianyang concluded his account, Lu Feng inquired with a calm demeanor. In response to Elder Han, there is nothing further to add. My family is genuinely unaware of these matters, and with the annihilation of the Li and Wang families, the Han clan is now trembling in fear, Han Tianyang replied, shaking his head with a bitter expression. There's no need for such trepidation. A mere foundation-level demon cannot confront our Qinghe immortal sect head-on. It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, he operates in the shadows while we remain in the light, and his cunning nature has allowed him to escape repeatedly. Yet, he cannot rely on luck indefinitely. Moreover, I suspect that certain members of your Han family may possess a most unusual connection with this demon. An unusual connection? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Han Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly bowed. If the elder suspects any member of the Han family, please speak up, and I shall conduct an immediate investigation. However, I firmly believe that no one in the Han family shares such a connection with him. The closest person to him was the foster daughter brought back by his parents. But they have long since fallen out, and I have expelled that foster daughter from our home to prevent further complications. You have acted quite promptly. Yet do you not find it rather coincidental that your daughter appeared in his chamber? Lu Feng surveyed the surroundings as he spoke. Are you referring to Qingxue? Han Tianyang's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily gestured. I assure you, Han Qingxue has absolutely no special relationship with Han Li. Moreover, during those days, our entire clan was engaged in pursuit, trying to uncover the identity of Han Qinyu's murderer. Qingxue, being perceptive, suspected Han Li, which is why she lingered in the vicinity, nearly falling victim to him. Surely this cannot be mere coincidence, Lu Feng remarked. It indeed does not sound coincidental. He has slain disciples of the immortal sect at the 8th level of qi refining. While it may be attributed to favorable circumstances, your daughter, being only at the 5th level of qi refining, managed to escape unharmed from his grasp. Furthermore, have you overlooked the fact that he practices demonic arts capable of siphoning the life force from others? Why did your daughter not lose any lifespan after her confrontation with him? With a jolt, Lu Feng's words struck Han Tianyang profoundly. Even Han Qi and Han Xiong were taken aback, their gazes shifting toward Han Qingxue. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Han Qingxue's heart began to race. Young lady, pray tell, what is the nature of your relationship with that demon, Han Li? At this moment, Lu Feng gazed at Qingxue with a smile and inquired. Han Qingxue promptly stood up and respectfully replied, in response to the elder's words, I have no association with that fiend Han Li. Although I am uncertain as to why he did not seize my lifespan, it may be due to some remnants of gratitude for the assistance I once offered him. However, I assure you, upon discovering his cultivation of demonic arts that day, he truly sought to take my life. Ah, so that is the case. It is indeed comprehensible. Lu Feng nodded. Han Qingxue felt a slight sense of relief, as did Han Tianyang. Yet, Lu Feng's subsequent statement caused their expressions to shift dramatically. If he has spared you due to past ties, that is all the more fortuitous. I require you to accompany me, using you as bait to draw out Han Li. As bait for myself? Han Qingxue nearly gasped at Lu Feng's words. Precisely, as bait, in hopes of luring him out. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he rose from his seat. Bring along the young lady of the Han family, we shall depart. Immediately, the two middle-aged men beside him cast their gazes upon Han Qingxue, signaling her to follow. Han Tianyang, in a sudden panic, hurriedly positioned himself in front of Lu Feng. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Feng flicked his sleeve, and a terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping Han Tianyang away as effortlessly as autumn winds scatter leaves. This elder acts as he sees fit. You will obey. Speak further, and you shall face execution. With that, he strode forward. The Foundation Establishment sect is indeed so domineering. Even to a family that has served them for years, they show not the slightest courtesy. Young lady of the Han family, accompany us willingly, or we shall have no choice but to render you unconscious and take you by force. One of the middle-aged men said to Han Qing with indifference. Han Qing's expression fluctuated several times. Very well, I shall go with you. She had no choice but to comply. Resistance was futile. Their Qi refinement family must always look up to the Foundation establishment sect. Any further delay would only bring severe repercussions upon herself and the Han family. Despicable, utterly despicable. She felt that her emotions had been unjustly ravaged. The Foundation establishment sect was exceedingly oppressive. After Lu Feng took Han Qing away, Han Tianyang furiously struck his fists together, concerned that Han Qing might never return. She was his only daughter, and such a loss would spell true calamity. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as Han Qing was led away, his anger proving futile. At that moment, outside the Han family courtyard, Lu Feng suddenly turned to one of the middle-aged men beside him and said, Wang Quan, later you shall return quietly and infiltrate the Han family. You wish for me to infiltrate the Han family? Do you truly believe there is something amiss? Wang Quan furrowed his brow and asked Lu Feng. Just do as instructed. Heed my words. Lu Feng offered a slight smile, concealing his intentions. Very well, I shall quietly infiltrate the Han family courtyard. Wang Quan no longer questioned further and nodded in agreement. He is a formidable cultivator at the first level of the Foundation establishment stage, as well as an esteemed elder of the Qing'e sect. Their actions were not concealed from Han Qingxue, which caused an inexplicable tightening in her heart, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. Wang Quan turned and departed, while Lu Feng continued to escort Han Qingxue away. Meanwhile, after annihilating the refining Qi Wang family, Han Li traversed hundreds of miles and arrived outside a vast estate belonging to the refining Qi Zhao family, a clan under the auspices of the Dongjiang sect. Armed with a sharp sword, Han Li charged directly inside. An hour later, the Zhao family was engulfed in a raging inferno. He then swiftly vanished into the forest, seeking refuge in a secluded, overgrown cave. Only then did Han Li settle down, ready to assess the spoils of the past 2 days. He dismounted from his magnificent steed, unloading 3 enormous snakeskin bags onto the ground. The contents were abundant, including spirit stones, gold artifacts, precious herbs, and elixirs. It could be said that the harvest was quite fruitful. Regarding the 18 essential items required for the Foundation establishment of the Heavenly Path, he had already gathered 4, leaving an additional 14 to acquire. This was deemed relatively smooth progress. After completing his inventory, a smile crept onto Han Li's lips. However, he was soon beset by worry, for the sheer quantity of items was too great for him to carry on his person. Chapter 31. Breaking through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. Returning to Yong'an City, it is said that the ancestors of the 3 foundational immortal sects each possess a spatial storage ring, capable of containing a plethora of items within its self-contained realm. How splendid it would be if I could have one. Gazed upon the spoils weighing hundreds of pounds, Han Li mused to himself, filled with yearning for the spatial rings held by the elders of the 3 foundational sections. Yet, for the present, such aspirations remained but a dream. To confront those foundational sects would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. With so many possessions, where could I possibly store them? Perhaps I could dig a pit in the wilderness? No, that would be unwise. What if I forget the location of the pit, or worse, someone stumbles upon it? Han Li pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. He had considered entrusting these items to Old Chun, but if the Eastern River sect discovered this, it would spell disaster for Old Chun. Thus, he swiftly dismissed that notion as well. It would be best to exchange them for high-grade spirit stones, or even supreme-grade spirit stones, as they would be the most convenient to carry. Ultimately, Han Li resolved to venture into the city to make the exchange. However, this posed a significant risk. Within Yong'an City, bounties were placed by the 3 foundational sects, and he would need to disguise himself. With a firm decision made, he resolved to cultivate and strive to reach the 12th level of Qi refinement first. Han Li sat down, determined, and began to push forward in his martial cultivation. As time trickled by, a harsh stream of air flowed continuously within the dilapidated cave, converging at the very center where Han Li sat. The volume of these air currents increased dramatically, enveloping him in a cocoon-like formation. Just as he approached a critical threshold, this cocoon, formed by an amalgamation of countless air currents, erupted explosively. A terrifying aura emanated from Han Li, bursting forth from every pore. Simultaneously, a line of small characters appeared in the silent scripture within his mind. You have consumed 5,000 years of lifespan, achieving the 12th level of Qi refinement. Han Li's eyes flew open in astonishment. Good heavens, This time it cost a full 5,000 years of lifespan. And nearly all the energy he had absorbed dissipated as well. The consumption from advancing from the 11th to the 12th level was exponentially greater. Han Li exclaimed in disbelief. This depletion was utterly terrifying. He sensed that the lifespan he had seized was becoming increasingly less beneficial to him. In the future, once he established his foundation, or even attained the golden core stage, each ascension might demand tens of thousands of years, or even more. Perhaps the strength of these individuals was merely mediocre, all being in the Qi refinement stage, thus rendering their lifespan less impactful. It now appeared that the technique of seizing vitality was becoming somewhat redundant. I must seek other, more efficient methods. Furthermore, although he had challenged the 3 prominent Qi refinement families, the lifespan he gained was not substantial, as most had been dispatched elsewhere. Thankfully, he had absorbed some energy through the primordial spirit absorption technique. Otherwise, he might not have had sufficient power to break through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. At this moment, Han Li felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, sufficient to instill a sense of dread. With but a single hand, he could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of his former self. His grandfather had once remarked that even among the disciples of the Foundation Establishment sect, those who could cultivate to the 12th level of Qi refinement were exceedingly rare. Many, unable to endure, sought to establish their foundations at the 10th or 11th level. For the 12th level represented a true watershed, nearly equivalent to the Foundation Establishment realm. As he reveled in the strength within his body, Han Li soon detected an unsettling odor emanating from himself, a foul stench that seemed to rise from within. Could this unpleasant smell be the result of purging impurities from my flesh? His grandfather had claimed that the process of marrow washing and meridian cleansing would only manifest after one established their foundation. Yet here he was, experiencing it prematurely. Delighted by this discovery, he no longer found the scent as offensive. Surely, this state must equate to being half a step into Foundation establishment? Coupled with the formidable techniques at his disposal, perhaps he could contend with an average Foundation establishment expert, or at the very least, escape if necessary. However, he still lacked a swift martial art, and he intended to procure one upon entering the city. He had acquired some techniques from the 3 major Qi refinement families, but they were all rather mediocre and devoid of any agile martial arts. Thus he had refrained from studying them. Resolute in his decision, Han Li rose and exited the cave, seeking a nearby water source to cleanse himself thoroughly. Using his formidable Qi, he expelled the moisture from his clothes, feeling significantly lighter as he walked, as if he had shed several pounds of excess weight. Yet, his robust physique bore no trace of fat. This sensation was merely a result of the marrow washing and meridian cleansing, which had elevated his physical prowess to new heights. Upon returning to the cave, Han Li repacked his spoils into his snakeskin bag and mounted his steed, departing the mountainous region. He traversed the winding paths back to Yong'an City. From a distance, he observed 2 rows of men clad in the attire of the 3 major Foundation establishment sects, scrutinizing every passerby at the city entrance. The city guards stood nearby, adhering to their customary collection of entry fees without intervention. It appeared that even the county governor, the most powerful figure in Anping County and reputed to be a golden core cultivator, was cooperating with the 3 sections. This made entering the city rather challenging. Han Li squinted, muttering to himself. The 3 sects seemingly provided tributes to the governor, as they had established their influence on his territory. With a wry smile, he thought, if I cannot enter through the front, I shall take an alternative route. I refuse to believe that I cannot gain access to this vast Yong'an city. With a chuckle, Han Li turned the reins and retraced his path back into the woods. He remained concealed until the stroke of midnight, when he finally emerged from the forest. Circling around Yong'an City, he indeed found an opportunity. In a secluded area outside the city walls, 2 soldiers stationed atop the ramparts, perhaps bored to the point of indulgence, were drinking and playing games of chance. Their lack of discretion suggested that this was not their first encounter of such nature. Before long, the 2 were leaning against each other, intoxicated. After all, with a formidable golden core cultivator safeguarding Yong'an City, no one would dare to assault it. Moreover, the great Zhou belonged to the immortal martial dynasty, which possessed immense strength, and warfare would only arise with other immortal martial dynasties. Thus, while the city walls were fortified against honorable foes, they were not designed to guard against petty scoundrels. He tightly secured 3 burlap sacks to his person. Channeling his energy into his feet as his fingers curled into claws, he began to scale the towering wall, which loomed over 10 meters high. In a matter of moments, and burdened with over 100 pounds of spoils, Han Li effortlessly ascended. The soldiers, in their blissful ignorance, remained entirely oblivious to his presence. With a smirk, Han Li gazed down at them, casually producing 2 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and placing them before the dazed soldiers. As I pass through this place, consider it a token of my appreciation for your hospitality. Chapter 32. The beautiful young shopkeeper, identity revealed? With a swift motion, Han Li leapt over the city wall. But the gust of wind he stirred caught the attention of a soldier, rousing him from slumber as he glanced around in alarm. The night remained still, devoid of any irregularities. Just as the soldier was about to succumb to sleep once more, his gaze fell upon 2 low-grade spirit stones emitting a faint glow before him. Startled, he quickly seized the stones, astonished by their presence. Low-grade spirit stones? How could there be 2 here? He exclaimed in disbelief. The commotion awakened an elder soldier nearby, who immediately inquired, "What is it? Has someone stealthily entered the city?" "I'm not sure," the younger soldier replied, still holding the spirit stones aloft. "I felt a breeze moments ago, but upon opening my eyes, there was nothing unusual, just these 2 low-grade spirit stones." "Indeed, they are low-grade spirit stones," the elder soldier exclaimed, his expression turning serious. "No need for speculation. Someone has surely snuck into the city, but it seems they were considerate enough to leave behind some traveling fare. Is it really necessary to leave 2 low-grade spirit stones as fare in the middle of the night? The entrance fee is about the same," the younger soldier pondered, perplexed. "They must have had their reasons for avoiding the main gate. Perhaps fugitives?" The elder soldier chuckled. "The local magistrate often issues bounties for dangerous criminals, leaving them unable to enter the city through conventional means. When urgent matters arise, they must resort to sneaking in under cover of darkness. What audacity! It could very well be a wanted criminal. Should we not report this immediately and initiate a citywide search?" the younger soldier suggested earnestly. "Report? Nonsense," the elder soldier retorted, rolling his eyes. "Here we are, dozing off with a drink, allowing someone to slip past us unnoticed. Reporting this would only invite trouble for ourselves. Besides, it seems our visitor was rather considerate, leaving us a share of their spoils. Let us each pocket a stone, it would serve us well." The younger soldier was taken aback by the thought. One of these low-grade spirit stones could equate to 3 months of our salary. He mused. "Typically, we are paid in silver, and spirit stones are scarce, often reserved for rewarding our superiors. Indeed, my friend, you have much to learn during your time here in the guard. A few years will enlighten you," the elder soldier remarked with a faint smile. They divided the 2 low-grade spirit stones, then nestled back together, drifting into slumber once more. Meanwhile, Han Li, having entered the city, made his way directly to the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbage, even in the deep of night, remained brilliantly illuminated, operating ceaselessly around the clock. However, it was indeed late, and the number of patrons inside was rather sparse. "Welcome to Wanbage, esteemed guest. How may we assist you?" Upon entering, a hostess clad in a high-slit qipao, revealing 2 exquisite long legs, approached gracefully. "I wish to exchange some items. I shall proceed directly to your VIP area," Han Li replied coolly, draped in a cloak. Having narrowly escaped the pursuit of their elder, Li Gang, Han Li chose to wear his cloak even at this late hour. Though he felt it might give off an impression of guilt, especially with 3 black snakeskin bags slung over his shoulder. It seemed to convey to others that he was no ordinary person. Yet, observing the hostess's nonchalant expression somewhat eased his apprehension. Wanbage welcomed all who brought business, regardless of their nature. "Please, right this way." The hostess's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing Han Li's intent to visit the VIP section. Such confidence indicated he was certainly a distinguished guest. She led him to a private room within the VIP area. "May I inquire what you wish to purchase? However, we only accept spirit stones, not gold or silver. Let us set purchases aside for the moment. I need to exchange for some high-grade spirit stones. Do you have any available?" The hostess was taken aback, not anticipating Han Li's request for high-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade spirit stone equated to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Typically, Wanbage dealt mostly in low and mid-grade spirit stones, with high-grade ones being exceedingly rare. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Will you be exchanging items for spirit stones? Or do you have another arrangement in mind? Should it be an item exchange, we would need to conduct an evaluation. If you are swapping low or mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade ones, a simple count and verification of the stones will suffice." After her initial surprise, the hostess, exhibiting excellent professionalism, explained the process to Han Li. "I have a variety for you to examine," Han Li replied, placing the 3 snakeskin bags on the table. As the bags were opened, the hostess stood in stunned silence. A vast collection of low-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, and various other artifacts and spirit tools spilled forth, forming a small mountain. Among them, she even discerned some unique family insignias, causing her lips to twitch slightly. She had surmised who this extravagant man was, most likely the recently notorious demon, Han Li. Yet, what did this matter to her? Her role was merely to conduct business and earn her commission. Please hold for a moment. I need to summon our manager, as this quantity is rather substantial. Go ahead. Han Li nodded, well aware that such a considerable amount could not be handled by a single hostess alone. Before long, a voluptuous and strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman, radiating an alluring fragrance, approached with a graceful sway of her hips. Han Li was taken aback upon encountering the captivating and charming proprietor of Wanbage, who resembled a ripe peach in her allure. He had never anticipated that the most prominent merchant association in Anping County, Wanbage, would be helmed by such an enticingly beautiful matron. Once the door to the room was closed, the middle-aged woman instructed the welcoming attendant to leave. Allow me to introduce myself, she said, her name being Tong, the owner of Wanbage. Please, call me Manager Tong. After taking a seat, she unveiled a radiant smile, directing her attention towards Han Li. Greetings, Manager Tong. I wish to sell these items. Could you please appraise them for me? Han Li nodded in acknowledgement and spoke with a calm demeanor. Certainly, it would be my pleasure to provide young Master Han with an exceedingly fair price. Manager Tong replied with a subtle smile, her beautiful eyes gazing at Han Li with a hint of implication. Han Li, cloaked in his mantle, narrowed his eyes in surprise. How could she discern his true identity? Had his disguise not been convincing enough? Chapter 33. The First Encounter with the Heavenly Path of Foundation Establishment. The story of Manager Tong. Young Master Han, please do not take offense. The foremost principle of Wanbao Pavilion in conducting business is the utmost confidentiality regarding our clients' personal information. We welcome any customer to engage and trade with us. Is that so? Han Li chuckled, having been recognized. He nonchalantly removed the hood of his cloak. Manager Tong nodded with a smile. Indeed, aside from that unruly rotund individual, Li Gang, such incidents will not recur at Wanbao Pavilion. I sincerely apologize to you, young Master Han. Henceforth, all your purchases at our establishment will be offered at a 20% discount. This statement caused Han Li's pupils to constrict slightly. Had Wanbao Pavilion discovered his involvement in Li Gang's demise? Yet, maintaining his composure, he replied, Manager Tong, your words are somewhat perplexing. No need to comprehend fully. Simply know that your future purchases will enjoy this discount, provided they are made through me. Manager Tong interjected with a cheerful demeanor. With a flick of her wrist, 3 snakeskin bags before Han Li were drawn effortlessly to her side. The display of such prowess indicated that this mature woman was indeed a formidable foundation establishment expert. Once the bags were within reach, Manager Tong waved her hand, causing the spirit stones and various items within to autonomously sort themselves. She then began to tally them. Young Master Han, I have completed the inventory, including your techniques and other items. You may exchange them for a total of 5 high-grade spirit stones and 45 mid-grade spirit stones. Actually, it should be 43 mid-grade spirit stones. I rounded it up for your convenience. Thank you, Manager Tong, for your generosity. I am rather taken aback. Han Li responded, somewhat astonished. That rounding up was rather substantial. 2 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 200 low-grade spirit stones. The ability to exchange for 5 high-grade spirit stones exceeded his expectations, amounting to 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. A fortune that would require a family like the Han clan, which focused on chi refinement, 25 years of toil to amass. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a penniless individual into a modestly wealthy young man. Young Master Han, do not be surprised. My actions serve a purpose. Manager Tong remarked with a subtle smile, speaking candidly, I wish to establish a long-term collaboration with you. I am quite aware of the reputation I hold in the outside world, and I trust you understand the implications. Would Wanbao Pavilion dare to partner with me? Fearing the retaliation of the 3 major foundation establishment sects, Han Li was not taken aback by Manager Tong's proposal for collaboration. He replied with a calm smile, the 3 major foundation establishment sects? A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Manager Tong's mouth. Within Anping County, they may hold some influence, but beyond its borders, they are inconsequential. Wanbao Pavilion conducts business across the world, far beyond the confines of the Great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, whether young Master Han is a demonic cultivator has little relevance to my Wanbao Pavilion, does it? Indeed, Manager Tong is a born businessman, perceptive as ever. Han Li let out a hearty laugh, admitting, I must say, dealing with someone like Manager Tong is truly refreshing. Since Manager Tong is so generous, I do have a few items I require, though I am uncertain if you possess them. Han Li continued, Young Master Han, rest assured. If we do not have them here, I can assist you in sourcing them from elsewhere. Please do not doubt the capabilities of Wanbao Pavilion. Manager Tong replied with a smile. Of course, I trust you, as Wanbao Pavilion is renowned as the foremost trading establishment. The items I seek are not so scarce that even Wanbao Pavilion cannot procure them. Subsequently, Han Li listed the materials he needed. Precisely those required for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill formula given to him by Elder Chun. He already possessed 4 of the ingredients and required 14 more. However, Han Li remained cautious, only mentioning 6 of the items without disclosing the entire list. Should the other party sense anything amiss? The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill formula is of great significance. Yet, he underestimated Manager Tong. Upon hearing this, the latter's watery eyes widened with surprise. Young Master Han, you have exceeded my expectations. What do you mean by that? Han Li raised an eyebrow. If I am not mistaken, the materials you require are intended for the refinement of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment pill, correct? In an instant, Han Li's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Manager Tong, you jest. Do you truly believe I possess such a high-level foundation establishment formula? Had you asked me before you mentioned those ingredients, I would have thought you lacked it, at most holding a formula for the Earthly Tao Foundation establishment. Otherwise, why would you not have sought to advance to the foundation establishment realm by the 9th level of Qi refinement? Yet, you have reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. A rarity throughout Omping County, even among the 3 major foundation establishment sects, including the county governor's estate. There are only a handful of young disciples who have achieved the 12th level of Qi refinement. Their aspirations remain limited to the Earthly Tao Foundation establishment. Yet the items you seek are no longer applicable to that. After Manager Tong finished speaking, Han Li did not respond immediately. He scrutinized the manager intently. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Truly, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion is well informed, discerning my needs from but a few herbs. Nevertheless, I trust that Manager Tong would not take action against me simply because I possess this formula. Would you? As his words fell, Han Li's body tensed, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. Ha ha ha, of course not. Young Master Han need not be anxious. Manager Tong chuckled lightly. To be candid, I too am of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. You are also of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? After listening, Han Li was utterly astonished. Was it not said that there was not a single Heavenly Tao Foundation in the Omping territory? Once Manager Tong finished speaking, she released her imposing aura, exuding a sense of trepidation akin to celestial might. The spiritual energy she emanated even bore a faint golden hue. Golden spiritual energy. This was the unique essence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Upon witnessing this, Han Li could not help but exclaim in surprise. The most apparent distinction between the Heavenly Tao Foundation and the Earthly or Mortal Tao Foundations lies in the fact that the spiritual sea of the Heavenly Tao Foundation is golden. Hence the spiritual force it radiates is also golden. However, after the initial shock, Han Li began to sense something amiss. The layer of golden spiritual energy released by Manager Tong appeared somewhat impure, as if it were intermingled with certain impurities. Has young Master Han discerned something? Noticing the flicker of doubt in Han Li's eyes, Manager Tong replied with a serene smile. I do indeed sense that something is not quite right. According to the information I have gathered, the Heavenly Tao Foundation is supposed to be utterly flawless, its spiritual energy a pure gold without any impurities. Yet, the golden spiritual energy emanating from you seems to possess some grayish speckles. Indeed, it appears you are quite knowledgeable about the Heavenly Tao Foundation. Manager Tong chuckled lightly, and then retracted the golden spiritual energy back into her body. Ordinarily, my spiritual energy should also be of the immaculate golden variety. However, when I established my foundation years ago, I was subjected to a treacherous plot and only managed to harness half of the Heavenly Vein's essence. Thus, I do not qualify as a pure Heavenly Tao Foundation, but am nonetheless superior to the Earthly Tao Foundation. Is it truly possible for such a thing to occur? Han Li felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing this. Manager Tong is indeed a person of intriguing stories. Chapter 34. The Merchant, Playing with Fire. She is a woman with a story. He suddenly sensed that the identity of this merchant was far from simple. Perhaps more than just the role of a manager at the Wanbao Pavilion in Omping County. Indeed, this is the deepest resentment I harbor within. Consequently, I have bided my time and, after much maneuvering, arrived in Omping County with the aim of seizing an opportunity to restore the foundations of my fractured Tao. Now, I have obtained this chance, and I hope young Master Han can assist me. Having spoken, the merchant swiftly glided to a position right before Han Li. Her slender, graceful figure leaned closer, pressing against Han Li's arm with an irresistible allure, eliciting an astonishing sensation, not to mention the intoxicating fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, overwhelming him. The abruptness of this change jolted Han Li, igniting a wave of heat within him. As a young man filled with vigor, How could he withstand the sudden fervor of this ripened peach? He hastily inhaled deeply 3 times, fixing his gaze on the merchant, pleading, "Manager Tong, assistance is one matter. But could you refrain from such provocations? As a young man, I am not equipped to endure these trials. Although I may be slightly older than you, I remain unblemished. And this is not a test I intend to impose upon you. If young Master Han could extend his help, I would not be averse to engaging in some intimate matters," Manager Tong replied, her breath fragrant as her luscious lips nearly brushed against Han Li's face, intensifying the flames of desire within him. Yet, at that moment, the silent scripture in his mind suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, clarity returned to Han Li. Though a flicker of anger ignited within him, he had nearly fallen into her trap. It was highly probable that Manager Tong had cultivated a form of seductive skill. Without hesitation, he firmly grasped her shoulder and pushed her away. "Manager Tong, let us speak of business. There is no need for such antics directed at me. Does young Master Han perceive me as too old, or perhaps lacking in beauty?" Manager Tong gazed at him with a dreamy expression. "Neither. I simply prefer to discuss matters straightforwardly, without unnecessary embellishments." "Ah, I see. Young Master Han is quite the straightforward man," Manager Tong chuckled, covering her mouth in delight. Han Li was at a loss for words. Was he not straightforward? Was he to be considered otherwise? But in the next moment, taking advantage of his distraction, Manager Tong suddenly planted a kiss on his cheek before twisting her waist and returning to her seat. Cunning vixen. The damp sensation on his left cheek sent a shiver through Han Li, who inwardly cursed. He had been stolen a kiss by a ripened peach, leaving him utterly speechless. "Since we are at this juncture, I shall speak candidly. I only hope young Master Han can grant my request." As she transitioned to the serious matter, Manager Tong's expression grew solemn. "Young Master Han aspires to establish a foundation in the way of heaven. I can unequivocally assure him that aside from the vital essence of the celestial vein, I can procure everything else he requires. Should his finances fall short, I am willing to assist. However, the most crucial essence of the celestial vein must be seized by you. Nonetheless, I require you to procure 2 portions, one of which shall be for me." "You actually expect me to assist you in obtaining the essence of the celestial vein? Master Tong certainly holds me in high regard. While I am indeed preparing to establish a foundation, I currently have no leads regarding the celestial essence." Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled softly. Although the foundation pill formula given to him by Old Chun noted possible locations for the essence, the passage of years renders their current existence uncertain. The essence of the celestial vein appears only under favorable circumstances. It does not remain fixed in one location. Hence, he intends to gather the necessary auxiliary materials first before embarking on the search for the celestial essence. "You lack leads, but I possess them. I know where the essence of the celestial vein can manifest. You will seize 2 portions, and we shall divide them equally." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Han Li's eyes as he inquired, "Master Tong actually knows where the essence can be found? Why do you not seize it yourself? With your formidable strength, I reckon you would only find the legendary Golden Core cultivator, the county governor, a challenge. The ancestors of the 3 foundational immortal sects would likely pale in comparison to you. Indeed, aside from County Governor Wang Yangming of Anping, I regard no one else as a threat. However, the location where the essence manifests has a rather vexing restriction. Only those below the foundation establishment realm may enter. I have already established my foundation and am at the 9th level of foundation establishment. I cannot gain entry. Thus, I require your assistance, young Master Han." Han Li inhaled sharply, realizing the formidable nature of Master Tong. To have reached the 9th level of foundation establishment at such a young age, she appeared to be merely in her 30s, was truly remarkable. Individuals of such caliber are not born in a mere county like Anping. "Young Master Han, I shall reveal to you the location of the essence of the celestial vein and assist in gathering your other required materials. In exchange, you shall help me acquire 1 portion of the essence. How does that sound? Of course, I can also offer my own services." Han Li's lips twitched slightly. "I can agree to this trade, but as for your personal services, I must decline. I fear I may not be worthy and might meet an untimely end." Master Tong rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Is that any way to speak? You make me sound as though I were a ravenous fox spirit." Chapter 35. At the tea house, returning to the Han family, was it not so? Han Li smirked inwardly. Subsequently, the two engaged in a more profound conversation. Han Li learned the reason behind Master Tong's request for his assistance. In truth, Master Tong had already considered several candidates, including the few true disciples of the foundational 3 immortal sects who had reached the 12th level of Qi refinement. Yet, she remained skeptical of their capabilities. It was during this juncture that Han Li caught her attention. Over the past few days, he had amassed a wealth of information regarding Han Li. pondering how to approach him for a transaction. Little did he expect Han Li to come to him, a serendipitous alignment of fortune, timing, and opportunity. This chance was one he could not afford to let slip away. In 7 days, the Tianyuan Valley would emerge, and I must venture inside to vie for the celestial vein's essence. At that moment, not only myself, but powerful prodigies from Anping County and beyond, including other counties, may also enter, correct? Through their discourse, Han Li gleaned the location where the celestial vein's essence would manifest. Indeed, it would be revealed after 7 days. Had you not recently made a name for yourself, I would have sought collaboration with another candidate. However, with your rise to prominence, I find partnering with you to be the most fitting choice, without contest. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Master Tong's eyes, having witnessed a myriad of extraordinary events. His judgment of character was remarkably astute. There is no need for flattery, Master Tong. Let us speak of such matters once I have secured what I seek. However, should I procure only a single portion of the celestial vein's essence, I must clarify that I will prioritize my own use. This is a matter I must convey to Master Tong in advance. Naturally, one must look after their own interests. Otherwise, they risk divine retribution. If you were truly generous enough to offer me a portion you would otherwise use, I would have to reconsider the reliability of such an arrangement. Master Tong nodded with a smile. Han Li reciprocated the smile, stating, "Very well, I shall inform you of all the materials I currently require. Prepare as many as you can." He then proceeded to list the 14 additional materials he needed. "I possess some of what you seek, while I will procure the remaining few. Within 3 days, I shall have everything ready and will then escort you to Tianyuan Valley." Han Li's eyes widened in surprise. Truly, the confidence of the Wanbao Pavilion's master was commendable. "Thank you, Master Tong." After glancing at the time, he felt it was time to take his leave, standing to bid farewell to Master Tong. "Are you truly not considering staying here? With a beautiful companion and exquisite dishes, you would undoubtedly find it difficult to leave." Master Tong remarked with a playful smile. "My dear sister, do not jest with me. I shall return in 3 days, Han Li replied, slightly exasperated. He certainly had no intention of lingering. In these 3 days, he aimed to venture forth to seize more longevity and power, ensuring they would serve their purpose when the heavenly path of foundation laying commenced in the future. It is said that the landlord's family has plenty of provisions, so there is no need to panic. Hee, with a playful giggle and her red lips concealed, the shopkeeper Tong said, "Then I shall not detain you any longer. However, I have 2 small gifts for you." As she spoke, she elegantly flicked her wrist, revealing 2 talismans in her hand. The first, named the Divine Speed Talisman, when affixed to your person, will significantly enhance your speed tenfold. The second, the Flame Talisman, can be unleashed with a mere push of spiritual energy, delivering a power comparable to that of a 6th-layer foundation establishment. Hearing this, Han Li inhaled sharply, astonished by the value of these talismans. One allows for a swift escape from formidable foes, while the other is designed for lethal strikes. Truly a match made in heaven. "Thank you, shopkeeper Tong. I, Han Li, shall not decline such extraordinary life-saving tools." Without hesitation, he accepted the precious items, clasping the talismans in his hands. After expressing his gratitude to the shopkeeper, he turned to leave. Within the Wanbao Pavilion, as Han Li departed, shopkeeper Tong gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with a piercing golden light. "When I restore everything, it shall mark my return to the imperial city. Everything I have lost will be reclaimed, for the possessions of Tong Yuan are not easily seized." Meanwhile, as dawn approached, Han Li stealthily ascended the city wall along the original path. The 2 soldiers remained nestled together, deep in slumber. This time just before dawn is when most people are enveloped in the depths of sleep. With a graceful flip, he descended silently into the tomb, vanishing from sight. 2 hours later, cloaked in a mantle, Han Li reappeared in a tea house within the Qinghe Xianmen area. The tea house was a gathering place for a diverse array of individuals, offering a wealth of immediate news. "Have you heard? The Han family of Qi refinement is in trouble. It seems their eldest daughter has an extraordinary connection with that demon, Han Li, and has been captured by the powerful figures of the Xianmen. I heard about it. No wonder that demon Han Li did not attack the Han family after annihilating the Qi refinement Wang family and the artifact refining Li family. After all, he hails from the Qi refinement Han family. His mastery of demonic arts surely took time to cultivate. How could no one have noticed him? Someone must have been shielding him all along. The Han family's eldest daughter is in grave danger. It is likely that the entire Han clan is trembling in fear. If this is confirmed, the entire Qi refinement Han family could be utterly obliterated. As Han Li sipped tea in the tea house, he overheard snippets of conversation. Presently, The most talked about subject within the territory controlled by the Qinghe Xianmen was none other than himself. He had become the pinnacle of notoriety in the region. From mischievous toddlers to elderly grandmothers, everyone knew his name and his deeds, to the point that they could even soothe crying children. They actually captured Han Qingxue? This should not be the case. On that day, our response was swift, and the timing was impeccably executed. Yet, after so many days, how could suspicions arise concerning Han Qingxue? Upon hearing these discussions, Han Li's brows furrowed tightly, sensing that something felt amiss. He remained silent, continuing to listen to the various speculations surrounding the matter. However, they ultimately amounted to mere rumors, devoid of any concrete information. Perhaps I should pay a visit to the Han residence. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li resolved to venture to the Han household to ascertain the full truth of the situation. He placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table and then turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, a servant approached to tidy up, only to be taken aback upon spotting the spirit stone on the table. What kind of affluent young master experiences life in this manner? It is merely a street-side tea house, yet payments are made with spirit stones. Time passed swiftly, and Han Li arrived at the entrance of the Han residence without delay. He did not recklessly enter but instead observed quietly for a while, ensuring that no anomalies were present. Only after confirming this did he scale the wall and enter the Han courtyard. Devil Han Li, how dare you appear here? I understand now why the second elder instructed me to wait here. He suspected that after the news of Han Qingshue's capture was released, Han Li might come to the Han residence. Remarkably, the second elder's speculation was correct. As he stealthily entered the Han courtyard, a pair of eyes from a towering Paulownia tree outside were keenly observing every movement in the vicinity of the Han residence. This was none other than Wang Quan, the foundational elder of the immortal sect, deliberately left behind by Lu Feng. Chapter 36. Caught in the act. Does the Han family seek destruction? A chilling, lethal intent curled at the corners of Wang Quan's mouth. Ah, the Han family, how audacious you are to openly defy me. It seems you truly desire to face extinction. The Han family, relying on the patronage of the Qinghe sect for survival, dared to act contrary to their expectations, a transgression that could not be tolerated. In light of this situation, the gravest course of action would be to annihilate the Han family entirely and subsequently support the emergence of a new cultivation family. There was no rush. First, he would capture the fiend Han Li, and then deal with the Han family thereafter. Wang Quan muttered to himself, remaining perched atop the treetop, his hawk-like eyes keenly observing all activities pertaining to the Han family. Upon entering the courtyard of the Han family, Han Li moved with familiarity straight towards Han Tianyang. After a sleepless night, Han Tianyang sat alone in the conference hall, resorting to a long-neglected pipe to ease his troubled mind. The abduction of his cherished daughter, Han Qingxue, weighed heavily on his heart, as he feared the Qinghe sect might take her life. Patriarch, it has been many years since you last indulged in that pipe. A voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Startled, Han Tianyang looked up to see Han Li, cloaked and approaching with measured steps. Han Li, is it truly you? He exclaimed, rising in astonishment to behold Han Li. Yes, it is I, Han Li replied, lowering his hood to reveal a familiar visage. Go rescue Qingxue. She has been taken because of you. You must act swiftly to save her. Han Tianyang urged, hastening towards Han Li, his demeanor suggesting an urgency to seize him. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. Patriarch, please remain calm. First, allow me to understand the circumstances surrounding this matter. They suspect an extraordinary bond between you and Qingxue, which is why she has been abducted. Only you can return her. You must not allow her to suffer such an unjust fate. Han Tianyang implored, his voice rising as he reached for Han Li. However, as his hand made contact with Han Li's arm, a surge of formidable energy erupted from Han Li, sending Han Tianyang reeling backward several steps before he plopped back onto his seat. His outstretched hand throbbed with an ache, as if struck by a colossal force. Patriarch, I understand your desperation to save your daughter, but you cannot simply overpower me to exchange for Han Qingxue. Moreover, since I have come, it is evident I wish to understand the situation and rescue her, so I urge you to regain your composure. Han Li admonished gently, his expression revealing that he recognized Han Tianyang's impatience. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. Indeed, it was Han Qingxue's warning that had allowed him to escape in advance. Otherwise, being trapped directly within the confines of the room, the possibility of escape would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. Furthermore, it is indeed true that Han Qingxue has suffered unwarranted misfortune due to him. A sharp admonition from Han Li jolted Han Tianyang into sudden awareness. The current Han Li is no longer the Han Li of yore. With a mere wave of his hand, he could extinguish Han Tianyang's life. Han Li, I acted impulsively. he conceded. However, Qing Shue has never left my side since her childhood, and now that she has been captured by the Qinghe sect, I am plagued with sleepless nights. Han Tianyang's face was etched with deep bitterness and concern. Observing his distress, Han Li approached him and said emphatically, "Tell me, what exactly transpired?" I heard this news at the tea house and rushed over without delay to ascertain the details. Rest assured, I will not allow Han Qingxue to be harmed by the Qinghe sect. Very well, let me explain the situation, Han Tianyang replied, proceeding to elucidate the matter to Han Li. To use Han Qingxue as bait to draw me out? The second elder of the Qinghe sect certainly possesses remarkable cunning. Upon hearing this, Han Li's lips curled into a cold smile. If their sole intention was to use Qingxue as bait to lure me, that would be one thing. However, I am deeply concerned that they may seek to solidify this plan and bring harm to her. He continued, Qingxue lost her mother at a young age, and I have raised her alone, having yet to nurture her into a capable individual. How could I possibly explain this calamity to her mother? If relinquishing my position as the patriarch of the Han family could ensure Qingxue's safety, I would gladly step down immediately. Such is the heart of a father. It is entirely natural for him to harbor such ominous premonitions. Do not fret, I will rescue Han Qingxue, he assured. Their aim is to ensnare me into the Qinghe sect, and until they manage to capture me, Qingxue's safety shall remain intact. However, if I continue to remain absent, she may endure some torment or harm. In that case, I shall comply with their wishes. I will let them know of my concern for Han Qingxue, yet I will evade their grasp, ensuring that she retains her value and is not harmed. Han Li firmly grasped Han Tianyang's arm, pledging to him. At that moment, Han Tianyang contemplated whether to seek assistance from Manager Tong. After all, Manager Tong was a Celestial Foundation establishment cultivator, and at the 9th level. He was second only to the county governor, Wang Yangming, within Omping County. However, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the idea. Such a favor would come at a hefty price, and Manager Tong's close association with him might lead to unnecessary complications. He too was on the verge of Celestial Foundation establishment. Once he achieved that, it would not be too late to storm the Qinghe sect and rescue Han Qingxue. Very well, I place my trust in you. You must act swiftly, Han Tianyang urged, gripping Han Li's hands tightly. The foundation of the Foundation Establishment sect regards our qi refining family as mere livestock, a constant source of blood offerings. Haha, you, the patriarch of the Han family, seem to possess a rather clear understanding of your own position. However, such clarity may not be entirely advantageous. At that moment, a mocking cold chuckle echoed from outside. Han Tianyang's body stiffened abruptly, and then he beheld Wang Quan. Wang Quan entered from outside. He had been perched atop a tree, but upon noticing that Han Li had not emerged for an extended period, he could no longer contain himself and directly entered the Han residence. He had overheard the entirety of the conversation between the two. Han Tianyang, initially only a suspect in the eyes of the second elder, now stood accused as Wang Quan declared. I have seen and heard it with my own eyes and ears. You have colluded with the demon Han Li. Your entire Han family, numbering in the hundreds, shall face annihilation. With that, Wang Quan glared at Han Tianyang, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chapter 37 Old Deng. Pierced by my sword, you are truly wicked. Wang Quan's words sent a violent shudder through Han Tianyang's body. He could hardly fathom that Wang Quan had infiltrated their Han family and had chanced upon this scene. Is it surprising to see me still here? This was entirely due to the foresight of the second elder, who had discreetly arranged for me to remain, and unexpectedly, I have caught this fiend. Wang Quan let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of pride dancing in his expression. In his eyes, Han Li was already within his grasp. No matter how formidable his qi refinement stage, it was inconsequential. He was a cultivator at the first level of Foundation establishment. Against him, there was only the path of death. Han Li turned his gaze, coldly regarding Wang Quan. At last, I can contend with someone of your caliber from the Qinghe immortal sect. Those whom I previously dispatched were utterly tedious. Wang Quan's icy smile momentarily faltered. The fiend Han Li, you insolent wretch, do not grow too arrogant. The realms of qi refinement and Foundation establishment are two colossal divides. Soon, I shall make you experience the terror of Foundation establishment, the despairing might it wields. With a resounding boom, his words echoed as an overwhelming aura surged from him, formidable as mountains and seas. Under this terrifying pressure, Han Tianyang staggered backwards several steps, collapsing onto a nearby grand chair, his expression one of sheer horror. Yet, Han Li merely swayed before regaining his composure. Such a modicum of might dares to issue such bold claims? You, a Foundation establishment cultivator, appear rather unimpressive. Han Li regarded Wang Quan with a frosty derision. Insolent wretch, you indeed possess some skill, but that is not grounds for pride. Submit to me. In a swift motion, Wang Quan raised his palm and struck towards Han Li. A palm imprint, forged from potent spiritual energy, tore through the void, crashing forward. Wherever it passed, the floor of the room shattered in succession. Han Li unleashed a long howl. Today, let me boldly confront you, a Foundation establishment powerhouse. With a resounding roar, Han Li's own aura erupted at that moment, the robes he wore billowing fiercely. Chi refinement at the 12th level. The terrifying power was fully unleashed. The 12 main meridians within him, infused with immense spiritual energy, swelling to their utmost limits, continuously channeling strength into Han Li's palm. Blood-drinking demon-slaying sword, slay. A brilliant sword light shot forth, obliterating Wang Quan's incoming palm strike. The razor-sharp blade continued unrelentingly towards Wang Quan. His expression shifted dramatically as he sidestepped to evade. Chi refinement at the 12th level? Have you truly reached the 12th level of Chi refinement? His eyes sharpened as they bore into Han Li. In such a short span, you have ascended to the 12th level of Chi refinement. You are neither at the 9th nor 10th level, but at the most challenging 12th level. Wang Quan was filled with disbelief. It can be said that Han Li's achievement of the 12th level of Chi refinement was more astonishing than witnessing his sudden Foundation establishment. Even within Archingha's sect, only 3 direct disciples have reached such heights. However, the resources expended to cultivate these 3 are greater than the combined resources allocated to all subsequent disciples. How could you, Han Li, attain such a level without any resources and while facing pursuit? Who says I lack resources? Are you not my resources? Han Li chuckled lightly. Their spiritual roots and their cultivation are indeed his assets. Moreover, these resources are uniquely his, reserved solely for his use. I find it hard to believe that you could reach this point solely relying on demonic techniques. Wang Quan stated with a sharp tone. Ha. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Could it be that you are tempted as well? Han Li scoffed, raising an eyebrow with a mocking expression directed at Wang Quan. If you are indeed tempted, perhaps you could take me as your master, and I might generously impart my mastery of demonic techniques to you. Humph. You vile demon, cease your nonsense. First, I shall suppress you. Wang Quan's eyes flickered momentarily before he let out a heavy snort and once again launched an attack at Han Li. He neither vehemently rejected nor accepted the proposition. To Han Li's view, Wang Quan had already entertained the thought. Although demonic cultivators are universally reviled, Han Li's rapid progress in cultivation truly made Wang Quan envious. With a flurry of movements, Wang Quan unleashed a formidable surge of power, sending a barrage of palm strikes that resonated throughout the hall, causing the very space within to tremble violently. Han Li, wielding his sharp sword, bellowed, "Let us battle outside." Instead of meeting Wang Quan's assault head-on, he swiftly pivoted and dashed toward the window on the right. If they were to engage in combat within this assembly hall, they would undoubtedly bring the entire structure crashing down. Boom. Han Li evaded, shattering a multitude of tables and chairs within the room. Wang Quan followed suit, bursting forth. Crash. The moment Wang Quan emerged, Han Li executed a counterattack. What audacity! What is your 12th level of Chi refinement matter? Without Foundation establishment, you remain inferior. Wang Quan roared, and the two clashed fiercely. This marked his first battle against a formidable opponent of the Foundation establishment realm, and Han Li poured forth all his strength. Yet, during the fray, he felt little danger. Perhaps he could indeed subdue Wang Quan with his 12th level of Chi refinement without resorting to the fiery talisman given by Tong, which could rival a full-force strike from the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Using it against Wang Quan would be a gross overestimation of his capabilities. The intense clash between the two drew the attention of others within the Han family estate. Upon witnessing Han Li engaged in combat with Wang Quan, they were all left in astonishment. They had never anticipated that the notorious demon Han Li would be fighting within their midst. Moreover, the ferocity of the battle exceeded their wildest imaginations. Everyone hurried back to their respective chambers, unwilling to emerge. Otherwise, I shall impose punishment according to the clan rules. At that moment, Han Tianyang rushed forward, bellowing at the onlooking members of the Han family. The expressions of the Han family members shifted slightly, yet they felt compelled to heed Han Tianyang's words. Han Tianyang, I hereby command you to immediately arrange for someone to go to the nearest interception point to our family and summon the elder at the Foundation establishment stage. Just then, Wang Quan suddenly roared. This outburst left Han Tianyang momentarily stunned, doubting his own ears. Wang Quan was actually asking him to seek assistance? What are you still dawdling for? Swiftly send someone to the nearest interception point to fetch help. Wang Quan shouted once more, his expression dark and foreboding. In the midst of his intense battle with Han Li, he realized that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. He had never faced someone at the 12th level of Qi refinement and had only heard rumors that those at this level possessed power akin to that of the first layer of foundation establishment. But those were merely hearsay. After successfully establishing his foundation, he felt his strength had ascended several levels, holding the Qi refinement stage in utter contempt. However, after clashing with Han Li, he received a harsh awakening. At that moment, Han Li seized an opportunity, positioning himself in an extraordinarily cunning manner, and thrust his sharp sword forcefully into Wang Quan's armpit. A spurt of blood gushed forth, splattering Han Li entirely. He laughed heartily. "Old dang. I've pierced you with a sword. How does it feel?" Chapter 38. Even a mouse with its eyes open must be eliminated. In a fit of rage, Wang Quan let out a thunderous roar, swiftly dodging backward. "Damn it. How could you wound me? If I had my divine weapon with me, it wouldn't have come to this." He clutched the wound beneath his armpit, seething with fury. "Huh. Even with your divine weapon, can you guarantee that I won't inflict a single scratch upon you?" Han Li scoffed. "Humph. What of a mere wound? After all, blades are blind." "Ha ha. A cut from another's weapon is just a scratch, but a wound from me, Han Li, is far more than that." As his words fell, Wang Quan's injury erupted like a pressurized fountain, blood gushing through his fingers. The sudden deluge startled him. "How can there be so much blood? Is your sword a cursed weapon?" he exclaimed in shock. "Huh. You have hunted me for so long, yet you remain ignorant of my abilities. Should I commend the Qinghe sect for their mediocrity, or call you overly arrogant?" Han Li sneered, advancing with his sword at the ready. "I have yet to absorb the spiritual power of the foundation establishment stage. I find myself rather eager." Wang Quan's lifespan was of no interest to him. He preferred to seize the vitality of the youth. However, he found Wang Quan's foundation establishment prowess somewhat enticing. "You fiend, have you openly embraced the practice of demonic arts?" Wang Quan roared, swiftly sealing several acupoints on his left side to staunch the bleeding. He then charged at Han Tianyang, intending to take him hostage. "Patriarch, retreat!" Han Li bellowed, hurling his sword to block Wang Quan's path. Wang Quan, obstructed, countered by swatting the flying sword away, just as Han Li closed in. "Without your weapon, you wish to engage in close combat? You are doomed." Wang Quan, now invigorated, felt a surge of confidence. "Fool, that was merely an ordinary sword. My true strength lies in my techniques." With a mocking laugh, Han Li unleashed a punch toward Wang Quan, activating the primordial absorption technique. Wang Quan retaliated with his formidable spiritual power. Boom! As their fists collided, the freshly sealed wound erupted once again, blood splattering everywhere, causing his body to stagger. Wang Quan's complexion paled as he attempted to retreat, only to realize that his palm seemed to be glued to Han Li's. Simultaneously, his strength was rapidly leaking out, flowing through his hand into Han Li's body. At that moment, Han Li's long hair danced as if caught in an invisible wind, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of absorbing the foundation establishment stage's spiritual energy. The joy of bloodshed coupled with the release of power brings double the pleasure, Elder Wang. I find this delightful. I wonder if you share in my joy. Damn it, you fiend, Han Li, do not grow complacent. Cultivating demonic powers ultimately proves to be a challenge for the lofty ideals of virtue. This time, I have been careless and fell into your trap. Next time, I shall not be the only one at the foundation stage. Wang Quan roared in fury. Next time? You shall have no next time. Han Li sneered, his speed in executing the primordial spirit absorption technique suddenly surging. This caused Wang Quan, who was preparing to gather strength for a counterattack and escape, to tremble violently as his palms were utterly locked with Han Li's. The power within him surged forth like a dam bursting, flooding into Han Li's body. Simultaneously, the yang seizing and longevity deprivation technique was also activated by Han Li. Visibly, Wang Quan's once-taut skin rapidly became parched and shriveled, contorting grotesquely. Coupled with excessive blood loss, an overwhelming sensation of dizziness and impending death enveloped him completely. Demon, you shall not die a good death. Wang Quan, acutely aware that his end was near, spat out his last remnants of malice in a furious curse. He then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing Han Li's triumph over a foundation stage cultivator left Han Tianyang and the other members of the Han family in a state of shock. Finally, Han Li crouched down, reaching into Wang Quan's garments and retrieving a bag crafted from golden threads. Upon opening it, a smile graced Han Li's lips. As expected of a foundation elder, he carries a substantial number of mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Quan's possession of such wealth was indeed extravagant. He took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and approached Han Tianyang, placing them in his hands. Patriarch, Consider these spirit stones as compensation for the damages to the furniture in the house. Please accept them. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. You need not worry about Han Qingshua's safety. It is entirely in my hands." With that, Han Li did not wait for Han Tianyan's response and turned to Wang Quan's corpse, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way out. Han Tianyang opened his mouth several times, ultimately managing to utter just 2 words, "Be careful." Han Li waved his hand, and with Wang Quan's body, he vanished from the Han family's courtyard. Once, he was merely a somewhat talented disciple of the Han family, achieving the title of a sequential disciple and entering the Qinghe immortal sect, believing his life to be complete. Yet now, even foundation stage cultivators lay slain by his hand, and the chasm between the Han family and himself grew ever wider. The members of the Han family sighed, grappling with an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Time passed, and approximately half a day later, Han Li arrived before the grand entrance of the Qinghe immortal sect, carrying Wang Quan's corpse. The opulent, towering stone archway and the magnificent buildings stretched endlessly before him, with a soaring bronze crane adorning the entrance. This was the mountain gate of the Qinghe immortal sect, incredibly majestic and imposing. At this moment, beneath the massive archway stood 4 men, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Han Li, who sat astride a steed, holding Wang Quan's lifeless body 100 meters away. Am I seeing things, or is this an illusion? Is that the notorious demon Han Li we have been desperately hunting? It appears somewhat familiar, yet this audacious individual dares to approach our mountain gate. How utterly outrageous. The 4 guards exchanged incredulous glances, even rubbing their eyes vigorously in disbelief at the sight of Han Li. At that moment, Han Li spoke, his voice as frigid as ice. In the Qinghe Xianmen, grievances have their origins and debts have their rightful owners. I, Han Li, shall utter but a single decree. Should you harm Han Qingshua, I will ensure that not a single soul or creature remains unharmed within the Qinghe Xianmen. Even the newly awakened little rodent shall be flayed and stripped to the bone, eradicated without mercy. Chapter 39. Block the door and open wide. The 4 guards were utterly stunned by Han Li's words. It was indeed Han Li who had come to confront them, and he had even issued a grave threat. How outrageous! How dare that fiend Han Li! Their minds raced with indignation, and they could not help but shout in fury. At that moment, Han Li, mounted on a magnificent steed, raised the lifeless body of Elder Wang high above his head and hurled it toward the 4 guards. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly drew their swords. But before they could fully brandish their weapons, a wave of shock coursed through them. Was that Elder Wang? How could it be? The corpse belonged to Elder Wang. Within the Qinghe sect, there were only about 20 formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment level. When combined with all the disciples and the families of the elders, there were over 2,000 people in total. It was evident how rare it was to reach the foundation establishment stage, and thus they were intimately familiar with every elder of that rank. Thud! Elder Wang's body landed mere meters in front of them, prompting the 4 to rush forward. It was indeed Elder Wang. It was truly him. How could this happen? Wasn't Elder Wang supposed to be with the second elder? How had he returned as a corpse? Their astonishment reached its peak. Enough shouting. Quickly, go inside and report. Tell them that the fiend Han Li has come to our Qinghe sect, bringing with him the body of Elder Wang. One of the older guards barked at the others. I'll go report it. I'm going right now, exclaimed one of the tall and thin guards, turning in a panic and rushing into the depths of the Qinghe sect. Soon, piercing sounds of air being sliced through echoed from within the sect. The slender guard emerged, flanked by several middle-aged men and 2 elderly figures. The 2 elders exuded a formidable aura of the foundation establishment stage. Fiend Han Li, you have the audacity to invade our Qinghe sect. One elder bellowed, glaring at Han Li. Do you believe that all the foundation establishment elders have been dispatched to hunt you down, allowing you to act so recklessly? Let me be clear. The depth of our sect far exceeds your imagination, and we will retain some foundation establishment experts to guard our home. As the elder charged forward, he resembled an enraged lion, his fury directed at Han Li. Han Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh please, your imagination is quite vivid. You should consider writing novels. I have come here to return Elder Wang's body, and to inform you that grievances have their sources and debts have their owners. If you dare to act against anyone in my name, I assure you that the Qinghe sect will suffer greatly. Arrogant, you, fiend, should not be so brazen. This time next year will mark your demise. Boom. As the elder's words fell, an even more overwhelming force erupted from him, surpassing the might previously displayed by Elder Wang by several magnitudes. Beside him, another white-haired elder was also erupting with formidable power, surpassing Wang Quan by a considerable margin. Furthermore, within the Qinghe sect, more cultivators surged forth. The news of Han Li's assault on the Qinghe sect spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy. Even the families of the cultivators and elders flocked over, not to capture Han Li, but to witness the spectacle. Eager to see how tragically this recently renowned figure would meet his demise. The arrival of so many people, including 2 formidable Foundation establishment elders, filled Han Li with an overwhelming sense of regret. If only he could absorb their essence entirely. Yet he knew better than to be overly greedy. To gain a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Observing the 2 Foundation establishment elders, whose frenzy was palpable, as well as the throngs of rushing cultivators, Han Li felt a profound sorrow. However, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. Reaching into his robe, he retrieved the blazing talisman bestowed upon him by Manager Tong, which possessed the power equivalent to the full force of a 6th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, an exceedingly terrifying might. Before him, one of the Foundation establishment elders, like a sprouting bamboo, leapt onto the ground and charged at Han Li. The other elder followed suit. Demon Han Li, face justice. The roar echoed deafeningly, generating shockwaves directed at Han Li. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Han Li's lips as he infused his spiritual energy into the blazing talisman and hurled it forward with unyielding ferocity. In an instant, the talisman activated, unleashing an immensely intense divine light that ignited into a roaring inferno, cascading towards the Foundation establishment elders like a torrential flood. The elders were struck with terror, their bodies trembling as they sensed the imminent threat. Retreat! Retreat! The foremost elder bellowed, frantically withdrawing. Yet, the talisman's eruption was too swift. The deluge of flames quickly engulfed him. A chilling scream erupted from the engulfed elder, followed by a chorus of agonized cries. As thick plumes of black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the unmistakable scent of charred flesh. Consider this a modest warning to your Qinghe sect, Han Li scoffed coldly, unhesitatingly pulling on the reins and turning to leave, indifferent to the chaos behind him. At the gates of the Qinghe sect, pandemonium reigned. Where the fiery torrent had passed, charred corpses littered the ground. The indiscriminate nature of the attack, combined with the sheer number of individuals present, including their families, rendered the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Han Li, demon, as long as you breathe, the heavens will not tolerate your existence. The sect leader, Qinghe Daoist, roared in fury, striking out with his palm to dissipate the still-burning inferno, managing to save a few souls, lest the casualties become even more catastrophic. Master of the sect, this Han Li is utterly devoid of humanity. Until he is eliminated, our Qinghe Xianmen shall know no peace. We must employ every means to hunt him down, otherwise, he will become the bane of our sect. The onlookers gazed upon the charred remains scattered about, their fury reaching a boiling point. The 3 foundational sects united in their pursuit have failed to apprehend him. Instead, he has come to our doorstep to humiliate us. What difference does this make to us? It is a disgrace to our sect. Increase the bounty. Anyone who provides precise information regarding Han Li shall be rewarded with 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and a foundational cultivation technique. Should someone succeed in subduing Han Li directly, the reward shall be 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 foundational cultivation techniques. The Daoist Qinghe's cold demeanor reached its zenith as he issued the command. Once this bounty circulates, it will undoubtedly stir a tempest. Yes, master, but this fiend Han Li has proclaimed that if a single hair on Han Qingxue is harmed, he shall unleash even more frenzied retribution. How shall we handle Han Qingxue? One of the men inquired. Our sect is most intolerant of threats. However, his profound concern for Han Qingxue indicates we have targeted the right individual. With Han Qingxue in our grasp, he will surely return. And perhaps we can set a trap to ensnare him, the Daoist Qinghe remarked, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Please, master, grant us your wisdom. The others hastily replied with respectful gestures. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the Daoist Qinghe commanded, this requires careful deliberation. Arrange for the entrance to be cleaned, and summon the 6 foremost elders back to the sect. Understood, master. Chapter 40. Absorbing too much power, igniting internal heat. As time passed, the news of Han Li's fiery assault on the Qinghe Xianmen, where he dispatched 2 foundation-building elders along with over 100 cultivators, spread through Anping County like snowflakes. Conversations among the townsfolk regarding Han Li grew increasingly fervent. However, with the announcement of a new bounty by the Qinghe Xianmen, discussions reached an unprecedented level. All factions possessing foundation-building experts were stirred into action, spontaneously joining the ranks in pursuit of Han Li. Meanwhile, within a sprawling and opulent estate in Yong'an City, A young man engaged in a game of chess caught sight of the recent news, and a smile crept upon his face. Such a generous bounty. Even I find myself somewhat tempted. It seems that the young master is more interested in gauging this devil Han Li rather than the mere sum of spirit stones. Chuckled the middle-aged man seated opposite him, playing the game. The young man responded with a light laugh. It appears my little intentions have not escaped my teacher's keen observation. Being the son of the county magistrate, a figure of prominence, the trifling sum of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones is hardly worthy of your notice. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile. This young man was none other than Wang Tai, the eldest son of Wang Yangming, the magistrate of Anping County. However, in my humble opinion, rather than attempting to subdue this devil Han Li, it would be wiser to recruit him under your banner, the middle-aged man continued. Recruit him? Wang Tai raised an eyebrow, glancing at his opponent. Indeed. Pray, enlighten me, for his reputation is far from favorable. As the son of the county magistrate, how would it appear for me to take such a notorious figure as my subordinate? The gossip would be relentless. This was indeed a valid point. Within Anping County, it would undeniably tarnish Wang Tai's reputation and could potentially lead to a rift with the three major foundation building sections. Although he cared little for these sects, Wang Tai would soon depart Anping County for the southern prince's residence in the imperial capital, rendering him indifferent to public opinion. Should he choose to bring such a formidable ally along, it would undoubtedly offer him considerable advantages at the southern prince's court. Your words hold merit. Wang Tai's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He was on the verge of foundation building, and not just in a common manner. With his innate talent and strength, he could have established his foundation long ago, but had postponed it in search of a vein of earth energy until now. Once he achieved foundation building, he would head to the southern prince's residence. However, he would not be the only son of a county magistrate attending. 12 counties were under the southern prince's domain, and each magistrate's son would be present. They would engage in various competitions, and those who distinguished themselves would become the most valued aides to the young prince, reaping immense rewards. The southern prince was a hereditary royal house of the great Zhou Empire, holding an esteemed position and wielding military power, serving as the right hand of the imperial family. Thus, I shall promptly arrange for someone to seek out Han Li, informing him that I can offer my protection. In truth, there is no need for haste. You may approach him after returning from Tianyuan Valley. I believe this formidable figure, Han Li, will lie low for a while following his current endeavor. The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. If he is not foolish, he will undoubtedly remain hidden. Yet it is prudent for me to make arrangements in advance. Wang Tai smiled faintly. Soon, he summoned a gaunt middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and issued his instructions. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Han Li had been active from dawn till dusk, eliminating several factions that sought to hunt him down, as well as a chi-refining family under the Dongjiang Xianmen. Subsequently, he stealthily arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yong'an City to meet with Manager Tong. You truly arrived today. I thought you would come to find me a few days ago, Manager Tong remarked, clad in a high-slit qipao that accentuated her stunningly fair and elongated legs, the slit reaching her hip bone. As she moved, glimpses of her form tantalizingly appeared and vanished, making it difficult for Han Li to avert his gaze. Young Master Han, merely looking holds little intrigue. Why not reach out and touch? Manager Tong, walking gracefully, suddenly halted and turned her sultry gaze toward Han Li. He jolted in surprise, barely stopping himself from colliding with her. Ahem, Manager Tong, let us discuss serious matters. Han Li chuckled awkwardly, shifting his eyes elsewhere, unable to meet her gaze due to the overwhelming allure of her beauty. As a vigorous young man, he found it difficult to maintain composure. The prospect of embarrassment was daunting. Giggle, young Master Han, you truly possess a timid heart, Manager Tong teased with a melodious laugh, taking a few steps forward to invite him to sit. What a captivating enchantress. If this continues, I might lose my restraint. Han Li silently cursed himself, yet he reminded himself of the phrase, a knife hangs overhead. Should anything beyond friendship transpire with Manager Tong, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. Once seated, Manager Tong gazed at Han Li with her enchanting eyes. You utilized the fiery talisman I provided to confront the Qinghe Xianmen's entrance. Your audacity is commendable. The sect's leader, the Clear Crane Daoist, is a genuine 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator. Should he strike, escape will be impossible for you. I am well aware of the risks. Yet he would never anticipate my boldness in confronting the very door of the Qinghe Xianmen. Thus, after creating a diversion, I made my swift exit without a trace of regret, Han Li replied with a chuckle. Manager Tong nodded approvingly. You possess quite the self-awareness. However, if you require my assistance, I could help rescue your little girlfriend. Would you prefer to save her before proceeding? Manager Tong, let it be clear that she is not my girlfriend, Han Li replied, rolling his eyes. He then spoke with confidence. Moreover, once I achieve success in Foundation establishment, I will personally ensure her rescue. Well, I had initially hoped to have you owe me a significant favor. The charming shopkeeper concealed her crimson lips and let out a soft laugh, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment dancing in her beautiful eyes. She then remarked, "Please wait here for a moment while I change my attire. We shall set forth to Tianyuan Valley." "Certainly," Han Li exclaimed, his spirits instantly lifted, his eyes igniting with an intense brilliance. The time for Foundation establishment was approaching. Once he succeeded in this endeavor, he would truly step into the realm of minor powerhouses. At the very least, to the untrained eye, he would possess a degree of self-preservation capability. However, almost immediately, Han Li found himself in a daze, his gaze fixed ahead. The enchanting shopkeeper had not taken any precautions while changing. She merely drew a thin veil to obscure herself and began to change her garments. Suddenly, Han Li felt a warmth in his nostrils, as if something were escaping. Alas, it must be that the immense energy he had absorbed over the past few days had caused an internal heat. Chapter 41. Protecting the crowd before us. After a day and a night, they arrived at the Tianyuan Valley. This location is rather remote, situated at the confluence of Anping County, Guangnan County, and Linda County. It is quite isolated, with the nearest city over 1,000 miles away. Furthermore, this area is perpetually shrouded in mist, rarely visited by anyone. Upon their arrival, they noticed that a portal had been opened, with individuals continuously leaping inside. Han Li, this Tianyuan Valley is protected by a formation, allowing only cultivators below the Foundation establishment stage to enter. It seems the portal has just been activated. You should hurry and jump in. Wishing you all the best. Very well. Han Li nodded without hesitation. During their journey, Manager Tong had already provided him with an overview of the Tianyuan Valley. Over 1,000 years ago, a formidable power resided above Tianyuan Valley, at a time before the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. This valley was intentionally constructed as a trial ground for disciples below the Foundation establishment stage, where success in achieving either earthly or heavenly Foundation establishment depended solely on one's abilities. However, this powerful entity eventually offended a mysterious and formidable being, who obliterated their entire force with a single strike. Consequently, Tianyuan Valley was sealed away, only to resurface nearly a century later. Han Li approached the entrance of the valley. As he walked, he caught the attention of 3 elders. "Is that the demon Han Li?" One elder, clad in a blue robe adorned with an embroidered soaring crane, remarked to the other 2. "It seems we are pursuing the very demon we seek." "Not seems, he is indeed that demon Han Li," replied another elder, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Dongjiang Xianmen. "What are you waiting for? We must apprehend him." The elder dressed in the attire of the Wangyue Xianmen shouted decisively. Immediately, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators rushed towards Han Li. Sensing something, Han Li abruptly turned his head. 3 powerful cultivators from the Foundation establishment sects? His eyes narrowed momentarily. Yet, a smile soon spread across his face. The presence of these 3 formidable beings likely indicated that they were escorting their exceptional disciples of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. After all, their disciples had been refined, and they must be feeling quite ecstatic. With this thought, Han Li could not help but burst into laughter. He then propelled himself forward with a powerful leap toward the entrance. "Demon Han Li, stop right there," the elder from the Qinghe Xianmen bellowed, attacking Han Li with a palm strike. A terrifying shadow of a fist surged forth like a tempest, but he was a moment too late, as Han Li had already dashed into the entrance. Boom! His fist struck the portal, producing a deafening sound. However, the entrance did not budge an inch. Absurd! How could he have escaped? The elder from the Qinghe Xianmen roared in frustration. "Let us proceed without hesitation. Within this realm, we have 6 formidable cultivators from the 3 great sects, each at the 12th level of Qi refinement. If he encounters them, his demise is inevitable," spoke the esteemed elder of the Dongjiang sect. "Indeed, there is no need for excessive concern. We shall remain vigilant at this entrance, even if he miraculously evades death within. Should he dare to reveal himself, he shall meet his end in an instant," the elder from the Wangyue sect reassured. At this moment, upon entering, Han Li found himself abruptly transported into a completely unfamiliar environment. Groups of young individuals were gathered, seemingly engaged in the recruitment of companions. Han Li merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing on his way. At that juncture, a man approached and positioned himself before Han Li. "My good brother, may I inquire from which faction you hail?" he asked, scrutinizing Han Li intently. "I am but a solitary cultivator," Han Li replied coolly. The man appeared taken aback, clearly surprised by Han Li's response. "Surely you jest. A solitary cultivator has reached the 12th level of Qi refinement? Why should it not be possible?" Han Li chuckled lightly, then sidestepped in an attempt to proceed forward. The location of the celestial vein energy had already been conveyed to him by Manager Tong on his way here, situated in the deepest part of the Tianyuan Valley. Do not be in such a hurry, brother. Our meeting is serendipitous. Your ability to cultivate to the 12th level as a solitary practitioner signifies exceptional talent. Our team is comprised of individuals with similarly remarkable abilities, and we would like to invite you to join us. The man continued earnestly. Thank you, but I prefer to walk my own path. Hanli declined gently. Out there, the circumstances differ greatly from here, where dangers lurk at every corner. While traversing together, we can contend for the celestial vein energy based on our individual strengths. However, should we encounter other treasures, we can cooperate as a united front. Are there indeed other treasures aside from the celestial vein energy? Hanli inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Certainly. This place has been sealed for years, concealing numerous valuable items. The purpose of gathering companions is to bolster our strength against rival teams when we encounter rare spiritual objects. It is exceedingly challenging for an individual to navigate these depths alone. The man explained. Very well. Hanli pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. A smile graced the young man's face as he ushered Hanli into their group, introducing himself. I am Zhang Fengyu, a disciple of a powerful sect from Guangnan Prefecture. In addition to Hanli, there were 4 others, forming a cohesive team. One was his senior brother, while the remaining 3 hailed from Guangnan Prefecture and Lindu Prefecture, with Hanli being the sole representative from Omping Prefecture. Thus, the 6 of them set forth on their journey. As they delved deeper, it became evident that Zhang Fengyu had not deceived Hanli. No one was seeking treasures alone. They were indeed traveling in small groups. The expanse before them was vast, with dense forestation presenting an extraordinarily primitive tableau. After traversing for approximately an hour, an intense wave of heat suddenly surged from the left, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted meat. Is someone indulging in barbecued delicacies here? How utterly absurd. One of the young men raised an eyebrow, utterly speechless. Who would be so leisurely as to venture here for a barbecue? It was far more plausible that some remarkable creature had encountered something extraordinary within the depths of the woods. The senior disciple of Zhang Fengyu, a figure of aloofness and pride, and the initiator of their group, Long Shangyun, scoffed derisively. He then unsheathed his sword, a blade of radiant crimson that exuded an air of sharpness, suggesting it was a weapon of considerable distinction. Heed my senior brother, Zhang Fengyu interjected, for he possesses vast knowledge, having spent 2 years in the imperial city. Upon hearing this, Hanli cast his gaze upon Long Shangyun with renewed interest. It was said that the imperial city of the Great Zhou was home to many prodigies, and having studied there, this Long Shangyun was surely exceptional. Subsequently, the 6 of them made their way toward the source of the alluring scent of meat. Soon, they beheld a wild boar that was nearly charred to a crisp. In front of the boar lay a patch of dark red earth, upon which 3 small grasses of vibrant orange-red hue flourished. These grasses, as crimson as blood, each bore 6 leaves adorned with long tendrils, swaying gently as if they were flames in the wind. The intense heat emanated from these 3 plants. Phoenix winggrass. Long Shangyun's eyes widened with excitement. Our fortune is extraordinary. We have stumbled upon phoenix winggrass. This herb could be described as an exceedingly rare treasure of heaven and earth, flourishing only in the most uniquely extreme solar terrains. Upon consumption, it possessed a certain probability of bestowing a miraculous rebirth energy, capable of perpetually mending and purifying the cells of one's bodily organs. Even grievous wounds could be hastened to full recovery under the influence of this wondrous power. Such a discovery was undeniably astonishing. Even seasoned golden elixir cultivators would find it hard to remain composed upon encountering it, though it bore the caveat that it was beneficial only to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, while those above would find it ineffective. However, golden elixir masters could still bestow it upon their disciples or offspring. Long Shangyun, gripping his sword tightly, prepared to step forward, but just as he lifted his foot, he hesitated. It was said that such treasures of heaven and earth were often guarded by accompanying beasts or had developed offensive capabilities from the very energies that nurtured them. Just like the charred wild boar, their attack power could be quite formidable. Perhaps it would be wiser. A glint of cunning flickered in Long Shangyun's eyes as he turned to the remaining 4, excluding Zhang Fengyu. Yet, before he could utter a word, Hanli decisively took a large step back. Let the multitude guard before me. Chapter 42, Clash. Ambush. Esteemed guests, here lie 3 splendid phoenix winggrasses, perfectly suited for each of us to share 2 among ourselves. However, this phoenix winggrass possesses unique characteristics. It harbors its own form of aggression. Fortunately, I have mastered a technique that allows us to excavate it entirely without inflicting harm. I urge you to heed my counsel and let us extract this precious herb. Shall we? Except for Han Li, the three young men exhibited a degree of hesitation. Do not dither. This is a rare treasure of the heavens that even golden elixir cultivators covet. If we do not hasten to retrieve it, other teams may soon arrive and claim a portion for themselves. Long Shan-yun urged them, emphasizing the formidable benefits of the phoenix wing grass. Upon hearing his words, the group was filled with trepidation. One of the men gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, you lead the way. We will follow your instructions, but you must guarantee that we will not face any peril. Rest assured, we are a united team. I would never allow you to encounter danger." Long Shan-yun chuckled heartily. He began to issue commands, but when he noticed Han Li retreating to the rear, a frown creased his brow. What a cowardly wretch. But do you think hiding at the back will avail you? You will have to face the consequences. If we cannot dispel the lethal aura emanating from the phoenix wing grass, you will not escape unscathed either. Long Shan-yun thought to himself, refraining from directly dragging Han Li into the fray. Instead, he directed the trio to advance in a triangular formation, with himself and Zhong Fengyu flanking them on either side. The three young men felt no significant objection and complied with his orders as they moved forward. As they approached within a certain proximity, the three phoenix wing grasses erupted into a blaze of searing flames, their fiery tendrils lunging towards the leading trio. The three young men barely had time to react before they were engulfed in the wing-like inferno. They were cleaved in two, their bodies igniting in a conflagration as they fell to the ground, their cries of anguish echoing until they were silenced in mere moments. Long Shan-yun had anticipated this event. At the instant the phoenix wing grass unleashed its fury, he swiftly pulled Zhong Fengyu back. "Senior brother, this phoenix wing grass is truly formidable. It has instantaneously slain 3 men." Zhong Fengyu exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "Indeed, this phoenix wing grass has thrived here for countless years, and yet its murderous aura has already diminished significantly," Long Shan-yun replied, grinning broadly. The flames visibly abetted on the 3 phoenix wing grasses. "Can we proceed to collect it now?" Zhong Fengyu inquired, brimming with excitement. "Let us wait a moment longer to ensure absolute safety," Long Shan-yun chuckled, then turned to Han Li. "It is now your turn to advance. There are many of you. You should go," Han Li responded with a faint smile. Long Shan-yun momentarily froze, letting out a cold snort. "So you are aware of our numbers?" "Indeed, that is precisely why you must proceed," Han Li nodded. In the next instant, Long Shan-yun's murderous intent became palpable. "Seeking death, are we? Are you jesting with me?" The previously oppressive aura above had diminished considerably. "Moving forward might afford you a glimmer of hope, but should you choose not to, you would undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death. Is that so?" Han Li scoffed, his expression suddenly shifting dramatically, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying behind them. Both Long Shan-yun and Zhong Fengyu noticed his abrupt change in demeanor, his body stiffening instinctively. Could it be that a formidable beast was guarding the vicinity of the phoenix wing grass? Yet, in that fleeting moment, Han Li erupted into action. His sword was drawn in an instant, soaring forth like a divine bird, rushing toward the two. With a swift slash, he severed Zhong Fengyu's arm with brutal precision. Zhong Fengyu cried out in excruciating pain, his severed limb spraying blood several meters high. "You scoundrel! How dare you ambush us?" Long Shan-yun, consumed by rage, pivoted sharply. He swung his sword at Han Li. The clash of their blades resonated with a deafening clang. Han Li's initial strike forcefully drove Long Shan-yun back several steps. Yet almost immediately, the sword in Han Li's grasp began to shatter into fragments. Chapter 43. Ingesting the Phoenix Wing Grass. Comprehending the deathly phoenix wing as Han Li gazed at the broken sword in his hand, his brow furrowed instantly. Ha, the sword is shattered. The expedition is thwarted before it even begins. How amusing. Dragon Shan-yun erupted in laughter at the sight of Han Li's broken sword. "This fire-scale sword in my possession is infused with the blood of a flood dragon, a supreme treasure among the celestial sects behind me. Your meager sword stands no chance against it. Today, your demise is inevitable. The fact that you even managed to bring such a treasure speaks volumes about your extraordinary identity." Han Li narrowed his eyes, taken aback. The flood dragon, a legendary beast of immense power, is said to possess foundational cultivation from birth, growing stronger without the relentless training required of humans. Yet, instead of concern, Han Li felt a surge of excitement, akin to spotting a plump lamb ready for slaughter. Just as Dragon Shan-yun was about to reveal his own identity, he noticed the thrill in Han Li's eyes and was instantly enraged. "You arrogant brat! How dare you gaze upon me with such audacity? I declare that not only you, but everyone behind you shall perish. My grandfather is a golden core grandmaster. Boom. As Dragon Shangyun's voice fell, he swung the fire scale sword and charged at Han Li with ferocity. No wonder he possesses such a treasure. He has a golden core grandmaster backing him. However, this means your fate is sealed. Han Li let out a heavy snort and suddenly hurled the broken sword away. Using a sword is not my forte. Witness how I shall defeat you with my bare hands. Arrogant. You are the first to dare speak such words before me. Dragon Shangyun. Let me tell you, I began training my body at the age of 3, honing it with the blood of demon wolves and the bones of the keen-eyed tiger. My strongest suit is not swordplay. Today, I shall pummel you to death. With that, Dragon Shangyun sheathed his fire scale sword and unleashed his massive hands toward Han Li, attacking with tremendous force. Dragon Suppression Palm, shaking the 8 directions. As his fists thundered forth, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, Han Li nearly erupted in laughter. He had discarded his sword, realizing it was worthless. Little did he expect Dragon Shangyun's arrogance would lead him to engage in a contest of physical strength. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Akin to a pillow being offered to a weary sleeper? In an instant, their palms collided, and despite the tremor that coursed through their arms, they did not separate. A powerful suction emanated from Han Li's palm, binding their fists together. The Primal Absorption Technique. In a flash, Han Li activated the Primal Absorption Technique, drawing the spiritual energy from Dragon Shangyun's body into his own. My strength is waning? How is this possible? Demon Technique. You have actually cultivated a demon technique. The once confident Dragon Shangyun exclaimed in shock, acutely aware that the spiritual energy within him was rapidly flowing toward Han Li. Even to the naked eye, one could perceive the pulsating surge of spiritual energy emanating from his arms, akin to tiny mice scurrying beneath his skin. In a fit of rage, Long Shangyun swiftly raised his other hand, wielding it like a blade aimed at Han Li's neck. However, Han Li abruptly seized his wrist with a powerful grip. The art of life drain. Han Li invoked an alternative technique, directly commencing the siphoning of Long Shangyun's vitality. It was evident that Long Shangyun's handsome visage aged rapidly, transforming within moments into that of a frail old man. His hair turned white. Demon, you are nothing but a fiend practicing dark arts. You shall not die peacefully. The world will hunt you down. My grandfather is a golden core cultivator. He will avenge me in his dying moments. Long Shangyun roared with unbridled hatred. We shall see if your grandfather discovers who was responsible for your demise, Han Li retorted coldly. Draining the last remnants of spiritual energy and life force from Long Shangyun until he was reduced to a lifeless husk, which Han Li carelessly discarded upon the ground. Turning his gaze, Han Li regarded Zhong Fengyu, who had just lost an arm and was weakened from excessive blood loss due to the blood-drinking demonic sword. Trembling, Zhong Fengyu attempted to speak, but Han Li grasped him and hurled him towards the 3 phoenix wing grasses. Boom! The 3 grasses, sensing a threat, erupted violently, instantly transforming Zhong Fengyu into a mist of blood. Subsequently, Han Li scrutinized the 3 spirit grasses, noting that their previously menacing aura had considerably diminished. With this observation, Han Li assessed that it was time to harvest them. However, to exercise caution, he first rummaged through Long Shangyun's belongings, retrieving a storage bag. Grasping the lifeless body of Long Shangyun, he hurled it once more toward the phoenix wing grasses. Boom! The grasses erupted again. Yet this time their power was significantly less formidable, failing to reduce Long Shangyun's corpse to a blood mist. Only then did Han Li feel assured. Taking hold of Long Shangyun's fire scale sword, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped his form as he cautiously approached the 3 phoenix wing grasses. This time, only a faint flicker of flames erupted, which Han Li easily dispelled. With no further anomalous attacks occurring, he finally bent down to harvest all of them. From Long Shangyun's earlier words, he understood that consuming these phoenix wing grasses would grant a unique power of rebirth, capable of continuously mending the hidden injuries within one's body and restoring physical condition. Perhaps I shall sit here and try one, Han Li murmured to himself, gazing at the 3 phoenix wing grasses in his hand. He did not hasten to leave, but instead settled onto the crimson earth where the grasses thrived, plucking one and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a torrent of searing heat surged into his abdomen, as if he had ingested a ball of flame, fiercely scorching his internal organs. Hold on. A sheen of perspiration began to bead upon Han Li's forehead, accompanied by a searing agony that coursed through his body. Yet, paradoxically, his vital energies surged rapidly, even enhancing the density of his spiritual power. However, after enduring this ordeal, he found himself somewhat lacking in stamina. With a steely resolve, Han Li seized another herb and consumed it whole. In an instant, the sensation of burning intensified, doubling in ferocity. His skin took on a vivid crimson hue, as if coated with a layer of red lacquer. Nevertheless, the visible augmentation of his power brought him a bittersweet blend of suffering and joy. The foundational requirements of the heavenly Tao for those establishing their base are exceedingly stringent. Any slight imperfection during this foundational process could lead to catastrophic failure, with the singular consequence being utter devastation of one's abilities. He could discern that the phoenix wing grass, in its fiery embrace, was mending the flaws and superficialities within his body. Then came the third herb. One must be resolute to remain steadfast. Han Li consumed the third phoenix wing grass as well. The three herbs coursing through his being rendered his eyes a fiery crimson. Furthermore, an overwhelming force erupted from the crown of his head, akin to flames, incinerating his long hair in handfuls. You have consumed the phoenix wing grass and comprehended the death's wing. Time became an abstract concept, and suddenly, a line of small characters appeared upon the golden scripture within his mind. Chapter 44 Farewell to the Disciples of the Immortal Gate, striking them to despair. What a marvel! To think that one could discern such a formidable ability from the phoenix wing grass. Han Li was utterly elated. This wordless golden tome had once more bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. It appeared that consuming certain treasures could unlock unique abilities, extending beyond mere martial techniques. The future gleamed with promise. Swiftly, Han Li turned his attention to the description of the Death Phoenix wings. This was a remarkably potent and terrifying ability. It allowed the wielder to condense the spiritual energy within their body into a pair of wings, wings that could aid in flight and enhance speed. Moreover, these wings could detach and engage in combat independently. Should an adversary be touched by the flames emanating from these wings, they would be unable to extinguish the fire. Unless they resorted to severing their own limbs to escape, it was nothing short of monstrous. Ha! Han Li could not contain his laughter. With a mere thought, he activated the method of the Death Phoenix wings, channeling his spiritual energy towards his back. A pair of wings, wreathed in black flames, materialized behind him. In an instant, he found himself 10 meters away. With another movement, he surged forth another 20 meters. His speed was akin to instantaneous teleportation, and after several such trials, Han Li felt an exhilarating rush. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was equally daunting. Even with these few maneuvers, he sensed a hollow sensation within his body. This was merely movement. Flying would likely demand an even greater expenditure. In truth, aerial flight was a feat reserved for those at the Golden Core stage. Even those at the Foundation Establishment stage could not soar. Yet, if his spiritual energy were sufficiently robust, he could indeed take flight using the Death Phoenix wings. It was terrifying indeed. This technique could be employed both for self-preservation and for surprising enemies, rendering them defenseless and granting him a formidable advantage. Han Li mused to himself, eager to seek out the disciples of the three major Foundation Establishment sects who had entered earlier for an amicable exchange. However, in the next moment, as a gentle breeze swept by, he froze in astonishment. He quickly reached up to touch his head. Goodness, I'm bald. Though he had lost his hair, he had gained strength. The corners of Han Li's mouth twitched. He had not anticipated that his long locks would suffer the greatest damage. After a moment of incredulous laughter, Han Li grasped his dragon-soaring cloud-fire scale sword and set out. He needed to ascertain his bearings and venture to the deepest part of the heavenly abyss valley in pursuit of the celestial vein's essence. As time passed and Han Li delved deeper, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Following the cacophony, he arrived at a scene where two men were being relentlessly assaulted by 4 men and 1 woman. They were gravely injured, retreating under the onslaught, while numerous corpses and young cultivators, severely wounded and incapacitated, lay strewn about. Behind the group, there was a structure resembling an altar. Upon this altar, 3 strands of earthy yellow gas writhed like serpents, exuding an exceedingly heavy aura. The sensation one experiences is that, although these are 3 streams of earthy yellow gas, they bear the weight of countless burdens, the essence of the earth's veins, and all at once, 3 of them. Han Li drew in a sharp breath. His intention was to pursue the celestial essence, yet the sight of these earthly energies stirred a profound desire within him. Though I cannot utilize this earth essence, I could seize it and bestow it upon others, such as Xiao Hu or Han Qingxue. Han Li mused to himself, preparing to advance for the acquisition. If one wishes to avoid demise, one must depart immediately. These 3 streams of earthly essence have already been claimed by the 3 foundational immortal sects of Anping County. At that moment, a chilling shout erupted from a woman clad in a white gown. The foundational immortal sects of Anping County? Upon hearing this, Han Li's brow arched, a flicker of exhilaration illuminating his face. In my relentless search, I have fortuitously stumbled upon you. How fortuitous! Han Li let out a hearty laugh, drawing forth his fire scale sword without further ado, charging towards the white-gowned woman who had just shouted at him. You fool! You bald-headed wretch! Do you truly seek death? The woman in white was incensed, astonished that despite her warning, Han Li dared to approach. Yet, she found a hint of familiarity in this bald figure. With a powerful rush, Han Li surged forward, brandishing his sword. The woman swiftly raised her own blade to defend, but in an instant, her sword shattered. Han Li then struck her heaving chest with a palm. With a spurt, the woman coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, she was not sent flying but was ensnared by Han Li's profound technique, the primordial spirit absorption method. Yet, the position of his grasp was undeniably inappropriate. Han Li, you are the demon Han Li. As the spiritual energy within her rapidly dissipated, the woman finally recognized him. It is a demonic technique. The ability to absorb the power of others. This is Han Li's unique skill. She was struck with sheer terror, but it was too late. The energy within her flowed into Han Li's body at an alarming speed. The demon Han Li, it is you. Release my junior sister, and prepare to meet your end. A man adorned with a mountain insignia on his attire swiftly swung his sword at Han Li. From the emblem on his clothing, Han Li discerned that they hailed from the Wanyuer Immortal Sect, one of the 3 foundational sects of Anping County. If you desire her, here she is. Han Li replied with a sly smile, hurling the drained woman towards the man. The man hastily diverted his sword, yet the sword's aura continued on its predetermined path. Boom! The fierce sword wave cleaved the woman in half, her hot blood splattering across the man's face. Junior sister, Xiuya. I have killed her. I have truly taken her life. The sword-wielding man staggered backward, consumed by frenzied howls, his entire being trembling violently. She was his most cherished junior sister, the one he had longed to propose to after establishing his foundation. Yet now, he had severed her in twain. Han Li. All of this was due to that demon Han Li. It was he who had caused this tragic misstep. Demon, I shall ensure your demise. I shall see you without a grave. With bloodshot eyes, the sword-wielding man brandished his blade and lunged towards Han Li in a furious assault. You have lost your wits. What right do you have to threaten my life? Han Li scoffed, his demeanor one of disdain. In an instant, he leaped into the air, descending with the fire scale sword in a devastating strike. Boom! The sword shattered the man, cleaving him in two. Instant annihilation. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. This bald-headed warrior is formidable. The 2 prodigies from the Qinghe Foundation Establishment sect, along with another from the Dongjiang sect, shuddered violently and turned to flee. They had no time to assist. The sword-wielding man had been obliterated in an instant. How could they dare to confront such overwhelming power? Thinking to escape? Observing the 3 retreating figures, a sinister smile crept across Han Li's lips. In a heartbeat, he pursued them. Chapter 45. The Essence of the Earthly Veins. Encountering the County Lord's son. After arduous contemplation, Han Li had finally grasped the essence of the Death Phoenix wings, which remarkably enhanced his speed. Even without employing this formidable ability, he moved with notable swiftness. Grasping the Fire Unicorn sword, Han Li swiftly pursued, launching a fierce strike at the prodigy of the Qinghe Immortal Sect. The piercing sword aura, imbued with an intense burning intent, struck mercilessly upon the young man's back. A scream of agony escaped the lips of the Qinghe Immortal Sect's young prodigy, who nearly split in twain. The other 2 prodigies from Qinghe and Dongjiang Immortal Sects were utterly horrified. The speed of the demon Han Li was astonishing. Left with no choice, they hastily halted and raised their swords to defend themselves. A flurry of sword shadows ensued, their weapons shattering like glass, blood spilling abundantly upon the ground. Demon Han Li, how can you be so powerful? How have you become this strong? They were filled with dread, sensing that Han Li possessed strength rivaling that of a first-level Foundation Establishment cultivator, if not surpassing it. They had previously encountered elders of the Foundation Establishment stage and felt their might, yet none had instilled such terror as Han Li did. Slaughtering these 12th-level Qi refinement prodigies felt as effortless as chopping vegetables. Especially after being wounded by Han Li's sword, blood gushed uncontrollably, akin to a malfunctioning pump. Why run? What has happened to your innate desire to flee? Han Li, brandishing the Fire Unicorn sword, observed the 3 panicked individuals with an air of nonchalance. A faint smile gracing his lips. Demon Han Li, do not be so arrogant. We are not the only prodigies here. Others will surely band together to avenge us for your heinous acts. Are you truly implying that I should refrain from attacking you? Do you think I have nothing better to do than to target you? Han Li retorted. You cannot even muster a proper curse, such as may I attain Foundation establishment and acquire treasures. Is that truly a curse? You seem unwilling to suffer any loss. The 3 seethed internally, cursing vehemently. Let us borrow your power. At that moment, Han Li approached each of them, lifting his palm to strike downwards. Streams of power swiftly flowed into his body. Hiss! Demon Han Li, how audacious he is. He cultivates demonic arts and dares to utilize them openly. They marveled at his boldness. Does he not fear retaliation? Is he unaware that those who practice demonic arts face collective resistance? It was indeed unprecedented. They had encountered other demon cultivators, but none as young and audacious as he. If he were to successfully establish his foundation, he would surely wreak havoc in the future. As the onlookers beheld Han Li brazenly absorbing the power from the three prodigies, they were left speechless, unable to contain their discussions. My friends, do you not think your concerns might be a tad excessive? Just as the crowd fervently debated, Han Li suddenly turned his head, casting a slight smile at them. Gulp! Gazing at Han Li's gleaming white teeth, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped the hearts of the onlookers. Subsequently, Han Li moved, brandishing the fire-lin sword as he charged towards them. The path of cultivation is inherently ruthless, and in this arena of competition for resources, all present were adversaries. Should he display any sign of weakness at this moment, these individuals would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. The murmurs among the crowd quickly transformed into panic as they hastily silenced themselves and fled towards the exit. Wings of death, Han Li silently commanded. In an instant, a pair of wings enveloped in black flames manifested behind him, and with a swift motion, he slid past the fleeing crowd. The moment any cultivator was touched by those black flames, agonizing shrieks erupted as the intensity of the flames was unbearable. They desperately waved their hands to extinguish the fire, but the black flames clung to their skin like a parasite, igniting their palms in searing agony. How terrifying are these wings of death? After halting, Han Li turned to survey the scene before him, astonished even by his own actions. However, the toll was significant. He sensed that his spiritual energy had diminished by a fifth due to this exertion. With a mere thought, the wings of death dissipated, and he charged forward with the fire-lin sword, depleting the strength of each adversary one by one before advancing towards the three veins of earthly energy. From his pocket, he produced a jade vial of azure hue, a gift from Manager Tong. According to Tong, this was no ordinary treasure, crafted from Xuanwu jade, renowned for its extraordinary hardness and capability to contain celestial energy. The sheer magnitude of energy contained within these veins made it difficult for conventional vessels to hold. Thus, upon acquiring earthly or celestial energy, cultivators would typically swallow it, integrating it into their being. Though once ingested, it could not be easily extracted. As Han Li extended his hand, he felt no immediate danger and grasped one of the earthly energy veins. Instantly, it felt as though he were lifting a small mountain, his arm buckling under the immense weight. He estimated the weight of this earthly energy to be several thousand, if not tens of thousands of pounds. Such a colossal burden would be nearly impossible to lift without reaching the 12th level of qi refinement, let alone to integrate it. 1, 2, 3. Just as Han Li was about to claim the third vein of earthly energy, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. He turned his head while still clutching the third vein. Before him stood a handsome young man, a stranger to Han Li. I am Wang Tai, son of Wang Yangming. I presume you are already aware of my identity? The handsome young man offered a slight smile at Han Li. Son of the county governor? Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Though Wang Tai was unaware of his own name, he was well acquainted with the name of the county magistrate of Anping, Wang Yangming. Isn't that me? Wang Tai mused with a smile as he approached Han Li. Standing before him, he regarded Han Li and proposed, Han Li, how about we strike a deal? You could relinquish this essence of the earth vein to me, and in return, I shall provide a fitting reward. Apologies, but I have my own use for this essence of the earth vein. I must kindly ask you to seek elsewhere, Han Li replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Wang Tai was momentarily taken aback. He had revealed his identity, yet Han Li rejected him so decisively, which caught him off guard. However, he did not allow anger to take hold. There is no need for such a swift refusal. I noticed you have collected more than one essence of the earth vein. For the foundational construction, one is sufficient, or perhaps you intend to transfer it to another. If that is the case, why not transfer it to me? If ordinary compensation does not entice you, I can also offer to mediate any grievances between you and the three major foundational sections. Han Li smiled slightly. As for any grievances I have with the three major foundational sects, there is no need for your assistance, dear Wang, for I have no intention of allowing them to continue to exist. Chapter 46. Do you truly believe that you can speak recklessly without facing consequences? Ha ha ha, brother Han. Your audacity is remarkable. Wang Tai paused momentarily, then shook his head with a chuckle. In that case, I shall add another incentive. I can introduce Brother Han to the royal residence in the imperial city. Given your formidable spirit, this modest Anping County may not be sufficient for your ambitions. Why not venture into the grand imperial city, where talents gather? What do you think? The mention of the royal residence piqued Han Li's interest, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, this small county could hardly accommodate his aspirations. After reaching the foundational realm and vanquishing the three major foundational sects, he knew he must seek greater horizons. The opportunity Wang Tai presented was enticing. However, as one nearly recognized as a demonic cultivator, would he find acceptance within the royal residence? It could very well invite calamity rather than fortune. I appreciate your kind offer, but I am accustomed to a life of freedom, Han Li replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. He then placed the energy of the earth vein into the Xuanwu jade bottle and turned to depart. Wang Tai observed Han Li's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing with an intense glimmer, yet he made no attempt to impede his exit. As Han Li vanished from sight, a young man emerged from behind a nearby tree. Young master, are we truly allowing him to leave? Why not stop him? With what we possess, detaining him should pose no challenge, the young man remarked, gazing at Wang Tai. Indeed, detaining him poses no issue, but killing him is another matter entirely. Look at the corpses strewn about. His strength may exceed our expectations. If something were to go awry, it could lead to our downfall, Wang Tai mused. The young man frowned. Yet, the energy of the earth vein is rare. If we fail to find more here, our efforts will be in vain. We shall not return empty-handed. If earth vein energy eludes us, we can seek heavenly vein energy. There is a chance we may uncover it. Wang Tai replied with a sly smile. The young man's eyes widened. Please, do elaborate. He obtained at least 2 forms of earth vein energy. Yet he displayed neither joy nor eagerness to utilize it for a breakthrough. Moreover, after bidding farewell to me, he did not head outward but ventured deeper instead. I suspect he aims to reach the innermost depths to seize the rumored heavenly vein energy. Hiss. It is said that the area surrounding the heavenly vein energy is fraught with peril, guarded by fearsome beasts. Additionally, those competing for the heavenly vein often have golden core cultivators backing them, some even more powerful than our county's ruling house. Does Han Li possess such audacity? Furthermore, even if he acquires the heavenly vein energy, without the appropriate alchemical formula, achieving the foundational realm through the heavenly way will be exceedingly difficult. Could it be that he possesses the formula for the heavenly foundation? Upon the young man's utterance, a fierce glint flickered in Wang Tai's eyes, barely contained. Perhaps this was the moment of destiny for me. Should I succeed in establishing a foundation in the heavenly Tao, I shall become the first prodigy of the Wang family to achieve such a feat in the future as I enter the Southern King's manor. I am bound to emerge victorious, basking in the glory of remarkable times. It is said that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wang Tai could scarcely fathom the resplendence that awaited him post-foundation, undoubtedly eclipsing even that of his father, the formidable golden core master, Wang Yangming. The mantis hunts the cicada. Oblivious to the lurking oriole, this time, the young master is destined to soar, astonishing all. The young man laughed heartily, spurring his steed onward as the two made their way toward the direction in which Han Li had departed. As time flowed, Han Li journeyed deeper into the woods. Here, the foliage grew denser, lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Simultaneously, he sensed numerous powerful auras and an overwhelming presence that felt ferocious, emanating through the thick trees. As he traversed further, he beheld an ancient hall, strikingly positioned amidst the trees. The hall appeared weathered and aged, adorned with a crooked plaque inscribed with 3 characters in seal script, Feng Tian Dian. Before this grand hall stood 6 men and 1 woman, each wielding various weapons, their robes billowing without wind, exuding a formidable presence. Yet, these 7 did not act rashly, instead gazing intently ahead. At the entrance of the Feng Tian Hall lay 4 colossal beasts, exceedingly rare demon creatures. No wonder they remained motionless. The demon beasts barred their path, impossible to surpass. Han Li mused silently. The 6 men and 1 woman, standing their ground against the demon beasts, turned their attention upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind. Another had arrived, making the count a perfect 8, facing 1 demon beast together. First, let us eliminate these beasts, then we shall each compete for the celestial essence within the hall, proposed a man wielding a longsword. As his words settled, another man addressed Han Li. Fellow Taoist, from whence do you hail? The origin of my journey is of little consequence. What matters is my willingness to join you in vanquishing these beasts, Han Li replied with a calm demeanor. Huh, your words suggest we are in need of your assistance. How pretentious, the soul woman scoffed, her beauty striking yet her expression tinged with disdain. She was slender, with a generous bosom, yet her demeanor was rather acerbic. Han Li cast a fleeting glance in her direction, choosing not to engage. There was no merit in quarreling with such a petty figure. Indeed, you seem to be quite the performer. Should your strength prove inadequate, you may jeopardize us all. She continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she scrutinized Han Li's unyielding attitude. Earlier, upon her arrival, she had faced similar scrutiny, having to prove her capabilities and lineage before these men allowed her to join their ranks. Why does Han Li refrain from revealing his prowess and background? You, a mere woman, what is there for you to fear, especially since we are not collaborating? His indifference does not imply that he will allow you to take liberties. Han Li regarded the woman with a cold smirk. How arrogant you are. You dare to demand what is not yours. Or is it that you possess an unseemly identity and ulterior motives that you are too ashamed to unveil? The woman was instantly filled with rage. Slap. The sharp sound of a crisp slap echoed from the left side of her face as her words fell. Do you truly believe that you can speak recklessly without consequence? Chapter 47. A new revelation. The power of enchantment can also be absorbed. The beautiful woman covered her right cheek, gazing incredulously at Han Li before her. She had been struck, and in such a public setting, she had received a resounding slap. A piercing scream escaped her lips. How dare you? Do you have the audacity to strike me, Tang Yu? Do you even know my identity? Seething with rage, Tang Yu was simultaneously filled with a sense of horror. She had only seen Han Li's figure flicker before her, and before she could react, a heavy slap had landed on her face. Your identity is of no concern to me. Should you continue to prattle, the consequences will extend beyond a mere slap. I might very well strip you bare and feed you to a beast. Han Li cast an indifferent glance her way before turning to walk away. Consumed by fury, Tang Yu swiftly drew her sword. Miss Tang, let us prioritize the greater objective. Our goal is to enter the Feng Tian Hall and obtain the essence of the heavens. Just as she prepared to act, a man beside her interjected with a warning. 2 against 1. Let us first deal with these beasts, another voice chimed in, clearly indicating that Han Li's sudden display of power had instilled caution in everyone present. How infuriating. I, Tang Yu, a disciple of the Golden Core stage, have never suffered such disgrace. Wherever I go, I am the center of attention. I shall not swallow this humiliation lightly. Once we leave the Tianyuan Valley, your end will come. Gripping her sword tightly, Tang Yu glared at Han Li's retreating figure, hurling insults. Huh. It seems you believe I intend to allow you to leave this Tianyuan Valley alive, Han Li retorted, not bothering to look back, a scoff escaping his lips. Such arrogance. His words narrowed the eyes of those present. From Tang Yu's remarks, it was evident that a formidable Golden Core practitioner supported her, yet Han Li remained unfazed, suggesting he too had a powerful ally backing him. The group of 8, paired into 4 teams, faced off against 4 beasts. After careful deliberation, they assigned their respective opponents. Standing beside Han Li was a prodigy from a prominent faction in Lindu County. The local spiritual factions of Anping Town were notably weaker. While Lindu County and Guangnan County were adjacent to the Guangzhou Imperial City, thus wielding significantly greater strength, with multiple factions bolstered by Golden Core practitioners. Attack! The group shouted in unison, charging forth. Opposite Han Li loomed a massive 3-tailed scorpion, measuring over 3 meters in length, its crimson exoskeleton glistening ominously. As Han Li and his companions surged forward, the creature went into a frenzy, its colossal pincers lunging toward them. The duo coordinated their efforts, drawing their swords simultaneously, weaving and dodging to disrupt the scorpion's assault, aiming to create openings. Boom! Han Li's blade struck the scorpion's armored back, splattering a pool of dark red blood onto the ground, where it hissed ominously. Observing this, Han Li's expression sharpened. The 3-tailed scorpion indeed possesses formidable power, with its blood exhibiting a potent corrosive quality and emanating a nauseating odor that induces discomfort upon inhalation. Suddenly, a scorpion tail lashed towards Han Li, who swiftly evaded, only to be met by 2 more tails striking from either side. Han Li could only wield his sword in a fierce slash with one hand while using the other to deliver a powerful blow, striving to create space for his escape. However, as his palm made contact with the scorpion's tail, he felt an entirely different force surging into his body. Was this the power of the 3-tailed scorpion? Am I able to absorb the demonic energy of a beast? Han Li's heart swelled with delight. He recalled that according to the Hunyuan star absorption technique, reaching the 2nd stage would enable one to absorb spiritual energy from a distance, and that this capability extended beyond mere humans. Yet, his own technique remained at the 1st stage, and he was astonished to find he could absorb the demonic energy of the 3-tailed scorpion. This technique truly exceeded expectations. It seemed he had underestimated its potential. Perhaps it was not necessary to reach the second stage to absorb energy from non-human entities, provided that there was close contact. Han Li pondered this possibility. Be careful, Han Daoyu. Suddenly, the young man collaborating with him shouted. The three-tailed scorpion inexplicably turned around, its massive pincers lunging at Han Li. Just in time, Han Li roared, Chen Daoyu, I will seize its pincers. You strike off its scorpion tail. With that, he boldly advanced. The most formidable aspect of the three-tailed scorpion lay in its powerful pincers, capable of shattering rock and earth, leaving cracks in the stone ground, a testament to its terrifying strength. Yet, the more powerful the scorpion proved to be, the more elated Han Li became, for it indicated the abundance of demonic energy within. Good. The young man named Chen shouted, fiercely wielding his sword to block the scorpion's tail. Han Li executed a sweeping maneuver, lifting the scorpion's pincers high before sliding beneath its body. The scorpion's serrated legs clamped down on him, but with a resounding thud, he grasped them firmly in his hand. In that instant, Han Li activated the Hunyuan star absorption technique to its utmost potential. Waves of overwhelming demonic energy surged into his being. The three-tailed scorpion emitted a piercing wail as its massive pincers attempted to crush Han Li. Yet, when they made contact, they felt as limp as if patting his back, inflicting no harm upon him. Simultaneously, Chen swiftly severed all three of the scorpion's tails. The corrosive blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground and igniting a noxious cloud of smoke. What is happening? Why am I suddenly so formidable? This unexpected triumph left Chen momentarily dazed, as if the three-tailed scorpion had instantaneously lost all its combat prowess and defenses. What a thrill! What a rush! The formidable power of this three-tailed scorpion is equivalent to the combined spiritual energy of 7 or 8 cultivators at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Truly overwhelming. At this moment, Han Li is utterly exhilarated. It is no wonder that, in comparable conditions, humans generally fall short against demon beasts. The density of demonic energy within these creatures is simply too profound. Even now, though they are 2 against 1, the other 3 groups are struggling significantly. Despite employing various tactics, they have reaped little benefit. With a decisive thrust, Han Li drives the fire spirit sword upward, piercing through the head of the three-tailed scorpion after completely absorbing its demonic energy. The massive creature perishes instantly, and Han Li casually tosses it aside. Shall we assist them? Brother Han. At that moment, a man named Chun jogs over, brimming with excitement. Assist them? What? Are you planning to engage in charity work? Han Li replies, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regards Chun. Chapter 48. Enduring the weight of 100,000 pounds, vowing to obtain the celestial vein's essence. The man with the surname Chun was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Brother Han, it must be you. How foolish of me. We are rivals. And our ultimate goal is to acquire the essence of the celestial vein. Whoever secures it shall wield fortune. Why would I assist them? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Han Li commended, patting him on the shoulder. The two exchanged knowing smiles and swiftly turned to dash towards the gates of the Fengtian Hall. The others, still reeling from the astonishing speed with which Han Li and his companion had dispatched the three-tailed scorpion, were taken aback as they witnessed the pair racing towards the hall. Chen, Han, you two have gone too far. We agreed to enter the Fengtian Hall together. How can you act so selfishly? One man, engaged in a fierce battle with a two-headed wolf demon, bellowed in anger. Come back, or we will retreat and let these beasts pursue you. Another man threatened vehemently. I warned you all that this scoundrel wouldn't reveal his true identity. There was certainly something amiss. You didn't heed my words and insisted on letting him join. And now look what has happened. He has revealed his true intentions, using us to gain early access to the Fengtian Hall. Tang Yu shrieked at the top of her lungs. However, in the face of their furious accusations, Han Li and the man surnamed Chen showed no intention of halting. Rather, they quickened their pace towards the hall. Retreat, retreat. Since they are devoid of righteousness, we shall not be bound by honor. Let these 3 beasts deal with them. Roared a prodigy from the Golden Core faction, the Liang sect, as he sheathed his sword and quickly stepped back. The other 5 followed suit, retreating in unison. The 3 beasts, seeing their adversaries withdraw from the attack range, swiftly turned and lunged towards Han Li and Chen. Just as the beasts were about to pounce, the 2 successfully pushed open the side hall's door and slipped inside. The beasts, as if trained in some manner, abruptly halted, refraining from entering, and instead, they remained at the doorway, agitatedly roaring. That was close. We nearly got caught. The man surnamed Chun exclaimed, taking a deep, relieved breath. Close the door. Whether we obtain the essence of the celestial vein depends solely on our abilities, Han Li remarked with a slight smile. As the two slowly closed the grand door of the Feng Tian Hall, all while under the furious glares of the remaining six. Ah, despicable. Infuriating. We shall wait here for their exit. They will have no place to bury their remains. The six were nearly bursting with rage, their murderous intent threatening to tear apart the very fabric of this space. Inside the Feng Tian Hall, Han Li and his companion beheld a lengthy staircase. At the summit, 3 swirling orbs of golden energy floated in the air, constantly morphing into various forms. Both men inhaled deeply. Such a myriad of forms, radiant with golden light. This is the fabled essence of the celestial vein. And there are 3 orbs. Oh my heavens, this opportunity is utterly terrifying. To acquire even a single strand in this lifetime is a divine blessing. We could each claim a strand and a half. The man with the surname Chun exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Do not be so agitated. What if you end up with nothing? At that moment, Han Li turned to look at him and chuckled softly. The man named Chun stiffened, then abruptly took a step back, eyeing Han Li with great wariness. Taoist Han, should you wish to kill me, I shall ensure we perish together. I am aware of your strength, yet I possess this object. How will you respond? With that, he produced from his bosom a slender object, gleaming with a metallic luster, its end no longer than his thumb. Is that a thunderclap? Han Li inquired. Indeed, this is a thunderclap, which I have refrained from using until now, Chen declared solemnly with a cold huff. Han Li narrowed his eyes, amused. You even possess such a formidable weapon? It is said that it can annihilate anyone below the 4th level of Foundation establishment. A renowned device of the Mo family, famed for their mechanical arts? He recalled seeing the thunderclap at the Wanbao Pavilion, recognizing it as a product of the Mo family. It was exceedingly expensive, priced at 1 high-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and its effects were truly fearsome. That is all you need to know, Chen retorted icily. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that any further action from Han Li could indeed lead to mutual destruction. However, Han Li chuckled and shook his head. Put it away. You have misunderstood me. Misunderstood you? Chen raised an eyebrow. Han Li then gestured to the right. Observe this stone tablet. It states that to obtain the energy of the celestial vein, one must ascend these 100 stone steps. Each step bears a weight of 1,000 pounds, and the 100th step weighs a staggering 100,000 pounds. Only those who can endure this immense pressure are deemed worthy to touch the energy of the celestial vein. Thus, I maintain that whether one can acquire it remains uncertain. 100,000 pounds? Surely you jest. Even those at the 2nd or 3rd level of Foundation establishment would struggle to bear such weight. Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Clutching the thunderclap, he approached the stone tablet Han Li indicated, and indeed, he found an inscription engraved upon it. Ah, the Tao of Heaven's Foundation establishment is inherently formidable. Once successful, even an ordinary golden core cultivator would find it challenging to slay such a being. Han Li laughed lightly, fully aware that acquiring the energy of the celestial vein would be no simple feat. Taking a deep breath, Han Li gazed at the daunting 100 stone steps and placed his foot upon the first. Instantly, a heavy pressure enveloped him. Indeed, the methods employed by the Hall of Heavenly Decree are no trivial matter. Han Li mused, feeling no discernible change, yet this pressure descended upon him so abruptly. Such a technique would likely be beyond even a golden core cultivator's capabilities. However, what mattered now was crossing these 100 steps to obtain the energy of the celestial vein. Whatever the challenges may be, he resolved to press on. Han Li inhaled deeply and continued to stride forward. The man surnamed Chen observed Han Li ascend without any apparent difficulty, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. Time flowed slowly as the two of them, one after the other, pressed onward. At last, after enduring 2 hours, Han Li reached the 99th step. At this moment, the pressure had intensified to an astonishing 99,000 pounds. He could hardly maintain his balance, his veins bulging as if they might burst, and even breathing had become an arduous task. Hold on. If I cannot endure this much, what right do I have to pursue the foundation of the heavenly path? What entitlement do I possess to dream of becoming powerful? What distinguishes me from a mere fish on a drying plank? Boom. Standing on the 99th step for a full quarter of an hour, Han Li suddenly lifted his foot and forcefully stepped onto the 100th step. The colossal weight of 100,000 pounds bore down upon him in an instant. Chapter 49. Did I just acquire a follower? A tremendous force of 100,000 pounds bore down upon him, instilling sheer terror. Han Li nearly collapsed to the ground, veins protruding from his forehead, his entire skeleton resonating with a cacophony of sounds, his teeth clenched tightly together. As time passed, under such immense pressure, it took a full quarter of an hour for Han Li to gradually straighten his body. Congratulations, you have passed the trial of the 100 steps heavenly stairs. I wish you success in obtaining the celestial veins chi. At that moment, a line of golden script suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and all the pressure weighing upon Han Li dissipated in an instant. This is truly remarkable. Looking at the newly materialized script, Han Li felt a profound sense of wonder. He had anticipated that after stepping onto the final 100th step, he would need to endure for another quarter of an hour. If he could persevere, he would have successfully passed the trial. The astonishing fact was that the 100 steps heavenly stairs could actually detect this. He surmised that either this staircase was an extraordinary treasure or that there existed a formidable formation within this place. However, he currently lacked the means to discern these mysteries. Even if it were a powerful artifact, he had no capability to seize it. For now, he would focus on the celestial veins chi. Gazing at the 3 swirling orbs of golden celestial veins chi, Han Li took a deep breath. Retrieving the jade vial crafted from Xuanwu jade that the shopkeeper Tong had given him, he then reached out to grasp one of the orbs of celestial veins chi. Boom. Almost the instant his hand made contact, a wave of terrifying power surged forth from the celestial veins chi, nearly sending Han Li's hand flying away. Fortunately, drawing from his previous experience of absorbing the earth veins chi, he channeled all his strength into his arm. He even employed the primordial star-absorbing technique, hoping to draw in the power unleashed by the celestial veins. With a sudden burst, as he activated the primordial star-absorbing technique, the horrifying force emitted by the celestial veins chi surged into his body. However, the intensity of this influx was overwhelming, causing Han Li to tremble violently and spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his bones and internal organs would be shattered by this sudden onslaught of power. Yet, almost immediately, a mysterious regenerative force ignited within him, continuously mending the damaged areas. The Nirvana force, the very essence I obtained from the Phoenix Wing Grass. Even though I comprehended the Death Rift due to the wordless golden book, this Nirvana force has not vanished. Han Li could sense the condition within his body, and it filled him with immense joy. As this Nirvana force healed his injuries, the absorbed power, refined and transformed by the primordial star-absorbing technique, began to evolve into a strength that belonged solely to him, nurturing and repairing him. In mere moments, the discomfort from his previous injuries swiftly dissipated. Furthermore, he sensed that his strength had seemingly increased significantly, though he could not quantify how much, but it was certainly formidable. Excellent, excellent, excellent. With such a rapid resurgence akin to a phoenix's rebirth, even when facing formidable opponents far superior to myself, I could endure long enough to outlast them. Those weaker than me would succumb in an instant, while those stronger would find it challenging to withstand my resilience. A true win-win scenario. Han Li grinned broadly, lost in his own amusement. He then forcefully clenched his fingers, seizing the celestial vein essence and drawing it into a jade vial with sheer determination. He successfully captured one. Following that, Han Li reached for the second strand of celestial vein essence. This time, he approached the task with much greater composure, successfully placing the second essence into the jade vial. Brother Han, please leave one for me." A voice filled with desperation called out from behind him as Han Li turned his gaze toward the third strand of essence. It was a man with the surname Chun, who stood on the 80th step, bowing repeatedly in supplication. However, under the immense weight of 80,000 pounds, his movements appeared rather comical. Han Li smiled slightly. "Regardless of our circumstances, we have fought alongside one another. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. If you can reach the 90th step, I will wait for you to ascend to the 100th. But should you fail, do not accuse me, Han Li, of greed or lack of benevolence." The expression on Chen's face shifted several times before he replied, "Very well. Since you, Brother Han, have spoken thus, I, Chen Hansheng, shall make my utmost effort. If I cannot reach the 90th step within the allotted time, it shall be my own inadequacy, and I will voice no complaints." If he could not even surpass the 90th step, even if Han Li reserved the celestial vein essence for him, it would be of no avail. Chen Hansheng let out a fierce roar and began to stride forward with all his might. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Hansheng, bloodied from biting his own tongue, barely managed to step onto the 89th step. The 90th step remained elusive, despite his desperate attempts, and sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. Nevertheless, Han Li stood by, offering no urgings. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Chen Hansheng finally reached the 90th step. The pressure increased by another 1,000 pounds, yet this time, he felt as if he had transcended his limits, experiencing little discomfort. Looking up, he saw Han Li gazing at him with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "Hurry, don't delay, lest I change my mind. After all, this is celestial vein essence." Han Li's voice resonated softly. Chen Hansheng was profoundly moved. a surge of emotion coursing through him. He understood that the time had long surpassed the quarter of an hour Han Li had initially granted, yet Han Li remained steadfast, continuing to afford him the opportunity to claim the celestial vein essence. What was this? An act of rebirth. With a mighty roar, Chun Hansheng propelled himself upwards, stepping onto the next level. An hour later, he finally ascended to the 100th step. Well done, congratulations, Han Li said with a gentle smile as he looked at Chun Hansheng standing before him. Brother Han, no, Brother Han. From this day forth, I, Chun Hansheng, shall be the most loyal brother to Brother Han. Even if he were to command me to embrace death at this very moment, I would harbor no grievances. Chun Hansheng gazed earnestly at Han Li, speaking with a solemnity akin to an oath. He was, by nature, a man of strong emotions, and Han Li's actions had propelled him beyond his own limitations, granting him the opportunity to obtain the essence of the celestial veins. Such an act of rebirth is a debt greater than the heavens. Go and claim your celestial essence, Han Li said with a faint smile. It was this very resilience in Chun Hansheng that led him to bestow upon him this chance, as it reminded him of his own past, losing his parents at a tender age, raised solely by his grandfather. Yet, the old man was not always by his side. He often found himself alone in his cultivation. Were it not for that indomitable spirit, he would have long since faded into obscurity. Boom. Just as Chun Hansheng prepared to seize the third essence of the celestial veins, the grand doors of the Hall of Destiny were forcefully flung open. A throng of individuals surged through the entrance, not only the 5 men and 1 woman who had battled the beasts outside, but also dozens of others who rushed in. Celestial essence. It is right there on the steps. As they stormed in, their gazes immediately fixed upon the radiant essence of the celestial veins atop the 100 steps. The golden celestial essence was truly unique, its form shifting continuously, unmistakably recognizable at a glance. Chapter 50. Grasping and instantly refining these 2 scoundrels. Indeed, they have begun to gather the essence of the celestial veins, having already collected a fragment. They truly deserve their fate, utilizing us as their shield. We must reclaim all the celestial essence. The individuals at the entrance roared in fury, particularly Tang Yu, whose sharp words echoed like daggers. Rush forward and retrieve the celestial essence. One of the 6, a young prodigy who had reached the 12th level of chi refinement, shouted fiercely and boldly stepped towards the staircase. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing him to stagger perilously, nearly losing his balance. The staircase was strange, imbued with an extraordinarily powerful force. He quickly steadied himself and called out repeatedly. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out. Look, there is a stone tablet beneath the ground. To obtain the celestial essence, one must ascend this 100-step staircase, bearing a weight of 100,000 pounds. One must withstand a pressure of 100,000 pounds to reach the summit? This is utterly absurd. Even those who have just entered the foundation establishment stage would struggle to endure such a force. A cacophony of gasps filled the air. To ascend, one must endure a pressure of 100,000 pounds? They have already reached the pinnacle, which implies they withstood such pressure. Humph, if they can endure it, then I, Suwen, can certainly do the same. A robust young man declared with a deep voice, stepping forward toward the 100-step staircase. As he faced 1,000 pounds of pressure, he remained undeterred, having mentally prepared himself, and continued to ascend. We shall also proceed. Even if we ultimately cannot obtain the celestial essence, we must ensure that they do not succeed. Another prodigy barked with palpable resentment directed at Han Li. One after another, young aspirants began to traverse the 100-step staircase. At the summit, Han Li wore a faint, bloodthirsty smile. Brother Han, shall we join forces to eliminate them first? Chun Hansheng suggested to Han Li. With a faint smile, Han Li shook his head. Continue gathering your celestial essence. These individuals are mine to deal with. With so many resources at hand, let this be my last indulgence before establishing my foundation. With that, Han Li charged downward. Chun Hansheng stood there, his lips twitching violently. It seemed Brother Han viewed these individuals as mere sustenance. How ruthless. No, how exhilarating. As Han Li rushed down, Chun Hansheng turned his attention back to diligently collecting the celestial essence. Meanwhile, Han Li descended like a tiger from the mountain, having already passed the trials. The pressure of the staircase was rendered ineffective against him, as though he were treading on level ground. He swiftly confronted the young prodigy named Su Wen, raising his hand to seize him. You Han, how arrogant! Su Wen bellowed, swinging his fist toward Han Li. However, hindered by the oppressive force of gravity, his punches were rather sluggish, while Han Li moved with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, he seized Su Wen's fist, sending a violent shock through him that nearly propelled him away, yet Han Li held his fist firmly. The supreme absorption technique. In an instant, an unparalleled force of attraction erupted from Han Li's palm, drawing the very essence of Su Wen's power from within him. My power? How can you absorb my power? Su Wen exclaimed in horror, desperately attempting to retract his fist, but Han Li's grip was unyielding. In a brief moment, the majority of his power was siphoned away by Han Li. Next, the life-draining technique swiftly consumed Su Wen's lifespan, rendering him visibly aged. Demonic arts. You dare to practice demonic arts. If you kill me, my master, who is at the golden core stage, will not spare you. Su Wen roared hoarsely, transformed into a frail shadow of his former self. Bang! In response to Su Wen's threats, Han Li struck his forehead with a swift motion, instantly reducing his head to a mist of blood. What use is there for a dead man to utter such nonsense? Immediately, Han Li charged towards the next individual who stood closer. I no longer desire this celestial vein's energy. Han, I shall take my leave. The young man, witnessing Han Li's approach, was stricken with terror and hastily turned to flee. Yet, he had scarcely taken 2 steps before Han Li grasped him and swiftly refined him. Following that, the third person. Demon. He is a great demon. Everyone run. The secret realm has unleashed a demon. Quickly, inform the powerful beings outside to hunt down the demon. In the blink of an eye, 2 prodigies at the 12th level of Qi refinement perished at his hands, sending the remaining individuals into a state of panic, each screaming as they rushed towards the exit. Thinking of escaping? It would not be so simple. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Han Li's mouth. The next moment, a pair of wings, ablaze with black flames, unfurled from his back. With a single push from his toes, he soared into the air, gliding over the heads of the crowd and landing before the gates of the Hall of Celestial Sovereignty. With a resounding crash, he shut the gates. He can fly? This demon can actually fly? The already panicked crowd was rendered speechless. How could one at the Qi refinement stage fly? Even those in the Foundation establishment stage cannot achieve flight. They can merely use objects as leverage to glide briefly through the air. Yet Han Li manifested a pair of fiery wings, a spectacle far beyond belief. Kill! With a tremor of his arm, the fire scale sword materialized in his grasp. Han Li surged forward, unleashing a torrent of blood and anguished cries. None present were a match for him. After traversing 100 steps and absorbing a portion of the celestial vein's energy, he had far surpassed the power typical of the 12th level of Qi refinement. Like chopping vegetables, a pile of corpses accumulated on the ground. Moreover, Han Li heeded no pleas for mercy, for he understood well that if one does not eradicate the roots, the weeds will regrow come spring. Had he displayed even a modicum of mercy, the repercussions would have been dire, as his adversaries would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon his departure. Perhaps it was a deliberate strategy. Only after all had been vanquished did he approach Tang Yu. Tang Yu, trembling before the imposing figure of Han Li, felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to despair. With a thud, she knelt before him, exclaiming, Brother Han, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have opposed you, nor coveted the essence of the celestial vein. Please, spare my life. I am willing to offer you everything I possess. I could even serve as your handmaiden. I am quite beautiful, and I am untouched. Grant me a chance at life, and I shall serve you faithfully. I have recognized my mistakes. Recognized your mistakes? He retorted coldly. You are merely aware of your impending demise. With a swift motion, Han Li callously seized her crown, and in an instant, she was obliterated. Chapter 51. The Living Yama Among Us. A scene of carnage unfolded, with corpses strewn across the ground in disarray. Han Li surveyed the blood-soaked tableau, his lips curling into a smirk as he commenced his grim task. He crouched down first, conducting a thorough examination of Tang Yu's lifeless form. It must be said that Tang Yu possessed quite a bit of value. Fortunately, Han Li harbored no peculiar proclivities, and it wasn't long before he unearthed a beautifully crafted storage bag nestled against her chest. Weighing heavily in his hands, it promised a trove of treasures. Securing it at his waist, he proceeded to methodically explore the remains, extracting all storage bags and various adornments from the deceased. Ultimately, he stripped 2 bodies of their garments, fashioning a bundle to contain all the gathered items. The weight of the bundle was substantial, likely amounting to a couple of 100 pounds. With these possessions, once I establish my foundation, I could procure numerous exceptional items to fortify myself. He hefted the burden, a broad grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, atop the 100-level celestial staircase, Chun Hanxing exerted immense effort to seize a strand of celestial vein energy. Unlike Han Li, who collected it in a vessel, he opted to swallow it whole. This celestial vein energy, unless contained in a special vessel, was notoriously difficult to retain and could easily escape. By ingesting it directly, He secured it within his own body, a far safer approach. After successfully capturing the celestial vein energy, Chun Hanxing turned with a jubilant expression, eager to share his triumph with Han Li. However, upon witnessing the horrific scene before him, he was rendered speechless. Good heavens! So many lives have been extinguished. Gasping at the nightmarish sight, Chun Hanxing's heart raced. His elder brother's methods were brutally ruthless, yet he felt fortunate to be in the service of such a formidable figure. He approached Han Li, calling out, "Brother Han, I have successfully obtained the celestial vein energy, just as you instructed. Congratulations to you." Han Li glanced at him, nodding with a smile. "All of this is due to your benevolent guidance, Brother Han. It has allowed me to acquire this celestial vein energy," Chun Hanxing expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "Ha ha." Han Li laughed heartily, then gestured toward the multitude of corpses, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "You call me Brother Han, but if you truly regard me as your elder brother, shouldn't you be concerned about the repercussions from the forces behind these fallen individuals that might seek to trouble you?" Behind them loomed numerous Golden Core cultivators, representing a significant portion of the Golden Core forces in the Lingdu and Guangnan regions. "I am unafraid," Chun Hanxing declared resolutely. "Brother Han has granted me a second chance at life. This celestial vein energy feels like a rebirth. Should I have the opportunity to battle alongside you in the future, I would have no regrets, even if it costs me my life. With your strength, I believe it won't be long before we can disregard these Golden Core cultivators altogether. Besides, my father is also a Golden Core cultivator, so there is nothing to fear." Chun Hanxing spoke with conviction, his steadfast gaze revealing sincerity rather than mere platitudes. Han Li smiled as he patted his shoulder. "Let us depart. We have secured the essence of the heavenly veins, and it is time to leave. After you, Brother Han." The two then walked side by side towards the exit. The once closed door swung open again, and a strong stench of blood wafted from the hall. Gazing outside, they beheld a scene of devastation, with numerous corpses strewn about, including the remains of 3 monstrous beasts. Observing this grim tableau, Chun Hanxing remarked, "No wonder so many came here. They must have found this place and joined forces with Tang Yu and her companions to slay these 3-tiered beasts. That seems likely. Please wait a moment." Han Li nodded and stepped forward. Amidst Chun Hanxing's puzzled gaze, Han Li searched through the bodies and retrieved several storage bags. "Brother, you're plucking the feathers from a passing goose," Chun Hanxing quipped, eyeing the bags in Han Li's hands, his mouth twitching as he summoned the courage to jest. "Sigh. Poverty has made me desperate," Han Li replied with a wry smile. "Unlike you, who has a grandfather at the Golden Core stage, I am merely a disciple from a humble Qi refining family, earning a meager stipend of 20 low-grade spirit stones a year. You hail from a Qi refining family?" Chun Hanxing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishing to him that someone as formidable as Han Li originated from such a background. "Indeed, and that is not all. I am currently homeless and even a wanted fugitive. The 3 major Foundation establishment sects are pursuing me like wild dogs," Han Li remarked with a faint smile. "The Foundation establishment forces dare to hunt down Brother Han? They must truly have a death wish," Chun Hanxing exclaimed in astonishment, scoffing as he thumped his chest. "Leave this matter to me. Upon my return, I will arrange for people to annihilate the 3 sects pursuing you. Our Qin family boasts 6 peak Foundation establishment experts, alongside my grandfather and 2 Golden Core cultivators. Your family possesses considerable strength," Han Li replied, slightly surprised, yet he shook his head. "There is no need for your assistance. I can handle this myself. They are, after all, quite valuable resources to me." "Very well, I shall heed your words. Just say the word, and my ancestors from the Chun clan in Guangnan will spare no effort to assist you. However, when you refer to resources, do you mean the same as talent? What do you think?" Han Li smiled faintly, continuing to walk forward. "I suspect it is not," Chun Hanxing mused inwardly, feeling that Han Li regarded the so-called 3 Foundation establishment sects not as people, but rather as consumables. With a sudden realization, Chun Hanxing slapped his thigh. "Talent? Consumables? I understand now. Brother must cultivate a unique technique that allows him to absorb others' power and lifespan. Those individuals are merely his resources. Truly, my brother is a living king of the underworld." Chun Hanxing hurriedly followed suit. "Young master, shall we not intervene?" After the departure of the two figures emerged from behind a remarkably stout tree. It was Wang Tai, accompanied by a young man who had been by his side. "Strike? What nonsense!" Wang Tai remarked darkly, his expression grim. "Even though I possess the treasured artifact bestowed upon me by my father, I cannot guarantee that I can vanquish him. If I were to fail and meet my demise here, with no divine intervention or paternal aid, it would be an utter disgrace." The throngs that had gathered were not drawn here by mere coincidence. Rather, Wang Tai himself had inadvertently lured them. To his dismay, they all perished. Their life force and abilities drained by Han Li's ruthless methods. His scheme, intended to ensnare his prey, had tragically escalated into a means of empowering his adversary. This realization ignited a profound sense of frustration within Wang Tai. Chapter 52. Unable to kill, yet determined to disturb. Shall we simply let this matter rest? We have not acquired even an ounce of the earth vein energy during this endeavor. The young man beside him expressed his discontent vehemently. We will obtain it. He will undoubtedly return to Omping County to exact revenge on the 3 major Foundation establishment sections. I can still procure the heavenly vein energy from him, but this time, I shall enlist my father's assistance. Wang Tai spoke coldly, asserting that having a golden core cultivator personally intervene to deal with someone in the Qi refinement stage, though a considerable misuse of resources, is the only reliable option I have. I lack confidence in the Foundation establishment guardians from the county governor's office. Let us depart for now. The 2 of them, filled with lingering resentment, turned and left. At this moment, the entrance to Tianyuan Valley began to see a steady stream of individuals emerging. With each arrival, the Foundation establishment cultivators who had escorted them hurriedly approached, first to inquire if they had obtained the earth vein energy, and secondly to ensure their protection against potential treachery. For until the energy was refined, even if the earth vein energy or heavenly vein energy was absorbed into one's body, it could still lead to murder and extraction. As time elapsed, after several dozen individuals had exited, the portal fell into an eerie tranquility, with fewer and fewer groups emerging. This unsettling stillness began to weigh heavily on the hearts of the Foundation establishment powerhouses awaiting outside. Surely, nothing untoward has occurred inside. Even if he fails to secure the heavenly vein energy, preserving his life should not pose a significant challenge, should it? Manager Tong, adorned in a veil of white gauze, stood not far from the entrance, pondering anxiously. His gaze remained vigilant, frequently darting towards 3 elderly figures standing at a distance. These 3 were powerful representatives from the 3 major Foundation establishment sects, including the Qinghe sect. At that moment, a cultivator from the Qinghe sect spoke in a low tone to his companions. We are all prepared. If that fiend, Han Li, has not been overwhelmed within, once he emerges, we shall strike swiftly, ensuring he has no chance of escape. Absolutely. He has already caused us immense trouble before reaching Foundation establishment. Allowing him to succeed would surely lead to calamity. The cultivators from the East River sect shared the same murderous intent. Their determination to eliminate Han Li had reached an absolute zenith. Just then, a flash of light erupted at the entrance, and Shun Hanxing emerged, closely followed by Han Li. However, in his hands, he held 3 corpses. Upon exiting, Han Li immediately spotted the 3 anxious elders from the Foundation establishment sects waiting before him. He threw the corpses towards them. You insolent fiend, Han Li. How dare you? Ah, this is a disciple of our Qinghe sect. You have killed him. I will make you pay. I will ensure your demise. The 3 Foundation establishment elders, who had been poised to charge forward, erupted in furious cries. Due to the 3 corpses thrown towards them, all belonging to the most exceptional disciples of the 12 levels of Qi refinement within their sect, Han Li's actions undoubtedly constituted the gravest provocation. Instinctively, the 3 Foundation establishment elders hastily reached out to retrieve the bodies of their prodigies. Meanwhile, Han Li slipped forward, charging towards Manager Tong, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, young Master Han. But let's not dawdle. We must leave quickly. Han Li urged him sharply. What are you afraid of? With me here, no one shall harm you. However, Manager Tong remained unconvinced. In an instant, Han Li suddenly wrapped his arms around his waist, propelling them forward with astonishing speed. The softness and firmness of his grasp made Han Li's heart skip a beat. Startled by his sudden move, Manager Tong instinctively flashed a fierce look, nearly raising his hand to strike the back of Han Li's head. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, followed by a deafening explosion that sent blood and shattered bones soaring into the air like a small mushroom cloud. Simultaneously, one of the Foundation establishment elders from the Qinghe sect let out a pained scream, his arm obliterated and his body riddled with wounds. The 3 of them were drenched in blood, their garments torn, looking utterly disheveled. Good heavens, what kind of trickery is this? It's utterly outrageous. Turning around to behold the chaotic scene, Manager Tong gasped, her rosy lips parting in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief beneath her veil. Oh, it's nothing. I merely planted a thunderous blast on that fellow from the Qinghe sect. Han Li chuckled mischievously. The thunderous blast of the mechanism sect's MO family? Manager Tong stared at him in astonishment, then couldn't help but laugh through her tears. You truly are incorrigible, so wicked it's almost laughable. While this thunderous blast could not eliminate the three high-ranking elders, the sight of their most favored prodigy being utterly obliterated was indeed grotesque enough. Even in death, should they find themselves in the underworld, the memory of being outwitted by Han Li would surely stir their wrath from beyond the grave. Han Li grinned. Let us make haste and vacate this place of turmoil. Very well, but do you think my waist is soft enough? Manager Tong asked playfully, a teasing smile gracing her lips, the fragrance of her breath wafting towards Han Li's face. Stiffening, Han Li quickly released his hold, exclaiming, a misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. It's quite all right. Your embrace does provide me with a sense of security, Manager Tong replied with a charming smile. We should really leave now. I fear we may not be able to escape later. Han Li smiled awkwardly, eager to divert the conversation. Manager Tong was indeed a captivating enchantress, charming yet alluring. And he, an inexperienced and innocent young man, was no match for her. I'm just teasing you. Let's hurry and depart, she laughed, and together they swiftly exited the scene. By the time the three foundation establishment powerhouses of the Qinghe sect regained their senses, Han Li and Manager Tong had already vanished without a trace. Ah, the demon Han Li. We will not rest until we have avenged ourselves. We shall surely kill you, as long as you draw breath. The three great foundational sects shall find no peace. The furious roars erupted from their mouths in a relentless torrent. Those present, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment. This so-called demon, Han Li, whom they had only just heard of, indeed possesses a formidable ruthlessness. At that moment, two figures emerged from the portal, Wang Tai and a young man by his side. Upon their arrival, they overheard the fervent discussions, and Wang Tai could not help but gasp in disbelief. Han Li was indeed extraordinarily ruthless. However, he was left perplexed by the identity of the woman who had come to aid Han Li. He had never heard of Han Li being acquainted with any exceptionally powerful individuals. Young master, how fruitful was this endeavor? Inquired a middle-aged man who approached Wang Tai. Chapter 53, Stirring Three Counties, the name of the demon spreads across the world. In this bustling place, where voices mingled, Wang Tai solemnly remarked to the middle-aged man, Master, let us return and discuss this matter further. The man's brow furrowed slightly, indicating that Wang Tai had encountered some difficulties and was not faring well. They then turned to depart. As time passed, the number of individuals emerging from the entrance dwindled. Particularly concerning were the foundation-building elders from several Golden Core forces in Guangnan County and Lindu County, whose expressions grew increasingly grim. None of their most esteemed prodigies, who had ventured to seize the spirit vein's essence, had returned. What on earth is happening? None of our elites have emerged. One foundation-building expert from a force led by a Golden Core practitioner voiced, his tone heavy with disbelief. This is exceedingly strange. Even if the spirit vein essence is scarce, it is improbable that not a single one of these prodigies could escape. Another foundation-building expert speculated, surely they did not all meet with disaster inside? Impossible. Losing one or two could be plausible, but all of them? That is simply absurd. A furious Golden Core foundation-building expert exclaimed. He seized a disciple nearby, commanding, you must return immediately and investigate what transpired before the Tianyuan Valley closes. Yes, Elder. The young man nodded emphatically. And you go with him. The various factions led by Golden Core practitioners swiftly dispatched their promising disciples back into the Tianyuan Valley. Approximately half an hour later, a deep rumbling echoed from the valley. The portal that had manifested began to tremble violently, as though it were closing once more. A group of young experts who had re-entered rushed out one after another, their faces etched with terror. Elder, they are all dead. Every last one of them. The scene was horrific, bodies everywhere, barely a soul intact, blood flowed like a river. We entered the Fengdiang Hall, and it resembled a hell on earth. They painted a vivid picture of the horrors witnessed within the Fengdiang Hall. The foundation-building experts seethed with fury. Who could be so cruel as to slaughter them all? Is there some great terror lurking within the Fengdiang Hall? Previously, others had ventured into the hall and returned without tales of any such horror. The air was thick with their enraged roars. These top-tier disciples, nurtured with immense resources and expectations, represented the hopes and future of their sections. To have them utterly annihilated was a blow that was nearly unbearable. It was not a natural terror within the Fengdiang Hall, but rather a malevolent act of human design. At that moment, a profoundly heavy voice resonated from beside them. Clutching his shattered arm, the foundational elder of the Qinghe sect gazed at the several roaring old men and inquired, do you know who is responsible for this? A foundational powerhouse from the Xiandao sect of Guangnan County glared at him and demanded, from the descriptions provided by your disciples, we can deduce that such a brutal and merciless figure is none other than the notorious demon Han Li, the very fiend we the three major foundational sects of Anping County have been relentlessly pursuing. The foundational elder of Qinghe's sect spoke in a grave tone. He then recounted Han Li's recent deeds to the assembly. A demon cultivator. A true demon cultivator. It is utterly laughable that the prodigies nurtured by our esteemed factions have been annihilated by such a fiend. The powerful beings erupted in furious outcries. Several golden core cultivators stationed at the various factions directly admonished the three elders of the sects. Do you three sects have the confidence to suppress him? If not, we shall take action ourselves. This vile demon must not be allowed to live any longer. He must be exterminated with thunderous wrath. Indeed, a demon cultivator will stop at nothing to wreak havoc upon the world. After devastating your Anping County, he is likely to bring calamity upon our two counties soon. Rest assured, esteemed friends, our three major sects possess the capability to eliminate him. The foundational elder of Qinghe's sect hastily replied. Even if he ultimately escapes, we will promptly inform you, and we shall pursue him together. Pursue him together? He is not worthy of such consideration. One thing is certain, within 10 days. If we do not receive news of the demise of that demon Han Li, do not blame us for dispatching powerful cultivators to conduct a sweeping search in Anping County. A powerful figure from the Xianyang sect of Lindu County stated sternly. The Great Zhou dynasty has regulations that prevent various Daoist factions from arbitrarily dispatching considerable forces into other counties to avoid chaos across the realms. However, exceptions are permitted under special circumstances. The Daoist forces of Anping County are predominantly represented by the three major sects, and should any formidable forces infiltrate, it would mean trampling the dignity of the three sections. This is a matter of face. Rest assured, esteemed friends, should we find ourselves truly helpless, we will undoubtedly extend an invitation to you all. The foundational elder of Qinghe's sect reiterated. Very well, then we await your news. With so many top-tier prodigies perishing in an instant, they would undoubtedly return to their respective factions to report this grievous matter. Several of the prodigies had grandfathers who were golden core cultivators, and it was almost unimaginable what fury awaited them upon their return. At the Wanbao Pavilion in Yong'an City, after departing from Tianyuan Valley, Han Li and Manager Tong hurriedly arrived at this destination. Following Manager Tong into the courtyard of Wanbao Pavilion, they entered a room. Young Master Han, may I retrieve the essence of the celestial vein now? Manager Tong eagerly inquired as they stepped into the chamber. Yes, and what of the items I require? Han Li smiled faintly as he retrieved a jade vial from his embrace. Everything you desire is contained within the spatial ring. I have, of course, prepared it well in advance. Manager Tong removed the spatial ring from his finger and placed it before Han Li. Ah, this is indeed the spatial ring. Han Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the ring on the table, a glimmer of golden light flashing across his gaze. Indeed, this is the spatial ring. If you wish for it, I shall bestow it upon you. Quickly, hand over my celestial pulse energy. Manager Tong urged once more. Here it is. I shall give it to you immediately. Han Li was utterly elated. He never anticipated acquiring another ring. Henceforth, his joyful endeavors in corpse exploration would be genuinely delightful. No longer would he be burdened by a cumbersome package wherever he went, which had indeed been quite a nuisance. Chapter 54. The Arrival of the County Magistrate. Encirclement at the door. From the jade vial, Tong Zhuanggue extracted the breath of the celestial vein. Her joy was boundless, and her smile seemed unable to close. Young Master Han, I am eternally grateful for your provision of the essence of the celestial vein. This bond shall forever be etched in my heart. Perhaps Han Li was not fully aware of the profound significance this essence held for him, yet Tong Yuan was acutely aware. To put it in exaggerated terms, the grace of rebirth would not be an overstatement. Do not mention it. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs, Han Li replied with a slight smile. Moreover, the elegance of your name is truly commendable, so refined and vibrant, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. A name, much like a vessel, harbors countless splendors. Oh, I did not anticipate that young Master Han possessed such literary prowess, able to discern the meaning within my name. Such insight is not typically found in those of ordinary literary depth. A fleeting look of astonishment graced Tong Yuan's beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha, I merely spoke casually. Your praise is unwarranted. Han Li chuckled lightly, holding the storage ring Tong Zhuanggue had given him. Now that the essence of the celestial vein has been entrusted to you, I suppose I should take my leave regarding other matters. Do not be in such haste. If young Master Han has no pressing concerns, I invite you to stay a while. Once I have absorbed and refined this essence within me, I have a small gift to present to you. Oh, a gift for me? Han Li's brows arched in surprise. Indeed, this is a special gift prepared just for you by my sister, Tong Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. The materials she had previously bestowed upon Han Li for crafting magical artifacts paled in comparison to the value of this essence. In her eyes, Han Li's worth was increasing, viewed as a preemptive investment. Very well, since you insist, I shall wait a moment longer. Perhaps I shall even break through here, he suggested. That would be splendid. This place is utterly secure. You may break through without reservation. Tong Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness the heights Han Li could achieve with the aid of the essence. Then, rising, Tong Yuan approached the door and summoned a subordinate. Issuing a few instructions before returning, she settled down on her knees, opened her mouth, and directly inhaled the essence of the celestial vein into her abdomen. Boom. Upon the essence entering her body, a resonant sound akin to the tolling of morning and evening bells erupted from her impressive chest. At that moment, her aura surged dramatically, the power of the 9th level of foundational cultivation bursting forth, filling the entire room with its overwhelming presence. Seated opposite Tong Yuan, Han Li felt an intense tightening in his entire being, as if he had plunged into a quagmire. What a terrifying aura. Is this the might of the 9th level of foundational cultivation? It is utterly daunting. Han Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed that with his current strength, confronting Tong Yuan would lead to certain doom. Moreover, her foundational cultivation had sustained damage. Otherwise, it would have been even more formidable. Tong Yuan formed seals with both hands, continuously refining the essence of the celestial vein, exuding an increasingly formidable aura. Han Li remained fixated, as this observation proved beneficial to him as well. After all, it is not every day that one encounters a peak cultivator of the heavenly Tao willing to reveal their training process. As time passed incrementally, an unexpected group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived outside Wanbao Pavilion, driving all within to vacate the premises. The esteemed governor of Anping County had graced them with his presence, and the reception was lacking in proper decorum. The steward in the hall, upon seeing the leading figures enter, hurriedly approached to extend his greetings. Among the entourage was Wang Yangming, the true master of Anping County, accompanied by his son, Wang Tai. Wang Yangming was the sole golden core cultivator in Anping County. Steward Chun, I have come upon news that the notorious fiend Han Li has taken refuge in your Wanbao Pavilion. I grant you 100 breaths of time to summon him to me. Wang Yangming stated coolly, regarding Steward Chun with a measured gaze. The fiend Han Li in my Wanbao Pavilion? Steward Chun raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise. Governor, I have not been informed of Han Li's presence here. Moreover, he is currently being sought by the 3 major foundational sects. Surely he would not dare to enter Yong'an City, given the amiable relations between those sects and your esteemed self. Spare me your words. Do you think my father would come personally if our intelligence were flawed? Wang Tai interjected sharply. After returning from Tianyuan Valley, he had directly briefed Wang Yangming on all matters at hand. Wang Yangming, wielding his formidable influence, commenced a citywide investigation into Han Li and the woman accompanying him. Since Han Li had returned with Tong Yuan, he had not taken any measures to conceal himself, making it easy for Wang Yangming to uncover his whereabouts, pinpointing him within Wanbao Pavilion and dispatching men to confront him. Governor's son, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I do not doubt your intelligence, but rather affirm that we have not seen the fiend Han Li here at Wanbao Pavilion, Steward Chun replied, weariness etched upon his face. Very well, since you assert this, we shall dispense with further idle chatter. Step aside and allow us to conduct our search. Wang Tai retorted with a cold huff. Steward Chen frowned. Governor's son, Wanbao Pavilion is rather unique. It operates as a commercial establishment, housing a multitude of treasures and items stored by our patrons. Thus, permitting outsiders to search within would be quite inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? What, are you threatening me? Wang Tai's eyes narrowed, casting a chilling glare at Steward Chun. Yet, the steward stood his ground, meeting Wang Tai's gaze unwaveringly. I would never dare threaten the governor's son, but our Wanbao Pavilion indeed has its peculiarities. Never has it allowed outsiders to conduct searches, not even within the grand capital of the Zhou dynasty. After all, our business extends across the entire northern spirit domain. Manager Chen spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, yet his words bore an unmistakable hint of menace. The Wanbage was a formidable entity, with influence permeating the entire north spirit domain, extending far beyond the boundaries of the great Zhou dynasty. Should Wang Tai attempt a forceful intrusion, he would undoubtedly have to contemplate the repercussions. Ah, what a grand assertion of dominance across the north spirit domain. Manager Chun is indeed emboldened, Wang Tai exclaimed. However, I must make it clear that I am determined to apprehend that fiend, Han Li. As his words echoed in the air, Wang Tai gestured for his subordinates to commence a forcible search of the Wanbage. Meanwhile, Wang Yongming stood silently, clearly in agreement with Wang Tai's sentiments. Young master, let us not act in haste. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Manager Tong of Wanbage to emerge and speak with us, interjected a middle-aged man who had long been addressed as teacher by Wang Tai. Since you have spoken, teacher, I shall await your counsel, Wang Tai replied, casting a glance at the middle-aged man before letting out a slight huff. Manager, the matter at hand has transcended your capacity to manage. It would be best to summon Manager Tong of the Wanbage, lest our cordial relations with Onping County be jeopardized. The middle-aged man endeavored to ease the tension that hung in the air, for their primary objective remained the capture of the villain Han Li, rather than engaging in a fierce conflict with the Wanbage. Chapter 54. The formation of the golden elixir is what we aspire. Manager Chen furrowed his brow slightly, conceding, very well, I shall check if Master Tong is available. At this juncture, he found himself in quite a predicament. Subsequently, Manager Chen summoned his subordinates to entertain the guests before he turned and ventured into the depths of Wanbao Pavilion. After a brief interval, Manager Chen emerged, addressing the crowd. Esteemed County Governor, young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize, but our esteemed manager is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Rest assured, he will pay a visit in due course. A visit in due course? Manager Chun's assertion struck a rather absurd note. I now harbor doubts that the veiled woman who returned with Han Li is indeed your esteemed Master Tong. Young Master Wang chuckled derisively, laying bare his thoughts. I beg your pardon, County Governor, but I fail to comprehend your words, Manager Chen replied, shaking his head. He had indeed sought out Tong Yuan, but was intercepted by another subordinate who informed him that Tong Yuan was not receiving anyone and had ordered the prevention of any intrusions, including that of County Governor Wang Yongming. Though this predicament was somewhat troublesome, he felt compelled to press forward. If you cannot understand, then do not listen. Young Master Wang scoffed, turning his gaze toward Wang Yongming. Noticing the latter's increasingly stern countenance, he decisively commanded, everyone, search the premises. Anyone who obstructs us shall be detained. With that, the formidable warriors brought from the military governor's estate unleashed an overwhelming aura, advancing to commence their search. County Governor, please do not force our hand against Wanbao Pavilion. Boom. At that moment, Manager Chen bellowed, releasing a terrifying pressure. Concurrently, 3 individuals emerged from within Wanbao Pavilion, each emanating a foundational aura that halted young Master Wang's men in their tracks. The imminent clash was palpable. 7th layer of foundation establishment. Manager Chun's strength was decent, yet he mused, given the presence of the county governor, whether such a level would suffice. Humph. Wang Yongming coldly snorted, observing Manager Chen. In an instant, Manager Chen staggered back as if struck by lightning, a metallic taste flooding his throat as blood seeped from his lips. My father is a great golden elixir cultivator. Your Wanbao Pavilion lacks such power. Your so-called obstruction is laughable. Young Master Wang exclaimed triumphantly. The might of a great golden elixir cultivator was formidable. Even a mere fraction of their power was beyond Manager Chen's capability to withstand. It was utterly terrifying. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his subordinates to continue their search. Yet, at that very moment, the earth tremored violently, and an intense rumble resonated from deep within Wanbao Pavilion. A wave of overwhelming pressure surged forth, causing all present, save for Wang Yongming, to shudder violently. What a blinding radiance! Good heavens, has a sun appeared? Ah, my eyes! The brightness is unbearable. Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment erupted from outside Wanbao Pavilion. As everyone gazed upward towards the celestial dome deep within the Wanbao Pavilion, a resplendent sun of golden radiance emerged, an awe-inspiring spectacle that left many astounded. The extraordinary manifestation of the sun, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of energy. Could it be that someone has transcended to the Golden Core stage? Had someone truly broken through? Yet, how could one who has just attained such a level exude such formidable power? The normally composed Wang Yongming displayed a fleeting look of astonishment, swiftly pushing aside the frontmost Master Chun and dashing into the depths of the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, the terrifying aura intensified, an oppressive force that weighed heavily upon him, making it increasingly difficult to bear. How could it be so overwhelmingly potent? To possess such might right after a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm seemed implausible. He himself was a Golden Core cultivator, at the 3rd level no less. Hence he could accurately discern the nature of this breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the room of Manager Tong, Han Li pressed his hands firmly against the table, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and fear. Before him, Manager Tong sat, radiating an intense glow, her garments illuminated to the point of transparency, revealing her exquisitely alluring form in a most peculiar manner. Yet, Han Li felt no other impulses. Instead, he felt as if a monumental weight pressed down upon him, causing his bones to creak under the strain of this immense aura. Suddenly, Manager Tong formed a series of hand seals, and the terrifying energy that had surged forth rapidly flowed back into her being. The golden core was formed. As all her power coalesced within, Manager Tong let out a soft exclamation, and a golden core took shape and solidified in her lower abdomen. With a swift motion, Manager Tong opened her eyes, a flash of blinding golden light flickering within her beautiful gaze as everything returned to its prior state. Han Gongzi, do I have flowers on my face? She teased, noticing Han Li's unblinking stare. Startled back to reality, Han Li exclaimed, Manager Tong, you didn't just break through to the golden core stage, did you? Indeed. By a stroke of serendipity, I inadvertently triggered the boundary I had long suppressed, and I seized the moment to break through, Manager Tong replied with a cheerful nod. Han Li gasped in astonishment, quickly inquiring, does this mean you have attained the legendary Taoist golden core, unlike the ordinary golden core cultivators? Correct. I am indeed a Taoist golden core, Manager Tong affirmed with a smile, as I originally cultivated the Taoist foundation, and all my preparations for breaking through to the golden core were aligned with that path. The disparity between the Taoist golden core and the earthly golden core is even greater than that between the Taoist and earthly foundations. The extent of this difference was something Manager Tong was eager to discover. As the ancients have said, only those who form the golden core are truly of our kind. Upon entering the golden core, one transforms into a dragon. Congratulations, Manager Tong. Heartfelt congratulations on your achievement in the golden core realm. Han Li rose to express his sincere commendation. Entering the golden core signifies one has become a genuine powerhouse. The vastness of this world is now within reach. You're too kind, Han Gongzi, Manager Tong responded with a gentle smile. Now it is your turn to make a breakthrough. I have some matters to attend to. Very well. Han Li nodded gravely, observing Master Tong's breakthrough, which would undoubtedly benefit him as well. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Subsequently, Master Tong pushed open the door and stepped outside. Han Li swiftly arranged the items prepared for his own breakthrough in a neat line. The foundation of the heavenly path. Here I come. With a decisive action, he first inhaled the essence of the celestial veins into his mouth. Chapter 55. The foundation of the heavenly path. Purple Qi approaches from the east. Everything was meticulously arranged in a single line as Han Li consumed each item one by one, swallowing them whole. This method of establishing the foundation of the heavenly path was utterly distinct from conventional practices. There was no necessity to first concoct a foundational elixir before attempting to break through. Instead, the human body served as a crucible, with the energy of the celestial veins acting as the flame, as these various extraordinary substances were ruthlessly refined within him, coalescing into the foundational elixir of the heavenly path. According to the annotations on the formula imparted to him by Elder Chun, the human body is the most enigmatic vessel. As Han Li ingested all 18 items recorded in the formula, a violent transformation surged within him. His form swayed violently, and he felt an excruciating sense of tearing. The ordeal of refining elixirs using the human body as the grand furnace was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, outside, Tong Yuan, after stepping out, approached the county governor Wang Yangming directly. Your Excellency, your visit has truly graced my Wanbao pavilion, she remarked. However, it seems rather inappropriate for you to intrude into the depths of my establishment without prior notice. With an icy demeanor, Tong Yuan confronted him, seeking accountability. Ha. I never anticipated that Manager Tong had achieved the golden core realm. Congratulations. Wang Yangming laughed heartily, deliberately sidestepping her inquiry. Whether you congratulate me or not is of little consequence. I must insist that you vacate Wanbao Pavilion at once. From this moment, we shall be closed to all visitors. Tong Yuan stated coldly. Manager, even though you have ascended to the golden core realm, my father is still a formidable senior. Please speak with more courtesy. At that moment, a booming voice erupted from behind Wang Yangming. Wang Tai strode forward with the group, pointing an accusatory finger at Tong Yuan. I made every effort to obstruct them, but I was unable to do so. I beseeched the manager to impose punishment. Manager Chun hurried over, also pleading for Tong Yuan's forgiveness. It is of no concern. This was beyond your control. Tong Yuan waved her hand dismissively, instructing him to stand aside as her gaze shifted to Wang Tai. Their eyes met, and Wang Tai's body stiffened abruptly, becoming rigid as if ensnared by her gaze, deeply captivated. Humph! A heavy snort escaped from Wang Yangming's nostrils. Wang Tai felt as though struck by lightning, his body convulsing violently. Had he not been supported by someone nearby, he would have collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Just now, It felt as if I had plunged into a vast void, my very soul seemingly on the verge of departing my body. Wang Tai's heart raced with terror, fear gripping him entirely. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen under Tong Yuan's influence. Manager Tong, as a formidable golden core cultivator, even a newly advanced one. Your covert dealings with my son seem rather excessive, Wang Yangming admonished Tong Yuan sternly. Especially emphasizing the term newcomer, the governor remarked, I find myself somewhat perplexed. The shopkeeper, Tong, smiled faintly. In truth, she had already shown Wang Yangming some consideration. Had she chosen otherwise, a mere glance could have annihilated Wang Tai. Such is the formidable power of a great golden core cultivator. It is truly terrifying. Ah, what a delightful misunderstanding, Wang Yangming exclaimed, his frustration boiling over as he suddenly hurled a fist toward the shopkeeper. Without hesitation, Tong raised her palm to meet his strike. A thunderous sound erupted from the clash of their fists, yet aside from that, no further commotion ensued. At most, a few tiles beneath their feet shattered. Return, Governor. I am aware of your purpose here, to seek the essence of the celestial veins. It has already been consumed. Your opportunity is lost. You might as well seek another vein of earth essence, lest young Master Wang truly fall behind others. Tong addressed Wang Yangming with an air of indifference. Wang Yangming's expression darkened. We leave. He did not respond to another word from Tong Yuan. Instead, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. Father, why did we leave so abruptly? Why did you not assert your dominance over her? Once outside Wanbage and seated in the carriage, Wang Tai quickly inquired. He was filled with dissatisfaction, having anticipated that Wang Yangming would decisively subdue Tong Yuan. Subdue? I believe it is I who has been subdued. Wang Yangming took a deep breath, revealing his right arm, which bore the marks of their earlier confrontation. As he rolled up his wide sleeve, Wang Tai was instantly struck dumb. His arm was riddled with fractures, and the blood that flowed, though not yet fully shed, resembled the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, truly a horrifying sight. Father, what has happened to your arm? Wang Tai gasped. That shopkeeper is extraordinary. I suspect she may be a genuine golden core cultivator, perhaps even a rare celestial golden core. I am no match for her, Wang Yangming replied with a bitter smile. To possess such terrifying power just after breaking through to the golden core stage, it can only be attributed to a celestial or true golden core. Wang Tai's countenance turned pale with shock. A celestial golden core. This is utterly daunting. The essence of celestial veins is elusive. Do not harbor such fantasies. I shall find a way to procure a vein of earth essence for you. I suspect that Han Li's acquisition of the celestial essence was not for his own use, but rather for Tong Yuan. Wang Yangming stated to Wang Tai. I understand, father. Wang Tai nodded, though his sense of dissatisfaction remained unabated. Humph. Even if I cannot obtain the essence of celestial veins, I shall acquire the essence of earth. Han Li, I am aware that you possess 3 paths. Even if you utilize one, the other 2 remain, and I am still determined to seize victory. Meanwhile, in the Wanbao Pavilion, as time passes, a golden foundation building pill has materialized in the Dantian of Han Li, fusion. Suddenly, Han Li let out a thunderous roar, completely merging the foundation building pill with his Dantian. With a resounding boom, his aura surged forth like a torrent breaking free, reaching an entirely new pinnacle, releasing an overwhelming force from within his being. The sound of thunder echoed incessantly, reminiscent of morning bells and evening drums. Above Han Li's head, an expansive array of purple and golden hues began to gather in the heavens. The purple energy rises from the east. This individual has accumulated an extraordinary depth of power. His foundation building under the heavenly Tao is truly exceptional, as it has summoned such a remarkable phenomenon, and in such density. Outside the room, Tong Yuan gazed at the sudden manifestation of this phenomenon, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment. When she underwent her foundation building under the heavenly Tao, she had been beset by treachery and did not attract the purple energy rising from the east. The second stage of the Hunyuan spirit absorption technique, spatial spirit absorption. Inside the room, a line of small characters suddenly appeared in his mind from the wordless golden book. At this moment, his Hunyuan spirit absorption technique had advanced to the second stage, allowing him to absorb spirits from a distance, no longer limited to any specific species. With the ability to absorb spirits from afar, he wondered if he could utilize this second stage of the technique to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, significantly increasing his rate of absorption. Upon seeing the small characters in the wordless golden book, Han Li felt a surge of inspiration. Subsequently, he activated the Hunyuan spirit absorption technique, and a powerful pulling force emanated from his body, no longer confined to his palms. He could now absorb from any part of his being. As he absorbed, the skies began to shift. The manifested phenomenon of purple energy rising from the east was unexpectedly converging towards his room. Tong Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Why has the phenomenon of purple energy rising from the east suddenly descended? Chapter 56. I only wish to send them to eternal bliss. The purple chi descending from the east was an extraordinary phenomenon, almost unprecedented. Tong Yuan was utterly astounded. This vast expanse of purple chi cascaded from the heavens like a tangible substance, infiltrating the room and subsequently entering Han Li's body. His originally golden spiritual sea underwent a dramatic transformation as the purple chi surged in. Amidst the boundless golden spiritual sea, a dazzling mass of purple chi emerged. As Han Li examined his body, he gazed in astonishment at this mass of purple chi. What could this be? Why is there a mass of purple chi? Although he had successfully established the foundation of the heavenly Tao, this unexpected addition transcended all anticipations. After observing it carefully for a while, Han Li could not discern its nature. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he sensed that this mass of purple chi possessed a higher level than the golden spiritual energy that had evolved post-foundation establishment. It was a peculiar sensation. Nonetheless, he decided to set aside his inquiries for the future. It was time to venture out. The three major foundation-building sects must be eager to see me. As for me, I am quite anxious to meet them. Han Li stood up and opened the door, only to find Tong Yuan standing at the threshold, her face filled with wonder. Upon seeing Han Li emerge, the shopkeeper quickly approached him. Han Li, what on earth caused that purple chi phenomenon to suddenly descend into your room? What is going on? The purple chi phenomenon? Han Li furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. After successfully establishing the Heavenly Tao Foundation, there is a certain probability that the purple chi phenomenon will manifest, signifying the success of foundation establishment. However, the intensity of the phenomenon varies according to the practitioner's strength. Nonetheless, it was the first time he had witnessed the phenomenon actually descend. Thus, he too was quite curious about how the purple chi phenomenon had fallen into his room. So, that mass of purple chi was a manifestation of the heavens. Han Li's heart stirred as he discerned the source of the purple chi, yet he shook his head. Tong, if you are unaware of it, I know even less. I have absorbed that mass of purple chi into my body. What? It is within your body? Tong Yuan was utterly shocked. That is a phenomenon born of the heavens. How could it possibly integrate with your body? This is simply unprecedented. I do not know. Han Li replied, shaking his head. This is astonishing. May I examine your body? Rest assured, I will not harm you. A fervent desire for exploration gleamed in Tong Yuan's beautiful eyes. Perhaps not. Let me conduct thorough research first, and I shall inform you later. Han Li resolutely declined. It was preposterous to allow another's power to invade and explore his body. Moreover, he harbored the wordless golden tome in his mind, which was his greatest secret. Should Tong Yuan discover it, it would spell great trouble. It was not a matter of mistrust in Tong Yuan, but under the allure of such an invincible treasure, he doubted anyone could remain unaffected. Very well, but you must tell me once you uncover its secrets, Tong Yuan conceded, recognizing Han Li's refusal. She swiftly changed the subject. Now that you have successfully broken through, I have prepared a gift for you. Surely, you will soon seek trouble with the three major foundation-building sects? I miss them, Han Li uttered softly, a mere 5 words. Tong Yuan smiled slightly. The three major foundational sects have indeed met with misfortune to have provoked you, this great demon. They are likely to be completely eradicated by you. One cannot put it that way. Han Li replied with a faint smile. Cultivation is not easy. Life is fraught with hardship. I merely wish to send them to ascend to bliss a little earlier. Tong Yuan paused, her lips twitching slightly. To annihilate an entire family and yet speak so grandly? But upon reflection, it is true that cultivation is arduous, and life is filled with toil. To grow stronger, one labors their entire life, often teetering on the edge of death, and sometimes even turning against one's kin. At times, living is more challenging than dying. Shopkeeper Tong, where is my reward? At this moment, Han Li extended his hand in inquiry. Come inside, said Shopkeeper Tong, leading Han Li back to the room, where she retrieved a spatial ring, from which she produced a seemingly haphazard manual and a white jade vial. This vial contains a drop of century-old spirit milk. Since you have just established your foundation, you may consume this drop to nourish your roots. Its value is beyond words. I trust you have heard of it. This manual is titled Heavenly Desolation Finger, a powerful technique comprising 7 forms, though the last one has been lost. Nevertheless, even the first 6 forms are sufficient for you to cultivate to the golden core stage. The specifics are for you to study on your own. Having spoken, Shopkeeper Tong placed the 2 items before Han Li, whose expression turned exceedingly solemn. Both items were extraordinarily precious. He had not expected Tong Yuan to be so generous. "Shopkeeper Tong, is this not too extravagant? Take it," she insisted. "After all, you helped me acquire the essence of the celestial veins, inadvertently allowing me to step into the golden core realm. In comparison, these items are but trifles." Tong Yuan smiled gently. Yet Han Li remained somewhat hesitant. Tong Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You are far too cautious. Even if I wished to draw closer to you, rest assured, I would not ask for your assistance until you reach the golden core stage. Well, it's not that I fear your requests, but I sense that you are rather tempted by me. Would you say I should assist or not assist?" Han Li grinned, reaching for the two items. "Oh, you dare jest with me. But even if I truly were tempted by you, could you resist?" As her words fell, a fragrant breeze wafted toward Han Li. His heart stirred, and he quickly retreated, flinging open the door and escaping. "Thank you for your gifts, Shopkeeper Tong. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again." With that, Han Li vanished from Tong Yuan's sight in the blink of an eye. "This fellow truly fears that I would consume him." Tong Yuan leaned against the doorframe, covering her mouth with her hand as she chuckled heartily. After departing from the treasure pavilion, Han Li found a small tavern nearby, ordered a jug of wine, 2 plates of beef, a dish of fennel beans, and a plate of shredded cucumber. After feasting and drinking to his satisfaction, he overturned the 3 bowls and plates on the table and called out, "Waiter, the bill." A humble shop attendant hurried over, but before he could finish speaking, Han Li interrupted him, saying, "There is no need for a count." Within the 3 overturned bowls lay varying quantities of spirit stones. 1 stone represented the Qinghe Immortal, 2 represented the Dongjiang Immortal Sect, and 3 represented the Wanyuer Immortal Sect. "Choose one and lift it," Han Li instructed. The shop attendant paused, recognizing the illustrious names of the 3 foundational immortal sects, yet he remained perplexed by Han Li's intentions. Nevertheless, he complied, glancing from side to side before pointing to the 3rd overturned bowl and lifting it. Inside lay a single low-grade spirit stone. "Qinghe Immortal Sect is mine." Han Li's lips curled into a subtle smile as he rose and began to stride towards the exit. "Sir, you have yet to claim the spirit stones from the other 2 bowls," the attendant called out as Han Li walked purposefully away. "They are yours as a gift." Han Li waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. "What an eccentric individual," the shop attendant murmured to himself, and then he proceeded to uncover the other 2 overturned bowls. To his astonishment, he found that each of them also contained a single spirit stone. Chapter 57, Storming In, Annihilating All. The Qinghe sect continues to detain Han Qingxue as his greatest adversary. How could the Qinghe sect not occupy the top position on his list of targets? Regardless of who chooses, the Qinghe sect will invariably be selected. Qinghe Tower, the stronghold of the Qinghe sect in Yong'an City, is an imposing 6-story edifice. Upon arriving, Han Li's gaze was immediately drawn to his colossal portrait. The painting was indeed impressive, capturing his essence remarkably well, with the sole flaw being its inability to convey the tragic sense of compassion he felt for those destined to die. As he gazed at the portrait, Han Li muttered to himself. At that moment, the guards stationed beneath Qinghe Tower were rendered speechless upon seeing Han Li's sudden appearance, forgetting even to report back. "You dream of capturing me, yet here I stand voluntarily. Are you surprised?" Han Li regarded the dazed guards with a faint smile and began to stride towards them. The guards, recovering from their shock, shouted, "You have great audacity to dare come to our Qinghe Tower, you." Before the words could fully escape the guard's lips, Han Li extended his hand, and with a swift motion, the guards were drained of life, collapsing into lifeless husks before they could even react. "The demon Han Li has arrived. Quickly summon the elders." The commotion inside Qinghe Tower erupted as the others witnessed the carnage outside. "Shout as loud as you wish. The greater the outcry, the more exhilarated I become. Though my spiritual energy may be limited, even a small stream can swell into a mighty river, and the accumulation will suffice." With an expression of delight, Han Li stepped into Qinghe Tower. Now, the primordial spirit absorption technique had reached its 2nd stage, allowing him to draw in spiritual energy from a distance. Irrespective of the source, corpses began to fall one after another throughout Qinghe Tower. "Han Li, the demon, you are devoid of humanity, coming to my Qinghe Tower to slaughter the innocent. Today, I shall execute you on the spot and restore justice to the world." A furious roar erupted from the 3rd floor, followed by an elder leaping down, shouting, "Sanyue broken wave blade." The elder unleashed a frenzied dance of blades, channeling all his strength to its utmost limit. His cultivation at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm surged forth, unleashing a barrage of blade lights akin to a relentless tide. "Behold my heavenly path foundation, and witness its might." A smirk curled on Han Li's lips as he retaliated with a powerful punch. A brilliant golden light erupted from his fist. For the spiritual sea of his heavenly path foundation shimmered in golden hues, radiating an equally potent golden energy. As the innkeeper had previously informed him, this golden spiritual energy is indomitable, a formidable weapon in its own right. Boom. The golden fist collided with the deluge of blade lights, shattering them with ease before crashing into the elder's long blade, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. Bang! In the following instant, the long sword in his hand shattered into pieces. What? How is this possible? The elder let out an incredulous scream. As the vice master of the Qinghe Tower and a powerful cultivator at the 4th level of the Foundation establishment stage, he was rendered utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. Almost immediately, Han Li inverted his palm, gripping the elder's shoulder, and, in just a few breaths, completely siphoned away all his spiritual energy. With a casual strike, he sent the elder's head crashing into his torso. The entire process was astonishingly seamless. The demon Han Li is too powerful. We must flee. The disciples of Qinghe Tower, who had rushed in one after another, cried out in panic. Want to escape? None shall elude. Han Li chuckled, extending his palms wide as the terrifying mixed yuan siphoning technique radiated from him, enveloping the entire Qinghe Tower. No matter where one attempted to flee, it would be in vain. Delight surged within him as he surveyed the countless corpses strewn about. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Han Li flicked a finger, sending forth a black flame that landed upon the floor beneath him. In an instant, the floor ignited into a roaring inferno, growing larger and consuming the entire Qinghe Tower. The people near Qinghe Tower scattered in fear, witnessing a lone figure emerge from the blaze, only to vanish from sight. Half a day later, outside the gates of the Qinghe Immortal Sect, Han Li stood atop the crown of a massive banyan tree, retrieving the Heavenly Emperor's scroll that Manager Han had bestowed upon him. You have comprehended the Heavenly Desolation Finger, unlocking the 8 Desolation Annihilation technique. Once unleashed, this technique brings about the annihilation of all beings, transforming them into your sustenance. The stronger the practitioner, the wider the scope of annihilation, with no upper limit. After approximately an hour, a line of small characters suddenly appeared in Han Li's mind, inscribed in the Golden Book of Words. The 8 Desolation Annihilation technique converts the creatures of the 4 seas and 8 desolations into nourishment. This technique is truly remarkable. It is essentially an upgraded version of the mixed yuan siphoning technique. However, while both techniques are equally formidable, they possess their own unique distinctions. A refreshing smile spread across Han Li's lips. This is undoubtedly an essential method for exterminating entire families, significantly enhancing his efficiency in obliterating rival factions. With a swift motion, Han Li descended gracefully from the treetop. Although those at the Foundation establishment stage cannot fly, their movements become extraordinarily agile, allowing for brief moments of levitation when leveraging external forces. Thus, his descent from such heights posed no risk of injury. The guards stationed outside the Qinghe Immortal Sect stared in astonishment as Han Li floated down from the crown of the tree, their eyes wide with disbelief. I, Han Li, have come today for 2 purposes: to eradicate clans and to rescue individuals. Boom. Addressing the group of guards, Han Li spoke calmly, a golden hand emerging to strike towards them. 8 Desolation Annihilation technique. Bring forth the annihilation of the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Boom. In the next moment, those guards, caught entirely off guard, were obliterated into a mist of blood. The crimson mist did not descend to the ground. Instead, it surged towards Han Li, who promptly refined and absorbed it. He then turned his gaze towards the colossal bronze statue of the Azure Crane situated before the Azure Crane sect. Approaching it, he struck it twice, effortlessly lifting the immense statue, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds. With a fierce determination, he brought it crashing down upon the towering stone archway of the Azure Crane sect, standing at a staggering height of 100 meters. Boom. The monumental stone archway shattered upon impact, debris scattering in all directions, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. This tremendous upheaval immediately alerted the entire Azure Crane sect. An intruder had breached the sect, suspected to be the nefarious Han Li. All members of the sect rallied together, determined to eliminate him on the spot. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the Azure Crane sect as waves of disciples and elders, armed with a variety of weapons, surged forth to confront the threat. Chapter 58. Apologies, I am the foundation of the Heavenly Tao. The cultivators of the Qinghe Xianmen surged forth, and as they charged through the thick smoke, their eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing a figure effortlessly hoisting a bronze statue weighing tens of thousands of pounds with a single hand. Good heavens! Is this still a human? To lift such a heavy Qinghe statue with one hand. Could it be that he has already reached the Foundation establishment stage? Yet even if he had, this is simply outrageous. The members of Qinghe Xianmen were left speechless, grappling with the incredulity of the scene before them. Is it truly so surprising? Merely a few tens of thousands of pounds. Han Li smiled faintly. Merely a few tens of thousands of pounds? Is that even a rational statement? A multitude of question marks appeared above their heads. Even at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, it would be an arduous task to lift the Qinghe statue so effortlessly with one hand. By what right does Han Li possess such strength? Boom. While the Qinghe Xianmen cultivators were still lost in their bewilderment regarding Han Li's extraordinary power, he swung the Qinghe statue with a single hand, smashing it down. A thunderous crash resonated, and over 100 cultivators from Qinghe Xianmen were reduced to a gruesome pulp. Blood gushed forth, with only a few Foundation establishment elders managing to evade in time. Flee. Those behind, do not approach. Han Li had already become a formidable force. For those below the Foundation establishment stage, there was only death awaiting them. A few elders at the Foundation establishment stage bellowed in terror. None shall escape. A family must remain united. With a chuckle, Han Li brandished the Qinghe statue with wild abandon. Demon Han Li, how arrogant you are. Even if you have attained the essence of the earth and reached the Foundation establishment, what of it? Our sect leader is a superlative powerhouse at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The Foundation establishment elders roared, each summoning their divine weapons to strike at the descending Qinghe statue. One elder even produced a talisman, using his blood as a catalyst, igniting it with fervor. Wind and Thunder Talisman, explode for me. Boom. The Wind and Thunder Talisman erupted in a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, bombarding the Qinghe statue and shattering the heavy sculpture into countless fragments. Yet Han Li remained unfazed, stepping forward towards the few Foundation establishment elders intent on annihilation. 8 Desolations, Silent Extinction. He unleashed a punch, sending forth a terrifying force that swept through the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. Any cultivator beneath the Foundation establishment stage caught in this torrent of power was obliterated into a mist of blood, which then spiraled back into Han Li's body. Ah, demon, your demonic prowess has advanced yet again. The elder who had just hurled the Wind and Thunder Talisman howled, reaching for another talisman to throw at Han Li. In an instant, a staggering wave of blood-red malevolence surged forth, a torrent of bloodthirsty energy crashing toward Han Li. Han Li snorted coldly, neither dodging nor avoiding, extending his palm to channel the primordial absorption technique, drawing in the flood of bloodthirsty energy into his being. Ha ha ha, Demon Han Li, you dare to absorb this bloodthirsty energy? This is not spiritual power, it is tainted with resentment and malice, and you are doomed. The elder who had thrown the talisman erupted into maniacal laughter upon witnessing Han Li absorbing the malevolent energy. The Blood Curse Talisman. It is said to require the blood of 100 young boys and girls for its crafting, a most sinister and terrifying force. Han Li raised an eyebrow. He had indeed heard of the Blood Curse Talisman. Yet, he could not help but scoff derisively. You all label me a demon, yet you possess such wicked artifacts. Who, I wonder, is the true demon here? Enough of your prattle. Having absorbed a vast amount of blood curse energy steeped in resentment, prepare to meet your demise. The foundational elders, once filled with trepidation towards Han Li, found their confidence rekindled as they encircled him for a joint assault. After reaching the second stage of my primordial spirit absorption technique, nothing escapes my grasp, not even the vengeful blood curse energy, which I shall refine. A cold smile flickered across Han Li's face as he summoned the fire scale sword, unleashing it in an instant. Boom. The clash of divine weapons sent sparks flying. Han Li, wielding the fire scale sword, engaged in battle with the 3 foundational elders who sought to eliminate him. In mere moments, the 3 elders were sent reeling backward, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? You absorbed so much blood curse energy. Why are you unharmed? And how can you wield such formidable power? Even demonic arts cannot refine such malevolent entities. They were aghast, struggling to comprehend the situation. You seem to have many questions. Perhaps you should inquire with my fire scale sword. Han Li sneered, advancing towards the foundational elder who had just produced 2 talismans. Indeed, the elder fumbled for another talisman from his pocket. Yet this time, Han Li did not afford him the opportunity to use it. He swiftly hurled the fire scale sword, severing the elder's arm at the elbow, which held the talisman. Blood erupted in torrents, and Han Li reached out, drawing forth the elder's spiritual energy along with the gushing blood into his palm. In the blink of an eye, the elder became a desiccated corpse, collapsing to the ground. With a swift motion, Han Li dashed towards another foundational elder. A resounding punch shattered the elder's descending blade, and he seized the elder's head, forcing it into his chest as all of his spiritual energy was absorbed within mere moments. Run! We must flee. Within the span of just a few breaths, one foundational elder had been slain, leaving no room for resistance. It seemed only those at the 6th level of the foundational realm and above could contend with Han Li. However, as Han Li reached out, the spiritual energy within them began to uncontrollably leak away. Demon Han Li, cease your onslaught. If you continue, I will ensure you are left in pieces. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from deep within the Qinghe immortal sect. A white-haired elder in a blue robe rushed forth with astonishing speed, almost as if he were flying. You old dog, you finally decided to show yourself. I thought you would wait until the last moment to make your grand entrance. Han Li looked up at the elder, a mocking smile gracing his lips. This elder was none other than the leader of the Qinghe immortal sect, Taoist Qinghe. His appearance brought tears of joy to the surviving cultivators of the sect, who were on the verge of cheering. Demon Han Li, I am aware you have achieved earthly foundation establishment. Indeed, you are stronger than an ordinary foundational cultivator. But let me tell you, this is not the leverage you think it is against a peak foundational master like myself. 1 year from today marks your day of demise. Is that so? Who informed you that I am merely at the foundational realm? Han Li chuckled softly, gesturing with his hand to summon the fire scale sword from the ground into his grasp, his gaze condescendingly fixed upon the Qinghe Taoist. A glimmer of golden spiritual energy burst forth from his fingertips, swirling around the fire scale, sword like a celestial dragon, transforming into a radiant sword light that erupted forth. Upon witnessing this, the Qinghe Taoist's pupils constricted sharply. Golden spiritual energy? You are not merely at the foundational realm. You have reached the heavenly foundational realm? Indeed. If I were simply at the foundational level, would I be foolish enough to confront you alone at the Qinghe immortal sect? Han Li chuckled again, and in the next instant, he unleashed his attack, the fire scale sword slicing down toward the Qinghe Taoist with ferocity. Arrogance. Even if you are at the heavenly foundational realm, what of it? I stand at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of foundation. The chasm of our realms is not so easily bridged. The Qinghe Taoist waved his hand, conjuring a crane-headed azure sword, which he swung down violently at Han Li. Boom. The two brilliant sword lights collided, sending shockwaves through the very fabric of the void, the reverberations rapidly spreading outward. Chapter 59. The Arrival of Friends from Afar. How delightful. Several disciples of the Qinghe immortal sect, who had not yet retreated, were abruptly sent flying. Countless sword lights surged forth like lightning, relentlessly targeting Han Li. As a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, his power was truly formidable. He understood that Han Li could absorb the power and lifespan of others. Thus, he sought to eliminate him from a distance of 3 zhang. Confident that Han Li would be unable to absorb anything in such a manner, it was indeed a clever strategy to maintain absolute strength, preventing any approach. Faced with the torrent of sword lights, Han Li snorted coldly. Under the deluge of sword energy, he knew he could not confront it head-on, nor could he absorb the spiritual energy from the air. However, he had other means at his disposal. In the next moment, a pair of wings composed of black flames suddenly manifested behind him. The Death Phoenix wings. With a swift motion, Han Li vanished from sight, reappearing to the left of the Qinghe Taoist. The Qinghe Taoist quickly adjusted his direction, but as he launched an attack, Han Li shifted positions once more, causing his strike to miss. This occurred several times in succession. Seizing an opportunity, Han Li swiftly closed the distance and struck with the fire scale sword. The Qinghe Taoist let out a loud roar, hastily raising his sword to defend. Han Li's speed was astonishing, so rapid that it left the Qinghe Taoist momentarily dazed. It was hard to fathom how a mere first-level foundation establishment cultivator like Han Li could possess such terrifying agility. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash at close quarters. Concurrently, Han Li unleashed the mixed element absorbing spirit technique and the 8 Desolation silent destruction skill, crashing down upon the Qinghe Taoist. Puff! To the shock of the Qinghe Taoist, who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, with a significant portion of his spiritual energy being absorbed by Han Li in the process. Is this the power of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? The sect leader was taken aback. The combination of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and the mysterious, formidable demonic techniques made Han Li's strength far exceed his expectations. If this was merely the first level of foundation establishment, how terrifying would he become upon achieving perfection? He might even rival those at the Golden Core stage. At that moment, a flicker of regret welled up in the Qinghe Taoist's heart. Perhaps if he had not opposed Han Li from the beginning, Han Li would have already departed their territory and ventured elsewhere, where other powerful cultivators would deal with him. Yet, this regret was fleeting. The Qinghe Daoists swiftly produced a disc. Demonic fiend Han Li, should I truly engage you in earnest combat? I fear I might meet my end today. However, the Qinghe immortal sect possesses its own heritage. Allow me to send you off with the Qingguang Jueying sword formation. This is a treasured legacy of my sect, having slain more than one cultivator at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. No matter how swift your movements on the ground, you cannot outrun it. In the next moment, the QNGH Daoist spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the circular disc in his hand and hurled it towards HNL. Instantly, the disc erupted with an incredibly terrifying azure sword aura, swiftly expanding in all directions and enveloping HNL, leaving him no time to react or evade. The piercing sound of severance reverberated through the void, fracturing it with countless fissures. This azure light absolute shadow sword array is indeed formidable. It could very well be capable of killing me. But what if I could fly? Observing the encroaching sword array that sought to ensnare him, HNL smiled serenely. In the next heartbeat, the Death Phoenix wings on his back unfurled, propelling him skyward and out of the lethal grasp of the azure light absolute shadow sword array. The QNGH Daoist, who had been grinning in anticipation of witnessing HNL being shredded into a mist of blood, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you fly? HNL is merely at the Foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly fly? Even among those of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, I have never heard of anyone capable of flight. For this is a rule set by the Great Tao. No matter how powerful your cultivation technique, you cannot fly unless you are one of those innate flying demon races. How could HNL defy this? It was utterly beyond the QNGH Daoist's comprehension. Then, HNL descended from the sky, plummeting towards the QNGH Daoist with astonishing speed. The QNGH Daoist's expression changed dramatically as he hastily formed hand seals to manipulate the azure light absolute shadow sword array's disc, attempting to maintain its lethal grip on HNL. However, he had underestimated HNL's velocity. Boom! The flying HNL, wielding the fire spirit sword, launched a frenzied assault upon him, his speed so dazzling that the QNGH Daoist found himself overwhelmed, unable to keep HNL at bay. With a series of relentless strikes, deep wounds were carved into his flesh, crimson blood gushing forth. HNL landed upon the ground, for the exertion of flying with the Death Phoenix wings had drained him significantly. Damn it! Damn it! The QNGH Daoist roared furiously, hastily retrieving a handful of medicinal pills from his storage ring and shoving them into his mouth. It is futile. You have already been injured by my blood drink break magic blade. Unless you can instantaneously seal all your wounds, you will bleed out uncontrollably. Just as his words fell, the wounds on the QNGH Daoist's body erupted, rapidly soaking his garments in blood. The sudden loss of blood caused him to stagger, a wave of dizziness crashing upon him. In a state of sheer panic, the QNGH Daoist frantically pulled forth a large handful of medicinal pills and jade vials. Blood-sealing pills. I have blood-sealing pills. Oh, so you do possess such elixirs, HNL remarked with a sinister smile, his brow arching. In the next moment, he swiftly advanced towards him. Old wall lamp, it's time for you to depart peacefully. Do not waste my medicinal pills any longer. Boom. With a swift motion, Han Li unleashed a palm strike, channeling the profound essence of the mixed Yuan spirit absorption technique. The wound, already grievously bleeding, surged forth like a crimson torrent towards his hand. Demon, you shall not escape your fate. Even if you kill me today, your days are numbered. Within the Tianyuan Valley, you have offended several powers guarded by Golden Core cultivators, who are now well aware of your identity. In less than a month, they will send formidable warriors to claim your life. The Qinghe Daoist, in a state of utter despair, succumbed to the loss of blood and the rapid depletion of his energy, collapsing directly towards Han Li. Moments later, the Qinghe Daoist breathed his last. What joy it is to have friends come from afar. The more that arrive, the better, for they shall all become my nourishment, Han Li scoffed. Unless a Golden Core cultivator intervenes personally, I remain invincible against those beneath that realm. Chapter 60, Rooting Out the Weeds for Ultimate Comfort. Joyfully touching corpses, tidying the battlefield. As Han Li extracted everything from the ring on the finger of the Qinghe Daoist, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness gracious, this wealth is astonishing. Not only were there spirit stones, but also an array of talismans, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques. Before him lay a vast accumulation of treasures. Observing these items, a broad grin spread across Han Li's face, reaching his ears. As he rummaged through the collection, he stumbled upon a somewhat incomplete technique named the crane shadow movement. Instantly captivated by these four characters, he recognized his pressing need for a movement technique. It wouldn't do to rely on the death wing each time. The consumption was simply too great. If he were to encounter a formidable opponent and resort to the death wing to escape, he would likely exhaust himself before getting far. Thus, he was in dire need of a technique that could enhance his speed. Casually flipping open the crane shadow movement and skimming through it, he was left astounded. This technique was remarkably powerful. Once mastered, it would allow him to move with the grace of a feathered crane, light and swift in his steps, while also minimizing the consumption of spiritual energy. However, he noticed that the Qinghe Daoist had not utilized it, leaving him to wonder if its incompleteness was the reason for his failure to master it. Nevertheless, with the wordless golden book in his possession, even an incomplete technique posed no threat. After thoroughly cleaning the area, Han Li turned and ventured deeper into the Qinghe Immortal Gate. The scene was one of desolation, with blood flowing unceasingly. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the Qinghe Immortal Gate, Han Li surveyed his surroundings and found not a single survivor. Satisfied, he nodded and prepared to head toward the grand hall of the Qinghe Immortal Gate. At that moment, however, a faint rustling sound emanated from his left. A smirk crept across Han Li's lips as he turned to investigate. "Come out. I have heard your sound. I shall count to 3. 1, 2. Do not kill us. We will come out." A woman's voice interrupted his count after he had reached 2. Soon after, a young woman emerged, flanked by a boy and a girl, both with bright, innocent eyes. "Demon Han Li, if you must kill, then take my life. These 2 children are innocent and born with severed meridians. They have no potential for cultivation and pose no threat to you. Please let them go." The young woman shielded the children behind her, pleading earnestly with Han Li. Born with severed meridians? Han Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued by these words. It was the first time he had heard of such a condition. However, he quickly let out a cold laugh. "Do you really expect me to believe that? In this ruthless world of cultivation, where the strong prey upon the weak, do you think the Qinghe Immortal Gate would show compassion and shelter 2 children incapable of cultivation? Moreover, judging by their attire and adornments, they appear to hold a position of some significance. If it were anyone else, they might indeed be unable to remain. But both of their elders have made immense contributions to the Qinghe Immortal Sect and are regarded by the sect master as foster grandchildren, thus allowing them to stay. If you doubt this, you may investigate to see if they are truly born with severed meridians," the young woman said after taking a deep breath. She then pulled the 2 children closer. The youngsters gazed at Han Li, their eyes filled with terror, large tears hanging on their faces, evoking a deep sense of pity. Han Li chuckled softly and approached them. "I have yet to encounter anyone born with severed meridians. Let me take a look." With that, he reached out to grasp the little girl's arm, his fingers resting on her pulse. The pulse was chaotic, with numerous disruptions. Indeed, she was born with severed meridians. Next, he took the little boy's arm, and the pulse mirrored that of the girl. Truly, they were both born with severed meridians, unable to cultivate, and even incapable of performing the simplest tasks. In this world where the strong are revered and life is as fragile as grass, it is quite pitiable. He gently patted the boy's head and sighed softly. Then he crouched down, allowing them to see his face. "Remember my face, little ones. When we meet again, Big Brother may not be so lenient." The 2 children nodded eagerly. Such good children. Han Li smiled faintly. He then stood up, turned, and walked away, not even bothering to harm the young woman. This caused her chest to rise and fall, and she let out a sigh of relief. At last, she had saved the lives of the 2 children. A fleeting shadow of hatred crossed her eyes. However, just as Han Li had taken a few steps, he abruptly turned around. "Ha ha ha, little ones, we meet again." The young woman, the 2 children. "Are you playing hide and seek? Leave them whole, and I shall consider it an act of kindness." Boom. As the words fell, Han Li's hand struck down. In an instant, all 3 lay lifeless in a pool of blood. One born with severed meridians was unfortunate enough, but 2? What if the negative multiplied? It is indeed best to eradicate the root cause. Glancing at the bodies on the ground, Han Li turned and rushed toward the dungeons of the Qinghe Immortal Sect. "Han Li, release us, or we shall kill Han Qingxue." Upon reaching the entrance of the dungeon, several cultivators guarding it had already placed a knife at Han Qingxue's throat. They were aware of the events outside and, unable to flee, could only hold Han Qingxue as a hostage. "Very well, release them, and you may go." Han Li nodded without hesitation. "No, if you release us now, you will surely kill us. Let us take her first. And once we are beyond the confines of the Qinghe Immortal Sect, you may free her." One of them shouted angrily. Han Li furrowed his brow. "I can swear by heaven that I will not harm you. No, first let us go, We will not harm Han Qingxue. They did not trust Han Li in the slightest, not believing a single word he uttered. This is unacceptable. That is also unacceptable. Then may you all perish. Humph. In the next moment, the wings of death unfurled. Dark, fiery wings materialized as Han Li soared into the sky. The individuals who dared to threaten him were momentarily stunned. Can he truly fly? Han Li, who has merely begun to cultivate, can take to the skies? Humph. In the blink of an eye, Han Li dove down with a velocity that left only an afterimage, hurtling towards the man wielding the blade. Ah, Demon Han Li, you leave me no choice. The man suddenly snapped back to reality, swinging his long sword towards Han Qingxue's neck. Yet at that instant, the fire-scale sword in Han Li's hand shot forth, severing the man's arm at the root with a resounding thud, blood splattering all over Han Qingxue. The primordial spirit absorption technique. Simultaneously, Han Li reached out and grasped, drawing forth the blood and spiritual energy from the severed limb, and in the blink of an eye, the man was reduced to a lifeless husk. The others, witnessing this horror, were utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to their knees in desperation. Initially concerned for Qingxue's safety, they had been hesitant to comply with his commands. Now, faced with death, they understood the value of pleading for mercy. Han Li scoffed derisively. Bang, bang, bang. As if playing a game of basketball, he sent their heads crashing into their chests with ease, too indifferent to even absorb their spiritual energy. Qingxue, were you frightened? He asked, removing the cloth that had been stuffed in Han Qingxue's mouth, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 61, Enigmatic Flavor. Han Qingxue's gaze was profoundly intricate. Shock, confusion, joy, and more swirled within her. Once, Han Li's talent had paled in comparison to her own. Yet now, he had nearly obliterated the vast Qinghe Xianmen. Were it not for her first-hand witnessing of these events, she would surely have thought it a jest. Why are you silent? Have I frightened you? Han Li, noticing her silence, smiled faintly. No, no. Han Qingxue hastily waved her hand. Then, with earnest eyes, she regarded Han Li. Thank you for saving me. It was due to me that you were captured. You need not express gratitude. Rather, I owe you an apology. Han Li chuckled lightly. In that case, I have prepared a token of apology for you, which I shall present once we have departed from here. Ah, there is an apology gift? Han Qingxue appeared somewhat bewildered. Indeed, come with me. With that, Han Li took her arm and led her outward. Moments later, they arrived at the assembly hall of the Qinghe Xianmen. Aren't we in haste to leave? What do we come here for? Han Qingxue questioned, her expression one of confusion. With a smile, Han Li elucidated, most of the Qinghe Xianmen members are outside, having set up various barriers to hunt me down. It would be too slow to eliminate them one by one. Instead, let us draw them all together. We shall send them off in a grand reunion. Reunion? Is that how this term is employed? Bang, bang, bang. Immediately, 3 brilliant fireworks shot into the sky. 3 colossal cranes materialized in the air. Meanwhile, in Oping County, within the territories governed by the Qinghe Xianmen, every member of the sect who beheld the crane fireworks was stirred. Upon recognizing that the 3 immense cranes heralded from their sect's residence, they surged forth, their spirits ignited, racing towards the Qinghe Xianmen's location. The assembly hall stood pristine, save for an elderly man, his hair dry and white, slumped with his head bowed in meditation. As time passed, a multitude of elders and disciples from the Qinghe Xianmen arrived. Upon entering and witnessing the horrific scene, they let out anguished cries, their eyes filled with rage. Ultimately, they congregated before the assembly hall, spotting the white-haired elders seated there. It is the sect leader. The crowd erupted, rushing towards the crane master. Leading the charge were the Grand Elder Sun One and the Third Elder Lu Feng. However, upon reaching the crane master, their expressions shifted dramatically. For at that moment, the crane master appeared utterly desiccated, devoid of all luster, nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Notably, nestled between the crane master's crossed legs lay a circular disc. As they attempted to rouse the crane master, a sharp crack echoed, followed by a blinding burst of azure light erupting from the disc. Quick, retreat. It's a trap. It's the azure light shadow sword formation. Grand Elder Sun One shouted urgently. A group of onlookers hastily retreated, yet their speed proved insufficient. The azure glowing shadow sword array, previously imbued with spiritual energy by Han Li, erupted instantaneously. Countless terrifying azure sword energies surged forth in that fleeting moment, encircling Sun One, Lu Feng, and others who had not yet escaped, mercilessly advancing towards them. The air was filled with piercing cries of agony, resonating within the confines of the azure glowing shadow sword array, accompanied by a deluge of sanguine mist. At that moment, the sound of applause gradually emerged from the great hall. Emerging with a beaming smile, clad in a black robe, was Han Li, accompanied by Han Qingxue. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. You foolish elders, could you not have dispatched a few disciples to investigate first? Devil Han Li, it is you. You treacherous scoundrel who has laid this ambush for us. Sun One and the others, still trapped within the sword array, bellowed in fury. This is the treasured artifact of the Qinghe sect, yet Han Li has employed it to ensnare us. It's utterly infuriating. Alas, one elder could not withstand the onslaught. Falling victim to the relentless azure sword energies, his body reduced to countless bloody fragments. The toll of casualties among the others was even greater. Moments later, the Grand Elder Sun One and the Third Elder Lu Feng managed to escape, while none others were spared. With the target gone, the azure glowing shadow sword array gradually retracted. The remaining practitioners hastily supported Sun One and Lu Feng. You old bones are surprisingly resilient. You managed to evade death. Nonetheless, your prowess will be a fine addition to my collection. Han Li approached the two with a smile. Devil Han Li, you heartless fiend, may you meet a wretched end. Today, you shall annihilate our Qinghe sect, but tomorrow, the Golden Core cultivators from Anping County shall descend upon you. Sun One and Lu Feng shouted vehemently. With the death of Taoist Qinghe at Han Li's hands, their intelligence led them to deduce without speculation that the three fireworks blossoming in the sky were indeed Han Li's doing, intended to lure them into a trap for total extermination. Have the dogs finished barking? If so, I shall send you on your way. With a swift motion, he drew the fire scale sword, charging towards Sun One and the others. In mere moments, the plaza lay strewn with corpses, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous resonance akin to morning bells and evening drums erupted from Han Li's being, his already formidable aura surging to unprecedented heights, at least doubling in intensity. The violent pressure ruffled his thick black hair, which danced wildly as if caught in a tempest. With the blood-stained sword in hand, the ground lay littered with corpses, and his raven hair danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Paired with Han Li's strikingly handsome yet chilling visage, Han Qingxue found herself momentarily entranced. In that instant, Han Li epitomized the very essence of allure, utterly captivating her heart. He was simply breathtaking. However, being of the same lineage, it was destined that no sparks beyond mere friendship would ignite between them. To her astonishment, he had actually advanced to the second level of the Foundation establishment realm. Truly remarkable. Standing there with a smirk tilted at a precise 45 degrees, Han Li had only recently achieved the first level of Foundation establishment, and now this new breakthrough. Furthermore, the destruction of the Qinghe immortal sect was a stroke of double fortune. Unable to contain his exuberance, Han Li erupted into a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Han Qingxue, lost in her reverie, felt her lips twitch slightly in response. This fellow was undeniably exuding an irresistible charm. Qingxue, let us depart. I shall escort you home. After a brief moment, Han Li surveyed the fallen bodies before beckoning to Han Qingxue. Very well, let us return. Chapter 62. Is this boy perhaps too clever? Outside the Han family courtyard, Han Li escorted Han Qingxue to the entrance before halting in his tracks. Aren't you coming back with me? Han Qingxue inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. I shall remain here for now, and will return after vanquishing the other two great sects, Han Li replied, shaking his head. His primary concern was the possibility of the other two sects learning of his whereabouts and sending an army to the Han family. A mere household like the Hans could not withstand even the slightest devastation. Very well, but do take care. Once you have defeated the other two sects, I shall prepare a celebratory feast at home for you, Han Qingxue said, understanding his intentions. We shall discuss that later, Han Li chuckled lightly, producing a spatial ring and extending it towards Han Qingxue. Inside, you will find some cultivation materials, along with a trace of earth vein energy. This will aid you in your future foundational endeavors in the earth attribute. Keep it safe. With that, he placed the ring gently into Han Qingxue's slender, pale hand before turning to depart. Earth vein energy. Han Qingxue clutched the ring, her gaze lingering on Han Li's retreating figure. Overwhelmed by a surge of astonishment and gratitude, the prospect of establishing a foundation in the earth attribute had never crossed her mind. Although she possessed considerable talent within the Han family, the notion of achieving such a feat seemed far-fetched and daunting, requiring abundant resources. Yet now, Han Li had bestowed upon her an opportunity, stirring profound emotions within her heart. A sudden feeling akin to being pampered washed over her. Yet it was a delightful sensation indeed. Gazing at the ring in her hand, Han Qingxue shook her head with a smile, her face radiant as she made her way back to the Han family courtyard. Within the courtyard, Han Tianyang learned of Han Qingxue's return and was filled with excitement. Rushing over to greet her, After scrutinizing her from head to toe and confirming she bore no serious injuries, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Qingxue, how did they allow you to return? Surely, they haven't captured Han Li? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Captured? Han Qingxue smiled faintly. It was Han Li who rescued me. He entered the Qinghe sect alone to save you? Han Tianyang gasped in astonishment. This boy had truly matured, possessing the capability to infiltrate the Qinghe sect and rescue her. He had honored his promise, indeed, proving himself a man of his word. However, Qingxue, you cannot remain here for long. I advise you to leave Anping County immediately, the elder Han Xiong interjected. Otherwise, the Qinghe sect will undoubtedly send powerful individuals to track you down. Indeed, the elder speaks wisely. I shall arrange for your departure at once, Han Tianyang concurred. Nodding in agreement, Han Qingxue shook her head with a smile. Father, elder, there is no need for concern. The Qinghe sect has been destroyed. There will be no one coming after me. What? The Qinghe sect has been annihilated? In that moment, Han Tianyang, Han Xiong, and several others nearby were all taken aback. Are you joking? You claim that the Qinghe immortal sect has been annihilated? Indeed, Han Li single-handedly wielded his sword and obliterated the entire Qinghe immortal sect, leaving no trace behind. Hiss! Their eyes widened in sheer disbelief, and they stood frozen in place. The Qinghe immortal sect was a behemoth in their minds, and now this colossus had been vanquished by none other than a member of the Han family. It was utterly horrifying. Were it not for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would have believed such a revelation. Han Qingxue smiled faintly, acutely aware of the profound impact this news would have on Han Tianyang and the others. Simultaneously, word of the Qinghe immortal sect's destruction was spreading like wildfire. A sect of such magnitude inevitably had a few stragglers who had not returned in time, yet they were merely insignificant minions. Han Li had little interest in seeking them out individually. At this moment, he was making his way towards the residence of Elder Chun. By the time he arrived, a good portion of the day had already passed. Big brother. In the courtyard, Chun Tianhu, hearing commotion from outside, looked up and was astonished to see Han Li. He immediately shouted in excitement and rushed towards him. Little tiger, it's wonderful to see you again. Han Li replied with a gentle smile as he stepped into the courtyard. Elder Chun also set aside his chopping axe and approached. After exchanging pleasantries with Han Li, he scrutinized him from head to toe, his old eyes gleaming with acute sharpness. Young Han, I sense an extraordinary aura about you. Have you completed the foundation of the heavenly path? Han Li nodded with a smile. Thanks to the elixir formula you provided, I, Han Li, would not have achieved such a fortuitous opportunity. You have indeed completed the foundation of the heavenly path. How remarkable! Elder Chun exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He felt genuinely happy for Han Li, knowing that this would also break the seal on Chun Tianhu's dantian, allowing him to embark on his cultivation journey. This was one of the reasons for Han Li's visit. Little tiger, come inside. I will help you break the seal on your dantian. After some brief conversation, Han Li got to the point and led Chun Tianhu into the room. He instructed Chun Tianhu to lie on the bed, placing his palm over the boy's dantian. A dazzling golden spiritual energy surged forth from his hand, cautiously seeping through the pores and flowing into Chun Tianhu's dantian. After a moment, a crisp cracking sound resonated as the barrier covering his dantian was completely shattered by the golden spiritual energy, a gift of the Heavenly Path Foundation. Chun Tianhu trembled. His youthful face flushed crimson. What do you feel? Han Li inquired, noting the boy's change in complexion. I feel an intense heat within me, as if a surge of energy is trapped inside, unable to be unleashed. Chun Tianhu expressed his sensations. Upon hearing this, Han Li nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed. The dantian serves as the wellspring of one's strength. Your dantian has been sealed, which is why you have appeared so feeble until now. However, with the restrictions lifted, not only has your power amplified, but you will also be able to embark on a path of cultivation. I possess numerous techniques for you to choose from, along with ample resources at your disposal. After speaking, he assisted Chun Tianhu to his feet. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from behind him. Startled, Han Li turned to see Elder Chun kneeling on one knee. Alarmed, he rushed over to support him, exclaiming, Elder Chun, what are you doing? I cannot possibly accept this. You have granted my grandson the opportunity to tread the path of cultivation once more. This is akin to bestowing upon him a new lease on life. I am profoundly grateful, and I must express my gratitude in this manner. Elder Chun insisted, determined to kneel. Elder Chun, you mustn't say such things. Without the alchemical formula for the foundational elixir you provided, how could I have even dreamt of such an opportunity? As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. Thus, there is no need for such grand gestures. As Han Li spoke, He too began to lower himself in a gesture of gratitude, startling Elder Chun. "Please, do not kneel before me," Elder Chun exclaimed, panic-stricken at the thought of Han Li bowing to him. "Very well, I shall heed your words and stand." With Han Li's assistance, Elder Chun rose, his cloudy old eyes glistening with tears. "Big brother, my grandfather cannot kneel before you. I shall do so instead. I am eternally grateful for your kindness in granting me this second chance," Chun Tianhu declared, suddenly dropping to his knees before Han Li. Han Li found himself at a loss for words, both amused and bewildered, as he reached out to pull Chun Tianhu up. "You rascal! Big brother, I bow to you. May I take you as my master and learn the ways of cultivation under your guidance?" Chun Tianhu asked, his eager eyes wide with hope as he knelt on the ground. "You wish to take me as your master?" Han Li replied, somewhat taken aback by the earnestness of the kneeling boy. "This lad seems to possess an extraordinary intellect." Chapter 63. Comprehending the Blood Refinement Divine Light Escape. Traveling miles in an instant. "Indeed, big brother, I wish to become your disciple," young Tiger earnestly declared. "Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training and will certainly not bring disgrace to you." Chun Tianhu nodded fervently, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Elder Chun gazed at Han Li with hopeful anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li replied, "My current strength is insufficient, and I have many matters to attend to. It may be challenging for me to dedicate ample time to personally instruct you. However, given your sincerity, I shall accept you as my registered disciple. To take you on as my formal disciple would be somewhat presumptuous, considering the uncertainties of your future. Master, I shall heed your words. Please allow your disciple to pay his respects." With that, Chun Tianhu bowed thrice before Han Li. To him, the distinction between a registered disciple and a formal disciple held little significance. What mattered was being Han Li's disciple, which would grant him the opportunity to learn the ways of cultivation. "Rise," Han Li said, lifting Chun Tianhu. "As you are now my registered disciple, I shall not provide you with the earth vein energy I had initially prepared. Should I come across any news regarding celestial vein energy in the future, I shall procure it for you then." Elder Chin gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Han Li had already prepared earth vein energy for Chun Tianhu. "Young Han, the earth vein energy is already a remarkable gift. For young Tiger to establish a foundation with it would be an extraordinary achievement." Han Li smiled gently. "While it may be adequate for others, my disciples, even if merely registered, shall commence their journey with the foundation of heavenly principles." He then turned to Elder Chun and continued, "Elder, might you still embark upon the path of cultivation? If so, I shall bestow upon you this earth vein energy." "Me?" Elder Chun was taken aback, a wry smile gracing his lips. "My meridians were severed, and my cultivation has regressed entirely. It is unlikely I can tread the path of cultivation again, especially at my age. I possess numerous elixirs and resources. Perhaps some may aid in restoring your meridians. If so, you might consider giving it a try," Han Li mused. After the destruction of the Qinghe immortal sect, he had acquired a plethora of valuable items. Han Li proceeded to sift through the treasures he had obtained, and indeed, he unearthed an elixir named the Jade Void Golden Bone Pill. The Jade Void Golden Bone Pill. It is said that even if one's bones are shattered, consuming this elixir can mend them in a remarkably short time. "I have merely severed some tendons. This should suffice," Elder Chin said, brimming with excitement as he gazed upon the pill. "Then give it a try," Han Li urged, handing the Jade Void Golden Bone Pill to Elder Chun. "Thank you, young Han. I shall give it a go." Old Man Chin solemnly received the Jade Void Golden Bone Pill and immediately sat cross-legged, placing it directly into his mouth. The elixir melted upon entry, unleashing a torrent of medicinal energy that surged through his limbs and bones. As the potent energy coursed through his body, dark blood gradually seeped from the meridians in his arms and legs. With the passage of time, Chin's aged skin even began to regain a semblance of youth. It was effective. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's face broke into a smile. He gently ruffled the hair of Chun Tianhu beside him, saying, "Watch over your grandfather. I shall meditate for a while." "Understood, Master," Chun Tianhu replied obediently, nodding his head. Han Li then gathered all the scattered items from the ground and stored them in his spatial ring. Moving to the side, he took out a tattered martial arts manual and held it in his hands. Crane Shadow Movement Technique. At this moment, he desperately needed a technique related to agility, and this crane shadow movement was perfectly suited for him. You have studied the crane shadow movement technique and comprehended the blood refinement divine light escape. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a line of small characters appeared on the golden book in Han Li's mind. Blood refinement divine light escape. The name sounded rather ominous. It was merely a movement technique, yet it seemed to carry a sinister aura. Han Li's lips twitched slightly as he hastily examined the description and cultivation method of the blood refinement divine light escape. Cultivating the blood refinement divine light escape requires the burning of one's vital essence, manifesting a faint layer of blood light upon the body, significantly enhancing one's speed of movement. However, the optimal method involves absorbing the essence blood of others as a sacrificial offering, which can propel the blood refinement divine light escape to its peak speed. The more essence blood consumed, the greater the power contained, thus increasing the velocity of the technique, potentially reaching the astonishing speed of thousands of miles in an instant. Hiss. Upon reading the description, Han Li inhaled sharply, transforming into a streak of blood light, spanning thousands of miles in an instant. How exaggerated. Yet, he surmised that even the essence blood of a golden core cultivator would struggle to achieve such speed, for even a golden core cultivator could not reach such swift distances. However, one must have dreams. Otherwise, how does one differ from a salted fish? If one golden core cultivator is insufficient, what if there were 10, 100, or even 1,000? Chapter 64. The Celestial River Fireworks, a crisis in the immortal sect. Calm yourself, calm yourself. Here I am, merely at the second tier of the foundation establishment stage, yet already entertaining thoughts of cultivating the golden elixir. Such aspirations may be excessive. One must avoid arrogance and impatience, and refrain from lofty ambitions. However, if possible, I might borrow a couple of drops of essence blood from Manager Tong, given our rapport. She is unlikely to decline. The more I pondered, the more restless I became, prompting me to refocus. Yet, an insatiable curiosity lingered as I stroked my chin and spoke to myself. Subsequently, I commenced the practice of the blood-refining divine light escape. Whoosh. Time became an abstraction as a thin layer of blood light suddenly enveloped my body, and in the blink of an eye, I found myself dozens of meters away from the house. Swish, swish, swish. In that fleeting moment, outside the courtyard, only a crimson glow danced about, while my figure had vanished without a trace. My speed was such that even an afterimage was difficult to leave behind. How exhilarating! After executing over 10 swift movements, I finally paused. This was merely the consumption of my own vitality. Though it drained me considerably, it paled in comparison to the cost of the Death Phoenix wings. If I were to ignite another's essence blood, the issue of consumption would be entirely moot. A flicker of joy curved my lips. Boom. Just then, a sudden muffled sound erupted from within the room. I hurried over to find Elder Chun radiating an immensely powerful aura, signifying his arrival at the 6th tier of Qi refinement. Instantly, I discerned his current realm from the energy emanating from him. Splendid. Ha! Brother Han, all my meridians have been restored. Not only that, but my strength has surged back to the 6th tier of Qi refinement. I believe it won't be long before I regain my previous level of the 9th tier of Qi refinement. Elder Chin's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as he spoke. Congratulations. Congratulations. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you shall extend your life by 200 years. Let me offer my early congratulations. I expressed my heartfelt wishes to Elder Chun. Thank you. Once I achieve the foundation establishment, I will be able to spend more time with Little Tiger. Finally, I will have the opportunity to seek revenge. Tears welled in Elder Chen's eyes as he spoke with solemnity. Are you referring to avenging yourself against the Eastern River Immortal Sect? I inquired, gazing at him. Indeed, the death of my son years ago is tied to the former leader's wife of the Eastern River Immortal Sect, and I suspect that my father's fate is also linked to them. I must uncover the truth and avenge them. Elder Chen nodded, a deep-seated resentment etched upon his face. A slight smile graced my lips. Actually, there is no need to wait for the future. We can act now. Now. Elder Chen was taken aback. Indeed, as the saying goes, revenge should not be delayed until the morrow. Shortly, I will take you to the Eastern River Immortal Sect to exact our vengeance. Let them descend into the underworld, where they can continue their dealings with the Qinghe Immortal Sect. Elder Chen paused momentarily before suddenly coming to a realization. As if struck by an epiphany, with a look of astonishment, he gazed at Han Li and exclaimed, Han, could it be that the vast array of resources you just revealed is the spoils from your annihilation of the Qinghe sect? Indeed, it is so. Han Li replied with a smile and a nod. Meanwhile, a tempest brewed within Omping County. A single stone had stirred 1,000 waves. The news of the Qinghe sect's devastation, with corpses strewn throughout its premises, sent shockwaves through every faction within Omping, particularly the Dongjiang and Wanhua sects. Both of these prominent sects promptly dispatched their respective grand elders, accompanied by their subordinates, to the site of the Qinghe sect. Upon witnessing the grim scene of carnage, their expressions darkened to an unfathomable degree. How could he possess the capability to obliterate the Qinghe sect? Zhao Dongsheng, the Grand Elder of the Dongjiang sect, stated with utmost seriousness. I refuse to believe he acted alone. He must have summoned formidable allies. His methods are too ruthless. Even children of tender years were not spared. The Grand Elder of the Wangyue sect interjected gravely. If we are not mistaken, his next target will likely be one of our two sections. The strength among the three sects was nearly equal. If Han Li harbored the power to extinguish the Qinghe sect, then he certainly possessed the means to do the same to either of them. What shall we do? Facing him and his allies alone may prove exceedingly difficult, they pondered. Should we seek assistance from the county governor, requesting the dispatch of formidable forces from the governor's office? Zhao Dongsheng turned to Hu Bilei for his input. Are we to call upon Wang Yangming for aid? His demands are substantial. It would require a significant reward. Hu Bilei replied solemnly. It would be more prudent to enlist the aid of the forces from Guangnan County or Lindu County, which are guarded by Golden Core cultivators, to thwart him. Zhao Dongsheng shook his head. There is no time. Based on what we know of Han Li, he will not linger for long. He will likely tally his spoils and strike again within 2 days. That accursed fiend. Hu Bilei cursed under his breath. Then let us indeed enlist Wang Mingyang's assistance. No matter how sinister this monster may be, he cannot possibly contend with a Golden Core cultivator like Wang Mingyang. Grand Elder, look. A signal from the sect. Just then, a younger disciple beside Zhao Dongsheng pointed toward the distant sky and shouted. A brilliant river of light appeared high above. Zhao Dongsheng's expression shifted dramatically. The celestial river fireworks. The sect is calling for help. We must return to the sect immediately. That fiend is on the way. Chapter 65. A small gift for the celebration. The Dongjiang Xianmen, named after the river that flows from east to west, was currently engulfed in a frenzy of blinding azure sword light, leaving chaos in its wake. Han Li wielded the Qingguang Jing sword, moving through the mayhem as if in a realm devoid of opposition, mercilessly vanquishing his foes. Following closely behind were Elder Chun and Chun Tianhu, their emotions stirred to an almost unbearable degree. With the experience gained from previously annihilating the Qinghe Xianmen, their advance this time was markedly accelerated. By the time Han Li reached the Grand Hall of the Dongjiang Xianmen, only the foundation-level elders remained. The rest had perished. They gazed at Han Li with utmost trepidation. Where is Sun Jianghai? Have him come forth. Han Li demanded coldly. Sun Jianghai, the master of Dongjiang Xianmen, was one of the principal architects behind the fragmentation of Elder Chen's family years ago. Han Li, you are insufferably arrogant. Our esteemed master possesses great virtue and renown. Do not speak so recklessly. One of the foundation-level elders bellowed, pointing a trembling finger at him. Enough with the empty words. In an instant, Han Li activated his blood-refining divine light, vanishing in a flash of crimson. He reappeared before the elder who had just shouted, delivering a resounding slap to his chest. The expansive soul absorption technique activated, drawing all the elder's spiritual power into Han Li's being. Within mere breaths, the elder, now drained of all vitality, was discarded like refuse. As Han Li stood before them, the remaining foundation-level elders hastily retreated, their fear reaching a crescendo. Speak. Where is that old man Sun Jianghai? Han Li pressed once more. The master is not currently at the sect. He has taken the mistress to celebrate her father's birthday. One of the elders, unable to endure the oppressive aura of death brought by Han Li, finally spoke. Ah, I see. No wonder so few formidable figures from Dongjiang Xianmen have appeared. One group went to the Qinghe Xianmen, while another has gone to a birthday celebration. Do you truly believe that I, Han Li, would not come to your doorstep? Han Li scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had suspected as much. But the rapidity of events was unexpected. Just that morning, he had decimated the Qinghe Xianmen, and before sunset, he had already arrived at Dongjiang Xianmen. It was almost serendipitous that Sun Jianghai had taken his wife to celebrate her father's birthday at such a moment. Do you know where her father's residence is? Han Li inquired. I know of its location. The mistress's family estate is known as the Baimei Villa. Elder Qin interjected from behind Han Li. Baimei Villa, one of the 3 great estates of Anping County? Han Li's brow arched upon hearing this. He was indeed familiar with Baimei Villa, a prosperous establishment, and had not expected such deep ties between it and the Dongjiang Xianmen. Indeed, he speaks true. The mistress's family estate is indeed Baimei Villa. Before Han Li stood an elder of the foundation establishment stage, who spoke up. Han Li smiled and nodded. Very well, considering your cooperation, I shall grant you a dignified death, leaving you with complete corpses. In an instant, Han Li struck. A piercing sound of sword cries echoed, and the several elders of the foundation establishment stage were swiftly drained of their spiritual power and obliterated on the spot. Old Chun, let us depart now to the Baimei Villa. Han Li then turned back to stand before Old Chun. Shall we go directly? Shouldn't we first collect the spoils of war here? Old Chun pointed at the ravaged Dongjiang Xianmen. He knew Han Li to be quite astute in his calculations, leaving no resource unexamined, and they had yet to search the area. We shall discuss it upon our return. Moreover, treasures of significant worth are typically kept within the sect master's spatial ring. We must not squander the opportunity, lest they escape. Han Li smiled slightly. Word of my annihilation of the Qinghe Xianmen has surely begun to spread, thus I must hasten my pace. Understood. Old Chen nodded. Subsequently, they departed Dongjiang Xianmen and proceeded directly to Baimei Villa. Less than 2 hours after Han Li's departure, the Grand Elder Zhao Dongsheng led a large group back to the scene. Upon witnessing the desolate state and the scattered corpses of Dongjiang Xianmen, he roared in fury. We are too late. We have ultimately arrived a step too late. The demon Han Li shall not escape my wrath. I, Zhao Dongsheng, vow not to remain human until he is slain. Zhao Dongsheng roared repeatedly, his anger nearly igniting him. This beast, Han Li, is a heartless murderer. If only the sect master were present, Dongjiang Xianmen would not have fallen so swiftly. The other elders who had returned with him also shouted in outrage. They felt the rapid demise of Dongjiang Xianmen was due to Han Li exploiting their vulnerabilities. Given the current strength of Dongjiang Xianmen, they were, in fact, somewhat more formidable than Qinghe Xianmen. Zhao Dongsheng had recently broken through to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, though he kept it a secret. The addition of a peak 9th layer cultivator was of immense strategic significance for the sect. However, pondering such matters now was futile. Immediately take my hand jade to the Wangyue Xianmen and inform Hu Baili that Dongjiang Xianmen is willing to pay any price to seek aid from Governor Wang Yangming. Furthermore, I have contingency plans. Arrange for personnel to head to Lindu County and Guangnan County to report Han Li's movements to the major Golden Core factions. But this is contingent upon our survival. After an outburst of fury, Zhao Dongsheng regained his composure and addressed the nearby Foundation establishment elder. Yes, Grand Elder. I shall take your hand jade to Wangyue Xianmen at once. Soon, the elder departed Dongjiang Xianmen with the hand jade, en route to Wangyue Xianmen. As time passed, Han Li and Old Chen arrived at the outskirts of Baimei Villa. As I drew nearer, an exceptionally rich fragrance of flowers enveloped me. The entire valley was adorned with flowering trees, a sight so exquisite it seemed to belong to another realm. Yet, it was predominantly the plum trees that filled the landscape, their blossoms yet to unfurl in this season. Shall we boldly enter like this, Brother Han? Not so hasty, let us wait a moment longer. Earlier, while resting and sipping tea outside, I had asked the innkeeper to arrange for a gift to be delivered here. A gift? Both Old Chun and Chun Tianhu were taken aback, having only witnessed Han Li settling the bill without seeing him place any order. You will find out soon enough. Han Li replied with a mysterious smile. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of a carriage approached from afar. They turned to see an elderly man driving a carriage, its cover securely fastened, racing toward them. The gift has arrived. We have traveled so far to attend this banquet. It would be remiss not to bring a token of our appreciation, Han Li remarked with a slight smile. Before long, the carriage halted before them, and down stepped a robust-looking old man. Young master, all the items you requested are in the carriage. I must take my leave now. The old man addressed Han Li, swiftly detaching the connection between the horse and the carriage before mounting his black steed and galloping away. I had intended to give you a tip, yet you depart so hastily. Han Li chuckled, watching the old man disappear into the distance. It was not that the old man was particularly swift. Rather, he seemed anxious that the money he earned might not be spent in safety. With a sudden flourish, Han Li approached the carriage and flung back the cover, revealing its contents. Both Old Chun and his grandson, Chun Tianhu, stood in stunned silence. A coffin, a grand redwood coffin, its varnish gleaming with a polished sheen. Truly a dramatic revelation. Chapter 66. The ominous prognostication. A calamity awaits you. Brother Han, is the gift you speak of truly a coffin? Old Mansion could scarcely believe it. A coffin can indeed be a gift. One cannot fault the abundance of gifts. Han Li smiled faintly as he grasped the solid wooden coffin and lifted it with ease. Let us proceed to celebrate the birthday and present our offerings. Ah, Brother Han, you surpassed this old man in thoughtfulness. Old Mansion generously gave Han Li a thumbs up. It is my master who deserves the credit. I aspire to learn from him in the future. One cannot arrive empty-handed to a birthday celebration. It would be impolite to do so. As they walked, Chun Tianhu raised his head, speaking earnestly. Ha ha ha. The child's words prompted an exchange of amused glances between Han Li and Old Man Chun, both unable to contain their laughter. Truly, children speak without restraint. They only ceased their mirth when the little one turned crimson with embarrassment. I am merely learning from my master. Why mock me? Do you think I am too small to carry this coffin? Humph. Once I grow up and cultivate my skills, I shall effortlessly bear one in each hand. Chun Tianhu mused inwardly. After sharing a hearty laugh, Han Li and Old Man Chen took his words lightly. Little did they know, years later, the name coffin-bearer Tianhu would reverberate throughout the realm of cultivation. As they approached the Bai Mei Mountain Villa, carrying the coffin, patrolling guards stationed outside noticed Han Li's group and hurried over to obstruct them. However, before they could utter a word, Han Li swiftly unleashed the mixed Yuan spirit absorption technique, effortlessly converting them into desiccated husks, without a trace of hesitation. At this very moment, deep within the Bai Mei Mountain Villa, an extravagant birthday banquet was underway. The guest of honor, the venerable patriarch Bai Xiongfeng, sat at the head of the table, grinning from ear to ear. A steady stream of guests arrived to present their gifts, creating a veritable mountain of offerings. His distinguished status was largely attributed to several fine sons-in-law, particularly his eldest son-in-law, Su Jianghai, the leader of the Dongjiang immortal sect. As one of the most powerful figures in Anping County, Su Jianghai's personal attendance to the celebration greatly enhanced Bai Xiongfeng's prestige. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. This is the old patriarch's birthday banquet. Who dares to behave so insolently? Are you seeking death? Accompanying the din were chilling screams. A fierce wind swept through, and over a dozen desiccated corpses flew into the banquet hall. The guests present paled in shock, quickly dodging for safety. They then beheld Han Li and his companions, slowly advancing while bearing a large redwood coffin. A coffin? Who is this young man? How dare he present a coffin at the old patriarch Bai's birthday banquet? What audacity! The crowd buzzed with shock. Presenting a coffin at a birthday feast is akin to public humiliation. Han Li's audacity was truly remarkable. The expressions of those in the Bai Mei Mountain Villa darkened instantly, particularly by Xiongfeng, whose aged visage twisted into a mask of fury. Such an occurrence at his birthday banquet is hardly inspiring. The murderous rage was chillingly intense. Standing beside him, Sun Jianghai's eyes were equally filled with lethal intent. How dare this wretch pursue him here? What were Zhao Dongsheng and the others doing, allowing him to discover my presence? Sun Jianghai seethed with anger, unaware that news of the annihilation of the Qinghe Xianmen had yet to reach him. Jianghai, that old fool, and the little wretch have also arrived. How could they be in league with this fiend? Beside Sun Jianghai stood an elderly matron, over a century in age yet still exuding an air of regal elegance. She fixed her sharp gaze upon Elder Chun and his grandson, Chun Tianhu. I know not, she declared. Let us first subdue this fiend. Upon seeing Elder Chun and his grandson, Sun Jianghai felt a wave of astonishment. Master Sun, I heard you were here celebrating your father-in-law's birthday, so I made an uninvited appearance. However, I am not one to arrive empty-handed, he announced with a flourish. This exquisite redwood coffin, custom-made in haste, cost me 10 low-grade spirit stones, a token of my sincerity. Shouldn't you arrange for someone to receive the gift and have us seated for the feast? At that moment, Han Li regarded Sun Jianghai with a bemused smile. Jianghai, what is the meaning of this? Who is this person? It sounds as if he has come seeking you. As Han Li's words fell, Bai Xiongfeng immediately turned his attention to Sun Jianghai, asking in a low voice, Father, you need not concern yourself. I will handle this. He is the notorious fiend Han Li, who has recently stirred up quite the commotion in Anping County. Sun Jianghai replied to Bai Xiongfeng with a tremor of alarm. The fiend Han Li? How have you allowed him to live for so long? He should have met his demise at your hands. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed have perished by our hands. But this fiend possesses certain peculiarities that have allowed him to gain some measure of power. However, fret not. Now that he has dared to pursue us here so arrogantly, I shall ensure he departs without return. With that, Sun Jianghai turned to his right, where 3 foundation-building elders from the Dongjiang Xianmen stood, having come to present gifts. He nodded to them, and the 3, having readied themselves for battle, swiftly advanced to confront Han Li. Fiend Han Li. Today marks the 180th birthday celebration of Elder Bai. It is ill-advised to spill blood here. We shall choose another location to settle this. One of the elders declared, his gaze icy as he glared at Han Li. How fortuitous. I just calculated a divination for Elder Bai. Today he is destined for great fortune, but faces a calamity of bloodshed. I am somewhat superstitious. Whatever divination I uncover must come to pass, even if it requires physical realization. Boom. As Han Li's declaration echoed, he hurled the coffin he held forcefully towards the foundation-building elder. Simultaneously, he activated his blood-refining divine light and vanished in an instant, launching himself at the 3 elders. Chapter 67. The initial trial of the blood-baptized divine light shield. Han Li struck with fervor, wielding the blood-baptized divine light shield, moving with the swiftness of lightning. His palms met the bodies of the two Foundation establishment elders simultaneously, and with a deft motion, he executed the primordial absorption technique. In an instant, he siphoned their entire essence of power. The expressions of the two men morphed into sheer terror. They were aware of Han Li's ability to absorb other spiritual energy, but were utterly unprepared for such rapid execution. There was no time for them to react. Once the absorption was complete, Han Li felt a significant surge in his own cultivation level, even sensing a tremor at the threshold of the third layer of Foundation establishment. Had he just recently broken through, and was he on the verge of another? How fortuitous. A smile of delight graced Han Li's lips. With a sudden tremor of his arm, he sent the two elders hurtling away, crashing into the banquet scene. As they fell to the ground, the guests' expressions shifted dramatically. What transpired? Just moments ago, they were upright individuals, and now they lay lifeless as if turned to mere husks. What dark arts was he practicing? This was utterly horrifying. Witnessing the scene, the guests were left aghast, their skin crawling and limbs turning cold. They knew that demonic cultivators were malevolent, but never had they encountered one as fearsome as this, like the wretched fiends of legend. With a swift motion that sent the two men flying, Han Li transformed into a streak of blood light, reappearing before the elder who was reaching for the coffin. No. The elder's expression changed drastically. Having just steadied himself with the coffin, he was caught unawares as Han Li materialized before him. In a swift motion, Han Li seized his head and forcefully plunged it into his own chest. In the blink of an eye, the elder's essence of power was drained away. In mere moments, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had been dispatched, leaving the onlooking son Zhang trembling violently. He too possessed the capacity for such ruthless slaughter. Yet he stood at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. How could Han Li achieve the same? Was it solely through his mastery of demonic arts? Yet, that was terrifying. At this very moment, a sense of flight surged within son Zhang heart. Han Li turned his gaze sharply towards him. Before I end you, I need to thoroughly understand the events surrounding Old Man Shun. You are audacious. Even if your demonic arts are formidable, I stand at the peak of Foundation establishment. Endowed with my own depth of power, you may not be my equal. Son Zhang roared, unleashing his pinnacle cultivation, erupting like a volcano. Simultaneously, he summoned a heavy hammer, which, under the infusion of his spiritual energy, unleashed a tremendous force weighing thousands of pounds. The very air before him quaked violently, threatening to rend apart. Madam, father, please retreat. Allow me to subdue this demon. With the heavy hammer in hand, son Zhang called out to his wife, Bai Kailan, and Bai Xiongfeng. Be cautious. Bai Kailan uttered a remark before swiftly descending towards the platform below, accompanied by Bai Xiongfeng and others. The guests who had come to celebrate the birthday eagerly gathered around them. How could one expect to sit back and watch a fierce contest unfold? Observing their congregation, Han Li's lips curled into a more sinister smile. With a swift motion, he drew forth the azure light phantom sword array from his spatial ring, infusing it with a torrent of spiritual energy before hurling it into the clustered crowd. In an instant, the azure light phantom sword array erupted. A colossal azure sword shadow burst forth, instantly fracturing into countless sword phantoms that spread rapidly. Run! It's a sword array! It's a sword array! Those with a discerning eye screamed in alarm and hastily attempted to flee, yet their speed was woefully inadequate. Countless azure sword lights descended upon them with merciless ferocity, akin to a meat grinder. The air was filled with piercing cries of agony as bones shattered and blood splattered everywhere. The azure light phantom sword array. How could the heritage of the Qinghe Xianmen be in your possession? Has the Qinghe Xianmen already fallen victim to your treachery? Witnessing this scene, Zhong Zhanghai's expression shifted drastically. Indeed, the Qinghe Xianmen had acted first. Han Li smiled faintly. Zhong Zhanghai's throat constricted, and in the next moment, he grasped his heavy hammer and turned to flee, leaving no room for hesitation, utterly resolute. Humph, trying to escape? Observing Zhong Zhanghai's retreat, Han Li let out a cold laugh. Hunyuan absorbing spirit technique. In an instant, the blood mist slaughtered by the azure light phantom sword array surged towards Han Li like a torrent. However, instead of being consumed, the blood mist was directly offered as a sacrifice. According to the teachings of the Wuji Golden Book, the most terrifying aspect of the blood refinement divine light escape lies not in burning one's own vitality, but in utilizing the essence of others' blood for sacrificial refinement, achieving an unparalleled level of speed. In the blink of an eye, Han Li vanished, transforming into a streak of blood light that pursued the fleeing Zhong Zhanghai. As a blood light approached, Zhong Zhanghai quickly swung his heavy hammer to strike. Yet at that moment, the blood light multiplied into 2, 3, 4. An endless swirl of blood lights surrounded him, rendering it impossible to discern which was Han Li and which was merely an ephemeral shadow. This overwhelming spectacle instilled a paralyzing fear in Zhang Jianghai, compelling him to act without thought. He summoned all his remaining power to form a protective barrier of spiritual energy around himself. However, the moment his barrier was unleashed, it was entirely absorbed by Han Li, effectively bolstering his enemy. Simultaneously, Han Li's hand clamped down on his left shoulder, and with a sickening sound, he forcefully tore off Zhang Jianghai's left arm. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him, with several veins visibly throbbing on his severed arm. Soon after, Han Li brutally wrenched off his right arm as well, the blood that gushed forth serving as a sacrificial offering to the blood refinement divine light shield. Suddenly, Han Li's speed intensified, enveloping Zhang Hai in a luminous shroud that concealed his wretched state from the onlookers. Indeed, it became evident that the higher the realm of the cultivator, the more profound the effect of their blood essence. Such was the prowess of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. One could only imagine the potency of a golden core practitioner. No, upon returning, he must seek out the enchanting shopkeeper, Tong, and procure a few drops of her precious blood for his own protection. Han Li's actions were not driven by a desire to torment Zhang Hai, but rather to experiment with the blood of a peak foundation establishment cultivator and ascertain the extent to which it could enhance his blood refinement divine shield. The results of this experiment left him exceedingly pleased. Subsequently, Han Li drained Zhang Hai of all his cultivation and, seizing a handful of hair, tossed him directly before Elder Chun. Elder Chun, the rest is in your hands, he proclaimed, before turning to stride into the throng of people ensnared by the azure light absolute shadow sword array. Chapter 68. A wish, everyone becomes a demon. There were simply too many people present, several of whom had reached the foundational stage, and at this moment, they were on the verge of breaking free. Among those about to emerge were Bai Xiongfeng, Bai Kailon, and several other key figures from the Bai family. Spare me, young hero. I am willing to offer everything from the Bai Mei Mountain Manor. As Han Li stepped forward, the barely visible Bai Xiongfeng hastily cried out in desperation. He was prepared to sacrifice everyone else from the Bai Mei Mountain Manor if it meant preserving his own life. Having lived for 180 years, he was unwilling to face death. Should I kill you, wouldn't everything your Bai Mei Mountain Manor possess become mine? Han Li's lips curled into a cold smirk as he reached out with both hands, draining their cultivation entirely. Deprived of their powers, they stood no chance against the onslaught of the Qingguang Jueying sword array. They were torn to shreds, leaving no survivors. With a flick of his wrist, Han Li retracted the array's formation plate. Turning around, he beheld Chun Tianhu brandishing a long blade taller than himself, poised to strike down upon the neck of Zhang Hai with ruthless intent. With a gruesome sound, the head rolled away, blood splattering across Chun Tianhu's face. Yet, there was no fear on his youthful visage. Did you manage to kill him? Have all the answers been revealed? Han Li inquired as he approached. Yes, all has been revealed. It was during a dispute between Tianhu's father and Bai Cailon's nephew that the latter rallied others to slay Tianhu's father. No matter how my father investigated thereafter, an invisible hand thwarted him. However, Bai Cailon's nephew ultimately fell into madness during his cultivation, injuring his heart meridian, and died within a few years, Elder Chen recounted. Han Li nodded. Since they have all perished, let bygones be bygones. The wicked are dead, and Elder Chen's grudge can now be put to rest. With the dead, the enmity fades. Elder Chen sighed. Upon my return, I shall devote myself to cultivation, striving for foundational success to live another 100 years. In my lifetime, I wish to witness young hero Han dominate the great Zhou dynasty. You shall undoubtedly witness it. And it shall not take 100 years, Han Li replied with a faint smile. His words were not brash. Rather, they stemmed from unwavering confidence. There was no denying his formidable prowess. Han Li smiled slightly, then bent down to remove the spatial ring from Zhang Hai's finger. Infusing his spiritual energy into the ring, he extracted its contents one by one, spirit stones, techniques, various treasures, all thrown forth in a grand array. Particularly the techniques. As Han Li gazed upon the pile, he found himself momentarily stunned. Did the Dongjiang immortal sect have an obsession with collecting diverse techniques? How could there be so many? Easily surpassing the Qinghe immortal sect by several folds. The array of techniques varied in rank, and he was left speechless, deeply suspecting that Zhang Hai had brought the entirety of the Dongjiang immortal sect's techniques with him. However, he casually flipped through the pages, finding little of necessity. With his current prowess, he had become exceedingly discerning regarding cultivation techniques. Though he could endlessly extrapolate, the results derived from inferior methods were utterly trivial, merely wasting his time. So many cultivation techniques, The Dongjiang Xianmen alone possessed an impressive array, which explained their dominance over vast territories, compelling various chi-refining families and other forces to support them. Those who defied them were swiftly extinguished, only to be replaced by new cultivators with ease. Old Chen suddenly sighed. "Oh, Old Chen, what do you mean by that?" Han Li inquired, lifting his gaze toward him. "I merely felt a moment of reflection," Old Chen chuckled. "This is a world of cultivation, yet practitioners are few and far between, and notably weak, especially the cultivation forces in Anping County, which are weaker compared to those in other counties. I believe the reason lies in the three great sects controlling a vast array of cultivation techniques. A typical chi-refining manual costs thousands of spirit stones, yet they possess hundreds, many of which are of higher grade and invaluable. If these cultivation techniques could be acquired at a lower price, the overall strength of Anping County would likely surpass its current state several times over." That makes sense, Han Li realized. No wonder the cultivators from Anping County seemed inferior in strength during their expedition into Tianyuan Valley. This was indeed the crux of the issue. The three great sects held absolute power, forcing other factions into subservience, making it difficult for them to rise. Within the three great sects, the prodigies faced no rivals, each one gazing at the sky from the bottom of their well. Once they ventured outside, they would be swiftly dealt with. If the chi-refining families possessed such an abundance of techniques, they would have long since birthed powerful foundation-building experts. Rather than having their strongest practitioners remain merely at the chi-refining stage, Old Chen added, "What if I disseminated these techniques to enhance the strength of Anping County?" Suddenly, a thought emerged in Han Li's mind, yet he quickly dismissed it. No, I am no great benefactor, and they all label me as the Demon Lord. Why would I engage in such thankless endeavors?" But just as he self-rejected, a spark ignited in his eyes. Everyone called him a Demon Lord, universally condemned, targeted wherever he went. But what if everyone was a Demon Lord? Wouldn't that lead to peaceful coexistence? Transforming the great Zhou dynasty into a realm of demons seemed like a rather intriguing proposition. Moreover, when I need to elevate my own cultivation, I could utilize them as resources, achieving a win-win situation. I would emerge victorious twice. The more Han Li contemplated this approach, the more feasible it appeared. Faced with the rapid enhancement of his cultivation, no one could resist such temptation. Despite the relentless pursuit by the three great sects, should he impart his cultivated techniques, such as the Hunyuan spirit absorption method and blood refinement divine light escape, to them, it was certain that the first to practice would be the leaders of the various sects. This was beyond doubt. A solitary individual embodies the essence of darkness. Yet when 1,000, a myriad, or even 1,000,000,000 souls succumb to this malevolence, if you remain untainted, your fate is sealed. It is the Dark Overlord who reigns supreme. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Han Li became, resolving to enact his plan after vanquishing the Wangyue immortal sect. As for whether future aspirants might eclipse his legacy, he harbored no concerns. The wordless golden scripture was his sole possession, and the techniques he acquired would only grow in potency, continually evolving. Let us plunder the Baimei Manor, and then proceed to annihilate the Wangyue immortal sect. Thus, all shall embrace the path of darkness. Both Old Chen and Chun Tianhu were taken aback. Chapter 69. I, for one, place great importance on harmony. Everyone cultivating demonic arts? Han Li's words startled Old Chen profoundly. Brother Han, are you serious? I can't shake the feeling that you are concocting an ambitious grand scheme. He regarded Han Li with a look of skepticism. If I alone were a demon, everyone would cry for my downfall. But if all were demons, it would transform from a call for eradication to mutual support. Just envision that scene. It is rather heartwarming, Han Li remarked with a faint smile. This notion indeed seemed quite reasonable and warm. However, to become a cultivator of demonic arts, one must possess the corresponding techniques. Since the establishment of the great Zhou dynasty, practitioners of demonic arts have been under relentless suppression, often eliminated at the slightest sign of emergence. As far as I know, aside from Brother Han, most practitioners linger in the shadows, with few daring to step into the light. If everyone were to cultivate demonic arts, where would all the techniques come from? I have plenty. Han Li grinned once more. He had resolved to disseminate all those techniques, due to his frequent deviations while deciphering the techniques of the wordless golden book. Even his profound understanding had gone awry. Thus, even the most standard techniques had been transformed into bizarre forms of demonic arts. They were extraordinarily unorthodox. Hence, he was far from lacking in demonic techniques. Master, I also want to cultivate demonic arts, to follow in your footsteps. At this moment, Chun Tianhu gazed up at Han Li, his youthful face brimming with hope. Absolutely. Why should the disciple of a great demon not cultivate demonic arts? Han Li laughed heartily. Since you all refer to me as a demon, I shall fulfill your wishes and become a true demon. The first to follow him in cultivating demonic arts would be his registered disciple. Years later, the title of Tianhu, the esteemed disciple of Han Tianzuan, would become a name that struck fear across the realm of cultivation, to silence the cries of children. Upon departing from the Baimei villa, Han Li and his companions first returned to the Dongjiang Xianmen. Within Dongjiang Xianmen, the elder Zhao Dongsheng was anxiously awaiting the return of Zhang Hai, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of Han Li at the main hall's entrance. Demon Han Li, you have returned. Zhao Dongsheng sprang to his feet, a surge of murderous intent instantly filling the hall. I am a person of principle, one who believes in severing the roots. With that declaration, Han Li transformed into a flash of crimson light, swiftly darting towards Zhao Dongsheng. Desolation of the Eight Wildernesses. With a thunderous punch, the force of obliteration surged forth. Kill! O Azure Sea, listen to the waves. Zhao Dongsheng struck with both palms, unleashing a terrifying power that cascaded like surging waves, echoing with the sounds of crashing tides. Boom! Their palms collided with a resounding crash akin to thunder. Yet, rather than retreating, they remained tightly locked together. As the mysterious Yuan absorption technique commenced, the spiritual energy within Zhao Dongsheng surged forth like a torrential flood into Han Li's body. The outpouring of cultivation power caused Zhao Dongsheng's expression to shift to one of sheer horror. In a moment of bewilderment, he lamented, "Ah, how foolish of me to forget that my greatest strength lies in siphoning the power of others. Had I known, I would have attacked from a distance." His cries echoed in desperation. Upon witnessing Han Li, he was instinctively driven to retaliate, especially given Han Li's initial offensive. Yet he neglected the crucial fact that engaging in close quarters with Han Li would result in the loss of everything. A distant attack? Han Li chuckled. It seems my information needs updating. Even that will be futile. With that, he extended his hand towards the elders who had yet to comprehend the situation. Oh, my spiritual energy is being drained. How swift. I am depleted. The atmosphere was filled with horrified exclamations as all present felt their spiritual power coalesce into a torrent directed toward Han Li. As this formidable wave of energy surged into his body, Han Li felt a violent tremor within him, accompanied by a resonant drumming sound emanating from his chest. Simultaneously, his cultivation level ascended once more, reaching the third tier of the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual energy from the heavens and earth rushed madly into his form, providing him with immense replenishment. Ecstatic, Han Li realized that his power had soared to a significantly higher echelon. He was now capable of effortlessly overpowering his former self from merely a minute ago. Thunder drumming celestial sound? My heavens, you have actually broken through to the rarely seen Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Zhao Dongsheng, whose head was still affixed to his neck, exclaimed in shock. What does thunder drumming celestial sound signify? Han Li inquired, raising an eyebrow. Do you truly wish to know? Zhao Dongsheng hesitated momentarily before bursting into manic laughter. Ha ha, I shan't divulge it, demon. I want to tell you, but if you are truly eager for the answer. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Zhao Dongsheng's head was forcibly driven into his chest cavity before he could finish his sentence. Who would be so inclined to know anyway? Han Li scoffed disdainfully, discarding Zhao Dongsheng's lifeless body and advancing towards the remaining elders. Can someone elucidate the meaning of what that old fool just said? Are you not the one who claimed to be uninterested in knowing? What nonsense? Han Li continued, unfazed. I assure you, I am not one to coerce. I prefer harmony. He slowly raised his palm, unleashing a ferocious aura from above. I demand that upon completion of your explanation, you guarantee my clemency. At that moment, the third elder of the Dongjiang immortal sect, Luo Qifeng, trembled slightly and spoke in a grave tone. The other elders turned their attention to him, anxious yet unaware of Zhao Dongsheng's true intent, as they had not delved into such matters previously. Very well, I personally guarantee your safety. Han Li replied promptly. It was said that only those who achieve the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment experience the thunder-drumming celestial sound upon breaking through to a minor realm, a testament to the strength of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Similarly, when the Tao of Heaven lays the foundation, there exists a certain probability that it may invoke the heavenly tribulation during the subsequent refinement of the golden elixir. However, the emergence of the resounding heavenly sound of the Tao is certain to summon the tribulation. The very thought of heavenly tribulation made Han Li's eyes narrow. This phenomenon was quite foreign to him, though he had heard tales, often described as a harrowing experience of 9 deaths to 1 life. It was said to be a lightning strike from the heavens, and overcoming it would undoubtedly bestow immense power. Yet, failure to transcend it would result in endless suffering. Furthermore, the ancient texts he had perused indicated that such tribulations typically manifested only when one was on the verge of breaking through to the formidable stage of the nascent soul. At that moment, would I truly have to face the wrath of the thunder? Han Li pondered uneasily. I know no more than this. Please allow me to depart. At this juncture, Luo Qifeng spoke up. Rest assured, I, Han Li, am a man of my word. Han Li replied with a slight smile, gesturing for him to leave. Luo Qifeng was immediately filled with excitement, casting a glance at the other elders. My apologies, esteemed ones. I must take my leave first. With that, he swiftly made his way toward the exit. However, just as he reached the door, a figure obstructed his path. Chen Hong, are you going to stop me? Han Li has already stated he would let me go. Luo Qifeng halted abruptly, shouting at Elder Chen. He chuckled. I heard it quite clearly. Brother Han assured that he would personally release you. However, I have no intention of letting you go, and that has nothing to do with Brother Han. Elder Chen laughed heartily. Every one of these elders from the Dongjiang immortal sect, without exception, harbored grudges against him. With decisive swiftness, Elder Chen unleashed a punch towards Luo Qifeng. Chapter 70. I have a dream, every practitioner. With a sudden spurt of blood, Luo Qifeng was hurled backward, crashing to the ground in a fit of convulsions. The power of Elder Chen surged violently within him, annihilating his life force. I curse you. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Luo Qifeng's head collided with the earth, extinguishing his life entirely. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Han Li, as if playing basketball, struck the heads of those around him, sending them crashing into their chests. The Dongjiang Xianmen, which had dominated the Anping County for centuries, was thus obliterated. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li and his companions meticulously searched the area before departing from the Dongjiang Xianmen, returning to the secluded forest cottage where Elder Chen resided. Brother Han, shall we take a brief respite before we proceed to annihilate the Wangyue Xianmen? Elder Chen inquired within the forest cottage. There is no rush. I have just ascended to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage and need to stabilize my cultivation. Furthermore, before investigating the Wangyue Xianmen, I must make a trip to the city. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Brother Han. I will prepare some food for us to enjoy a hearty meal, Elder Chen replied before stepping outside. 2 days swiftly passed, during which they remained in Elder Chen's cottage, not venturing out. As midnight approached, both Elder Chen and Chun Tianhu were sound asleep, allowing Han Li to quietly slip away towards Yong'an City. At the Wanbao Pavilion, Dong Yuan lay asleep when a sudden knock resonated at her door. I care not who you are, you better provide a reason, or you shall find yourself seeking your great-grandmother in the underworld. Dong Yuan's icy voice came forth from within the room. In truth, she had awakened the moment someone stealthily entered the Wanbao Pavilion. The formidable power of a golden core cultivator endowed her with an extraordinary sense of awareness, allowing her to scan the surroundings within moments, rendering the modest Wanbao Pavilion inconsequential. It is I, Han Li, came Han Li's voice from the doorway. Oh, it is Brother Han. What brings you here at this late hour, a lone man and a solitary woman? What are your intentions? As soon as his voice fell, the door swung open, and a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Gulp. Han Li, about to speak, widened his eyes in astonishment. Such boldness, such whiteness. Dong Yuan's attire was exceedingly daring. The silk mini nightgown revealed ample expanse of her fair skin, and were it not for its scanty fabric, it bore little difference to nudity. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. Dong Yuan was indeed exceedingly candid with him. Do you find it appealing? She asked, twisting her slender waist, exuding an enchanting allure. Enchantress. Han Li silently scolded himself, quickly regaining composure. Manager Dong, I seek you for an important matter. Let us be serious. Are you implying that I am not serious? Dong Yuan teased, playfully lifting Han Li's chin with her hand. The gentle warmth of a touch caused the corners of Han Li's mouth to twitch. Goodness, yet another teasing encounter. However, it was merely for that brief moment before Dong Yuan withdrew her delicate hand and stepped back to allow Han Li to enter the room. Speak. What serious matter do you wish to discuss with me? If you delay any further, I shall soon be departing from Yong'an City. Once they were seated across from one another, Dong Yuan propped her arm on the table, gazing intently at Han Li. You are leaving Yong'an City in just a few days? Han Li expressed his surprise. Indeed, I have my own matters to attend to. I am now a golden core cultivator, capable enough to handle my affairs, Dong Yuan affirmed with a nod. Well then, it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. I wish you all the best in your endeavors, Han Li replied with a light laugh. Dong Yuan smiled subtly. Then I shall thank you in advance. But are you not curious about what I must attend to? Not in the least, Han Li responded decisively. Dong Yuan rolled her eyes. You are so wary. As if you fear being entangled in my affairs. Han Li merely smiled in silence. Enough about my matters. Let us discuss your purpose for coming here. Dong Yuan waved her hand dismissively. The truth was, her situation was quite complex, and given Han Li's current strength, even inviting him into her troubles would be of little benefit. All right, let us focus on my affairs. Dong, could you possibly change into another outfit? Han Li began to voice his own request, but shifted his words. It's late, and I fear you might catch a chill. He was, after all, a normal man. A vigorous young lad whose gaze wandered unwittingly. Every word he spoke was accompanied by a glance, disrupting his train of thought. Should his reaction become too evident, it would lead to an awkward situation. Giggles erupted from Dong Yuan as she followed Han Li's gaze downward. You, with your lustful thoughts yet cowardly demeanor, blame me for your wandering eyes. Do you truly think a golden core cultivator like myself could catch a chill? Coughing softly, Han Li forced a smile. Very well. Let us discuss your serious matters. Dong Yuan acquiesced to Han Li's suggestion, changing into a slightly longer dress. While it still could not entirely conceal her perfect figure, it was an improvement. Han Li expressed his gratitude before stating, I would like Wan Beige to assist me in printing some cultivation techniques. I have heard that your establishment offers such services. Help you print cultivation techniques? What purpose do you have for that? Dong Yuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. The overall cultivation strength of Omping County is far too weak. I wish to aid in its improvement. Distributing these techniques would fulfill a dream of mine, to provide everyone with the opportunity to cultivate, whether they be humble farmers or noble sons, granting all an equitable chance to become powerful cultivators, Han Li declared. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Dong Yuan nearly spat out in disbelief. She stared at Han Li with utter astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness, Han the benefactor, are you certain you are not jesting? As far as I know, within a mere 2 days, you have annihilated thousands from both the Qinghe Immortal Sect and the Dongjiang Immortal Sect. You are swifter in slaughter than a butcher, and now you claim to have a dream of assisting the entire Omping County in enhancing its strength? This is akin to a butcher professing his devotion to Buddhism while simultaneously advocating for vegetarianism and expressing affection for pigs. Am I truly that wicked? Han Li rolled his eyes, rendered speechless. The prejudices harbored in people's hearts are akin to an insurmountable mountain. With a resigned sigh, he replied, I speak earnestly. I genuinely wish to aid Omping County in elevating its strength. However, the cultivation techniques they practice are not ordinary. They are modifications I have devised. They will likely resemble the methods I employ. Resemble Han Li's methods? Dong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in realization. With a clap of her thigh, she exclaimed, I understand now. You desire everyone to become a demon, just like yourself. Chapter 71. The Art of Demonic Magic. The first batch of 1 million copies. Young Master Han, your ambitions are truly formidable. A flicker of astonishment glimmered in Dong Yuan's beautiful eyes. Within the Dezhou dynasty, other practitioners of demonic arts lurked in the shadows, hesitant to reveal their presence. Yet, Han Li boldly proclaimed, if you do not allow me a seat at the table, I shall append it. I will transform everyone into a practitioner of demonic magic. Cultivating immortality is no simple feat under the dominion of various powerful sects. The true access to cultivation techniques is exceedingly scarce. The higher-tier cultivation methods are fiercely guarded by the major factions, designed to obstruct the ascent of many, relegating them to the lowest echelons of the cultivation world, where they must endure and obey. If Han Li were to distribute the demonic techniques he possessed, each with a rapid cultivation speed, the implications would be unfathomable. It could very well sweep across the entirety of the Dezhou dynasty. Han Li smiled slightly. I am merely compassionate, concerned for all beings, wishing to provide them with an opportunity for cultivation. Dong Yuan regarded him with utmost seriousness. I believe your words. Or perhaps not. She continued, how many copies do you intend for me to help you print? Understand that engraving techniques is no trivial matter. It is not merely a matter of inscribing characters onto blank pages and sketching cultivation diagrams. Each stroke must be flawless, otherwise it could lead to madness or worse. Ruin one's body. I possess an array of materials, perhaps several hundred volumes. Let us start with 10,000 copies for each volume. Dong Yuan found herself momentarily speechless. 10,000 copies for each volume, several hundred volumes. This amounts to millions of copies. Do you truly consider my Wanbao Pavilion a mere printing shop? Why? Is it not within the esteemed Wanbao Pavilion's capabilities to handle such an order? Money is no object. I have plenty in my pocket. Han Li chuckled. Do not underestimate the Wanbao Pavilion. Grant me 3 days, and I shall complete it for you. As for the price, I shall not take your money. Consider it a favor owed, Tong Yuan replied with a light snort, her beautiful eyes fixed on Han Li. Han Li cleared his throat. Actually, I can offer you a bit more spirit stones. Do I appear to be in need of spirit stones? Tong Yuan smiled softly, her gaze piercing into Han Li's. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to act against your principles. Han Li raised an eyebrow. Such as? She teased. Perhaps to spend the night with your elder sister. His face darkened momentarily. Very well, I shall owe you a favor. However, I require you to print and deliver the copies as swiftly as possible. The sooner, the better. Not a problem. I shall have everything ready for you in 2 days. Tong Yuan's spirits soared, her enchanting eyes radiating joy. Excellent. Follow me. I will prepare a private room for you and provide you with some materials. I shall first copy these demonic cultivation techniques for you. Tong Yuan nodded and led Han Li to another room, where she prepared the specific notebooks and writing tools for him. Subsequently, he extracted a tome from the ring, which bore the title Spirit-Seeking Technique, acquired from the Dongjiang Immortal Sect. As he delved into the Spirit-Seeking Technique, he comprehended the intricacies of the Blood Sacrifice Technique. Soon, a line of small characters appeared in his mind's blank golden book, detailing the cultivation methods and annotations related to the Blood Sacrifice Technique. This technique enables the extraction of vital blood essence, preferably from living beings, which, upon consumption, enhances one's own strength. Although it is somewhat clumsy compared to his own technique of siphoning vitality, it is nonetheless commendable and accelerates the pace of cultivation, particularly for those lacking innate talent. As long as one possesses the audacity to seize another's blood, they can become a cultivator. Thereafter, Han Li picked up a nearby pen, dipped it in ink, and recorded the secrets of the blood sacrifice technique. Observing Han Li transcribing the blood sacrifice technique in tandem with the spirit-seeking technique, Manager Tong was struck with astonishment. You have managed to transcribe this blood sacrifice technique alongside the spirit-seeking technique? She inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. After she perused the entire cultivation method of the blood sacrifice technique, she deemed it decidedly sinister and not a legitimate method at all. Indeed, Han Li did not conceal his intentions and openly acknowledged the truth. My heavens, how does your mind work? You have taken an otherwise noble technique and arranged it into a nefarious, demonic method. You are truly a congenital demonic body. Manager Tong was utterly flabbergasted. She had never encountered someone like Han Li in her entire life. He was simply too bizarre. Han Li merely smiled in silence, fully aware that all of this was the work of the blank golden book. In truth, he held no curiosity regarding the origins of this peculiar tome, which was imbued with such wickedness. Yet, he was fortunate to have such a malevolent treasure in his possession. Continuing with his composition of demonic techniques, Han Li further realized, you have studied the layered wave palm and comprehended the blood-killing fist. You have studied the turtle wave chi spirit technique and comprehended the blood marrow extreme technique. One demonic technique after another was inscribed by Han Li's hand. After standing by for a while, Manager Tong took her leave, returning to her own quarters. She was concerned that she would be unable to resist the temptation to learn many of the techniques contained within, even if they were of moderate quality. However, given her current status as a golden core cultivator, to enhance herself using the blood essence of others would likely require the sacrifice of half the population of Yong'an City. After all, she was a heavenly Dao golden core, incomparable to an ordinary golden core cultivator. As time passed, Han Li diligently continued his writing. Meanwhile, the Wangyue Immortal Sect was brilliantly illuminated. In the main hall of the Wangyue Immortal Sect, the principal leaders were gathered. Sect Master Xiao Wanhe occasionally glanced at an hourglass beside him. Sect Master Xiao, we have been waiting here for a day and a night. Will that demon Han Li ever arrive? The county governor cannot linger here indefinitely. Opposite Xiao Wanhe sits Wang Yangming, the governor of Anping County. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, it can be inferred that the nefarious Han Li is already en route to our Wangyue Xianmen. Could it be that he received word in advance, knowing you had come to oversee matters? This seems improbable. Xiao Wanhe furrowed his brow. With the Qinghe Xianmen and Dongjiang Xianmen having fallen consecutively, he could no longer remain idle and hastily expended significant resources to summon Wang Yangming for assistance. Yet, despite the wait, Han Li has yet to arrive. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Here's what we shall do. I will leave you a jade talisman. Should Han Li come knocking at your door, simply crush the talisman, and I shall rush to your side from the governor's residence without delay. Wang Yangming produced a jade talisman from his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Wanhe. As a county governor, he could not possibly remain in the Wangyue Xianmen all day long. Chapter 72. The Three Saints Sect and the Art of Human Pills. Very well, my lord. I shall notify you promptly once he arrives. Xiao Wanhe sighed, nodding in acquiescence. Subsequently, Wang Yongming rose and departed. Upon his return to the governor's mansion, his son Wang Tai hurriedly approached him. "Father, have we subdued that fiend, Han Li?" Wang Yongming shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. After waiting patiently for a day and a night, there has been no sign of him. He has likely learned of the invitation from the Wangyue immortal sect and is currently in hiding. This scoundrel certainly knows how to bide his time. Yet, can he evade fate forever? Wang Tai scoffed heavily. Wang Yongming smiled faintly. There is no need for concern. I have left behind the jade talisman. Once the fiend reappears, let Xiao Wanha shatter the talisman, and I shall go forth. Do rest early, and do not fixate on this matter all day. Soon, you will be heading to the Prince of Southern Town's residence. I shall explore other avenues to procure a trace of earth vein energy beforehand. Very well, father. You have worked hard. Wang Tai nodded earnestly. Wang Yongming then turned to leave, leaving behind Wang Tai and Qi Bei Wang, whom he referred to as his mentor. Wang Tai's expression was grim. That wretched scoundrel has unexpectedly grown so formidable. Is this the essence of Celestial Foundation? I once had some confidence in overcoming him, and now I hardly dare to show my face. A wave of frustration surged within Wang Tai. He believed that the celestial energy in Han Li's possession should have rightfully belonged to him, and now it had only served to empower Han Li, leaving him discontented. Observing Wang Tai's vexed and furious demeanor, Qi Bei Wang, standing beside him, spoke up. Young master, there is something I hesitate to mention, fearing it may be inappropriate. Mentor, please speak freely. There is no topic unsuitable in my presence, Wang Tai replied, turning to Qi Bei Wang. Very well, then, Qi Bei Wang continued. This method may seem somewhat inhumane, yet it possesses a certain probability of aiding you in achieving Celestial Foundation. Celestial Foundation? Wang Tai's eyes widened as he seized Qi Bei Wang's arm. Mentor, do you possess other methods to attain Celestial Foundation? Please, tell me. During my travels in the Great Zhou Dynasty, I heard of a unique alchemical sect residing in the mountainous regions of western Guangnan County. They are capable of concocting a substance known as the human pill. If we can capture Han Li and use him to create a human pill, there is a chance you could achieve Celestial Foundation upon consumption. It is said that even if you establish your foundation first, it will not hinder the process. Yet, there is a crucial point to consider. The primary ingredient for crafting the human pill must be prepared. There exists such a method? Wang Tai exclaimed in astonishment. And it does not even impede the initial establishment of the foundation? The human pill is somewhat terrifying. Mentor, knowing this method, why did you not disclose it to my father earlier? This is profoundly inhumane, as it necessitates the use of a person alongside other components to fabricate the human pill. The county magistrate, after all, is an official of the court, and I dare not speak too freely. Qi Bei Wang smiled bitterly. Master, you are mistaken. Although my father is an official of the Great Zhou Dynasty, first and foremost, he is my father. I must seek him out and implore him to find Han Li by any means necessary and suppress him. By the way, what is the name of the alchemical sect you mentioned? The Three Saints sect. Qi Bei Wang replied. Very well, I shall go find my father at once. With that, Wang Tai hurriedly left to seek Wang Yongming. Upon hearing this news in his chamber, Wang Yongming's brow furrowed immediately. I have indeed heard of the Three Saints sect. It is a demonic faction that the court has long sought to suppress. Are you certain it is wise to approach them for the creation of a human elixir? Moreover, as an official of the dynasty, our great Zhou has always adhered to the principle of suppressing demonic cultivators. Father, as long as I can achieve the foundation of the heavenly Tao, what does it matter? If I can establish my foundation in the heavenly Tao, I will undoubtedly gain considerable importance in the manner of the Southern King, becoming a trusted aide to the young prince. The Southern King wields immense power. Even the reigning emperor must respectfully refer to him as uncle. Once I establish my foundation in the heavenly Tao, our Wang family will no longer be confined to this modest territory of Anping County, and perhaps, I might even have the opportunity to seek out my mother. As Wang Tai's words fell, Wang Yongming's expression darkened abruptly. Have you not forgotten your mother after all these years? Father, please do not misunderstand my intentions. I merely wish to confront her and seek justice for why she abandoned us. Wang Tai's demeanor shifted, and he hastily clarified. Humph. Wang Yongming snorted heavily, his eyes flashing with anger. The events of that time cannot be easily articulated. He loathed that woman. Otherwise, how could he, a formidable golden core cultivator, be confined to the mere role of a county magistrate? Sensing his father's displeasure, Wang Tai dared not press further. You may return for now. Once Han Li has been subdued, I will consider whether to take him to the Three Saints sect to inquire about procuring a human elixir. Very well, father. Then I shall take my leave. Wang Tai's face beamed with joy. He understood that Wang Yongming's deliberation was, in fact, an implicit agreement. exiting his father's chamber swiftly. He could hardly contain his laughter. "Hanli, oh Hanli, despite your myriad efforts, you shall ultimately serve as my wedding garment, assisting me, Wang Tai, in stepping into the realm of the heavenly Tao." He. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Hanli remained within the Wanbao pavilion, and the originally prepared steward, Tong, lingered for an additional 2 days at Han Li's insistence, even providing him with 2 drops of golden core cultivator's blood. Such precious essence, the value of which is immeasurable. Dong Yuan truly regards Han Li as one of her own. In a large storeroom, Steward Tong led Han Li inside. "Everything you require is right here. I have gathered a considerable number of hands to print these for you." Han Li glanced at the room filled with martial arts manuals, a grin spreading across his face as he chuckled. "Thank you. However, since we are at it, Master Tong, why not assist to the fullest? Accompany the Buddha to the west and find some reliable errand runners to help distribute these items. You really do treat me as a mere tool," he exclaimed. "In all the land, which insignificant foundation establishment cultivator would dare to use a golden core cultivator as a mere instrument?" Master Tong shot him a significant eye roll. Yet, despite her words, she proceeded to instruct her subordinates to locate extremely dependable individuals to ensure the distribution of these demonic techniques. Han Li casually took a few manuals with him and bid farewell to Master Tong. "This fellow truly has turned the tables. Should things spiral out of control, it is likely that the imperial family of the great Zhou would hunt him down relentlessly. My earnest assistance may, in the end, prove to be either a blessing or a curse for me." Watching Han Li depart, Master Tong let out a soft sigh. Chapter 73. Ascending to the celestial gate of Mount Wangyue after departing from the place of Tong Yuan, Han Li patted his empty stomach and casually entered a modest eatery. He ordered 2 jin of strong liquor, 10 jin of marinated beef, and a plate of dongfang booby before settling down. Once he had indulged in a hearty meal, Han Li summoned the young waiter to settle the bill. The lad appeared to be merely in his teenage years, likely still attending a private school. Yet, he possessed a robust physique, greeting Han Li with a servile tone as he calculated the cost. "You're quite young yet so strong. Have you never considered practicing martial arts to join a celestial sect? Working as a waiter seems a bit beneath your potential." The young waiter paused for a moment, then offered a wry smile. "Sir, to become a cultivator, one either needs wealth or extraordinary luck to be favored by a powerful figure from a celestial sect. Alas, I possess neither. Being able to work as a waiter in this city, avoiding the daily struggles of hunger in a remote mountain village, and occasionally earning some wages, is already a significant improvement." "Ah, you are remarkably candid." Han Li chuckled softly. Tapping his fingers on the table, he inquired, "If I were to offer you a chance to become a powerful cultivator, one that would bring glory to your ancestors in exchange for this meal, would you accept? To become a cultivator?" The young waiter was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved his hands. "Sir, please do not jest. I am well aware of my limitations and lack the innate talent for cultivation. I can only rely on brute strength. One should not belittle oneself. Remember, as long as you dare to dream, success is always a possibility." "Everything is achievable," Han Li replied. With that, he retrieved a tome from his storage ring and placed it before the young man. "This is a cultivation method titled Blood Collection Ritual Technique. It contains detailed instructions for practice. You may study it at your leisure." "Is this for real?" The waiter's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the genuine cultivation manual. He was utterly incredulous. Such techniques typically cost thousands of low-grade spirit stones, an amount he could never afford, having never dared to dream of such luxury. Yet now, to exchange a mere meal for the opportunity to cultivate was akin to a windfall from the heavens. If he could truly succeed, he might return and rescue Xiao Chui from the clutches of the local landlord. Xiao Chui was his childhood sweetheart, sold at a tender age to become a child bride. This was the very reason he had escaped the mountains, enduring numerous perils, to earn money in the city, hoping to eventually redeem her. However, the prospect seemed too grand. He hesitated. Despite feeling profoundly moved, the young waiter forced himself to remain composed. "Do not fret, what I offer is genuine. Consider me a benevolent wanderer, traversing the world with kindness." With that, Han Li placed the blood collection ritual technique into the young man's hands and stood up, turning to leave as the waiter stared in bewilderment. "He truly gave it to me. Is this real?" After a full half-minute, the innkeeper suddenly jolted back to reality and hurriedly tucked the tome titled Blood Sacrifice Ritual into his bosom for safekeeping. This was a cultivation technique essential for practitioners, and should it fall into the eyes of others, they might demand it from him. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a gem can lead to guilt. Thus, he felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Little did he know that by the end of this night, He would not be the sole possessor of this technique. Departing from Yong'an City, Han Li made his way directly to the Wangyue Immortal Sect. This sect, distinct from the Dongjiang and Qinghe sects, specialized in weapon crafting. Nestled in the Yueshan Mountains, they extracted a variety of metallic ores, endowing the Wangyue sect with formidable combat and defensive capabilities. It was said that every strong practitioner within the sect possessed a piece of metal armor. He pondered whether he might unearth some particularly rare treasures. As Han Li stood before the entrance of the Wangyue Immortal Sect, his gaze swept across the meticulously organized patrols, guards stationed every 3 steps, with sentinels every 5. Their defenses were impressively thorough. Yet, he scoffed, thinking, what use is all this preparation? When the primordial spirit absorption technique is unleashed, they are nothing. Just as he was about to advance, a sudden thought struck him. I will first eliminate the Qinghe sect, followed by the Dongjiang sect. This information must have circulated by now. They should realize that their own strength is utterly insufficient to withstand me. Are they considering enlisting the help of County Governor Wang Yingming? If he were to arrive with his presence, a golden core cultivator stationed here would make my reckless infiltration akin to walking into a trap. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution, opting to observe first. Concealed until the stroke of midnight, he emerged from his hiding place. After a lengthy wait, he had discerned the timing of the guards' rotations. Every 2.5 hours, there was a brief interval of 10 breaths for the shift change, during which only 2 guards would remain on duty. Though 10 breaths seemed fleeting, it was ample time for him. The grand entrance of the Wangyue sect was too vast for merely 2 guards to adequately secure, presenting him with an opportune moment for entry. With a decisive thought, he activated the blood refinement divine light escape. As the shift change occurred, he propelled himself forward with all his might. A swift crimson light shot forth, unnoticed by the 2 guards on duty, and Han Li swiftly slipped into the Wangyue Immortal Sect. Once inside, he discovered an array of hidden sentinels. Should he have entered brazenly, word would have spread throughout the sect in no time. However, utilizing the blood refinement divine light escape, he adeptly maneuvered past one hidden watchman after another, finally arriving at the threshold of the Wangyue Great Hall. To his surprise, there were no guards present here. The Great Hall was brightly lit, and nearly all the high-ranking members of the Wangyue sect were gathered within. Sect leader, I feel we ought to prepare further by reaching out to the Golden Core powers in Lindu County or Guangnan County, requesting their stronger practitioners to come and provide support. What do you think? An elder approached Xiao Wanhe with a suggestion. Xiao Wanhe's expression grew slightly somber. It is not a matter of my willingness or unwillingness. Rather, we have already sought the assistance of Wang Yangming. Inviting someone from outside the county at this juncture may prompt unnecessary speculation from him. Furthermore, this concerns Han Li's identity. He is a demon. We are summoning them under the pretext of eliminating a demon, and should this information leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish Wang Yangming's reputation. If we offend him as a result, it would be a loss that outweighs any gains. The elders present furrowed their brows, acknowledging the validity of Xiao Wanhe's reasoning. They had managed to eliminate Han Li, but at the potential cost of incurring Wang Yangming's wrath, a situation that indeed seemed counterproductive. Haha, truly. As the esteemed leader of the Foundation Establishment sect, your considerations are remarkably thorough. I, Han, commend you, said one elder. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from outside the hall. The attendees within the hall jolted in surprise and hastily turned their gaze toward the entrance, only to see Han Li sauntering in with an air of nonchalance. You, the demon Han Li? How is this possible? How did you suddenly appear here? Chapter 74. In the final moments, a hero emerges. They were utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of Han Li at the doorway. There had been no prior warning. What were the patrolling guards doing? You have been sleeplessly longing for my presence, and now that I have arrived, are you filled with joy? Han Li chuckled softly. Joy. More like terror. In the blink of an eye, Han Li thrust his palm forward with great force. The art of absorbing spirit energy. The few foundational elders of the Wangyue sect, who were in close proximity, had yet to react when the spiritual energy within them surged violently toward Han Li Master. Save us quickly. The elders cried out in panic. Devil Han Li, you are arrogant. Release the elders at once, or you shall face certain death. In an instant, Xiao Wanhe retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring. This is a communication talisman left to me by the governor. If I shatter it, the governor will arrive in the shortest time possible. Release the elders now, and I can guarantee that I will not break the talisman, allowing you to leave Wangyue sect unscathed. We can settle our disputes another day. You dare to use Wang Yangming to threaten me? Han Li laughed heartily. Indeed, I acknowledge Wang Yangming as a formidable golden core cultivator, and I am currently not his match. However, The distance from the governor's estate to here is no less than several hundred miles. Even he, with his golden core prowess, could not possibly teleport to this location. By the time he arrives, I will have already annihilated all of you. Therefore, your threat is as futile as scratching an itch through thick boots, utterly laughable. Han Li burst into a raucous laughter, causing Xiao Wan's arm, which gripped the jade talisman, to tense with fury. Master, stop wasting time with him. Shatter the talisman and fight with all your might. An elder roared in rage. Regardless, Han Li had no intention of allowing them to escape. Shatter it. Master, let us fight him to the bitter end. We must hold on until the governor arrives. One elder after another bellowed, and simultaneously, they summoned various weapons. Charging fiercely at Han Li, ignorant fools. Listening to their bravado, Han Li found it utterly ridiculous. They had no idea how much stronger I have become compared to 3 days ago. He had already reached the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage. And with the Heavenly Tao Foundation, his power was terrifying. With a swift motion, Han Li raised his palm, and a force of annihilation erupted, striking down upon the incoming elders with devastating force. Annihilation of the 8 directions. This technique left no avenue for escape, a truly horrifying method of mass assault. He alone faced a multitude. Boom. The power of annihilation descended with incomprehensible ferocity. The elders spewed blood and were sent flying, suffering grave injuries in the process. Yet more dire is the fact that the annihilating force invading their bodies rampages uncontrollably, swiftly devouring their very essence. What cursed power is this? How insidious! Their vitality is being eroded, and the cells and flesh within them are succumbing to extensive necrosis, accompanied by an exceedingly foul stench emanating from their forms. Moreover, this force proves exceedingly difficult to expel. Han Li, you shall perish. Bang! Witnessing the pitiful state of their elder, Xiao Wanha could no longer maintain his composure. In an instant, he crushed the communication jade talisman in his grasp and summoned a set of magical treasures, the 100 Rivers sword box. This box, adorned with 100 swords of varying sizes, is the treasured artifact of the Wanhua sect. Clang, clang, clang. As Xiao Wanha infused a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the 100 Rivers sword box, a cacophony of piercing sword cries erupted. The hundreds of swords within the box levitated into the air, exuding an unparalleled radiance of sword energy. 100 Rivers sword box, obliterate all, kill for me. The myriad swords, releasing their blade light, surged towards Han Li like a tempest. This treasure is rather impressive. Han Li lifted his gaze, observing the oncoming array of swords with a look of profound satisfaction. I have heard that your Wanhua sect specializes in crafting weapons. This is splendid. I am quite fond of it. Allow me to test the might of your 100 Rivers sword box. Whoosh. In the next moment, he abruptly extended his right hand, unleashing the primordial absorption technique, drawing in several foundational elders who were writhing in agony from the invasion of the annihilating force, positioning them before himself. They collided head-on with the onrushing swords. Boom. With a thunderous roar, those foundational elders exploded like fireworks doused in blood, flesh, and gore scattering everywhere. Ah, you heartless fiend. Did you not say you wished to personally test the power of the 100 Rivers sword box? Is this what you call your own testing? Xiao Wan's eyes were nearly bloodshot. These elders effectively died at his hands. An overwhelming rage surged within him, nearly forcing him to cough up blood. Ha! I said I wanted to try it personally, but I never claimed I would use my own head for the demonstration. However, I must say, I am quite satisfied with the results. It's wonderfully uniform. Ah, go die? You shall perish. Xiao Wanha could no longer restrain himself. He struck his chest with his fist, expelling a large mouthful of vital blood. This vital essence, infused with a significant amount of spiritual energy, surged into the 100 Rivers sword box. Rumbling. At this moment, the power of the 100 Rivers sword box ascended to new heights. The sword energy it emitted extending over 2 meters, nearly tearing apart the space within the Grand Hall. Can I enhance the might of the 100 Rivers sword box through blood sacrifice? Excellent, excellent. With such an added capability, I find myself even more enamored. Han Li's eyes widened. Instead of fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill. However, just as the multitude of swords, radiating their lethal energy, was about to reach him, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from his original position, leaving the multitude of blades to strike nothing but air. In a sudden shift of form, Han Li appeared directly before Xiao Wanha, who was caught off guard, raising his palm to strike. Boom. Xiao Wanha hastily lifted his arm in defense, but simultaneously, a terrifying force erupted from Han Li's palm, causing the spiritual energy within Xiao Wanha to be rapidly drawn into Han Li's body. Demon Han Li, you need not be so arrogant. I merely took a step ahead of you. Once the county governor arrives, your demise is inevitable. Even if the governor fails to capture you, the formidable golden core cultivators from Lingdu County and Guangnan County will not let you, this demon, escape. Xiao Wanha shouted furiously, aware that Han Li's methods were exceedingly sinister, rendering him unable to overcome him. Think you can capture me? It won't be that simple. If pushed to desperation, I shall retreat deep into the mountains, cultivate until I reach the golden core realm, and then return to eradicate all of them without a trace. Han Li sneered repeatedly. No, you will have no chance to retreat into the depths of the forest. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from outside the hall. Han Li, who was eagerly absorbing Xiao Wan's spiritual energy, suddenly trembled. County Governor, you finally arrived. Quickly subdue that demon Han Li. From this day forth, the Mount Wangyue sect shall belong to you. I, Xiao Wanha, will be your most loyal servant. Facing the entrance of the hall, Xiao Wanha cried out with immense excitement upon seeing Wang Yangming's figure. How could he arrive so swiftly? Even a golden core cultivator does not possess such speed. Han Li abruptly turned his head, his gaze darkening as it fell upon that figure. Wang Yangming had indeed stood at the threshold of the hall. Chapter 75, Capsized in the Gutter, Captured. So soon? Observing Wang Yangming standing at the entrance, Han Li was taken aback. It was true that he was a formidable golden core cultivator, yet the distance from the county capital to the Wangyue Immortal Gate spanned several hundred miles. No matter how swiftly one flew, such speed was inconceivable. How fortuitous. I happened to have matters to attend to at Wangyue Immortal Gate, and unexpectedly encountered you. Wang Yangming chuckled. He had resolved to assist Wang Tai in capturing Han Li, intending to refine him into a human elixir. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to lie in wait until Han Li arrived. He had entrusted the affairs of the county capital to others, never anticipating that he would indeed stumble upon Han Li. Humph, had I known I was to venture out today, I should have consulted the almanac. Han Li's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. Ha ha ha, let us not dwell on the efficacy of this situation. Release Xiao Wanha. After all, you cannot escape today. Why not accumulate a bit of merit before your demise? Wang Yangming scoffed at Han Li. Han Li, release me at once, and earn yourself some merit. Xiao Wanha glared fiercely at Han Li, shouting incessantly. However, Han Li merely smiled disdainfully. Your entire reservoir of spiritual power has been siphoned by me. You are now nothing but a useless husk. In this world, the useless have no right to exist, akin to a rat struggling for survival in the sewers. I shall send you on your way, sparing you the torment of life and the loneliness of old age. That is true merit. As his words fell, Han Li seized Xiao Wanha by the throat. With a crunch, his fingers constricted, shattering Xiao Wanha's neck. A stream of blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Wanha's mouth. You wretched beast. You seek death. I shall subdue you. Han Li's affront to his dignity was akin to a slap in the face, inciting Wang Yangming's fury. The terrifying might of a golden core cultivator surged forth in an instant, exuding an unparalleled oppressive force that rendered him akin to an ancient ferocious beast. He extended a hand toward Han Li, and as he did, the very air trembled, with countless spatial fissures appearing throughout the hall, unable to withstand the might of his strike. Wang Yangming, even as a golden core cultivator, it is not so simple to take my life. Rest assured, when my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall come to claim your head. Han Li's eyes widened in rage as he bellowed. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, his flesh quaked violently. Then, seizing Xiao Wanha's corpse, he hurled it toward Wang Yangming with ferocity. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Wanha's body exploded into a mist of blood. Simultaneously, Han Li revealed a drop of bright crimson, almost enchanting blood within his grasp, emanating a faint glow, seemingly imbued with divinity. This was the essence he had acquired from Tong Yuan, the blood of the heavenly Dao golden core, containing immeasurable divine attributes. To his surprise, he was compelled to use it so soon. Han Li's heart bore a tinge of reluctance. Han Li, if you dare to flee, I shall ensure that the Chun grandfather and grandson meet a most untimely demise. Just as Han Li was about to consume a drop of the heavenly Dao golden core's essence blood, Wang Yangming's icy voice resonated. His arms suddenly halted, and he tilted his head, glaring furiously at Wang Yangming. What did you say? Ah, is my message not sufficiently clear, esteemed county lord? Wang Yangming replied with a cold smirk. I am aware of your unique and swift movement technique. However, should you attempt to escape, I will not hesitate to annihilate the Chun duo residing near the East River's Immortal Gate. Han Li's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as he bellowed in rage. How do you know of their existence? Huh, as the head of this county, is it not a trivial matter for me to investigate you? You have frequented their abode. establishing a significant bond with the Chun grandfather and grandson, have you not? With a mere command, I could have them both executed. Surely, you would not wish for their deaths to be at your behest? Han Li clenched his fists. He certainly did not desire for Elder Chun and Chun Tianhu to perish because of him. Yet to sacrifice his own life for theirs was a notion he found himself unprepared to embrace. Moreover, consuming this heavenly Tao golden core essence blood might allow him to reach Elder Chun first and rescue them. However, in this fleeting moment of hesitation, Wang Yongming lunged forward. His palm struck down with a resounding thud. Startled, Han Li activated his blood refinement divine light to evade, only to find himself ensnared as if by an invisible barrier. With a crashing sound, he was violently thrown back. Ha! You little demon, how naive you are. Did you truly think I would believe you would forsake your own life for that grandfather and grandson? After all, you are a demon, and surely value your own existence above all else. Yet you should never hesitate. Do you not realize that upon reaching the golden core stage, one gains the ability to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth within a limited scope, creating an invisible prison, unseen yet inescapable? As he watched Han Li flail helplessly, unable to escape, Wang Yongming erupted into delighted laughter. The golden core stage is indeed terrifying. Damn it! Han Li's expression darkened, as he never imagined he would find himself caught in such a predicament. Was he truly to meet his end here today? Reluctant and furious, he resembled a cornered beast, his visage twisted with rage. Yet the insurmountable gap in power left him with no means of resistance, forcing him to watch helplessly as Wang Yongming's hand descended, the overwhelming force of the golden core engulfing him entirely. However, Wang Yongming did not kill him. Han Li raised an eyebrow. Did you not intend to slay me? Why imprison me instead? Do you wish for me to cultivate your dark arts? Ha! Though your dark arts are indeed intriguing, they scarcely reach the heights of true mastery. As a distinguished official of the great Zhou dynasty and the head of a region, a master of the golden elixir, how could I covet your trifling sorcery? Wang Yongming expressed his disdain. He lifted Han Li, declaring, I spare your life for your potential utility. With that, Wang Yongming soared into the air, carrying Han Li forth. The piercing wind sliced across their faces like blades. This was Han Li's first experience of such height and speed. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Yong'an City. Bypassing the city gates and descending directly into the provincial capital, they entered an ordinary courtyard. Lord Governor. The guards beside the courtyard hastily saluted. Summon the young master. Wang Yongming instructed calmly, before escorting Han Li into a room. Shortly thereafter, Wang Tai hurriedly approached. The unexpected visit from Wang Yongming at such an hour signified something of utmost importance. Upon entering, he was taken aback, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Han Li. Is this Han Li? He stammered. Indeed, Wang Yongming replied with a smile. Goodness. Father, you actually captured him? Oh my, you truly apprehended him. Ha ha. This is splendid news. Father, how did you manage to seize that fiend? Wang Tai exclaimed joyously, clapping his hands in excitement. Chapter 76. Arrival at the Three Sacred Sects. The elixir of humanity bestowed upon the fortunate. It is not an exaggeration to declare that just as he was lost in slumber, he dreamt of having captured Han Li. Furthermore, Wang Yongming had successfully persuaded the Three Sacred Sects to concoct for him an elixir of humanity. Just as he was poised to consume the elixir and ascend to the foundation of the heavenly path, a knock resounded at the door. Had it not been for the urgent message indicating that Wang Yongming sought him, Wang Tai would have surely delivered a few resounding slaps to the messenger. Ironically, after resolving to capture him and head to the Three Sacred Sects for the elixir, he contemplated lying in wait at the Wang Yuexian Min, lest this individual vanish unexpectedly. Employing some arcane method that would render his pursuit futile, the prospect of capturing him again seemed distant. Thus, under the cover of night, he set forth. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon Han Li in the midst of a violent rampage. Wang Yongming spoke, his visage adorned with a broad smile. Truly, it was a case of stumbling upon a treasure without expending any effort. Splendid, splendid. Wang Tai's handsome face radiated joy akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. You intend to transform me into an elixir of humanity? How cruel. Han Li's expression shifted. Although he was unaware of the nature of the elixir, it sounded malevolent. Cruel? The fiend Han Li dares to utter the word cruel? Consider the lives you have claimed and the powers you have obliterated. You are the least qualified to utter such a term. Wang Yongming scoffed derisively. Han Li, cherish your final moments. Perhaps you have never contemplated that everything you have desperately fought for will ultimately serve to adorn another. And I, Wang Tai, am that other. Laughter erupted from Wang Tai. Filled with pride. Father, when shall we journey to the Three Sacred Sects? He inquired, turning to Wang Yongming. The sooner, the better. We must strive to reach the foundation of the heavenly path before you visit the Prince of Southern Jun. Let us depart early tomorrow morning for the 3 sacred sects in the southern domain. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Father, Wang Tai replied, excitement evident in his nod. As time passed, at the break of dawn the next day, accompanied by Wang Tai's mentor, Qi Bei Wang, the 4 set forth. For Han Li, the hours dragged on like years. From Wang Tai and his companions, he learned the purpose of his capture, to journey to the 3 sacred sects where, mixed with other materials, he would be transformed into an elixir of humanity. As one who had already established the foundation of the heavenly path, he was the primary ingredient for this elixir. Once successfully crafted, Wang Tai would consume it and thereby attain the foundation of the heavenly path. Damn it, I, Han Li, have yet to make my mark, and I am already to be refined into an elixir. I refuse to accept this fate. Throughout the journey, Han Li was consumed by a profound sense of injustice. Yet what could he do? 3 days later, they entered the southern domain. The 3 sacred sects resided deep within a mountain forest in this region. After a thorough inquiry, they arrived at the location of the Sanxing sect. Here, there were no grandiose edifices, but rather a series of villages nestled within a dense forest. Xiao Tai, it is imperative that you closely follow my lead and refrain from touching anything indiscriminately. Furthermore, do not engage in conversation or interaction with anyone inside. Wang Yongming solemnly cautioned his son. The Sanxing sect is quite unique. It embodies both righteousness and wickedness. Though it has faced significant oppression from the imperial dynasty, it remains powerful, renowned for its expertise in alchemy, poison crafting, and the art of goo cultivation. I understand, Father. I will be cautious, Wang Tai replied, a sense of unease gripping his heart as he nodded vigorously. Halt. Ahead lies a restricted area. Entry is forbidden. Shortly thereafter, 2 men emerged abruptly from the thicket, blocking their path. I presume you 2 are disciples of the Sanxing sect. My name is Wang Yongming, and I have journeyed from the eastern Amping County. My purpose is to seek elixirs, and I am prepared to offer generous compensation for them, Wang Yongming stated politely, showing no condescension despite the fact that the 2 men were merely foundational cultivators. He then deftly produced 2 high-grade spirit stones and handed them over. The young men gazed at the resplendent spirit stones, their eyes momentarily glimmering with avarice. These were high-grade spirit stones, each worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although they were disciples of the Sanxing sect, the pursuit of cultivation and resources demanded substantial wealth. Especially for a faction often labeled as demonic and oppressed by the court, every resource was of utmost importance. Yet, they remained unmoved. One of them addressed Wang Yongming, saying, since you are sincerely seeking elixirs, it seems you have done your homework. The willingness of the Sanxing sect to provide elixirs hinges upon fate. When the stars align, it is seldom a problem. However, without such fate, the elixirs may not materialize, and I felt it necessary to inform you in advance. You speak true. Elixirs are bestowed upon those with fate is indeed a wise adage, Wang Yongming replied with a slight smile. He then revealed 4 additional high-grade spirit stones, causing the brilliance of the 6 stones to intensify. With a flick of his fingers, he sent 3 stones each toward the 2 men. My dear friends, it is evident that you share a profound connection with our Sanxing sect. Please, follow us. They promptly positioned themselves on either side, enthusiastically inviting Wang Yongming and his companions to proceed. How outrageous! Wang Tai muttered under his breath, irked that merely leading them had cost 6 high-grade spirit stones. They had learned that the Sanxing sect frequently engaged in such transactions, particularly with outsiders from the southern regions. However, under Wang Yongming's discerning gaze, he refrained from further comment. Guided by the 2 men, they entered a spacious village, where the interiors revealed a vast expanse, concealed from the outside by a canopy of trees. Please wait here momentarily. I shall fetch the elder of the Holy Elixir Village, one of the men announced. After they were settled, one of the men spoke. Thank you, Wang Yongming expressed his gratitude. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, slightly portly and adorned with a face full of moles, approached. As he opened his mouth, a set of yellowed teeth was revealed. Hearing from the disciples below that a few had come seeking elixirs, he inquired about the specific type they desired. Moreover, one of them was a renowned golden elixir cultivator personally seeking an elixir. It seemed the elixir in question held significant importance. Wang Yongming's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that this yellow-toothed old man was also a golden elixir cultivator, immediately discerning his level of mastery. My esteemed friend, you are too kind. We have come primarily in search of a rather unique elixir and have also brought the principal medicinal ingredients. Wang Yongming stood up and politely stated. Chapter 77. The dog brought home midway. Difficult to raise, you have also brought the primary medicinal ingredient. Wang Yangming's words took the old man with yellow teeth by surprise. It was quite normal for them to seek elixirs from the Sansheng sect, renowned throughout the southern domain of the Great Zhou dynasty for their exceptional quality. However, arriving with the main ingredient was somewhat unusual. Indeed, my friend, we seek to procure a rather unique elixir, and this is the medicinal ingredient I have brought. Wang Yangming replied with a smile, gesturing towards Han Li. The old man's gaze shifted to Han Li, and upon closer inspection, a glimmer of golden light sparked in his seemingly murky but astute eyes. Han Li appeared as pure as jade, with a spirit as radiant as gold, resembling a meticulously polished piece of exquisite jade. This medicinal ingredient is remarkable. It is a rarity, 1 in 10,000, nay, 1 in 100,000, or even a million. The old man exclaimed as he approached Han Li, his discerning eyes piercing through to the essence of the young man, leaving Han Li feeling utterly exposed. Wang Yangming too was slightly taken aback. The old man's perception was remarkably sharp. He had discerned at a glance that Han Li was an exceptionally rare foundation of the heavenly Tao. The golden spiritual energy was a unique trait only attainable by one of such caliber. Seeing the old man advance towards Han Li, Wang Tai felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly glanced at Wang Yangming, fearing the old man might take an unexpected action. However, Wang Yangming calmed him, stating, "Since we are here to procure elixirs, it is inevitable that the primary medicinal ingredient, Han Li, will undergo scrutiny." The old man reached out and clasped Han Li's arm, a powerful force surging into Han Li's body. Just as he began to activate his mixed element absorption technique, Han Li urgently suppressed it. What a joke! The other party was a golden core master, and with such keen insight, his cultivation might even surpass that of Wang Yangming. If he provoked the old man, it could cost him his life, a foundation of the heavenly Tao, and a most perfect one at that. Its roots had been tempered through countless trials, even undergoing a refining process just 3 days prior, aiming for a flawless state. Good heavens, where did you procure this medicinal ingredient? The old man marveled, turning to Wang Yangming in astonishment. Like me, he hails from Amping County. However, he is rather unique, and it is not something that can be explained in a few words. Let us return our focus to the matter of alchemy. I wish to request your esteemed sect to assist in refining a human elixir. As for the price, it is of no concern. I have made ample preparations. Wang Yangming replied with a slight smile, intentionally refraining from providing too many details about Han Li. The Sansheng sect walked a fine line between righteousness and villainy, and becoming too accommodating towards Han Li could lead to complications. Ha! Indeed, I have been somewhat reckless, the old man chuckled. The elderly man with yellowed teeth suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that Wang Yangming was subtly refusing his inquiry. However, given the rarity of such medicinal ingredients as Han Li, he was reluctant to give up so easily. Instead, he addressed Wang Yangming, saying, "You seek the human pill, presumably to assist him in ascending to the foundational level of the heavenly path. How about this? I possess several high-grade foundational pills, including the Ho-Tu pill refined from the essence of terrestrial veins. Would you consider exchanging your medicinal ingredient for one of these?" Wang Yangming slightly furrowed his brow, responding, "You are correct. My intention is indeed to ensure my son successfully establishes his foundation in the heavenly path. However, may I inquire if these alternative foundational pills can guarantee a 100 success rate for my son? If so, I would readily agree to the exchange." The elderly man fell silent for a moment before speaking candidly. To achieve the foundational level of the heavenly path, I have 2 methods. One involves refining the essence of celestial veins under the foundation of the 12 levels of qi refinement, while the other requires the consumption of a human pill made from someone who has successfully established their foundation in the heavenly path. I cannot guarantee that the foundational pills I possess will ensure success. Wang Yangming replied, "I apologize, but it seems I cannot agree to the exchange. I have already invested a significant amount to secure him." With a smile, Wang Yangming expressed his regret. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Perhaps in the future, should I encounter someone similar, I could offer it to you. Well, it appears our fates are not aligned. I cannot tarnish the reputation of my 3 saints sect over such a trivial matter. The elderly man sighed, his gaze fixed on the handsome Han Li. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have taken you under my wing as a medicinal ingredient to concoct a pill I have never attempted before. This may delay the process of refining that pill even further. Han Li interjected, "What nonsense. I cannot believe you would turn me into a medicinal ingredient. I thought you wanted to take me as a disciple or something, but instead, you intend to refine me into a pill? How dare you?" At that moment, Han Li's composure shattered, and he unleashed a torrent of curses at the elderly man. Just moments ago, he He had thought the old man was vying for him because of his innate talents, possibly to take him as a disciple or at least as a pill boy, hoping to bide his time and seek an opportunity to escape. Little did he expect that he would be viewed merely as a medicinal ingredient. Have you not heard the ancient saying, "A dog brought home halfway cannot be raised to maturity"? How could I possibly accept you as a disciple? Curse all you want. Your futile rage provides me with a certain amusement. The elderly man laughed heartily. Curse you. Han Li nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. I've never encountered such a shameless old man before. Meanwhile, Wang Yangming and the others erupted in laughter. Han Li was deeply unsettled, which brought great amusement to those around him. The process of refining the human pill commanded a price of considerable magnitude. It required a total of 12 invaluable materials, including 3 dynamic and 3 static components, as well as 3 yin and 3 yang elements, all essential for harmonizing the malevolent energies, grievances, and corpse toxins produced during the refining process. This laborious endeavor spanned a full 3 days and nights before completion. The old man with yellowed teeth extended 5 fingers, 50,000 top-tier spirit stones. A collective gasp escaped the lips of Wang Yangming, Wang Tai, and Qi Beiwang, as they were taken aback. 50,000 top-tier spirit stones equated to a staggering 5 million inferior spirit stones. Friend, could this perhaps be a bit excessive? Wang Yangming inquired, taking a deep breath and speaking in a low tone. Excessive? I find it hardly so. 50,000 top-tier spirit stones in exchange for a foundation established by the heavenly path is indeed a bargain, the old man replied with a slight smile. However, senior, the most crucial main ingredient is provided by us. Wang Tai could not restrain himself from interjecting. It is precisely because you are supplying the main ingredient that the cost is set at 50,000 top-tier spirit stones. If you expect us to furnish the main ingredient as well, even doubling or tripling the price would not suffice for you to depart with it. The old man chuckled amiably. Am I truly worth so much? Han Li, who stood there in a profoundly discontented mood, felt a jolt of alarm. A doubling or tripling of the price, even at a conservative estimate of 150,000 top-tier spirit stones, would amount to an astonishing 15 million inferior spirit stones. Chapter 78. The Foundation of the Heavenly Path, the Forbidden Longevity. Alas, I cannot believe my worth. I feel compelled to sell myself. If I were to part myself out, selling a kidney today and a liver tomorrow, I dare say I could fetch an even higher price. Goodness, I have truly become ensnared in the pursuit of wealth. Now, I find myself the sacrificial lamb. How infuriating. Han Li's irritation deepened. Well, 50,000 premium spirit stones. It is fortunate that I came prepared this time. Otherwise, I might indeed struggle to pay. Wang Yangming let out a resigned smile. He then produced a spatial ring containing his decades of treasures. Within it lay not only spirit stones, but also other rare items that could be exchanged for equivalent premium spirit stones. The old man with yellow teeth gestured, effortlessly snatching the ring from Wang Yangming's grasp. A thread of divine consciousness entered the ring, swiftly scanning its contents. With a flick of his wrist, a sheet of yellow paper materialized from his realm, upon which he began inscribing a line of text with great haste. This was a written agreement. You shall stay here for the next 3 days. I will arrange accommodations for you. After 3 days, I shall deliver the human pill to you. As the words faded, the agreement flew into Wang Yangming's hand. Dear friend, cannot we wait nearby? Wang Yangming inquired, furrowing his brow at the sudden turn of events. The crafting of the human pill is a monumental endeavor, requiring immense effort and intricate procedures. And this is a secret technique of my sacred pill sect. How could it be displayed to outsiders? The old man replied nonchalantly. Very well, then I shall trouble you. Dear friend, Wang Yangming conceded with a reluctant nod. Do not worry. In my 3 sacred sect, we have always upheld integrity, and we shall not tarnish our centuries-old reputation over a mere human pill. With that, the old man seized Han Li and departed. Father, is there truly no cause for concern? Wang Tai asked anxiously, as this matter pertained to his future. Whether or not there will be issues is beyond our control. This individual's strength should surpass mine, and within the 3 sacred sect, there are more than one golden core cultivator. Rumor has it they even possess an ancestor of the nascent soul stage. Wang Tai gasped sharply. Since we are here, we might as well settle in. Let us wait patiently. To my knowledge, the reputation of the 3 sacred sect is relatively commendable, although it has faced suppression from the court in the past. The circumstances appear rather intricate, not merely due to their methods. Qi Beiwang interjected at this moment. Enough of this discussion. Let us exercise caution in our words and actions here. Wang Yangming waved his hand, halting their conversation. At present, they remain unaware of Wang Yangming's true identity as the governor of Anping County. If they were to discover that he serves the imperial court of the Great Zhou, unforeseen complications could arise. Just then, a young man with bright eyes and a charming smile entered. He approached Wang Yangming and the others, saying, "Esteemed guests, Elder Wiyazi has instructed me to take you to your quarters. Please follow me." Wang Yangming expressed his gratitude and followed the young man away. It was only at this moment that he learned the name of the old man with yellowed teeth, Wiyazi. Meanwhile, Wiyazi led Han Li into a cavernous abode. Inside, several alchemical furnaces were arranged, yet they did not linger, continuing deeper into the chamber. Here stood a colossal alchemical furnace, towering over 2 meters in height. Even from a distance, Han Li felt an intense heat radiating from it, despite the absence of any visible flames. Young man, within my sacred alchemy sect, there exist 3 formidable furnaces capable of drawing upon the natural spiritual fire, the heaven, earth, and human furnaces. Ordinarily, you would be placed in the earth furnace, utilizing the earthly flames for your refinement. However, due to the exceptional quality of your foundation, I have decided to open the heaven furnace for you. Even if only to refine a human elixir, I wish for you to experience the most precise and boundless heavenly fire. Perhaps we shall create the most exquisite human elixir in history. Standing before the towering furnace, Wiyazi excitedly grasped Han Li's arm. For him, the ability to produce exceptionally high-quality elixirs was of paramount importance, surpassing all else. Observing Wiyazi's exuberance, Han Li could not contain his frustration. Yet he suppressed his anger and called out to Wiyazi, "Old man, can we negotiate? If you release me, I shall offer you something of great value. Your 3 sacred sect is also a demonic sect, is it not? Coincidentally, I am a practitioner of the dark arts myself. I can impart my arcane techniques to you in exchange for my freedom." "Oh, so you are a practitioner of the dark arts?" Wiyazi exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed I am. I have taken many lives, my hands stained with the blood of countless victims. My dark arts are unique, unparalleled in the world. If I share them with you, it could elevate you to greater heights. You speak quite boldly, daring to make such claims before an esteemed golden core cultivator like myself. How amusing." Wiyazi laughed heartily. "I am serious. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate my unique techniques, but you must first release me." Han Li insisted earnestly, hoping to sway Wiyazi. However, Wiyazi burst into laughter once more. "You are a practitioner of the dark arts, with the lives of thousands upon your hands. The essence of their blood, refined through your craft, is splendid. This indicates a profound aura of malevolence surrounding you. The stronger your malevolence, the more potent the reactions within this furnace alongside the other materials. Perhaps I may indeed succeed in concocting the legendary longevity elixir. Do you know what the longevity elixir is? It is also known as the Foundation Establishment Elixir, which is a level above the Heavenly Foundation Elixir. In ancient legends, it is said that the cultivation of longevity can even transcend an entire realm, allowing one to contend with ordinary golden core cultivators. Upon reaching the golden core of longevity, one can engage in battles with the common Yuanian patriarchs. To cross an entire realm is to shatter the very laws of heaven and earth. It is deemed a taboo. Do you comprehend the essence of taboo? It transcends all worldly logic, defies comprehension, and eludes definition. This is the essence of the immortal of longevity. Without awaiting any response or inquiry from Han Li, Wiyazi, filled with fervor, began to boast excitedly. For such beings of longevity, including the foundation of longevity, have only been encountered in the most ancient texts. Yet he believes that since there are records of it, such extraordinary beings must have existed in the distant past, comparable to the taboo of longevity cultivation. Has he finished speaking? Han Li remained silent. He watched the frenzied Wiyazi, only speaking after the fervor of his voice had subsided. Chapter 79. The third layer of the primordial absorption of spirit technique, swallowing heaven and earth. Having finished speaking, you must be exceedingly curious about the foundation of longevity cultivation. Am I right? Do not hesitate to inquire, for it has been the focus of my research for several decades, and I am eager to provide you with answers. Wu Yazi gazed at Han Li with a look of earnest expectation. I question your ancestry, you wretched old fool. May you suffer a miserable fate for your delusions. Han Li retorted vehemently, unleashing a torrent of invective like a floodgate opened. His profanities were so vile that even Wu Yazi found them difficult to endure. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak so foully? Into the furnace you go. Wu Yazi's visage darkened, and without hesitation, he flung open the lid of the alchemical furnace and hurled Han Li inside. Stay there for a while. I shall gather the other ingredients and commence your refinement. With that, he sealed the furnace shut and cast a binding spell upon it before departing. Inside the furnace, it was pitch black, devoid of any light. Damn it! Is Han Li truly destined to be refined into a medicinal pill? The thought filled him with resentment. Seated in the darkness, he continued to rage against his predicament. However, he was powerless, bound by a restriction that was not composed of spiritual energy, but rather a peculiar rune, rendering him unable to absorb anything. Alas, if only I could reach the third layer of the primordial absorption of spirit technique, swallowing heaven and earth, to absorb all things. Sitting in the inky depths of the furnace, Han Li sighed, but in the next moment, a realization struck him. The primordial absorption of spirit technique. I have only just reached the second layer. If I strive towards the third layer, I could achieve it. The longevity essence I have gathered should suffice for my cultivation to the third layer. The third layer of the primordial absorption of spirit technique, swallowing heaven and earth, absorbing all. Regardless of the toxic substances he employs, I can absorb them all. Even if he were to scorch me with celestial flames, perhaps I could even consume that innate spiritual fire. Could it be that through this old fool's actions, I might grow stronger? If I truly achieve the longevity foundation he speaks of, I would be able to cross a significant realm in battle, thereby increasing my chances of escape. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He had been so preoccupied with slaughter that he had neglected his meditative cultivation. Indeed, this was how he had been caught off guard by Wang Yangming, leaving him no time to meticulously refine his learnings. Determined, Han Li sat cross-legged and began to fervently burn through the longevity essence he had previously gathered. Ever since he had mastered the primordial absorption of spirit technique, he had scarcely utilized the Sea-Sun longevity technique, as the essence required to ascend each minor realm was simply too great. To utilize the technique of yang gathering and lifespan supplementation, one must first seize the lifespan of others, which would significantly diminish the speed of enemy extermination, rendering it somewhat impractical. Unexpectedly, the first technique acquired through the formless gold book proved to be extraordinarily potent at this moment. As time gradually passed, the lifespan that Han Li had previously absorbed began to deplete at an accelerated rate. You have consumed 25,000 years of lifespan, learning the third level of the Hunyuan spirit absorption technique, devouring heaven and earth. Suddenly, a line of small characters appeared in Han Li's mind, detailing all the insights and cultivation methods regarding devouring heaven and earth. Han Li diligently studied, quickly achieving an exceptional understanding of the third level of devouring heaven and earth. In the future, should his strength be sufficient, he could even devour an entire realm. Whether tangible or intangible, all could be consumed into his body and quantified as energy belonging to him. Little beast, how I envy you. To bathe alongside 12 exquisite spiritual materials. Furthermore, the limitless heavenly fire has fused you all together. This limitless heavenly fire is the most formidable innate talent possessed by my Sanxing sect. Even within the Grand Zhou dynasty, it is renowned. Each invocation of the heavenly fire requires a vast expenditure of resources. In this transaction, I shall earn not a single coin, purely driven by the lofty ideals of an alchemist. At that moment, the voice of Wu Yizi resonated from outside the furnace. You old fool, your words are infuriating. You dare use me as a medicinal catalyst to fulfill your ambitions? I long to trample you underfoot and unleash my wrath upon you. Inside, Han Li sat cross-legged, retorting vehemently. Ungrateful. In that case, I see no need to waste further breath on you. Wu Yizi coldly huffed. Then, with a swift motion, he slapped the lid of the furnace open, revealing Han Li sitting obediently inside, the array he had set up still intact. Wu Yizi had no concern about Han Li attempting to escape. Such a notion was utterly impossible. With a wave of his hand, a massive earthen jar slowly rose from his side. Little beast. The spiritual liquid within this jar is immensely precious earth marrow. Just this one jar is worth a staggering 3,000 top-tier spirit stones. With a flourish, he poured the earth marrow liquid into the alchemical furnace. The semi-transparent, milky liquid exuded a peculiar fragrance. Upon inhaling its scent, Han Li felt himself becoming lightheaded, as if his pores wished to open wide. Indeed, it was a remarkable substance. He nearly succumbed to the urge to absorb it into his body, but managed to restrain himself. The sealing array binding him still remained. Should he consume the earth marrow liquid in an instant, Wu Yizi would undoubtedly flay him alive. Thus, he resolved to carefully study why he could break through the sealing array. The pouring of the earth marrow liquid continued until it filled Han Li's throat, finally coming to a halt. With a swift motion of his hand, 12 jade boxes lined the edge of the alchemical furnace. Within these boxes resided innate spiritual treasures, including 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, 1,000-year-old corpse fungi, and 1,000-year-old blood mushrooms, all exceedingly precious materials. Now, as they are destined to merge with you, I truly envy you. I genuinely envy you, the old man exclaimed in a frenzied manner. One by one, he placed the 12 invaluable items into the furnace. Once the lid of the furnace was sealed, it could not be opened again until the process was complete. You old fossil, if you envy me so much, why not step in yourself? Han Li retorted with feigned indignation. Ha ha ha. Envy aside, I am not yet ready to meet my end. With a resounding thud, as the old man's words fell, he waved his hand, lifting the restraints that bound Han Li. Then, with a decisive motion, he forcefully closed the lid of the furnace. Subsequently, he began to cast spells, imprinting various seals upon the furnace. Simultaneously, he threw a formation composed of 4 array flags, which hovered gracefully above the furnace. Chapter 80, Breaking Through 3 Realms, The Path to Eternal Life. In an instant, a profound fire pattern emerged rapidly on the stone wall above the alchemical furnace. Then, a cluster of pale azure flames spiraled down from above, entwining the furnace. Boom! As the flames reached the base of the furnace, they erupted violently, enveloping the entire structure. Meanwhile, Wu Yazi sat cross-legged in the void, his hands forming intricate seals as he unleashed his alchemical techniques to begin the refinement process. Within the furnace, Han Li felt as though he had been hurled into a boiling cauldron, undergoing a process of frying. However, the earth essence liquid was not scalding. Rather, it exerted a cooling effect, making him feel as though an icy cellar was lowering his temperature from the outside. Yet, this earth essence liquid was gradually warming up. The 12 rare herbs that Wu Yazi had placed inside began to dissolve as the liquid heated, spreading towards his body, causing a gradual, needle-like pain to emerge. The potency of these 12 rare herbs started to enter his system, prompting Han Li to involuntarily emit a cry of anguish. Good, good, good. If I can refine for 3 more days and nights, there is hope to concoct the legendary Longevity Foundation pill. Once completed, my status will soar, and even the chieftain and sect master will regard me with newfound respect. At the grand competition of the pill gods in half a year, I will undoubtedly rank among the best and gain renown across the nations. Wu Yazi was immensely excited, manipulating the process with increasing finesse, while various sounds emanated from the furnace, each one heightening his exhilaration. This indicated that the progress was remarkably smooth. Having played the part for long enough, it was time to employ the 3rd level of the primordial spirit absorption technique, the devouring of heaven and earth. Inside the furnace, Han Li vaguely heard Wu Yazi's ecstatic shouts, sensing that the moment was ripe. Instantly, he activated the primordial spirit absorption technique, the devouring of heaven and earth. In an instant, a vortex formed around Han Li, swallowing everything within the furnace into his body. As he absorbed the essence, Han Li's internal power surged rapidly, his meridians expanding, and his cultivation steadily increasing. In the unique golden spiritual sea of his heavenly Tao foundation, tumultuous waves erupted, accompanied by the sound of crashing surf. The emergence of such tumultuous waves was astonishing. My word, how long has it been since this phenomenon began to manifest? This refinement of the human pill is unprecedented. It appears I truly am on the verge of concocting the fabled Longevity Foundation pill. Outside the furnace, Wu Yazi was brimming with excitement, barely able to maintain his composure while seated in the void, itching to leap in joy. Before long, brilliant golden light surged forth once more, and Wu Yazi became even more exhilarated. My heavens! Another extraordinary phenomenon has appeared. Ancient texts record that the crafting of legendary divine pills is accompanied by a variety of wondrous sights. Yet, they only mention that such phenomena occur without specifying whether they appear before or after the pill is successfully refined. It seems they manifest prior to completion, truly befitting a legendary divine pill, distinctly extraordinary. The ever-mysterious Wu Yazi let out a series of low growls. This was a situation he had never encountered before. It was likely that not only he but even the esteemed leader of the Sansheng sect's divine elixir clan, a master alchemist whose skills transcended the ordinary, had never witnessed such an event. As time slowly passed, 2 days and nights slipped by, during which a myriad of extraordinary phenomena erupted at intervals. At long last, Han Li absorbed all the earth essence spirit liquid and 12 precious herbs from the alchemical furnace into his own being, along with the energy of the boundless celestial fire. A monumental transformation unfolded within him. The spiritual energy in his spirit sea shifted from its pure golden hue to a mysterious purple gold, reminiscent of the ethereal purple aura he had drawn down from the heavens during his initial breakthrough. With a resounding boom, as his spirit sea evolved, the purple aura plummeted and merged with the spirit sea, akin to a great dragon plunging into the ocean. The purple gold spirit sea underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Simultaneously, The purple-gold spiritual energy surged forth from the spirit sea, coursing through his limbs and bones, illuminating Han Li completely, with a myriad of resplendent radiance emanating from his pores. You have completed the long life foundation, cultivating into the long life Tao body. A line of small characters suddenly appeared upon the enigmatic golden script. This revelation caused Han Li, who had been wholly engrossed in his alchemical absorption, to shudder in astonishment. Long life foundation. Long life Tao body. Is this the fabled special constitution? It is said that in ancient sects beyond the great Zhou dynasty, there exist exceptionally gifted cultivators who inherently possess such special constitutions, enabling them to advance rapidly in their cultivation and wield immense power. My long life Tao body. Could it be considered a special constitution? Han Li was overwhelmed with excitement. Not only had he progressed from the heavenly Tao foundation to the legendary long life foundation, but he had also developed the long life Tao body, a truly astonishing feat. With each surge of spiritual energy flowing into his body, the barrier of his foundation establishment third layer was violently shattered, propelling him to the fourth layer. Yet, the momentum of his ascension did not wane. Boom. 2 hours later, he reached the fifth layer of foundation establishment. Boom. After an additional 3 hours, he attained the sixth layer. Only at this moment did the overwhelming force of his ascension finally subside, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the sixth layer of foundation establishment. To break through 3 layers in such a manner was extraordinary. If I were to receive another batch of such elixirs, I could perhaps ascend directly to the peak of foundation establishment. Han Li mused to himself, feeling the vast, oceanic power within him, taking a sharp breath. That old fellow mentioned that the long life foundation could enable one to transcend a major realm in combat. I wonder if I could challenge him to a contest of strength? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Outside the furnace, Wiazi was nearly beside himself with excitement. Barely able to stand, I sensed that profound and mysterious aura, akin to the essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The great Tao of heaven and earth is none other than long life. I have succeeded in refining it. I have successfully crafted the legendary long life divine elixir. I, Wiazi, shall become the foremost divine alchemist of the Three Saints sect, and indeed the only one of my kind. His exhilaration was palpable, yearning to unveil the elixir of immortality and flaunt it to the world. Yet, Wiazi exhibited restraint for what was half a day in the grand tapestry of time. Those fleeting moments felt like an eternity to him. At long last, the appointed hour arrived. With utmost care, he retrieved a sheet of delicate white paper, elegantly wiping his hands before solemnly lifting the lid of the furnace, poised to welcome the legendary elixir of immortality. However, in the next instant, a surge of violet golden sword energy erupted from the furnace, piercing through the air with ferocity. Wiazi instinctively dodged, but alas, he was a heartbeat too late, and the radiant blade struck his eye. A cry of agony escaped him as blood gushed from his right eye, pierced by the violet golden energy. You little beast, you survived? How could you possibly be alive? Wiazi, with his remaining eye, gazed upon Han Li in astonishment. The violet sword energy had emanated from Han Li's fingertip, wielded with such precision that it was akin to an unmatched blade. Chapter 81. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Fool. I was careless and failed to evade. How could this wretched creature still be alive, not reduced to a mere elixir of humanity? Wiazi was consumed by fury. His white hair wildly tousled. Blood streamed incessantly from his right eye, which had been blinded by the piercing purple sword aura. An unquenchable wrath threatened to ignite his very being. Old fool, I owe you my gratitude for aiding me in my leap into the Dragon's Gate, allowing me to attain the legendary foundation of eternal life. Not only that, but I have transformed my ordinary mortal body into the Tao body of eternal life. All thanks to you. What did you say? You have not only achieved the legendary foundation of eternal life, but also transformed into the Tao body of eternal life. How is this possible? How could you attain the Tao body of eternal life, renowned as invincible? Wiazi's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could not fathom that Han Li had accomplished such a feat, all due to his own actions. Do not flatter me so. It makes me feel bashful. However, I shall forever remember your generous assistance. When you depart this world, I will light 3 incense sticks on your death anniversary each year and send you 2 paper maidens, so you may enjoy your time in the afterlife. Han Li smiled faintly, but in the next moment, he erupted with a roar, annihilation of the 8 desolates. A terrifying force surged forth, striking Wiazi in an instant. Now that he had attained the foundation of eternal life, combined with his Tao body, Han Li pushed his strength to its zenith. The annihilation of the 8 desolates resonated with unparalleled destructive power, capable of shattering anything that stood in its path. "You insolent wretch, how dare you praise me, and then strike against me? I shall slay you and reduce you once more to an elixir, devouring you whole." Wiyazi's fury swelled, an overwhelming golden elixir aura emanating from his being. A blazing red halo, reminiscent of the sun rising in the east, erupted from the back of his head, momentarily immobilizing Han Li. The terrifying force that spread forth made it seem as though Han Li was mired in quicksand. "Die, you little beast." At that moment, Wiyazi raised his massive hand, akin to a fan, aiming to strike Han Li's head. The sheer power of the blow disturbed the air, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Swallowing heaven and earth, Han Li whispered inwardly. In an instant, the force that had ensnared him like quicksand was drawn into his body, and he regained his freedom. Blood-refining divine light escape. Whoosh. As Wiyazi's hand descended towards Han Li, he transformed into a streak of blood light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Boom. Wiyazi's palm struck nothing but air, crashing violently into the alchemical furnace behind him, sending the precious artifact soaring. However, before Wiyazi could indulge in his fury, he suddenly pivoted and retreated to the side, exclaiming in astonishment, "Blood-refining divine light. This is the supreme demonic technique from the chaotic demon sea beyond the Great Zhou. How could you? Are you perhaps a disciple of the demonic sect from the chaotic demon sea?" "The chaotic demon sea?" Han Li raised an eyebrow as he approached. "You actually recognize my technique?" He was genuinely surprised, as this was the first time someone had identified his skill. "Is my blood-refining divine light not unique?" Within the chaotic demon sea, there exist several renowned top-tier demonic sects, and even a powerful dynasty like the Great Zhou is insignificant in their presence. I once traversed the tranquil waters of that chaotic demon sea and heard of the blood-refining divine light. It is said to possess boundless speed and is a closely guarded secret of one of the formidable sections. "Do you know which sect it belongs to?" After hearing this, Han Li casually inquired, feeling quite intrigued, as it was the first time he had encountered such knowledge. You possess such a formidable technique, and yet do not know its origin from which demonic sect it hails? This proves you are not from the chaotic demon sea." Wiyazi's brow furrowed in surprise. Could it be that Han Li was not a practitioner from the demonic sects of the chaotic demon sea? If that were the case, where did he acquire such a powerful technique? Or perhaps he had obtained the inheritance of a formidable demonic cultivator from some other place. With this thought, Wiyazi became increasingly agitated, his remaining eye widening in excitement. "You little rascal, let me subdue you and see what kind of inheritance you possess. I shall seize it all." Boom. Wiyazi launched another attack, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying force that sealed off the space around them. He employed the exceedingly rare earth prison of the Golden Core stage against Han Li. Upon reaching the Golden Core realm, one could harness the power of the heavens and earth, akin to the force used by Wang Yongming when he once suppressed him. This celestial power was immensely formidable. At that time, he had been unable to absorb and refine it. But now, under the auspices of the primordial spirit-absorbing great method, he could absorb and refine everything. As the earth prison took shape, an unparalleled suction force surged from within Han Li's body, causing whirlpools to form in every pore, drawing in the vast celestial power that constituted the earth prison, strand by strand, into his being. In that instant, all obstacles became mere illusions, and he regained his freedom. Blood-refining divine light escape. Swish! Han Li vanished once more, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he surged forth. "How is this possible? I activated the earth prison. How could you break free?" Wiyazi exclaimed, filled with disbelief. A golden core cultivator should have an overwhelming advantage over a foundation establishment practitioner, as they could wield the power of the heavens and earth, a high-dimensional force exerting dominance over a low-dimensional one. Yet Han Li defied this expectation. Could this be the essence of the longevity foundation? Was he truly capable of battling across such a significant realm? But this seemed far too effortless. The boundless ZZ was profoundly shaken. Yet, upon realizing that all of this turmoil was wrought by his own actions, he seethed with uncontainable rage. The annihilation of the 8 desolations. Han Li, utilizing the blood-refined divine light, deftly maneuvered back and forth, seeking an opportunity to close the distance to ZZ. With a resounding strike, he delivered a heavy punch to ZZ's form. Splattered blood erupted from ZZ's mouth as he was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into several alchemical furnaces within the chamber. With relentless precision, Han Li surged forward, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon ZZ, causing him to spew forth blood repeatedly. However, ZZ was ultimately a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage, and not just any novice at that. After enduring Han Li's flurry of attacks, He unleashed an unfathomable surge of power that sent Han Li staggering backward. "You insolent wretch! How dare you injure me? How could you inflict such damage upon me? I am a practitioner at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage." Zizi raged furiously, incensed that despite losing an eye and suffering numerous blows, he had yet to lay a finger on Han Li. If word of this were to spread, no one would believe that a mere 6th-level Foundation establishment cultivator could send a 4th-level Golden Core master flying like a wild dog. It was as if he had been publicly humiliated. "Fiery Sky Palm, perish!" Zizi bellowed, invoking the profound techniques of the Golden Core. A colossal palm imprint, engulfed in roaring flames, surged forth, overwhelming Han Li and scorching the very fabric of space, causing ominous black fissures to emerge. In the realm of martial prowess, only speed remains unbroken. You cannot hinder me. All your techniques are rendered futile. Chapter 82. Escaping through the furnace. With a swift motion, Han Li once again employed the blood refinement divine light to disappear from his original position. The might of that strike was indeed formidable. He had no intention of confronting it head-on. Having evaded one blow? What about 10, 20, or even 100? I refuse to believe you can evade every single one. Boom, boom, boom. Wiazi unleashed a barrage of fiery giant palms, each one more powerful than the last. The alchemical cave, dedicated to the art of potion-making, trembled violently, causing several of the cauldrons to topple over. The tremendous commotion attracted the attention of numerous onlookers outside, who hurried to the cave to ascertain the cause of the disturbance. Confronted with the relentless onslaught of fiery palms, Han Li's gaze narrowed. The cave's dimensions were too confined, hindering his maneuvers. However, he quickly devised a plan. He retreated with haste, flinging open the cauldron he had just used, and leaped inside, sealing the lid tightly. Blood refinement divine light escape. Within the cauldron, Han Li unleashed the blood refinement divine light, and in an instant, blinding crimson light erupted from the cauldron, surging toward the dense barrage of fiery palms. Previously, Wiazi had boasted about the Qixing cauldron, a treasure of immense value. It was the most powerful cauldron in the alchemical cave, capable of withstanding the scorching heat of the infinite heavenly fire, a feat beyond the capacity of ordinary cauldrons. If the material were inadequate, one would not only fail in alchemy but risk an explosive disaster, leaving nothing behind. Thus, Han Li resolved to use this cauldron as his shield, confronting Wiazi head-on. Boom. Utilizing the cauldron's robust material, Han Li collided fiercely with the fiery palms, producing a thunderous roar. Even within the cauldron, he was nearly rendered deaf from the shock. Yet he sensed the cauldron's speed of propulsion increasing dramatically. He had burst forth. Han Li let out an exhilarated roar, without needing to lift the lid to check. He knew he had undoubtedly broken free. Otherwise, the cauldron would not have accelerated so significantly. "Damn it, you little beast, stay right there," Wiazi bellowed, astonished that Han Li had managed to withstand his attacks in such a manner. "You old fool. You may be a formidable cultivator of the 4th layer of the Golden Core realm, but had you just entered, I would have flayed your skin today." Simultaneously, Han Li's arrogant voice resonated from within the cauldron. "Ah, you little beast, come and die," Wiazi howled in fury, swiftly conjuring a killing sword from his storage ring and aiming it at the bloodlight emanating Qixing cauldron as it shot forth. A piercing beam of sword light sliced through the air, closing in with blinding speed. However, with his heightened senses, Han Li narrowly maneuvered the Qixing cauldron to evade the attack. Outside, the oncoming cultivators, eager to discover the source of the commotion, were taken aback as they witnessed a cauldron glowing with crimson light bursting forth. "This appears to be the Qixing cauldron. Quick, stop it. How did it escape?" A sharp-eyed individual quickly recognized the 7 Stars alchemy furnace and shouted in alarm. However, another voice soon followed, warning, "Watch out. There's a sword behind you." Boom. In the next instant, several individuals near the cave entrance were sent flying by the force of the oncoming 7 Stars alchemy furnace. Following closely, a fierce sword aura erupted forth. Stab, stab, stab. A chorus of anguish screams filled the air as blood mist and severed limbs exploded around them. With this strike, Wiazi had dispatched at least a dozen cultivators from the Divine Pill sect. "How dare you? What are you doing crawling over here? Get away. Get lost." Wiazi bellowed in fury as he prepared to unleash a second strike, only to be forced to halt upon witnessing the carnage. Those outside were bewildered and distressed. They had merely come to investigate and offer assistance, but they had not anticipated the sudden emergence of an alchemy furnace, which had already knocked several of them aside. Before they could comprehend the situation, the dazzling sword light had descended, claiming the lives of many. "Wiazi, what on earth is happening?" It turned out there were other elders from the Divine Pill sect present, all of whom were formidable golden core cultivators. Never mind the details. We must pursue that 7 stars alchemy furnace. My human pill has escaped. No, wait, that little beast has fled. Wiyazi roared as he grasped his sword and charged out. The human pill has escaped? Everyone present was taken aback. Was he truly so frantic merely to hunt down a human pill? This seemed utterly exaggerated. When had a human pill become so terrifying? Moreover, it appeared that Wiyazi had suffered injuries. I will assist you. The Golden Core Elder, who had been conversing with him, swiftly summoned his cloud and gave chase. All the members of the Divine Pill sect and the 3 Saint sect sought every means to intercept the furnace. It absolutely could not be allowed to escape. During the pursuit, Wiyazi shouted repeatedly. The speed of Han Li was alarmingly swift. They had only delayed for a moment, and Wiyazi already sensed he might not catch up. With his cries, more cultivators surged in from all directions, drawing their divine weapons to encircle the rolling 7 stars alchemy furnace. Not even golden core cultivators. You wish to intercept me? You will merely become my consumables and aid me. Han Li, hidden within the 7 stars alchemy furnace, scoffed. He suddenly flung open the furnace lid and, with a single hand, lifted the weighty furnace, which weighed over 10,000 pounds, and hurled it forward with tremendous force. 8 Desolations, Silent Annihilation. Boom. The terrifying power, combined with the enhancement of the 7 stars alchemy furnace, immediately reduced the 20 or so cultivators attempting to block him to mere blood mist. Yet, this blood mist did not dissipate. Instead, it surged like a torrent, being absorbed into him. Blood refinement divine light shield. Blood light surged around him, and his speed surged once more. Was he enhancing his speed with blood sacrifice techniques? This was precisely the secret method of that demonic sect, just as rumored. Ah, you little beast, you shall pay. Wiyazi, racing through the air, nearly burst with rage at this sight. His earlier shout had inadvertently bolstered his enemies. Splatter. In contemplating this, a surge of blood surged to my throat. Wiyazi suddenly spat a mouthful of heart's blood. However, this blood did not touch the ground. Instead, it transformed into a torrent that surged toward Han Li, who was fleeing ahead. Good heavens! Wiyazi, with his single eye darkening, nearly plummeted from the air. Chapter 83. Driven to desperation. He leaps from the cliff. Wiyazi was consumed by rage, nearly driven to madness. The commotion startled Wang Yongming and others, who had been assigned to the guest quarters. Wang Yongming, accompanied by Wang Tai and Shi Bei Wang, emerged from their rooms, gazing intently in that direction. Father, it seems something grave has occurred. Elder Wiyazi is pursuing a Dan furnace. Could it be that an accident has transpired during alchemy? It cannot afford to fail, as our ascension to the Tao of heaven hinges upon this human Dan. Wang Tai's expression turned serious, his voice laden with concern. Let us investigate. I heard it as well, Wang Yongming urged, leading his companions towards the source of the disturbance. As they traversed a distance, Wang Yongming's demeanor abruptly shifted. Disbelief etched across his face. Is that Han Li? How is this possible? How could this little wretch not have been refined into elixir? What? It's actually Han Li? How can this be? How is he still alive? Wang Tai and the others gasped, struggling to accept that Han Li was not only alive, but had also incited such a tumult. Hurry, we must catch up, Wang Yongming commanded, propelling Wang Tai and Qi Beiwang forward, though their inferior strength rendered them sluggish. In a moment of urgency, Wang Yongming hoisted them up, hastening in the direction Han Li had fled. Han Li's speed was astonishing. He transformed into a streak of crimson light and effortlessly burst through the gates of the 3 holy sect. The pursuing throng followed closely behind. Time passed unnoticed, and after navigating through vast expanses of dense forest, Han Li, in his frantic escape, suddenly halted. Before him lay not the towering mountains and thickets, but an endless sky, with a sheer cliff plunging into unfathomable depths beneath. At that moment, a multitude of figures emerged from the underbrush, led by the lecherous Wiyazi and another elder at the Golden Core stage. Close behind were Wang Yongming and his companions. Flee, you little wretch. Keep running, Wiyazi bellowed. This is the Skyfall Cliff, rising over 10,000 meters. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, you cannot fly. A leap would be your demise. If you wish to live, then come here obediently. Han Li scoffed. Who told you I cannot fly? With a mere thought, he prepared to unfurl his death phoenix wings. However, Wang Yongming interjected, his voice stern. Elder Wiyazi, what is the meaning of this? How could you allow him to escape? Wiyazi turned his grim visage towards Wang Yongming, startling the trio, for they were taken aback to discover that Wiyazi had lost an eye. Had Han Li been responsible for this grievous injury? It was utterly unfathomable. Yet, it seemed only Han Li could have accomplished such a feat, igniting Wiyazi's fury. Ah, it is nothing. I was merely out hunting geese, and one pecked my eye out. This little wretch has inexplicably turned misfortune into fortune, not only avoiding being refined into a human Dan, but also making significant strides in his cultivation. Rest assured, ahead lies the cliff of celestial descent, soaring to heights of at least 10,000 meters. A mere fledgling in the Foundation establishment realm cannot yet take flight. Should he fall, his demise is guaranteed. Even those in the Golden Core stage would hesitate to leap into the abyss, for the turbulent winds and chaotic currents below are exceedingly perilous, capable of tearing even a Golden Core master asunder. I shall still forge the elixir for you as promised. With that said, Wiazi redirected his fierce gaze towards Hanli. However, he refrained from mentioning that Hanli had achieved the fabled longevity of Foundation establishment and had even cultivated the extraordinary long-life Dao body, a feat made possible by his own influence. Were he to voice such truths, he would likely face ridicule until his demise, for Wiazi, too, valued his dignity. So it is, then, I have underestimated this insignificant creature. Wang Yangming's expression darkened, having not anticipated that despite having cast the individual into the alchemical furnace, such unforeseen circumstances would arise. You little wretch, return at once. Should you leap, your death is assured. Wiazi bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Hanli. With a sardonic smile, Hanli retorted, if I return, I am doomed to become your elixir. If I do not, I may merely be shattered to pieces. Regardless, death awaits me either way. Why should I grant you the satisfaction? Ah, you insolent wretch. I knew you would utter such words. But surely you have family, loved ones? Dare you leap, and I shall ensure they descend into the depths of hell to accompany you. Ha ha ha, your words are even more ludicrous. Ask Wang Yangming why he does not threaten me with my family. I have long been cast out by my so-called kin. My return would merely lead to their dismemberment, each hung from lampposts. Hanli laughed heartily. His words caused Wiazi and another Golden Core master to exchange grim glances, turning their ire towards Wang Yangming. You are a subject of the great Zhou dynasty? Wang Yangming, inwardly cursing Hanli, replied coldly, that is merely one of my identities. I am here solely to procure elixirs. I hope Elder Wiazi will not take offense. Preposterous. You are of the great Zhou. How could I not be offended? The great Zhou once dealt a grievous blow to my Three Saints sect. Had I known your true identity, you would not have crossed our threshold. Depart, for the Three Saints sect shall no longer collaborate with you. Elder Wiazi, my identity is one matter, yet the payment has been rendered, and the essential ingredients are already in your possession. How can you simply declare a cessation of cooperation? Upon hearing Wiazi's declaration, Wang Yangming grew anxious. Indeed, Elder Wiazi, you cannot act thus. It is a breach of trust. Does not your sect pride itself on integrity? Wang Tai chimed in eagerly. I have already stated. No cooperation means no cooperation. Why not engage in a duel first, 2 against 1? What odds do you believe you possess? Not to mention, there are countless members of my Three Saints sect in pursuit. Wiazi's expression darkened further as he coldly replied. As for Wang Tai and Qibei Wang, they were utterly disregarded, regarded as mere insects beneath the Golden Core threshold. At that moment, Wang Yangming's expression darkened to an extreme, an overwhelming fury surging within him. However, he was acutely aware that he stood no chance against Wiazi and the other formidable Golden Core practitioner alone. You two prepare to retreat. I shall seize Hanli by surprise, and we shall make our escape. Wang Yangming communicated telepathically to Wang Tai and Qibei Wang. He then suddenly retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch and hurled it towards the approaching Golden Core cultivator beside Wiazi. In an instant, thunder roared and flames erupted. This was a talisman of exceptional grade, the Thunderfire Annihilation talisman, possessing tremendous power and resounding might. Wiazi and the other Golden Core master instinctively prepared to counterattack. Meanwhile, Wang Yangming swiftly charged towards Hanli, invoking a spell to summon a celestial prison, intending to confine him within. You seek death. This little beast belongs to me. No one shall take him away. Wiazi bellowed, disregarding the Thunderfire Annihilation talisman as he recklessly surged towards Hanli. Humph, you think you can capture me? Dream on. Hanli scoffed, glancing at the frenzied duo before turning and dashing towards the heavenly abyss cliff. Chapter 84. Just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair. Wang Yangming's attempt to confine him within the heaven and earth prison proved utterly futile. How could this be? I had clearly invoked the heaven and earth prison to ensnare him. Why is he still able to move? Wang Yangming's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, the heaven and earth prison has no effect on him. Are you not aware of this? You wretched fool. I even suspect this was your intention all along, to assist him in growing stronger. Wiazi shouted in fury. The mere mention of this infuriated him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out alongside Han Li. How could I possibly willfully aid him in becoming stronger? Have you lost your mind? Wang Yongming roared in indignation. Following suit, the piercing divine power surged beneath their feet. For cultivators at the Golden Core stage, soaring through the skies was merely the most basic of feats. After a brief descent, they spotted Han Li plummeting rapidly downward. Little beast, we finally see you. Come back with us at once. If you fall, you will become nothing but a puddle of flesh. Even if I become a puddle of flesh, I will not fall into your hands. Han Li retorted with a cold smirk. Blood refinement, divine light escape. In the next moment, he unleashed this secret technique, propelling his already rapid descent into a streak of crimson light that swiftly left both Wang Yongming and Wu Yazi far behind. Below them, the raging winds roared ominously, and Wu Yazi dared not pursue any further. Seeing Wu Yazi halt his pursuit, Wang Yongming too came to a stop, for his son, Wang Tai, remained above. This insufferable fool is truly courting death. It infuriates me. Wang Yongming bellowed in rage. It's all your fault. Had you informed me from the beginning that he could disregard the heaven and earth prison, I would never have allowed him to escape and would have employed other means to confine him. Wu Yazi suddenly turned to glare at Wang Yongming, roaring, You speak nonsense. I indeed trapped him with the heaven and earth prison, and he could not possibly ignore it. Huh. Even now, you attempt to argue. None of you court officials are worth a dime. Go to hell. Wu Yazi shouted, raising his palm to strike at Wang Yongming. Fabricating lies out of thin air. You have grievances against us officials, yet I have not sought compensation from you, and you dare retaliate first. Wang Yongming fumed, ready to counterattack without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in an intensely fierce battle, exchanging blows in the midst of the air. Meanwhile, as Han Li plunged downward, he encountered a torrent of fierce winds, each gust sharp as a blade, forcing him to slow his descent, his garments tearing under the onslaught. These winds are like knives. If I continue to fall like this, I will surely be torn to shreds. Han Li hastily tried to decelerate, but at this juncture, he could only continue his descent. Ascending seemed impossible. Unbeknownst to them, they continued to wait above. With a swift motion, Han Li summoned the Seven Stars Furnace, diving inside and sealing the lid tightly. He disregarded everything and continued to plummet downward. The Seven Stars Furnace was relentlessly assaulted by the fierce winds, and even within the furnace, Han Li could perceive sparks flying. Ultimately, however, the furnace remained unbroken. It was uncertain how long they had been descending, but the cacophony of sounds gradually diminished. They were likely nearing the end of the turbulent winds. Han Li forcefully pushed open the lid and emerged from within. The surrounding winds had significantly lessened, revealing sharp stone pillars rising around him. At such speed, without the ability to fly, he would surely meet his demise. Fortunately, he possessed the gift of flight. With a swift motion, a pair of wings composed of black flames unfolded from his shoulders, dramatically reducing his descent. Ultimately, he landed safely upon the ground. He was uncertain of his location and how long it would take to return. After touching down, Han Li surveyed his surroundings, noting the numerous sharp stone pillars. Not far away, a cliff loomed, smooth as a mirror. Climbing it would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. Resolving to make the best of his situation, Han Li adjusted his mindset, gauged the celestial bodies to ascertain his direction, and began walking northward, as the cliff behind him primarily faced south. However, he had not ventured far when he seemed to hear a faint call. Passerby, save me, and I shall grant you my legacy. Save me, and I shall bestow upon you eternal life. A melodious voice wafted through the air, reaching his ears. Was there truly a voice? Han Li furrowed his brow, remaining still as he strained to discern the source. Suddenly, the sound of chains clanking echoed in the air, and Han Li clearly understood that the source lay in the northwest direction. He quickly turned his gaze, and, among the towering sharp stone pillars, spotted an opening from which the sound of chains emanated. Passerby, save me, and I shall impart to you supreme cultivation techniques. You may tread upon the path of the nascent soul, ascend to the boundless realms of the great ascension. The alluring voice carried a hint of temptation. Han Li inhaled sharply, astonished. Step upon the nascent soul? Could it be that a terrifying ancient creature was trapped there? He firmly etched those 3 words into his memory, for he was unaware of what the realms of transformation and great ascension entailed, having originated from a humble family of artifact refiners. Perhaps it was worth investigating. If it were a ruse, he could simply turn away. If it were genuine, he might discover an extraordinary opportunity. Han Li pondered this in silence and resolved to investigate further. Certainly, he had made ample preparations. Even the essence of the heavenly Tao golden pill he received from Dong Yuan was held in his mouth, and with a slight misstep, he might inadvertently swallow it. He swiftly activated the blood refinement divine light shield to make his escape. Cautiously, he approached the cave entrance, only to find it eerily vacant. Thus, he ventured inside. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. No sooner had he stepped in less than 10 meters than a colossal stone sphere surged violently behind him, blocking the cave's entrance. Upon this stone sphere was a chain binding an elderly man with hair as white as snow. This old man appeared disheveled and filthy, resembling a destitute beggar. Yet his countenance was remarkably robust, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Ha! At last, I've ensnared another soul. I have been ravenous for 3 long years, and finally, I can feast today? The old beggar cackled at Han Li. Damn it, just when I escaped the tiger's den, I stumbled into the wolf's lair. Chapter 84. A glimmer of hope in the dark, to spare yet grant legacy? Han Li was utterly despondent, feeling as though fate had conspired against him. Just as he had escaped from the jaws of a tiger, he found himself facing the mouth of a wolf, and the ancient beggar's formidable strength was beyond his comprehension, surpassing even that of Wu Yazi and his ilk. Why the long face, lad? You look as if you've lost your parents. The old beggar blocked the entrance, glaring at Han Li and bellowing. How dare you, old fool? You tricked me into this situation, and now you won't even allow me to mourn my plight? Han Li retorted, his eyes blazing with fury. If I had the power, I would surely put an end to you. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You are the only one bold enough to voice your thoughts so candidly, the old beggar chuckled. Fear not, I shan't devour you immediately. First, let's chat a bit. How have you fared these past 3 years? Aside from the occasional influx of 1,000 groundhogs, I've not seen a single soul, and it's driven me to the brink of madness. The old beggar laughed heartily, revealing his profound loneliness in this desolate cave, where even his ability to articulate had begun to deteriorate. Well then, I suppose I ought to thank you, Han Li huffed, irritation evident in his tone. Thanks are unnecessary, as I have no intention of sparing your life, the old beggar replied with a hearty laugh. He beckoned Han Li closer. Come here. Let me savor the scent of your flesh. Han Li's lips twitched in disdain. He was far too astute to approach, instead retreating further into the cavern, which was surprisingly spacious. Disregarding the advice of the elderly will only lead to regret, the old beggar warned ominously. Suddenly, a massive stone sphere began to roll towards Han Li, sunlight streaming in through the cave's entrance. What a fortuitous opportunity. Han Li swiftly swallowed the drop of celestial blood essence bestowed upon him by the king of the childlike realm. Channeling the blood refinement divine light, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from his position and darting towards the cave's exit. Is that the blood refinement divine light shield? Have you emerged from the chaotic sea of the heavenly demon sect? The old beggar's eyes widened in astonishment at Han Li's sudden transformation. Yet, he was not slow to act. A vine entwined around the stone sphere shot forth at lightning speed upon his command. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Han Li, ensnaring the rushing blood light with a resounding crack. Ah! Han Li cried out in agony, feeling as though he had been lashed by a whip. The searing pain forced a wretched scream from his lips. How formidable! This old beggar is far too powerful. Even after consuming the blood essence, it was to no avail. A tempest of despair surged within Han Li. This was the swiftest he could muster. Yet it had been effortlessly intercepted. The vine ensnared Han Li, lifting him into the air and bringing him before the old beggar. Youngster, you possess the blood refinement divine light escape technique. Reveal to me if you have emerged from the Vantion demon sect in the chaotic demon sea. The old beggar inquired with piercing eyes fixed upon Han Li. Han Li shifted his gaze, casually observing the old man, and nodded solemnly. Indeed, I hail from the Vantion demon sect. I am surprised that you have recognized my identity. You are well aware of the esteemed status of my sect. It would be wise to release me, and in return, I shall summon formidable beings from my sect to rescue you. He had learned from Wiyazi that a powerful demon sect resided in the chaotic demon sea, one of whose secret arts was the blood refinement divine light escape. Now, this enigmatic and formidable old beggar had also identified him, indicating the true strength of the sect, which could potentially intimidate his adversaries. So you truly are from the Vantion demon sect. However, it is only logical. Who else besides the core disciples of the Vantion demon sect could master the blood refinement divine light shield? The old beggar nodded repeatedly at Han Li. You speak the truth. I am a direct disciple of the Vantion demon sect. Quickly, release me so that I may return and bring forth powerful allies from the sect to aid you. Han Li urged him earnestly. Suddenly, the old beggar erupted into a thunderous laughter, his mirth resonating with an increasingly palpable aura of menace. This is dire. Have I misjudged the situation? Does this old man harbor a grudge against the Vanteon demon sect? A chill ran down Han Li's spine, and his heart sank. During my time in the chaotic demon sea, the Vanteon demon sect pursued me relentlessly for a full year, spanning thousands of kilometers. I nearly faced death on numerous occasions. Do you truly believe I would release a direct disciple of the Vanteon demon sect? The old beggar's voice grew cold and foreboding. Han Li nearly slapped himself in frustration, forcing a strained smile. Esteemed elder, I was merely jesting earlier. I am not a disciple of the Vanteon demon sect at all. In fact, this is the first time I have ever heard of it. Do you believe me? I may be old, but I am not foolish. Do you think I would believe you? The old beggar retorted with a scoff. Elder, I never intended to imply that you were a fool. What I meant to convey is that I truly am not a disciple of that sect. I merely fell from the rainy cliff and, upon passing through here, heard your voice, which compelled me to enter. Initially, I harbored a compassionate desire to rescue you, not anticipating that I would find myself in such a predicament. If I were indeed a disciple of the Vanteon demon sect, would I risk myself to save you? Han Li quickly gestured, seeking to clarify his position. It was merely a ruse to entice you with the promise of a legacy more powerful than the nascent soul, which drew you towards me, the old beggar chuckled. Look at the bloodstains on you. It is evident you are no virtuous soul, so there is no need to feign innocence here, the old beggar remarked coldly. Piercing through the facade, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Han Li's face. Well, I am indeed not a paragon of virtue. Yet I am not a disciple of the Vanteon demon sect either. So what will it be? Can you grant me a chance at survival? I do not wish to meet a pitiful end just yet. I have yet to grow stronger, to truly experience the might of my eternal Tao body. How about we make a pact? I shall swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, and upon achieving greatness, I will return to rescue you. What did you just say? You possess the eternal Tao body. Han Li's voice prompted a sudden shift in the old beggar's demeanor. Indeed, I do possess the eternal Tao body. Han Li affirmed solemnly with a nod. The eternal Tao body is an exceedingly rare constitution, existing only in legends, as it signifies an inevitable foundation of immortality, a feat unattainable by countless millions. Quickly, release your original aura so I may behold it, otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands. The old beggar, now fervently excited, urged Han Li. Han Li, sensing the urgency, did not hesitate to unleash his original aura, revealing his cultivation at the sixth heaven of eternal foundation. A purple-golden spiritual energy emanated from him, manifesting an enigmatic and indescribable sensation. Purple-golden spiritual energy, the profound essence of immortality. Indeed, you are the eternal foundation. You truly possess the eternal Tao body. I never expected to encounter one with an eternal Tao body. This is simply marvelous. The old beggar laughed heartily, shaking the very ashes within the cave. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he gazed at Han Li. Young man, I have decided not to kill you. Not only shall I spare your life, but I will also bestow upon you my teachings. Spare my life and grant me your teachings. Chapter 86. Give me liberty or give me death. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's spirit was instantly invigorated. In the next moment, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and proclaimed, Master, please allow me, your disciple Han Li, to pay my respects. His movements were swift and decisive. The old beggar, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. Before Han Li could perform the bow, the beggar hastily waved his hand to stop him, glaring with irritation. You clever boy, what nonsense is this? Who said I would take you as a disciple? How conceited of you. Han Li was momentarily stunned. Elder, did you not promise not to kill me and to impart your teachings? Is it not your intent to have me pay my respects before you depart this world? Nonsense. I am merely 400 years old. I am still quite youthful. Death is a distant prospect for me. Do not curse me with such thoughts, you impudent brat. Moreover, I am not fit to be your teacher. I cannot afford to delay your progress. When I speak of imparting my teachings, I mean for you to learn from this old bald donkey's heritage and then set me free. As he spoke, the old beggar gestured toward the depths of the cave. A massive stone sphere began to roll, guiding Han Li deeper into the cavern. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, Han Li beheld a desiccated body seated in meditation, a venerable monk, evidently having achieved a state of eternal rest. This was a corpse that had not decayed, akin to the golden statues revered in Buddhist temples. Indeed, it was this old bald donkey who had ensnared him here. Approach and learn the sacred Lotus Sutra inscribed on the stone tablet before him. Once you master it, you can break the seals upon these chains, and I shall regain my freedom, as will you. The old beggar pointed to a stone slab in front of the monk. I will endeavor to try, Han Li replied cautiously, nodding slightly. You will certainly succeed. The eternal life body is an unparalleled constitution that encompasses all wisdom and transcends understanding. I have absolute faith that you will master it. Of course, should you fail, you may follow in the footsteps of those predecessors who came before you. A wave of ominous energy emanated from the old beggar, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet dramatically. Han Li's lips twitched slightly. It seemed the beggar had lured more than one predecessor into this trap, all of whom had met with failure. However, with his unlettered golden book and his extraordinary comprehension, he felt confident. Thus, he requested the beggar to lower him down. Approaching the seated monk, Han Li performed a slight bow. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to show respect when seeking knowledge from another. He then settled into a meditative posture, directing his gaze toward the stone tablet. Etched upon it were intricately complex symbols, far from conventional script, resembling the esoteric language found only within the hallowed halls of a temple. Such characters were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, rendering true understanding utterly unattainable. With unwavering focus, Han Li sat, his eyes fixed intently upon the runes engraved upon the stone slab. Time flowed slowly, and it was uncertain how long had passed. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the body of the now immortal old monk, as numerous golden characters appeared, swirling around him in a magnificent display. Ultimately, these characters surged into Han Li's body. You have comprehended the Holy Lotus Heavenly Buddha Sutra, grasping the divine demon annihilation technique, embodying divinity by day and demonic power by night, coexisting in harmony, the world revering you as sovereign. As these symbols entered his body, a line of text emerged in Han Li's mind from the formless golden scripture. Alongside it, annotations and explanations of the divine demon annihilation technique appeared, rapidly enhancing his understanding of the profound art. By day, a deity; by night, a demon, with 9 divine techniques and 8 demonic techniques, all without a grade, capable of strengthening with one's power. This technique was truly extraordinary. Accompanied by this newfound understanding, Han Li felt intense tremors in his heart. The description of this technique was terrifying, far exceeding his imagination and expectations. Even if he were to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, or even transcend to the divine transformation, or what the old beggar spoke of as the great ascension, he would encounter no obstacles. Truly, he had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck, obtaining such a lineage. A smile almost split Han Li's face from ear to ear. The root of his comprehension of the divine demon annihilation technique lay in the sufficiently high level of the Holy Lotus Heavenly Buddha Sutra, a level so elevated it was beyond his wildest dreams. Hence, he could grasp the divine demon annihilation technique. Moreover, he discovered that after comprehending this technique, the Holy Lotus Heavenly Buddha Sutra remained within his heart. Unlike before, where he could only understand the technique without the ability to apply it, now he could wield the Holy Lotus Heavenly Buddha Sutra as well. The sutra also possessed 9 techniques, immensely powerful. He speculated that perhaps this was a transformation that occurred after he reached the foundation of longevity. With a swift motion, Han Li opened his eyes, revealing a stark contrast of black and red brilliance in his gaze, which then transformed into a radiant golden glow, ultimately returning to normalcy. You have indeed mastered it. I sense an aura from you identical to that old bald monk. Truly, as a body of longevity, your extraordinary comprehension is enviable, the old beggar, who had been observing Han Li intently, exclaimed with excitement. I have mastered it, but if I were to release you, how can you assure me that you won't harm me? Han Li replied, gazing intently at the old beggar. No need for assurances. What benefit would it bring me to kill you? What I desire is freedom. Freedom has always been paramount. Grant me my freedom, and that is more valuable than anything else. I, Ji-Tai-Tsong, have traversed life. Without freedom, I would rather perish. The old beggar laughed heartily, his voice resounding with exuberance. Ji-Tai-Tsong, you bear the surname Ji? That seems to be the imperial surname of the great Zhou dynasty, Han Li remarked, raising an eyebrow, astonished as he looked at the old beggar. Ha ha ha, you speak truly. I indeed hail from the illustrious Zhou dynasty. Yet, I would rather that I had never been born into such royalty. The old beggar let out a cold snort, a fleeting glimmer of bitter indifference passing through his gaze. He then addressed Han Li, saying, Release me, young man. Let us part ways. Very well, Han Li replied, nodding briskly. He then began to channel the sacred Lotus Sutra, his hands forming intricate seals. One by one, the swastikas materialized from his fingertips, striking the chains that bound Ji-Tai-Tsong. In an instant, a resplendent golden light erupted forth, illuminating the previously tarnished chains with blinding brilliance. Ultimately, the chains shattered with a resounding crash. Ha ha ha, I am free once more. After 2 centuries, Ji Taizong has regained his freedom. Ha ha ha. Chapter 87. Return to Amping County, a moment of rage. Ji Taizong, as if reborn, filled the cavern with his thunderous laughter. Young man, I am deeply grateful to you. Consider it a debt of gratitude. After a hearty laugh, Ji Taizong turned to Han Li and said. A flicker of excitement crossed Han Li's eyes, and he promptly nodded. Smiling, you're too kind, senior. My name is Han Li. Very well, I shall remember your name. Here is a token of mine. Keep it well. And may we meet again by fate. With that, Ji Taizong produced a black dragon-carved jade pendant and tossed it into Han Li's hand. He then stepped forward and vanished from sight. Senior, where are you going? May I accompany you? Han Li called out urgently. To enjoy some music and indulge for a couple of months. Care to join? Ji Taizong's voice echoed from a distance. Han Li's lip twitched, and he chose not to respond. It seemed Ji Taizong anticipated his silence, as he soared into the sky and disappeared. 2 months of indulgence. It appears the senior has truly been cooped up for far too long. After 2 centuries, what harm is there in letting loose? The only lingering thought was his desire to inquire further. Gazing at the empty cavern, Han Li sighed helplessly. He yearned to understand why Ji Taizong, a distinguished member of the great Zhou royal family, had been confined here by an old monk. Who was that monk? Now that he had inherited the monk's legacy, he did not even know the man's name. He also wished to learn about the situation regarding the Chaos Demon Sea and the Fan Sheng Demon sect. However, Ji Taizong had not afforded him that opportunity. Never mind, I shall seek answers another day. I must hasten back to Amping County. If that scoundrel Wang Yangming truly becomes enraged and harms Elder Chen or Little Tiger, it would be too late. A fierce glint flashed in Han Li's eyes. Time passed, and approximately 20 days later, Han Li finally set foot in Amping County. 20 days, what a grueling journey. He remarked while gazing at the imposing archway marking the county's boundary, a smile creeping onto his lips. He then made his way directly to Elder Chen's residence. Upon arrival, Han Li's expression turned icy, for Elder Chen's courtyard lay in ruins, the once tidy abode now half collapsed. Damn it, I arrived too late. Someone has been here, Han Li exclaimed, rushing inside to investigate. He found traces of blood and a water kettle on the table, miraculously intact, still warm to the touch. It must have happened recently. Wang Yangming, was this your doing? If anything has befallen those two, I swear I will annihilate your entire family. With a fierce grip, he crushed the still warm kettle, then hastily departed. At that very moment, in the capital of Yong'an County, several armored soldiers escorted Elder Chun and his grandson, Chun Tianhu, into the county office. Kneel. After being escorted into the grand hall, the 2 guards ruthlessly kicked the calves of the elderly Chun and his grandson, Chun Tianhu, forcing them to the ground. The excruciating pain caused the veins in their necks to bulge. In the main chamber sat a young man, Wang Tai, alongside his mentor. Qi Bei Wang. Old man, this is the son of the county magistrate. Be compliant. Answer whatever the young master asks. The guard holding Chun admonished coldly. Young master, I am unaware of what crime my grandson and I have committed to warrant such severity. We are truly repentant. I implore you to show us mercy, Chun begged. His tone filled with utmost respect as he gazed at the frigid and menacing Wang Tai. You are colluding with the demon Han Li. What do you say to that? It is a capital offense. Wang Tai remained silent, while his mentor Qi Bei Wang coldly retorted. Chen's expression changed abruptly. Young master, you are discerning. I have no acquaintance with that demon Han Li. Surely, you have apprehended the wrong individuals? Ha ha ha, old fool, cease your futile defense. We are fully aware of how closely you and that wretched creature Han Li are tied. We have brought you here to extract information about any hidden strongholds or legacies he may possess. If you cooperate, there may yet be a chance for your survival. Should you refuse, do not blame me for having both you and your grandson ground to pieces for the dogs. Wang Tai's voice was chilling as he interjected. We have no knowledge of any treasures or legacies belonging to Han Li. I admit we are connected to him, but we are unaware of his deeds, Chen stated, his face a mask of distress. Indeed, you are not being forthright. Bring forth the tools. Let us remove your grandson's fingernails. Wang Tai banged his hand on the table with great force. 2 guards stepped forward, seizing Chun Tianhu's hand. No, young master, please, spare him. He is just a child. Direct your wrath at me instead. Chen cried out desperately. However, Wang Tai merely sneered, his eyes radiating a chilling malevolence. The guard grasped Chun Tianhu's hand and produced a specialized instrument, clearly well-versed in the gruesome task of nail extraction. He clamped the device onto the thumbnail of Chun Tianhu's right thumb and, with a sickening crunch, ripped it off. Ah! Chun Tianhu shrieked in agony, blood gushing from his finger. The pain was unimaginable, a torment that struck at the very core. Desperately, he struggled against his captors. Yet no amount of thrashing could free him. You scoundrels! What bravery is there in tormenting a child? Old man Shen's eyes were filled with fury as he struggled desperately. Yet he was suppressed by proficient cultivators who had already established their foundations, rendering his efforts completely futile. A resounding thud echoed as a soldier, witnessing his intense struggle, delivered a fierce kick to his back. A mouthful of blood erupted from Old Man Chun, nearly shattering his spine. With a sickening crunch, the second fingernail of Chun Tianhu was torn away, followed swiftly by the third. With each nail removed, Chun Tianhu emitted heart-wrenching cries of agony, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Despite the torturous interrogation, Old Man Shen remained resolute, refusing to divulge any information, which darkened Wang Tai's expression. He turned to Qi Bei Wang, inquiring, "Master, could it be that this old fool truly knows nothing about Han Li's strongholds or legacies? It is said that the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and he must have numerous hiding places." Qi Bei Wang furrowed his brow tightly, replying, "According to the information previously obtained, that indeed appears to be the case. Recently, many demonic techniques have surfaced in the market, leading me to suspect they may have been disseminated by Han Li himself. The 2 of them were closest to him. They should have been left with something." With a disdainful huff, Wang Tai declared, "It seems he remains obstinate. Let us proceed with further measures. Pluck out his eyes and sever his tongue." His face cold, he commanded, "Continue, remove one of his eyes." Qi Bei Wang gestured, issuing orders to extract Chun Tianhu's eye. Just then, a man from the county magistrate's office burst in, exclaiming, "Report. Someone has killed the guards of the magistrate's office and is now storming inside." "What did you say? Someone has invaded the magistrate's office? Who possesses such audacity?" Unafraid of retribution, Wang Tai, already in a foul mood, slammed his palm onto the table, his voice icy. I could not see clearly. The assailant moved with such speed, transforming into a streak of crimson light. In the blink of an eye, several of our brothers at the entrance were reduced to a mist of blood. Chapter 88. The Golden Elixir. Do you think you can deceive me into death? Transform me into a mere flash of blood? How could that be possible? Wang Tai's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Impossible. That demon, Han Li, had plummeted from the heavenly abyss. How could he possibly return alive? Qi Bei, standing nearby, gasped in astonishment. He shouldn't have returned alive. That was the heavenly abyss. Any ordinary golden elixir cultivator falling down would likely be torn to shreds by the violent winds. At that moment, neither my father nor that old scoundrel, Wu Ya, dared to descend. How could he have survived? Boom. As Wang Tai's voice fell, a deafening crash echoed, and several guards from the county governor's office came crashing through the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a massive plaque flew in, embedding itself into one of the pillars in the grand hall like a razor-sharp blade. The plaque, inscribed with the words County Governor's Office, swayed ominously, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. In that instant, Han Li's figure materialized before everyone. "Han Li, it truly is you. You are indeed alive." Wang Tai, seated, momentarily dazed, exclaimed in disbelief. Master, please save me. They have ripped off my fingernails. It hurts so much." Chun Tianhu, upon seeing Han Li's arrival, cried out desperately, his eyes wide with tears streaming down his cheeks. He had held back his tears until now, but upon seeing Han Li, he could no longer contain himself. Han Li's countenance was icy. "Fear not. The suffering inflicted upon you shall be returned to them 1,000-fold, he said coldly, then reached out to grasp the guards restraining Chun Tianhu and his grandson. Boom. In an instant, those foundation-level guards erupted into a mist of blood. Yet, this blood mist did not dissipate. Instead, Han Li refined and purified it in an instant, directly infusing it into Chun Tianhu's body. "When I return, I shall transmit the cultivation techniques to you, aiding you in refining this blood essence." He then lifted his gaze to Wang Tai, whose expression was a kaleidoscope of emotions. "You didn't expect me to return, did you?" Wang Tai's demeanor shifted several times. "Han Li, do not be arrogant. By forcefully invading this county governor's office, you are undoubtedly signing your death warrant. Quickly, summon my father and bring him here. Young master, you go ahead. I will hold him off here," Qi Bei urged, standing resolutely before Wang Tai. "There is no need for such trouble. Simply lead me to him." Boom. As those words left his lips, Han Li stepped forward, extending his palm, indiscriminately striking at both Qi Bei and Wang Tai, unleashing a distinctly different violet gold spiritual energy. "Young master, you go first," Qi Bei shouted frantically. As a peak foundation cultivator, he unleashed all his power in a desperate attempt. Yet, in the next moment, all that power shattered instantaneously, as if a massive boulder had fallen upon an egg. Boom. Under that strike, Qi Bei was obliterated into a mist of blood. Wang Tai spat blood, lifted by Han Li's outstretched hand grasping at his chest. You. Wang Tai trembled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Han Li was overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, he felt as though he were confronting a formidable golden core cultivator. Take me to your father. All right. I'll take you there right now. Wang Tai nodded vigorously, not daring to exhibit even a hint of hesitation. Subsequently, under Wang Tai's guidance, they exited the Grand Hall, with Old Chun and Chun Tianhu hastily following suit. Upon stepping outside, the sight of the county governor's residence strewn with fallen corpses made Wang Tai gulp audibly. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and shattered bodies, not a single piece intact. He couldn't even find a solitary arm. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. How ruthless. This is nothing short of a meat grinder. Even a meat grinder couldn't shred to such an extent. Leading the way, they ventured deeper into the county governor's residence. Wherever they passed, anyone in sight, regardless of age or gender, was instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist without the slightest hesitation. Eventually, they arrived at the innermost part of the residence, where a windowless building stood on an island connected by a solitary small bridge. My father is in there meditating. You may go. Do you think to deceive me into going there to be killed? Han Li turned to Wang Tai, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He then waved his hand, drawing forth the fire scale sword and striking down fiercely at the windowless structure, divine rupture. This sword strike was resplendent, and the terrifying blade radiance tore through the void, cleaving forth with an unmatched ferocity. This technique was one of the sword arts recorded in the divine demonic annihilation technique, specifically within the 9th style of the divine. The 9th style and the 8th style encompass various martial techniques, including swordplay, knife techniques, boxing, palm techniques, and seal techniques, among others. Yet, he had yet to master it to its zenith. According to the records of the divine demonic annihilation technique, upon reaching the pinnacle, one could manifest myriad techniques of the world. As the brilliant sword radiance crossed the small bridge and had yet to strike the windowless building, suddenly, a surge of lethal intent erupted. Numerous beams of murderous light manifested out of thin air, hurtling toward the sword radiance he had unleashed. It became apparent that a formidable killing array was set outside the windowless structure. Wang Tai's expression shifted dramatically. How did you perceive this? My current sensory acuity is beyond your imagination, Han Li retorted with a cold chuckle. Standing there, he had already sensed something amiss ahead. Certainly, he possessed absolute confidence in battling a golden core cultivator, yet he would not foolishly step into the deadly array beneath the trees. The killing array abruptly activated, violently clashing with the sword radiance Han Li had unleashed, creating a deafening roar. Within the windowless chamber, Wang Yongming was jolted, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Did I not say to enter closed-door meditation? Who dares to disturb me? Do you wish to die? His fury was palpable. His face darkened with rage as he kicked aside the furniture before emerging with an exceedingly grim expression. Upon opening the door, Wang Yongming was prepared to unleash a tirade when he abruptly froze. Han Li? It's you. He was taken aback to find Han Li once again before him. Wang Yongming, I never anticipated you would still be alive. I have come to seek my revenge. However, after a brief absence, I see you are now missing an arm. Did you, out of sheer boredom, decide to sever it yourself? Han Li chuckled coldly, his gaze fixed on Wang Yongming's left arm. Little beast, if you cannot articulate your thoughts, it would be better to remain silent. You might be mistaken for a mute. Wang Yongming's countenance darkened, his face turning ashen with fury. He bellowed in outrage. Of course, he had not severed his own arm out of ennui. It had been lost during a fierce assault by Wiyazi and another formidable golden core cultivator from the Three Saints sect. He had barely survived, managing to rescue Wang Tai and Qi Bei Wang. Upon returning, he had immediately entered a deep meditative state to recuperate from his injuries, and even now, many of his wounds had yet to heal. For one on the brink of death, there is no need for eloquence, Han Li sneered. Arrogance. Since you have miraculously survived and found your way here, it is destined that today will be a battle to the death between us. However, first, you must release my son. Wang Yongming let out a heavy, disdainful snort. Very well, which half would you prefer? What did you say? Wang Yongming's eyes narrowed icily. The lower half, then I shall grant you your wish. With a dismissive scoff, Han Li answered nonchalantly, swiftly swinging his sword to sever Wang Tai at the waist. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending the lower half of Wang Tai's body flying. Chapter 89. The greater the turmoil, the pricier the fish with a sudden jolt. Wang Yongming caught the half-body that Han Liping handed over, an immense fury almost igniting within him. You wretched beast! You have so mercilessly harmed my son. I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. What? You seek his head? Here it is. With a swift motion, Yi Xian swung the fire scale sword towards Wang Tai's neck. No. Wang Yangming's eyes widened in rage as he charged towards Han Li with a frenzied speed, his golden core cultivation surging to its utmost limits. Yet, even his rapidity could not match the speed of Han Li's sword. Boom. Just as Han Li's sword was about to cleave through Wang Tai's neck, a thunderous explosion erupted, violently knocking the fire scale sword from his grasp, nearly wresting it from his hand. A formidable surge of terrifying power emanated from Wang Tai, akin to a celestial wrath, leaving Han Li with a muffled groan. Wang Yangming, barreling forward, was likewise stunned into stillness. At that moment, an ethereal figure burst forth from Wang Tai's consciousness. How could this be? How is this possible? The apparition was a woman clad in white, strikingly beautiful and tall, exuding an air of regal elegance. Upon witnessing this spectral presence, Han Li's eyes narrowed in acute tension, his body taut as if facing a formidable adversary. Mother, is that you? Mother, is this your spiritual incarnation? Please save me. I am on the brink of death. Hurry. Save me. Wang Tai, still clinging to life, cried out desperately. The visage of this woman overlapped with the memory of the majestic figure from his past. To his astonishment, after 20 years, he was reunited with his mother. Why she had left, his father never revealed, only stating that they had been abandoned. Child, when you see my spiritual incarnation, it signifies that you are facing a true life and death crisis. I shall assist you in vanquishing all your foes. A voice, familiar and comforting, resonated from the beautiful woman. Wang Tai was momentarily stunned. Mother, this is truly your spiritual incarnation. My heavens, I am saved, my child is saved. I shall find you in the future and honor you properly. His excitement knew no bounds. He had once heard Wang Yangming say that upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one experiences a profound transformation and cultivates an immensely powerful spiritual energy. The nascent soul, undying, could revive even after the physical body is destroyed and could even usurp and reconstruct a new body. Its vitality was terrifyingly robust. Now, this manifestation of his mother's spirit indicated that she had been at least a super strong presence at the nascent soul stage when she departed. The nascent soul was also referred to as the nascent soul ancestor, a fearsome existence worthy of reverence. She had been a nascent soul. Wang Yangming stood there, lost in thought. The events between him and Wang Tai's mother from years past were a series of unfortunate misunderstandings. He had always recognized that Wang Tai's mother was superior to him, yet he never anticipated her strength would be so extraordinary, leading him to harbor resentment for many years. He even contemplated that once he attained the golden core stage, he would relish the opportunity to humiliate her. However, in retrospect, such thoughts now seemed utterly foolish. At that moment, the ethereal manifestation of Wang Tai's mother, having spoken, fixed her piercing gaze upon Han Li, akin to an abyss seeking its prey. Han Li felt as if struck by lightning. He was confronting a terrifying force he had never encountered before. The soul manifestation of a nascent soul expert could spell near certain doom for a peak golden core cultivator. The likelihood of survival was slim, and even if he managed to escape, he would likely be left in a severely weakened state. This was a perilous situation. The power was beyond his comprehension. Han Li's expression turned grave, yet he had no choice but to confront it. Should he flee, both Elder Chun and his grandson would undoubtedly perish, and he might not escape unscathed himself. Kill. A sharp command erupted from the soul manifestation as she extended her palm toward Han Li. As her hand struck down, it seemed to seal the heavens and earth, pressing down like the weight of the sky itself, causing every bone in Han Li's body to creak ominously. There was no room for hesitation. He could only give it his all. Survive this, and he would live. Falter, and death awaited. With a fierce roar, Han Li unleashed the full extent of the primordial absorption technique, causing the violet gold spiritual energy within his spiritual sea to surge like a tsunami. For the first time, he fully awakened the essence of his longevity Dao body, causing his distinctly black and white pupils to shimmer with a violet gold hue. He activated his three most formidable techniques: the demon-slaying world destruction art, the sacred lotus Buddhist scripture, and the annihilation of all realms technique, transforming them into a torrent of blood light, charging directly toward the descending palm strike. Boom! The thunderous clash reverberated, shattering the sky. Yet, Han Li was violently hurled away, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his face contorted in agony. Seeing Han Li thrown back, Wang Yangming rushed over, pulling Wang Tai to the side. He channeled immense power into Wang Tai's body to staunch his injuries. Father, my mother is a nascent soul expert. Kill that beast. Once I recover, let's go find her. Shall we? I miss her dearly. I cannot bear this fractured form. I wish to return to how I once was. Wang Tai gasped urgently in his father's embrace. Yes, yes. Once we slay this wretched creature, I will take you to find your mother. We will surely locate her, Wang Yongming assured him, nodding earnestly. At that moment, Han Li knelt half-bent on the ground. Regardless of the outcome, he had withstood that palm strike, and not only had he endured, but he had also shattered the attack, absorbing a portion of its power into his own being. I sense that my mental fortitude has remarkably strengthened. Although Han Li appeared quite battered upon collapsing to the ground, a blinding golden light erupted from his eyes. Though he had only just begun to forge his foundation, he could not perceive his own soul. Yet he distinctly felt the amplification of his mental energy. Indeed, regardless of the ferocity of these attacks, they consumed the strength of this soul manifestation rather than that of his original self, which could not ceaselessly draw upon the energies of heaven and earth. As long as I can endure, I might even absorb and refine it, thereby benefiting myself. In that fleeting moment, Han Li's mind raced. This should not be viewed as a dire crisis, but rather as an extraordinary opportunity. It is said that fortune and peril coexist. The greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. With a fervent roar, he charged forward once more, aiming to confront the soul manifestation of Wang Tai's mother. The soul manifestation decisively raised her palm, unleashing a cascade of golden radiance from her hand. This invoked a formidable technique, launching an even more terrifying assault toward Han Li. Thunderous roars filled the air. Chapter 90. Apologies, I can fly. After a fierce confrontation, Han Li was once again sent flying. His body was drenched in blood, with several bones shattered, yet an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. His mental energy surged rapidly. This time, he had absorbed a considerable amount. Once more, he charged in for a third time, then a fourth. He was like an indomitable insect, relentlessly attacking again and again. As time passed, although Han Li was battered and bruised, his mental energy soared at an unprecedented pace. In fact, as his mental strength surged, he could perceive the trajectory of the soul avatar's attacks. Should he wish to evade, he could swiftly dodge. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he clumsily collided and fought fiercely. How can this fellow be so unyielding? Even against a soul avatar at the nascent soul stage, I would face a near-fatal struggle. How can he endure this onslaught? Meanwhile, Wang Yongming, stabilizing his injuries while continuously channeling energy to Wang Tai, watched Han Li rise again and again, his expression darkening. Father, why not leave me be? Go assist my mother's soul avatar and eliminate it. Wang Tai gritted his teeth. No, your injuries are far too severe. Maintain your composure. Even if he ultimately survives, he will undoubtedly bear grievous wounds. It is possible that your mother's soul avatar has lingered too long within you, draining some of its power. Soon, I shall take advantage of his weakness. Wang Yongming pondered before speaking resolutely. Father, your reasoning holds merit. Wang Tai nodded, glancing at the emptiness below his waist. Intense hatred nearly overwhelming him. As time flowed on, Han Li's mental energy grew more formidable, pulsating with a faint golden-purple glow, its strength surpassing the foundational realm. His awareness of his own body reached an unprecedented level. He could distinctly sense where bones were fractured and capillaries ruptured. What is this power? Suddenly, he detected a peculiar energy emanating from his dantian. It was a point of golden red light that continuously fractured and fused, and with each cycle of fragmentation and amalgamation, a wave of strength radiated outward, ensuring his dantian remained unyieldingly solid. Despite the numerous impacts, his dantian remained as hard as iron, showing not a single crack. Could this be the power of nirvana? In a sudden realization, Han Li recalled his time in Tianyuan Valley, where he consumed the phoenix winggrass. It was said that such an act could cultivate the power of nirvana. However, having obtained the death phoenix wing, he had not paid attention to this aspect, never imagining that it had already coalesced within his dantian. Sizzle. Han Li guided a surge of energy to his dantian, penetrating into the crimson golden light therein. In an instant, the unique power of rebirth expanded its radius several-fold, restoring the torn flesh and blood surrounding his dantian to its original state. My heavens, what astonishing efficacy! Han Li nearly gasped in astonishment. If he possessed the power of nirvana, it would be tantamount to achieving immortality, unless he were struck down in a single blow. He could swiftly mend himself through this power. The only drawback was that his reserves of nirvana energy were scant, necessitating further study in the future. Boom. After a prolonged struggle, the spiritual avatar, unable to eliminate him, seemed to grow impatient. Rather than attacking immediately, it gathered its strength with ferocity. Its elongated hand transformed into a towering mountain range, descending to suppress Han Li. With this strike, the spiritual avatar became at least 80% ethereal compared to its previous state. It was time to conclude this. Han Li abruptly lifted his head and charged madly towards the manifested mountain. Thunderous roars echoed as if he were shaking the heavens. After a frenzied assault, blood spilled from Han Li, and the mountain manifestation was obliterated. Predictably, he was once again hurled away. You still live. It seems my son Wang Tai faces a formidable foe. Release him, and let this matter rest. Otherwise, I shall cross the seas to eradicate you. This time, the already nearly transparent spiritual avatar refrained from further attack, instead coldly admonishing Han Li. Truly, the spiritual avatar of a nascent soul ancestor is formidable. It can discern my state of being. Han Li gazed at the speaking avatar, filled with wonder. Though somewhat rigid, it exuded a certain wisdom, yet that was all. Kill. In an instant, Han Li brandished the fire spirit sword and surged forward once more. Little beast, perish. At that moment, Wang Yongming suddenly charged forth, raising his palm, unleashing a terrifying torrent of golden core cultivation towards him. Death's phoenix wings. Han Li bellowed, and a pair of black wings unfurled from his back, propelling him aloft. Entirely composed of black flames. What? You can fly? What sorcery is this? Wang Yongming exclaimed in astonishment as Han Li soared into the air. At last, I have awaited your strike. Han Li smirked coldly and fully activated the trace of nirvana energy in his dantian, a force of rebirth and renewal emanating outward. The torn flesh healed seamlessly, the fractured bones rejoined, and the essence of the eternal path resonated with a thunderous roar, enveloping Han Li in an ethereal, resplendent glow of purple and gold. With his wings composed of black flames, he resembled a harbinger of death emerging from the underworld, exuding an enchanting allure. Wang Yongming stared at Han Li in astonishment, a sense of unreality washing over him. Gods and demons, obliterate! Han Li roared, his wings unfurling as he surged towards Wang Yongming with lethal intent. You are arrogant, perish! Wang Yongming bellowed, summoning a grand seal. It radiated overwhelming divine light, cascading towards Han Li like a torrential flood. This treasure is remarkable. I shall claim it, Han Li mused, a crimson glow illuminating his brow. He activated the primordial absorption technique to its utmost potential, astonishingly drawing in the torrent of divine light aimed at him. Devour the heavens and the earth. Nothing escapes my grasp, not even an attack, unless the force exceeds my limits, such as those unleashed by an ancient nascent soul master. Yet Wang Yongming's assault is trivial by comparison. Before Wang Yongming could utter a cry, the seal he had cast was inexplicably displaced by an unseen force. How is this possible? Materialized mental energy? You have yet to reach the golden core stage. How could your mental prowess be so formidable? Though he was at the second level of the golden core realm, his own mental strength did not approach such a level. Just a minor stratagem. Han Li replied with a serene smile, brandishing the fire scale sword in a powerful downward strike. Chapter 92. The Outsider, a Great Golden Core Cultivator. Boom. Wang Yongming hastily retaliated, only to be cleaved away by Han Li's sword, his hands shattered and blood gushing forth. How could this be? Even if you are at the foundation establishment stage, you should not be capable of injuring me. He was incredulous. He was a golden core cultivator. Yet he had been wounded by Han Li, a mere sixth-layer foundation establishment practitioner. Such absurdity was beyond belief. If word of this spread, even storytellers would hesitate to narrate it. The foundation establishment of the heavenly Tao is a relic of the past. I now possess the long-life foundation establishment. Han Li sneered. Wang Yongming's eyes widened in astonishment. Long-life foundation establishment. The legendary long-life foundation establishment. Impossible. That is merely a myth. How could you attain it? Aren't you rooted in the heavenly Tao foundation establishment? This is all thanks to you and that old accomplice, Wiazi. Han Li smiled slightly. Are you implying that we have aided our enemies? Wang Yongming's expression contorted in horror. Precisely. A word of thanks is in order. Ha ha ha. The earth-shattering laughter echoed through the heavens. The fire scale sword in Han Li's grasp danced with relentless ferocity, unleashing a torrent of sword light. While Wang Yongming's anguished cries reverberated, laced with profound bitterness and regret. It was because of them that Han Li had achieved the long-life foundation establishment. His lungs felt as if they would burst from rage. In the end, Han Li's palm shattered all of Wang Yongming's defenses, landing with a resounding thud upon his head, swiftly absorbing his entire cultivation and spiritual power into his own being. Boom. The barrier of realms shattered, and Han Li ascended to the seventh layer of foundation establishment. Yet, he did not cease there. He pushed through to the pinnacle of the seventh layer, even fracturing the threshold of the eighth layer before he finally halted. Ah, what ecstasy! Han Li let out a triumphant roar, slamming his palm downward, forcibly embedding Wang Yangming's head into his chest cavity. Father. Witnessing Wang Yangming's head being pressed into his own torso, Wang Tai's eyes widened with despair. He was not dead. Wang Yangming had perished before him. This was a golden core cultivator. Why? How could you kill my father, a golden core expert, while merely at the foundation establishment stage? Where's the justice in this? The heavens are unjust. Wang Tai cried out in anguish. With a spurt, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The death of Wang Yangming shattered Wang Tai's composure. The sealing power Wang Yangming had bestowed upon him to halt his bleeding collapsed in an instant, causing him to hemorrhage profusely. My mother will not let you go. She will surely not spare you. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Han Li stomped upon his head, the viscous red and white matter splattering everywhere. It is clear to anyone with discernment. Must you reiterate? Han Li remarked with a slight huff. He then removed the spatial ring from his finger and approached Wang Yangming's side to claim his ring as well. Subsequently, he crossed a small bridge and entered the secluded chamber where Wang Yangming had been meditating. Inside this chamber, he discovered numerous healing elixirs, preserving pills, and an array of treasures he had never encountered before. According to Wang Yangming, it appears that he suffered considerable trauma at the hands of that old rogue, Wiyazi, a wound far deeper than merely losing an arm. The array of various medicinal items before Han Li caused him to grimace slightly. He understood well that had Wang Yangming not been missing an arm and sustained injuries, it would have been nearly impossible to dispatch him so swiftly and easily. A fierce and perilous struggle would have undoubtedly ensued. Yet, Wang Yangming was already dead, and everything here belonged to him. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the items in the secluded area. Upon emerging, he, along with Elder Chun and his grandson Chen Tianhu, began to scour the county capital. Anything of value was swiftly gathered, filling 5 spatial rings to the brim. Truly, as a golden core cultivator, the stock within the county governor's residence was abundant. Standing in the vast hall of the governor's estate, Han Li marveled in awe. He reached out to ruffle Chen Tianhu's hair and said, "Let us proceed to the forest cottage. I shall formally impart my teachings to you." "Wow, thank you, master. Tianhu will study diligently," Chen Tianhu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. The situation at the Anping County governor's estate was perplexing. Demonic cultivators were rampant throughout the county, overwhelming in number. Yet, there were no guards at the entrance, which was utterly absurd. Just as they prepared to depart, a cacophony of sharp rebukes pierced Han Li's ears. With his enhanced spiritual perception, he could sense a vast range, surpassing even that of ordinary golden core cultivators. From several miles away, he could hear, and the expanse of the county capital was far greater than that. "Elder Chun, little tiger, follow me quickly," he urged, sensing an influx of individuals, and not a small number at that. Han Li's expression shifted as he swiftly led the two into the grand hall. He surveyed the surroundings and activated the Death Phoenix wings, lifting them directly to the roof beams of the hall. The beams were substantial, at least as thick as 3 men could embrace together. Once atop, Han Li enveloped them with his aura, ensuring they would not be detected by the newcomers. Before long, a group entered the hall, led by 2 elders radiating an aura almost identical to that of Wang Yangming. Steady as a mountain, resolute as a bell, swift as the wind. These were 2 golden core cultivators. Han Li held his breath, fearing discovery. The hall was strewn with corpses. It appeared the governor's estate had been raided. Could a great demon have ravaged this place, slaughtering its inhabitants? It seemed highly likely, yet Wang Yangming, as the county governor and a golden core cultivator himself, could he have fallen victim as well? Was there a demon of golden core caliber in their midst? As the 2 golden core elders conversed, their bodies were taut, eyes sharp with vigilance, wary of any potential ambush from the demon responsible for this calamity. "Esteemed elders, we have discovered this in the back courtyard. It is none other than Wang Yangming, the county governor of Anping." At that moment, a headless corpse was raised and placed before the 2 elderly men. How tragic. The head had been forcefully struck into the chest cavity, an atrocity that only a formidable individual could perpetrate. The 2 men hastily approached to examine the body of Wang Yangming. Such a brutal method undoubtedly indicated a powerful adversary, a ruthless practitioner of dark magic. However, the little demon we sought was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even if he were to attain the peak of that stage, he could never have slain Wang Yangming. Yet, before we could capture the little demon, a greater fiend had emerged. Was Anping County destined to become a den of evil? We must search further. If we cannot locate the little demon, we shall retreat for now. This formidable fiend's methods were exceedingly cruel, and as mere golden core cultivators, it would be challenging for us to contend with him. It would be utterly ridiculous if we failed to capture the little demon and ended up in a predicament. Indeed. The two Golden Core cultivators conversed briefly before turning to depart. It seemed they had been in Amping County for some time. Presumably, they had come from either Linda County or Guangnan County. During his time in Tianyuan Valley, he had slain several prodigies from Guangnan County and Linda County, and it was likely that the forces behind them had come seeking vengeance. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in Han Li's eyes as he pondered quietly. After a moment, the group, having gleaned little of significance, turned to leave. Master, Chun Tianhu lifted his head, eager to speak to Han Li, but Han Li quickly silenced him. Just then, one of the Golden Core cultivators from earlier unexpectedly returned. Chapter 93. Passing on the teachings to the young disciples. Each setting forth, the Golden Core Grand Cultivator stood solemnly in the Grand Hall, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Could it be? Was my earlier perception merely an illusion? There appeared to be no beings or creatures present here. He tilted his head upward, surveying the hall, murmuring to himself for a moment. Once he was assured that no anomalies persisted, he turned to leave. After a brief interval, Han Li finally removed his hand from covering Chun Tianhu's mouth and inquired, "Is everything all right now? Those old schemers have retreated far enough. What were you about to say?" "I need to urinate, master. As the saying goes, one can govern the heavens and the earth, yet cannot control natural bodily functions." Indeed, Chun Tianhu remained but a child. "Come now, we shall find a suitable place for that after we descend." With that, Han Li guided the duo, the elder and his grandson, to leap down from the beam, landing steadily upon the ground. A stream of youthful urine splashed upon the floor of the magistrate's grand hall. The three promptly departed, returning to the modest courtyard belonging to old Chun in the forest. Han Li regarded them both with utmost seriousness, stating, "Old Chun, little tiger, you can no longer remain in Amping County. It is imperative that you relocate to a distant county." "Must we truly move, Brother Han?" Old Chun asked anxiously. Having resided here for decades, the thought of such sudden upheaval was daunting. "It is absolutely necessary. I have slain the entire county seat, and in a sense, I am opposing the great Zhou dynasty. They will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate. The position of a county magistrate is not inconsequential. Furthermore, the strength of the great Zhou is formidable, with many powerful figures who could uncover traces of my actions. Hence, the best course is to vacate this place." "Very well. I shall heed your advice," Old Chun replied, nodding gravely. "Once you have moved, I too shall depart from Amping County." "Master, where are you going? Will you not accompany us?" Chun Tianhu asked eagerly upon hearing that Han Li would also be leaving. "I cannot join you. I have my own matters to attend to, and I am the greatest liability. Having offended numerous Golden Core powers, your safety would be compromised in my presence." Han Li smiled gently. His intention was not merely to leave Amping County, but to do so with great fanfare. He harbored a vision of transforming Amping County into his experimental ground. The journey had only just begun, with everyone eagerly cultivating demonic arts, yet none had truly matured. Should he remain, there was a risk that the great Zhou might conspire with various factions to obliterate Amping County. Thus, he resolved not only to depart, but to do so ostentatiously, drawing attention to himself while accelerating his own growth, akin to fishing with a net. "What must we do to see you again?" Chun Tianhu asked with concern. "I shall provide you with a communication jade talisman. Should you find yourselves in peril, simply shatter it, and I shall be made aware. Or rather, by the time you cultivate to the 12th level of Qi refinement, you may also shatter it. As for me, I shall seek the ethereal essence for you from the outside world. How could my disciple be inferior to others?" Han Li chuckled lightly as he produced a communication jade talisman and handed it to Elder Chun. These were procured from Wang Yangming's treasury. Han Li then presented a spatial ring, teeming with abundant resources. It would not only suffice for Elder Chun and his grandson, Chun Tianhu, to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, but it might even support them all the way to the pinnacle of that stage. Elder Chun received it with utmost solemnity, adorning his finger with it. "Little tiger, I shall now impart to you the methods of cultivation. Devote yourself diligently to your training," Han Li instructed Chun Tianhu. He shared with him the formidable techniques, the yang gathering and lifespan seizing art, the blood-drinking demon-slaying sword, the 8 Desolations Annihilation technique, and the primordial spirit absorption method. "I have imparted 4 techniques to you. Learn them in the order I have provided, and remember not to be overly greedy. Lay a solid foundation step by step." After transmitting the teachings, Han Li offered earnest guidance. For his first disciple, even a nominal one, he was exceedingly attentive. A teacher's role is to impart wisdom, teach skills, and resolve doubts. After all, Chun Tianhu lacked the formless golden tome and the extraordinary comprehension that Han Li possessed. Being overly ambitious could indeed lead to the peril of losing oneself in the process. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Tianhu immediately knelt, bowing 3 times before Han Li. Tianhu shall remember this. Subsequently, Han Li produced several more techniques to pass on to Elder Chen. Once all arrangements were in place, darkness enveloped the sky. After dinner, they each returned to their chambers. Han Li settled down, directing his spiritual energy into the spatial ring to begin tallying the spoils. The 4 symbols sword array. Among Wang Yangming's collection, he had acquired a formation technique. After a brief study, Han Li surmised that this must be the sword array situated outside his closed-door retreat. Its might could even slay those at the first level of the Golden Core stage. Goodness, I was fortunate to have been cautious back then. Otherwise, had I fallen victim to the array's initial strike, it would have surely resulted in severe losses. Facing Wang Tai's mother's soul incarnation, I might have truly found myself in dire straits. Gazing at the 4 symbols sword array, Han Li pondered deeply. As he studied it, an expression of realization crossed his face. Suddenly, a line of small characters appeared upon the formless golden tome in his mind. Han Li's brow arched. Blood-refining Jianghu array? What could this mean? Crackling sounds resonated as the introduction and formation patterns of the blood-refining Jianghu array manifested in his consciousness. Instantly, Han Li gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, this blood-refining Jianghu array is exceedingly sinister, or rather, it is remarkably splendid. The cultivation methods and their effects detailed therein were nothing short of astonishing. According to the description, the scope of the blood-refining Jianghu array was virtually limitless, contingent upon his continuous enhancement of strength. Once this array was set in place and activated, all living beings within its confines would be mercilessly annihilated by an inexhaustible barrage of lethal energies. The slain cultivators. Their blood essence can be absorbed by the blood-refining Jianghu formation, replenishing the array and providing a ceaseless source of power. This continues until every being within the formation has been utterly annihilated. It can be said that once this array is activated, it autonomously slaughters and replenishes itself. Unless a force within the formation exceeds the supreme destructive power that the array can unleash, it will perpetually operate. The blood-refining Jianghu formation is undoubtedly the ideal choice for city slaughter and clan extermination. Han Li's lips curled into a wide grin, excitement coursing through him. He yearned for an opportunity to execute a grand scheme and test the blood-refining Jianghu formation. A sinister laughter echoed in the room like the whispers of a demon. As time passed, dawn broke the following day. Throughout the night, Han Li had not slept, busily counting supplies and organizing himself. Upon opening the door, he found Old Chun had prepared breakfast. Little Han, everything is ready. After we finish breakfast, we can depart from Oping County. With the spatial ring, it has become quite convenient to store our belongings. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Very well, let us have breakfast and then set off. Han Li replied with a nod and a smile. Master, Xiaohu will miss you. I will strive to cultivate diligently and reunite with you once I shatter the jade talisman. Chen Tianhu said, tugging at Han Li's sleeve, filled with reluctance. You must work hard, Han Li responded gently, patting his head with a faint smile. This scene reminded him of over a decade ago when he had similarly held his grandfather's hand, promising to cultivate diligently and one day take him to explore the world beyond. As he bid farewell to Old Chun and Chen Tianhu, Han Li made his way to the Han family of Qi refinement. Before leaving, he wished to see Han Qingxue once more, a final farewell. For it was likely they would not meet again, had it not been for Han Qingxue's timely warning. He might well have been a mere patch of grass atop a grave by now. Chapter 94. The Han family in peril, corpses litter the ground. Upon the arrival of Han Li, his visage transformed into one of utter frostiness. The once resplendent and grand entrance of the Han family now lay in ruins, the ground strewn with desiccated bloodstains. A repugnant stench of decay wafted from within the Han residence, signaling a grievous calamity. What transpired during my absence? Han Li's voice emerged in a low growl, filled with trepidation, as he hastened inside. The nauseating odor invaded his nostrils, compelling him to hold his breath, while a formidable surge of spiritual energy enveloped him like a radiant shield. Corpses lay scattered, grotesquely decomposed, with maggots writhing upon them. The Han family had indeed met with disaster. As he advanced, Han Li's expression grew increasingly frigid, and he encountered numerous familiar faces, including several elders of the Han clan. Their bodies, still recognizable and not yet fully decomposed, were a haunting sight. Upon reaching the council hall, he surveyed the area but found no trace of Han Qingxue or Han Tianyang. Where could they have vanished? Had they fled or been captured? The majority of the Han clan's bodies lay in this vicinity, particularly piled in heaps before the hall, including those of innocent children, clearly gathered for a deliberate massacre. Yet the absence of Han Qingxue and Han Tianyang gnawed at him, even after a thorough search of the hall and the entirety of the Han residence. No clues surfaced regarding the identity of the assailants responsible for this massacre. As he approached the courtyard where he resided, his brow furrowed in surprise. The door to his small courtyard stood ajar. Since his departure from the Han family, this sanctuary had remained securely locked. Logically, no one should have entered. With a mixture of confusion and caution, Han Li stepped into his former abode. Inside, the door to his bedroom swung open, revealing a tea table upon which a message, inscribed in blood, caught his eye. Han Li, if you wish to spare Han Rian from a gruesome death, come to Shurta Ridge in Guangnan Prefecture. You have 10 days. After that, it will be too late. Signed, Han Rian. Han Rian, it was you. Han Li's furious outcry shattered the silence, disbelief coursing through him. The architect of such a catastrophic fate for the Han family was none other than Han Rian. Previously, Han Tianyang had mentioned that he had rendered Han Rian powerless and subsequently expelled him. How could a mere cripple bring ruin upon the Han family? Or had he perhaps acquired some extraordinary fortune? Han Li's demeanor turned icy as he grappled with the revelation. He could fathom any perpetrator. Yet it was unfathomable to believe it was Han Rian who orchestrated this calamity. It appears that Han Tianyang and Han Qingxue have been captured by Han Rian. They must reach Shurta Ridge in Guangnan Prefecture within 10 days. Han Li silently calculated the time and route in his mind. He knew how to get to Guangnan Prefecture, yet he was uncertain of the exact location of Shurta Ridge. Chen Hanxing, hailing from Guangnan Prefecture, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of its whereabouts, especially with his grandfather being a formidable cultivator. Seeking him out seemed imperative, as the timeline was tight, with the need to traverse a vast domain and locate Shurta Ridge. Emerging from the room he once inhabited, Han Li surveyed the hellish scene of the Han household, feeling a weight of oppression in his heart. Allow me to accompany you, he murmured, gazing at the decaying corpses strewn about. With a sigh, he noted that in such sweltering heat, a corpse would emit a pungent stench after just a day, let alone these mangled remains, brutally torn apart. Following his words, he clasped his hands together, silently reciting the Holy Lotus Sutra to offer salvation. Upon completing his rite, he waved his hand, and torrents of black flames cascaded down. Soon, the Han residence was engulfed in fierce flames, and he vanished within the inferno. After 2 days and nights, Han Li arrived at Guangnan City, the capital of Guangnan Prefecture. The city was vast, significantly larger than Yong'an City of Anping Prefecture, bustling with throngs of people. Upon reaching Guangnan City, he randomly stopped a passerby to inquire about the location of the Chen family. Chen Hanxing had previously informed him that if he ever found himself in Guangnan City, it would be easy to learn of the Chen family's whereabouts, as they were a powerful Golden Core clan. After some inquiries, Han Li learned the direction of the Chen family and hastened towards them. However, he soon heard a harsh voice pierce through the air. You filthy beggar, kneel and lick the dirt off my shoes. If you fail to clean it thoroughly, I shall sever your tongue and break your limbs. Having walked only a short distance, Han Li instinctively turned to glance in the direction of the voice. His heart jolted at the sight of Han Tianyang. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly encountered Han Tianyang here. At that moment, Han Tianyang was being forcefully compelled to kneel on the ground, his body marred with torn wounds and his clothes tattered and filthy. Gritting his teeth in defiance, he endured the humiliation, while a young woman, somewhat attractive yet exceedingly cruel, extended her foot, poised above Han Tianyang's face. I have already apologized and knelt. Must you still demand that I lick the soles of your shoes? Even bullying has its limits. Han Tianyang's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the beautiful tormentor. So, you refuse to lick? Excellent, such spirit. In that case, I shall slice off your tongue and sever your tendons. The beautiful woman let out a cold huff. With a mere wave of her hand, one of her guards unsheathed a dagger and advanced towards Han Tianyang. The onlookers around observed with a mix of intrigue and indifference, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding scene. However, at the very moment the guard raised his dagger, a glint of cold light suddenly flashed through the air. With a swift motion, his arm, which held the dagger, was severed in two, and crimson blood gushed forth. A pained scream erupted from his lips, startling every person present. How dare someone have the audacity to ambush my guard? Step forward and face your demise. The sharp-tongued beauty glared with fury and unleashed a chilling roar. Just as her words echoed, a resounding slap struck her, sending her flying backwards. 2 of her teeth were knocked loose. She fell to the ground, crying out in agony. At that moment, the crowd was forcibly parted by an overwhelming force. Han Li strode forward, confronting Han Tianyang directly. Han Li, it's you. How could it possibly be you? Half kneeling and utterly astonished, Han Tianyang could not contain his excitement as he exclaimed upon the sudden appearance of Han Li. Chapter 95. Murder in the Streets. Is the renowned clan of cultivators truly impressive? I am the clan leader. Upon hearing Han Tianyang's startled shout, Han Li nodded gravely in response. The clan leader. To think this wretched beggar, this pitiful coward, is actually the leader of a clan? How amusing. The clan leader is being suppressed like a dog beneath my feet, while his kin ambush and injure me. I am furious, an unprecedented rage. Someone, seize that treacherous cur. I demand to know from which family they hail, and I shall ensure that none of their kin, young or old, are spared. The beautiful woman screamed in rage. The other guards around her, all formidable cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, charged at Han Li with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Han Li retaliated, effortlessly sending their heads crashing into their chests, not a drop of blood spilled. At that moment, the once cacophonous, beautiful woman stood frozen in disbelief, her surroundings filled with stunned onlookers. Did he truly just treat their heads like mere balls? The most astonishing part was that these individuals were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet their heads were dispatched with such ease that they couldn't even utter a scream. How barbaric. As Han Li continued to advance, the crowd instinctively retreated. The passageway, once barely sustained by Han Li's overwhelming power, expanded 4- or 5-fold in an instant. Clan leader, I am coming. You shall be safe. Once I deal with this wretch, we shall reminisce, Han Li remarked to Han Tianyang, striding towards the woman. Do not approach. I warn you, I am a descendant of the esteemed Qin clan. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will meet your demise, I assure you. The woman shouted in sheer panic, attempting to leverage her identity for intimidation. I care not for your esteemed lineage. Your end is nigh. Han Li's frigid murderous intent locked onto her, causing the beautiful woman to feel as if she were plummeting into an abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Presumptuous. How dare you strike a member of the Qin family? Do you not know the eyes of the Lord of Horses are ever watchful? Just as Han Li raised his hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow, a thunderous voice echoed from nearby. Immediately, a man clad in a brocade robe approached rapidly, accompanied by 3 middle-aged individuals. Tianqing, you are here. Come quickly and save me. I was nearly slain by this despicable fiend for no reason. The terrified woman called out, her excitement palpable upon seeing the brocade-clad man. Qin Tianqing had arrived, a core descendant of the Qin family, renowned for both his formidable strength and esteemed status within the clan. This was a predicament for Han Li. Yao, do not fear. Tianqing is here. I shall ensure your safety and eliminate this blind wretch before your eyes. The brocade-clad man, Qin Tianqing, replied with a beaming smile. I must trouble brother Tianqing. However, I suggest he incapacitate him instead of killing him outright, as that would be too merciful. I was ambushed without provocation, and this grievance is unbearable for Sister Yuyo. With a face full of hatred, Qin Yuyo pointed at Han Li and shouted, a trivial matter. As she spoke, Qin Tianqing arrived with his entourage, casting a disdainful glance at Han Li. Young man, those who dare to strike against the Qin family in Guangnan City are few and far between. Yet you have the audacity to do so, thus. I shall first render you powerless before handing you over to Sister Yuyo for her judgment. Upon finishing his words, a middle-aged man beside him stepped forward, raising his hand without a second thought to deliver a heavy blow to Han Li. However, Han Li's hand was swifter. With a resounding slap, he sent the man's head crashing into his chest, simultaneously siphoning away all of his spiritual energy and cultivation. What? He was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. Yet he was slain in an instant? Qin Tianqing's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. The 3 middle-aged men accompanying him were not like the few individuals that Qin Yuyo had brought along. They were all formidable figures at the later stages of Foundation establishment. How powerful must Han Li be? At the pinnacle of the 9th level of Foundation establishment? Yet he appeared to be slightly younger than Qin Tianqing. And even the might of someone at the peak of Foundation establishment did not exude such an overwhelming dominance. In a swift motion, Han Li suddenly extended his hand towards Qin Tianqing. Qin Tianqing hastily stepped back, pushing the 2 middle-aged men beside him to the forefront. The 2 men quickly charged forward, attacking Han Li. Boom, boom. Accompanied by 2 dull thuds, these 2 middle-aged men, both at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, perished instantly. At this moment, Qin Tianqing was utterly alarmed. He frantically rummaged through his storage ring to produce a jade talisman. I know you are strong, but let me inform you. We are quite close to the Qin family. I shall now summon the golden core ancestor of my clan to come and subdue you. With that, Qin Tianqing crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Brother Hanxing, this is Tianqing. Quickly bring the family's golden core ancestor to rescue us. There is a madman here threatening to annihilate our esteemed Chen family. As the talisman shattered, Chen Tianqing shouted loudly. Then, he saw a streak of light shoot out, vanishing into the void, its speed akin to that of a comet, swift and elusive. Is the brother Hanqing you mentioned, named Chen Hanqing? Han Li inquired, fixating his gaze on Chen Tianqing as the light disappeared. Needless to say, brother Hanqing undoubtedly carries the surname Chen. He is one of the 3 direct disciples of my illustrious Chen family. Brother Hanqing has the authority to summon the golden core ancestor. You are doomed. Even if you kill me now, you cannot escape. Chen Tianqing bellowed in fury. Hee. If I were to say that I never contemplated fleeing, even after dealing with you, would you believe me? Han Li chuckled with a grin. After he vanquished Wang Yongming, his strength surged to unprecedented heights. Not only did he attain the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment stage, but his mastery of various secret techniques and combat skills also reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Now, when facing a fully empowered Wang Yongming, Han Li possesses an undeniable advantage. How bold you are! I hope you remain as defiant shortly. Chen Tianqing roared vehemently. Han Tianyang, standing aside, expressed his deep remorse to Han Li, saying, I am sorry for dragging you into this. There's no need for such regret. A few days ago, I visited the Han family, and I am well aware of their circumstances. We shall discuss the rest at another time, Han Li replied with a faint sigh, his tone calm, yet resolute. Han Tianyang shuddered, a profound hatred surging within him. Soon, 2 figures descended from the sky, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, drawing near with alarming speed. The onlookers below hurriedly cleared a path. Golden core practitioners are arriving. All bystanders should stand aside. Chen Tianqing exclaimed excitedly. You vile man. You beast. Relying on your strength to slaughter numerous members of the Chen family, I shall flay your skin and draw your tendons, casting you into the abyss of 10,000 serpents to endure their torment until your last breath. Chen Yuyao, who had recently been petrified with fear, regained her arrogance, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Li, nearly poking him in the nose. However, in the next moment, she was struck by a powerful kick that sent her hurtling through the air, crashing several meters away with a piercing scream. Simultaneously, a voice rang out, Elder brother. What brings you here? No, I had no idea you had arrived. Forgive my inadequate welcome. Chen Hanqing approached Han Li, hands clasped in excitement. Chapter 96. There is no regret medicine for sale in this world. Stunned, Chen Hanqing had lowered himself to such an extent that both Chen Tianqing and Chen Yuyao were left speechless, gazing incredulously at the scene before them. Chen Hanqing was, after all, the most sought-after direct disciple of the illustrious Chen family, a prominent lineage in the realm of cultivation. In fact, he garnered even more attention from the family than the other 2 direct disciples, and for a simple reason. Chen Hanqing was a genuine foundation of the heavenly Tao. He was the first in a millennium from the Chen family to achieve such a feat, which underscored the height of his standing. Yet now, the esteemed Chen Hanqing was exhibiting such humility in front of Han Li, adopting a posture so lowly that it filled them with unease and trepidation. Brother Hanqing, could it be that you have mistaken this person for someone else? Chen Yuyao exclaimed, having crawled over in a flurry. This scoundrel hails from an obscure little family, and that old beggar is his clan leader. Surely, he cannot be your acquaintance. Perhaps they merely share a passing resemblance. At that moment, Chen Tianqing, upon hearing Chen Yuyao's words, eagerly inquired, is it possible, Yuyao, that Brother Hanqing has indeed misidentified him? Indeed, Brother Tianqing, that is my assumption as well. Moreover, his accent differs slightly from that of our Guangnan prefecture, suggesting he might be from beyond its borders. It's entirely plausible that Brother Hanqing has made an error. Chen Yuyao nodded vigorously. As Chen Tianqing pondered this, he found some merit in Chen Yuyao's reasoning, and the anxiety that had once gripped him dissipated swiftly. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Han Li, barking angrily, You wretched fool. If Brother Hanqing has made a mistake, then you should keep your mouth shut and not make a fool of yourself. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Brother, kindly step aside, lest blood splatter upon you and stain your garments, he continued, his voice dripping with disdain. Are you suggesting you wish to injure me severely enough to draw blood? Chen Hanqing turned his head to regard Chen Tianqing, and with a swift, forceful slap, struck him across the face. With a splatter, Chen Tianqing had no time to respond before he spewed a mouthful of blood, his face mangled, several teeth flying from his mouth. Ah! Chen Tianqing cried out in excruciating pain. Do you truly think I would misidentify someone? Am I blind? Chen Hanqing roared in fury. Brother, please wait a moment while I deal with these blind relatives to satisfy your desires, he declared, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from him as he raised his palm, aiming a devastating blow at Chun Tianqing's head. Chun Tianqing's complexion turned ashen, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Brother Hanqing, forgive me. It was my failure to recognize the gravity of the situation, and I was misled by that wretched Chen Yuyao. If you must exact punishment, let it be upon her, and spare me my life. There is no need for further excuses. One must face the consequences of their misdeeds. Chen Hanqing replied coldly, his tone as frigid as ice. To Han Li, he owed a debt of rebirth. Without Han Li, he would never have acquired the essence of the heavenly vein, nor would he have established a foundation in the Tao. His current status would be utterly unattainable. How could he tolerate anyone insulting Han Li, especially a member of his own Qin family? This incited even greater fury within him. No, even if I have truly erred, you cannot simply take my life, he exclaimed. My grandfather is an elder of the Qin family, and he shares a good rapport with your grandfather. Do you not care for even a sliver of old sentiment? Seeing that Chun Hanqing showed no signs of leniency, Chun Tianqing hastily altered his approach, shouting out in desperation, Chen Kuan, save me. Chun Hanqing has lost his mind, willing to sacrifice me. A core disciple of the Qin family, for the sake of an outsider. Chun Tianqing was utterly distraught as he called out to the elder who had accompanied Chen Hanqing. This elder was a formidable golden core cultivator, and if he spoke, Chen Hanqing would undoubtedly refrain from disregarding his authority. Although Chun Hanqing's current standing was indeed elevated, before he fully matured, the golden core cultivators still held absolute sway and were the backbone of the Qin family. However, the golden core cultivator named Chen Kuan remained silent. While Chen Tianqing was undoubtedly a core member, his status and worth paled in comparison to Chen Hanqing. Furthermore, Han Li, whom Chun Hanqing addressed as brother, was no ordinary individual. Chun Tianqing had already observed Han Li. Though young, he harbored a terrifying power akin to an unfathomable abyss, one that even he struggled to penetrate. Moreover, when Chun Hanqing mentioned his acquisition of the heavenly vein's essence, he had alluded to the assistance of another person, which implied that Han Li was indeed the one who aided Chen Hanqing. This signified that Han Li also possessed the ability to establish a foundation in the Tao. Such an extraordinary figure was not someone to be trifled with, further diminishing Chun Tianqing's value. Thus, he saw no reason to intervene with Chen Hanqing. Yet, just as Chun Hanqing's hand was about to strike down upon Chun Tianqing's head, Han Li suddenly interjected. Hanqing, enough. After all, they are your kin. A slight punishment will suffice. Chun Hanqing's concession was more than adequate, as he needed Chun Hanqing's assistance in locating Hanqing Xue. Not wishing for Chun Tianqing to suffer severe harm, he opted for a more tempered approach. Brother, it is nothing. One must face consequences for their misdeeds. However, since you have spoken, let them escape the death penalty, but not the punishment for their transgressions. Chen Hanqing's arm hesitated momentarily, his tone fervent as he spoke. Boom. In the next instant, Chun Hanqing's hand descended violently, striking Chun Tianqing's dantian with tremendous force. Chun Tianqing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging in shock, and his body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. His dantian was shattered. Chen Hanqing had obliterated it, causing his consciousness and cultivation to rapidly dissipate. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, but at least he had preserved his life, even if he could no longer cultivate for the latter half of his life. As a member of the Qin family, he could still live out his days in relative peace. I am grateful to you, Brother Hanqing, for sparing my life. Despite the resentment that surged within him to an unparalleled extent, Chun Tianqing managed to suppress his emotions and expressed gratitude to Chen Hanqing. Chun Hanqing cast a cold glance in his direction before redirecting his attention to Chen Yuyao. Kneeling on the ground, Chen Yuyao was overwhelmed with fear, continuously pleading for mercy. Yet her entreaties proved utterly futile. With a resounding crash, Chen Hanqing shattered her dantian with a single kick, the force so great that it also fractured several of her ribs in a swift, brutal motion. Subsequently, Chen Hanqing approached Han Li, extending an invitation for both him and Han Tianyang to visit the Qin family. There is no rush for a visit. I have come to Guangnan County for a matter of great significance. As it happens, I was also looking to find you. Why not we simply find an end to discuss it? Han Li politely declined, aware that he had only 10 days granted by Han Ruyan, leaving him little time for delays. Very well, let us seek an end then. However, rest assured, brother, my standing within the family is reasonably secure. Chen Hanqing replied with a grin, nodding in agreement. He then turned to Chen Kuan, instructing him to return home first. You all should proceed with your discussions. I will not intrude. Chen Kuan offered a faint smile, for in a certain sense, he had become Chun Hanqing's protector, highlighting the level of importance the Chun family placed upon him. This was also the reason why Chun Tianqing had initially sought Chen Hanqing's assistance, not anticipating that his scheme would backfire. Had he not summoned Chen Hanqing, perhaps he would have succeeded in capturing Han Li and Han Tianyang by enlisting the help of others. Moreover, he had previously expended a significant price to obtain the Jade Talisman of Communication from Chen Hanqing, only to lament that there are no remedies for regrets in this world. Chapter 96. Preparing to journey to Lion's Roar Ridge. Then I must trouble ancestor Chen Kuan. Chen Hanqing smiled and nodded, beckoning Han Li and Han Tianyang to depart. Moments later, they arrived at a tavern within the city. After requesting a private room, Han Li articulated his needs. Lion's Roar Ridge. Upon hearing this, Chen Hanqing's expression noticeably shifted. Is Lion's Roar Ridge truly that extraordinary? Han Li inquired promptly. Indeed, Lion's Roar Ridge possesses certain peculiarities. Being situated adjacent to the chaotic demon sea, which harbors 3 formidable demonic sects, all notorious for their heinous deeds. They once launched an assault on Guangnan City, showcasing their terrifying prowess. Even the officials of the Great Zhou dynasty typically refrain from entering that region. Should one be captured within Lion's Roar Ridge, the prospects appear grim. Chen Hanqing elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Lion's Roar Ridge. The adversary left me a message. Within 10 days, Han Qingshuo should remain safe. His intention is to lure me there, rather than to take Han Qingshuo's life. Thus, she ought to be secure for the next 10 days. What astonishes me, however, is how Han Qingshuo suddenly became associated with the powerful figures within Lion's Roar Ridge. As Han Li spoke, he turned his gaze towards Han Tianyang. Han Tianyang wore a bitter expression. I too am perplexed as to why she would have ties with those within Lion's Roar Ridge. 6 days ago, the Han family was in its usual state until a group of exceedingly peculiar individuals in black robes breached the Han family gates, ruthlessly annihilating the entire clan. Had I not already begun to establish my foundation, taking advantage of their carelessness, I too might have perished. Clan leader, you too have reached the foundation establishment stage? Han Li asked, somewhat astonished. It was that pulse of earth energy you retrieved. Qingshuo did not utilize it and instead bestowed it upon me, Han Tianyang clarified. I see. How filial of her. That pulse of earth energy is immensely valuable. It indeed surprises me that Han Qingshuo was willing to relinquish it. Han Tianyang revealed an awkward smile. I initially declined vehemently, but Qingshuo insisted that the Han family required a foundation establishment expert. Otherwise, our strength would be woefully inadequate. If we were to attract the attention of formidable outsiders, it would spell great trouble. Furthermore, it would take her some time to attain foundation establishment. Hence I utilized the pulse of earth energy. Clan leader, please do not take offense. I harbored no ulterior motives. Han Li quickly reassured him. I understand. Yet I cannot shake the feeling of indebtedness regarding the pulse of earth energy. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with my failure to decisively eliminate him at the time, which has now brought such calamity upon the Han family. Regret fills me. I am the greatest sinner of the Han family. As Han Tianyang spoke, his eyes turned a deep crimson, overwhelmed by an unparalleled sense of remorse. Alas, since the events have transpired, clan leader, do not dwell excessively in self-reproach. Placing a hand on Han Tianyang's shoulder, Han Li said, Hansheng, could you guide me to Lion's Roar Ridge? Han Li then looked at Chen Hanqing. Chen Hanqing furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with regret as he spoke. Brother, the Shurtuar Ridge is rather perilous. Due to certain circumstances, I fear I am unable to escort you personally, as it may have the opposite effect. For centuries, our prominent Golden Core families from Guangnan County have been adversaries of the 3 great demonic sects within Shurtuar Ridge. However, my family has some clandestine agents in that area. I can reveal their identities to provide you with pertinent information. I shall arrange for them to facilitate your passage while I lead a formidable force outside to assist you. Does this plan seem feasible? Absolutely, Han Li nodded in agreement. At present, Chen Hanqing held immense value within the Chen family, and they would undoubtedly not permit him to encounter any undue danger. Furthermore, given the long-standing enmity, Chen Hanqing would not be able to offer him much assistance. Thus, Han Li comprehended the situation entirely. However, he was somewhat astonished to learn that the Chun family had indeed placed some hidden agents within the enemy ranks. Chen Hanqing chuckled softly and explained, our enmity with the demonic sects of Shurtuar Ridge spans centuries. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Over the years, we have not only established our own agents within, but the Shurtuar Ridge has also infiltrated our Golden Core families with their spies. Fortunately, you did not accompany me back to the Chun residence. Otherwise, the grand display could have inadvertently drawn attention. Indeed, that is a possibility, Han Li agreed with a smile. By the way, brother, I have a disguise pill you can take. It will last for 24 hours. Chen Hanxing seemed to recall something and retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, handing it to Han Li. A disguise pill? Han Li's eyes sparkled at the sight of the elixir. He had heard of the value of such a pill, which was notoriously expensive and could alter one's appearance without any side effects. Yes, I happened upon it at an auction, and it serves little purpose in my possession. Take it. It may prove useful in critical moments. Very well, I shall accept it. Han Li graciously accepted the vial, and then turned to Han Tianyang, instructing him to remain in Guangnan City while he ventured forth alone. Han Li, you must be exceedingly cautious. I know my presence would only hinder you. Han Tianyang lamented bitterly. The clan leader need not worry. Simply await my return with Qingxue. Han Li reassured him. Rest assured, I will make arrangements for Uncle Han. You need not concern yourself with these trivial matters, Chen Hanxing interjected. Excellent. Then please arrange for my journey to Shurtua Ridge. Han Li nodded with a smile. 2 hours later, Han Li found himself at the outskirts of Shurtua Ridge. The terrain was steep and densely wooded, shrouded in mist, with the mountains cloaked in a grim ashen hue. A gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle ominously, reminiscent of ghostly whispers beckoning. To the common eye, one would not only be deterred from entering, but might also be utterly frightened and hastily retreat. My dear brother, simply proceed in this direction. When you encounter a colossal stone resembling the beak of an eagle, you must halt. At that moment, shatter the jade talisman in your hand, and assistance will surely arrive. Chen Hanxing gestured towards a specific direction as he spoke to Han Li. Chapter 98. Han Ruyan has become the pinnacle of the demon sect. Han Li followed the directions provided by Chen Hanxing. Upon arriving at a colossal rock resembling an eagle's beak, he crushed the jade talisman given to him by Chen. Once shattered, he consumed the disguise pill offered by Chen, causing his facial muscles to contort and transform into a strikingly handsome visage, markedly different from his original appearance. He then utilized his sword as a mirror to admire his new look. Not bad, rather charming. He sat in quiet anticipation, and before long, a man clad in a black robe approached, hunched over. From a distance, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from him, reminiscent of one who frequently traverses a realm of corpses and blood. However, Han Li recognized him as the individual he sought, hailing from the Shit Demon Sect, one of the 3 foremost demon sects of Shitueo Ridge. Did you shatter the jade talisman? The man in black inquired in a hushed tone. Han Li opened his palm, revealing the crushed talisman. The black-robed man nodded, then waved his hand, producing a black jade slip from his sleeve. As he activated it, a faint veil of light enveloped them both. Now, we may converse, he said, the wariness on his face dissipating as he addressed Han Li. This jade slip can shield us from external scrutiny. Han Li, intrigued, pointed out, indeed, it seems to possess remarkable properties. Precisely, it is crafted from chaotic stone. Once activated, its radiance disrupts the probing of outsiders. One must exercise caution while operating in the shadows, the black-robed man replied with a light chuckle. You are correct, after all. We are in the lion's den, Han Li acknowledged with a smile. Being an undercover agent is perilous. Once discovered, it often leads to certain doom. Chen Hanxing sent me to find you. My purpose is to gather intelligence and rescue someone. Han Li then divulged his objectives to the man in black. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's brow furrowed. The woman you seek, named Han Qingxue, may prove difficult to locate. However, I am quite familiar with Han Ruyan. Her recent fame in Shitueo Ridge is indeed considerable. Is that so? Her reputation has grown so vast here? Han Li was taken aback. Back at the Han family, Han Ruyan had always been rather unremarkable, possessing merely a hint of talent. Yet now, after her fall from grace, she seemed to thrive in this realm. Indeed, she has nearly become a legend among the 3 prominent demon sects of Shitueo Ridge, the black-robed man affirmed. I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Han Li requested earnestly, clasping his hands in gratitude. Recently, a batch of piglets was smuggled in from outside and sold to the Rakshasa sect, he continued. In the midst of a group of piglets was a girl named Han Ruyan, who, unbeknownst to many, possessed the exceedingly rare constitution of a Cha Nu, a natural embodiment for the cultivation of demonic arts. Consequently, she was directly taken in as a disciple by the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa sect, who not only healed her every ailment, but also guided her back onto the path of cultivation. Recently, she successfully established her foundation in the heavenly Tao, earning her status as a candidate for the position of Holy Maiden within the Rakshasa sect, a revelation that caused quite a stir throughout the Lion Turtle Ridge. It is said that formidable demonic sects from the Chaos Demon Sea have already begun to take notice of her. Before long, she may very well embark on a journey to further her studies within those powerful sects of the Chaos Demon Sea. The man in the black robe relayed this information regarding Han Ruyan. Upon hearing it, Han Li was left in disbelief. What extraordinary fortune must she have stumbled upon to be graced with such luck? Han Li was astounded. Although he himself had enjoyed considerable fortune, it had come through relentless perseverance, fraught with countless trials and dangers. In stark contrast, Han Ruoyan had emerged from dire circumstances, her unique constitution discovered, and it just so happened to be an exceptional one for demonic cultivation. The odds were indeed in her favor. Moreover, you mentioned that you wished to rescue a woman named Han Qingxue. A few days ago, I did hear that Han Ruoyan had departed from the Rakshasa sect with a group of individuals. At the time, I assumed she was merely out for training. However, based on your information, it seems she may have ventured forth to enact revenge, possibly bringing back the very Han Qingxue you seek. The man in the black robe continued. Indeed, this transpired 7 days ago. Han Li nodded in agreement. As a senior operative of the Chun family within the corpse demon sect, the black-robed man possessed an unparalleled analytical mind and reflexes, allowing him to swiftly deduce some valuable information. Can you assist me in infiltrating the Rakshasa sect to locate Han Qingxue? Han Li inquired. The man in the black robe pondered briefly before responding. If it were the corpse demon sect, that would pose little challenge. My standing there is quite respectable, nearing the core of their operations. However, within the Rakshasa sect, I would only be able to enter as a guest, limiting my access to information. The best I can do is find a way to get you into the Rakshasa sect. As for determining her whereabouts and facilitating her rescue, that will likely fall to you. That will suffice. Just arrange my entry into the Rakshasa sect, and I shall handle the rest, Han Li affirmed with a nod. He understood that he could not impose impossible tasks upon others. I have also received word that a batch of piglets is set to arrive from outside, destined for the Rakshasa sect. I can arrange for you to be included among them, the black-robed man remarked, nodding in agreement. What a remarkable coincidence. Your information is indeed remarkably accurate, Han Li responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. The man in the black robe smiled and waved his hand, saying, It is not merely about being well-informed. Rather, it is a pact among the three great demonic sections. Any individual or object entering from outside the Shrugs Ridge must participate in information sharing. Thus, the three great demonic sects can maintain their enduring presence within this realm. Whether it be the formidable families of the Golden Core cultivators launching an assault or the forces of the great Zhou dynasty encircling us, we can collectively retaliate at the first opportunity. Otherwise, the three great demonic sects would have long been eradicated. Due to my status, I am particularly attentive to any information regarding the outside world. Indeed, Han Li marveled. It appears that unity is strength. The ancients did not deceive me. The man in the black robe nodded thoughtfully. Yes, unity is strength. It is a truth known by all. Yet, it remains a challenge to achieve. If the prominent Golden Core families of Guangnan County could truly unite, if the Great Zhou court were not embroiled in such intrigue, simultaneously seeking to exploit and suppress the various cultivation factions, the demonic sects would not be so audacious. Periodically, they commit heinous acts, dragging countless innocents into the Shrugs Ridge. How splendid it would be if one day the world were free of demons. As he spoke, a deep, intense hatred flickered in his eyes, revealing that he, too, bore a story of his own. Han Li opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond, feeling somewhat awkward given that he himself was recognized as a notorious figure. Chapter 99. Being handsome comes with risks. Fortunately, he was arranged by Chun Hansheng. So the man in the black robe naturally had no reason to suspect that Han Li was also a fiend. Let us not dwell on that. I shall make the arrangements for you first to avoid delaying important matters. The black-robed man, regaining his composure, spoke up. My apologies. When the opportunity arises, I shall treat you to a drink. Han Li clasped his fists and smiled. Let us speak of that in the future. Perhaps one day I shall be discovered and have to pay my respects to the king of hell. The black-robed man waved his hand and chuckled lightly. After nearly 2 hours, the black-robed man had arranged for him to join a group of over 100 individuals. These people were organized into groups of approximately 15 and placed into a large cage. Following an inspection, they were taken to the Rakshasa sect. The so-called pigs were cultivators captured from the outside, as these demonic practitioners required fresh human resources for their dark arts. As they jostled along, Han Li and his cohort were brought into the Rakshasa sect. Deep within the fog-shrouded Shrugs Ridge lay a continuous stretch of bizarre and eerie architecture, which upon first glance bore no resemblance to a legitimate sect. Some buildings even displayed flags that, upon closer inspection, were made of human skin. What a sinister establishment the Rakshasa sect was. The deeds I, Han Li, have engaged in pale in comparison. My intentions are purely benevolent. Upon arriving at the Rakshasa sect, they underwent a second round of scrutiny. Once confirmed there were no issues, the group of pigs was first escorted to a dungeon for confinement, from whence they would later be selected by the demonic practitioners according to their needs. At this very moment, in the dungeon of the Rakshasa sect, anguished cries echoed from an isolated cell. The source of the screams was Han Xing. She was bloodied and covered in lash marks, appearing utterly wretched. Before her stood Han Ruyan, her face marked by cruelty and coldness, wielding a whip that she relentlessly struck upon Han Qingshue's body. The louder Han Qingshue screamed, the more viciously Han Ruyan lashed out, resembling a sadist. Lady Saint, we have just received news that another batch of pigs is on its way to the dungeon. However, no outsiders have yet entered Shurtu Ridge, nor have we located the person you seek from the image. At that moment, a young man in black approached and respectfully stood beside Han Ruyan. Ha ha, Han Ruyan, you have miscalculated. He would never come to rescue me. He is a fiend through and through. Your torment serves no purpose. You might as well kill me outright to end this. Before Han Ruyan could respond, Han Qingshue's scornful voice rang out. Han Ruyan chuckled darkly. I know my dear brother well. He is a man of deep loyalty. This has nothing to do with whether he is a fiend. Even if he does not arrive within these 10 days, there will come a time when he certainly will. Tomorrow marks the deadline I have indicated. Should he still fail to appear, I shall first bestow you upon those swine for their amusement, and subsequently, I will strip you bare and hang you at the mountain pass of Lion-Trotting Ridge, allowing your blood to drain until you are but a desiccated husk. He will come eventually. He will be seen in due course. You wretched creature, Han Ruyan, you are a heartless beast. You shall meet a grim fate. And even as a specter, I shall not spare you. Han Qingshue's anguished cries echoed through the air, yet all she received in return was Han Ruyan's brazen taunts. I am the holy maiden of the demon sect. Even ghosts bow before me in reverence. Ha ha ha. As her laughter faded, she carelessly tossed aside the whip in her hand and turned to stride out of the prison, her entourage hastily following in her wake. Holy maiden, would you like to select a few swine? They have just been delivered here, inquired a young man clad in black, who accompanied her. Han Ruyan raised an eyebrow dismissively. Selecting a couple would suffice. My temper has been rather frayed these past few days. At that moment, a large group of captives was ushered into the dungeon. Han Ruyan surveyed them, noting their disheveled appearances, hardly a clean or handsome face among them. The quality here leaves much to be desired. She remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. The young man in black chuckled sheepishly. They are merely swine. We generally do not concern ourselves with their appearances when it comes to refining their blood essence. Yet Han Ruyan was somewhat particular. This one will do. Bring him forth. Suddenly, she pointed at a young man clad in a blue robe, strikingly handsome indeed. Upon realizing he had been chosen, despair washed over the blue-robed youth's face. On the journey here, he had heard tales of some swine who, after entering the demon sect, managed to survive unselected. Yet here he was, selected even before he had fully entered the prison, truly a stroke of ill fortune. And bring this one as well. Moments later, Han Ruyan chose another. What a remarkable coincidence. Fortune has truly favored me today. The blue-robed youth inwardly cursed himself for having disguised himself so attractively. At that moment, Han Li silently berated himself, wishing he could give himself a resounding slap. The second selection happened to be him. It seemed that being handsome came with its own set of risks. You too. Come here and follow the holy maiden, commanded the young man in black, who then led Han Li and the other blue-robed youth away alongside Han Ruyan. Shortly thereafter, they were brought into a grand hall. You may leave now. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Han Ruyan instructed the young men in black before forcefully closing the hall's doors. With a wave of her hands, she teleported Han Li and the other young man to separate corners of the chamber. You need not fear, for my actions are swift. Once I was among you, and I shall not torment you as others do. Han Ruyan spoke softly to the two. A glimmer of crimson appeared in her eyes. She extended her hands, and instantly, the young man in the azure robe let out a cry of agony as his skin was pierced by countless droplets of blood. The once handsome and pristine visage was now drenched in blood, a scene of sheer brutality. Meanwhile, Han Li remained unscathed. Why are you unharmed? Moreover, it seems that the effects of my blood-drinking rejuvenation technique have inexplicably vanished upon you. Han Ruyan exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Han Li. Perhaps the distance between us is too great. A closer proximity will suffice. Han Li suddenly smiled. In the next moment, he activated the blood-refining divine light shield and vanished from his spot, lunging toward Han Ruyan. Since evasion was no longer an option, he resolved to subdue Han Ruyan first. Chapter 100, Sister. You are ultimately my sister. Do you seek death? You foolish swine. Do you wish for a desperate counterattack? Let me assure you, it will only render you utterly ridiculous. Perish. Han Ruyan thundered. unleashing a terrifying pressure from the Tao of Heaven's foundation that surged forth like a tsunami towards Han Li, who was rushing in for the kill. In her eyes, a swine is merely a swine. To dare to resist is to invite certain death. However, when the overwhelmingly powerful attack reached Han Li, it vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea, completely absorbed by him through the profound technique of the primordial absorption method. Han Rian's expression shifted abruptly. You absorbed my power? Who are you? In an instant, Han Rian was on high alert, as a figure emerged vividly in her mind. Han Li. Do you ponder my identity, Han Rian? Han Li's light laughter echoed within the space. Simultaneously, he approached Han Rian, extending his palm towards her chest. It is you, Han Li. How could it be you? I understand now. You have employed a transformation technique. Such audacity to infiltrate the Rakshasa sect undetected. I shall see you dead. Han Rian shrieked like a startled wild horse, filled with immense hatred. Suddenly, a more terrifying force erupted from her, transforming into a blazing snow-like radiance aimed at Han Li. I know you can absorb the strength of others, but I am of the Tao of Heaven's foundation. The magnitude of my power is beyond your capacity to absorb. Rakshasa Palm, shatter the heavens. Han Rian unleashed the supreme secret technique of the Rakshasa sect, the Rakshasa Palm, shaking the very void as it collided heavily with Han Li's approaching hand. Boom! Han Rian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Her slender, delicate hand was torn and lacerated, blood gushing from several gruesome wounds. Ah, the pain is unbearable. How can you be so strong? I am of the Tao of Heaven's foundation and have already reached the 3rd level of foundation, even facing an average peak foundation cultivator. I could easily overpower them. Why am I still no match for you? Han Rian screamed in anguish. In her mind, facing Han Li should have been an absolute, overwhelming slaughter, yet she was met with a resounding slap in the face. She still could not contend with him. Could it be that Han Li is also of the Tao of Heaven's foundation, and perhaps at a higher realm than hers? How infuriating. Han Li is indeed her nemesis. After some time apart, he has astonishingly reached the 3rd level of foundation, quite impressive. But compared to me, he is still somewhat slow. Sister, you are ultimately my sister. Han Li scoffed, striding forward with confidence. In mere moments, he was before Han Rian, extending his hand to grasp her neck. Stand back. Should I crush this jade talisman in my hand, my master, the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa sect, a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, will arrive and slay you here. As he was about to seize Han Rian by the neck, she swiftly produced a jade talisman with her other hand and spoke sharply to him. Han Li furrowed his brow. A 7th-layer Golden Core cultivator, indeed a troublesome opponent. However, you shall undoubtedly perish. Do you understand? If death is to be, then I shall drag you and Han Qingxue along to share the grave. 1 life for 2. And I, Han Rian, would have deemed it worthwhile. With eyes ablaze, Han Rian roared in fury. Han Li fixed his gaze upon her intensely for a moment, his tone suddenly softening. Very well, you win this round. Release Han Qingxue and allow me to depart, and I shall grant you a chance at survival as well. Otherwise, I assure you, you will meet your demise, though my fate may remain uncertain. If you doubt my words, let us wager. You may shatter that communication talisman, while I shall gladly snap your neck. Han Rian's expression shifted dramatically. Very well, I shall engage in this trade. As long as the Green Mountains endure, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Naturally, Han Rian did not wish for death. Having narrowly escaped this failed retaliation, she could still pursue vengeance in the future, certain that one day she would bring Han Li to his end. All right, let us depart now to free Han Qingxue. We shall settle our grievances at a later time. Upon finishing his statement, Han Li retracted his outstretched hand. Han Rian felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, it felt as if countless silver needles had pierced her mind, causing her to emit a piercing scream. The agony struck her with such suddenness, devoid of any warning, that her head throbbed as if her very soul was cleaved in twain. At that instant, Han Li surged forward, snatching the jade talisman from Han Rian's grasp. What manner of dark arts is this, capable of assaulting my very soul? Han Li, you wretched beast, may you meet a most untimely end. Han Rian writhed in excruciating pain, her body and spirit deeply wounded, nearly rolling on the ground in despair. Ah, you have truly libeled me this time. This is no dark art, but rather a legitimate manifestation of spiritual power. Han Li smiled faintly. After absorbing the soul incarnation of Wang Tai's mother, his spiritual strength surged to an unfathomable level, rivaling that of an ordinary Golden Core master, perhaps even surpassing it. It is worth noting that Wang Tai's mother had attained the nascent soul stage, and her soul incarnation possessed immense spiritual power. Just moments ago, Han Li's concession had lulled Han Ruyan into a false sense of security, allowing him to strike. This spiritual assault was elusive and intangible, a quintessential technique of subterfuge. How could this be? I am a foundation established by the heavenly Tao, my soul more resilient than that of an ordinary peak foundation cultivator. Why did I still succumb to your ploy, rendered defenseless? Han Ruyan cried out repeatedly, struggling to accept Han Li's words. What does it mean to be established by the heavenly Tao? Is that so impressive? Han Li scoffed derisively. To him, the foundation of the heavenly way was but a trifling matter. Subsequently, Han Li extended his hand, effortlessly seizing Han Ruyan by the throat and lifting her off the ground. Han Li, your methods are indeed beyond imagination. However, we are deep within the confines of the Rakshasa sect. Even if you were to slay me, you could never take away Han Qingxue. I shall never cooperate with you. Abandon that thought. Han Ruyan shouted in furious indignation as she was grasped by the neck. Who said your cooperation is necessary? I have my own means, Han Li chuckled, drawing his grip closer around Han Ruyan's throat, his gaze fixed intently into her eyes. A formidable wave of spiritual force surged into Han Ruyan's mind, inundating her with its relentless power. The once hate-filled expression on her face began to fade into a dazed stupor under the onslaught of his overwhelming mental energy. Han Ruyan, have the people outside bring Han Qingxue here, and then we shall leave together. Let us go and slay Han Li, shall we? Han Li whispered languidly into her ear, repeatedly echoing the words slay Han Li. Very well, let us slay Han Li. Together, we shall slay Han Li, she echoed back. Her face once again contorted with hate after he had reiterated the phrase over 10 times. This became her greatest resentment. Han Li had morphed into her inner demon, the very object of her relentless desire for vengeance. A faint smile graced the corners of Han Li's lips. Done. Chapter 101. I want to hold you. Please do not misunderstand. Beginning with Han Ruyan's obsession, he successfully exerted control over her. Subsequently, he guided her towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. The man who had been captured alongside him remained in a state of utter bewilderment. It was only upon seeing Han Li and the other approaching that he suddenly jolted to attention. However, just as he prepared to speak, Han Li swiftly seized him. In an instant, the man's lifespan, spiritual energy, and cultivation were entirely drained by Han Li, rendering him a lifeless husk that fell backwards. My brother, for the sake of discretion, you must bear this suffering. Han Li murmured as he lifted the lifeless form from the ground and discarded it at the entrance of the Grand Hall. He then signaled to Han Ruyan, instructing her to speak, bring Han Qingxue from the dungeon. Once he uttered these words, the Grand Hall doors were closed once more. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A young man clad in black lowered his gaze to the lifeless body on the ground, gasping in shock, internally acknowledging that Han Ruyan's methods had become increasingly ruthless. He promptly responded with utmost respect, Yes, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, I shall bring her at once. He swiftly grasped the corpse and departed. Before long, a knock reverberated against the Grand Hall doors. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, I have brought Han Qingxue. With a creak, the doors opened on their own accord. The young man entered, carrying Han Qingxue, whose mouth was stuffed with cloth. As soon as he stepped inside, the doors slammed shut, and Han Li reached out towards him. The black-clad youth was taken aback, hastily attempting to counter, but it was too late. Han Li had already seized him by the throat. An overwhelming force erupted from Han Li's hand, and in the blink of an eye, the young man was drained of life, collapsing without ever knowing who had ended him. Han Qingxue turned her head to witness this scene, her eyes wide with horror. Simultaneously, she felt an unsettling familiarity with the method employed, even though the face before her was entirely different from Han Li's. Qingxue, it is I? I have come to rescue you. At that moment, Han Li's voice resonated. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Han Qingxue's body trembled. She wished to respond, but the cloth in her mouth stifled her words. You need not speak. We must leave this place at once. Han Li refrained from removing the cloth from her mouth, for the immediate priority was to escape. Han Qingxue nodded eagerly, placing her unwavering trust in Han Li. Next, Han Li stripped the clothing from the black-clad youth and donned it himself, signaling for Han Ruyan to lead the way. Han Ruyan, in a daze, nodded, muttering, Let us go kill Han Li. Let us join together to kill Han Li. The Grand Hall doors opened once more, and Han Ruyan led Han Li and Han Qingxue out towards the outskirts of the Rakshasa sect. Along the way, they encountered several disciples of the Rakshasa sect, who greeted Han Ruyan. Under the influence of Han Li, Han Ruyan merely nodded coldly before leading them away. What has come over the prospective saintess today? Although she is typically aloof, her demeanor has never been this frigid. Who can say? Regardless, since her foundation in the heavenly path, her status within the sect has been ascending steadily. Not to mention, She is soon to be sent to the chaotic demon sea for further training. In the future, we may only look up to her in awe when we see her again. Observing the retreating figures of Han Ruyin and her companions, the disciples who had attempted to greet her began to murmur among themselves. Despite Han Ruyin's cold reception, none dared to voice their discontent. The Rakshasa sect is vast. Yet under Han Ruyin's leadership, they traversed the sect's gates with remarkable ease. Why did the prospective saintess leave with only one individual? Could it be that the person from Anping County she intends to confront has already arrived? Yet, it is said that this individual possesses formidable strength. Why does the saintess not bring more companions? As Han Ruyin and her two companions emerged from the mountain gates, the guards stationed there were filled with curiosity. They were well aware of the events that transpired a few days prior when Han Ruyin had gone to Anping County and returned with Han Xingxue, and they had heard various rumors surrounding it. Perhaps the prospective saintess possesses unwavering confidence. Yet, that seems somewhat illogical. No matter how confident she is still only at the foundation stage. Furthermore, the Grand Elder would not permit such recklessness. After all, she cannot afford any mistakes at this juncture. Should we notify the Grand Elder? I believe it would be prudent. Outside the mountain gates, after walking a short distance, Hanli reached out and removed the cloth strip from Han Xingxue's mouth. Xingxue, we must increase our pace now. I need to carry you. Do not overthink it. I have no ulterior motives. Hanli said earnestly, gazing at Han Xingxue. She paused for a moment, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. Her speed was far too slow, and moving at such a leisurely pace posed unpredictable risks. They needed to leave Lion Camel Ridge as swiftly as possible for safety. I understand. Go ahead and carry me. All right. Without hesitation, Hanli lifted Han Xingxue into his arms. The warmth enveloped him, and the delightful sensation resonated deep within his heart, leaving him somewhat entranced. This was quite a significant capital. Being held by Hanli made Han Xingxue's cheeks flush. It was her first experience being so intimately embraced by a man. Following that, Hanli swiftly hoisted Han Ruyin onto his shoulder as well. Are we taking her along too? Aren't we going to kill her directly? Han Xingxue asked, puzzled. Not just yet. She will serve as a hostage, potentially useful at a critical moment. We can deal with her once we reach the outskirts of Lion Camel Ridge, Hanli replied cautiously with a slight smile. Boom. Just as his words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the Rakshasa sect, as if an angry flame surged skyward, startling a flock of birds into flight. Han Li's expression shifted suddenly, and he turned his head abruptly. Then, a voice, chilling and resolute, resonated clearly from the depths of the Rakshasa sect. I care not who you are. Release my disciple, and I shall ensure your survival. However, should you harm my disciple, I will leave you with no avenue to the heavens and no door to the earth, and your demise will be inevitable. Chapter 102. He flees, she pursues. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as Han Li abruptly turned around. He felt as though a terrifying behemoth had emerged from behind, casting its ominous gaze in his direction and rapidly closing in. The sense of oppression was palpable. Damn it, Han Li, where are you taking me? The overwhelming bellow jolted Han Ruyin, whose consciousness had been ensnared, back to reality. She found herself hoisted over Han Li's shoulder, her delicate form pressed against him, contorted in an awkward manner. Awakened at last? Han Li chuckled, glancing at Han Ruyin. Despite her desperate struggles, his arm held her captive like a vice, rendering her efforts futile. Let me go, Han Li. I can persuade my master to cease the pursuit, granting you a chance to escape unscathed. If my master catches up, your chances of survival will be null. Han Ruyin shouted vehemently. Releasing you would mean forfeiting any hope of survival. Holding you ensures my master's caution. Han Li retorted with a cold snort, one arm cradling Han Xingxue, while the other bore Han Ruyin. In a sense, it could be deemed a rather luxurious embrace. Yet the urgency of their flight blemished the moment. Utilizing the blood refinement divine shield, he sped away, while the terrifying presence behind him drew ever closer. The foe, a formidable 7th-tier golden core cultivator, was a harrowing challenge for Han Li. As one's cultivation level ascended, each tier represented a significant leap in power, rendering simple estimations inadequate. Behind him loomed an elderly woman cloaked in black robes, wielding a serpentine staff, her wrath manifesting as a torrent of murderous intent, materializing into a sea of corpses and blood. She was the Grand Elder of the Rakshasa sect, Madame Si Ming, a figure of incomprehensible might among golden core cultivators. Following her was a cadre of Rakshasa elders and formidable practitioners. He ran, she pursued. The cacophony of their flight resonated far and wide, sending ripples of alarm through the other demonic sects, prompting them to dispatch personnel for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Chun Hanxing and Chen Kuan, concealed outside Shurtu Ridge, were visibly shaken. Hansheng, it seems our young friend Han has been discovered while attempting a rescue. Given the commotion, there must be numerous pursuers. Chen Kuan, the elder protector of the Chen family, spoke gravely. I sense a considerable presence emanating from deep within Shurtu Ridge. Should I summon my grandfather? Chen Hansheng nodded solemnly. Yes, let him come. If the pursuers include those of the 5th tier or above in the Golden Core realm, I fear I cannot contend with them alone. Chen Kuan nodded slightly, and soon, Chen Hansheng no longer hesitated. He swiftly produced a communication jade talisman and crushed it, exclaiming, Grandfather, this is Hansheng. I am in peril. Please hasten to the entrance of Shurtiao Ridge. Elder Chen Kuan is with me. With that utterance, a stream of light surged forth, vanishing into the void. Before long, a terrifying aura emanated from the Chen family. Who dares to threaten my grandson? No matter who you are, should you harm even a single hair on him, I shall make you pay dearly. As this roar echoed, an elder emerged from the depths of the Chun household, soaring into the sky. This individual was none other than Chun Donglai, the chief elder participating in the Council of Elders, a formidable cultivator of the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage. With a single step, he disappeared from the Chun family estate. Meanwhile, the frenzied pursuit at Shurtiao Ridge continued unabated. Han Li had pushed his speed to the utmost limit. Yet the terror of a Golden Core cultivator at the 7th layer was insurmountable. He could distinctly feel a formidable presence relentlessly chasing him. There was no escape. Han Li, you cannot flee. No matter the arcane skills or peculiar methods at your disposal, you will never evade the pursuit of a supreme expert at the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage. Han Rian taunted, fully aware of her significant standing in the eyes of Granny Si Ming, who would undoubtedly spare no effort to rescue her. Smack! Han Li delivered a sharp slap to her rear, eliciting a pained cry from Han Rian. Silence! If you continue to scream, I shall end you, he warned. Furious, Han Rian seethed. Despite their current enmity, they had once referred to each other as siblings for many years, and this blow left her feeling humiliated. Nonetheless, Han Li paid her little mind, sprinting forward. He was nearing the perimeter of Shurtiao Ridge. Just then, an ear-splitting howl erupted behind him, reminiscent of an endless horde of vengeful spirits escaping from hell to wreak havoc upon the world. Han Qinxue, cradled in Han Li's arms, could not help but glance back, gasping in horror. Heavens, it's as if a legion of ghosts has been unleashed. Han Li, set us down, give me a knife, and I will use Han Rian as a hostage. You must escape. Enough with the nonsense. If I leave you here, my journey would be in vain. Han Li scoffed. I shall utilize a powerful secret technique to take you out first. There are people waiting outside. Death's phoenix wings. Boom. Suddenly, a pair of wings made of black flames materialized under Han Li's command, affixing themselves to Han Qinxue as he soared into the air, heading towards Chun Hansheng's location. What kind of sorcery is this? The unexpected spectacle left Han Rian, who was slung over his shoulder, utterly astonished. 1,000 meters behind, the relentless pursuit of the formidable Granny Si Ming revealed a fleeting expression of astonishment on her otherwise menacing visage. As Rian had mentioned, this individual had also cultivated demonic techniques, resulting in rapid advancement, coupled with the enigmatic and potent flames at his command. Could it be that he had obtained the legacy of the Realm of Life and Death? The Realm of Life and Death is a renowned demonic sect within the chaos of demonic sea, wielding numerous types of infernal flames, showcasing extraordinary strength. However, the flames governed by this sect require the absorption of vast amounts of life essence to continue their augmentation, otherwise, their power diminishes. Thus, it is said that the Realm of Life and Death was established upon a foundation of countless bones. Yet, legitimate practitioners proved inadequate for the needs of the realm, prompting them to set their sights on other demonic sects, which ultimately led to a collaborative offensive from several factions within the chaos of demonic sea, resulting in their annihilation. Rumor has it that one elder from the realm managed to escape, carrying the sect's legacy to the Great Zhou dynasty. Master, please save me. Han Ruyin cried out repeatedly, her gaze fixed on the approaching Granny Si Ming. Chapter 103. It is easier to defeat the thief in the mountains than the thief in the heart. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safe rescue, declared the Elder of Destiny with a commanding voice. She then turned to Han Li with a cold demeanor, stating, though I have yet to lay eyes upon you, your name has resonated through the heavens. Release Ru Yan, and I assure you that you may depart from the Lion Troop Ridge unscathed. Should you swear a celestial oath, I will let her go. Without pausing, Han Li bellowed without looking back. The Elder's expression hardened like frost. You squander an opportunity, she retorted. Suddenly, she thrust her palm forward, unleashing a terrifying and immense force that enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring Han Li within a celestial prison. Have you become enraged upon having your insincere assurances exposed? Han Li scoffed, and with a swift motion, severed one of Han Ruyian's arms and cast it aside, continuing his advance as if unperturbed. Strangely, the severed arm hung suspended in midair, unmoving. Futile. Her celestial prison had no effect on Han Li. As he pressed forward without a care, the elder's pupils constricted. Ah, Han Li, you scoundrel. My arm. Han Ruyin trembled with rage. Blood streaming from her severed shoulder, agony etched upon her face. I underestimated you. You possess a method to dismantle the celestial prison. Han Li, I find myself intrigued. The elder spoke icily, simultaneously beckoning as the severed arm flew into her grasp. Within the ranks of the Rakshasa sect, powerful secret arts existed that could reattach the arm to Han Ruyin, restoring her to her former self. Pray do not. I, Han Li, have a preference for beauties. Though you may be a faded flower, I cannot abide the scent of age that radiates from you, Han Li remarked with a tone of disdain, as if repulsed. Seeking death, your insolent tongue shall be torn to shreds. The elder's countenance darkened ominously. She had never endured such verbal humiliation. Han Li was the first to inflict such unbearable affront. With a roar, she swung her serpent-shaped staff towards Han Li. In an instant, a spectral serpent, brimming with sinister energy, emerged, tearing through the void, its might overwhelming. Han Li, charging forward, felt a tightening in his chest. Yet, in the next moment, he snapped back to reality, seizing Han Ruyin by the neck and pulling her close, causing her to scream in terror, her spirit nearly fleeing her body. Shatter. Just as the menacing serpent was about to strike, the elder unleashed a thunderous shout. The terrifying specter of the serpent shattered in an instant, transforming into a fierce gale that swept past them, carrying away a significant portion of Han Ruyin's soul. Fortunately, she did not succumb to death. At this critical juncture, the old woman, Granny Si Ming, withdrew her hand. Otherwise, whether Han Li would live or die was uncertain, but Han Ruyin's demise was inevitable. The extensive efforts she had invested in restoring Han Ruyin from a shattered dantian and severed meridians to her current state would not permit her to let Han Ruyin perish. Master, save me. Han Ruyin's vitality surged. She clung to life. For someone who had faced death multiple times, living, even in hardship, was preferable to the alternative. Granny Si Ming's gaze grew increasingly frigid, her venomous eyes fixed menacingly on Han Li. I have spared you, allowing you to leave Shizhuo Ridge in safety. Thus you must release Ruyin. I can swear to the heavens that this is the greatest concession I can make. Very well, then make your vow. Han Li replied with a scoff. Granny Si Ming took a deep breath, raised her staff, and uttered her oath. Once a cultivator makes a vow to the heavenly principles, none would dare to defy it. After she had made her solemn declaration, Han Li seized the item from Han Ruyin's right hand and hurled it towards Granny Si Ming, simultaneously employing his blood-refining divine light to escape at a rapid pace. You despicable scoundrel! I will kill you one day. I swear I will. In midair, Han Ruyin screamed furiously, her eyes turning a deep crimson. Even at this juncture, Han Li sought to exploit her further, taking away what little she had left, an act that no human could fathom. Calm yourself, Ruyin. You are on the verge of losing yourself to madness. Granny Si Ming caught Han Ruyin with a powerful shout, striking at her soul to prevent her from being consumed by overwhelming hatred. Thank you, Master, for saving me. Han Ruyin jolted back to her senses, the crimson hue in her eyes diminishing slightly. Master, quickly intervene and stop him, she cried, pointing at the rapidly retreating bloodlight. My master has sworn an oath to the heavens. If she does not pursue him, then she cannot. Granny Si Ming shook her head. Must we let him go like this? I cannot bear it. Han Ruyin clenched her teeth, shaking her remaining arm in frustration. Of course not. My inaction does not imply that they cannot act. A sinister smirk crept across Granny Si Ming's lips. Sure enough, as her words fell, shadowy figures surged past them from both sides. Just moments ago, Granny Si Ming had conveyed a secret message to them through her mystical means. After securing Han Ruyin, she had ordered a ruthless pursuit of Han Li, even if it meant storming into Guangnan City. Excellent. I knew my master would not let this wretched scoundrel escape easily. Han Ruyin was momentarily filled with joy, ready to applaud, only to suddenly realize her left arm was empty, severed by Han Li. A wave of intense resentment surged from the depths of her heart. Your will is too greatly influenced by him. I have taken your severed arm and will reattach it upon your return. Observing the blood-red hue return to Han Ruyin's eyes, Granny Si Ming let out a dissatisfied huff. Despite Han Ruyin's extraordinary talent and her exceptional physique for cultivating demonic arts, her mentality left much to be desired. Certainly inferior to Han Li's. He, a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of the Golden Core, brazenly issued threats, and succeeded. Ru Yin realizes her error. Han Ru Yin quickly nodded in alarm. It is far easier to conquer external foes than to vanquish the inner demons. Han Li is akin to the thief within your heart. Come, let us witness his demise without a grave. Perhaps this will bring clarity to your thoughts. With a sigh, Granny Si Ming took Han Ru Yin and tore through the void, pursuing their target. Chapter 104. A continuous array of methods. The enigmatic Foundation establishment Han Li dashed forward like a frantic duck, fully aware that Granny Si Ming would not easily let him off the hook. However, as long as the formidable Granny Si Ming, a cultivator at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, did not pursue him, there was little to fear. The critical task was to ensure he had safely sent Han Qingxue away. At the periphery, Chun Hanqing and his companions were astonished to witness a pair of wings ablaze, with black flames carrying Han Qingxue towards them. Their expressions were filled with shock. Was this something a mere Foundation establishment cultivator could achieve? He was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, his elder brother's capabilities were beyond comprehension. Elder Chen Kuan, the Grand Elder, gasped in astonishment. At his age, having lived so long, he had never before witnessed such prowess. I shall go retrieve her, he declared to Chen Haixing. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a streak of energy that shot forth like a vibrant ribbon, sweeping towards Han Qingxue. Han Qingxue's complexion shifted dramatically, her heart sinking as she realized there was an ambush here as well. Yet, almost immediately, Chun Hanqing's voice rang out. Miss Han, do not resist. We are here to assist you and your brother. Assist us? Han Qingxue's face turned to one of confusion. However, even if she wished to resist, she lacked the strength to do so, as she was enveloped by Chun Kuan's energy and drawn downwards. The temperature of the Death Phoenix wings was exceedingly high, making it difficult for anyone but Chun Kuan to approach. Moments later, the Death Phoenix wings dissipated from Han Qingxue, coalescing into a ball of flame that reflected back. Han Li, upon seeing Han Qingxue being drawn down by the energy, recognized it as Chun Hanqing's rescue efforts and promptly released the Death Phoenix wings. Behind him, several Golden Core realm cultivators were in hot pursuit, closing in on Han Li while brandishing their formidable weapons, preparing to unleash a torrent of lethal attacks. In an instant, a wave of terrifying assaults surged towards Han Li, enveloping him from all directions. Even with his current swiftness, escape seemed improbable. Yet, at that moment, Han Li planted his foot firmly on the ground and propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. Death Phoenix wings, he bellowed as the rapidly returning black flames enveloped him, transforming into a pair of fiery wings that propelled him forward. The secret technique of the Death Phoenix wings did not allow for an endless release of flames. Han Li had already expended its full capacity to carry Han Qingxue swiftly and far. To use it again, he would have to wait for the black flames to return. Naturally, as his strength grew, the wings would expand, enabling the release of even greater flames. What an extraordinary technique, allowing him to soar through the air with flames as wings. Such a remarkable anomaly, wielding methods beyond comprehension. It was no wonder he dared to infiltrate our Rakshasa sect like a lone wolf. The united assault faltered, leaving the Golden Core cultivators trailing in shock. Stop dawdling. Hurry and pursue. There are allies waiting outside. The cold voice of Elder Si Ming echoed from behind, startling everyone. How could they still lament at such a critical moment? Yi Xian's unique ability was utterly ludicrous. The elders hastily shouted and continued their pursuit of Han Li. Closer, closer. Just as they were on the verge of catching up to him, Han Li had already spotted Chen Hansheng and his group emerging from their hiding place. Elder Taishang, go assist. Chen Hansheng and Li Anbang shouted towards Chen Kuan. With a heavy response, Chen Kuan charged forward. His cultivation at the 5th level of the Golden Core erupted, unleashing a formidable barrier that spanned behind Han Li, shielding him from the oncoming attacks. Boom. The strikes from the pursuing Golden Core cultivators of the Luocha sect were all thwarted by his barrier. Chen Kuan, it's you. Upon recognizing the assailant, they all roared in fury. Han Li seized this opportunity to successfully evade their strike range, landing swiftly beside Chen Hanxing. Luocha sect, let this matter end here. Chen Kuan declared coldly. How ridiculous. You think you can single-handedly thwart us all? One elder from the Luocha sect huffed angrily. If all the strong members of the Chun family were here, perhaps you could manage to take him away, but with just yourself, don't even think about it. Chen Kuan was indeed a renowned elder in Guangnan County, and he had engaged in numerous battles with the Luocha sect, especially given his 5th level Golden Core cultivation. However, with so many Golden Core cultivators present and Elder Si Ming stationed behind them, Chen Kuan would surely perish here. Humph. Chen Kuan snorted heavily. This man is under the protection of the Chen family. Should you force an attack, Be prepared for a desperate fight. But if I fall here, the Luocha sect shall not find peace to continue developing in Shiqiao Ridge. A new extermination campaign will be launched immediately. Furthermore, with my 5th level cultivation, I will ensure that at least half of you are taken down. Presumptuous. Are you threatening the Luocha sect? The golden core cultivators of the Luocha sect erupted in anger. The last extermination campaign had inflicted significant losses on the Luocha sect and the other 2 demonic sects, and it had taken them years to gradually recover. A memory that burned in their hearts with immense resentment. Chen Kuan's blatant threats provoked an unbearable reaction from the golden core cultivators. However, they had to acknowledge that aside from Elder Si Ming, there was only one other elder among them at the 5th level of the golden core. If Chen Kuan truly went wild, he could likely take a few with him. A 5th level golden core cultivator, and you possess such confidence? Yet, in truth, it is merely superficial. At that moment, the formidable Granny Si Ming, accompanied by Han Ruyin, cast a condescending glance at Chen Kuan, her laughter dripping with disdain. I shall obstruct this, Chen Kuan. You may continue with your affairs, she declared to several golden core cultivators of the Rakshasa sect. Yes, Elder, they responded in unison, their voices booming with fervor. As a golden core cultivator at the 7th level, Granny Si Ming could easily subdue Chen Kuan. Granny, did you not swear to let me go just moments ago? Are you now prepared to violate the heavenly oath? Han Li's voice rang out, filled with indignation. I have not laid a hand upon you. Thus it cannot be deemed a breach of the heavenly oath, Granny Si Ming replied with a light chuckle. Humph. I knew this old hag would resort to wordplay, which is why I have already informed my grandfather. Chen Hanxing interjected sharply, standing beside Han Li. My good grandson. I am on my way. As Chen Hanxing's voice faded, a hearty laugh echoed from afar, followed by a figure streaking through the void like lightning, racing towards them. Old Chen is also here. The expression on Granny Si Ming's face darkened, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Chapter 105. Choosing the soft persimmon to squeeze. Let us commence. I shall subdue this Chen Kuan first. You are to eliminate that wretched creature. With a thunderous command from the ancient matriarch, she raised her serpent-headed staff and struck towards Chen Kuan. The other formidable cultivators of the Rakshasa sect unleashed a cacophony of battle cries as they charged toward Han Li, unleashing a terrifying onslaught that seemed to blot out the heavens. Fall back. It will not be so easy to end my life. Han Li roared, forcefully pushing aside Chen Hanxing and Hanxing Xue. He summoned the primordial force of his longevity Dao body to its utmost limit, conjuring a cataclysmic tsunami within the violet gold spiritual sea, unleashing an overwhelming power. With a treasure seal in hand, Han Li activated it completely, launching it against the deluge of attacks. Boom! The ferocious assault collided with the treasure seal, producing a deafening roar. Han Li himself was violently propelled backward, flying over 100 meters before he steadied himself, spitting blood twice in the process. How is this possible? Has he truly managed to withstand our combined might? The astonished golden core cultivators could hardly believe their eyes. Such ferocity in an attack would normally overwhelm even a novice in the golden core realm. Yet Han Li had withstood it, suffering only the minor consequence of shedding a few drops of blood. Remarkable. This joint assault was indeed thwarted. This grandson of mine appears to be far beyond my expectations, thought Chen Donglai, the swiftly approaching grandfather of Chen Hanxing, his old face etched with astonishment. Such formidable foundational prowess was a sight he had never encountered in his lifetime, igniting an intense curiosity towards Han Li. Useless. A mere handful of golden core cultivators cannot even kill a foundation establishment practitioner. What use are you? Upon witnessing Han Li's remarkable defense, the ancient matriarch's fury erupted, leaving the attacking golden core cultivators blushing with shame. You little wretch, how peculiar you are to withstand our assault. But can you endure 1 strike, 2 strikes, or 3? They felt deeply humiliated, realizing that if word spread of several golden core cultivators failing to eliminate a single foundation establishment practitioner, they would become the laughingstock of the realm. In an instant, they unleashed an even more ferocious barrage of attacks. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, cleaving the space between Han Li and the golden core cultivators in half. Ha! A bunch of worthless fools. Your existence is indeed futile. Elder Matriarch, why not allow me to cleanse this detritus from existence for you? Chen Donglai, wielding his formidable sword, laughed heartily, the domineering strike having been his own. Old Ghost Chen, mind your tongue. Since you have arrived, it is time we settled our grievances. The elder of the Reaper sect, her expression suddenly icy, bellowed with furious intensity, issuing a command to the golden core cultivators. At all costs, they must annihilate Han Li. The The fact that he could withstand the combined onslaught of several Golden Core masters while still at the Foundation establishment stage was terrifying. Such a formidable adversary lurking outside left the Reaper sect in a state of unease. Rest assured, Elder, we will undoubtedly eliminate him. The Golden Core cultivators shouted in unison. Then, the Elder abandoned her pursuit of Chen Kuan, soaring into the sky to confront Chen Donglai. You will die, Han Li. You must perish, or the knot in my heart shall never unravel. Han Rian stood there, fists clenched and teeth gritted. If malevolent glares could kill, Han Li would be riddled with wounds by now. Kill, kill, kill. Chen Kuan, you alone cannot stop us. Meanwhile, several Golden Core cultivators from the Reaper sect charged toward Chen Kuan. With a mighty roar, Chen Kuan declared, Han Sheng, young Master Han, retreat at once. I shall hold them off. Channeling all his energy, he prepared to confront the incoming Golden Core masters. However, Han Li did not retreat. Instead, he turned to Chen Hansheng and urged, Hansheng, could you ask your grandfather or senior Chen Kuan to incapacitate a few of them? Then I can stand a chance against them. Of course, big brother. Chen Hansheng nodded vigorously, his trust in Han Li unwavering. He called out to the airborne Chen Donglai and Chen Kuan, Grandfather, Elder, can you target a few of the weaker ones? My brother claims he is ready for battle. Certainly. As Chen Donglai rushed toward the Elder, his sword suddenly shifted direction, cleaving toward the approaching Golden Core cultivators. Puff, puff, puff. His unexpected counterattack caused at least two of them to spew blood from their mouths and noses. Simultaneously, the Elder's attack struck Chen Donglai, sending him flying over 100 meters. His garments were torn, and a gash opened in his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he gasped, Old hag. Your strength is nothing compared to the massage techniques of the courtesans. Old ghost, you are becoming increasingly foolish. Do you truly believe he possesses the ability to contend with injured Golden Core masters? The Elder scoffed, wielding her serpent-headed staff to unleash a fierce assault on Chen Donglai. Meanwhile, Han Li retrieved a handful of medicinal pills, cramming them into his mouth, and charged forth with a fierce cry. He set his sights on a Golden Core cultivator at the first level of the Golden Core stage. You arrogant wretch. You choose me as your primary target. Even though I am merely at the first level of the Golden Core stage, I am a mountain you cannot surmount. The cultivator, filled with a mix of surprise and rage, was taken aback. Han Li clearly chose the softest target to confront, which was difficult for him to accept. Nonsense about the lofty mountains. I have slain those at the second tier of the Golden Core realm before. With a cold snort, Han Li approached with unmatched force, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Chapter 106, A Decisive Slaughter. Astonishing, all the realm of eternal life and Foundation establishment is exceedingly formidable. It is an ancient belief that one can battle across a great boundary when in this state. Moreover, Han Li currently stands at the 7th layer of eternal life and Foundation establishment. Coupled with the power of nirvana coursing within him, even the most grievous injuries would not deter him. Harnessing the demonic annihilation technique, Han Li unleashed his brutality to its utmost limit. He launched an unrelenting assault, fervently adhering to the maxim that the best defense is a ferocious offense. As long as his strikes were swift, frenzied, and ruthless, that would serve as his optimal protection. The newly ascended Golden Core master of the Rakshasa sect, perhaps unaccustomed to such extreme combat, found himself spitting blood in rapid succession, sustaining considerable injuries upon their initial clash. Yet, before he could voice his outrage, he discovered that the blood he expelled and the dissipating power of his attacks were being absorbed by Han Li, flooding into his body to be transformed into further offensive might. What manner of technique is this? How can you possibly absorb my essence? Even my dissipated attack energy has been consumed by you. This is unheard of, even among demonic arts. The Golden Core master exclaimed in disbelief. They were practitioners of the demonic sect, guilty of countless heinous deeds, yet every action required a process. None could match Han Li's brutal directness. Facing imminent death, he still had the audacity to chatter. With a derisive snort, Han Li's brow radiated a crimson glow. The Hunyuan spirit absorption technique was in full throttle, drawing in the essence of the Golden Core master. In an instant, the opponent's spiritual power surged towards Han Li like a torrent, granting him unparalleled exhilaration. The already fractured barrier of the 8th layer of eternal life and Foundation establishment began to splinter further, while his aura continuously ascended. With a thunderous roar, the sound of bells and drums erupted from within Han Li's body. 8th layer of eternal life and Foundation establishment. Exhilaration surged through him as he attained another level, the overwhelming power coursing through his limbs and bones. The violet gold spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness roiled like a colossal wave, leaving Han Li feeling invincible. "Stop this at once, you little beast." A thunderous shout broke through, as another Golden Core master brandished a sharp sword, charging at Han Li. The situation was dire. Han Li was truly extraordinary, able to challenge the Golden Core realm even while in Foundation establishment. He had already slain a first-layer Golden Core Elder in such a short span and was now breaking through mid-battle. If he was not swiftly eliminated, the consequences would be dire. Just moments ago, as a 7th-layer Foundation establishment cultivator, he might have been capable of defeating a 2nd-layer Golden Core alone. Now, as an 8th layer, vanquishing this 3rd-layer Golden Core should pose no challenge. "The advantage lies with me," Han Li roared, his voice akin to thunder, resounding with deafening intensity. "You presumptuous wretch, do you truly believe that Golden Core masters are as common as cabbages by the roadside? Perhaps it was the carelessness of my associates. Otherwise, how could you have dispatched him with such swiftness?" The Golden Core cultivator roared in fury. Was it his negligence or lack of strength? "Once I have vanquished you, others will speak on my behalf." With a swift motion, I seized the nearly drained Golden Core cultivator and hurled him with great force. With a sickening sound, the incoming sword light caught him unawares, cleaving him in two, and a deluge of blood mist cascaded down. "Damnable! You wretched fiend, perish!" The one who came to rescue was a formidable cultivator of the 3rd tier of the Golden Core realm. His rage reached its zenith. His initial intent was to save, yet he had inadvertently slain instead, pushing his fury to unimaginable heights. His already ferocious strength escalated to a terrifying degree, disregarding the injuries he had sustained from Chun Donglai's sudden ambush. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed the fiends of the demonic sect. Yet you dare to label me as a fiend. How hypocritical." Han Li laughed heartily, plunging into the rain of blood, conjuring a precious seal to subdue his foe. This treasure was one he had obtained from Wang Yangming, a potent spiritual artifact. At the moment of activation, the seal erupted with a blinding radiance, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, sweeping toward the Golden Core cultivator. Boom! The seal collided with the opponent's sharp sword, unleashing an incomprehensibly terrifying shockwave. Yet, Han Li transformed into a fleeting shadow, slipping past the chaos, drawing forth the fire spirit sword, and aiming a strike at the right side of the cultivator's waist. Damn it! The Golden Core cultivator swiftly evaded and counterattacked. As a 3rd-tier Golden Core cultivator, his perception was astutely keen, even amidst Han Li's stealthy assault. He sensed the danger. However, in the next instant, it felt as though a colossal stone had brutally struck his lower back, crashing into his lumbar vertebrae. With a splatter, the Golden Core cultivator expelled a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling away. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the figure wielding the fire spirit sword as nothing more than an ephemeral shadow, which shattered before his eyes. It dawned upon him that it was merely a phantasm conjured by Han Li to bewilder him. But how could a mere illusion wield a sword? This left him incredulous. The 8th form of the demonic destruction art, the 1,000 illusions, proved to be quite effective. I must delve deeper into its study. According to the scriptures of the demonic destruction art, the 1,000 demonic illusions can theoretically be sustained indefinitely, wielding at least 1/10 of the original's power. When mastered, unleashing the 1,000 demonic illusions could equate to 1,000 1/10 of myself striking in unison, overwhelming enough to terrify foes into submission. Han Li resumed his grip on the fire spirit sword, murmuring to himself. His recent maneuver had not been a simple afterimage created by speed, but rather an application of the 1,000 demonic illusions from the demonic destruction art. Although it shattered quickly, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for the residual force of their confrontation was indeed formidable. Han Li relentlessly pursued the Golden Core cultivator of the 3rd heaven, unleashing a myriad of terrifying techniques in a synchronized assault. The onslaught of absorption and strikes rendered the cultivator nearly defenseless, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of impending doom. "Great Elder, I implore your assistance. I can scarcely endure this any longer." With gritted teeth, the Golden Core cultivator bellowed, crying out for the aid of Granny Si Ming. Meanwhile, Granny Si Ming was engaged in a fierce battle with Chun Donglai. Upon hearing the desperate cries, she swiftly turned her gaze. "You, a Golden Core cultivator of the 3rd heaven, dare to seek my help?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Initially believing the cultivator was merely being pressured by Chun Donglai, she was incredulous that he had been driven to such desperation by Han Li. "Great Elder, I am indeed calling upon you for aid. I cannot withstand this any longer." He shouted frantically, evading and fleeing, yet Han Li's speed was so formidable that he found no escape. With a thunderous boom, the chaos continued to unfold. Chapter 107. "Brother, I do not engage in such affairs." Han Li pursued him, delivering a powerful punch to the back of his heart. then swiftly clasping his head with one hand. The Hunyuan spirit absorption technique activated, rapidly draining the spiritual power from the formidable cultivator of the third level of the Golden Core realm. Before the naked eye, he aged dramatically, ultimately being discarded by Han Li like refuse, lifeless upon impact with the ground. This spectacle left all present utterly astounded. Even Granny Si Ming and Chen Donglai, who were engaged in battle high above the heavens, momentarily ceased hostilities, their gazes fixated on the fallen Golden Core master. A mere 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm vanquishing a 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, had it not been witnessed firsthand. One would surely deem it a fanciful boast. What merit lies in a deceased body? Let the fight continue. With a sudden burst of determination, Han Li lifted his gaze toward them and dashed forward. Yet this time, his target was not the other Golden Core masters of the Rakshasa sect, but rather Han Rian, who remained stationed far behind. Stop, you wretched beast. Upon seeing Han Li charging toward Han Rian, Granny Si Ming grew frantic, rushing to protect her. Old hag, where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with you yet. Let us continue our fierce duel. Chen Donglai bellowed, brandishing his sword against Granny Si Ming. Get lost, Chen old ghost. We shall battle another day. Granny Si Ming hurled a multitude of talismans, not bothering to glance back as they rained down upon Chen Donglai. Boom, boom, boom. Each talisman erupted with tremendous force, their value immeasurable. The loss was substantial as she unleashed them indiscriminately. Yet, she had no time to ponder the cost. For Han, Li had already made his move. With his Hunyuan spirit absorption technique in full effect, the spiritual power of the other Rakshasa disciples, who were unqualified to join the fray, was swiftly siphoned away, leaving many staggering and collapsing. However, Han Rian was quite astute, having kept a vigilant eye on Han Li's every move. As soon as she perceived his charge toward her, she decisively retreated, shielding the others behind her. Swish, swish, swish. Granny Si Ming charged forward, her staff sweeping menacingly towards Han Li, a terrifying assault akin to a raging flood. Han Li furrowed his brow, his figure flickering as he sidestepped to evade. At the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, he was still at a disadvantage. This was indeed a pinnacle master of the Golden Core realm, possessing an overwhelming might. However, the ferocity of her onslaught wreaked havoc upon the Rakshasa disciples below, causing many to spew blood and collapse, their heart veins shattered. Ah, you wretched beast. I shall not rest until you are vanquished. Witnessing the multitude of disciples falling at her hands, Granny Si Ming howled to the heavens, her unparalleled hatred driving her to contemplate breaking her oath and ruthlessly slaying Han Li. However, she ultimately restrained herself, for the laws of nature cannot be defied. Should she truly breach her vow, divine retribution would surely follow, and with Chen Donglai behind her, it was nearly impossible for her to slay Han Li. As she retreated, the 2 Golden Core cultivators who were engaged in battle with Chen Kuan hurriedly withdrew as well. Yin, are you unharmed? Descending beside Han Rian, Granny Si Ming promptly inquired. Master, I am well. My senior brothers and sisters shielded me. Han Rian quickly affirmed with a nod. Let us return for now. The opportunity to eliminate him has likely passed. We shall consider our next steps another day, Granny Si Ming replied, her voice grave. Indeed, master, yet I cannot help but feel discontent. Han Rian remarked through gritted teeth. Discontent will avail you nothing. That little beast is far too powerful and enigmatic. Despite not having entered the Golden Core realm, he is capable of slaying Golden Core cultivators. To deal with him, one must employ extraordinary measures. We shall deliberate further upon our return. After speaking, Granny Si Ming commanded all members of the Rakshasa sect to retreat. As the Rakshasa sect withdrew, the 2 factions from the demon sect, who had come merely to spectate, also retreated. What a pity. I had hoped to eliminate one more. Han Li sighed, watching the Rakshasa sect's rapid departure with regret. Good heavens, you truly treat Golden Core cultivators as mere vegetables to be chopped, aiming to slay another. At that moment, Chen Donglai landed beside Han Li, astonished and somewhat speechless. Thank you, senior, for your rescue. I am immensely grateful, Han Li said respectfully. Bowing to Chen Donglai. Had it not been for Chen Donglai, he would have been unable to kill even 2 Golden Core cultivators today. Even if he had, it would have likely cost him his life. He also did not forget to express his gratitude to the approaching Chen Kuan, bowing deeply in respect. Chen Kuan had faced 3 adversaries alone, sustaining severe injuries. One of his arms was nearly severed, hanging limply, with numerous bones likely broken, flesh torn and exposed. Senior Chen Kuan, I have some healing elixirs. Please accept them, or I shall feel truly remorseful. Han Li offered several jade vials, which he had scavenged from Wang Yanming. Very well, I shall take one at random. Chen Kuan responded without hesitation, selecting a vial and consuming its contents, quickly stabilizing his tumultuous vital energy. Hey, you little rascal. Why not offer me 2 vials as well? Am I not injured? Chen Donglai complained, pointing to a wound on his body, primarily sustained during his duel with Granny Siming. However, due to his formidable strength, the wound was nearly scabbed over. It is my fault. Please take what you wish, Senior, Han Li replied. Han Li felt a moment of awkwardness and hurriedly passed something to Chen Donglai, only to be stopped by Chen Hansheng, who stepped forward to block the way, glaring at Chen Donglai with irritation. Grandfather, please refrain from jesting about my elder brother. He has suffered quite a bit, and, lacking substantial means, must tend to his own wounds. Chen Donglai responded with a cold chuckle. Ah, you little rascal, are you really attempting to divert attention? Those in the know recognize him as your brother. Those unaware might think he is your secret lover. Han Li offered an awkward smile. Senior, you truly possess a fine sense of humor. Humph, no one could possibly compare to my elder brother. He is in a league of his own. Chen Hansheng grumbled. Enough of your chatter. I assure you, I am not inclined towards that kind of relationship. Han Li shot him an annoyed glance, wishing for Chen Hansheng to remain silent lest the situation deteriorate further. Haha, I, the old man, remain quite open-minded. If you two were truly to become involved, I would have no objections, Chen Donglai remarked, eliciting a momentary pause from Han Li, who suddenly felt an uncomfortable tension. Chapter 108. Trouble arises. Someone seeks to reap the rewards at the Hongyun Tavern in Guangnan City after returning from Shirtiao Ridge. Han Li and his companions did not proceed directly to the Chen residence. Instead, they sent Chen Donglai and Chen Kuan ahead, while Han Li accompanied Han Qingxue and Chen Hanxing to the tavern, as Han Tianyang was settled there. Their intention was to first retrieve Han Tianyang before heading to the Chen family home. However, upon arriving at the Hongyun Tavern, they found no sign of Han Tianyang. How could the clan leader not be here? I specifically arranged for him to remain here and wait for my return, Han Li pondered, his brow furrowing. Given my understanding of Han Tianyang, he is generally quite composed. Even in agitation, he would not leave prematurely. Could there be another issue? Big brother, do not fret. Simply inquire with the tavern keeper, Chen Hanxing suggested, and he promptly approached the tavern's manager, introducing himself. Ah, it is young Master Chen. I apologize for not extending a warm welcome. Please forgive my oversight. Wang Changguei, the tavern manager, greeted with utmost politeness upon realizing Chen Hanxing's identity. Forgiveness aside, I must inquire, what has become of the occupant of room 106? Chen Hanxing pressed. The occupant of room 106? Are you referring to a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe with a square face? Wang Changguei recalled. Yes, indeed. Where has he gone? Chen Hanxing nodded. He has been taken. What? Taken? Chen Hanxing's eyes widened in disbelief, while Han Li and Han Qingxue's expressions darkened. Who has taken him? Han Li's gaze turned icy, causing Wang Changguei to shudder. It seems disciples from the Xianjian sect apprehended him. I overheard some patrons discussing the situation in Amping County, claiming it is now overrun with demons. They mentioned that the court is preparing to employ drastic measures to eliminate all practitioners of demonic arts within Amping County. The individual you seek displayed considerable agitation, and somehow, those disciples from the Xianjian sect discovered he was from Amping County. It appears these disciples had just returned from Amping County, pursuing someone. Upon realizing he was also from Amping County, they seized him, Wang Changguei divulged. Han Li's pupils constricted sharply. The Great Zhou Court is actually planning to act against the demon practitioners in Amping County? Is this not tantamount to plucking his fruits? Is the first step towards realizing his ambition of everyone as a demon to be thwarted by the Great Zhou Court? I cannot permit this. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to locate Han Tianyang and rescue him. Hanxing, do you have any knowledge of the Xianjian sect? Han Li turned to Chen Hanxing. I do. The Xianjian sect is situated approximately 50 kilometers south of Guangnan County. The strength of the Xianjian sect is formidable, with their leader being a formidable cultivator who has reached the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, not significantly weaker than the Qin family. I suspect this is related to the previous events at Tianyuan Valley. Chen Hanxing pondered briefly before speaking in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Han Li understood the situation. After all, he had slain numerous young disciples who were backed by Golden Core cultivators at Tianyuan Valley. I intend to go to the Xianjian sect to rescue the clan leader, he declared. Very well, I shall summon my grandfather. With his presence, the Xianjian sect will have no choice but to release him. Chen Hanxing immediately responded. However, this may not be prudent. Dealing with the Rakshasa sect is one matter, as they have always been adversaries and are part of the demonic faction. Yet, given my reputation, I have long been regarded as the most notorious figure among the Golden Core powers in Guangnan and Lingdu. This would undoubtedly implicate your Qin family. Han Li reflected thoughtfully. This. Chen Hanqing furrowed his brows tightly. Han Li's reasoning was indeed quite sound. He naturally wished to assist Han Li wholeheartedly. But triggering systemic risks that would associate the Qin family with the demonic forces would pose a significant dilemma for them. The Qin family might not actually stand against the prominent Golden Core sects for Han Li's sake. Brother, what should we do if I cannot enlist my grandfather's help? The Qin family has no spies positioned within the Xianjian sect. Moreover, their leader is a powerful cultivator at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. You may not be his match, Chen Hanqing expressed with evident concern. Indeed, I am not yet a match for a cultivator at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Therefore, I must devise a plan, albeit one that may be somewhat ruthless. There are certain materials I need you to help me procure, Han Li said, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, causing the temperature of the air around them to drop significantly, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Save for Chen Hanqing. Let us relocate to a more suitable place for discussion. Han Li then turned and walked outside. The current location was too crowded and noisy for their purposes. Han Qingxue had remained silent throughout, aware that Han Li would undoubtedly rescue Han Tianyang, yet feeling helpless and anxious as she could not contribute in any meaningful way. Close the doors, we are not open for business today. Upon seeing Han Li and the others exit, Wang Changwei shuddered and hurriedly instructed his staff to usher the remaining customers out. The news he had overheard was simply too shocking. He feared that knowing too much would lead to dire consequences should Han Li and his companions turn their attention toward him. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the greater the danger. Leaving the Hanyun Tavern, the three of them discreetly made their way to the Chun family residence without alerting anyone. I will write you a list. See how many of the items on it you can procure for me, as many as possible. In the room, Han Li requested Chen Hanqing to prepare ink and paper, swiftly inscribing the items he required. Do you truly need so many? This appears to be the arrangement of a formation. Chen Hanqing, upon reading it, was slightly astonished. Indeed, it seems you have also acquired some knowledge of formations to be able to discern this. I have studied a bit, and I can even set up some very simple formations, though merely scratching the surface. Chen Hanqing smiled modestly. However, I have never encountered a formation that requires so many materials. This grand array must be exceptionally remarkable. Indeed, theoretically speaking, this formation has no restrictions in range and can be deemed infinite, as long as there are sufficient materials and I possess adequate strength. Han Li smiled faintly. Tapping on the paper on the table, he inquired, how long will it take to gather these items? Give me 2 hours, and I will exert all my power to seek them out. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, my brother. Han Li laughed heartily, placing the paper into Chen Hanqing's hands. May I ask what this formation is called? It has a most elegant name, the Blood Refinement Jianghu Formation. It is the unparalleled choice for city slaughter and clan extermination. Chapter 110, The Blood Refinement of the Jianghu Array. The words of Han Li left Chen Hanqing's eyes wide open in astonishment. Brother, do not tell me that this snow-loved Jianghu Array can truly envelop an entire city? In theory, it could encompass not just one city. Its potential is boundless, capable of shrouding an entire realm. As long as I possess sufficient strength and ample materials. Just wait and see. It will undoubtedly astound all of you. Han Li whispered like a devil, a chilling smile gracing his lips. All right, I shall prepare the necessary materials at once. Without further delay, Chen Hanqing took the list from Han Li and exited. An hour and a half later, he returned, holding 2 spatial rings, which he handed over to Han Li. Brother, everything you requested is contained within these. When shall we set forth? We must depart immediately. There is no time to waste. Han Li accepted the rings without hesitation and turned to Han Qingxue. Do not leave me behind. I wish to accompany you. I promise I will not cause any trouble. Before Han Li could respond, Han Qingxue quickly interjected, gripping his arm tightly, her eyes reflecting a plea. She felt a twinge of fear, finding solace only in Han Li's presence. Very well, you may come along, but you must heed my words. Understood. Han Qingxue nodded earnestly. Soon, the group hastily pushed open the door and departed. Elder, Hanqing and the others have left, and he managed to gather a substantial amount of resources in just over an hour, many of which seem related to array formation. Chen Kuan, still bearing several injuries, rushed to report to Chen Donglai. What grand scheme are they concocting this time? Chen Donglai furrowed his brow. You should rest at the Chun residence. I will personally follow their trail. With that, he rose and departed. Under Chen Hanqing's guidance, they arrived at the Xianjian sect. From a distance, it resembled a colossal sword piercing the heavens. As a renowned Golden Core force in Guangnan Prefecture, the Xianjian sect is perched atop this lofty mountain. All right, Hancheng, you need not proceed any further. Suddenly, Hanli halted, turning to address Chen Hashing. Chen Hashing quickly shook his head, about to protest, but Hanli cut him off. Your status is different. Until I have fully ascended to power and can confidently navigate the Lin and Guangnan prefectures, our interactions must remain discreet. Particularly, I have a premonition that troubles may soon escalate, and it may become burdensome for the Chun family to bear. But brother, I fear nothing. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Chen Hanxing clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely determined. Why are you so obstinate? You are not just yourself. You must also consider the Chun family behind you. It's settled then. I do not have the luxury of time to engage in lengthy discussions with you. Moreover, ensure that you take good care of Han Qingxue. Remember, if any trouble arises, you must take her away immediately. Do not wait for me here, lest I be distracted. Very well, brother. Chen Hanxing dared not retort, and could only nod. However, Han Qingxue quickly grasped Han Li's arm, and said with a hint of grievance, Did you not promise to take me along? Why have you abandoned me? What is that? Han Li smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to her query, but instead pointing to the right of Han Qingxue. Instinctively, she turned her head to the right, only to feel a sudden heaviness in her head before losing consciousness. Han Li reached out to support Han Qingxue's arm, handing her over to Chen Hanxing. Observing Chen Hanxing's bewildered expression, Han Li smiled gently and said, Have you learned how to deal with women? Indeed, one simply knocks them out. Chen Hanxing nodded, somewhat dazed. Ha ha ha, the young can indeed be taught. With that, Han Li leaped forward, vanishing like a flash of crimson light. He ascended the towering mountain that resembled a sharp sword. But rather than acting impulsively, he first took a moment to observe. As time passed, by midnight, Han Li had nearly grasped the situation surrounding the Xianjian sect. He began to navigate around the mountain, edging closer to the core area of the sect, while preparing the Shuolian Jianghu formation. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, Han Qingxue had been knocked out by Chen Hanxing for the third time. I apologize, Miss Han, but my brother insists that one must deal with women by simply knocking them out. Suddenly, a splashing sound echoed nearby, catching Chen Hanxing's attention. He drew his sword and glared into the darkness. Who is lurking there? Show yourself. Curse it, you rascal. How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? A voice of playful reprimand emerged from the shadows. Grandfather, what are you doing here? Chen Hanxing was taken aback, recognizing the voice of Chen Donglai. With you darting about, how could I not be concerned? And stop emulating your older brother. The notion that dealing with women requires knocking them out is utter nonsense. He glared at Chen Hanxing. Is it really nonsense? Doesn't it simplify many things? Otherwise, with Miss Han's incessant inquiries, what was I to do? Chen Hanxing countered earnestly, pointing at the unconscious Han Qingxue. You truly are thick-headed. You will be a lifelong bachelor at this rate. Chen Donglai huffed, stepping closer to Chen Hanxing. Now tell me, what is your brother up to? What is his true nature? Moreover, the methods he employs are rather peculiar. Share everything you know. Well, that might not be appropriate. Grandfather, my elder brother has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. You must not act against him. What nonsense. I owe him a debt of gratitude for saving my life. I am merely curious how a Foundation establishment cultivator could possibly contend with a formidable Golden Core master. I suspect he might be the legendary Eternal Foundation establishment. As Chen Dong spoke, his eyes narrowed, revealing an extraordinarily profound gaze. What is the Eternal Foundation establishment? Chen Hanxing displayed a look of confusion. I shall explain later. There must be a proper order to these things. Chen Donglai huffed. Very well. My brother informed me that he has gone to set up a formation, a powerful array known as the Blood Refinement Jianghu. He stated that this Blood Refinement Jianghu formation is the ultimate choice for city slaughter and clan annihilation. Chapter 109. The formation is complete. Preparing to ascend the mountain, the unquestionable choice for slaughtering cities and annihilating clans. Upon hearing this, Chen Donglai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Could it really be that exaggerated? The notion of annihilating an entire city seemed rather far-fetched, leaving him skeptical. I don't really know, but that's what my elder brother said, and I trust he wouldn't deceive me. Chen Hanxing held a 100 unconditional trust in Han Li. Suddenly, with a sharp slap to his thigh, Chen Donglai exclaimed, I think I comprehend your brother's intentions. With all the materials for the formation he has gathered, he intends to set up the Blood Refinement Jianghu array, enveloping the entire Xianjian sect and then obliterating it. Am I correct? That seems likely. Chen Hanxing nodded. Goodness, his audacity knows no bounds. Planning to sacrifice the entire Xianjian sect. Chen Donglai was utterly astonished. The Xianjian sect housed at least several tens of thousands of people, including numerous Golden Core cultivators. The idea that Han Li intended to refine them all was staggering. In this light, The three great demons of Shirtiao Ridge paled in comparison to Han Li's ambitions. Meanwhile, at the mountainside of the Xianjian sect, an elusive figure moved with the grace of a snow leopard, unnoticed by anyone. As dawn broke, Han Li finally found a relatively concealed spot to rest, exhausted from a night of labor. Fortunately, my spiritual energy is sufficiently robust. Had I not absorbed the soul of Wang Tai's mother earlier, it would have been nearly impossible to set up such a vast blood refinement Jianghu array in such a short time. He mused, breathing heavily. Lian, let us stay here. I can hardly bear it any longer. Being dispatched to that wretched place in Anping County has been quite suffocating. Suddenly, a voice reached Han Li's ears, followed by the sound of faint footsteps. Is this an affair? Or perhaps something more scandalous? Han Li's expression turned intrigued. Before long, the sounds of male and female pleasure floated to him, confirming that a couple was engaged in such activities nearby. Han Li covered his ears, wishing to avoid the distraction. I'll wait until they finish. It will provide a perfect opportunity to glean some insights into the internal matters of the Xianjian sect. He murmured to himself, refraining from intruding on their private moment. However, just as he plugged his ears, the fervent actions ceased abruptly. You are becoming increasingly useless. Had I known you were this incapable, I could have just found a tree. Running this far has left my legs scratched. A voice filled with discontent echoed from not far away. Lian, do not be angry. Perhaps it is due to my recent arduous tasks in Anping County that I am somewhat fatigued. Kindly grant me a moment. Once I consume this elixir, I assure you we shall engage in a grand battle that will shake the heavens and earth, lasting at least for an hour. Humph, that sounds more reasonable. I shall keep count, and if it falls short of an hour, do not seek me out again. Even a pig would be preferable. At the very least, it wouldn't just be left at the door and abandoned. With that, Han Li could no longer contain himself and erupted in laughter. The sound, jarring in the tranquil surroundings, startled both individuals. Who is there? Come out, they shouted, hastily adjusting their attire. Since you have heard my voice, there is no need to hide. However, fret not. It was merely a fleeting moment, and I had not yet had the chance to listen, so there is no need for embarrassment. Having already revealed himself, Han Li stepped out from the thicket. You scoundrel! If you cannot speak properly, then be silent. I'll kill you, yelled a man clad in a blue robe, his face flushed with humiliation and anger. Enraged by Han Li's words, he drew his sword and lunged at him. Han Li showed no intention of retreating. As the sword approached, he merely flicked his hand. With a sound of impact, fresh blood erupted from the blue-robed man's mouth. Brother Zhang, cried a woman with a fair and somewhat voluptuous figure, rushing towards the blue-robed man. At that moment, her garments had not yet been fully donned, and as she ran, she revealed a considerable expanse of snow-white skin. Lian, I am fine. Stay behind me, the blue-robed man said, clutching his injured arm, shielding the woman as he stood to glare at Han Li. Who are you? I am a disciple of the Xianjian sect. Why are you on our territory? And how dare you strike me? Do you comprehend the gravity of the consequences? The severity of the consequences eludes me. But I am aware that should you refuse to cooperate, your demise will be both tragic and excruciating, Han Li replied with a slight smile, extending his hand to grasp. In an instant, the blue-robed man's cultivation and spiritual power were drawn into Han Li's palm, causing him to collapse to the ground. I recognize you now. You are the Han Li we are hunting in Anping County, the blue-robed man shouted, awakening to the realization. The incident had unfolded so suddenly that he had not discerned Han Li's visage, but now, witnessing Han Li's prowess and scrutinizing his face closely, he understood that this was indeed the notorious Han Li sought after by their formidable factions in Anping County. You have recognized me, and that simplifies matters greatly. If you cooperate, I may grant you a swift resolution. However, non-compliance is out of the question. I shall never acquiesce to your demands. Your audacity is remarkable. Daring to infiltrate the realm of my immortal sword sect, you are merely courting your own demise. The man clad in a blue robe bellowed in fury, then hastily urged the woman beside him. Lian, hasten back and inform the sect members that the malevolent Han Li has arrived at our immortal sword sect. Very well, I shall depart at once. The voluptuous woman swiftly supported him, then turned to flee. What a fool! Does she truly believe she can escape? Han Li reached out, and with a mere gesture, he siphoned the woman's cultivation and spiritual energy. Before the naked eye, she aged dramatically. Her lustrous hair transformed into a cascade of white. Her body riddled with withered, parched skin. She collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, the sound of bones fracturing echoing through the air. The blue-robed man witnessed the voluptuous woman, who had scarcely covered 3 meters, metamorphose into this wretched state in the blink of an eye. Terror flooded his being. What has happened to me? Where's my tender skin? Where have my flowing locks gone? The woman raised her hand to inspect her withered, aged skin, and shrieked in a frenzy. The instantaneous aging was far more unbearable than the loss of her cultivation and the agony of broken bones. Her youth had been obliterated in Han Li's grasp. Yet, overwhelmed by her rapid aging, she was soon seized by a violent fit of coughing, spewing forth copious amounts of blood from her already ravaged gums. Do not kill me. I shall comply with anything. Before Han Li could utter a word, the blue-robed man hastily interjected. I admire those who recognize the tides of fate. I pose the questions, you provide the answers. Should you conceal anything, your fate will be far worse than hers, Han Li remarked with a slight smile, crouching down before the blue-robed man. Chapter 110. Here comes Han Li. This time, the man in the azure robe became exceedingly compliant, answering every question posed by Han Li with unwavering honesty, even divulging information about Han Tianyang. Indeed, Han Tianyang had been captured by the Xianjian sect just yesterday. Han Li, I have spoken my piece. Please release me. I assure you, I will sever all ties with the Xianjian sect and will never return to Guangnan County. Is that agreeable? Implored the azure-robed man, desperate for mercy. You are quite clever to renounce your sect so readily. Alas, in my options, there was never a choice to spare you, Han Li retorted, swiftly striking the man's head down onto his chest. Exhaling a deep breath, Han Li rose and made his way toward the Xianjian sect. Striding boldly, he chose not to conceal his presence, directly approaching the mountain gate located on the hillside. The colossal archway and the magnificent sculpture of a celestial sword, prominently displayed in the square at the gate, all serve to underscore the grandeur and authority of the Xianjian sect. Shall I employ the same tactics once more? A faint smile crept across Han Li's lips as he approached the towering celestial sword sculpture. Who are you? What business do you have at the Xianjian sect? Inquiries came booming from the patrolling disciples of the sect as they spotted him. Yet, Han Li offered no reply, walking straight to the side of the massive sword sculpture. The blade reached up to his shoulders, supported by 3 robust pillars. With a thunderous shout, Han Li grasped the enormous sword's hilt tightly, slowly lifting the colossal blade. The immense weight caused the very air around him to tremble, resonating with a piercing sound. Fool, what are you doing? Put down the original stone sword. The patrolling disciples, their nerves frayed, rushed towards him, shouting in alarm, their astonishment palpable. For this original stone sword weighed a staggering 300,000 pounds. Carved from a single massive rock without any auxiliary materials. It had stood at the mountain gate for over a millennium, serving as one of the Xianjian sect's emblems, even receiving offerings during significant festivals. Now, Han Li dared to lift it, an act deemed utterly sacrilegious. I am Han Li. Haven't you been seeking to capture me? Today, I have arrived. With the 300,000-pound original stone sword raised aloft, Han Li unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom. He then swung the sword in a sweeping arc towards the approaching figures. The faces of several individuals changed dramatically as they hurriedly attempted to evade the impending doom. Yet it was already too late. In the next instant, they were shattered, blood and shattered bones splattering everywhere. Then, Han Li raised his weapon high and struck down upon the grand archway of the Xianjian sect. Boom. The magnificent structure was cleaved open, creating a colossal gap, with countless stones cascading down. The deafening noise completely roused the cultivators of the Xianjian sect. The demon Han Li had audaciously intruded. How dare he treat my Xianjian sect as though it were one of those trifling foundational sects from Anping County. It is utterly laughable. He must be slain and his remains displayed at the mountain gate as a warning to others. A chorus of furious voices erupted from the grand hall of the Xianjian sect. Report to the sect leader, our mountain gate has been destroyed. A figure is wielding a primal stone sword in our plaza, wreaking havoc. It must be the demon Han Li. At that moment, a shadow rushed into the hall to report. The mountain gate has been destroyed? This is utterly outrageous. The sect leader exclaimed. Please wait here, we shall execute him. Instantly, an elder seated in the 4th position on the right rose. He was Lu Yong, the 4th elder of the Xianjian sect. A formidable presence at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm. 4th elder, that little demon is not worthy of your attention. Allow me to handle him. The 5th elder, Sun Hongtai, stood, his small eyes glinting with malice. Enough of this commotion. The 2nd elder shall lead the way to bring him back. The sect leader, Gu Tai, bellowed. Immediately, an elder seated in the 2nd position on the right stood up. I shall obey the sect leader's command. Follow me. With that, the 2nd elder, Shui Jidong, led a group of strong cultivators swiftly out of the hall. This little demon is extraordinarily audacious, daring to directly assault my Xianjian sect. Does he not realize how many eyes the king of horses possesses? Gu Tai slammed the armrest beside him, feeling deeply provoked. There is no need for the sect leader to be enraged. He may be accustomed to his dominance in Anping County, believing he can treat us like those inferior foundational sections. Soon, he will find himself like a dead dog, crawling on the floor of this hall, remarked Zhao Lingyun, the grand elder of the Xianjian sect, with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate of the Xianjian sect, Han Li wielded a gigantic sword weighing 300,000 jin, sweeping through as he ascended towards the sect, leaving a path strewn with corpses and flowing blood. Yet, no one noticed that the blood, after flowing a distance downward, mysteriously vanished, for all eyes were fixated on Han Li. Come forth, the more of you who arrive, the greater the power of my snow-love Jianghu formation. His heart erupted with uncontrollable laughter as he beheld the disciples and elders charging down from above. Han Li let out a resonant roar, and with a sudden force, he stomped his foot upon the ground, brandishing the primordial stone sword as he leapt towards the oncoming cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. With simple yet devastating sweeps and cleaves, each strike claimed the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. The sheer weight of the primordial stone sword was terrifying. In an instant, Han Li advanced like a relentless meat grinder, witnessing their companions fall in droves. The descending disciples and elders were finally gripped by a sense of trepidation, hesitating to charge recklessly any longer. Everyone made way. The elders had arrived. Without eliminating that primordial stone sword, inflicting harm upon him would prove exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out, and then Su Jidong descended with several elders in tow. With a swift motion of his hand, he hurled 3 talismans towards Han Li, the Purple Sky Thunder Talisman, the Thunder of the 9 Provinces Talisman, and the Beast-Trapping Mountain Talisman. Chapter 110, A Spectacle of Fireworks to Delight You. 3 formidable talismans were hurled towards Han Li, their terrifying power overwhelming. With a thunderous roar, Han Li unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that enveloped the primal sword, then fiercely hurled it towards the incoming talismans. Boom! The primal sword, cloaked in a majestic and chilling aura, collided with the 3 talismans, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the heavens and earth, even conjuring a mushroom cloud. Many disciples of the sword sect, caught unawares, were obliterated by the force of the explosion. Fiend Han Li, you audacious wretch! You dare to encroach upon my sword sect? Do you mistake us for the trifling foundation-level sects of Anping County? Roared numerous golden core cultivators at Han Li. You journeyed thousands of miles to capture me in Anping County, and now I present myself willingly. Shouldn't you be elated? Why do you all look as if you've lost your fathers? Come, share a smile, Han Li taunted, beckoning them with a finger, exuding an air of provocation. The faces of the golden core cultivators turned ashen with fury. Do not interfere. Allow me to personally enact vengeance. I can no longer restrain myself. This wretch killed my disciple and now dares to boast. One enraged golden core master radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. Killed your disciple? Pray tell. Which of your disciples did I slay? Han Li raised an eyebrow, challenging them. In the combined talents of Guangnan County and Linda County, the number that perished at my hands exceeds 100. Arrogance. The moment Han Li uttered those words, the fury of the crowd intensified. For the 100 young prodigies he referred to were likely backed by golden core masters. Offending so many powerful factions simultaneously could only be described as possessing an audacious spirit. This brazen wretch, offending such a multitude of golden core cultivators, would even make a prince of the great Zhou dynasty tremble. Alas, I am not a prince of the great Zhou. What he dares to do, I can do. What he would not dare, I shall also undertake. What can you do to me? Very well, damn you. What can you do to me? Die. The enraged golden core master, unable to contain himself, erupted with fury. He was Jin Hong, the 6th elder of the sword sect, charging forth with unmatched power to annihilate Han Li. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Han Li. The prowess of his 2nd-level golden core cultivation was terrifying. With a single strike, he could flatten a hill. Yet, Han Li did not evade. The terror of his longevity was fully unleashed in that moment. You are merely at the 2nd level of the golden core stage, while I am at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. The advantage lies with me. With a resounding roar, Han Li unleashed the 6 Paths Divine Fist from the God and Demon Annihilation technique, a formidable move from the 9th style. Each punch he delivered resonated with the terrifying forces of heaven and earth, as if entire worlds were birthed with every strike, relentlessly crashing against Jin Hong's descending palm. In an instant, the void trembled violently, revealing a colossal fissure where their energies collided. Jin Hong was astonishingly forced to retreat repeatedly by Han Li's 6 Paths Divine Fist, blood erupting from his tiger's mouth. How is this possible? The 6th elder is at the 2nd level of the golden core stage. How could he not overpower a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? I must be mistaken, undoubtedly mistaken. The other Golden Core masters and the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect present gasped in disbelief, many rubbing their eyes vigorously, unable to comprehend the scene before them. This was entirely beyond their understanding. You have concealed your true strength. You must have hidden your capabilities. Jin Hong roared in frustration, unable to accept that he was being forced back by a Foundation establishment practitioner. This was far more unbearable than being stabbed twice. I am a man of integrity. I give my all in battle. Do not tarnish my reputation. Han Li chuckled softly. Jin Hong let out a furious roar, swiftly retrieving his formidable weapon, the exceptionally sharp flying cloud sword. Yet, in that fleeting moment of drawing his sword, Han Li suddenly multiplied before him. 1, 2, 3. A multitude of Han Li surrounded him. The thousand demons phantom, an illusion of myriad forms. Damn it, what is this? Jin Hong felt as if he had lost his target, gripping the flying cloud sword, yet unsure of which figure to strike. He had never even heard of such a technique, let alone witnessed it. However, in that moment of dazed bewilderment, an indescribable pain surged from his lower back. With a piercing thrust, Han Li's fire scale sword pierced through his abdomen, emerging from the front. Gazing at the bloodied sword protruding from his belly, Jin Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen, incredulous that a cultivator of the second level of the Golden Core stage could be so easily pierced through. How had Han Li managed to maneuver behind him? Go now. Accompany your disciple. Master and student should reunite. Boom. As Han Li's voice echoed, a terrifying force emanated from his palm, swiftly absorbing Jin Hong's cultivation and spiritual energy into his own body, propelling his power towards the 9th level of Foundation establishment in a frenzied surge. 6th Elder. Demon, you wretched demon, using dark powers to truly slay the 6th Elder. Everyone, attack together, let us put an end to him. The few Golden Core masters hovering in the air, their eyes ablaze with fury, roared in unison. At this moment, Han Li's performance shattered their preconceived notions entirely. Initially, they anticipated a one-sided battle, then considered it might evolve into a fierce contest. However, it has now transformed into a reverse onslaught. Han Li stands above them, while they find themselves below. This is simply unacceptable. The 2nd Elder, Xue Jidong, let out a furious roar, taking the lead as he unsheathed a gleaming blue sword. Accompanied by 3 other formidable Golden Core cultivators, he advanced to encircle Han Li. Xue Jidong, esteemed as the 2nd Elder, is a powerful cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. The other 3 consist of 2 cultivators at the 3rd level and 1 at the 2nd level of the Golden Core. Their formation could be described as exceedingly formidable, representing the most powerful assembly Han Li has faced alone thus far. Yet, gazing at the encroaching Golden Core masters, he felt only a bloodthirsty frenzy, devoid of any fear. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Before we engage in our duel, why not allow you to witness a dazzling display of fireworks to heighten the excitement? With these words, Han Li began to weave intricate hand seals, reciting incantations. Waves of seals surged into the sky like runes. Blood Refinement Jianghu Formation, activate. Chapter 111. What can you do to me? Thunderous roars reverberated as the runes surged forth, causing the very ground beneath the Xianjian sect to tremble violently. Striking beams of crimson light ascended around the sect, multiplying rapidly, and an overwhelming scent of blood and carnage filled the air. A killing formation. You have set a colossal killing formation within the domain of my Xianjian sect? Witnessing this sudden scene of slaughter, Xue Jidong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression transforming dramatically as he bellowed in fury. A killing formation? How could this be? He actually laid down a killing formation in my Xianjian sect? Is he jesting? Our sect is vast. What power does he possess to establish such a formation unnoticed by anyone in our ranks? As Xue Jidong's voice echoed, gasps of shock erupted all around. It was not disbelief in Xue Jidong's words, but rather a sense of incredulity. Truly, having lived for so long, his discernment is commendable. In contrast, the younger generation displayed their lack of experience. Han Li chuckled softly, tacitly acknowledging Xue Jidong's claims. The crimson killing lights intensified, beginning to encroach upon this area. Screams of despair suddenly pierced the air from the outer regions as waves of people were mercilessly harvested by these lethal beams, their bodies torn asunder, leaving not a single whole corpse behind. Panic engulfed everyone. He has truly initiated a killing formation. Retreat. Avoid these crimson lights. They are all infused with murderous intent. A voice cried out, prompting throngs of people to hastily withdraw. Yet, the red killing lights were indiscriminate, proliferating throughout, rendering escape nearly impossible. Scarlet blood erupted like fireworks into the air. Beastly fiend, do you intend to annihilate the entirety of my Xianjian sect and its tens of thousands of members? Kill him. Slay this demon. Shui Jidong and his companions' eyes blazed with fury as they brandished their swords, unleashing their most formidable strength toward Han Li. Swish, swish, swish. Observing the oncoming assault from Shui Jidong and the others, Han Li swiftly formed hand seals, channeling the terrifying killing light from the heavens into a colossal sphere that surged toward them. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering attack obliterated countless rays of killing light. However, no matter how many were vanquished, they reformed in endless waves, their power ceaselessly escalating. Puff, puff, puff. All 4 golden core cultivators suffered injuries simultaneously, with Elder Sun Hongtai sustaining the gravest wounds, as he was merely at the 2nd level of the golden core realm. Target the vulnerable first. Han Li fixed his gaze on Sun Hongtai, his figure transforming into a streak of blood light as he charged toward him. Suddenly, he was struck with terror, his face a mask of fear. In that moment, he turned and fled. Yet his speed could not compare to Han Li's, who swiftly caught up to him. Demon, I shall fight you to the end. Sun Hongtai roared, brandishing his sword in a desperate strike toward Han Li. With a clang, Han Li parried the incoming blow with all his might, raising his fiery scaled sword. His other hand unleashed the 6 Dao Divine Fist, raining down blows upon Sun Hongtai, directly breaching his defenses and landing a fierce strike to his chest. Blood gushed from Sun Hongtai, and simultaneously, a terrifying suction emanated from Han Li, swiftly draining Sun Hongtai of his consciousness, cultivation, and spiritual energy. At that moment, Shui Jidong and the others finally broke through the endless onslaught of murderous light, rushing forth to rescue Sun Hongtai, but it was already too late. With a contemptuous toss of Sun Hongtai's lifeless body, Han Li let out a long howl. 9th layer of foundation establishment, be shattered. From his very being, an incomprehensible force of suction surged forth, drawing in the cultivation and spiritual energy of the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect, who were still suffering under the relentless assault. In an instant, another large group perished. Even a battlefield meat grinder would not claim lives so swiftly. Ah, this is inhumane. Demon, this is an affront to heaven. Shui Jidong and the others, blood streaming from their eyes, frantically slashed their swords in a futile attempt to stop him. Their efforts proving utterly ineffectual. Even the power of their attacks was absorbed by Han Li. With a thunderous roar, Han Li's aura surged dramatically. The resounding explosion akin to heavenly thunder erupting above, the overwhelming force sending Shui Jidong and his companions reeling. Ah, how exhilarating. Han Li laughed heartily. In the 9th layer of foundation establishment, the heads of any of your Immortal Sword sect members are as easy to claim as plucking a flower. In that moment, Han Li was consumed by an unparalleled frenzy, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, the purple-gold spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness surging wildly, terrifyingly potent. With one hand, he formed a seal, gathering a multitude of deadly rays, while with the other, he wielded the fiery scaled sword, actively charging towards Shui Jidong and his comrades. The chaotic battle shook the earth and mountains so violently that Gu Tai, the sect leader of the Immortal Sword sect, who awaited news in the grand hall at the peak, found himself restless. Elder, perhaps we should go and take a look. The commotion is too great. Patience, sect leader. The usually composed Elder Zhao Lingyun replied with a calm smile, sipping tea. This demon, having dared to come, must be well prepared. Such disturbances are quite normal. And I have absolute confidence in the 2nd elder and the others. After all, what can a mere demon at the Foundation establishment level accomplish, regardless of his hidden cards? The Foundation remains steadfast, yet to confront him personally in the capacity of the sect leader seems rather excessive. Sigh, yet an unease lingers within me. Gu Tai exhaled deeply, lifting the teacup from the table to savor its flavor. Leader, I have attained the status of a grand elder for 3 dynasties. My composure is unwavering. At times, even you should glean wisdom from me. Let us finish this cup of tea before we venture forth to see what unfolds. Zhao Lingyun, stroking his white beard, smiled faintly. Very well. Gu Tai took a deep breath, channeling his inner focus to achieve tranquility. Suddenly, a frantic cry pierced the air. Leader, come quickly. We are on the brink of disaster. Before they had even sipped half of their tea, a thunderous roar echoed, causing Gu Tai's teacup to shatter in his hand. There, at the entrance of the grand hall, stood a blood-soaked elder, none other than the 2nd elder, Shui Jidong. Chapter 111. Frantic Actions and the Blood Sacrifice to the Sword Sect. Shui Jidong, drenched in blood, stumbled into the grand hall, startling both Gu Tai and Zhao Lingyun, who were seated there. Zhao Lingyun, who had just been urging Gu Tai to maintain his composure, was particularly taken aback by Xue Jidong's blood-soaked entrance. Second Elder, how could you be in such a dire state? How many attackers were there? Was it just one? Zhao Lingyun hurriedly rushed over to support Xue Jidong, inquiring urgently. Just one, merely him alone. He is exceedingly ruthless, having set up a formation above our sword sect in advance. This formation is incredibly sinister. It grows stronger with each attack, showing no signs of exhausting its power. I am no match for him. Quickly, call for reinforcements. Summon other sects for aid. After speaking, Xue Jidong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Damn it, this demon truly deserves to perish. Grand Elder, immediately contact the Yinyang sect and the Blade Mountain Manor for assistance. Gu Tai bellowed, turning to Zhao Lingyun. The Yinyang sect and Blade Mountain Manor share a favorable relationship with their sword sect, both being formidable Golden Core forces within Guangnan Prefecture. Very well. I shall use the Communication Jade Talisman to summon these two powerful sects for support. Zhao Lingyun, now devoid of any composure, hastily retrieved the Communication Jade Talisman from his spatial ring to notify the two sections. By the way, where is he? Why hasn't he pursued us? Zhao Lingyun asked as he sought assistance, while Gu Tai quickly turned to Xue Jidong. He is cultivating demonic arts. The sect master will understand upon investigation. It is truly terrifying. If we do not eliminate him swiftly, once he ascends to the Golden Core realm, no one in Guangnan Prefecture will be his match. Only a nascent soul ancestor might stand a chance. Gu Tai gasped in shock, rushing outside the sword sect's grand hall. What he beheld was an astonishing sight. Han Li stood aloft in the sky, his back adorned with a pair of black flame wings. As torrents of bloodlight surged into his body, the grim price for this power was the ruthless harvesting of the sword sect's disciples and elders, their lifeblood filling every crevice of the space, a scene that could only be described as littered with corpses. The aura emanating from Han Li, infused with this sanguine deluge, continued to rise. He appeared to be on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. It seemed as though an immense purple-golden sun was rising behind him. The heavens trembled, and the seas roiled. Emerging from the grand hall, Gu Tai gasped in astonishment at the sight of Han Li suspended in midair. A colossal phenomenon unique to him ascended from the ends of the earth, signifying his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, a most distinctive emblem of his power. However, unlike before, he subtly perceived an enigmatic violet-golden spiritual energy emanating from Han Li, accompanied by an ineffable, mysterious sensation. In summary, even he, a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Yinyang sect and the Blade Mountain Manor had already consented to provide support. Master, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow him to break through to the Golden Core realm, or else he may become uncontrollable, Zhao Lingyun stated gravely. All right, since the two factions have agreed to assist us, let us strike immediately. Even if we cannot kill him, once the experts from those two powers arrive, he shall surely meet his end. With that declaration, Gu Tai roared. In an instant, a piercing sword cry resonated from deep within the immortal sword sect, followed by a dazzling beam of sword light shooting skyward, its 7-colored brilliance illuminating the heavens as it soared from the sect's sword pool. The 7 treasures glazed sword. Only the masters of the immortal sword sect throughout the ages could wield it. Has he truly reached the point of confronting the sect leader in such a short time? Brother, how terrifying. Outside the immortal sword sect, upon witnessing the radiant 7-colored sword light piercing the sky, Chun Hanxing exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that Gu Tai summoned the 7 treasures glazed sword indicates he has been driven to a desperate situation. What do you mean, grandfather? Why does using the 7 treasures glazed sword signify being pushed to the brink? Chen Donglai's eyes narrowed as he spoke solemnly. The 7 treasures glazed sword is the sect's treasured artifact, but it is said to have suffered severe damage several centuries ago and has yet to be fully repaired. Each time it is wielded, the damage exacerbates, and there is a risk of it shattering upon its next use. Thus, employing the 7 treasures glazed sword is tantamount to a do-or-die gamble, Chun Donglai elucidated. So that's how it is. Brother is incredibly formidable. I wish to move closer to witness it. Chen Hanxing rubbed his hands together, eager with anticipation. If you wish to see, I shall take you to a higher vantage point. Chen Donglai laughed heartily, sweeping his sleeve and enveloping Chen Hanxing, along with the still unconscious Han Qingxue. In a gust of gale as they soared into the sky, in the distant horizon, it appeared that someone was approaching. Could it be that Gu Tai and the others have sought help from external forces? Once elevated into the air, Chen Donglai scanned his surroundings with his keen eyesight. He spotted several dark figures swiftly advancing from afar. They have indeed sought assistance. I must inform elder brother to prepare accordingly, Chen Hanxing exclaimed anxiously. Do not rush. Your brother certainly has his means of dealing with this. Moreover, the entire immortal sword sect is shrouded in that blood-refining Jianghu formation, preventing our entry. Chen Donglai reassured him. Chen Donglai urged him to remain calm and, together with Chen Hanxing, repositioned themselves to avoid a collision with the approaching dark figures. Within the confines of the Xianjian sect, Han Li's aura intensified, and the hazy, purple-gold circular wheel became increasingly pronounced. You vile demon, you have sacrificed the lives of tens of thousands of disciples from the Xianjian sect to achieve your breakthrough. May you perish. Gutai roared, gripping the seven treasures glazed sword tightly, channeling his spiritual energy furiously into it, and struck fiercely at Han Li. The multicolored sword radiance tore through the void, annihilating the very fabric of space in its wake, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. This was the full-force strike of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. I shall add my blade to this. Zhao Lingyun unsheathed his divine weapon, infusing his spiritual energy like a torrential river into the sword, unleashing a terrifying sword light reminiscent of the Milky Way, directed at Han Li. Chapter 112. Apologies. Your joy is premature. Hope has emerged, as the seven treasures glazed sword appears, ready to cleave the heavens. We are saved, he surely cannot withstand this. The disciples of the immortal sword sect, who have yet to be ensnared by the blood refinement Jianghu array, erupted into frenzied cries upon witnessing the two streaks of manic sword radiance. The prospect of survival glimmered before their eyes. How could they not be stirred? The fate of their existence hinged upon this moment. Should they endure, they would surely attain the golden core today. Should they falter, who knows when next they might have such an opportunity? As they beheld the torrents of sword light, Han Li showed no inclination to evade. Not long ago, he had decimated several golden core cultivators, draining them of their essence, and the barriers of the golden core realm had suddenly grown pliable, revealing a slender fissure. Without such a breakthrough, Xue Jidong would never have had the chance to seek refuge within the immortal sword hall. Such opportunities for ascension are exceedingly rare, especially for one of his unique constitution, where transcending a significant realm is even more arduous. Thus, Han Li resolved to exert every ounce of effort to operate the blood refinement Jianghu array, seeking to refine and absorb the essence of all the disciples of the immortal sword sect to aid his breakthrough. However, the obstacles of the Golden Core realm proved far more formidable than he had anticipated, akin to a heavenly gate that, while it may have cracked open a narrow gap, requires an even more colossal force to fully push it open. Time was not a luxury he could afford for meticulous preparation. Yet, perhaps these two torrents of sword light could lend him some assistance. With a swift motion, Han Li closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Han Yuan's spirit absorption technique. Devour heaven and earth. Boom. A deafening roar erupted from within Han Li's body, each cell resonating with power. He pushed this technique to its utmost limit, drawing all the forces of the universe into his being, including the terrifying sword light hurtling towards him. Boom. Boom. The two torrents of sword radiance struck Han Li, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into a towering mountain within the immortal sword sect, creating a vast pit of unknown depth. He did not evade. He actually stood his ground. Zhao Lingyun and Gu Tai were left in stunned silence. That full-force strike was intended to shatter the array under Han Li's command, not to slay him, for no one would be foolish enough to stand motionless in the face of such an attack. Yet Han Li remained completely still. The sect master is formidable. The Grand Elder is remarkable. This demon has finally been vanquished. Ha ha ha. The demon has truly been slain. As Han Li was driven into the mountainside, the blood radiance that had rampaged throughout the immortal sword sect came to a sudden halt, its operation ceasing. Some disciples, their throats nearly severed by the blood light, miraculously reclaimed their lives, ecstatically clutching their bleeding necks while shouting in wild jubilation. He is dead? Have we truly slain him? Zhao Lingyun was utterly bewildered. How could such a grand spectacle culminate in such a lackluster conclusion? Gu Tai wore a similarly perplexed expression. Grandfather, we must rescue my elder brother at once. Even if it means opposing the entire righteous force of Guangnan Prefecture, we must save him. Outside the Sword Immortal sect, Chen Hansheng had lost his composure, gripping Chen Donglai fiercely and shouting incessantly, urging him to rush in and save Han Li. Do not be hasty. I sense he is deliberately standing there to confront those two strikes. Otherwise, with his agility, he could easily evade them. Perhaps this is your elder brother's stratagem. Chen Donglai retorted, gripping Chen Hansheng's arm tightly, his voice sharp. How could it possibly be his scheme? Those are full-force strikes from two formidable cultivators at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. If you were in his position, would you dare to face them without any form of defense? Chen Hanqing's eyes reddened as he roared in frustration. Impudent! I am your grandfather. Regain your senses. Chen Donglai gave a sharp slap to the back of Chen Hanqing's head, simultaneously channeling a refreshing surge of spiritual energy to awaken him. Hanqing, you are letting your anger cloud your judgment. Remain calm. The blood refinement Jianghu formation has yet to shatter, and your elder brother is still alive. Pointing towards the Sword Immortal sect, where a crimson killing aura lingered in the air, Chen Donglai continued. Chen Hanqing suddenly jolted to attention and quickly apologized. Forgive me, grandfather. I was overcome with anxiety, fearing my brother might have perished, which clouded my mind. Sighing, Chen Donglai remarked, your elder brother is fortunate to have you as a sibling. I wonder if you would exhibit such urgency when faced with life and death situations. He cast a disapproving glare at Chen Hanqing, who sheepishly smiled in return. Meanwhile, within the Sword Immortal sect, Gu Tai and Zhao Lingyun also sensed something amiss. The blood-red, killing aura had not dissipated. Instead, it surged anew. Ear-piercing cries of anguish echoed as many fell, reduced to mangled remnants, their blood flowing like a torrent towards the deep pit created by Han Li. Damn it. This fiend has not perished. He is indeed not so easily vanquished. Charge forth and eliminate him. Gu Tai bellowed, brandishing the 7 treasures glazed sword as he leaped towards the pit. Zhao Lingyun flanked him, unleashing waves of sword light, piercing into the depths of the chasm. However, these terrifying sword strikes seemed to vanish into the abyss, leaving no trace. Each strike was a culmination of their combined strength. After delivering dozens of blows, both found their arms weary, necessitating a brief pause to consume some elixirs for rejuvenation. Yet, at that moment, a disgruntled voice emerged from the depths of the pit. Is that all? Are you already exhausted? You two Golden Core cultivators at the 6th level are rather lackluster. What did you say? Fiend, what did you just utter? Zhao Lingyun and the other individual were instantly consumed by an uncontrollable fury. I remarked upon their foolishness. Boom. This time, Han Li's voice resonated with greater clarity. As his words fell, a tremendous force surged forth from the depths of the pit, sweeping across the surroundings like a tidal wave. Zhao Lingyun and Gu Tai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they hastily retreated to either side. Thunderous rumblings echoed. The immense pit was shattered with terrifying might, splitting apart before our eyes. Han Li emerged from within, his gaze ablaze with an otherworldly, violet-golden brilliance. I thank you for aiding me in reaching the Golden Core realm. Boom. As soon as his words concluded, an enormous, radiant sphere of violet gold began to materialize from the back of his head. Chapter 113. Entering the Golden Core, crossing the Great Tribulation. The violet golden round sun began to ascend, gradually taking on a somewhat ethereal quality. However, the realm surrounding Han Li, centered upon him, commenced a violent tremor as a tempest of spiritual energy swept forth. He voraciously devoured the ambient spiritual essence from all directions, akin to a vacuum, with his momentum intensifying progressively and the violet golden orb becoming increasingly prominent. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, yet why did his breakthrough evoke such a terrifying commotion? Moreover, what set his Golden Core apart to be of a violet golden hue? Both Gu Tai and Zhao Lingyun, who had been forced to retreat, gazed at Han Li with astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a formidable breakthrough, especially the violet golden core, a phenomenon they had never heard of before, regardless of its nature. We must act swiftly. He must not be allowed to succeed in his breakthrough. Gu Tai bellowed. If he was already this terrifying before reaching the Golden Core realm, then if Han Li were to truly succeed, their doom would be imminent. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them struck again, unleashing their own Golden Core manifestations. An enormous Golden Core sun materialized behind them, stirring up an immense wave of spiritual energy that surged toward Han Li with lethal intent. Come, the more power you send my way, the faster I shall break through. Han Li's eyes sparkled with divine light as he spread his arms wide, defiantly welcoming the oncoming sword light. The mixed yuan-absorbing spirit great method enveloped the heavens and earth, reaching its zenith under his command. Countless minuscule whirlpools, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, adorned his body. This overwhelmingly fearsome sword light, upon contact with his form, was directly disassembled by the countless tiny whirlpools, all drawn into his being for refinement and absorption. Damn it, what kind of demonic technique is this? Not only can we not harm him, but we are inadvertently aiding him. Zhao Lingyun howled in despair. It was utterly futile to strike. Even with their utmost effort, Han Li remained unscathed. accelerating his breakthrough through their attacks. His demonic arts could not only consume the essence of others, but also absorb their assaults. Such an exquisite demonic technique was likely rare even within the chaotic depths of the major demonic sections. I suspect only a force far exceeding his own capacity for absorption could slay him, perhaps requiring a peak golden core practitioner, or even an ancient essence soul ancestor to intervene. Gu Tai analyzed with a grim expression. Then are we not doomed? Where can we find an ancient essence soul ancestor? There is but one in the entirety of Guangnan Prefecture, and we have no time to spare. Besides, he may not even assist us. Zhao Lingyun clenched his fists. A mix of unwillingness and despair etched upon his weathered face. Thunder rumbled violently above Han Li, and suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened as massive clouds gathered ominously. In a fleeting moment, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon all, leaving them gasping for breath. What is this? A heavenly tribulation? How could that be? He has merely broken through to the golden core stage. How could he summon a heavenly tribulation? Zhao Lingyun and Gu Tai stood in stunned disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before their eyes. The heavenly lightning tribulation is said to manifest only upon reaching the nascent soul stage, for it is only then that one can truly soar through the heavens. The immortality of the nascent soul signifies eternity, and to defy the heavens is to invite tribulation. Yet, he has only advanced to the golden core stage. How could this happen? Outside, in a concealed location, Chen Dong was equally astonished, unable to process the extraordinary events unfolding. There could only be one explanation. My elder brother is extraordinarily exceptional. He is not merely a gifted cultivator, but possesses a level of prowess that transcends the ordinary. Chen Hanxing clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed with excitement, as if he too were experiencing a breakthrough, sharing in the glory. Indeed, his achievements are unparalleled. To describe him as unprecedented would be no exaggeration. In all my years, I have never heard of anyone in the Dezhou dynasty attracting heavenly tribulation upon breaking through to the golden core stage. Although there have been rumors that certain cultivators of the heavenly Tao might summon a tribulation at this stage, such accounts are unrecorded and thus lack substantiation. Chen Dong marveled in astonishment. Could it be that my elder brother has encountered a fortuitous event, ascending to a realm even more terrifying than that of the heavenly Tao? Chen Hanxing spoke with fervor. A realm more fearsome than the heavenly Tao? That can only be. How is that possible? Could it be the legendary Long Life Foundation? Suddenly, Chen Dong nearly exclaimed in shock. This cannot be true. Our surroundings are far too barren. How could such an unparalleled prodigy, a one-in-a-billion talent, emerge here? Chen Dong shook his head vigorously, for the notion was almost too incredulous to fathom. Grandfather, while it may seem implausible for others, in my brother's case, anything is possible. Please, enlighten me about the Long Life Foundation. This is the first time I have ever heard of it. Chen Hanxing hurriedly inquired of Chen Dong. It is said that the Long Life Foundation is a method far more formidable than the heavenly Tao, and once successfully established, one's lifespan could extend to 1,500 years. Furthermore, upon achieving the Long Life Foundation, one's bodily functions undergo a monumental transformation, rendering them exceedingly difficult to kill. It is rumored that to attain the Long Life Foundation, one must obtain a trace of innate primordial purple energy, a substance that is almost never seen and exists only in legend. This is merely the first step. Subsequent transformations within the body are necessary. I cannot elaborate further, as information regarding the Long Life Foundation is exceedingly scarce. Chen Dong racked his brain to provide Chen Hanxing with a rough explanation. As for other details, he could not offer much. It seems that my elder brother has most likely achieved the Long Life Foundation. Otherwise, how could he possess such immense power? It cannot merely be attributed to magical attacks alone. My elder brother, Chen Hanxing, has surprisingly reached the stage of foundation establishment. He is surely destined to enter the realm of great transcendence. Chen Hanxing, brimming with excitement, grasped Chen Donglai's arm tightly. From now on, you shall call me Brother Sheng, and I shall refer to you as grandfather. We shall each hold our own titles. Very well, Brother Sheng, Chen Donglai replied, his teeth grinding audibly. For this mischievous lad was truly eager for a meal of stir-fried meat with vine shoots. How dare he speak so recklessly? Thunder rumbled ominously as the gathering clouds multiplied, the raging lightning within growing ever more terrifying. Han Li lifted his gaze toward the heavens, contemplating the fearsome heavenly tribulation before him, murmuring to himself, I wonder if I can absorb the power of these thunderbolts and the heavenly tribulation. Boom. In the next moment, the fully charged lightning of the tribulation struck down upon Han Li. Chapter 114. The aroma of meat. Has Tang Sung become the meat? A multitude of brilliant lightning bolts descended upon Han Li, threatening to reduce him to mere ash. Gu Tai and Zhao Lingyun had already fled at the first sign of danger, leaving no disciples of the immortal sword sect in the vicinity, all having been drained by Han Li. This inadvertently spared the two of them considerable trouble. Utilizing the Hunyuan 7-star Great Method to absorb heaven and earth, Han Li did not retaliate against the initial bolt of tribulation lightning. Instead, he endeavored to consume it within his body. Instantly, his form erupted with a cacophony akin to a series of firecrackers, flames spewing from his pores, his garments torn and tattered, revealing a remarkably athletic physique. The force of the tribulation sent him hurtling into a deep pit he had previously created. Good heavens! Is this fellow overly confident or simply deranged? He actually intends to absorb the tribulation lightning. Gu Tai and Zhao Lingyun gasped in astonishment, erupting into laughter at the absurdity of it all. They could hardly believe their eyes, witnessing someone attempting to devour a tribulation. Was he a Thunder King? They mused that he might very well perish under this divine trial. A truly unexpected turn of events. Overjoyed, Zhao Lingyun exclaimed, "Let us enjoy a drink while watching this spectacle." He produced a flask of wine and 2 cups from his storage ring. "How about we toast to this grand show, master?" Gu Tai, with a flourish, accepted a cup and allowed Zhao Lingyun to fill it with strong liquor. With a resounding clink, they shared a hearty laugh before downing their drinks in one go. "What a fine wine. Another cup, please." They laughed again, indulging in the revelry. At that moment, Han Li emerged from the pit, his expression a mix of grim determination and disheveled chaos, smoke billowing from his head. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern arcs of electricity flickering within his eyes. Boom! The second, third, and fourth bolts of tribulation lightning struck in rapid succession. Unlike the first, Han Li no longer allowed the lightning to strike unchallenged. He retaliated. Without countering, he would surely perish. Yet he was indeed able to harness the power of these heavenly tribulations. He absorbed both the greater and lesser strikes. As time passed, Han Li had been flung back numerous times, the space around him becoming increasingly indistinct beneath the onslaught of tribulation. Ultimately, it seemed as though a great dragon of lightning emerged from the dense clouds, launching a ferocious attack upon Han Li. Crash! The earth trembled as he was struck down from the sky, creating a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and earth. The ground quaked violently, sending plumes of dust soaring, and a massive crater formed in the mountainside. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate at this very moment. These ominous clouds appeared swiftly and retreated even more quickly, soon revealing a boundless expanse of clear blue sky. With the thunderstorm fading, was that creature defeated? The thunder dragon that had emerged moments ago seemed capable of effortlessly shattering me to pieces. Zhao Lingyun gasped in astonishment. "Let us hurry over and see if he is truly dead. I suspect he cannot survive this." Before Zhao Lingyun could finish his sentence, Gu Tai hastily urged him to check. The two of them swiftly soared into the air, racing towards the massive pit created by Han Li outside. They summoned the help of 2 golden core cultivators from the Yin-Yang sect, as well as 2 from the Ba Dao Mountain Manor, who promptly flew over. "Grandfather, let us also take a look." Chun Hanxing could no longer contain himself, addressing Qindong. "At this point, we should not linger here any longer, should we?" "Indeed. Let us go see," Qindong concurred. He felt that Han Li should be fine, yet the thunder dragon that had descended from the clouds was terrifying beyond measure. Even a true nascent soul ancestor would likely emerge from such an encounter severely battered. Within the massive pit, Han Li lay at an angle, his clothing nearly shredded and his body marred with wounds, exuding the scent of cooked flesh. "He is dead. This fellow was struck down by the heavenly tribulation. I can smell the aroma of meat," Zhao Lingyun exclaimed with unrestrained glee. "It is indeed the scent of meat, and it is remarkably rich. One wonders how many heavenly treasures he consumed. I believe we could share in this bounty. It would undoubtedly benefit us greatly. The aroma alone invigorates the spirit." Gu Tai laughed heartily, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha, what the sect leader says is absolutely correct. Alas, we have arrived a moment too late. I wonder if we may partake in this feast," remarked the golden core cultivator from the Yin-Yang sect, licking his parched lips with a grin. It was not mere greed that drove him. The rich and unique scent of meat emanating from Han Li was truly enticing, reminiscent of the flesh of the legendary Tang's son. After all, he was a body of the Tao of longevity. Consuming him could genuinely prolong one's life. Of course, this fellow brought his demise upon himself, arrogantly attempting to devour the tribulation. "Everyone present shall share in the spoils," Gu Tai declared generously, waving his hand. "What you say is without fault. To drink his blood and consume his flesh, All who witness shall partake. It serves a dual purpose. Avenging our fallen elders and disciples of the immortal sword sect, Zhao Lingyun said as he crouched down to rummage through Han Li's remains. In that instant, Zhao Lingyun felt a flash before his eyes, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced through. Not good. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down Zhao Lingyun's spine, for he realized that the fierce, electric light emanated from Han Li's eyes. Han Li was not dead. Instinctively, Zhao Lingyun attempted to retreat, but Han Li's hand shot out like lightning, grasping his arm. Crack! In an instant, Zhao Lingyun's arm was crushed. The entirety of his cultivation and spiritual power was drained in a fleeting moment. Demon, you have not perished? Gu Tai and the others gaped in disbelief at Han Li. Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Han Li chuckled softly, to prevent you from scattering in disarray and to avoid the need for a prolonged pursuit. I had no choice but to resort to this underhanded tactic to lure you all here. Damn, it was merely a feigned death. The members from the Yinyang sect and the Blade Mountain Manor, all formidable golden core cultivators, were filled with fury and hastily retreated. Yet, it was too late. The Annihilation prison, brimming with celestial might, erupted. With a resounding roar, as Han Li's voice echoed, a sphere of thunder materialized, ensnaring them within its grasp. I shall send you on your way. Chapter 115. The formation of the Golden Core. Thus we are of the same kind in a world of cataclysmic imprisonment. The celestial might is overwhelming. This was a formidable technique that Han Li had recently comprehended during his tribulation. It was exceedingly terrifying. The thunderous dragon that surged forth to strike him was, in fact, devoured by Han Li himself. When the electrified prison materialized, it ensnared all 6 of the Golden Core cultivators within its confines. Instantly, they erupted into furious shouts, cursing Han Li, the 6th, for feigning death. Attack! Let us strike together. Can he truly withstand our combined might? In the wake of their astonishment, Gu Lai bellowed. And the Golden Core cultivators from the Yinyang sect and the Blade Mountain Manor quickly rallied, raising their palms to unleash their assaults upon Han Li. Thank you for your generous offering, Han Li replied, his demeanor unfazed as 5 Golden Core powers surged toward him. Boom! The 5 hands struck him with tremendous force. Yet Han Li remained unyielding. Conversely, the 5 cultivators felt their spiritual energy and cultivation dissipating as if a breach had been opened, flooding into Han Li's form. This is bad. He can devour our cultivation. Retreat quickly, cried one of the Golden Core cultivators from the Yinyang sect, decisively drawing a sharp sword to sever his own arm. Indeed, he did not aim his blade at Han Li, knowing the futility of such an attack. The immediate priority was to sever the connection, allowing Han Li to continue absorbing his essence. With a swift motion, his arm fell away. The cultivator then directed his sword at the cataclysmic prison, hoping to escape. However, with a deafening crash, he found not liberation but was instead rebuffed and hurled back, crashing into Han Li's grasp. Once more, his spiritual energy and cultivation poured forth, inundating Han Li's body. In a mere few breaths, he aged dramatically. Han Li, cease at once. We can negotiate. Otherwise, the Blade Mountain Manor will seek vengeance without end, implored the Golden Core cultivator from the Blade Mountain Manor. Do you believe that by complying with the Immortal Sword Sect's plea for aid, you can escape my grasp? Han Li replied with a mocking smile. The Hunyuan spirit absorption technique surged with renewed vigor. Puff, puff, puff. Several of them coughed blood, feeling as if their bodies were hollow. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed from esteemed Golden Core cultivators into decrepit old men. The fall from paradise to hell was utterly bewildering for them. Yet, to mitigate their wrath, Han Li extended his hand and forcefully thrust their heads into their chests. Finally, he turned to the now incapacitated Zhao Lingyun beneath his feet, crushing his head with a single stomp, sending a spray of yellow and white matter everywhere. Delightful. There is a certain pleasure in absorbing the essence of Golden Core cultivators. In that moment, my realm solidified profoundly. A subtle smile graced Han Li's lips, reflecting his elation. However, having ascended to the Golden Core realm, the energy consumption required for each subsequent minor advancement would undoubtedly be staggering. Fortunately, among the adversarial factions in Guangnan Prefecture and Lindu Prefecture, there existed a modest number of Golden Core cultivators, sufficient for him to draw upon for a time. With a flick of his hand, he removed the spatial rings from several Golden Core practitioners. He then turned to acknowledge Chun Donglai and Chun Hansheng, who had come to his aid, greeting them. Elder, Hansheng, you have also arrived. Brother, you are extraordinarily powerful, truly remarkable. Chun Hansheng exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Your strength is simply outrageous. You can contend with Golden Core cultivators without having attained the level yourself, and once you enter the Golden Core realm, Dispatching them will be as effortless as slaughtering chickens. To form a golden core is the hallmark of our kind, and you embody this principle splendidly, Chun Donglai remarked, leading Chun Hanxing and Han Qingxue to Han Li, who received their admiration with humility. I am merely being modest, Han Li replied with a slight smile. I fear I may not even be your match at present. Despite Chun Donglai's cultivation being at the 7th level of the golden core realm, he felt no confidence in overcoming Han Li. Han Li merely smiled in response, causing Chun Donglai to pause momentarily before displaying a wry grin. Indeed, you are an anomaly. You must now be referred to as the golden core of eternal life. Elder, you are truly well informed, Han Li acknowledged with a modest smile. To encounter someone of such rare caliber in the realm of eternal life and the golden core is indeed extraordinary. My years have not been in vain. Chun Donglai expressed his admiration once more. Han Li chuckled softly and then gently lifted Han Qingxue with a subtle gesture of his fingers. Her tightly shut, beautiful eyes gradually opened. Han Li, why did you render me unconscious? Upon seeing him, Han Qingxue immediately inquired. I did so to spare you excessive worry. Han Li replied with a gentle smile. Now, let us seek out the clan leader. I have yet to attend to him. Yes, let us find my father. Han Qingxue promptly agreed. After approximately half an hour, they discovered Han Tianyang in a dungeon. His face was bruised, and his clothing was tattered, presenting a rather pitiful sight. However, he was fortunate to be without life-threatening injuries. Upon seeing Han Qingxue and Han Li approach, tears streamed down Han Tianyang's face as he exclaimed, I thought I would never see you again. Father, how can you say such a thing? We would do anything to find you and bring you to safety. Han Qingxue replied, rushing to support him. Han Li produced a pill and handed it to him, saying, Clan leader, please take this pill to regain your strength. Han Tianyang took the elixir and swallowed it, immediately feeling a refreshing surge of medicinal power coursing through his limbs, rapidly mending his injured body. As he emerged from the dungeon, the crisp air enveloped him, making him feel as if he had been reborn. Qingxue, clan leader, if time is not of the essence, perhaps it would be prudent for you to refrain from returning to Anping County for the moment, Han Li suggested, glancing at the two of them. Are we truly delaying our return? Both of their brows furrowed in surprise. With the Han family now extinguished, only the three of them remained. Returning held little significance. More critically, there was a possibility that others might venture to Anping County seeking trouble. If they could not find me, they might turn their attention towards you. After Han Li spoke, both Han Tianyang and Han Qingxue fell into silence, for his words rang true. Additionally, the matter of Wang Tai's mother loomed large. She was a formidable Yuan Ing ancestor, and her return was uncertain, rendering Anping County quite perilous. Chapter 116. Ascend to the Yinyang sect. You are correct. Anping County is indeed perilous. There are rumors that the court of the Great Zhou dynasty intends to take action against Anping County, aiming to capture and eliminate all those who practice demonic arts. Han Tianyang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in urgency. Indeed, I have heard similar whispers. However, I shall not allow the imperial family of Great Zhou to succeed in their endeavors, Han Li scoffed. He would not stand idly by while they printed and disseminated numerous demonic cultivation techniques, only to watch as the imperial family feasted on the spoils. Where shall we go then? Han Qingxue mused thoughtfully, rubbing her chin. I propose we head directly to the imperial city, Han Li suggested with a slight smile, gesturing towards its direction. We are to go to the imperial city? Both Han Qingxue and Han Tianyang were taken aback. But aren't you intending to thwart the Great Zhou imperial family from harvesting those who cultivate demonic arts in Anping County? This could lead to a conflict with the imperial family, Han Qingxue remarked. Wouldn't this make our journey to the imperial city even more perilous? Not at all. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Moreover, given my rate of advancement, their attention will be solely on me, not on you too. Han Li replied with a gentle smile. His rapid growth would only serve to draw more gazes towards him. Han Tianyang and Han Qingxue, being relatively weak, would appear as mere ordinary individuals amidst the vastness of the imperial city, rendering them the safest of all. Very well, we shall heed your advice. We will return to Guangnan City to rest today and set forth for the Great Zhou imperial city at dawn tomorrow. Han Tianyang nodded emphatically. Agreed. The following morning, under Han Li's administration of 2 medicinal pills, Han Tianyang's injuries had fully healed. Han Li provided them with additional supplies before they bid him farewell and made their way directly from Guangnan City to the Great Zhou imperial city. Han Li, we will be awaiting your arrival in the Great Zhou imperial city, Han Qingxue said with an expectant expression. I shall not keep you waiting long, rest assured. I will come, Han Li replied with a faint smile. After watching them depart, Han Li took his leave from Chun Hansheng and turned to leave as well. Meanwhile, news of the annihilation of the Sword Sect spread swiftly throughout Guangnan County, and the name of the demon Han Li swept through the region like a tempest. All major factions were taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Just recently, they had dispatched individuals to Anping County in search of Han Li, only to come up empty-handed. Little did they expect that Han Li had arrived in Guangnan County and obliterated the Sword Sect, leaving them utterly astonished. At this moment, within the Yinyang sect, discussions were ongoing, filled with furious roars echoing from the Grand Hall. The Sword Sect has been eradicated, and the 2 golden core cultivators we dispatched to assist have perished. It is clear that this demon did not act alone. He undoubtedly has accomplices. I propose that we unite the various golden core cultivators and issue a joint warrant for his arrest, capturing him and his accomplices in one fell swoop. In the Grand Hall, the esteemed elder of the Yinyang sect, Li Changkong, spoke in a grave tone. His words resonated with wisdom. The sooner we issue the warrant, the sooner we can apprehend him. Instantly, several other elders from the Yinyang sect echoed his sentiment, expressing their agreement with Li Changkong's proposal. I shall personally issue the command that summons the prominent Golden Core forces of Guangnan County. The sect leader, Wang Tianhe, produced a black and white medallion. This was a prearranged token among the major Golden Core factions of Guangnan County, signifying that once the command was issued, these righteous forces must unite, including the Qin family. The initial purpose of this alliance was primarily to confront the 3 malevolent sects of Shiqiao Ridge. Ah, you wish to capture me? A simple notification would suffice. There is no need for such elaborate schemes. Here I am, presenting myself to surprise you. At that moment, a light, melodic laughter wafted in from outside. Everyone in the Grand Hall was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning to see Han Li strolling in, as if traversing a familiar path. The demon Han Li, it is you. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with golden cloud patterns, his tall stature exuded an aura of both nobility and malevolence. Han Li, how bold you are. Who granted you the audacity to enter here so brazenly? Shouted an elder of the Yinyang sect, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Why? It is my own strength that grants me such courage. Otherwise, would it be Liang Jingru? Han Li chuckled. Something feels amiss. The distance from our Yinyang sect's gate to this grand hall is considerable. How could he arrive here without us receiving any warning? There are still many patrolling disciples and elders outside, one elder remarked suddenly. As soon as the elder spoke, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. His words rang with validity. How could Han Li have approached the grand hall so silently? In an instant, a golden core elder of the Yinyang sect dashed towards the exit. Han Li remained still, making no move as the elder rushed to the entrance. Demon, you shall not escape unscathed. Having caused such carnage, do you not fear divine retribution? The golden core elder bellowed, his voice filled with anguish. Before his eyes lay a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground in overwhelming numbers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Their sect boasted tens of thousands of disciples, yet all had perished at Han Li's hands. How many soldiers does heaven possess? Why should I fear him? Han Li replied with a chuckle. The other elders of the Yinyang sect rushed out, and upon witnessing the sea of corpses outside, their faces contorted with rage and despair. Do not express such sorrow. Shortly, I will send you all down to reunite. Do try to contain your excitement, Han Li teased. As soon as the words fell, Han Li sprang into action. With a single punch directed at the howling elders of the Yinyang sect, a violet golden imprint reverberated through the void, exuding a terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a group of elders from the Yinyang sect was reduced to a mist of blood, with only 2 golden core cultivators managing to counteract in time, though they too were sent flying. Demon, to the bitter end. Today, you shall meet your demise within the confines of the Yinyang sect, bellowed Wang Tianhe, the sect leader. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a mirror, starkly divided in black and white. Yinyang heaven-opening mirror, aid me in vanquishing my foes. In an instant, this formidable mirror unleashed an overwhelming beam of light, saturating the entire Yinyang Grand Hall. Chapter 117, The Manifestation of the Tao. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. The Yinyang heaven-opening mirror is indeed a treasure of the golden core realm. Under the impetus of Wang Tianhe, it unleashed a terrifying divine might, with beams of black and white light surging towards Han Li, desolate 8 directions. Han Li bellowed, suddenly thrusting his violet golden fist, crashing into the black and white beams with immense force. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and the horrifying shockwave radiated outward. The surrounding elders were caught in its wake, spewing blood and suffering casualties. Fools! Except for a few elders of the golden core realm, everyone else retreat 5 miles. Wang Tianhe shouted fiercely. Instantly, Those elders who had yet to reach the golden core realm began to withdraw hastily. Retreat 5 miles? 10 miles would be futile. Han Li scoffed coldly, as the spirit absorption technique surged to its peak. The energy and cultivation of those elders who had not attained the golden core realm surged uncontrollably towards him, while those who had achieved golden core status resisted autonomously. After all, they were formidable golden core cultivators, their bodies fortified to a significant extent. The golden core within them radiated like armor, enveloping them in a protective golden light. Devil, perish! Wang Tianhe roared, activating the yin-yang heaven-opening mirror to launch another assault on Han Li. Swish! Han Li raised his hand, and a sword, shimmering in 7 colors and crystalline in clarity, materialized in his grasp. He swung it towards Wang Tianhe. It was the glazed sword. The 7-treasure glazed sword, a celestial blade. Upon seeing it, Wang Tianhe's pupils constricted. How could this sword have fallen into Han Li's hands? Rumbling, the sword collided with the beams emitted by the yin-yang heaven-opening mirror, sending the dome of the great hall soaring into the air. Wang Tianhe coughed up blood, staggering backward. How can this be? I am a formidable cultivator of the 7th layer of the golden core realm, while you have only just entered the golden core realm. How can you be so powerful? This defies logic. Wang Tianhe exclaimed in disbelief. Despite Han Li being 6 small realms beneath him, he was still able to inflict injury amidst the onslaught of numerous golden core cultivators. The firefly cannot compete with the bright moon. Han Li smiled faintly, as the 7-treasure glazed sword ascended once more. Concurrently, his other hand unleashed the power of annihilation, striking at the golden core cultivators with a decisive blow. I am a 1st-layer golden core cultivator. What do I have to fear? The golden core cultivators of the yin-yang sect were sent reeling, blood spewing forth. How can you be so strong? It is said that you are the envy of the heavens, but even if that were true, your strength is utterly outrageous. The heavenly Tao golden core is a thing of the past for me. Han Li's lips curled into a smile. With a swift step forward, he unleashed successive slashes with the 7-treasure glazed sword, overwhelming Wang Tianhe and leaving him unable to defend himself. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded as the yin-yang heaven-opening mirror in Wang Tianhe's grasp was sent flying by Han Li's might. Then, an exquisitely beautiful sword flower was unleashed, its tip piercing through Wang Tianhe's chest with a soft thud, penetrating into a spot slightly to the left of his dantian. Blood gushed forth from Wang Tianhe in a frenzy. You have ruined me? You have destroyed my dantian. He roared in a savage rage. What a foolish assumption. Why would I destroy your dantian? That would be a waste. Han Li chuckled, delivering a resounding slap to Wang Tianhe's chest, draining him of his cultivation and spiritual power entirely. Wang Tianhe was rendered a mere husk, discarded like refuse. The leader is dead. The leader is dead. Run quickly. This demon is unfathomable. As they witnessed Wang Tianhe transformed into a lifeless corpse, the previously shaken golden core cultivators shrieked and turned to flee. Let us test the might of the yin-yang open sky realm. Han Li smiled slightly, summoning the yin-yang open sky mirror into his grasp, aiming it at one of the golden core practitioners. Boom! An intensely scorching beam of black and white light shot forth, obliterating the practitioner into a mist of blood. The power was indeed formidable. It seemed that the old fool had not unleashed the full potential of the yin-yang open sky realm. A look of delight graced Han Li's face. The 7-treasures glazed sword was already riddled with numerous cracks, and it wouldn't last many more uses, which filled him with regret. Yet, in the midst of darkness, a glimmer of hope appeared. Acquiring the yin-yang open sky realm brought him immense joy. As the ancients said, the quickest way to obtain something is through ambush and plunder. They did not deceive me. Amidst his hearty laughter, he positioned the yin-yang open sky mirror above his head, allowing rings of light to cascade down before charging forward. These golden core cultivators were prime sustenance. It would be a shame to kill them all. Instead, he decided to extract their spiritual power and cultivation entirely. The power within his body surged rapidly, propelling him toward a breakthrough into the 2nd layer of the golden core realm. Another breakthrough? No, this is too rapid. I must ensure my foundation remains stable. Sensing the tumult within him, Han Li hastily suppressed the surging force. However, he underestimated the ferocity of this power. After all, he had consecutively absorbed several golden core practitioners, and coupled with the breakthrough, the spiritual power he had stored from the previous encounters at the Immortal Sword Tomb was simply overwhelming. Humph, it has become uncontrollable. Han Li snorted coldly, employing the primordial absorption technique to refine and devour the surging power. According to the descriptions in the wordless golden book, all forces could be absorbed. However, after absorption and refinement, they needed to be stored elsewhere. As he refined and controlled his limbs and bones, he began to sense something amiss. The power he refined and separated flowed into his limbs and bones, yet somehow remained interconnected. It was as if a luminous, clear phantom identical to himself had taken residence within his body, vividly illustrating the human meridians, traversing the channels, perceiving the mysteries of the human form, and manifesting the unique phenomenon of the immortal king of longevity ascending to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the blank golden scripture. At that moment, Hanli felt his insights ascending at an astonishing pace. When this realization reached its zenith, the atmosphere above him suddenly churned, erupting with a deafening roar. Endless streams of purple-golden radiance converged from all directions, presenting a scene both terrifying and awe-inspiring, reminiscent of the very genesis of the universe. Accompanied by this thunderous cacophony, the pathways of heaven and earth revealed themselves as Hanli gazed upward. In the midst of this cosmic spectacle, a shadowy figure gradually materialized, exuding an immense presence that was beyond comprehension and description. It seemed to embody the very dominion of the universe as it descended slowly. Even the myriad pathways of existence were crushed beneath its feet. The Tao of eternal life, the manifestation of the human body, the celestial king descending from the heavens. How terrifying! I sensed that this extraordinary phenomenon alone could annihilate my enemies without my intervention. It surpasses even the secret arts I command. Hanli, from below, could feel the formidable strength of this celestial king's manifestation, invigorating him immensely. Alas, all the golden core cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect had been eradicated by him. Otherwise, he could have conducted an experiment. Ha ha ha, haste makes waste. With no golden core masters left in the Yin-Yang sect, there remains the Ba Dao Mountain Villa, does there not? A sinister smile crept across Han Li's lips. After observing this immensely terrifying manifestation of the human body, he decided to withdraw it and stepped out of the grand hall of the Yin-Yang sect. Ascending into the sky, he surveyed the area, ensuring no survivors remained. He even inspected the latrines within the dungeons, for it is said that one must eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth. Leaving the Yin-Yang sect behind, Han Li headed straight for the Ba Dao Mountain Villa. Upon his arrival, he beheld the disciples of the villa engaged in a tense and meticulous arrangement of formations and hidden weapons. As Han Li appeared abruptly, the cultivators of the Ba Dao Mountain Villa were momentarily stunned, gazing at him with incredulity and astonishment. Were they surprised? Delighted? Indeed. Chapter 118. The Despair of the Dominance Blade Manor. Han Li revealed a dazzling smile, exposing his pearly white teeth as he addressed them. Instantly, all the cultivators of the Dominance Blade Manor felt a shiver run down their spines. The demon had arrived. The demon Han Li had come. Quickly, alert the Manor Master to counterattack. Each one of them shouted at the top of their lungs. The mere presence of Han Li sent their courage fleeing. Boom. With a single palm strike, Han Li unleashed a force that obliterated the void. In an instant, it was as if a mountain had materialized out of thin air. As swathes of the manor's disciples were reduced to a mist of blood, subsequently drawn into Han Li's being like a torrent. He advanced step by step towards the grand hall at the highest point of the Dominance Blade Manor. Boom. Suddenly, a blade of light, stretching 1,000 meters, cleaved through the air from the grand hall, rending the void asunder. The Yin-Yang Heaven opening mirror. Han Li gestured, summoning the mirror, and in an instant, a beam of black and white light erupted forth. Boom. The terrifying impact detonated in the heavens. Many structures within the Dominance Blade Manor collapsed under the force of the shockwave. Whoosh, 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 figures surged forth from the high grand hall. The Yin-Yang Heaven opening realm. It appears that the Yin-Yang sect has already fallen victim to your wicked hand, Demon Han Li. Your speed is truly remarkable. A tremendously robust middle-aged man with a fierce, tiger-like visage glared at Han Li, bellowing. He was the Manor Master, Ba Tianhu. Ba Tianhu wielded a long, azure blade, emanating an intensely sharp light. Do not envy the Yin-Yang sect too much. I shall soon send you to join them. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. You are arrogant. To annihilate my Dominance Blade Manor is no simple task. Furthermore, I must inform you that I have issued a Manor Master decree. All orthodox forces possessing golden core cultivators across the entirety of Guangnan County will launch a bloody siege against you. If you have any sense, now is the time to leave, to depart from the Dominance Blade Manor, to flee Guangnan County. Ba Tianhu brandished a token, carved from an unknown material. Heh. As far as I know, there are a total of 8 golden core forces in Guangnan County. I have already destroyed 2, and with your manor, that makes 3, 5 remain. If they come together, it will save me the trouble of visiting each one individually. I should thank you for that. None of this poses any challenge to Han Li. It was impossible for them to witness him intimidated or fearful. Arrogance, you are excessively arrogant. Do you think you are a nascent soul ancestor? Ba Tianhu roared repeatedly. Han Li's hubris was unprecedented. He had never encountered such audacity. Heh, though I am not a nascent soul ancestor, I am invincible among golden cores. Invincible among golden cores. There is an inherent majesty in my invincibility. Boom. With a single step, Han Li's presence resonated throughout the world. An endless, terrifying aura began to permeate the atmosphere. A tremor rippled through the void, as if it had torn apart the very fabric of this realm. An indescribable and immensely majestic figure gradually descended from the heavens. What is this entity? Why does its aura evoke such terror? In an instant, the renowned golden core cultivators of the Ba Tianhu and Ba Dao Mountain Manor lifted their gazes towards the descending silhouette, their eyes wide with astonishment, striving to discern its true form. Yet, it seemed shrouded behind an impenetrable veil, rendering its true visage elusive. The essence of the great Tao surged forth, an infinite flow accompanying the figure's descent, pressing down upon this corner of the world. What a terrifying presence! What could this possibly be? Could it be a form of demonic prowess? Yet, why does it exude an aura of divine, unattainable sanctity? They gasped in disbelief, their imaginations overwhelmed by the sight of the falling figure, each one exclaiming in astonishment. Is it possible? Could this be the human anomaly spoken of in legends? How could this be? A demon should not awaken such a legendary manifestation. In the grand tapestry of the cultivation world, our great Zhou dynasty occupies but a mere corner. How could such an entity emerge within its bounds? Suddenly, the elder Ba Yuanhua from Ba Dao Mountain Manor seemed to recall something, exclaiming in shock. A physical anomaly. Only those with the legendary invincible physique could manifest such a phenomenon. Could Han Li truly possess the fabled invincible physique? If so, how could they possibly contend with him? The voice of Han Li resonated like a great bell from the heavens. The immortal king descends upon the 9 heavens. With a thunderous boom, the indescribable figure from above plummeted downward. The entire void seemed to buckle under an overwhelming pressure, almost impossible to withstand. In that instant, every cultivator from Ba Dao Mountain Manor erupted with blood from their mouths. Ba Tianhu staggered, veins bulging at his neck, his waist buckling under the unbearable weight. The agony evident upon his countenance. A manifestation of the anomaly, the legendary human phenomenon. Unassailable, the Manor's master is beyond reach. Fearful whispers began to echo in that moment. The overwhelming power of Han Li instilled a profound sense of despair within them. Chapter 119. Invincible in the same realm. Legends of human manifestations have emerged. This revelation startled the numerous golden core cultivators of the Blade Mountain Manor. Ba Tianhu's eyes bulged like those of a bull. Human manifestations. How could you possess the legendary abilities said to be attainable only by the supreme prodigies of the ancient celestial sects? You cannot possibly be a native of the great Zhou dynasty. You must be an extraterrestrial demon from beyond. In a sudden fit of indignation, Ba Tianhu pointed an accusing finger at Han Li, his voice echoing with fury. Han Li raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat bewildered by the chaotic accusations of extraterrestrial demons and ancient celestial sections. Spare yourself the delusions. Soon, I shall be reporting to the King of Hell. I might as well grant you a swift end, which could be considered a merit for my own soul. Boom. A faint smile graced Han Li's lips, and as his words resonated, the manifestation of the immortal king of the eternal path, suspended in midair, plummeted downwards with resounding force. Rumbling, the heavens and earth trembled. Those present felt as though the entire firmament had suddenly descended upon them, exerting a tremendous pressure. How could mere mortals contend with the vast expanse of the sky? Instantly, a large number of Blade Mountain Manor's cultivators were crushed into a mist of blood, with the golden core cultivators, including Ba Tianhu, a formidable 7th-layer golden core expert, sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs, blood pouring from their bodies, unable to move. Han Li strolled towards them, with a series of sharp strikes, akin to smashing watermelons. He obliterated their heads, absorbing all their cultivation and spiritual energy. It seems my manifestation has solidified further, he mused, feeling the enhancement after absorbing the powers of these golden core cultivators. He looked up at the manifestation above, which appeared even more formidable than before. Excellent, simply magnificent. It is indeed the golden core cultivators whose essence is invaluable. The minuscule contributions of mere thousands pale in comparison. A satisfied smile lingered on Han Li's lips. Subsequently, he thoroughly looted the Blade Mountain Manor and then sat cross-legged at its entrance. With a grand gesture, streams of radiant light shot out in all directions, completing the blood-chained zhang formation behind him in an instant. Upon reaching the golden core cultivation level, his strength had grown even more formidable. The arrangement of such formations, unimpeded, could almost be described as a mere flick of his hand. Han Li then patiently awaited the arrival of reinforcements from Blade Mountain Manor. Ba Tian, who had claimed to have invited various powerful factions from Guangnan County, all possessing golden core cultivators, to join forces against him. Such a sumptuous feast presented to him could not be easily overlooked. Whoosh! Time flowed, and it wasn't long before the sounds of breaking air rushed in from all directions. Demon Han Li, you have yet to depart. This time next year will mark your death anniversary. Die, Han the Demon. Restore clarity to the world. Today, you shall be slain here to uphold the righteous heavens. A cacophony of roars erupted, as an increasing number of golden core cultivators converged upon the scene. Even Chun Donglai had arrived. There was no choice, for the righteous sects of Guangnan County had once made an agreement. Whenever a decree from the sect master or the cult leader was issued, or any directive from the clan leader, other righteous sects were obliged to come to their aid. Chun Donglai wore an awkward expression but retreated to the back, communicating silently with Han Li through lip movements. Han Li smiled faintly, fully understanding the situation. Is everyone assembled? If so, it is time to commence. He spoke with an air of ease in the presence of these formidable golden core cultivators. Demon, this is your final display of arrogance. Prepare to meet your demise. In unison, 16 golden core cultivators launched their ferocious onslaught. The sheer magnitude of their assault reverberated through time and space, causing the very heavens to tremble and shatter. Such a terrifying attack would instill dread even in those at the nascent soul stage. Yet, Han Li maintained a calm demeanor. With a snap of his fingers, the world shifted in hue, and an endless torrent of blood-red killing intent materialized, enveloping the area like an intricate net. The blood-chain zhang formation was activated by him, its power magnified exponentially by his current strength. The collective attack of his adversaries was severed, their bodies marred by numerous wounds inflicted by the lethal rays. How treacherous you are, Demon Han Li, to have set this deadly trap in advance, they exclaimed, casting aspersions upon his character. You shameless fiend, are you even human? The killing intent was overwhelmingly fearsome, relentless in its pursuit, and after breaching one wave, another surged forth. In truth, this formation possesses the capacity to annihilate a city at its current might. Employing it against mere mortals like you is indeed overkill. What more could one desire? Han Li chuckled, his voice reminiscent of a whispering demon. The relentless assault proved unbearable, and soon, some golden core cultivators began to falter, attempting to flee. However, just as they turned, a streak of crimson light manifested before them. It was none other than Han Li, wielding the blood-refined divine shield. With a single punch, he shattered the bones of one golden core cultivator's chest, swiftly draining their spiritual essence. One after another, second, third, fourth, Han Li executed his method with precision, converting each adversary into sustenance, regardless of their strength. Remarkable. Even stronger. This is a golden core meat grinder. Observing Han Li dispatching his foes with such ease, Chun Donglai stood in stunned silence, his face etched with profound horror. Senior, Chun Donglai had yet to shake off his overwhelming shock when Han Li approached him, jolting him back to reality. You, young man, no, Han Daoist, just how powerful have you become? He inquired, his voice filled with astonishment. Unmatched within the same realm. Han Li smiled faintly and uttered 4 words. Chun Dong opened his mouth slightly. Unmatched in the realm. How formidable must one's spirit be to casually articulate such a phrase? Only with invincible strength could one dare to proclaim it. Chapter 120. The habit of plucking feathers from passing geese emerging from the blue and surpassing the blue. You, Chun Donglai, are undoubtedly the most formidable prodigy I have ever encountered in my lifetime. I fear it won't be long before no one in the entire great Zhou dynasty can contend with you. Chun Donglai was utterly astonished. One must eat rice grain by grain and walk step by step. At present, I am merely at the golden core stage. Let us speak of such matters once I reach the infant stage. Han Li smiled faintly. Oh, by the way, it would be better for you to call me by my name. Addressing me as Taoist friend feels rather distant. Ha ha ha. Very well. Since you say so, I shall heed your words. Han Sheng is truly fortunate to have made the acquaintance of such a brother as you. It is as if smoke is rising from his ancestral grave. Isn't it also your ancestral grave that is experiencing such a phenomenon? Ha ha ha. Chun Donglai momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. Han Li had made a jest, which significantly bridged the gap between them, alleviating the formality that Chen Donglai had previously felt due to Han Li's demeanor. Senior, I must now traverse among several other major factions. You may return to the Chun family for the time being. He possessed the habit of plucking feathers from passing geese and taking advantage of opportunities. Naturally, he would not let go of the several Golden Core factions that had come to besiege him. All right, I wish you a smooth journey. Chen Donglai nodded in agreement. And soon they parted ways. Half a day later, an astonishing piece of news erupted throughout the entire Guangnan prefecture. All the major Golden Core factions in Guangnan, with the exception of the Qin family, had been annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. As this news spread, it swept through the region like a tempest. The name Demon King Han Li embedding itself in the public consciousness. Not long ago, they had merely heard that Demon King Han Li was somewhat arrogant at the Foundation establishment stage, yet in such a short time, he had already begun to navigate the Golden Core Circle. If this continued, would he not soon advance into the nascent Soul Circle? In the Guangnan Prefecture Governor's office, Governor Zhou Tianzheng gazed upon the reports presented to him, his countenance dark and foreboding. The imperial court has always been at odds with various demonic cultivators and their leaders. This Demon King Han Li, with his ruthless and merciless methods, not only refuses to maintain a low profile, but has also eradicated all the Golden Core factions within Guangnan. He is no longer merely provoking the great Zhou cultivation community. He is challenging the great Zhou court. Zhou Tianzheng was seething with anger. Indeed, the governor's words ring true, yet the strength of this Demon King Han Li is overwhelmingly formidable. I fear our office lacks the power to contend with him. Moreover, with all the major Golden Core factions now obliterated, only the Chun family remains, and it is unlikely they can face the three major demonic sects of the Lion Camel Ridge alone. Should we immediately report to the court and request powerful figures to pursue Han Li? The governor's advisor, an elderly man with a notably shiny forehead, suggested. Report? I shall personally make a trip to the imperial capital. With Guangnan Prefecture being so close to the imperial city, if he continues his rampage, will he not come to threaten the imperial city itself? Undoubtedly, he dared to commit such audacious acts of rebellion. Zhou Tianzheng promptly nodded in agreement. Furthermore, I need you to investigate why this malevolent figure, Han Li, spared the Qin family while annihilating several other Golden Core factions. There must be some underlying mystery here. It is quite possible that he shares an extraordinary connection with Han Li. Yes, my lord, the strategist replied, immediately setting off towards the Chun residence. Zhou Tianzheng himself proceeded directly to the imperial city. As time passed, upon reaching the Chun estate, the strategist was taken aback by the desolate courtyard. Where have all the people gone? Had they all fled? The strategist stood in stunned silence, failing to detect even a whiff of bloodshed. Clearly, the Qin family did not exhibit the telltale signs of having been exterminated. The only plausible explanation was that they had escaped. Enraged, the strategist cursed vehemently. Initially suspecting that the Qin family might encounter some trouble, he now realized that their complete disappearance signified a far graver issue. How infuriating! It was shocking that the Qin family allied themselves with this fiend. This was tantamount to rebellion. The Qin family was doomed. As long as they remained within the borders of the great Zhou dynasty, their chances of survival were utterly non-existent. In the meantime, on a road adjacent to the outskirts of Shirqiao Ridge, a large group was hastily making their way. They were members of the Qin family. The day prior, when Han Li set out to eliminate the other Golden Core factions, Chen Donglai and the senior members of the Chun family deliberated and concluded that they could no longer remain in Guangnan County. Han Li's actions were too significant. The imperial court of the Great Zhou would undoubtedly not tolerate him and would send powerful forces in pursuit, regardless of whether Han Li could escape or withstand the repercussions. The Qin family, being the only spared Golden Core faction in Guangnan County, would certainly draw scrutiny. Once investigated, traces would inevitably surface, and annihilation would be inevitable. It was far wiser to flee in advance. After their discussions, Chen Donglai promptly sought out Han Li to relay this predicament. Han Li found the reasoning sound and felt somewhat remorseful. He handed over all the resources obtained from the other Golden Core factions to Chen Donglai and suggested they retreat to the Chaos Demon Sea, as it lay beyond the reach of the great Zhou dynasty's influence, a region largely overlooked, dotted with numerous islands that provided ample opportunities for concealment. The fastest route to the Chaos Demon Sea was along the fringes of Shirqiao Ridge. Without pausing, they journeyed tirelessly for an entire day and night until they caught the scent of the briny sea breeze. Brother, are you not coming with us? Should we not leave together for a while and return stronger in the future? Chen Hanqing inquired of Han Li. I shall not depart. They will find it no easy task to capture me. Han Li smiled and declined. He had planted numerous demonic seeds in Anping County. And now the great Zhou court sought to reap the harvest. He was not inclined to allow this. If a harvest were to occur, it ought to be conducted by him. Thus, he was not yet ready to depart. Your elder brother harbors grand ambitions, and his talents and strength have transcended what you can fathom. At this moment, Chen Donglai interjected, assuring Chen Hansheng that there was no need to worry about Han Li. Chen Hansheng smiled wryly and nodded. Very well. I shall await my elder brother at the chaotic demon sea and see when he arrives. As they traveled, Han Li escorted them to the fringes of the chaotic demon sea, where colossal merchant ships traversed back and forth, ferrying individuals to the islands within the sea. However, due to their proximity to Shizhou Ridge, the merchant vessels in this area were entirely controlled by the three major demonic sects within the ridge. Please wait a moment. I will procure a ship for you. Han Li instructed them to remain in place. His gaze shifted to a merchant vessel adorned with the flag of the Rakshasa sect, and in a blink, he propelled himself toward it, launching into an immediate assault. Boom, boom, boom. The crew aboard the merchant vessel had yet to react when they were engulfed in a cloud of crimson mist. All done. Everyone come here. Chapter 121. While generosity can be given, the entire corpse may not remain intact, swift, and efficient. Han Li completed his task and directed the members of the Chun family to board the ship. Nearby, grand vessels belonging to the Corpse Demon sect and the 10,000 Gu sect were docked, their demonic cultivators wearing expressions of utter astonishment. Who were these audacious individuals daring to assault the merchant ship of the Rakshasa sect? Infuriated, a roar erupted. You reckless fool! Who do you think you are to provoke the Rakshasa sect's merchant vessel? You seek your own demise. Instantly, a chorus of enraged shouts arose as the Rakshasa sect's disciples, armed with their formidable weapons, charged toward Han Li Dai. With a voice that echoed like thunder, Han Li extended his palm and gently pressed downward, obliterating the oncoming Rakshasa cultivators in an instant. In a mere heartbeat, the remaining disciples from the other two demonic sects widened their eyes in disbelief. A golden core cultivator. Good heavens, a golden core cultivator so young. Their shock was palpable. Such youthful golden core practitioners were exceedingly rare. Moreover, Han Li's methods were brutally effective. His single strike annihilated all of the Rakshasa sect's disciples. However, a chill crept over them as they noticed the outstretched hand of Han Li now pointing toward them. We are not from the Rakshasa sect. Are you truly going to attack us? We bear no grudge against you. If you seek trouble with the Rakshasa sect, do not mistake your targets. Panic ensued among them as they shouted desperately at Han Li. Was it not said that the three major demonic sects of Lion Ridge shared a symbiotic relationship, thriving and suffering together? It seemed that their bonds were rather tenuous. How ridiculous! All this talk was mere drivel, faced with an inevitable demise. They were still squabbling over trivial connections. Not to mention the fragility of their ties, the clearest course of action was to distance themselves entirely. As the saying goes, even brothers settle accounts clearly. In that moment, the cultivators from the two demonic sects seethed with indignation. No explanations. I will not listen. We will slay the demonic sects of Lion Ridge. Yet, before they could utter another word, the sea roared in retaliation. Han Li's raised hand came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. An overwhelming surge of celestial power descended upon them like a mountain, obliterating them in an instant. Thus, the entire dock was left devoid of life, the disciples from the three major demonic sects utterly vanquished. Predecessors, Han Sheng, it is time for you to embark. When I journey to the chaotic demon sea in the future, I will inquire about your whereabouts, Han Li remarked as he turned to Chen Hansheng and Chen Donglai. Take care, and remember, do not push yourself against formidable foes. Preserving your life is paramount, Chen Donglai urged earnestly, recognizing Han Li's youth and immense power, which could easily lead to arrogance. At that moment, he spoke with the gravitas of a grandfather, offering heartfelt counsel. Rest assured, senior, my journey to this day has not been easy. While I may appear arrogant and dismissive, I remain vigilant and cautious. When it is time to be bold, I shall be bold. When it is time to be prudent, I will certainly act as a competent strategist. Haraha, your words bring me great reassurance, chuckled Chen Donglai heartily. Han Li, possessing an extraordinary maturity, also felt a sense of relief. Take care, my brother. I shall await your return in the chaotic sea. Chen Hansheng solemnly bid farewell to Han Li. The grand ship set sail, gradually drifting away. Han Li turned, gazing at the other vessels at the dock. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck at these ships. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the large vessels erupted in a series of explosions, disintegrating into chaos. Thus, even if they discerned the Chun family's departure, pursuit would be futile. Observing the wreckage of the dock, Han Li smiled faintly. He then rose and departed, not far afield, but directly surged towards the depths of Shurtu Ridge. Having come this far, it would be a pity not to pay a visit to Han Ruyan at the Rakshasa sect. A chilling smirk played on Han Li's lips. He was determined to eliminate Han Ruyan. As he made his way to the Rakshasa sect, he encountered several cultivators from the demonic sect. Before they could react, Han Li swiftly absorbed and annihilated them. Gradually, the imposing gates of the Rakshasa sect came into view. Gazing upon this magnificent entrance, Han Li felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time he visited, he had to disguise himself as a piglet. This time, however, he would carve his path through bloodshed. Stop! Who are you to dare loiter before the gates of my Rakshasa sect? Have you grown weary of life? A thunderous voice echoed, and 4 men rushed forth. One of them brandished a long knife, pointing it menacingly at Han Li. Ah, how forgetful the esteemed are. It has been but a short while, and you no longer remember me? Han Li chuckled. Do we know you? His words left them momentarily stunned. Could it be that Han Li had crossed paths with them before? Or did he possess some special identity? They scrutinized him closely but could not recall any past encounters. I have no recollection of you. Do reveal your identity, one insisted after examining Han Li carefully. I also have no memory of you. I have been on guard for the past 2 months and truly do not recognize you. Another scrutinized Han Li and shook his head. Oh, my apologies. It suddenly came to mind. Back then, I had used a disguise pill. Thus, I appeared different from my current self. I must blame you for the confusion. Seeing their earnest expressions, Han Li smacked his forehead as the realization dawned on him. He had indeed used a disguise pill. Hence, they could not recognize him now, as he bore no resemblance to his former appearance. However, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. You used a disguise pill, of course we couldn't recognize you. But you were quite polite. I sincerely apologize. To express my regret, I have decided to grant you a swift end, leaving behind complete corpses. Han Li gazed at them with feigned remorse. Confusion filled the foreheads of the 4 men, marked by a circle of question marks. Boom. In the next instant, all 4 of them exploded. All are at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Yet the one in the middle exudes a formidable might that far surpasses the other 3 by several folds. Moreover, his aura carries a distinct earthy hue. Han Li raised his brow, exclaiming, Ah, I truly did not perceive this. You are indeed a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. It would be a pity not to absorb such potential. Allow me to retract my previous statement. I was merely acting on impulse. While I can grant you a swift end, I fear that a complete corpse may not remain. Chapter 122. Inflicting pain on heaven, yet not on humanity. Who dares to utter madness here? Witness how I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons. The man, emanating an extraordinary and formidable aura, glared at Han Li and let out a thunderous roar. With a mere sweep of his hand, 4 individuals moved in unison. However, in the next instant, Han Li waved his hand, and boundless celestial power transformed into a cage, ensnaring them in the blink of an eye. A celestial cage? You are a golden core cultivator? The man of foundational cultivation gasped in disbelief. How could Han Li, so young, possess such mastery? What? He is indeed a golden core cultivator? How can someone so youthful wield such power? It was disastrous. They were doomed. The other 3 were engulfed in panic. Then, the terrifying celestial force, like a press, instantly crushed them into a mist of blood. Only the foundational cultivator remained as Han Li stepped before him, placing his palm upon his shoulder. His essence and spiritual power were rapidly absorbed into Han Li's body. I recognize you now. You are the demon camel, Han Li. The foundational cultivator suddenly recalled something and identified Han Li's true identity. It is I, farewell. Boom. In the next moment, the foundational cultivator was also reduced to a blood mist. Han Li then strode towards the dragon boat of the Rakshasa sect, and anyone attempting to obstruct him was, without exception, turned into blood mist by Han Li. A veritable machine of bloodshed. This is bad. Outsiders are invading the Rakshasa sect. From a distance, the sect members witnessed the horrific scene and immediately shouted to summon the powerful figures within the Rakshasa sect. Boom, boom, boom. The Rakshasa sect responded swiftly, and 3 auras of golden core cultivators surged forth from the depths. As these 3 golden core cultivators rushed towards him, their eyes widened in shock upon seeing Han Li. It's you. How dare you come to our Rakshasa sect? You seek death. This time, there will be no old man Qindong to assist you. Previously, during his escape from the Lion Camel Ridge, Han Li's disguise pill had failed amidst the battle, allowing them to recognize him instantly. Spare me your nonsense. Tell me where Han Ruyan is. Han Li asked them with an air of indifference. If you wish to find the Saintess, you should first consider whether you will have a life to speak of. Capture this brat and skin him alive. Instantly, the 3 golden core cultivators lunged at Han Li with ferocity. He stood there, unmoving, and when one approached him, he suddenly struck, seizing the attacking golden core cultivator. His other hand, swift as lightning, crashed into the cultivator's chest. Boom. This blow shattered the bones of his chest, while his essence and spiritual power were swiftly absorbed into Han Li's body. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. It was not until this moment that the attacks from the other two golden core cultivators finally arrived. Boom. Han Li instantly discarded the golden core cultivator in his grasp, simultaneously extending his arms to seize their fists. Whoosh. In an instant, he drained the spiritual energy and cultivation from their bodies entirely. What in the world is this devilish technique? With such a speed of absorption, who could possibly rival you? Feeling utterly hollow, as if they had entered the twilight of their lives, the two golden core cultivators let out desperate wails. Indeed, cultivating a demonic technique may grant faster progress than that of ordinary cultivators, yet it should not reach such an exaggerated level. In any case, I am invincible among my peers. Boom. With a tremor of his arms, the two golden core cultivators were reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. Run. Quick, flee. The three golden core elders were obliterated in an instant. The demon is too terrifying. Run for your lives. Observing the two swirling mists of blood, the other members of the Rasha sect present began to shout in a panic, urging one another to escape. The Hunyuan star absorption technique, devouring heaven and earth. As he watched the frantically fleeing cultivators, Han Li murmured softly. An endless, voracious force gathered above his head, coalescing into a black vortex, imbued with an exceedingly strange power. Their cultivation and spiritual energy surged toward Han Li like a torrential flood. Ah, Demon Han Li, cease this at once. Even demonic cultivators have their limits. You have no boundaries left. Your actions are a violation of heaven, and you will face divine retribution. At that moment, 5 figures flew in from the depths, 2 women and 3 men. One must admit, the might of the Rasha sect is indeed formidable, requiring the cooperation of several major golden core factions from the outside to contend with it. A middle-aged beauty pointed at Han Li, shouting in a frenzy. You may harm the heavens, but do not harm humanity. Han Li chuckled in response. Moreover, do not pretend as if you are all pure as white lotuses. As a demonic sect, your hands are equally stained with countless blood. You are merely unable to bear the blade turning against you today. Demon Han Li, do not be so arrogant. Even if your cultivation is terrifying, you shall not escape death today. Our esteemed sect leader is a genuine 8th layer golden core cultivator. With us assisting from the side, your demise is inevitable. You will find no escape. Han Li's words only served to infuriate the middle-aged beauty further, as she continued to point at him and roar. An 8th layer golden core cultivator, indeed? If I were to absorb that, it would be equivalent to at least 3. Han Li's eyes sparkled as he regarded a beautiful woman guarded by them, feeling a stirring within him, as if he had spotted a delectable feast. The Rasha sect leader emanated an icy chill, layers of frost coalescing within a meter of her presence. Many may be arrogant, yet such audacity as yours is rare even in the chaotic seas of demons. The price of such arrogance is a grave one, leading to a fate of unmarked graves. The Rasha sect leader parted her crimson lips. She raised her palm, and in an instant, the skies darkened as a terrifying force surged forth from above. The Rakshasa palm, the pinnacle technique of the Rakshasa sect. Once this palm was unleashed, the world lost its color, and demonic winds began to rise. Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, the other 4 golden core cultivators erupted simultaneously. In this realm, I am invincible. Today, I shall use your power to break through to the 2nd heaven. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. Han Li let out a thunderous roar. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, more violently than the cataclysm triggered by the Rakshasa sect strike. In the boundless void, a swirling mist of purple and gold rolled in, emerging from an unknown source. An indescribable, elusive figure slowly descended amidst the fog. Boom. The initial clash of their attacks resulted in a tremendous explosion. Subsequently, apart from the leader of the Rakshasa sect, the 4 golden core cultivators were struck as if by lightning, spitting out blood. A human anomaly. You have actually cultivated a human anomaly? Could it be one of those legendary divine bodies, Tao bodies, or supreme bodies? The well-informed leader of the Rakshasa sect suddenly exclaimed in utter astonishment. Chapter 123. The pill to the mouth. And then it is extracted. The lord of the Rakshasa sect was utterly astonished, his once alluring visage now marred by shock. His piercing gaze fixated on Han Li. A prodigy such as yourself ought not to grace the likes of Guangnan County or Anping County. It is rare for the great Zhou dynasty to produce one like you in centuries. Han Li, why not set aside our grievances and transform enmity into harmony? I am willing to make concessions and introduce you to the elite sects within the turbulent demon sea. With your talents, you would shine like a pearl in the dust, even within the confines of Guangnan County or the Great Zhou dynasty. What do you think? To the Lord of the Rakshasa sect, this unexpected appreciation for talent was sincere. Yet it struck Han Li as somewhat humorous. He found the Lord's reasoning quite absurd. I find it rather unimpressive, Han Li chuckled softly. The Lord of the Rakshasa sect's brow furrowed. We do not harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards one another. Why can we not negotiate amicably? Because I have no need for a powerful sect. It is merely an external influence. As long as I remain invincible, standing alone against a myriad, I require no affiliation with any elite sect. You are arrogant. The Lord's expression darkened instantaneously. I concede that your unique constitution and your attainment of the golden core stage at such a young age is indeed remarkable. You could easily stand proud within the Great Zhou dynasty. However, in the vast realm of cultivation, the Great Zhou is but a minor player, and even within the turbulent demon sea, it fails to command respect. Have you ever heard of invincible supreme beings who attain the golden core at 10, the embryo at 20, and transcend to the spirit stage at 100? Surely, you have not. You fall far short of them. And your limited perspective has fostered this arrogance. I advise you to heed my counsel and embark on a new path. The Lord of the Rakshasa sect spoke passionately, hoping to discern shock upon Han Li's countenance, but he was met with disappointment. May I inquire, esteemed Lord, how old are you? Han Li inquired with a nonchalant smile. What do you mean? Are you not aware that asking a woman her age is an exceedingly rude and degrading act? The Lord's expression darkened as he rebuked. A woman? Han Li's lips twitched slightly. You must be several hundred years old, yet you still refer to yourself as a woman. No wonder your reasoning is so abstract. Even in the heat of battle, you exhibit such a penchant for talent appreciation. I mean no offense. I merely wonder if perhaps you have prematurely entered the realm of senility, uttering such nonsensical remarks. Or could it be that the mushrooms in this mountain have poisoned you? You are arrogant. Demon Han Li, if you squander this opportunity, then you may as well meet your demise. The Lord of the Rakshasa sect, now consumed by rage, trembled with fury. In a swift motion, he revealed a pill from his wrist. The pill, smooth and white as jade, surpasses even the finest pearls in its luster and radiates an extraordinary aura. This is the heavenly infant pill. Once ingested, it grants one the power and cultivation of the nascent soul realm, irrespective of the level attained within the golden core stage. While its use on you may be somewhat extravagant, the satisfaction derived from personally slaying a future supreme being makes it worthwhile. As these words fell, the leader of the Rakshasa sect brought the heavenly infant pill to her lips. At that very moment, Han Li, embodying the celestial manifestation of the eternal life Tao, stretched forth his palm, unleashing a force that sealed the heavens. Employing the blood refinement divine light to teleport, he appeared before the Rakshasa leader in a flash. Inserting his finger into her mouth and extracting the heavenly infant pill, along with 2 of her pristine white teeth, he then swiftly retreated. How dare you? You vile scoundrel! You've snatched away my heavenly infant pill. The Rakshasa leader nearly spat blood, her teeth bloodied from the extraction. That was her most formidable trump card, without exception. It was practically in her grasp, only to be taken away. The other 4 golden core cultivators and Rakshasa practitioners stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Huh, truly an ancient fairy. Do you not realize that foolishness leads to demise? Han Li scoffed, a sense of delight washing over him as he held the heavenly infant pill in one hand. How could I have known you would be so swift? Not even a nascent soul could match your speed, let alone achieve such instantaneous movement. The Rakshasa leader, seething with rage, felt a wave of nausea overtake her. Who would have imagined that a pill inches from her lips could be so easily extracted? The crux of the matter lay in Han Li's velocity. There remained a distance of over 100 meters between them. Yet he was unaware that upon reaching the golden core stage, within that span, Han Li's blood refinement divine light allowed him to move with a swiftness akin to teleportation. No nascent soul could surpass his pace within that range. Boom. In an instant, Han Li raised his palm and brought it crashing down. A cage of thunder materialized out of thin air, enveloping the Rakshasa leader and the 4 injured golden core cultivators beside her. The Annihilation prison, imbued with celestial might. With a resounding crash, hundreds of bolts of lightning descended, combining offense and defense to prevent the Rakshasa leader from fleeing. As an 8th-layer golden core practitioner, Han Li did not underestimate her. The saying goes, underestimate your enemy strategically, but regard them with caution tactically. The Annihilation prison confined them as he advanced. Employing the mixed Yuan spirit absorption technique in one hand and the 6 paths divine fist in the other. In almost no time, The 4 golden core cultivators could no longer withstand the onslaught, continuously spewing blood as Han Li absorbed and refined their essence. In the blink of an eye, they were shrieking in agony, teetering on the brink of death. The Rakshasa leader retaliated fiercely, yet her efforts appeared futile. The 6 Paths Divine Fist is terrifying beyond measure, and compounded by her confinement within the apocalyptic prison, she finds herself severely constrained. Boom, boom, boom. Han Li shattered all her counterattacks, penetrating her defenses and delivering a devastating blow to the chest of the Rakshasa Lord. Gush, gush, gush. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the Rakshasa Lord spewed forth copious amounts of blood. Her once proud stature now crumbled, her chest bones shattered and her posture reduced to a feeble slump. This is due to the fact that the meridians, blood vessels, and even cells within her have been obliterated. The Rakshasa Lord has encountered the most excruciating and humiliating injury of her life. Chapter 124. A triumphant return. With a resounding bang, Han Li forcefully pressed her down, kneeling before him. After such a long time, where are the esteemed elder Si Ming and my dear sister Han Ruyen? Do not dare tell me they are not within the confines of the Rakshasa sect. Han Li gripped his shoulder, demanding an answer from a position of authority. The absence of Si Ming and Han Ruyen, particularly in a moment as dire as this, filled him with a sense of foreboding. They had either fled at the first opportunity or had planned their escape in advance. He leaned towards the latter. Under normal circumstances, even if Han Ruyen chose to remain hidden, Si Ming, as the esteemed elder of the Rakshasa sect, would undoubtedly reveal herself given the imminent destruction of their sect. You are too late. The elder has already taken Bai Ruyen to the most formidable demonic sect within the chaos of demons. Await your fate. The most powerful sect will seek retribution against you for annihilating the Rakshasa sect. Han Ruyen shall ascend to greatness there, and you will find yourself drowning in a pool of your own blood, regretting your actions today and your refusal to heed my warnings. The Rakshasa sect leader coughed blood, his voice laced with venomous rage. He understood that his demise was inevitable, yet he aimed to inflict as much displeasure on Han Li as possible before his end. Is that so? I wonder which demonic sect she has joined. Han Li's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he glared at him. I want to tell you, but it is undoubtedly the most prestigious sect within the chaos of demons. The Rakshasa sect is merely their vassal, and beneath us, there are countless others. Even an ancient nascent soul would only attain the status of an elder there. The great Zhou dynasty dares not provoke them. Consider how formidable they must be. The Rakshasa sect leader laughed maniacally. However, his laughter was abruptly silenced as Han Li seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Utilizing the primordial absorption technique, he siphoned away the leader's entire cultivation. The once alluring visage transformed into that of a frail, aged woman, her skin wrinkled and desiccated. Even if I am not their match now, it does not imply I shall not be their equal in the future. With that declaration, Han Li snapped his neck. A formidable aura surged from him, rising toward the heavens. As this terrifying energy ascended, the sound of a door being kicked open echoed within him. Second layer of the golden core realm. A mysterious pattern emerged on the originally purple golden core. As he ascended to a new minor level of cultivation, Han Li felt an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloping him. Following his customary practice, Han Li thoroughly plundered the entirety of the Rakshasa sect before turning to depart. He would assess the spoils at a later time. There was no urgency. Upon leaving the Rakshasa sect, it was scarcely a quarter of an hour before a multitude of powerful figures arrived at the scene. They were all formidable figures from the Wangu sect and the Shur-Mo sect. Gazing at the scene of devastation, strewn with corpses, they collectively inhaled sharply. We arrived a moment too late. The Luocha sect has already been annihilated. Who could possess such divine power to obliterate the Luocha sect? Moreover, considering the time it took for us to rush here upon hearing the tremendous commotion, it was hardly a span of half an hour. Could it be that an ancestor of the nascent soul has descended? Their expressions darkened considerably, and a profound sense of peril welled up within them. Should it indeed be a nascent soul ancestor who also ventures towards their 2 demonic sects, it would spell great trouble. Yet, it seemed unlikely that a nascent soul ancestor had arrived. I sensed that it bore a striking resemblance to the notorious demon Han Li, who had recently garnered much attention. He possesses the ability to consume the cultivation and spiritual powers of others, even extending to their lifespans. Wherever he treads is akin to the passage of spectral soldiers. Marked by ruthless savagery, this aligns closely with his modus operandi, commented a golden core cultivator from the Wangu sect. Such a young demon Han Li? Could he truly wield such capabilities? It is utterly astonishing, they gasped, for it was said that Han Li was merely in his early 20s. I believe it is him. We must report this situation to the leading demonic sects within the chaotic sea behind us. This individual is exceedingly enigmatic. That makes sense. Let us return and relay the news. With heavy hearts, the group of Golden Core cultivators took a final glance around the Luocha sect before departing. Meanwhile, after leaving the Shirtu Ridge, Hanli made his way directly to Onping County. As night fell, he did not hasten his journey but instead excavated a cave and settled within. With a flourish, he spilled forth the spoils acquired from the Luocha sect, particularly the treasures from the Luocha sect leader. Instantly, the cave was illuminated with a dazzling array of colors, adorned with jewels, and an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. The Luocha sect leader, having lived for several centuries, had a peculiar penchant for such revealing garments. A multitude of white and black silk, along with various intricately designed sheer silks, were piled high. Han Li's lips twitched in disbelief. Moreover, there were numerous cosmetics and powders. Han Li was utterly dumbfounded. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a ball of Dao fire, incinerating everything to ashes. He then began to tally the remaining treasures. Among the myriad of items, he unearthed a faintly golden token. The initial saint token? Could this be the name of the superlative demonic sect within the chaotic sea, as mentioned by the Luocha sect leader? Han Li mused, cradling the token and sensing its extraordinary material. He squeezed it firmly, and to his astonishment, it showed no signs of deformation. With his current strength, even a small mountain could be crushed effortlessly with a single slap, yet this token remained unscathed. In the future, he ought to investigate whether there exists a demonic sect named Initial Saint within the chaotic sea. Han Li murmured to himself before placing the token into his spatial ring. He then resumed his inventory. Here, he stumbled upon a cultivation method titled Rascal Transformation Technique. Upon opening it and skimming through the pages, he realized it was indeed an extraordinary skill. Once mastered, it could manifest a true form of the rascal, bestowing upon the practitioner a power indistinguishable from their own, effectively a 2-against-1 scenario, which was rather intriguing. He decided to delve into it later. Setting the technique aside, Han Li continued his examination and discovered a fragmented topographical map. Could this be a treasure map, or perhaps the location of a powerful individual's legacy? The map displayed merely a few terrain markers and a single route, devoid of any additional information. Ultimately, the indicated destination lay within the Imperial Tomb Mountains. The Imperial Tomb Mountains, didn't that sound like the resting place of the great Zhou dynasty's emperors? Surely not. If that were the case, embarking on an exploration there would certainly be quite thrilling. Chapter 125, The New Technique, The Art of Celestial Demon Manifestation. It is said that the emperor's tomb of the great Zhou dynasty lies within the Huangling mountain range, heavily guarded by elite soldiers. After studying the topographical map for a while, Han Li decided to store it in his spatial ring, recognizing that his current strength was insufficient to undertake such a risk. A gentleman conceals his talents and awaits the opportune moment. Han Li continued his inventory, and by the time he completed it, approximately half an hour had passed. He then picked up the Luocha Transformation True Art for further examination, an exceedingly advanced demonic technique. Upon its completion, one could condense a true form of the Luocha, possessing power identical to that of the original self, effectively a 2-to-1 advantage. Furthermore, this manifestation could last for an entire incense stick's burning time. In battles among the powerful, a split second could determine victory or defeat, let alone the duration of an incense stick. However, the Luocha cult leader had not fully mastered this technique. He had only recently acquired it from a top-tier demonic sect within the Chaos Sea, and now it had fortuitously fallen into Han Li's hands. Of course, the cultivation method of the Luocha Transformation True Art was intricate and harsh, not something that could be mastered overnight. Merely the heart's blood of 18 golden elixirs was required as a blood medium to nurture the Luocha true form. The Luocha is known as one of the 10 demon lords of the demon realm, feared and immensely powerful. After a cursory reading, Han Li drew in a sharp breath, uncertain of how far the wordless golden book would evolve, hoping it would not disappoint him. Muttering to himself, he began to study diligently from the beginning. Time flew by, and he immersed himself for a day and a night. Suddenly, golden characters appeared in the recesses of his mind within the wordless golden book. You have thoroughly studied the Luocha Transformation True Art and comprehended the art of celestial demon manifestation. You can condense 3,000 celestial demons, as if the demon realm itself is manifesting, each possessing combat prowess identical to your current self. Hiss. Han Li inhaled sharply, astonished by the art of celestial demon manifestation, capable of conjuring 3,000 celestial demons. This was truly terrifying. The Luocha Transformation True Art could only manifest a single entity. Yet he could summon 3,000. If he were to engage in combat, conjuring 3,000 avatars of equal strength would render his opponents utterly powerless, reduced to kneeling and calling him father. A rare excitement and exhilaration washed over Han Li's face. He eagerly delved into the study of the art of celestial demon manifestation, analyzing it word by word, thoroughly dissecting its intricacies. He discovered the sole drawback, the technique's considerable consumption of energy. As his strength grew, the number of manifestations would increase, along with their duration, unlike the time constraint of the Luocha transformation true art, which was limited to the burning of an incense stick. Let me give it a try. Han Li felt an irresistible surge of anticipation and immediately activated the art of celestial demon manifestation. In an instant, the void trembled, and an endless black mist appeared from thin air. Upon contact with the mist, the surrounding void rapidly froze. The black mist swirled ominously, filled with an aura of dread and despair, embodying a myriad of negative emotions. It is indeed peculiar, yet Han Li can distinctly perceive it. Within the depths of the black mist, a figure gradually materializes and steps forth. His visage is shrouded in dense shadows, his stature tall and imposing. Comparable to Han Li's own, they share an unspoken connection, a mutual sense of awareness. Another figure emerges, followed by a third, and then a fourth. Upon the arrival of the fourth figure, Han Li unmistakably senses a profound emptiness, noting that this fourth apparition lacks the solidity of its predecessors. It appears that, with my current strength, I can conjure a maximum of 4 figures, albeit for a limited duration due to the considerable energy expenditure involved. Such a technique can only be employed in moments of desperation. Against a common foe, 1 figure suffices. Against a stronger adversary, 2. When faced with a formidable opponent, 3. And in life-threatening circumstances, 4. Han Li muses to himself. Then, with a mere thought, ceases the operation of the heavenly demon summoning technique, causing the terrifying specters to vanish instantaneously. The cave returns to tranquility, as if the earlier scenes had never transpired. With a swift motion, he clears away all the spoils from the ground, retracting his aura completely, and then forcefully removes the boulder obstructing the cave's entrance, striding forth with purpose. The royal family of the Great Zhou seeks to eradicate all practitioners of demonic arts in Guangnan Prefecture. Such will not be permitted. These are the seeds of the demonic flowers I have sown. How can I allow them to be uprooted? Shortly after his departure, an elderly man in a black robe with white hair and a radiant young girl with bright teeth arrive at the cave where he had been. The aura of the heavenly demon, I distinctly sensed it moments ago. Although it has now dissipated completely, I can still detect a trace of it, the girl states. Standing within the cave, despite her youthful appearance, her eyes are filled with depth. Master, this indicates we have arrived too late, sighs the elderly man beside her. Upon sensing the sudden surge of unusual energy, they hastened their way here, only to discover they were a step behind. A step behind is still a step behind. The emergence of the heavenly demon aura signifies the arrival of the individual foretold in the sacred texts of the heavenly demon. I command you to spare no effort in locating him within the great Zhou Empire and bring him to the heavenly demon sect, the girl declares calmly. The elder's expression sharpens. Master, are you leaving me here alone? What about your safety? Do not worry for me. I am capable of taking care of myself. The girl replies with a dismissive wave of her hand. But your current condition is not optimal. What if you encounter an unpredictable powerful being without me by your side? The elder expresses his concern. Are you defying my orders? The girl turns her head slightly, a cold glint in her gaze directed at the elder. I would not dare. I merely worry for your safety. In my eyes, regardless of who the individual foretold in the sacred texts may be, none is more important than you, master. You shall forever remain the sole pillar of the heavenly demon sect, the singular master to whom we have pledged our celestial oaths, vowing to follow you unto death. The elder hastily shook his head, expressing his unwavering loyalty. The icy glimmer in the girl's eyes faded, replaced by a delicate smile upon her cherubic face. There is no need for trepidation. I am well aware of your loyal hearts. Nor should you be overly concerned. I sensed a stirring within me last night, and within no more than 9 days, I shall fully regain my former self. Moreover, I have already recovered some of my powers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to perceive the heavenly demon aura from such a distance. However, my appearance has yet to change. As her words echoed, the girl flicked her finger, and a beam of light shot forth from her fingertip, causing the very earth to tremble. In an instant, she created a profound chasm within the cave, measuring perhaps 1,000 meters deep. Witnessing this, the elder felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly bowed respectfully to the girl. Enough of such discourse. She waved her hand and presented a jade talisman of deep green hue to the elder. Take this heavenly demon spirit talisman. Should the presence of the heavenly demon arise again, you will be able to sense it. Within this talisman resides a fragment of my true spirit. If, in the future, you encounter him or he faces peril, you may shatter this jade talisman. It will summon my true blood heavenly demon incarnation to aid you. I shall now return to the chaotic demon sea. As you command, Master. The elder respectfully received the heavenly demon spirit talisman into his hands. Chapter 126. Return to Lomping County. A grand slaughter shortly thereafter, the two departed from the cave and went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Han Li, after a period of relentless pursuit, found himself back in Lomping County once more. Upon returning, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. He felt invincible within the confines of Lomping County. Leaving the forest behind, he made his way toward the main city, Yong'an. As he walked, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he observed a throng of people frantically rushing into the forest, pursued by a contingent of soldiers mounted on towering warhorses, brandishing spears and swords as they fervently chased the fleeing civilians. Witnessing this scene, Han Li squinted, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. They are quite swift. It seems the conflict has already commenced. A disdainful snort escaped his nostrils as he sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the fleeing individuals. Recognizing the dark arts they practiced, all of which he had disseminated, the well-equipped soldiers were clearly from the Dezhou court. In a flash, Han Li stepped forward, nearly instantaneously appearing before one of the leading men. He seized the man with a firm grip. You shall perish. The man let out a terrified scream, and despite his overwhelming fear, he lunged at Han Li with a dagger aimed at his chest. With a resounding thud, Han Li made no effort to retaliate. The dagger shattered upon impact with his chest. You. The man was momentarily struck with disbelief. Fear not. I do not come to slay you. Tell me, are those pursuing you from the Dezhou court? Han Li inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. They are the demon suppression guards of the Dezhou court, relentlessly hunting us practitioners of the dark arts, the man replied, his head bobbing in affirmation. Yet, as he scrutinized Han Li closely, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Do you recognize me? Han Li smiled slightly, channeling the soul absorption technique. The man's cultivation and spiritual energy began to flow towards Han Li. The demon lord Han Li. I recognize you now. The man exclaimed, his face contorting in sheer terror as he realized Han Li's identity. What unfathomable misfortune is this? Just narrowly escaping the clutches of the Dezhou's demon suppression guards, he now stands before the more merciless demon, Lord Han Li. How utterly tragic. Do not fear. I shall not take your life. The dark arts you practice were provided by me. If anyone is to be slain, it is them. Han Li chuckled, releasing the man. You say the dark arts we practice were given by you? The man gazed at Han Li in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to express gratitude for his reprieve. Otherwise, who would willingly offer such an abundance of dark arts for your cultivation? Han Li smiled faintly, patting his shoulder. Two demons, may your journey commence. At that moment, two armored soldiers on tall warhorses charged towards them, pulling on their reins. The battle spears in their hands radiated a chilling aura of death, their blood still fresh and uncoagulated. The man, terrified, quickly stood behind Han Li, while Han Li remained unperturbed, knowing he would strike only when the spears were upon him. With a thunderous roar, the two spears shattered upon impact. Grasping with both hands, he seized the soldiers, who then plummeted from their mounts, helplessly caught in his grip. You. The soldiers were instantly engulfed in fear, realizing they had encountered a formidable foe. Inform me of the total number of personnel dispatched by the Great Zhou Demon Suppression Guard and the current status of your mission, Han Li queried, his tone indifferent. How dare you ask such questions? One soldier retorted angrily. Knowing we are from the Great Zhou Demon Suppression Guard, you should release us immediately. To slay members of the guard would result in the annihilation of your entire clan, leaving you without a grave. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Han Li crushed the soldier's throat, silencing his furious outburst. Crimson blood flowed from his mouth. Will you cooperate? Han Li then turned his gaze to the other soldier he held captive. We arrived this morning, and we have only just begun our operations for approximately 2.5 hours. There are about 500 of us, the soldier replied, complying swiftly with Han Li's inquiry. 500 in just 2.5 hours. You must not have made significant progress. It seems I returned just in time. Han Li mused, a slight relief washing over him. Had they been here for several days, the situation would have been dire indeed. Who are you? Our commander possesses the cultivation of a nascent soul ancestor. I advise you to reconsider and refrain from opposing us. The soldier's threat hung in the air, though it left Han Li momentarily taken aback. Have they even dispatched a commander of nascent soul caliber? They must be taking this seriously, Hanli pondered, his eyes narrowing. The Omping Lord likely would not see a nascent soul expert for decades. The dispatch of such a powerful figure to eradicate the demonic cultivators spoke volumes of the great Zhou dynasty's fervent desire to eliminate the scourge of demonic practitioners. We stand on opposing sides, Hanli mused. Yet, to expect him to retreat in the face of danger was preposterous. In fact, he yearned to taste the essence of a nascent soul. Absorbing one could potentially elevate him to a higher realm, he thought to himself, a flicker of madness gleaming in his eyes. Crack! Then, he crushed the throat of the armored soldier. Leaping into the air, he resembled a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, charging towards the dozens of armored guards of the Great Zhou, unleashing a devastating onslaught. Chapter 127, The Explosive Demon Stone. Demonic energy soaring to the skies. Boom. With a single punch, Hanli obliterated dozens of demon suppression guards, reducing them to a crimson mist, along with their steeds, which lay lifeless on the ground. In a flurry, those demon cultivators who had just been cornered, with nowhere to escape, now stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Hanli. Such ferocity! Who is this formidable figure, slaying the demon suppression guards as if chopping vegetables? I am Hanli, and I trust you are familiar with my name. I harbor a singular wish, for all to embrace the path of demons. Strive forth, and one day you too shall possess strength akin to mine. No longer shall you endure humiliation or disdain. Let fear and reverence fill the hearts of others towards you. In this vast world, why should there not be a place for demon cultivators? Persevere, my friends. After vanquishing the demon suppression guards, Hanli turned to the utterly astonished demon cultivators and proclaimed in a voice brimming with allure. Like a thunderclap, his words resonated, illuminating their minds and reigniting their confidence. Strive, strive. Suddenly, a demon cultivator let out a fervent roar, exuberantly waving his arms, igniting the fervor of others who joined in a chorus of ecstatic cries. Reclaiming their confidence, the dark demonic energy emanated from them, intertwining and causing the temperature of the space to drop significantly. Hanli nodded in satisfaction. Persevere well, for I will handle the demon suppression guards of the Great Zhou. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and vanished from sight before the demon cultivators. We must strive. We too shall become powerful like the demon king Hanli. He began as a mere disciple from a humble Qi refining clan and has risen to such heights. We can achieve the same. Witnessing Hanli step forth, causing mountains and rivers to retreat in an instant, they were profoundly shaken. What immense skill must one possess to achieve such unprecedented speed? Reflecting on Hanli's origins, they felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The demonic arts we cultivate were all bestowed by him. He is truly a person of grand aspirations and compassion. Let us revere the demon king Hanli as our leader, and we, the demon cultivators, shall erect a monument in his honor, crafting a golden statue of him. As the crowd buzzed with enthusiasm, the demon cultivator who had been saved by Hanli stepped forward to address the assembly. All eyes turned towards him. Many recognized that it was Hanli who had rescued him. Did you say that our demonic arts were given by Hanli? No wonder he came to our aid. You speak the truth. Since we practice the arts he bestowed, it is entirely reasonable to honor him as our leader. I wholeheartedly agree. From now on, the demon king Hanli shall be our unwavering pillar. Let this news spread forth. All demon cultivators of Anping County shall unite in reverence of Master Han, erecting a golden statue in his likeness. The group of demon cultivators was filled with uncontainable excitement. Originally, they were merely cultivators of demonic arts, united by their shared plight of being pursued by the demon suppression guards of the Great Zhou, lacking a central figure. However, with the return of Hanli, he emerged as their pivotal core. Unbeknownst to Hanli, this sudden decision by the few would significantly impact the cultivation world, providing him with unimaginable assistance. On another front, after departing from this realm, Hanli made his way directly towards Yong'an City. At this moment, the entrance to Yong'an City was heavily fortified, marked by a colossal stone inscribed with the words Demon Recognition Stone. Every individual approaching the stone was required to spill their blood upon it. Some, upon doing so, were permitted entry with no discernible reaction from the stone, while others who dripped their blood would be met with ominous dark energy, leading the guards to swiftly execute them. Such a peculiar method took me by surprise, yet it was remarkably precise, seemingly capable of detecting the malevolent energy within one's blood. Hanli paused for a moment, analyzing the situation in his mind. Cultivating demonic arts was inherently aggressive. Consuming the essence of others would inevitably generate malevolent energy, which, over time, would accumulate and transform into demonic qi. Thus, practitioners of demonic arts were either engaged in killing or on the path to it, as only by continuously replenishing fresh malevolent energy could they avoid losing themselves. As a result, demonic cultivators could attain strength far more rapidly than their orthodox counterparts. Yet it was akin to the addiction of opium, requiring relentless pursuit. Consequently, demonic cultivators faced persistent suppression from the righteous sections. Nevertheless, in a world where strength reigns supreme, the so-called righteous also bore the stains of bloodshed, albeit through differing methods. Curiosity piqued within Han Li as he pondered the outcome of his own blood upon the stone. With determined strides, he joined the queue, and like the others, he pressed a drop of blood from his fingertip onto the demon recognition stone. However, upon contact, the stone remained unresponsive, causing Han Li to raise an eyebrow. The number of lives he had claimed could easily fill the entirety of Onping Lake. Yet this stone could not detect it. No matter, he thought, I'll proceed inside. The guards waved him through. Yet, in the next moment, the stone trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged skyward like a geyser, soaring to a height of over 100 meters. The birds in flight wailed and plummeted to the ground. In an instant, everyone at the city gate stood transfixed, their faces a mixture of confusion and astonishment as they beheld the overwhelming dark energy. How many must have perished to generate such a terrifying aura? This was extraordinary. Far too frightening. My heart trembled. Yet, there was something familiar about this individual. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to the notorious villain Han Li, once sought after by the three great sections. Those nearby began to recognize the similarity in Han Li's visage. However, given the passage of time and the complete annihilation of the three sects, immediate identification proved elusive. Suddenly, an ominous surge of dark energy erupted. The demon-detecting stone could no longer withstand the pressure and detonated explosively, resembling a miniature bomb that sent everyone in the vicinity, save for Han Li, hurtling away. It was revealed that the so-called demon-detecting stone housed a formation within. At the moment of its explosion, Han Li glimpsed the remnants of the formation shattering alongside it. The great demon Han Li has arrived. Quickly report to the Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard, and to the Vice Commander, shouted the guards stationed at the city gate. They were originally subordinates of the county governor, Wang Yangming, and Han Li had spared them during his rampage, focusing solely on the father-son duo of Wang Yangming and Wang Tai, thus leaving numerous survivors. No need for a report. I shall approach personally, Han Li remarked, a faint, indifferent smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand forward. Chapter 128. Dare you challenge me with 3 moves? In an instant, the guards stationed here were reduced to mere lifeless husks, collapsing onto the ground. This scene left the individuals preparing to enter the city utterly astonished. How impressive! Has Han Li truly ascended to such formidable heights? Recalling the days when Han Li was relentlessly pursued, ultimately deciding to retaliate, it is astonishing that now, in the presence of the great Zhou's demons subduing guards within the city, he dares to act so brazenly. What immense power must he possess to exhibit such confidence? Amidst the gasps of disbelief, Han Li strolled confidently into the city. At that moment, within the governor's mansion, rows of armored soldiers were being assembled, while the great Zhou's demons subduing guards, engaged in slaying demonic cultivators throughout Onping County, received a summons via communication devices, hastily returning to Yong'an City. The towering surge of dark energy that had erupted moments ago had already alerted the great Zhou's demon subduing guards stationed in the capital of Yong'an City. Commander, should we not pursue him? Will he truly come to us? A middle-aged man in the governor's mansion inquired of another dignified middle-aged man nearby. The former was Commander Wu Yongtian, while the latter was his aide, Wang Jinghe. He will come, Wu Yongtian replied with unwavering confidence. This fiend knows we are in the city and yet dares to act with such impunity. We need only wait for him here. Wu Yongtian, a formidable presence himself, was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Though he was merely at the first level of the nascent soul realm, his power was terrifying. A single strike from him could annihilate even the peak of the golden core stage. As the saying goes, upon entering the nascent soul realm, one transcends to a new plane of existence. Achieving this stage equates to living a life of an entirely different caliber, wherein one's physical form may remain still while their spirit traverses the vastness of the cosmos. Furthermore, as long as the nascent soul persists, even if the physical body perishes, life can continue unabated. In the face of grave danger, should the nascent soul manage to escape, it can seize the bodies of other cultivators, thus prolonging existence. This is the terror of a nascent soul cultivator. By the way, Commander, could it be that the recently renowned fiend, Han Li, has arrived here? Wang Jinghe suddenly suggested. Haha, highly unlikely to be that little demon. Ever since he killed Governor Wang Yangming, he has been in hiding. Unless he has lost his senses. Why would he return here? That would be pure folly, Wu Yongtian remarked. The demon-subduing guards had made no effort to conceal their operation in Anping County, entering with great fanfare to demonstrate the Great Zhou dynasty's unwavering resolve against demonic cultivators, instilling dread in others of their kind, and showcasing the unparalleled authority of the Great Zhou court. Thus, anyone daring to confront them would undoubtedly possess immense strength. Your reasoning is sound. Could it be the six-fingered Zither demon, the Three Saints demon lord, or perhaps one of the notorious fiends listed on the court's Class A wanted list? Wang Zhenghe pondered, agreeing with Wu Yongtian's insights and continuing the inquiry. It is difficult to ascertain, but I doubt that it could be the six-fingered demon or the three holy demon lords. Their prowess far exceeds my own, and had they been present, we would undoubtedly meet our demise here today. However, they have no incentive to do so. If we were to perish, the Grand Commander would certainly lead the entirety of the Demon Suppression Guard to annihilate both of them and their affiliated factions without mercy. Wu Yongtian pondered briefly before shaking his head in response. The Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard is a formidable being, possessing strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, and is renowned throughout the entire Zhou dynasty. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous sound emanated from the entrance of the county governor's mansion, followed by the sudden arrival of a dozen figures. Simultaneously, the guards stationed at the mansion retreated in panic, their faces betraying an unmistakable terror. Thud, thud, thud. Subsequently, the group of demon suppression guards who had flown in fell to the ground, their lifeless forms visible to Wu Yongtian and Wang Zhenghe. Desiccated corpses. All of them were mere husks. Their eyes widened in shock. The skin of these guards had shriveled, resembling that of long-dried cadavers. Then, they beheld Han Li, clad in a black and gold robe, striding forth from the entrance of the governor's mansion. Upon seeing the remarkably youthful Han Li, the expressions of Wu Yongtian and Wang Zhenghe shifted dramatically. That little demon, Han Li, is actually him. Wang Zhenghe exclaimed in astonishment. Han Li had already made it onto the wanted list, and thus Wang Zhenghe recognized him at a glance. It was quite unexpected that this little demon had arrived. Could the menacing demonic aura that surged earlier have originated from him? This was indeed hard to believe, Wu Yongtian remarked coldly. Commander, allow me to confront this little demon and discern the source of his audacity in returning here, Wang Zhenghe declared decisively. Go ahead, I shall provide cover for you. In case he is merely a decoy, with the true master demon lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a lethal strike upon us, Wu Yongtian nodded in agreement. His caution not unfounded. Understood, Commander. With that, Wang Zhenghe descended the steps, and the demon suppression guards who had been pushed aside swiftly parted to create a path. Little demon Han Li, you possess an audacious spirit to dare return to Anping County, striding boldly into the county capital. It seems you have truly grown weary of life. I dare to come because I am confident. To pluck the fruits I have sown is utterly impossible, Han Li responded coolly, fixing his gaze upon Wang Zhenghe. Fruits? Wang Zhenghe's brow furrowed slightly. Though he was somewhat perplexed, he chose not to delve into it further. Instead, he continued to glare at Han Li, demanding, tell me, little demon Han Li, which great demon behind you conjured that overwhelming demonic aura just now? The great demon behind me? Han Li scoffed. Is it conceivable that the overwhelming demonic aura stems from me? How utterly absurd. That surging malevolence is something even a peak gold core demon would struggle to unleash. Do you truly believe you possess the qualifications for such a feat? With your mere cultivation at the 2nd level of the gold core realm, even if I grant you 3 strikes, I could easily subdue you to your demise with the 4th. Wang Zheng, with a face full of derision, retorted. Do you truly stand by your words? If so, allow me those 3 strikes. Do you dare? Chapter 129. The reversal and the great battle of the nascent soul. Han Li's words caused Wang Zhenghe to furrow his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that this brash fellow would dare to provoke him, indeed allowing him 3 strikes. Is he truly so bold? If not, he ought not to boast so audaciously. Han Li let out a cold laugh, employing a strategy of provocation. Wang Zhenghe's expression darkened instantly. I am a peak golden core cultivator, while this lad is merely at the 2nd level of golden core, even if he has mastered some demonic arts, making him stronger than the average golden core cultivator by a factor of 1 or 2. He remains no match for me. The advantage lies with me, and there is no cause for concern. Wang Zhenghe quickly pondered, aware of the numerous subordinates at his side and the watchful gaze of Commander Wu Yongtian behind him. He could not afford to lose face. 3 strikes it is. If you can truly shake me, I shall take your surname. Wang Zhenghe snorted coldly, standing firm with one hand behind his back. As for taking your surname, I certainly do not wish for a grandson of your age. Han Li chuckled softly, and in the next moment, he fiercely swung his palm, channeling his energy and sending a powerful strike towards Wang Zhenghe. Feeling the forceful gust of wind from the strike, Wang Zhenghe's heart steadied further, for he could gauge the strength of the blow from its intensity. Indeed, it was considerably more potent than that of an ordinary second-level golden core cultivator, yet in his eyes, it was still nothing remarkable. Bang! Han Li's palm struck heavily against Wang Zhenghe, who merely staggered slightly before remaining utterly unmoved. Is that all you have, you young brat? Wang Zhenghe scoffed derisively. The ice armors, who had earlier been filled with trepidation, now exhaled in relief. If he could not even breach Wang Zhenghe's defenses, then Han Li was surely doomed. After all, Commander Wu Yongtian remained poised and vigilant, ready to strike at any moment. Hurry up and make your move. You still have 2 strikes left. Wang Zhenghe urged Han Li with an air of confidence. I have already unleashed my second strike. Han Li's lips curled into a subtle smile. Wang Zhenghe raised an eyebrow, for he had not sensed Han Li's subsequent attack. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt as though a gaping hole had been torn open at the spot where Han Li had struck his chest. His internal spiritual energy rapidly draining away into Han Li's body. This is bad. Wang Zhenghe's complexion shifted dramatically. You fiend, you can actually absorb another's cultivation energy. Before his roar had fully escaped his lips, he hastily raised his palm to strike at Han Li's face. Yet, Han Li's speed was even swifter, his other hand shooting out to clash against Wang Zhenghe's. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, accompanied by a sickening crack from Wang Zhenghe's hand. The pain forced a cry of agony from him. How is this possible? My hand is ruined. Flesh was torn, bones shattered, and the excruciating pain was unbearable. It is your absorption of my cultivation and spiritual power that has led to this. Commander, come quickly to my aid. Wang Zhenghe howled, finally understanding the cause of his plight and urgently calling for help. Wu Yongtian's expression suddenly shifted, for his subordinate was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. How could he, in the blink of an eye, plead for mercy? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yongtian stepped forth, swiftly approaching, and struck out his palm towards Han Li. Boom! Han Li reacted with astonishing speed, seizing Wang Zhenghe, whom he had nearly drained of vitality, and hurled him towards Wu Yongtian. With a resounding thud, Wu Yongtian instinctively transformed his palm into a claw, catching the falling Wang Zhenghe. What has happened to you? Wu Yongtian glared at him and inquired. I am finished, Commander. I am utterly finished. Wang Zhenghe cried out in sheer panic, for he had been completely depleted by Han Li. He could even feel his muscles rapidly atrophying, suffering irreversible and severe damage. How could you be so incompetent? Wu Yongtian bellowed in fury, nearly striking him down with a single blow. My apologies, Commander, I never anticipated such an outcome. Wang Zhenghe lamented bitterly, filled with regret. Go stand aside. Wu Yongtian flung Wang Zhenghe away, then turned his icy gaze towards Han Li. I never imagined that your demonic cultivation would possess such bizarre strength, capable of swiftly draining the spiritual power of even a golden core pinnacle cultivator. I have underestimated you. I am beginning to believe that the overwhelming aura of darkness was indeed summoned by you. Whether you believe me or not is of no concern to me. I shall not prove it to you a second time, Han Li replied nonchalantly. Ha, very well. Demon, this ends here. Today, I shall send you on your way. May you reincarnate wisely and forsake the path of demonic cultivation. Boom. In an instant, Wu Yongtian erupted with power. His nascent soul prowess roared like a mountain, causing the very void to resonate with thunderous sounds, while the tiles beneath him shattered, spreading like a spider's web. The Golden Core ancestor, truly fearsome. He raised his hand, and an immense phantom of a mountain materialized, descending upon Han Li with the intent to subdue. Celestial King descends from the heavens. Han Li bellowed within, for this was his first confrontation with a genuine nascent soul expert. Although he still possessed a tawnying pill obtained from the Roshok Lord, he refrained from consuming it, for it was a longevity elixir. During his foundational cultivation, it could allow him to challenge a Golden Core cultivator across a major realm. Now that he had attained the longevity Golden Core stage, he was uncertain whether he could still transcend a major realm to confront a nascent soul expert. The chasm between the nascent soul and Golden Core realms was vast, for once one formed their nascent soul, they could traverse the void, and their bodily functions underwent monumental transformations. The flesh was no longer the sole vessel of life. This was a significant challenge. Special physique? You possess a special physique. Wu Yongtian exclaimed, his countenance shifting as he observed the void tremble and colossal waves emerge, revealing an ethereal figure slowly taking shape. Indeed, today, I shall defy the odds and slay a nascent soul. Han Li roared. Ha ha ha, how arrogant you are. Even if you possess a unique constitution, being the rumored divine body, royal physique, or Taoist body, it is inconceivable that you could traverse the chasm of realms and slay a primordial infant. Without entering the realm of the primordial infant, you shall never comprehend its terrors. It represents a new echelon that surpasses the very essence of ordinary cultivators. Wu Yongtian erupted into laughter, vociferously rebuking Han Li. The dread of the primordial infant is beyond the imagination of those uninitiated. One must experience the kill to truly understand. Let us see who can emerge victorious in the end. With a mere thought, Han Li summoned the ethereal visage of the celestial king from the void, which descended abruptly, extending a hand to collide with Wu Yongtian's own outstretched palm. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The two colossal handprints collided, rending the very heavens above them asunder, creating an immense fissure. The terrifying force of the void surged forth, prompting the nearby demonic guardians to hastily retreat. Those who reacted too slowly were instantaneously obliterated into mere fragments by the inundating energy. Nonetheless, despite this chaos, Han Li absorbed every last drop of their shattered flesh with insatiable hunger. Never had such a malevolent sorcery been witnessed. No matter the circumstances, you must perish. Not only you, but also those behind you. The forces that nurtured you, they too shall face annihilation. Chapter 130, Unfazed. Wu Yongtian bellowed with an overwhelming fury, effortlessly unleashing a series of formidable spells, each more fearsome than the last. The intensity of his assaults surpassed any battle he had ever experienced, even exceeding the boundaries of his own imagination. Han Li summoned every ounce of his strength to its utmost limits, the devastating demon-extinguishing technique pouring forth in a relentless torrent. He held nothing back. This was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered since his rise to prominence, and there was no rival to compare. The ferocious clash raged from the depths of the earth to the heights of the sky, leaving the governor's mansion in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. The nearby residents fled in terror, retreating as far as their legs could carry them. Meanwhile, the summoned demon suppressor guards stood at a distance, watching with trepidation, too fearful to approach. Boom, boom, boom. The two warriors clashed vehemently, exchanging countless blows, with each strike growing more astonishing than the last. At their respective ages and levels of cultivation, it was a rarity to witness such a prolonged struggle against a nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps such an occurrence would only be seen once in a century. If you would be willing to renounce your demonic powers and cleanse your wicked heart, I would gladly recommend you to the court, allowing the esteemed national master to personally assist you in your transformation back to righteousness, Wu Yongtian said with utmost seriousness. Han Li raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Are you simply worried you cannot defeat me, employing such a delaying tactic? Humph, I have no need for such stratagems. Your thoughts are far too elaborate. I merely seek to recruit talent for the court. You must seize this opportunity. Pursuing demonic cultivation will yield no favorable outcomes, and you will face relentless persecution from the court. Do you wish to spend your days in hiding, shunning the light of day? Certainly not. For given a little more time, I could topple your entire Zhou dynasty. Without the Zhou dynasty, who would pursue me? Who would seek my demise? You are brazen, daring to utter such rebellious words. Wu Yongtian retorted in fury. Since you harbor no intention of repentance, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath upon you. Rumbling, rumbling. Wu Yongtian's aura surged once more. During his earlier fierce confrontation with Han Li, he had not exerted his full strength. Demon Lord Han Li, this is the true extent of my power. Tremble and prepare to meet your end. At this moment, Wu Yongtian revealed his unparalleled combat prowess. A manifestation, mirroring his own form, emerged slowly above his head, solidifying completely. Do you understand why the nascent soul realm is so terrifying? It is because it has birthed the law manifestation of heaven and earth. Suppression. As the command echoed, the nascent soul manifestation hovering above Wu Yongtian's head extended its hand forcefully toward Han Li. This strike seemed to encompass the very fabric of existence. Every living being within its grasp was doomed to perish. So powerful. The commander is truly formidable. This is the might of a nascent soul ancestor. The demon is undoubtedly doomed. There can be no chance for him to survive. I can almost envision him being utterly obliterated, reduced to a puddle of flesh, bleeding out upon the ground. From a distance, the demon suppressors, with taut expressions, frantically shouted, revealing their fervent emotions. They were perhaps celebrating prematurely. To take my life is no simple feat. You possess power, and so do I. Han Li let out a long howl, swiftly channeling the celestial demon birth technique. Thunderous roars. The very realm, once shrouded and suppressed by Wu Yong and the nascent soul's Dharma form, trembled violently. Dark, swirling demonic energy erupted, surging like a tsunami. Amidst the tumultuous roiling of the overwhelming demonic aura, a figure materialized, followed by a second, and then a third. Whoosh! As these three celestial demon figures took form, Wu Yongtian's confident demeanor suddenly shifted. What an intense concentration of demonic energy. What art is this? In that moment, Wu Yongtian felt an overwhelming sense of peril emanating from the figures coalescing within the dense demonic essence. A chill gripped his heart, as if true denizens of the demon realm had torn through space and arrived. Experience my ultimate killing move. Kill! Han Li bellowed fiercely, summoning the Yin-Yang Heaven opening mirror, which hovered above his head, unleashing beam after beam of light directed at Wu Yongtian. Simultaneously, the three celestial demon figures surged forth alongside him, launching a frenzied assault. Boom! The clash of their forces resonated with a deafening roar, akin to a mountain collapsing. Dust swirled into the air, enveloping their figures and obscuring the scene from onlookers, leaving them in the dark about the unfolding events. What just transpired? How did several figures suddenly appear, accompanied by that overwhelming demonic energy? Never had they encountered such a formidable demon cultivator. Could the commander truly withstand this? This terrifying sight left some of the demon suppressors in a state of anxiety regarding Wu Yongtian's safety. Yet, dissenting voices quickly quelled their fears. Impossible. The commander is a genuine nascent soul ancestor, immensely powerful. That demon is merely at the golden core stage. I sense he must have employed some special means, but ultimately, it is not a reflection of his inherent strength and cannot last long. He will surely be forcefully suppressed by the commander. One could only hope so. Never had they witnessed such a powerful demon cultivator. It was too frightening. Just as their discussions had not fully settled, a piercing scream erupted from within the dust-laden battlefield. Suddenly, a glowing figure of a nascent soul burst forth, his face contorted in terror, howling as he fled desperately into the distance. Yet, no sooner had he escaped than Han Li emerged, accompanied by a shadow of a celestial demon in pursuit. How could this be? My heavens, is that the commander? The commander was actually unable to contend and had his physical form shattered? All the demon suppressors widened their eyes in disbelief, their shock reaching unfathomable heights. A golden core cultivator managed to retaliate against their commander, resulting in his corporeal form being obliterated. This was utterly outrageous. Whoosh! While they trembled in horror, Han Li had already caught up to the fleeing figure of the nascent soul. Spare me a chance at life, and I shall offer you all my possessions. The infant spirit of Wu Yongtian cried out in desperation, consumed by the singular desire to survive. Not worth it. Han Li coldly uttered those three words, his broad hand advancing with fierce intent. Chapter 131. Unintentionally becoming the sect leader. Boom. Han Li's hand forcefully grasped the nascent soul of Wu Yongtian. The Hunyuan spirit absorption technique surged into action, voraciously devouring and refining the nascent soul with meticulous precision. Demon Han Li, I am doomed. The demon suppression guards and the Great Zhou court will pursue you relentlessly. Prepare for an endless cycle of vengeance. In his final moments, Wu Yongtian raged and cursed wildly, powerless to do anything but watch as Han Li consumed his nascent soul entirely. Boom. Once Han Li had drained the nascent soul completely, an explosive aura radiated from him. His mental prowess surged rapidly, and the power within his body surged forth like a mighty river, relentlessly assaulting the barriers of his realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged rapidly, flooding into his being. The cultivation power contained within a nascent soul cultivator is immensely formidable. The barriers leading to the third layer of the golden core stage were violently battered, the cracks widening, on the verge of shattering. However, Han Li swiftly suppressed this burgeoning power. He had only recently broken through to the second layer of the golden core stage. Further advancement at this moment would be unwise. It would be better to temporarily store this energy within, waiting for a more opportune moment to break through, to avoid destabilizing his foundation or leaving behind any flaws. Or worse, inadvertently condensing a second or third avatar of the heavenly demon. After a flurry of effort, he forcefully quelled the urge to break through. He exhaled deeply, finally managing to stabilize himself. Immediately, he began to refine the power of nirvana. The previous battle had been perilously dangerous. A moment's carelessness could have led to his demise. It was only because he caught Wu Yongtian off guard that he managed to defeat him in such a short time. The vitality of a nascent soul cultivator is extraordinarily resilient. As waves of nirvana energy surged within him, the bruises and internal injuries on his body began to heal rapidly. The commander is dead. The commander is actually dead. Run. Report to the court. Report to the Grand Commander. At this moment, The demon suppression guards encircling them awakened from their stupor. With Wu Yongtian, the formidable nascent soul cultivator, now deceased, they realized that if they did not flee, they would inevitably follow in his footsteps. With a rush, all the summoned demon suppression guards began to retreat frantically. Even the incapacitated Wang Zhang was scrambling desperately to escape. Want to flee? Alas, it was too late. Han Li raised his head, gazing at the fleeing guards and the abandoned weapons scattered about. He extended his hand and activated the Hunyuan spirit absorption technique. Instantly, dark clouds gathered, and a terrifying suction force emanated from his palm, expanding outward. Ah! The air was filled with horrified screams from all directions. Some fell to the ground mid-flight, visibly transforming into dried corpses, their cultivation power flowing like a torrent toward Han Li, all absorbed by him. Swish, swish, swish. The harrowing scene left the unaffected townsfolk in a state of shock, their expressions transforming as they gazed at Han Li, their eyes brimming with profound fear and astonishment. The esteemed Master Han was formidable, a celestial demon unleashed upon the world, unrivaled in power. Suddenly, a voice erupted from an unknown source, followed by a cacophony of shouts that reverberated across the heavens. Master Han. Han Li raised an eyebrow, bemused. Who bestowed upon me this title? I have not established any sect. Gradually, he ascended from the ground, recognizing the individual who had been saved outside. Indeed, it was the very person he had rescued from several demon wardens not long before, and it was this group that shouted the loudest. Alas, your strength is too feeble. Otherwise, you could contribute to my cause. Nevertheless, let us first stoke the flames of enthusiasm. Han Li mused to himself as he soared toward the throngs, calling out in fervor. Many in the city practiced the demonic arts he had once disseminated. With Han Li's intervention in Yong'an City and the ensuing battle against the demon wardens, those demonic cultivators who had previously hesitated to enter the city now flocked to witness whether Han Li could emerge victorious. Indeed, Han Li did not disappoint. His formidable prowess ignited tremendous excitement among the demonic cultivators, who now regarded him as their cornerstone of hope. Esteemed ones, since you have chosen to call me Master Han, I shall accept this title. However, we shall not be known as the celestial demons, for that would be a slander against us. There are myriad paths in the world. Each path, when pursued to its utmost, can be sanctified. Thus, I propose we name ourselves the Holy Sect. All practitioners of the techniques I have created shall be considered disciples of the Holy Sect. Disciples must aid one another, taking it upon themselves to enhance their strength. Within 3 days, I shall bestow upon you a more powerful Holy Sect technique to help you attain the same level as I. Challenging levels beyond your own shall become as effortless as eating or drinking. No one can suppress the Holy Sect. Your futures must lie firmly in your own hands. Holy Sect, Holy Sect, Holy Sect. As Han Li's voice resonated, the gathered demonic cultivators erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement palpable as they shouted with abandon. Not only did they now possess a steadfast leader, but they also found a sense of belonging, and with the promise of even more potent techniques from Han Li, they envisioned themselves challenging foes beyond their current capabilities. Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, realms that many could only dream of attaining after a lifetime of effort, now danced within their imaginations. Have you not seen that even the nascent soul leader of the demon wardens perished at Han Li's hands? The overwhelming shouts stirred even those who had yet to practice the demonic arts he once imparted, prompting them to seek guidance from those who had. Eager to learn the methods Han Li had once shared, a faint smile graced Han Li's face as he encouraged, cultivate diligently. May you all become a spark that ignites a vast inferno. I wish you all a swift journey to the golden core and the formation of your nascent souls. His captivating voice resonated throughout the venue, lingering even after he had turned to depart. Upon returning to the residence of the county governor, he ventured to the small island at the center of the lake where Wang Yangming had previously secluded himself. He pushed open the door to Wang Yangming's meditation chamber and stepped inside. The room was constructed entirely of special stone, impeccably clean, containing only a stone bed and a mirror, devoid of any other furnishings. What kind of cultivation technique should I compose for them? Han Li pondered, reflecting on the myriad styles he had previously devised, which lacked coherence. In order to unite them and facilitate clear identification, it would be ideal to compile a singular technique for unified cultivation. Sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed, he spoke to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, summoning the various techniques he had acquired over time. Han Li meticulously examined each one, rapidly contemplating and deducing within his mind. Time swiftly passed. 2 days and nights in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, A line of text appeared in the wordless golden tome within his consciousness. You have perused numerous martial arts texts and created the Sacred Emperor's infinite transformation technique, drawing from the strengths of many schools. Absorbing spirit, soaking in blood, sealing souls, transforming bones. Chapter 132. A visitor from the divine land. A powerful maidservant. The Sacred Emperor's supreme transformation technique. Han Li found immense satisfaction in this name. This martial art could be regarded as a true synthesis of the finest elements from various schools, incorporating a multitude of remarkable traits. As one delved deeper into the practice of this technique, the abilities one could attain grew increasingly formidable, accompanied by distinctly notable characteristics. Excellent. Let this technique serve as the legacy of the sacred sect, he mused. A faint smile graced the corners of Han Li's lips as he envisioned a future where millions within the great Zhou dynasty would cultivate the Sacred Emperor's supreme transformation technique, reaching astounding heights, reaping the rewards of their labor. Ha ha ha! Unable to contain himself, he erupted into laughter. The eerie sound of his mirth echoed ominously. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the air, reaching Han Li's ears. Instantly, his laughter ceased, and his expression shifted with shock. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the very room he occupied was obliterated, and Han Li propelled himself through the shattered roof, soaring into the sky. Before him stood a woman clad in a flowing veil, her hair elegantly styled, radiating an exquisite beauty. With a slender waist and a generous bosom, her demeanor was chilling, the grass beneath her feet frosted over. A formidable opponent. Han Li's heart sank heavily. This woman possessed a strength far surpassing that of Wu Yongtian, whom he had just slain. We harbor no grievances. Why have you suddenly turned your hostility upon me? Han Li inquired, his tone icy as he gazed at the woman. I wish to ask you whether the county magistrate Wang Yangming and his son Wang Tai met their demise at your hands? The woman replied, her gaze unwavering. You are Wang Tai's mother? Han Li raised an eyebrow in surprise. The woman's extraordinary presence indicated she was a nascent soul cultivator, and her immediate inquiry about Wang Yangming and Wang Tai triggered Han Li's instinctive recollection of the woman who had left her nascent soul avatar to protect Wang Tai. However, the woman shook her head, delivering words that left Han Li astounded. No, I am merely the maidservant of the young master's mother. A maidservant? Surely you jest. Han Li exclaimed incredulously. A mere maidservant possessing the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, and yet he could not discern her exact level of cultivation, though it was undoubtedly greater than that of Wu Yongtian. This was indeed absurd. There is no jest in this matter. The young lady intended to come herself, but due to certain special circumstances, she is unable to do so at present. Therefore, I offer you two choices. Either accompany me back, or I shall end your life here and now, the woman stated coldly. Her unexpected encounter with Han Li had taken her by surprise, a mere coincidence. Returning is not an option. You may either kill me, or I shall slay you. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than Han Li unleashed a terrifying strike toward the woman. You spurn the offer of peace. Now, embrace your fate. The woman's expression was utterly indifferent. With a mere wave of her hand, an overwhelming chill descended from all directions, and enormous ice spikes materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Han Li. Six Paths Divine Fist. Han Li bellowed, unleashing a flurry of punches that descended upon his opponent like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, he suspended the yin-yang heaven opening mirror above his head, emitting a terrifying beam of light directed at the woman. Futile, she replied with a detached tone. In the face of such an absolute disparity, any resistance on your part is utterly in vain, even if you possess the golden core of eternal life. With another wave of her hand, she conjured dense layers of icy silk, which coalesced into an ice phoenix. With a single flap of its wings, the entire void quaked. Yet, this did not compare to the astonishment blooming in Han Li's heart. You discern my golden core of eternal life at a single glance. Your vision is remarkably sharp. Initially, even Wu Yongtian had been unable to uncover his true nature, but this woman had seen through him after only 2 exchanges. There was little to be surprised about. Although the golden core of eternal life was exceedingly rare, it was not entirely absent. In the central domain, there were still some who possessed it. The central domain? You hail from the far side of the Chaos Demon Sea? Han Li's expression turned incredulous. Having obliterated several golden core factions in Guangnan Prefecture, he had garnered various ancient texts, which contained introductions to the central domain. It lay beyond the Chaos Demon Sea, a veritable sanctum for cultivation, where establishing a foundation was merely the most rudimentary level, and golden cores were as common as dust, with nascent souls roaming freely. In light of this, Han Li finally comprehended why even a mere maid could possess the cultivation level of a nascent soul ancestor. Now you understand the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred, the woman remarked with a cold huff, raising her hand as the ice phoenix surged toward Han Li like an overwhelming tide of death. Celestial King descends to the 9 heavens. Han Li roared, activating his Dao body's manifestation. Boom! The heavens trembled. And auspicious mists appeared from nowhere as the ancient figure of a celestial king slowly descended. An ancient phenomenon. The celestial king descends to the 9 heavens? You actually possess the Dao body of eternal life. The woman was suddenly taken aback, her shock palpable. You already knew I was a golden core of eternal life. It is only natural for me to possess the Dao body of eternal life as well. Is there truly a need for such astonishment? Han Li scoffed. Who told you that possessing the golden core of eternal life guarantees the awakening of the Dao body? The woman retorted with a cold laugh. There is a connection, but it is not significant. Oh, however, from what I understand, as long as one has established the foundation of eternal life, the Dao body can be awakened, Han Li said, raising an eyebrow, finding her assertion somewhat at odds with his own knowledge. Nonsense. Although the foundation of eternal life is incredibly rare, one can still strive to attain it by seeking the elusive Xinhuang Qi. However, the body of eternal life was last witnessed 3 millennia ago. How intriguing it is to encounter such a phenomenon in the remote and desolate lands of the Great Zhou dynasty. I have changed my mind. I shall capture you and take you back. With that, the woman's voice fell, and she moved swiftly, following closely behind the ice phoenix, advancing towards Han Li with determination. She intended to strike forcefully and personally subdue him. The art of celestial demon manifestation. The woman was extraordinarily powerful. Han Li, without hesitation, employed the art of celestial demon manifestation, successfully conjuring 4 ethereal figures of celestial demons. Chapter 132, Limitless Duel, Celestial Infant Pill with a resounding boom. Han Li unhesitatingly unleashed the celestial demon birth technique, manifesting 4 ethereal projections of celestial demons in rapid succession. The remarkable solidity of these apparitions stemmed from his absorption of the primordial infant ancestor, Wu Yongtian. Otherwise, sustaining such a formidable display would have proven exceedingly challenging. The atmosphere brimmed with a rich essence of celestial demonic energy. Could you be a descendant of the demon clan? The woman in the flowing dress furrowed her brow as she beheld the sudden emergence of Han Li's 4 celestial demon projections. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li charged forth, accompanied by the 4 celestial phantoms, while simultaneously invoking the yin-yang opening heaven realm, unleashing his pinnacle combat prowess against the woman in the flowing dress. Her strength was formidable. Even now, he could not discern her precise level within the primordial infant realm. Most crucially, she hailed from the central domain of the divine land, reputed to be the very epicenter of their cultivation world. He had yet to venture beyond the northern spirit domain, a mere corner of the vast cultivation landscape. Initially, he had presumed that Wang Tai's mother was merely affiliated with a powerful faction from the northern spirit domain or perhaps the broader Great Zhou dynasty. Little did he anticipate that her origins lay in the central domain of the divine land. The grandeur of her presence was indeed overwhelming. However, the absolute disparity in realms meant that even if she were to reincarnate as a celestial demon, she would ultimately face justice. The woman's expression remained icy and detached. In her eyes, Han Li's combat prowess was impressive but not insurmountable. With deft hand seals, she summoned a multitude of ice spirits, coalescing them into an icy dragon that surged towards him. Simultaneously, she extended her delicate hand, unleashing an endless wave of frigid air that threatened to freeze the very fabric of space itself. With a thunderous roar, Han Li spread his wings of the Death Phoenix, the terrifying heat emanating from him melting the encroaching chill. Had he not done so, he might have been encased in ice midair. The two engaged in a frenzied clash, their battle obliterating the island beneath them and sending towering waves crashing through the surrounding lake. After a violent exchange, Han Li was struck squarely in the chest, sent crashing backward, a bitter taste flooding his throat as he coughed up blood. Swiftly, he harnessed the nirvana power within to recuperate, letting out a fierce cry as he charged once more at the woman. To recover so swiftly after receiving my strike, truly, you are a golden core of longevity. Indeed formidable. Presently, you dwell within the golden core realm. Should you ascend to the primordial infant or transformation realms, capturing you would prove a daunting task. Alas, your misfortune lies in my arrival here today, the woman in the flowing dress remarked coldly, a hint of relief threading through her voice as she formed another hand seal. Suddenly, a biting cold wind swept across the ground, freezing everything within reach. With a cataclysmic eruption, an overwhelming wave of frigid air surged forth. The sound of cracking ice resonating through the sky and earth alike. Han Li shuddered violently, hastily activating the blood-refining divine light to escape. Useless. No matter how swiftly you move, not even instantaneous travel can avail you, unless you possess the absolute power to shatter my frozen expanse. The woman in the long dress spoke with an icy tone. The chill radiating from her was astonishingly rapid, enveloping the surroundings in a three-dimensional manner. Truly formidable. I suspect you are no ordinary Yuanying, at the very least a genuine Yuanying, or even a Tiandao Yuanying, I presume. Han Li exclaimed loudly while deftly evading her attacks. Feeling a sense of dread at her overwhelming strength, realizing that compared to her, Wu Yongtian stood at an unfathomable distance. Merely a genuine Yuanying. The woman in the long dress remarked casually. Han Li's heart eased slightly. A genuine Yuanying was manageable, but a Tiandao Yuanying would indeed pose a significant challenge. In the next instant, he flipped his wrist and retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, pouring out a pill as smooth as mutton fat. Are you resorting to drugs? The woman observed with a dismissive smile. She said, if consuming pills could bridge such a vast chasm of disparity, why would cultivators toil diligently? Step by step, in their cultivation? She held this notion in disdain. You are not wrong, yet there are always unforeseen circumstances. The Tianying Dan. I presume you have heard of it? Han Li's lips curled into a smirk as he unhesitatingly swallowed the Tianying Dan he had obtained from the Lord of the Rakshasa. The Tianying Dan? Such a nefarious pill? The expression of the woman in the long dress shifted in an instant, filled with mockery. The method of concocting the Tianying Dan is exceedingly cruel, requiring the essence of 3 Yuanying realm ancestors, combined with the essence of 9 peak Jindan realm cultivators. Only then can it be refined. Moreover, its value is astronomical, possessed only by the most elite demonic sects within the chaotic seas of magic. Its effects are astonishing. As long as one is in the Jindan realm, regardless of the tier, upon consumption, one can temporarily break through to the Yuanying realm. Boom. At the moment the pill entered Han Li's mouth, an earth-shattering roar erupted from his body, and his aura began to soar dramatically, surging toward the heavens. Jindan realm. 3rd layer. Jindan realm. 4th layer. Jindan realm. 9th layer. Yuanying realm. 1st layer. As his momentum peaked, Han Li's cultivation soared past the barriers of the Jindan realm, stepping into the Yuanying realm. In that instant, Han Li felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, every cell capable of leveling a hill. Besides the absence of a condensed Yuanying, he underwent a monumental transformation. This power was immense, akin to a tsunami. Such a potent aura exceeds my expectations, the woman in the long dress thought, her brow furrowing slightly. The overwhelming aura emanating from Han Li caused her heart to tremble. Now that I too am in the Yuanying realm, let us see who is stronger. Han Li roared with fervor. Once again, the dark sorcery of the demon's descent was activated, causing the very void to tremble. A profoundly ominous haze of grayish-brown demonic energy materialized out of thin air, vast and overwhelming, stretching for several thousand meters. Chapter 133. A counterattack against the upper echelons, a forceful suppression. This time, it was no mere skirmish. An expanse of several miles had been engulfed by this grayish-brown demonic aura, as if the realm of the netherworld had descended upon this place. At that moment, the entire populace of Yong'an City felt it. Those who practiced demonic arts were filled with exhilaration, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Was Master Han unleashing his power? Was he on the verge of a breakthrough, or was there an assassination attempt against him? Regardless of the scenario, Master Han would ultimately emerge victorious. He shall undoubtedly triumph in the end. We shall offer our prayers for him. Yes, our prayers. These practitioners of the dark arts fell to their knees, fervently worshipping Han Li, their enthusiasm palpable. Accompanied by the extreme operation of the heavenly demon descent technique, one after another, ethereal figures of heavenly demons emerged. This time, a total of 36 such phantoms materialized. Upon witnessing the 36 heavenly demon apparitions, the expression of the woman in the flowing gown drastically changed. What sort of demonic technique is this? I have never heard of it in the central domain. Each phantom's strength mirrored her own. All at the eternal infant stage. How could one possibly fight against them? The woman's face turned a shade of green, though her realm was high and her martial arts unparalleled. Now she felt a tinge of panic. She had confidence in confronting Han Li, who was at the eternal infant stage. But facing 36 equally matched heavenly demon phantoms shattered her resolve. I must have underestimated you. We shall meet again another day. With a swift motion of her hand, the woman summoned a multitude of icy blades towards Han Li, then surprisingly turned to flee, eager to depart from the vicinity. So soon to be frightened? That truly takes me by surprise. However, as one I have deemed prey, you shall not escape. Han Li smiled menacingly. He moved, activating the blood refinement divine light, transforming into a streak of crimson light that surged toward the woman in the flowing gown. Simultaneously, the 36 heavenly demon phantoms mirrored his actions, becoming bloodlight as they charged forward. In mere moments, they enveloped the woman, launching 6 divine fists in unison against her. You scoundrel! If you truly manage to subdue me here, your demise is assured, and even your great Zhou dynasty will face utter devastation. The 6 divine fists descended like worlds upon her, instilling a profound dread in the woman. What do I care for the great Zhou dynasty? We are enemies regardless. Han Li scoffed. Do you not have family? Are you not concerned about their well-being? A solitary existence holds no fear. Han Li erupted into laughter. Do not utter any more of these trivialities. Today, you cannot escape your demise. Your grave mistake lies in your failure to employ a thunderous onslaught against me from the very beginning, foolishly entertaining the notion of suppressing and taking me away. Such fanciful thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. Han Li, alongside the 36 ethereal manifestations of celestial demons, unleashed a relentless barrage of the world-destroying divine magic, executing strike after strike. The woman in the flowing dress, with her long sleeves, retaliated wildly. However, in the face of Han Li's fervent assault, her attacks appeared utterly impotent. With an overwhelming presence, Han Li shattered all of her defenses and struck heavily upon her lofty bosom. Thud, thud, thud. The woman in the flowing dress spewed forth 3 mouthfuls of blood, sent careening through the air. Yet, to her astonishment and fury, Han Li's palm remained firmly pressed against her chest, refusing to withdraw. If you wish to kill or maim me, grant me a swift end. To think you would further humiliate me, let us perish together. The woman in the flowing dress bellowed in rage, her fierce spirit igniting as she prepared to perform a self-detonation, but at that moment, an overwhelming force emanated from Han Li's hand. She gasped in horror. You can absorb my power and cultivation? That frenzied suction surged from Han Li's palm, akin to a water pump, rapidly siphoning her strength and cultivation from her body. Even her attempt to self-detonate was forcefully halted. Exhilarating, exhilarating, exhilarating. At this moment, Han Li was too enraptured to respond to the woman's words, utterly lost in the ecstasy of the moment, nearly compelled to let out a triumphant howl. Though she was a genuine nascent soul practitioner, her cultivation level remained a mystery to him. Nevertheless, her profound spiritual power surpassed all, far eclipsing that of Wu Yongtian. Every pore in his body opened wide as an overwhelming essence surged through him. For a full 3 minutes, he drained her spiritual energy and cultivation entirely, stopping just short of her lifespan. Abruptly, Han Li withdrew his hand. How could this be? You have completely drained me. You fiend, how could you absorb me entirely? A power such as yours will surely incite chaos throughout the world. Feeling her essence thoroughly depleted, not a shred of spiritual energy or cultivation remaining, the woman in the flowing dress was utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Han Li was still reveling in the aftermath, his face flushed and hair standing on end. Yet, due to the lingering effects of the tuning pill, he found himself unable to break through to a higher realm, waiting for the effects to wane before attempting to ascend. With all aggression ceased, Han Li seized the woman by the neck as one would lift a chick. Reveal your true identity to me. Which faction do you hail from in the central domain of the divine continent? Who is your esteemed lady? At what realm does she reside? And how did you traverse the chaotic sea of demons? Han Li, with fervor, posed the questions that plagued his mind. Yet, the woman in the long dress remained obstinately silent, her demeanor resolute, as if she would rather face death than yield. Very well, you choose silence. But I possess myriad methods to deal with you. Do you know what is most abundant in this city? Han Li remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the outside. I care not what is in excess. Even if you were to skin me alive or subject me to the most torturous of deaths, I would remain steadfast in my silence, she retorted coldly. Ah, sometimes death is indeed the most effective form of release. Yet, what of a fate worse than death? Han Li scoffed, and in an instant, he seized the woman by the neck and soared into the sky. From their lofty vantage point, they beheld a throng of kneeling, fervent demon cultivators below. Do you see? These are the demon practitioners, each honing their own dark arts. Given your striking beauty and delicate nature, if I were to cast you among them, what fate do you suppose awaits you? Shameless. You are devoid of humanity. Do you fear not the wrath of heaven? She lashed out in anger. Her spirit was unyielding. Otherwise, she would not have dared to contemplate self-detonation when Han Li's hand lingered upon her chest. I am a great demon lord. Do you find it amusing to speak of humanity with me? Han Li chuckled derisively. How about this? Let us first immerse you among them for a few hours of entertainment, and then we shall converse further. With those words, Han Li propelled himself and the woman outward. I assure you, I will divulge everything. But you must grant me a swift end, she implored, fear creeping into her heart. She was not afraid of torture, but rather of those foul men. As we proceed, I shall speak quickly, and you may move slowly. Let us cooperate for a mutually beneficial outcome. Mutually beneficial? You hope to win twice? You beast. Truly, you are a monster devoid of compassion, the woman raged inwardly. Chapter 134. You see, fear has once again gripped her. Ultimately, the lady in the long dress succumbed to her fears. Han Li, driven by desperation, was genuinely terrified of being thrown into the midst of that horde of demonic cultivators. It was likely that by dawn, she would be half drowned in their chaos. This is how it should be. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Han Li smiled faintly. He then led her down from the heights, returning to solid ground. With a calm gaze, he inquired, would you care to answer my earlier question? If I divulge the information, will you spare me? Do you believe you have the standing to negotiate with me? Han Li chuckled softly. You. The lady in the long dress bit her lip fiercely, her resentment towards Han Li intensifying. The young lady hailed from the esteemed Tianxian sect of the Central Domain, being none other than the esteemed daughter of Dong Qianshan, the current leader of the sect. As for her cultivation level, I truly cannot divulge that, for I am unaware of her true strength. What I do know is that 3 years ago, she had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Whether she has since ascended to the transformation stage remains uncertain to me. You are uncertain? At this, Han Li raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of her statement. I genuinely do not know. The young lady has 4 maidens in attendance, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. The 3 of them have been with her for years, while I have not accompanied her for 3 years. I primarily reside within the Tianxian sect, tasked with relaying messages between her and the sect. Otherwise, it would not have been me who arrived. Had any of the other 3 come, the situation today would surely have been altered. With a serene sigh, the lady in the long dress continued, Is that so? It appears I am quite fortunate to have encountered you. Han Li chuckled lightly. What did you expect? My strength is the weakest among us, merely at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, while the other 3 have advanced to the later stages after following the young lady these past 3 years. Do not underestimate the distinction between the mid and late stages of the nascent soul. It is a qualitative difference. Your earlier tactics were indeed formidable, yet they may not suffice against someone at the later nascent soul stage. The lady in the long dress snorted repeatedly, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Han Li, wearing an unperturbed expression, replied, Whether one can prevail will be a matter for future encounters. However, I am curious, which of the 4 are you? I am the 3rd, known as Qingzhu. Qingzhu, that is a lovely name. One final question. How did you traverse the Eggmother Sea? As far as I am aware, the Eggmother Sea is exceedingly vast, teeming with formidable demonic sects and perilous dangers. It is quite simple. As a member of the Tianxian sect, I possess the Tianxian token. As long as I do not provoke any conflict, none will obstruct my passage. Qingzhu declared proudly, her exquisite face adorned with a hint of arrogance. The Tianxian token is indeed a valuable currency. As one of the leading sects in the Central Domain, she would be safe unless she inadvertently crossed paths with the sworn enemies of the Tianxian sect in the midst of the chaotic sea. Show me your token. Han Li extended his hand before her. At present, I possess no cultivation, and the token lies within my spatial ring, inaccessible to me. Then I shall take matters into my own hands, ensuring ample provisions. Han Li smiled faintly, reaching for Qingzhu's arm. Upon her delicate fingers rested a pale blue spatial ring, which he deftly removed. In his carelessness, he inadvertently grazed the back of Qingzhu's hand, causing her to shudder visibly. Rogue, you have gone too far, she retorted, her anger surging, feeling as though her hand had been sullied. Could it be that you harbor a disdain for men? Or perhaps you possess a cleanliness obsession, preferring the company of women and recoiling as if bitten at the mere touch of a man? Observing Qingzhu's vehement reaction, Han Li inquired with newfound curiosity. What business is it of yours? Qingzhu exclaimed sharply. Look, you're flustered again. It was merely a casual inquiry. Whether you answer or not is of no concern to me, Han Li replied with an irritated huff. He then delved into the spatial ring, retrieving a heavy token that emanated a faint chill. Both sides bore the inscribed characters, Xiantian. After scrutinizing it, Han Li exerted pressure with his hands. Yet the token remained impervious, showing no signs of deformation. How laughable. The Xiantian token is forged from 10,000-year cold iron, not something you can easily damage. Qingzhu scoffed. wealthy and extravagant. Indeed, it is said that such cold iron can only be unearthed in regions perpetually frozen and frigid. Once crafted into a spiritual weapon, it becomes unyielding and immensely powerful. For you to utilize such material for a token is truly opulent. Han Li caressed the Xian Tian token, remarking languidly. The Tianxian sect is a preeminent and illustrious sect within the central domain, ruling over vast territories. 10,000-year cold iron is hardly remarkable. Qing Zhu gazed at Han Li with the scornful eyes of one viewing a rustic. Ah, strength is commendable. When I come to confront you in the future, it shall yield bountiful rewards. Han Li chuckled lightly. Presumptuous. The might of the Tianxian sect is beyond your imagination. Should you dare to provoke them, you would be swiftly eradicated, without a doubt. Rest assured, the young lady will not let you escape. Your ultimate fate is a dead end. Qing Zhu shouted defiantly. When the day comes that I challenge the Tianxian sect, it shall be under circumstances where I possess the strength to obliterate them. Now, I pose one final question. Impart to me the technique you just employed. What? You dare to covet my cultivated technique? Qing Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. Han Li's insatiable greed was evident. Having already confined her, he now sought to usurp her technique. The technique you practice must be of considerable caliber. I must admit, I am rather envious. Share it with me, or else. You scoundrel, I shall not bestow it upon you. That is the sacred secret of the heavenly profound sect, and I will never disclose it, no matter what. Qing Zhu clenched her fists tightly, her voice filled with fury. The technique she practiced was far too precious. Under no circumstances would she share it with Han Li. If you remain uncooperative, I shall be compelled to resort to the methods I employed earlier. Chapter 135 Repeated Utilization and Cyclicality. Han Li smiled coldly, grasping Qing Zhu and soaring into the sky. Upon reaching the heights, the frenzied demonic cultivators remained undeterred, still lingering in the air. I will give it to you, isn't that enough? Qing Zhu bit her lip until it bled. Yet, she had no choice. Refusal would lead to humiliation, especially with those demonic cultivators so fervently relentless, which was utterly terrifying. Moments later, a technique known as the Xianbing Ju was transmitted to Han Li. This technique comprised 9 levels, each more formidable than the last. Mastering it to its pinnacle would allow one to freeze vast expanses in an instant, an exceedingly dreadful power. It possessed a high ranking, capable of being cultivated even to the stage of transformation. Well, I've told you all I needed to say. Grant me a swift end. Qing Zhu seethed through clenched teeth. Stripped of her cultivation and spiritual energy, she knew that even if Han Li released her, survival would be a daunting challenge. Humiliation might await her. Thus, seeking a quick demise seemed preferable. There's no rush. Let me first master your Xuanbing Ju before we discuss that. Han Li replied with a faint smile. Such delusions. Does one truly believe the Xuanbing Ju can be learned overnight? It took me over a decade to reach my current level. Even with your unique constitution, you would require years to comprehend it, he continued. Qing Zhu scoffed repeatedly. You needn't concern yourself with that. Han Li chuckled softly, gripping Qing Zhu as he soared outward. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Did you not promise not to hand me over to those vile men? Why break your word? Fear not. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I shall keep my word. However, I must verify whether your Xuanbing Ju is genuine or not. My purpose here is merely to bestow upon them a technique, he explained as they approached the devoted demonic cultivators. Han Li hovered in the air, gazing down upon them. I have prepared a technique for you. Practice diligently. I hope that one day, you will reach my level. With a swift gesture, he produced the Holy Emperor's infinite creation skill. As he pointed, the scriptures of the technique manifested in the air like a luminous screen. I urge you all to spread this knowledge as far as possible. Only by increasing our numbers can we grow stronger. Do you understand? Understood, Master. We shall certainly abide by your command. The fervent voices echoed in unison. Qing Zhu stood in stunned silence. No wonder they revered him so. He was their leader. Would you care to join my holy sect? Han Li inquired with a faint smile, his tone casual. Impossible. I, Qing Zhu, would rather plummet to my death than betray my mistress, the heavenly Xian sect, and become a member of your holy sect. Qing Zhu spoke with resolute conviction, her words imbued with a deep-seated animosity. It was indeed a pity. Otherwise, if you were to cultivate my holy emperor's infinite transformation technique, you would undoubtedly regain your formidable strength in a remarkably short span of time. Han Li remained unperturbed, merely letting out a soft sigh, tinged with a sense of regret. He then turned his attention away from Qing Zhu and proceeded to demonstrate the formidable prowess of the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation technique to the demonic cultivators below. In that moment, 2 distinct forces, sacred and demonic, intertwined around him, casting an aura of enigma and mystique. The assembly of demonic cultivators gazed, wide-eyed and awestruck. Yet, it must be said that at this particular moment, Han Li, unfolding a pair of deathly wings, manifested the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation technique, resembling the sovereign of the demon realm as he surveyed his subjects, exuding an unparalleled majesty and power. In his grasp, Qingzhu's eyes gradually widened, her spirit profoundly shaken. How could a being of the longevity Dao body have transformed into a demon? Yet, paradoxically, due to her essence as a longevity Dao body, there lingered an air of sanctity, an unsettling yet fascinating amalgamation of contradictions. Qingzhu murmured to herself, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to her, she had become increasingly engrossed in the spectacle. On one side stood Han Li, enacting his transformation, while on the other, the scriptures of the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation technique flowed endlessly across the luminous screen, imprinting themselves upon her heart. Having lost her cultivation and spiritual power, her alabaster skin inexplicably flickered with vitality, as though the very cells within her had been rejuvenated, awakening to life. Gradually, Qingzhu found herself instinctively operating the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation technique. With this almost subconscious activation, the ambient spiritual energy, demonic aura, and malevolent essence around her began to converge into her being. Strangely, she felt no repulsion. Rather, she swiftly assimilated the influx. Though she professed to resist practicing, her body proved remarkably honest. Han Li turned his gaze towards her, noting the changes unfolding within Qingzhu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In that moment, a bold thought flickered in Han Li's mind. What if I were to nurture Qingzhu? After all, she was a formidable cultivator at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Once she regained her powers, I could draw from her again, thus creating a cycle of utility. Han Li mused softly to himself, finding merit in this notion. He continued to evolve the technique, even channeling his own essence to nourish the involuntarily cultivating Qingzhu. At this juncture, Qingzhu was utterly absorbed in the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation technique. Under normal circumstances, such an obsession would be implausible. However, with her powers stripped away and suffering grave injuries, she was enveloped in a state of emptiness, blissfully unaware of her surroundings. As time trickled by, a sudden rumble reverberated from beneath their feet. Han Li glanced down, witnessing several demonic cultivators unexpectedly breaking through their realms. The sound jolted Qingzhu awake, snapping her back from her immersive trance. To my astonishment, a semblance of spiritual energy has once again returned to my body, and my cultivation has somewhat restored. Upon regaining consciousness, Qingzhu could acutely perceive the transformations within herself. Could this be attributed to the cultivation technique? Yet, it is a demonic art. How could I, a disciple of a righteous sect, dare to practice such a craft? Qingzhu's countenance shifted continuously. Are you aware of your own changes? Is it not rather pleasant? At that moment, Han Li's voice resonated with a teasing tone. No, not in the slightest. I feel utterly uncomfortable, as if countless golden needles are piercing through my body. Qingzhu immediately raised her head, snorting in indignation. Ha ha ha, the only thing hard about you is your mouth. If you truly felt discomfort, why do you continue to absorb the energy? Han Li chuckled lightly, his eyes sparkling with insight, as if he had unraveled all of Qingzhu's secrets. He gestured towards the essence of life that was emanating from him, which was gradually weaving its way into Qingzhu's form. Her expression stiffened as she hastily ceased the uninterrupted operation of the Saint Emperor's infinite transformation technique, halting her absorption of the energy radiating from Han Li. You have consumed far too much, even the essence that I have released. Qingzhu, you are no longer pure. Chapter 136, A New Harvest. The frozen demon path of all directions. How infuriating. This abhorrent demon truly deserves to perish. Qingzhu's heart simmered with rage, her countenance dark as the bottom of a black pot. Little did I expect to have unwittingly fallen into this demon's clutches. However, my lady, rest assured, Qingzhu shall never betray you. My life belongs to you, and I could never commit any treachery. Yet, given the circumstances, all I can do is endure this humiliation and bear the weight of my burden, awaiting the day I can restore myself, perhaps even grow stronger, to exact my revenge. I will persist until you send others to cross the sea. Qingzhu incessantly reassured herself. Though her ire toward Han Li had reached an unparalleled peak, she found clarity in this moment. What would it matter if she were to take her own life? She would not fulfill the mission bestowed upon her by her lady, nor would it bring Han Li any solace. It would be far better to endure the humiliation, survive, and grow stronger, biding her time until the opportune moment for retaliation or finding a way to convey her message back. Survival does not equate to betrayal. Qingzhu continued to bolster her resolve, and with this newfound understanding, she dismissed any lingering concerns. No longer would she allow the Sacred Emperor's infinite creation technique to operate autonomously. Instead, she activated it herself. In an instant, she absorbed various forms of spiritual energy, malevolent aura, and even the blood essence that Han Li willingly emitted, embracing it all without discrimination. A smirk curled at the corners of Han Li's lips. You wish to utilize this technique to grow stronger and perhaps even send word back, unaware that all your intentions are transparent to me. Ultimately, you are merely sewing a wedding dress for me. Ha ha ha. Observing Qing Zhu as she actively engaged the Sacred Emperor's infinite creation technique, Han Li quickly discerned her thoughts. He did not believe this woman would so easily submit to him. After all, she was a formidable Yuan Ing realm expert, backed by an immensely powerful faction. Such a rapid transformation must have an ulterior motive, the greatest of which is to endure the humiliation. As time trickled by, Han Li sensed that everyone had learned sufficiently. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the luminous barrier. Subsequently, he led Qing Zhu back to solid ground. Upon returning to the governor's mansion, Han Li began to delve into the forcibly acquired mystic ice scripture from Qing Zhu. Seated in the grand hall, as Han Li closed his eyes to study the mystic ice scripture, a rich air of derision enveloped Qing Zhu. How absurd! This mystic ice scripture, even in the stormy divine realm, is a highly coveted technique, and to believe one could master it in a day is laughable. She smirked continuously, almost unable to suppress her urge to mock Han Li. Yet, as she watched Han Li's tightly shut eyes, a surge of temptation welled within Qing Zhu. She contemplated launching a surprise attack. A ceramic teacup lay within reach. If she shattered the cup and grasped a shard, she could slice Han Li's throat. Her delicate hand trembled as it hovered over the teacup, but after a prolonged moment, Qing Zhu ultimately relinquished the thought. Fortunate for you that you chose to abandon the idea. Had you not, you would now be in two pieces. At that moment, Han Li's icy voice suddenly reverberated through the air. Qing Zhu shuddered violently, filled with a sense of dread. How infuriating! That wretched scoundrel had been monitoring me all along. A wave of anxiety washed over Qing Zhu, who inwardly cursed vehemently. However, it was a relief that, at this critical juncture, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Alas, now devoid of all cultivation, with spiritual energy completely depleted, it remains uncertain how long it would take to restore himself to his former state. His primordial spirit lay dormant, as fragile as a mere scrap of paper. Otherwise, why endure such torment? Even if it meant sacrificing his physical form, it would be better for his primordial spirit to escape. Qing Zhu sighed repeatedly. The most terrifying aspect was not merely the loss of his cultivation and spiritual energy, but rather the fact that his primordial spirit had shrunk to an extreme, lying motionless within the spiritual palace of his mind, akin to being lifeless. Practicing the technique bestowed by Han Li would allow him to gradually recover his cultivation and spiritual power. Yet, restoring his primordial spirit would likely require alternative methods, such as elixirs capable of enhancing the original spirit, or some rare and exotic treasures, or even consuming the souls of others. However, he was acutely aware that he would never commit such a heinous act as devouring another's soul. At this very moment, within a grand hall of the Demon Suppression Guard in the imperial city of Great Zhou, figures exuding an aura of terror filled the space. A middle-aged man held a tray, upon which lay a shattered jade tablet inscribed with the name Wu Yongtian. The Grand Commander had been assigned other duties by His Majesty, and now the command of the Demon Suppression Guard fell to me. Wang Quan and Zheng Guang. Each of you shall lead a contingent of the guard to Yong'an City at once. I hereby grant you permission to wield the Demon Suppression Sword. Spare no effort. We must capture the fiend who killed Commander Zhao. My lord, I shall see how many eyes he possesses and who bestowed upon him the audacity to strike against the leader of the Demon Suppression Guard. Should there be any forces behind him, we shall investigate and eradicate the entire lineage, even the offspring of any dog they have raised, without exception. At the city gates of Yong'an, before the tray stood a man clad in dark armor, his voice chilling to the core, causing the temperature in the grand hall to drop several degrees. Yes, Deputy Commander. The two commanders of the primordial spirit realm responded solemnly, accepting their orders. The Demon Suppression Guard possessed 3 demon suppression swords, all granted by the imperial family of Great Zhou. Each sword was a formidable spiritual treasure, containing the remnants of powerful Confucian cultivators who practiced the way of righteousness, infused with immense righteous energy and inscribed with formidable formations, thus rendering them immensely powerful. This was to ensure absolute certainty in their mission. Before them, the jade tray bore the token of Zhao Yongtian's soul. The soul jade could contain a person's spirit, and once the owner of the spirit perished, the soul jade would shatter, serving to convey information. For those at the Golden Core realm and above, employing certain techniques could effectively extract the soul. Wu Yongtian is a formidable figure of the nascent soul realm, and naturally, he has left behind a soul jade within this domain. The Demon Suppression Guard comprises a total of 8 commanders, each possessing their own soul jade, with the weakest among them being an ancestor of the first level of the nascent soul realm. Ascending further, there are 3 deputy commanders, each one a powerful entity at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, renowned for their unmatched prowess, standing as the pinnacle of strength within the entire Great Zhou dynasty and its imperial city. The Grand Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard is a superlative powerhouse in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, reaching the 7th level. Presently, the 2 commanders dispatched by the Deputy Commander include one at the peak of the 1st level of the nascent soul realm and another who is a formidable 2nd-level practitioner. Armed with the Demon Suppression Sword, they can, even against those of the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm, exert an overwhelming deterrent force. After receiving their orders, the 2 immediately return to commence mobilizing troops. You shall await in the Demon Suppression Guard. I will meet with His Highness the 2nd Prince to report the situation. With that, the Deputy Commander of the Demon Suppression Guard turned and departed. At this very moment, on the official road leading from the Great Zhou Imperial City to Yong'an City, an unremarkable carriage was racing forward. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that this seemingly ordinary carriage not only had horses whose hooves barely touched the ground, but also a gap of approximately 3 fingers wide between the carriage and the earth. In simpler terms, this carriage was not truly traversing the ground, but rather gliding through the air. Chenbo, how much longer? A voice emanated from within the carriage. To respond, Your Highness, please call me young master. The elder steering the carriage was promptly corrected by the voice inside. The elder immediately displayed a hint of unease. To answer, young master, at our current speed, we shall arrive in no more than half a day's time. The speed of the Windrider horses is unmatched. Good. As long as we arrive before the Demon Suppression Guard, that is all that matters. Indeed, we will certainly reach our destination ahead of the Demon Suppression Guard. The elder nodded in agreement. Inside the carriage, a remarkably handsome young man wore a faint smirk. My dear second brother, even if your mother has become Father Emperor's most beloved concubine, what of it? Even if you command the Demon Suppression Guard, what of that? I shall extinguish your Demon Suppression Guard, strip you of this formidable sword in your hand, and contend for the throne with you. It shall not be so easy. The young man's eyes glimmered with a sinister and chilling light. It is indeed a tragic tale. He, the illustrious first prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Jingqing, should have been declared the crown prince by now according to the customary royal protocols at his age. However, due to the sudden demise of his mother, the Empress of Great Zhou, the noble concubine Hua, who had long been at odds with his mother, seized the opportunity to ascend the ranks, whispering insidiously and employing various underhanded tactics to sabotage him. This resulted in repeated assaults on the Demon Suppression Guard he led, causing considerable losses and inciting the immense wrath of the Great Zhou Emperor. Consequently, for a myriad of reasons, his title of Crown Prince had yet to be established. The son of the noble consort, the 2nd Prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Jingtian, commands the Demon Suppression Guard with increasing authority and influence. Employing various stratagems, he forges connections, wins over court officials, and attracts skilled individuals, garnering a growing number of supporters. Moreover, with the noble consort whispering encouragement daily, rumors circulate that the Great Zhou royal family intends to break tradition and designate the 2nd Prince, Zhou Jingtian, as the crown prince. Having always been at odds with Zhou Jingtian, he fears that should the latter ascend to the throne, both he and his backing forces may face annihilation in this life and death struggle. Previously consumed by worry, he is now startled by the emergence of individuals daring to challenge the Demon Suppression Guard. Whether they are human or demon, he cares not. As long as they can collaborate to eliminate the guard and sever Zhou Jingtian's support, it is a venture worth pursuing. In Yong'an City, within the governor's mansion, Han Li diligently studies the mystic ice technique. As time passes, Qing Zhu, seated nearby, becomes increasingly alarmed by the continuous emanation of icy energy from Han Li's form. How could this be possible? The mystic ice technique is a high-level skill. How could he manifest its rudimentary form in such a brief period? It is inconceivable that he might refine it to mastery within mere days, or even a month or two. This notion is utterly implausible. Qing Zhu, a prodigy in his own right, has encountered countless remarkable talents within the Tianxian sect, yet he has never witnessed anyone like Han Li. However, within less than half an hour, Qing Zhu finds himself proven wrong. The icy aura radiating from Han Li intensifies dramatically, causing frost to crystallize upon the ground. The spiritual energy drifting through the air begins to transform into crystalline snowflakes, cascading gently around him. You have studied the mystic ice technique and comprehended the 10 directions of frozen demon path, enabling you to unleash a freezing calamity. As Qing Zhu stands in utter astonishment, Han Li's mind is graced with a line of text from the wordless golden book, followed by the cultivation method and effects of the 10 directions of frozen demon path. He immediately engages in learning. Upon completion, he realizes this technique is the epitome of the mystic ice technique, particularly emphasizing the aspect of calamity. There are 10 types of calamities. When unleashed, they manifest as follows: frost calamity, void frost condensation, freezing a vast expanse. Wherever it passes, all beings, whether human or beast, are encased in ice. Ice flame calamity, a white flame resembling snowflakes. In its wake, no life remains. This extreme cold flame can freeze even the extraordinary and spiritual fires of the world. Once tainted, there is little hope for remedy, save for severing a limb to survive. Moreover, it acts like a parasite, climbing swiftly and proving difficult to eradicate. The ice beast catastrophe. Once this technique is unleashed, any ferocious beast caught in its grasp and rendered incapable of resistance will fall under its control, aiding the wielder in battle. Among the 10 calamities, each one is utterly terrifying. Han Li couldn't help but draw in a few sharp breaths. This 10 directions frozen demon path is indeed rather ominous. He felt an overwhelming joy. It was essentially a powerful area of effect weapon. Its might is boundless, and the frigid nature of this lethal technique renders it even more unbearable for foes than ordinary methods of killing. The transformation of the environment into a realm of ice would greatly hinder the execution of techniques and movements. Boom. At that moment, a ferocious wave of energy suddenly erupted from Han Li's body. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth from his head, nearly uprooting the ceiling of the grand hall. As the ambient spiritual energy rushed towards him like a torrent. What is happening? Could it be that he is on the verge of another breakthrough? Qing Zhu was utterly astonished. Having just mastered his mystical ice technique, was he already poised for another advancement? Was he even human? Qing Zhu felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. Comparisons between people can be infuriating. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion from Han Li's breakthrough was immense, with waves of power surging upwards. Upon reaching a critical threshold, it erupted like a river breaking its dam, soaring into the heavens. Golden Core Realm, 3rd layer. Yet, this was not the end. Chapter 137, The Astonishment of Qing Zhu. The technique of the Arctic Immortal, the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, had reached a remarkable near 3 cycles. Yet the momentum for further advancement showed no signs of abating. The power of the 5th layer of the nascent soul realm was overwhelmingly grand, far surpassing that of Wu Yongtian, a mere 1st layer nascent soul practitioner, by countless magnitudes. Moreover, as Qing Zhu was a product of the Earth's veins, both his innate talent and constitution were elevated to several orders of magnitude above Wu Yongtian. Well, since containment proved elusive, a breakthrough was the only course of action. Initially, Han Li contemplated a slight suppression, but the adage "too much water spills over" resonated. It was better to allow the flow than to obstruct it. Such immense power had surged to his chest, and any further forced restraint could yield unforeseen complications. Thus, with the decision to advance, he resolved to do so in the most optimal state. With a grand gesture, a plethora of various elixirs and miraculous herbs materialized before him. The Hunyuan spirit absorption technique activated, drawing these treasures directly into his being. The 3rd phase of the devouring heaven and earth allowed for the absorption of all things, be it human, demon, or any other entity. Nothing could escape its grasp. As this vast array of items was consumed, the threshold to the 4th layer of the Golden Core realm could no longer be sustained, shattering explosively. With a resounding boom, Han Li's aura surged to unprecedented heights. The violet gold spiritual energy surged within his spirit sea, echoing like the roar of a tsunami. In that moment, the terrifying legacy of the immortal King Ling Jutian manifested autonomously. The numerous formidable techniques mastered by Han Li began to operate in synchrony, enhancing one another. Particularly, when the powerful technique of the Shifang frozen demon path, which he had only just comprehended, was unleashed, Qing Zhu could no longer contain himself. How could this be? This technique resembles that of the Arctic Immortal. How could you possess the Arctic Immortal's technique when I distinctly learned the Xianbing formula? Qing Zhu gasped, rising abruptly from his seat, astonished at Han Li. Indeed, his Xianbing formula was a counterfeit derived from the original Shifang frozen demon path, created by the Arctic Immortal. Yet even this imitation was tremendously powerful, while the true, Complete Shifang frozen demon path had long been lost following the disappearance of the Arctic Immortal, a superlative being of the transcendent stage. In that moment, Qingzhu felt as if thunder rumbled relentlessly, striking at the very core of his heart. After Han Li had evolved these auxiliary techniques, his formidable aura began to gradually recede, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the Golden Core realm. With a swift motion, Han Li opened his eyes, a flash of violet gold radiance gleaming within. Who is the Arctic Immortal you just mentioned? How do you know my technique is called the Shifang Frozen Demon Path? Han Li inquired, gazing intently at Qingzhu. I am aware that the Shifang Frozen Demon Path is exceedingly renowned in the central region. It originates from the Arctic Heaven, a supreme technique of the Arctic Immortal. How could you possibly know this? Qingzhu nodded, his astonishment palpable. Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. Rather, enlighten me about the identity of the Arctic Immortal and his level of existence. The Arctic Immortal is one of the sovereigns of the Arctic celestial realm, an unparalleled entity in the tribulation stage, revered as the Arctic Immortal. There are also claims that he has transcended the tribulation stage, having successfully navigated the great tribulation of ascension and shattered the void to enter the realm of immortals, where he possesses boundless longevity and an indestructible physique. However, regardless of the veracity of such rumors, what remains significant is the formidable martial art known as the 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path, which has rendered him renowned across the lands. How could you possibly know this? Qingzhu exclaimed in astonishment, nearly at a loss for words. Because I am intelligent and possess exceptional comprehension, I discerned the 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path through your profound ice technique, Han Li replied with a faint smile. Though he silently committed the Arctic Immortal to memory, vowing to investigate this figure's past thoroughly upon his future arrival in the central region of the Divine Continent. Impossible. The profound ice technique is merely a counterfeit method inspired by the 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path. How could you possibly deduce the latter from it? Such an extraordinary level of comprehension would be unfathomable. Do not attempt to deceive me as if I were a fool. Qingzhu resolutely shook his head, refusing to accept Han Li's assertion. Believe it or not, I am under no obligation to convince you. Han Li chuckled softly. The 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path possesses 10 terrifying natural disasters, indeed a source of great dread. From what he implied, the originator of this formidable path should be the Arctic Immortal he spoke of. Humph, you may say whatever you wish. However, should you ever travel to the central region of the Divine Continent and recklessly employ this terrifying killing technique, you can be assured that someone will come seeking you. The influence left by the powerful Arctic Immortal is not insignificant, and for an outsider like you to have learned it, you can only imagine the consequences you may face. Qingzhu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude after being ridiculed by Han Li. Huh? Did you not just state that the complete method of the Arctic Immortal's 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path has not been passed down? Does that imply that the version I am currently cultivating is the only complete method apart from his? Han Li exclaimed, directing a piercing gaze at Qingzhu. Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. You do make a valid point. If that is the case, then the 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path left behind by the Arctic Immortal, of which only I possess the complete version, signifies that I have indeed received his orthodox inheritance. They shall seek me as their new master, waiting for me to eliminate dissenters. Qingzhu, upon hearing this, was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He was utterly stunned. What kind of thought process could lead to such conclusions? Han Li's reasoning seemed excessively peculiar and arrogant. However, if one were to adhere to Han Li's logic, he was indeed not entirely incorrect. The 10 Directions Freezing Demon Path represents the Arctic Immortal, yet it is Han Li who fully grasps its essence. When the time comes for him to fully unveil this technique, it is entirely possible that some of the forces left behind by the Arctic Immortal will rally in support of him, for not everyone is united in their resolve. One cannot dismiss this possibility. However, I harbor doubts about your ability to reach the central domain of Shenzhou. Qingzhu nodded slightly, letting out a disdainful snort. Ha ha, those who wish to slay me, Han Li, are as numerous as the fish crossing a river, yet without exception, they have all returned to dust. His boisterous laughter echoed, reverberating through the air, a testament to his unwavering confidence. Ah, is someone approaching? At that moment, Han Li raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the entrance of the Grand Hall. At his current level, his mental acuity was vast, especially in predicting potential unknown threats. Following his recent breakthrough, the range of his spiritual perception had expanded several-fold. The entire expansive governor's mansion lay within his awareness, even extending to certain areas beyond its gates. At this very moment, he sensed two formidable presences arriving at the entrance of the governor's mansion. Who could it be? Could it possibly be the demon suppression guards again? Their speed surprises me. Han Li narrowed his eyes, yet he remained as steady as a mountain, particularly after having just transcended 2 minor realms. He felt even more powerful. At the entrance of the governor's mansion, Zhou Zhengqing and Chun Bo dismounted from their carriage. At this juncture, Chun Bo leaned close to the ear of the swift-winged horse, whispering something. The horse, as if comprehending human speech, took the reins and proceeded forward, moving away of its own accord. Chapter 138. The Crown Prince Zhou Zhengqing and the Unorthodox Alliance. Sir, do you think we might arrive only to find nothing? At the entrance, Chun Bo inquired of Zhou Zhengqing. A glance back would reveal whether their fears were founded. It was not out of the question that he had already departed. Zhou Zhengqing pondered briefly before responding. We have hastened our journey to Yong'an City with utmost urgency, lest Han Li have left. Subsequently, they proceeded towards the governor's residence. Sir, he has not departed. I sense a formidable spiritual presence scanning the surroundings. Perhaps he is already aware of our approach, Chun Bo remarked shortly after entering the governor's residence. Chun Bo was indeed a genuine Yuan-Ing realm expert. His perceptive abilities were extraordinary. Zhou Zhengqing's eyes brightened. That is splendid news. Remember to treat him with the utmost courtesy, regardless of whether he agrees to assist us. We must avoid any conflict. Understood, sir, Chun Bo nodded. They ventured deeper into the governor's residence, arriving at the grandest hall within. Upon entering, they found Han Li and Qing Zhu seated, seemingly awaiting their arrival. The visitors were of no ordinary stature, yet they were likely not part of the demon suppression guard. Observing Zhou Zhengqing and Chun Bo's entrance, Han Li noted, remarkable arrivals. Both were adorned in brocade garments. Yet it was evident that the young man wore the more opulent attire. This outfit might very well be a defensive treasure, as Han Li's spiritual sense could only scan their presence, failing to penetrate further. The elder accompanying him was unmistakably a Yuan-Ing ancestor. What sort of identity would necessitate the protection of a Yuan-Ing realm powerhouse? Forgive our uninvited presence, Han brother. Zhou Zhengqing approached Han Li, offering a proper greeting. Do we have an acquaintance? Han Li replied coolly, regarding Zhou Zhengqing. We were previously strangers, but we are destined to become acquainted shortly. Zhou Zhengqing responded with a subtle smile. However, after his words, Han Li remained silent. Indeed, the illustrious Han brother has garnered quite a reputation of late. Therefore, allow me to introduce myself. As Han Li remained silent, he awaited further explanation of Zhou Zhengqing's identity and intentions. To remain unchanged amidst change, silence often speaks volumes. I am Zhou Zhengqing, hailing from the Great Zhou Imperial City. Zhou, the surname of the Great Zhou? It is said that such lineage is closely tied to nobility. Han Li's brow arched in surprise. In the Great Zhou dynasty, those with the surname Zhou were indeed few. What you say is true. I am the current crown prince of the Great Zhou. The crown prince? Han Li's astonishment was genuine as he scrutinized Zhou Zhengqing with newfound intrigue. However, he soon regained his composure. Your Highness, the crown prince, esteemed and powerful, what brings you to this remote corner of Yong'an City? I come regarding the demon suppression guard. I wonder how Han brother would respond. Zhou Zhengqing replied with a gentle smile. A fleeting glimmer of sharpness flickered in Han Li's eyes. It seems the tale of the demon guard's disastrous fate in Yong'an City has reached the imperial capital. However, if you have come to seek vengeance for them, I must extend my apologies. With that, an icy aura of murderous intent erupted from Han Li, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet dramatically. He was utterly ruthless, prepared to strike at a moment's notice, regardless of whether his opponent was the crown prince of the royal family. As far as he was concerned, any enemy, even if the emperor of the Great Zhou stood before him, would not deter him from taking action if he deemed it possible. Ah, Brother Han, your temperament is indeed fierce. You are quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, I must clarify that I do not seek to avenge the demon guard, but rather to propose a collaboration to completely eradicate them, Zhou Zhengqing asserted, his hand gliding heavily across his throat as he spoke. Annihilate them. In an instant, the murderous aura emanating from Han Li vanished. Are you jesting, Crown Prince? To collaborate in exterminating the demon guard, which is a sharp blade in your royal family's arsenal. Han Li narrowed his eyes, a smile that was neither here nor there playing upon his lips. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You have already forged an enmity with the demon guard, and I harbor a strong desire to eliminate them as well. We can certainly join forces. However, the efficacy of a sharp blade depends on its target, does it not? Haraha. Zhou Zhengqing laughed heartily after speaking, prompting Han Li to join in with a smile. You make a valid point. However, I question why I should partner with the Crown Prince when I believe I possess the capability to eliminate the demon guard myself. I have faith, Brother Han. that you will one day have the power to eradicate the demon guard. Otherwise, you would not have so boldly executed Wu Yongtian, the commander sent here from the demon guard. Yet, do you not wish for your newly established holy sect to expand rapidly and grow in strength? We could assist one another. It is not beyond possibility that the holy sect might one day become the state religion of the great Zhou dynasty. Of course, this is contingent upon my ascension as the next sovereign of the great Zhou. Zhou Zhengqing's ambitions and aspirations were laid bare at that moment. Upon entering Yong'an City, he had apprehended several individuals on the streets, gathering substantial knowledge about recent events, including Han Li's recent founding of the holy sect and even his personal authorship of its teachings. The Holy Emperor's infinite creation technique, of which he now possessed a copy, sent shivers down his spine despite his familiarity with various powerful techniques, marking it as an unexpected gain from this visit. Ah, Crown Prince, your words tread dangerously close to treason. It is said that the great Zhou has yet to establish a crown prince, and you are already coveting the throne. If this reaches the ears of the Zhou royal family, I fear you may find your head on the chopping block. Han Li chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I must say, Zhou Zhengqing has been remarkably candid this week. Do I believe that if I do not think this way, they will spare me? Zhou Zhengqing scoffed. The competition for the throne is brutal and merciless, allowing no room for sentiment. If I wish to survive, I must vie for the imperial seat. However, for various reasons, the wings that should have spread wide have been clipped numerous times. Therefore, I seek the assistance of Brother Han. Let us collaborate sincerely to aid me in my pursuit of the crown prince position and perhaps one day ascend to the throne. In return, aside from the throne of the great Zhou, I can promise Brother Han any request he may have. The crown prince is indeed exceedingly frank. Yet, I have merely slain a commander of the demon suppression guard. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to assist you in contending for the crown prince position, or even to ascend the imperial throne? Han Li retorted. Chapter 139, one below. Tens of thousands above. Han Li was not inclined to readily acquiesce to Zhou Zhengqing's request unless the latter presented a far greater incentive to pique his interest. After all, he had merely slain a leader of the demon suppression guard, a mere first-layer nascent soul cultivator, which hardly warranted such immense confidence and solicitation from Zhou Zhengqing. My dear Brother Han, do not underestimate your own worth. The deeds you accomplished in Yong'an County, particularly after dispatching the county governor Wang Yangming, have indeed reached the imperial court in the capital, albeit without receiving due attention. However, upon noticing the dispatch of the demon suppression guard to Anping County to quell the demonic cultivators, I took it upon myself to investigate certain information regarding you. Your ascendance has been remarkably sudden, swift, and overwhelmingly powerful. To speak candidly, I am not only drawn to your personal prowess, but also to the formidable force that supports you. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Qingzhu. Seated with an air of serene composure, Qingzhu did not exude an overwhelming aura, yet he possessed a distinctive presence befitting a superior. Unbeknownst to Zhou Zhengqing, Qingzhu had lost all his cultivation, having been entirely drained by Han Li. Nevertheless, his origins in the illustrious Tianxian sect of the Central Domain, coupled with his status as a fifth-layer nascent soul elder, endowed him with an indelible aura cultivated over many years, remaining robust even in his diminished state. Thus, I wish to propose a collaboration with you, Brother Han. In return for your assistance, I offer two significant rewards. First, the establishment of the holy sect you founded as the state religion of the great Zhou dynasty. Second, upon my ascension to the throne, I will invite you to become the national master of the great Zhou dynasty, one below, tens of thousands above. Of course, I understand your lofty ambitions. On the surface, you may appear subordinate to me, yet in private, I will impose no restrictions upon you whatsoever. The sole condition is your support in my quest for the throne. At present, our most pressing task is to unite against the demon suppression guard. Zhou Zhengqing spoke with fervor, his determination to enlist Han Li evident. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he regarded Zhou Zhengqing. Ambitious, yet generous, this collaboration was indeed appealing. Ha ha! Zhou Zhengqing erupted into hearty laughter. Brother Han, I hope our partnership flourishes seamlessly. Additionally, I wish to impart a crucial piece of information. The Demon Suppression Guard has dispatched 2 nascent soul leaders, accompanied by an exceptionally skilled contingent, who are en route. You may wish to prepare in advance. After sharing a hearty laugh, Zhou Zhengqing revealed this significant intelligence to Han Li. Han Li raised an eyebrow. 2 nascent soul leaders, you say? How fortuitous. It is precisely what I need to solidify my foundation, having just achieved a breakthrough and in dire need of honing my skills. He felt no trepidation or anxiety. Murmuring to himself, "Thank you." Han Li expressed his gratitude, then continued, You all should wait here for the time being. I will go out to await their arrival. Brother Han, you intend to go out to await them? Zhou Jingqing's brow instantly arched. What? Are you fearful that I might flee prematurely? Han Li chuckled lightly. Zhou Jingqing quickly waved his hand. Such a trivial thought could never cross my mind. I hope Brother Han does not misconstrue my intentions. Ha ha ha, you may await here. Han Li concluded, stepping outside. Once he emerged, he ascended into the air. Zhou Jingqing, especially the elder beside him, possessed formidable strength. I cannot reveal all my cards. It would be best to instill a profound sense of intimidation within them. As for the notion of ascending the throne, where I would be equal to him, such childish fabrications are best left unspoken. Those who take them to heart must truly be lacking in judgment. A cold smirk spread across Han Li's heart. If he were to support Zhou Jingqing in claiming the throne, he was certain that Zhou would likely turn against him. No emperor would permit anyone to stand on equal footing with them, nor exist in an ambiguous state that is difficult to control. This is an ironclad principle. Nevertheless, through mutual cooperation with Zhou Jingqing, he could indeed reap benefits and resources. It was merely a matter of reciprocal exploitation. Suspended in midair, Han Li surveyed his surroundings. Then with a swift motion, he activated the blood-refining divine light, transforming into a streak of crimson light, darting through the entire governor's mansion. Deploying one device after another at various strategic points. The blood-refining Zhanghu array was a grand formation that Han Li wielded with increasing adeptness. After setting up the array, as he was about to return to the main hall, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard the distant thundering of hooves approaching rapidly from below. Gazing into the distance, Han Li ascended higher, and there he beheld a vast battalion mounted upon war horses, charging toward the governor's mansion with the clangor of weapons clashing. Prominently displayed among this imposing force was a banner inscribed with 3 characters, Demon Suppression Guard. They have arrived. Quite swiftly indeed. Observing the formidable contingent racing toward him, a subtle smile graced Han Li's lips. At that moment, Zhou Jingqing and the elder emerged from the main hall, accompanied by Qingzhu. Brother Han, I sense a tremendous force swiftly approaching the city, exuding a menacing aura. Have you noticed it? Zhou Jingqing inquired. The Demon Suppression Guard is here, Han Li replied, gesturing towards the outside with a nonchalant tone. They are indeed quite rapid. Upon receiving the news, I hastened here upon my swift steed, yet the Demon Suppression Guard, despite needing to mobilize their forces, has not lagged far behind. Zhou Jingqing felt a surge of astonishment, yet his desire to swiftly eradicate the Demon Suppression Guard intensified. This force was overwhelmingly significant, having secured numerous merits and accolades for the second prince. It was a sharp blade in his hand. Eldest prince, should we perhaps retreat for a moment? Han Li turned his head to gaze at Zhou Jingqing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zhou Jingqing, meeting Han Li's gaze, slowly shook his head. I trust you, Brother Han. There is no need for me to retreat. He fully comprehended Han Li's intention. Should he choose to withdraw for the time being, it would be entirely justifiable. After all, as a prominent prince, his presence here, alongside Han Li, the one responsible for the demise of the Demon Suppression Guards, would undoubtedly exert a considerable influence on him. Should this information be exaggerated and relayed to the second prince or the palace, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to Zhou Jingqing. Yet, standing resolutely in this moment, it was evident that he sought to firmly align himself with Han Li, thereby demonstrating his sincerity and unwavering confidence in him. After Zhou Jingqing spoke, Chen Bo, who stood beside him, attempted to dissuade him, but was summarily dismissed by a wave of Zhou Jingqing's hand. He remained steadfast, his eyes fixed on Han Li as he executed the annihilation of the Demon Suppression Guards. Chapter 140. A formidable enemy approaches. The power of immortal techniques. Han Li nodded slightly with a smile, standing effortlessly in midair, awaiting the arrival of the Demon Suppression Guards outside. Soon, the guards, led by Wang Quan and Zheng Guang, charged from the streets towards the governor's mansion, breaking through its grand doors and pouring in like a flood. Upon entering the courtyard of the mansion, as they laid eyes on Han Li, a fierce and brutal aura emanated from them. The Demon Suppression Guards were akin to a heartless killing machine, having eradicated countless demonic cultivators and sects throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, emerging unscathed from a sea of corpses and blood. Yet, before they could turn their attention to Han Li, both Wang Quan and Zheng Guang were suddenly taken aback. Their gazes shifting to the elevated platform behind Han Li, where stood the Crown Prince, Zhou Jingqing. The Crown Prince? Is that truly him? Wang Quan raised an eyebrow and remarked to Zheng Guang beside him. It is not merely a resemblance. He is indeed the Crown Prince, Zhou Jingqing, Zheng Guang solemnly affirmed. Filled with perplexity, what brings the Crown Prince to this place? Could it be that this demon is under his protection? Zhang Guang squinted, his voice laced with suspicion. Has His Highness the Crown Prince consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to harbor a demon cultivator? Does he not realize that those who practice demonic arts are loathed by His Majesty? Wang Quan scoffed derisively. Zhang Guang chuckled lightly. Let us inquire further before jumping to conclusions. He momentarily set aside his focus on Han Li and stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Zhou Zhengqing. May I ask if you are indeed His Highness the Crown Prince? His voice resonated like thunder in the vicinity. Zhou Zhengqing nodded lightly. Indeed, it is I. I did not expect to encounter Commander Zhang here. What a fortuitous coincidence. Zhou Zhengqing smiled gently. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Though I am curious as to what brings His Highness here. Have you been coerced by this demon, or is there another reason? Zhang Guang asked, maintaining a tone of respectful inquiry rather than immediate accusation. I have not been coerced. I am quite free, Zhou Zhengqing replied with a faint smile. Your Highness, do you understand the implications of your statement? If you were under duress, we would ensure your safe passage. However, if you are not, your proximity to a demon cultivator could stir a significant uproar. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Zhang Guang spoke with a hint of veiled threat. I am fully aware, Zhou Zhengqing retorted, unwavering. I stand here to witness how Brother Han will subdue all of you, his henchmen and vicious dogs. Very well. With the Crown Prince's assertion, we are clear on that matter. However, the demon suppression guards are not in a position to judge the Crown Prince. After we subdue and eliminate this demon, we hope you will not pose difficulties for us, and we shall ensure your return to the Imperial City. Zhang Guang replied with a cold smirk, his words dripping with humiliation rather than mere threat. Zhou Zhengqing's expression remained unchanged, adorned with a subtle smile. Let us first ensure Han's survival, he remarked. As his words echoed in the air, Zhang Guang and Wang Quan diverted their attention from Zhou Zhengqing to Han Li. For nearly a decade, you are the first to boldly slay the leader of my demon suppression guard, truly. You possess the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Zhang Guang glared coldly at Han Li, his voice laced with rage. There is no room for idle chatter. Today, you shall all remain here. Not even a finger shall escape. Han Li bellowed, and in an instant, he activated the blood-refining Jianghu formation. Boom. As Han Li's voice resonated, the void trembled, and crimson beams of light materialized from thin air, their murderous intent manifesting in the sky above. What is this? Could it be a formation? Upon witnessing the ever-increasing and densely packed beams of deathly light, Zhang Guang and his companions narrowed their eyes in alarm. Regardless of its nature, let us strike, Wang Quan exclaimed, revealing a cruel smile. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward, charging violently at Han Li. With a mere wave of his hand, Han Li summoned the beams of lethal light, which converged before his palm. In a swift motion, he lunged at Wang Quan. Such audacity! The demon suppression guard has come to capture you. Yet not only do you refuse to surrender, but you dare to resist. Wang Quan and the others shouted in unison, the terrifying strength of their nascent soul realm erupting. However, their speed paled in comparison to the explosive force of the blood-refining Jianghu formation. The demon suppression guards emitted piercing cries as they were mercilessly shredded by the horrific beams of light, retreating with no place to flee. The skies were engulfed in murderous energy, resembling a meat grinder that pulverized them to pieces. Scoundrel! You wretched fiend! How dare you set such an insidious formation in advance? If we do not eliminate you, it would be a transgression against the heavens. Zhang Guang and Wang Quan seethed with fury. Each member of the demon suppression guard had required immense effort and resources to cultivate, yet now they were being slaughtered en masse as though they were mere vegetables. An unbearable sight for them. However, Zhang Guang soon noticed something unusual. The blood of the slain demon suppression guards vanished from the ground, seemingly absorbed by an unseen force, while the murderous energy released by the formation grew even more terrifying. Wang Quan, we must join forces to subdue him. This formation bears an ominous nature, a demonic array. Those who perished have become nourishment for it. Zhang Guang shouted urgently. Agreed. Wang Quan replied, instinctively glancing at the ground, confirming Zhang Guang's assessment. We must swiftly subdue Han Li. Otherwise, if this demonic formation continues to grow, even we, as nascent soul cultivators, may suffer grave consequences. Faced with the combined might of the two nascent soul experts, Han Li took a deep breath and calmly declared within his heart, 10 directions frozen demon path. Ice flame heavenly calamity. In an instant, the space within the blood refinement Jianghu formation abruptly solidified, revealing a series of pure white flames emerging around Han Li. These ethereal flames radiated not a searing heat, but an irresistible chill. The 10 Directions Frost Demon Technique. A remarkably rare skill even in the central region of the Divine Land, unfolded before their eyes today. Standing upon the dais in front of the Grand Hall, Qing Zhu gazed at the sacred white flames with a surge of emotion. This was the supreme technique created by the legendary Arctic Immortal. As this icy calamity descended, the demon suppression guards that had yet to be vanquished by the blood refinement zhang formation hastily raised their weapons, launching them toward the falling white flames. However, upon contact, the flames swiftly froze them, transforming them into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye, only to be subsequently shredded by the onslaught of murderous light, reducing them to mere frozen meat scattered across the ground. What madness is this? What kind of flame is this that possesses such frigidness? At the forefront, Wang Quan faced this chilling phenomenon directly. He attempted to swat away several of the descending white flames, yet his hand did not shatter them. Instead, a few flames clung to his fingers, instantaneously plunging him into a frost-laden abyss, a coldness that sent shivers through his very core. Most terrifyingly, the fingertips that first encountered the white flames began to freeze rapidly, the icy grip spreading downwards like a relentless parasite. Chapter 141. The majestic righteousness and the might of the demon-slaying sword. The ice flame disaster was truly terrifying, a force the sovereign had never encountered before. The white flames clung to the sovereign's fingertips like maggots, rapidly freezing the powerful digits and spreading at an eerie pace. He hastily summoned the formidable power within his body, attempting to expel the encroaching chill, only to be astonished to find that even the energy he infused was frozen. How could this be so bizarre? This was not a demonic skill. It was more akin to the legendary power of the laws. Yet, how could he wield such power? The sovereign gasped in disbelief. To even begin to comprehend the power of the laws, one must at least reach the divine transformation realm. This realm signifies the metamorphosis from the source star to the primordial spirit, a stage where one becomes incomparably formidable, immortal in essence, undying in soul. The most significant transformation is the ascension to divinity, the enlightenment of one's true self, the comprehension of the foundational principles of the universe, and the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. However, Han Li's current cultivation was merely at the fourth layer of the Golden Core realm, rendering it impossible for him to grasp the power of the laws. No matter how gifted, he could not transcend the celestial rules. The only plausible explanation was that the technique employed by Han Li was extraordinarily potent, far surpassing their imagination, perhaps even a legendary celestial art, which would explain the difficulty in dispelling it. Quickly sever your arm. Do not hesitate any longer. Zhang Guang bellowed. Time was of the essence. If he did not act swiftly, the entirety of the sovereign's arm would be rendered useless. What was even more dreadful was that if the frost spread to his body, freezing his heart and internal organs, it would spell disaster, leaving him with no hope of recovery. With a roar, the sovereign made a decisive move. He waved his hand and drew forth his divine weapon, a long blade embedded with 5 gemstones. With a fierce slash, he brought the blade down upon his own arm. In an instant, his arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to bite through his molars. By severing your own limb, you are courting death. Han Li scoffed, then abruptly raised his other arm. In that moment, he activated the primordial absorption technique to its utmost, unleashing a terrifying suction that emanated from his palm. A chilling sight unfolded. His blood coalesced into a torrent, rushing directly towards Han Li's hand. How audacious! You possess such a skill. The sovereign was struck with a profound fear, realizing that his blood was being rapidly absorbed. The sudden loss of blood induced a powerful wave of dizziness that threatened to topple him to the ground. Even as a nascent soul expert, he could not withstand such rapid depletion, leaving his body a mere husk, capable only of sustaining the nascent soul as he attempted to flee. Yet, the current situation evidently did not permit such an escape. As Zhang Guang observed the situation, he swiftly retrieved his formidable weapon, unleashing a thunderous roar as he drew forth a resplendent golden longsword from his spatial ring. This sword, adorned with intricate runes, exuded an overwhelming aura of righteous energy upon its emergence. The demon-subduing sword, the most potent weapon among the demon-subduing guards, was indeed a powerful spiritual treasure. Infused with the formidable righteous energy from powerful cultivators who practiced the path of righteousness, it was also inscribed with powerful formations. Upon the unveiling of this sword, Han Li's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed an intense threat. Brother Han, this sword is known as the demon-subduing sword. You must exercise utmost caution. It harbors immense righteous energy and is inscribed with 9 formidable demon-subduing arrays. As the sword was drawn, Zhou Jingqing, standing on the steps, urgently cautioned him. Now aligned with Han Li, he understood that if Han Li failed to eliminate Wang Quan and his companion today, he would soon be in grave peril himself. The name Demon Subduing Sword, coupled with the righteous energy, seemed tailored specifically to combat demonic cultivators. Han Li's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he summoned the Yin-Yang heaven-opening mirror. Unleashing a terrifying beam of light. Swish! Zhang Guang swung the Demon Subduing Sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaved through the air. However, this sword energy did not exude a sense of bloodshed. Instead, it radiated an expansive aura of righteous sunlight, seemingly capable of shattering all malevolent spirits. Boom! In the next instant, the sword aura, suffused with righteous sunlight, obliterated the terrifying beam emitted by Han Li's Yin-Yang heaven-opening mirror, continuing its relentless advance toward Han Li. Impressive. Han Li thought, his expression darkening. He understood that it was not merely Zhang Guang's formidable strength, but rather the power of the demon subduing sword that magnified his might several-fold. Does anyone possess a divine weapon to lend me? Han Li shouted urgently to Zhou Zhengqing and the others. Zhou Zhengqing could only force a bitter smile. Brother Han, do you not possess a powerful divine weapon? That is the demon subduing sword. The weapons I wield are far inferior. His reluctance to assist stemmed from the reality that even the weapon held by his companion, Chen Bo, a formidable nascent soul cultivator, paled in comparison to the demon subduing sword. Ha! Do not entertain thoughts of resisting the demon subduing sword. It has been infused with righteous energy by powerful cultivators of the path of righteousness. It is also laden with numerous formations specifically designed to counteract demonic cultivators. Can your demonic powers withstand such celestial might? Zhang Guang laughed heartily, channeling his strength into the demon subduing sword. The sword emitted an exhilarating cry, and the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation, as if the incantations of great scholars echoed, deafeningly resonating through the air. Qing Zhu, lend me your weapon for a moment. Zhou Zhengqing asserted that he possessed no weapon he could not withstand, a claim that Han Li found credible. For Zhou had indicated that it was one of the 3 extraordinary divine armaments of the Demon Suppression Guard. I too lack a formidable weapon, Qing Zhu replied swiftly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Not long ago, Han Li had been incredibly arrogant. If he were to perish before him, it would indeed be quite gratifying. If I were to perish, do you truly believe you could escape unscathed? You have also cultivated demonic arts, and now you are a demon practitioner. Yet your powers are nearly depleted. Consider the treatment you shall receive, Han Li thundered vehemently. The smile on Qing Zhu's face froze instantaneously. Damn it, had I known. I would never have practiced the techniques you dispensed, he muttered darkly to himself. Subsequently, he waved his hand, sending forth a long sword which Han Li swiftly grasped. Chapter 142. The demonic path beckons. All must kneel and call me father. He. Behold my demon-suppressing sword. It is exceedingly difficult for the entire great Zhou dynasty to uncover a divine weapon more formidable than this. Even if you were to borrow a sword, what difference would it make? You would still be bound for a path of demise. Zhang Guang scoffed, wielding the demon-suppressing sword as he charged forward once more. Humph. It merely harbors a touch of righteous aura. What significance does that hold? It pales in comparison to my extreme spectral snow soul sword. Qing Zhu snorted disdainfully. He could concede that the demon-suppressing sword was indeed remarkable, at least within the confines of the great Zhou dynasty, where it surely ranks among the finest divine weapons. However, in the central domain and the Tianshan kingdom, it is truly inconsequential. His extreme spectral snow soul sword, forged from the chilling iron found in the frigid depths of a glacial cave, boasts unparalleled power. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. You, the female demon, have yet to witness the true strength of the demon-suppressing sword. Allow me to demonstrate. Soon, this sword shall rest against your throat. Zhang Guang bellowed, provoking Qing Zhu's ire. A mere frog at the bottom of a well. Ha ha ha. Qing Zhu, do not be overly agitated. I shall sever his head with your sword, so he may comprehend the depths of his ignorance. Han Li laughed heartily, surprised that Zhang Guang's words managed to enrage Qing Zhu. It was, indeed, amusing. Boom. Grasping the extreme spectral snow soul sword, Han Li infused it with an immense force, unleashing an overwhelming chill that emanated from the blade. He then activated the 10 Directions frozen demonic path, channeling his power through the extreme spectral snow soul sword. Boom. The 2 distinctly different forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, yet almost immediately, the remnants of their clash were swiftly encased in ice. How is this possible? Zhang Guang exclaimed in astonishment. To freeze such a phenomenon is utterly absurd. Kill. Han Li stepped forward, activating the Snow Lotus Divine Light Shield, transforming into a beam of crimson light as he charged forth. Zhang Guang's expression shifted, hastily preparing to retaliate. However, no matter how swiftly he countered, he could not match Han Li's speed, especially as the extreme spectral Snow Soul Sword proved even mightier than the demon-suppressing sword, capable of suppressing the righteous aura emanating from it, allowing Han Li to unleash a reckless assault. Boom! In a flurry of blades and swords, Zhang Guang was propelled away like a cannonball. But before he could touch the ground, Han Li closed the distance, thrusting the extreme spectral Snow Soul Sword deep into his abdomen. Ah! Zhang Guang let out a scream of agony. But what was far more terrifying was that once the extreme spectral Snow Soul Sword pierced his flesh, the freezing power surged within him, rapidly encasing his veins and flesh in ice. Shiman, this is a demonic sword. It is undeniably a demonic sword. Zhang Guang cried out in terror. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, he could not withstand the overwhelming terror of this demonic blade, which possessed too many unassailable attributes. However, as the ethereal snow spirit sword had embedded itself into his abdomen, Zhang Guang found himself unable to sever his own body. Thus, he resolved upon a decisive yet cruel choice. His primordial spirit burst forth from his skull, entwined with the demon suppression sword, soaring towards the outside. Yet, with only his primordial spirit remaining, the notion of escape was but a fool's dream. In an instant, Han Li pursued him, while simultaneously, the malevolent energies within the entire snow-loved Jianghu town converged, intent on annihilating Zhang Guang's primordial spirit and obstructing his path to freedom. Boom! A cacophony of violent slaughter ensued, inflicting severe damage upon Zhang Guang's essence. At that moment, Han Li closed the distance, operating the primordial absorption technique to its utmost, seizing Zhang Guang's primordial spirit and commencing its refinement. Demon, you have slain us. Next time, it shall be the vice commander who comes for you. And your demise will be even more tragic, Zhang Guang howled in madness. Come as you may, kill me if you dare. What is there to fear? Han Li scoffed, bringing Zhang Guang's primordial spirit closer to him. Let me be frank. I have only exerted 70% of my power thus far, and I have yet to unleash my most formidable techniques. Had I done so, you would have perished in an instant. Zhang Guang's primordial spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. I do not believe it. Yet it was too late. He would not have the chance to witness it again. Perish. With a roar, a violent force erupted, completely draining Zhang Guang's primordial spirit. Unbeknownst to him, Han Li was not boasting. Had he truly invoked the celestial demon descending technique, multiple celestial demons would have descended, leaving Zhang Guang no opportunity to wield the demon suppression sword. Then, with a swift turn, Han Li charged towards the now partially incapacitated Wang Quan. Demon, your triumph shall be fleeting. Boom. Before Wang Quan could finish his words, Han Li's palm struck heavily upon his head, instantly depleting him. Realizing escape was impossible, Wang Quan did not even attempt to allow his primordial spirit to break free, knowing it would only bring him greater agony. With the slaughter of two primordial spirits, Han Li felt exhilarated, sensing that the barrier to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage had loosened slightly. Yet, he dared not push for a breakthrough. Having only recently advanced 2 minor realms, another hasty leap could destabilize his foundation. The blood-loved Jianghu town saw all the demon suppression guards annihilated before Han Li gradually withdrew. Brother Han, you truly embody the spirit of a great man. Zhou Zhengqing approached to offer his congratulations. You flatter me. Merely 2 early-stage primordial spirits, Han Li replied with a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance, which caused Zhou Zhengqing's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Those are not mere primordial spirits. They wield the demon suppression sword. Ah, I had yet to retrieve that sword. Han Li suddenly recalled, turning to grasp the demon suppression sword abandoned on the ground, which immediately flew into his hand. Brother Han, this sword harbors righteous energy. It may not be suited for your use and could potentially yield adverse effects. Observing the magic-suppressing sword in Han Li's hand, Zhou Zhengqing kindly cautioned. The path of demonic cultivation is still a path. The righteous path of vast aura is also a path. As long as my demonic prowess is formidable enough, even the righteous will have to yield before my advance. Zhou Zhengqing's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he raised his thumb towards Han Li, exclaiming, though the words may be coarse, "The reasoning is profound, my brother Han. I present this to you." Haraha! Han Li erupted into hearty laughter, his long hair dancing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Chapter 143, Royal Secrets, Unjust Ascendancy? Han Li's prowess delighted Zhou Zhengqing to the utmost. He had indeed slain 2 formidable beings of the nascent soul realm with his own might. With such overwhelming power, engaging in cross-boundary battles What does it matter if one practices demonic arts? As long as one's strength is sufficiently formidable, who would dare to voice dissent? Nonetheless, he had silently resolved that upon his return, he would delve into the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation technique acquired along the journey. It is said to be a formidable demonic art created by Han Li, integrating numerous techniques. In the company of three, there is bound to be a teacher among them. Perhaps he might glean some unimaginable benefits. My brother Han, partnering with you is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life, and I am truly honored, Zhou Jingqing remarked earnestly. However, one matter remains. With the death of Wang Quan and Zheng Wang here, the Demon Suppression Guard will soon receive word. They each possess their own soul jade within the guard. Once shattered, it signifies their demise. Brother Han, you must devise a strategy to address this. Let the soldiers come. Let the water flow. In the end, it will merely serve as my sustenance. Han Li replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of indifference. Ha, I find that quite believable. However, based on my understanding of the Demon Suppression Guard, with the recent deaths of 3 of their members, including 3 colleagues, they will undoubtedly dispatch one of the vice commanders to lead a contingent. The vice commanders of the Demon Suppression Guard possess formidable strength at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Brother Han, you must exercise caution, Zhou Jingqing advised. The 5th level of the nascent soul realm represents a mid-stage powerhouse, significantly surpassing the initial stage of the 3rd level, creating a substantial gulf between their strengths. Oh, the 5th level of the nascent soul realm is indeed impressive, Han Li mused, narrowing his eyes as he glanced at Qingzhu, who himself was at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, hailing from a superpower in the central domain. As a geodetic nascent soul, he was inherently stronger than the average practitioner and wielded a more potent cultivation technique. Nonetheless, the might of a 5th level nascent soul is not to be underestimated. Although his eternal golden core could transcend a significant realm to aid in battle, practical experience indicated that as one ascends in realm, this remarkable trait gradually diminishes. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity, even between 2 minor realms. This is an immutable law. Indeed, careful planning is essential to confront this challenge. If only he could procure a few more celestial infant pills, even the 3 vice commanders would pose no concern. Han Li pondered for a moment before speaking lightly. Brother Han, are you referring to the celestial infant pills that can elevate any practitioner, regardless of their level in the golden core stage, directly to the nascent soul realm? Zhou Jingqing inquired, raising an eyebrow at Han Li. He faintly recalled having heard of such a pill. Precisely, it is indeed the celestial infant pill. Han Li replied with a subtle smile. I have heard whispers of it. There is said to be a place capable of refining such a concoction. Oh, the Crown Prince surprisingly knows where one can concoct the elixir. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes lit up instantly. If he could discover the method to brew the celestial infant pill, he would be invulnerable. As for the ingredients required for the celestial infant pill, the primary component is the yuan ing, with the golden core serving as a supplementary ingredient, which Han Li could easily procure. I have heard that the Sansheng sect seemingly possesses records of its formulation, and it appears that there was a significant reason for this, as they had mastered the technique to create the celestial infant pill. However, it is said that the formidable figure who wielded this knowledge departed from the Great Zhou dynasty, retreating into the chaotic Demon Sea. Following a series of events, the Sansheng sect and the Great Zhou dynasty must have reached some form of agreement, allowing them to vanish deep into the mountains, with the court ceasing its pursuit. Yet, I suspect that the Sansheng sect may be concealing something. Even if they were telling the truth, they certainly would have backup plans. Zhou Jingqing elucidated the fundamental circumstances to Han Li. The Sansheng sect is renowned for its 3 methods: alchemy, poison crafting, and insect breeding, divided into 3 main divisions: the Dansheng sect, Divine Dan Village, the 5 Poisons Village, and the 1,000 Insects Village. Among these, the Divine Dan Village is the most illustrious, known for concocting a myriad of elixirs. In comparison, the 5 Poisons Village and the 1,000 Insects Village are slightly less renowned, both in reputation and strength. I am somewhat familiar with the Sansheng sect. I must mention that I had a prior connection with them. Were it not for the Sansheng sect, I might not have reached my current stature. Speaking of the Sansheng sect, a faint smile graced Han Li's lips. Brother Han, you have had dealings with the Sansheng sect? Zhou Jingqing inquired, somewhat skeptically. Dealing is an understatement. Had I not been more skilled, I would have been transformed into a human elixir long ago, aiding others in their ascent to power. Han Li chuckled. At that time, he had nearly been turned into a human elixir. Yet ultimately, not only did he evade the clutches of the alchemist, but he also successfully completed the Long Life Foundation establishment, an almost miraculous feat. Since then, Han Li seemed to have been endowed with extraordinary progress. By the way, this reminds me of someone. I wonder if you are acquainted with him? Suddenly, a thought struck Han Li, and he gazed at Zhou Zhengqing inquiringly. Please, do share. Zhou Zhengqing nodded. Ji Taizong. The mere utterance of this name brought forth the image of Ji Taizong, trapped beneath the cliff of destiny, ensnared by an elderly monk. Ji Taizong. How do you know this name? Zhou Zhengqing's expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock as he heard those 3 syllables. Chen Bo, who stood beside him, also wore a look of astonishment, as if Han Li had unveiled a dreadful secret. I encountered an elder there who introduced himself as Ji Taizong. Han Li replied candidly. Moreover, I have heard that the Ji surname is the imperial lineage of the great Zhou dynasty. Yet why does the crown prince bear the surname Zhou instead of Ji? Han Li then posed the question that had been lingering in his mind, based on the information he had gathered. The Ji surname has seemingly always been the imperial surname of the great Zhou dynasty. At that time, the elder Ji Taizong acknowledged his lineage from the imperial family of the great Zhou. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengqing's expression shifted continuously. But ultimately, he let out a wry smile. This matter is rather lengthy. It involves the secrets of the imperial family. Indeed, the imperial surname of the great Zhou is Ji, yet in our generation, we cannot bear that surname. All imperial offspring must outwardly adopt the surname Zhou. This is ostensibly to honor the dynasty, but it conceals a complex web of internal strife. Do you truly wish to hear this, Brother Han? He inquired. Han Li's face portrayed a keen interest. As the saying goes, the heavens and the earth are vast, yet gossip reigns supreme. Who does not yearn to hear the latest tidbits, especially those concerning the imperial family? Han Li was equally intrigued. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Zhengqing's wry smile deepened. Is the crown prince truly inclined to share? The attendant Chen Bo hesitated slightly. It's quite all right, do speak. Brother Han is not an outsider. Our fates are intertwined. And there is little that he cannot be privy to. Zhou Zhengqing replied with a resigned smile. My father, he ascended to the throne through questionable means. Chapter 144. Is Ji Taizong actually the elder brother of the emperor? At this moment, Han Li's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. This was indeed a sensational revelation. Was it even permissible to disclose such information? Within the royal lineage of the great Zhou, there existed an unwritten ancestral decree stipulating that only those of the reigning emperor's direct bloodline could bear the surname Ji, while all other collateral branches of the royal family were to adopt the national surname Zhou. My father, through unconventional means, had forced his elder brother, the former crown prince, into exile, seizing the throne for himself. Despite his eventual ascension to the imperial seat, many old officials and their descendants remained unconvinced, refusing to acknowledge my father as the legitimate emperor. To avert significant turmoil within the dynasty, these elder statesmen wielding considerable power reached a compromise. We, the subsequent generations, would continue to bear the surname Zhou. However, this arrangement was merely provisional. Over the years, my father established various factions, such as the Demon Suppression Guard and the Demon Control Bureau, aimed not at subduing so-called demonic cultivators or monstrous factions, but rather at eliminating those powerful old officials. In a few more years, once they were entirely eradicated, we would likely revert to the Ji surname. Zhou Zhengqing relayed the unvarnished truth. After listening, Han Li felt a mixture of astonishment and melancholy. It was often said that royalty was devoid of compassion, and this was indeed the case. The existence of organizations like the Demon Suppression Guard and the Demon Control Bureau clearly served specific purposes. Establishing such resource-intensive departments solely for the benefit of ordinary citizens was hardly plausible. The royal family was not engaged in charitable endeavors. I wish to know, what is the relationship between Ji Taizong and your father? You must not tell me that he is the elder brother who was driven away by your father. Han Li inquired, his expression a blend of confusion and intrigue as he gazed at Zhou Zhengqing. With a wry smile, Zhou Zhengqing confirmed, indeed, Ji Taizong is the elder brother forced into exile by my father. It has been over 200 years. I had long believed him to be deceased. How could he possibly still be alive? Do you possess any means to contact him? Zhou Zhengqing asked, his tone earnest. This was of utmost importance to him. If Ji Taizong were to suddenly reappear and claim the throne, it would plunge the royal family into chaos. Although many old officials had been purged over the years, as long as they remained, they posed a significant danger. Han Li shook his head. I do not have a means to reach him. However, I believe you need not worry about him vying for your throne. If he truly desired it, you would likely be unable to stop him. Is he that formidable? Zhou Zhengqing inquired, furrowing his brow. It is not merely a question of his strength, for I am uncertain of his true capabilities. Rather, it is his mindset. Perhaps the position of Emperor of the Great Zhou is one he does not covet. Han Li chuckled softly. He refrained from revealing to Zhou Jingqing that he indeed possessed a way to contact Ji Taizong, and based on his insights, it seemed plausible that Ji Taizong might indeed regard the imperial throne of the great Zhou with disdain. Zhou Jingqing found himself momentarily speechless. How could one dismiss the throne of the great Zhou dynasty, the position of the true son of heaven? It was almost beyond his comprehension. Crown Prince, Han Li remarked, while the great Zhou may seem vast to you, to the truly powerful, it is but a mere speck. To me, Han Li, it is nothing more than a trifling corner of the world. A trifling corner? Zhou Jingqing was taken aback, then forced a bitter smile. Brother Han, I can believe that. With your strength, you will undoubtedly transcend the great Zhou. The skies beyond are far more expansive. Han Li smiled lightly. Let us not dwell on such matters. I must prepare to journey to the three holy sect. Will the Crown Prince accompany me, or shall you remain? The sooner he obtained the celestial infant pill, the sooner his safety would be assured. I believe I shall refrain from accompanying you. If I am away from the imperial city for too long, my dear younger brother is certain to notice. Moreover, I can remain here to monitor various developments and relay information to you. He produced a communication jade talisman and handed it to Han Li. Very well, Han Li nodded, accepting the talisman. They bid each other farewell. With Zhou Jingqing returning to the imperial city while Han Li, accompanied by Qingzhu, set off directly for the three holy sect in the southern region. Meanwhile, within the demon suppression guard of the imperial city, Deputy Commander Wan Hongjin glared at the two shattered tokens upon the tray, his fury reaching a boiling point. This fiend is utterly lawless. 2 commanders slain. Damnable, simply damnable. Wan Hongjin's teeth nearly ground to dust in his rage. The loss of 3 commanders in such a brief span was an immense blow. What shall we do, Deputy Commander? The Grand Commander has yet to return. How should we handle this situation? Several commanders standing before him wore expressions of utmost gravity, fearful that Wan Hongjin might send them into danger. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. However, I must first consult the second prince and report this matter to him before making a decision. Wan Hongjin took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. You all wait here. I shall go to see the second prince. With that, he departed the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Guard and made his way to the residence of second prince Zhou Jingtian to relay the situation. Boom. Zhou Jingtian, upon hearing the news, seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the ground. What are you all doing? 3 commanders slain in succession. He was engulfed in a fury. Your Highness, please quell your anger. I did not anticipate the enemy's strength. Even the demon suppression sword was taken. Yet we were still ambushed. Wan Hongjin quickly knelt to defend himself. What did you say? The demon suppression sword was taken? Does this mean we have lost it? Zhou Jingtian was nearly driven to laughter by his rage, a violent aura radiating from him. Wan Hongjin hastily addressed Zhou Jingtian, saying, Your Highness, please quell your anger and grant me the demon suppression sword. I shall personally lead a contingent to subdue the fiend. I assure you that I will bring back the wretched demon, along with the sword. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days to apprehend the demon. You must return with it alive, or, should it be slain, ensure that its corpse is presented before me. Should you fail to retrieve it, you shall never return. Zhou Jingtian bellowed, gesturing with a commanding hand as he produced the demon suppression sword and tossed it to Wan Hongjin. Among the 3 demon suppression swords, one had been taken by the Grand General, and another had been seized by Han Li. This, the one in Zhou Jingtian's possession, was the final sword. Chapter 144. Ascending to the 3 sacred sects, Wan Hongjin took the demon-slaying sword bestowed upon him by Jing Tian from last week, pledged a military oath, and swiftly departed. Upon returning to the demon-slaying guard, he promptly led the remaining 3 commanders and 800 soldiers in a grand procession toward Yeoman City. The mobilization of such a formidable force created quite a stir within the imperial city. Was there a formidable evil sect they were confronting? Such a display of might prompted numerous speculations. Only recently, 2 powerful contingents had set out, and now an even larger force was on the move, led by Wan Hongjin. What could possibly warrant such an undertaking? Whispers filled the air within the imperial city, with citizens conjecturing about the destination of the demon-slaying guard. Soon, astute individuals discerned the truth. A formidable demon had emerged in Yeoman City, having decimated the previous 2 squads. What a fearsome villain. How terrifying it was that they not only did not flee, but brazenly annihilated 2 of the demon-slaying guard's forces. Such audacity suggested a blatant disregard for the demon-slaying guard, which was backed by the second prince. This was tantamount to disregarding the second prince himself, who had a significant chance of being named the heir apparent. The rumors of court intrigue had already spread, highlighting the power struggle between the second prince, Zhou Jingtian, and Zhou Zhongqing for the throne. The actions of the demon-slaying guard were aimed at garnering public support and achieving merit for the second prince, making it unsurprising that the populace was aware of these developments. Were they heading to Yong'an City to seek out Han Li? Among the crowd, a beautiful young woman inquired of a middle-aged man beside her, her brow furrowed with concern. This speaker was Han Qingxue, and the middle-aged man was her father, Han Tianyang. Heeding Han Li's advice, they had come to the imperial city to seek their fortunes. Fortunately, their decision to follow the council proved wise. Otherwise, they might have met a grim fate. The demon-slaying guard could easily uncover the ties between the Han family and Han Li, but by the time they arrived, the Han family had been annihilated, leaving only crumbling remnants. Perhaps so, one could only wonder if Han Li could contend with the situation. We should simply relay this information to him, Han Tianyang remarked, holding a communication jade talisman that could convey messages to Han Li. Indeed, there was little else they could do. Their capabilities were limited. Akin to two parallel lines, she remained stagnant while Han Li progressed further away. Quietly, Han Tianyang and Han Qingxue slipped away from the crowd and utilized the jade talisman to inform Han Li. At that very moment, Han Li was en route to the South Island's 3 sacred sects. He sensed a disturbance in the communication jade talisman and took it out to examine. Indeed, they had dispatched someone of the vice-governor's rank. The great prince's guess was not incorrect. Let them wait, for when I return, I shall claim their heads. A sinister smile crept upon Han Li's lips as he responded to the jade talisman with a succinct 3 words, understood. As time passed, it was not until dusk, with the sun nearly set, that Han Li and Qing Zhu finally arrived at the location of the Sansheng sect. Will you wait for me outside? Or shall you accompany me inside? Han Li inquired of Qing Zhu. Of course, I will enter with you. With my current lack of cultivation, I can only rely on the Saint Emperor's infinite transformation technique you provided to absorb the strength of others. Qing Zhu replied calmly. Ha ha ha, splendid. The Saint Emperor's infinite transformation technique will undoubtedly satisfy you. Han Li laughed heartily. He was immensely pleased with Qing Zhu's resolve. Once he practiced the technique, when Qing Zhu regained his peak strength, he would effortlessly reap the rewards, regardless of any resistance Qing Zhu might offer. With the Saint Emperor's infinite transformation technique, he had left more than one escape route. Then let us proceed. The two continued onward toward the Sansheng sect. As they approached the grand entrance, 5 men suddenly burst forth from the woods, blocking their path. Who are you? It is almost evening. Yet you approach the Sansheng sect so stealthily. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame us for being merciless. We shall suppress you on the spot. One of the burly men barked at Han Li and his companion. A faint smile curled at the corners of Han Li's mouth. How much time has passed? And you've already forgotten what I look like? The 5 men were momentarily taken aback, squinting as they approached Han Li. Upon recognizing him clearly, their expressions drastically changed. It's you. You are the fleeing alchemist, they exclaimed in unison. At that time, Han Li had fled in a blaze of glory, and they had presumed he would have long since met his demise. Little did they expect him to be alive and well. Surprised to see me back? Isn't it quite unexpected? Han Li chuckled. You have some nerve. You fled once and dare to return. You are courting death. The leading man bellowed, attack. Suppress this fellow and bring him before Elder Wuya. With that, he charged forward, leading the other 4 men towards Han Li. However, the next moment, an overwhelming force suddenly lifted the 5 men off the ground, rendering their feet unable to advance even a single step. How is this possible? How have you become so powerful? Have you reached the golden core stage? They gasped in horror, their fear reaching its zenith. At this very moment, Han Li extended his palm, effortlessly suspending them in midair, a feat attainable only by a cultivator of the golden core stage. It had scarcely been a while since he had merely established his foundation, and yet he had already ascended to the golden core realm. It was utterly astonishing. One could hardly fathom the magnitude of his power now. Pray tell, is that old cur, Wu Yazi, still within the 3 holy sect? What is your intention? Do you seek to storm in and slay Elder Wu Yazi? Hear me, Han. I implore you to temper your arrogance. Although you have now attained the golden core stage, our 3 holy sect boasts dozens of golden core cultivators, and all 3 of our sect leaders are nascent soul ancestors. Should you dare to intrude, you shall find only a path to death. The leader of the group bellowed at Han Li. Ah, that is no concern of yours. With that, Han Li activated the primordial qi absorption technique, swiftly drawing in all 5 of them with ease. Chapter 145. A chance to preserve your life. Cherish it, let us depart. Han Li said to Qing Zhu. Next time we encounter such minor calamities, refrain from absorbing them. You are already sufficiently powerful. Even if you did absorb them, the enhancement would be negligible. I shall handle the absorption myself. With a hint of complaint, Qing Zhu responded, it seems you are quite eager to improve. Han Li laughed heartily. Very well, next time, You shall be the one to absorb them. As they continued their journey into the three holy sect, disciples of the sect began to notice Han Li and Qing Zhu, attempting to surround them. Without hesitation, Han Li took action, though he refrained from draining them completely, instead incapacitating them instantly and leaving the rest for Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu activated the Saint Emperor's infinite transformation technique and commenced a fervent absorption of the injured cultivators. He could almost visibly feel the power within him surging. This brought him immense joy. Although the increase in strength was not as dramatic for him due to his originally high level and realm, as the saying goes, drops of water make a stream. Streams merge to form rivers. Rivers converge into lakes. Lakes flow into the sea. With sufficient absorption, his strength would steadily ascend. Eventually, he could selectively absorb the more powerful individuals, significantly accelerating his progress. The duo advanced through the three holy sect like a bulldozer, swift and unstoppable. Recalling their previous experiences, Han Li led Qing Zhu directly towards the direction of the divine elixir workshop. News of his rampant slaughter spread swiftly throughout the three holy sect. After many years, someone dared to brazenly invade the sect and commit merciless killings. The three holy sect was infuriated, particularly as Han Li pressed onward towards the divine elixir workshop, drawing the attention of formidable figures rushing to confront him. In a cave, Elder Wuya was seated in meditation, refining pills. A disciple rushed in to report, "Elder Wuya, I bring urgent news. The alchemist who escaped has returned." The escaped alchemist? Wuya was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "You mean the one who nearly became my elixir but managed to flee our sect? He has returned." Suddenly, understanding dawned upon Wuya. This little wretch is indeed fortunate. He survived such a perilous fall. Where is he? I must suppress him immediately and refine him into elixir once more. Otherwise, my heart's hatred shall not be assuaged. Wuya growled, filled with endless resentment. Since that incident, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night, dreaming of capturing Han Li. His anger was profound, for despite expending tremendous effort, he had inadvertently aided Han Li's rise. Additionally, he had sustained serious injuries from Wang Yangming. Although he ultimately severed Wang Yangming's arm, it did little to quell his fury and bitterness. Outside, the man reported urgently, "It seems that this Han, bearing the surname Han, possesses formidable strength and ruthless methods. He is charging towards our Shindan village. Ah, how delightful. He chooses the path of heaven, yet shuns it, and he comes uninvited to the gates of hell. Come with me, let us subdue him. I shall refine him back into a spirit pill." Wu Yazi roared, his voice echoing with fervor as he made his way to the cave entrance. Upon emerging, he was immediately met with the cacophony of battle. Without hesitation, Wu Yazi soared into the sky, drawing forth a long sword as he beheld Han Li, who was mercilessly wreaking havoc amidst the crowd. He bellowed, "Han Li, how dare you return and wreak havoc upon my Sansheng sect? Mark my words, the anniversary of your demise shall fall on this day next year. Clear the way. I shall slay him." In that moment, Wu Yazi unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the third level of the Golden Core realm, darting past the throngs and lunging at Han Li. Han Li, observing the oncoming Wu Yazi, smirked disdainfully, "Old fool, despite the passage of time, your strength remains stagnant. It is rather pathetic." As Wu Yazi charged with his sword, Han Li remained remarkably composed, extending two fingers to deftly clamp down on the blade aimed at him. The sword energy unleashed by Wu Yazi shattered upon contact with Han Li's fingers. Wu Yazi's expression shifted dramatically. "How is this possible? How can your power be so immense?" He sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Han Li, detecting a golden core aura that matched his own realm. "Impossible. How could you have broken through to the golden core realm in such a short time? I must be mistaken. Surely I am mistaken. Old fool. Your senses are spot on." Han Li chuckled, applying a slight pressure that snapped Wu Yazi's blade in two, then swiftly seized his neck. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Even Elder Wu Yazi was no match for him. "Quickly, go inform the village chief, the deputy chief, and the other elders." The disciples of Shundan village, gripped by fear, rushed out to seek reinforcements. Yet Han Li paid them no heed, maintaining his grip on Wu Yazi's throat. "I have heard that your Sansheng sect possesses the method to concoct the Tianing Dan. Hand it over, and I may spare your life." "No, our Shindan village does not possess the method for the Tianing Dan. You are mistaken." Wu Yazi denied vehemently, without hesitation. "Ah, how swiftly you deny. Which only reveals your guilty conscience," Han Li retorted coldly. "What guilt could I possibly harbor? What is the Tianing Dan? I have never even heard of it. How could it exist within Shindan village?" Han Li laughed mockingly. "You, a renowned alchemist, claim to have never heard of the Tianing Dan? That is truly laughable. Should you be more forthcoming, There may be a chance for your survival. Should you remain obstinate, your fate shall be no different from theirs. Boom. With a casual flick of his hand, Hanli struck out towards his right side, and in an instant, the disciples on that side felt as if a colossal mountain had suddenly descended upon them, reducing them to a mist of blood. You wretched creature, to unleash your fury upon those far inferior in strength to you. How cruel you are. Are you feeling proud of yourself? Wu Yazi bellowed in rage. I have no desire to repeat myself. If you refuse to divulge the information, I shall continue my path of slaughter, leaving no soul alive in your divine pill sect. And then I shall seek it out alone. The reason I wish for you to inform me is that exterminating these insignificant ants is rather tedious. Do you comprehend my meaning? Han Li replied with a chilling smile, imbued with utmost indifference and a thirst for blood. Chapter 146. The Master of the Five Poisons Stronghold takes action. The Heavenly Infant Pill is a prize he must possess. It holds immense significance in his path to breakthrough. Wu Yazi was consumed by rage. In his eyes, Han Li had always been a mere insect, one he could easily crush. Yet this insignificant creature had managed to escape during his moment of inattention and now posed a lethal threat. This reversal incited such hatred within Wu Yazi that he felt as though his very eyes would burst. Remaining silent is a form of resistance, is it? Very well. Then let me show you how your disciples and elders from the divine pill stronghold meet their gruesome demise before your very eyes. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Han Li's lips as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, an icy calamity erupted around him. A wave of frost radiating outward, and the void coalesced into white flames. These flames appeared ethereal at first glance, yet when they descended upon the nearby disciples and elders, they were swiftly encased in ice, transformed into lifeless sculptures at an alarming speed. This horrifying spectacle sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who shrieked in terror, desperately wielding their divine weapons to slash at the white flames. However, upon contact, the chilling aura spread like a malignant curse, converting them into yet more frozen statues. Outrageous! Outrageous! Han Li, do you not possess a shred of humanity? Many of them are mere children. Wu Yazi bellowed, his fury uncontainable. Ha ha ha, you speak of conscience? How utterly amusing. Such a concept should not even exist, should it? Han Li's laughter echoed maniacally. With a sudden motion, he extended his hand toward the icebound figures. And in an instant, those frozen disciples and elders shattered into countless bloody fragments, scattering in all directions. Outrageous! Outrageous! You are no human, Han Li. But within our three holy sects, there is truly no heavenly infant pill for you. Even if you were to slay us all, it would be futile. At that moment, a furious voice broke through the chaos. Han Li looked up to see the elder in gray robes, the same one who had pursued him alongside Wu Yazi. I did not inquire of you. Who invited you to speak? Han Li retorted, reaching out toward the rushing elder. In an instant, a tremendous force drew the elder toward him at an accelerated pace. The purple sun hand and the primordial absorption technique unleashed their power simultaneously. Almost in the blink of an eye, the elder was transformed from a living being into a mere skeletal husk. You. Watching his close comrade of over 2 centuries transform into a corpse in the blink of an eye left Wu Yazi in a state of sheer horror. The visual impact was more terrifying than seeing Han Li reduce the disciples and elders to mist. Han Li was overwhelmingly powerful. So much so that despair began to take root within Wu Yazi at that very moment. Master, please, emerge from your seclusion. This individual is overwhelmingly powerful. To him, the golden core realm is akin to that of an insignificant insect. Within, Wu Yazi lamented incessantly, clinging to hope. For the leader of the divine pill village ranks among the 3 most influential figures within the 3 sacred sect, second only to the sect master. However, the leader, a genuine nascent soul powerhouse, has been in seclusion for an extended period. It has been 2 or 3 years since Wu Yazi last laid eyes on him, and he is uncertain if he can rouse the leader from his slumber. You insolent brat, do not act so arrogantly. This is the 3 sacred sect. Do you believe that your golden core cultivation grants you the liberty to wreak havoc here? At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Upon hearing this voice, Wu Yazi, whose heart was in turmoil, was suddenly jolted from his despair. The surviving disciples and elders of the divine pill village rejoiced. Han Li lifted his gaze and beheld an elderly man clad in a black robe, accompanied by a dozen others, rushing towards them. Master Chiao, I can't believe you have come. Quickly, strike down this wretched beast. The sight of the elder in black invigorated Wu Yazi. For this figure was none other than Chiao Wanshan, the leader of the 5 Poisons village, one of the 3 villages of the 3 sacred sect. His prowess had reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, marking him as a formidable powerhouse. The individuals accompanying him were all elite golden core cultivators from the Five Poisons village. Rest assured, our three sacred sect has withstood the onslaught of the imperial court without being extinguished. Now, a nameless wretch dares to cause trouble. This is nothing short of seeking one's own demise. Qiu Wanshan barked vehemently. He led his group to a halt within 100 meters of Han Li and the others, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Li. Release him. You command me to release him? Who do you think you are? Han Li responded with a cold sneer, brandishing the demon suppression sword. The demon suppression sword. Are you sent by the demon suppression guard? Upon seeing the sword in Han Li's grasp, Qiu Wanshan and his companions gasped in astonishment. Han Li, I never imagined you would join the demon suppression guard. However, our three sacred sect has an agreement with your faction, providing you with numerous pills annually. How dare you turn around and harm us? What on earth do you intend to achieve, you deluded fiend? Wu Yazi shouted in anger at Han Li. Huh. You are mistaken. I am not sent by the demon suppression guard. This sword is merely something I seized from them. Though I am indeed in opposition to the demon suppression guard, there is no need for me to frame them. After all, a sect that is on the verge of being annihilated does not require the deceit of so-called truths to mislead you. You are arrogant. Han Li's words incited a furious outcry from Wu Yazi and the others. Yet more than that, disbelief coursed through them. How could Han Li have possibly seized the demon suppression sword from the demon suppression guard? Within that organization, only those of nascent soul strength, at the very least, possessed the qualification to wield such a sword, typically a leader. Han Li implied that he was capable of slaying the nascent soul village master. They struggled to accept this notion. Do you doubt me? If so, allow me to provide you with proof right now. The old wretch, Han Li, chuckled at Wu Yazi, then unceremoniously cast him to the ground, employing the celestial prison to confine Wu Yazi, rendering him utterly immobile. Subsequently, Han Li brandished the demon-suppressing sword and ascended into the sky, charging towards Qiu Wanshan with lethal intent. How audacious of you to strike first. Let me ascertain whether your prowess can wrest this sword from the hands of the demon-suppressing guards. Qiu Wanshan bellowed repeatedly, gesturing with his massive hand to disperse the golden core cultivators behind him before launching a palm strike towards Han Li. Instantly, an array of exceedingly malevolent toxins erupted from his palm, producing a cacophony as they traversed the void. Even the ambient spiritual energy bubbled and fizzed as if boiling in a cauldron, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. This was merely a glimpse of the dreadfulness of the toxins, which could undoubtedly spell demise for any ordinary person unfortunate enough to come into contact with them. And in the most excruciating manner imaginable, experience the formidable power of my 10,000 demons' heart-eating poison. Your intrusion upon my three holy sect today will assuredly lead to a lifetime of regret. Chapter 147. The Five Poison Formation, a terrifying catastrophe. Qiu Wanshan roared vehemently, his confidence in his mastery of poison unwavering. Due to the unique nature of his toxic abilities, he had seldom found himself at a disadvantage when battling opponents of the same realm. Those who inadvertently came into contact with his toxins would suffer unparalleled devastation. Haha, your poison is indeed commendable, but I have my own countermeasures, Han Li scoffed. He unleashed the ice flame catastrophe, summoning towering white flames that connected heaven and earth, forming a formidable wall of fire that thwarted the ferocious, heart-eating poison of Wanma. As the toxic substances approached, they were unexpectedly frozen mid-air, ceasing their advance. Impossible. You can actually block my toxins? Qiu Wanshan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. His poison could corrode almost anything, yet it was utterly helpless against Han Li's ice flame catastrophe. While burning might have intensified the toxicity, the frigid flames were a different matter entirely. The extreme cold acted as a natural nemesis to any potent toxin, rendering them inactive and immobilized. This was precisely why unknown lethal poisons were often concealed within the glaciers. Even Qiu Wanshan had ventured into icy mountains during his studies to seek out various toxins, which he then refined into his own techniques. However, the frigid essence emitted by these white flames surpassed the cold of the glaciers by an incomprehensible magnitude. From the array, quickly established the five poison formation to fully suppress his bizarre white flames. Despite his astonishment, Qiu Wanshan immediately issued the command. The dozen or so golden core cultivators accompanying him rushed forth, taking their positions. Instantly, a thick, ominous fog saturated the air, reeking of a foul stench. They struck their chests, expelling their vital blood into the swirling toxic mass. Suddenly, a piercing roar, accompanied by a nauseating odor, erupted from the roiling toxins, revealing a colossal, venomous demon serpent, its body adorned with dark scales. Following this, a series of crackling sounds announced the emergence of a massive scorpion, towering several feet high. Soon after, an even larger creature surged forth from the rolling black mist, the thousand-legged venomous centipede, a fearsome poisonous beast renowned throughout the Dazhou dynasty's cultivation circles for its ferocity and propensity to invade human territories. A small city of over 100,000 had once been utterly decimated by a single gigantic thousand-legged venomous centipede. Upon the emergence of this news, the Great Zhou dynasty was collectively enraged. The royal family of the Great Zhou took the initiative to summon the renowned righteous factions from across the realm, embarking on a grand extermination campaign. After considerable toil, they managed to subdue a nearly 1,000-foot-long venomous centipede. Little did they anticipate that the three holy sect would dare to harbor such creatures. If not handled with care, it could lead to dire repercussions. Soon after, a croaking sound resonated, and a toad with emerald eyes materialized from the increasingly dense black mist. Its cheeks bulged repeatedly, and its back was adorned with numerous venomous glands resembling grave mounds, evoking a sense of dread. The toxins within were potent enough to annihilate everyone present. The fifth creature to appear was a gecko, stretching 100 feet in length, more formidable than ancient crocodiles. Among the 5 poisons, the gecko was relatively docile. However, when it opened its mouth, Hanli swiftly dismissed that notion. Its fearsome fangs, still dripping with fresh blood, suggested it had just feasted on raw flesh. All 5 poisons were present, justifying the name 5 Poison Stronghold. Yet, Hanli pointed at the 5 venomous beasts emerging from the black mist, scoffing. "You may not be up to the task. You will soon find out." Qiu Wanshan bellowed, and the 5 venomous beasts lunged toward Han Li with a ferocious assault. Unperturbed, Han Li allowed them to collide with the firewall composed of white flames. With a resounding crash, the entire firewall was shattered. However, the 5 venomous beasts suffered varying degrees of injury, yet this was of little consequence to them as they continued their frenzied onslaught against Han Li. "I have yet to absorb these creatures. I wonder what it feels like after refining them." As he observed the approaching beasts, a faint smile curved Han Li's lips. The firewall of white flames had indeed been breached under his control. Otherwise, countless icy flames would have converged to turn it into an ice sculpture. Yet Han Li refrained from doing so. His mysterious absorption technique was renowned for its ability to devour all in existence, prompting Han Li to test whether these venomous beings would affect him. Boom! As the 5 venomous beasts charged towards him, Han Li abruptly extended his palm, unleashing a terrifying suction force that spread forth. The already fearsome toxic gas transformed into a torrent, surging into Han Li's hand. "Arrogant! You dare to actively absorb the 5 poisons!" Qiu Wanshan exclaimed in disbelief. Each of these creatures has lived for over 1,000 years, nearing the threshold of becoming a Yuan-Ing realm venomous king. Together, they possess the power to slay an ordinary Yuan-Ing stronghold leader. "You are courting your own demise." Just as his words fell, they witnessed Han Li's palms swiftly corroding, turning pitch black, as if he were succumbing to poison. How utterly absurd it is to encounter such foolishness. It is truly laughable that one would so willingly tread down the path of self-destruction. Chapter 148. The Convergence of the 3 Chieftains, a terrifying array. Qiu Wanshan, and the golden core cultivators by his side, sneered with palpable anticipation. As though they could already envision Han Li, his body riddled with festering sores, exuding the foul stench of pus. The transformation of Han Li's hand into a dark and mottled hue heralded a dreadful beginning. Soon, the blackened arm would succumb to rot, oozing pus and becoming a grotesque tableau of decay, leading to a torment so unbearable that even a nascent soul expert would find it arduous to endure. Moreover, the venom would not claim his life instantaneously. Instead, it would subject him to a torturous, protracted ordeal. The disciples present exhaled collectively as they witnessed Han Li's audacious decision to absorb the terrifying venom. Their greatest fear was that he would evade them with unmatched swiftness, thus putting them in peril. Yet, who could have imagined that Han Li would willingly embrace the toxin? However, amidst the chorus of derisive laughter, Han Li's darkened arm gradually took on a vibrant hue. What sorcery was this? Why had it suddenly turned rosy? Could it be that the malevolent venom bore no effect on him? Such a notion was unfathomable. The venom of the 5 poison beasts was something even they dared not approach lightly. Could he truly be immune? The first to witness this astonishing spectacle, Qiu Wanshan and his entourage of golden core cultivators, felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. The potency of the venom, a power so starkly different, yet alluring in its own right. At this moment, although Han Li's body swelled with the most potent of toxins, after refining it with the primordial absorption technique, He felt an unparalleled sense of euphoria. This sensation was entirely distinct from the usual absorption of other spiritual energy and cultivation. It was exhilarating. Yet the energy it contained was formidable. The initial absorption invigorated Han Li, and in the next moment, he intensified his use of the primordial absorption technique, charging toward the five-poisoned beast with a force akin to that of a celestial predator. With both palms extended, a terrifying force of suction emanated from his hands. Not only that, he also activated the yang siphoning technique, having heard that these monstrous beasts possessed considerable lifespans. Thus he resolved to absorb them entirely. For even the smallest morsel of a mosquito's leg is still meat. The sudden and violent suction caused the five-poisoned beast to feel the venom and power within it begin to leak uncontrollably, inciting a frenzy as it emitted piercing, frantic roars, lunging madly toward Han Li. Six Paths Divine Fist, kill. Han Li bellowed ferociously. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a barrage of punches, every pore in his body wide open as if each was a tiny whirlpool, continuously absorbing toxins and energy. This is bad. This fellow's technique not only devours the spiritual energy and cultivation of others, but can also absorb and refine the lethal venom of the five-poison beast. It was only at this moment that Xiao Wanshan, awakening from his stupor, roared in anger. Han Li's methods were too unique and swift for him to react in time. Kill, kill, kill. Xiao Wanshan, accompanied by a dozen golden core cultivators, surged madly towards Han Li with the intent to kill. Now it is too late for rescue. Han Li chuckled coldly, silently reciting. The celestial king descends from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, an overwhelming mist erupted from the heavens, rolling forth like a tsunami. All present instinctively looked skyward. Beneath the dense divine radiance, an indistinct figure slowly descended from the swirling fog. As this figure descended, a violent tremor coursed through everyone present, creating an illusion that the entire sky had abruptly plunged downwards, weighing heavily upon their shoulders. What is this entity? Could an unparalleled powerhouse be coming for us? Good heavens! What level of strength is this? Is it beyond the nascent soul? The disciples and elders of the 3 holy sect gasped in disbelief, their faces etched with terror. This was not merely a superior being arriving. It was a manifestation of his extraordinary physique. Indeed, it was an extraordinary physique. He possessed a unique cultivation constitution. The well-informed Xiao Wanshan shouted in astonishment, scarcely able to believe that Han Li could invoke a manifestation of his physique as a superpower. Such individuals capable of manifesting their physique are exceedingly rare. Once they mature, they become undeniable tyrants, compelling even imperial powers to bow in submission. Their strength is unmatched, and they possess virtually no upper limits. How could the 3 holy sect have provoked a super prodigy with a manifesting physique? Xiao Wanshan's gaze bore into Wiyazi, internally cursing. How blind must one be to incite such a formidable being with a manifesting physique? This was tantamount to inviting disaster upon the 3 holy sect. The descent of the celestial king from the 9 heavens sent shockwaves throughout the arena, even causing the 5 struggling poisonous beasts to let out horrific wails of despair. However, for them, only death awaited. Boom. Moments later, the poisonous beasts were utterly drained, leaving behind 5 empty shells. The golden core cultivators watched helplessly, unable to intervene. As the life force of the poisonous beasts extinguished, Xiao Wanshan and the other golden core cultivators simultaneously coughed up blood. Their control over the beasts meant that their demise directly resulted in their own severe repercussions. Han Li, can we negotiate? Whatever you desire, just name it. And let this battle conclude here and now. Xiao Wanshan's voice trembled. Han Li was too powerful. Although he remained in the golden core realm, Xiao Wanshan felt an insurmountable sense of inferiority. With the poisonous beasts dead, he was unwilling to take further risks. The formula for the Tianying pill. Hand over the alchemy recipe, and I shall cease my actions. Otherwise, I will annihilate every member of the 3 holy sect, Han Li replied with an indifferent tone. Xiao Wanshan's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Wiyazi, who avoided his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Recognizing Wiyazi's demeanor, Xiao Wanshan understood that there were deeper secrets at play. As the master of Wudu Village, he was not particularly familiar with many matters concerning Shindan Village. To desire the alchemy workshop of the Tianying pill? Such aspirations are mere folly. Just as Xiao Wanshan was about to speak, a voice as cold as ice resonated through the air. Immediately, an elder clad in a white robe emerged from the depths of Shindan Village, leading 3 other elders in his wake. It was Dong Qingwei, the master of Shindan Village. Upon his appearance, Wiyazi was filled with exuberance. Dong Qingyue's emergence from seclusion signified that he had ascended to the 3rd level of the Yuan-Ing realm. It was worth noting that prior to his retreat, Dong Qingwe had only reached the second level of the Yuaning realm. Wanshan, our Three Saints sect possesses its own profound heritage and requires no submission to a mere junior, Dong Qingwe remarked coolly to Qiu Wanshan. The expression on Qiu Wanshan's face shifted noticeably, revealing his displeasure. If you do not emerge, and the old worm remains hidden, how can I, alone, avoid bowing down to him? Qiu Wanshan scoffed, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, old toxic one, we merely lagged a moment, but we have arrived indeed. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. It was then that Li Hong, the master of Qiangu village, along with 6 formidable golden core cultivators from Qiangu village, made their grand entrance. Chapter 149. Welcome to my domain. In an unprecedented gathering, the 3 chieftains of the Sansheng sect convened, a spectacle unseen in decades. This extraordinary assembly was summoned by none other than Han Li. As the 3 chieftains united, a throng of their disciples surged forth, stirring up clouds of dust on the ground, a testament to the overwhelming numbers of Sansheng sect disciples arriving to offer support. Han Li, your doom is upon you. You are absolutely finished. With the 3 chieftains gathered, you have no hope of survival. Surrender is your only option. At this moment, Wu Yazi, captured in Han Li's grasp, roared with fervor, unable to contain his excitement. He, it is said that your Sansheng sect boasts nearly 100,000 disciples in total. Am I correct? Han Li inquired, regarding Wu Yazi with a calm demeanor and a slight smile. Indeed, the total number of disciples in my Sansheng sect exceeds 100,000. Why do you suddenly pose such a question? Wu Yazi's eyes flickered. Did Han Li intend to slaughter them all? Let me assure you, you will not have that opportunity. With the 3 chieftains gathered, accompanied by their golden core cultivators, and my own chieftain present, I must inform you that my sect possesses no fewer than 4 celestial infant pills. Do you think the chieftain brought merely 3 golden core cultivators? No. He has actually brought 3 nascent soul experts, along with an additional celestial infant pill. Consequently, there are a total of 6 nascent soul ancestors here. What do you have to counter that? Your own head? Wu Yazi's laughter was frenzied, having succumbed to madness. 6 nascent souls indeed formed a formidable assembly. Han Li maintained his composure. However, you are mistaken. I do not intend to eradicate all of your 100,000 disciples, but it would be a grave waste if they do not lend me their support. With a swift motion, Han Li waved his hand, sending numerous array plates flying forth at astonishing speed, transforming into streaks of light. Bring all of these down. Witnessing Han Li's sudden action, Dong Qingwe bellowed, and the 3 chieftains moved in unison, unleashing terrifying power from their hands to obliterate the array plates Han Li had cast. Ice Flame Calamity, Han Li silently intoned. And in an instant, blossoms of white flames manifested in the sky, rapidly freezing the forces unleashed by the 3 chieftains, thwarting their attempts to strike the array plates. However, as the combined might of the 3 nascent souls surged forth, the white flames could only withstand for a mere 3 breaths before shattering, the frozen power quickly spilling outward. Yet, those 3 breaths proved sufficient. As the array plates descended and activated instantaneously upon touching the ground, Han Li felt a surge of connection, akin to a chess master linking disparate pieces on the board. Welcome to my domain, blood-forged Jianghu. With a resounding roar, a series of violent explosions erupted, accompanied by piercing screams reminiscent of wind and cranes. Soon after, a relentless cacophony of agonized cries echoed from afar. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld waves of crimson killing light surging forth from the edges of the formation. Each of these crimson rays exuded a formidable spiritual aura, mercilessly shredding any disciples of the 3 Saints sect ensnared within. The blood that flowed from their dismembered bodies was absorbed by the blood refinement Jianghu formation, enhancing its potency in a manner akin to self-nourishment. Han Li had long since refined numerous formation plates, and with his current strength, there was no need for him to place each plate at every formation point within a certain range. With a mere wave of his hand, he could project the pre-prepared formation plates. The blood refinement Jianghu formation unleashed its might, targeting mostly disciples below the Golden Core realm. It is crucial to note that ascending to the Golden Core stage is an arduous endeavor, with perhaps only 1 in 10,000 cultivators achieving it, making it a rare feat indeed. Yet, the blood refinement Jianghu formation crafted by Han Li was capable of slaughtering even those at the nascent soul stage, transforming the scene into an almost one-sided massacre, executed with astonishing speed. While the spectators stood in awe, mouths agape, they witnessed a crimson storm rapidly sweeping in from all directions. Beasts, fiends, Han Li, you are a heartless monster. The 3 nascent soul ancestors hovering in the air looked on in horror as vast numbers of Three Saints sect disciples were annihilated in an instant. The bloodstorm a manifestation of their swift demise, their eyes bulging with rage. Act! Act! We must kill him. Only by eliminating him can we put an end to this inhuman formation. Dong Qingwei roared, producing 3 heavenly infant pills from his possession, distributing them among the 3 golden core cultivators who had accompanied him. With a thunderous explosion, the 3 golden core cultivators consumed the heavenly infant pills, rapidly breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Now, the 6 nascent soul ancestors charged toward Han Li in unison. Such a formidable assembly was indeed terrifying. Alas, the strongest among them was merely at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, far from sufficient to vanquish me. Heavenly demon birth technique. In the next moment, Han Li unleashed this terrifying secret art. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, and 5 ethereal manifestations of heavenly demons emerged. Together with Han Li himself, there were precisely 6, poised to confront the 6 nascent soul powerhouses. What sorcery is this? How bizarre! Dong Qingwei and the others, witnessing the emergence of the 5 heavenly demon apparitions, felt their hearts race with shock. Kill! Han Li bellowed, brandishing his demon suppression sword and locking his primary target onto Dong Qingwei, the strongest among the nascent soul practitioners present, who might still possess a heavenly infant pill or its remnants. The terrifying battle erupted instantaneously, shaking the mountains and splitting the earth as vast structures crumbled under the onslaught. They struck from the ground to the heavens, a torrent of crimson blood cascading down. This was the blood of a formidable nascent soul cultivator. As this blood fell, the power of the blood refinement zhang formation surged dramatically, and the surrounding crimson storm grew increasingly terrifying. Chapter 150, Mocking the Nascent Soul as Ants. Unbounded frenzy. The death toll escalated, intensifying the terror of the blood refinement zhang array. Vast swathes of disciples from the Three Saints sect were mercilessly slaughtered, and the crimson storm grew ever more ferocious, leaving the disciples with no avenue of escape. The indiscriminate assault spread with such swiftness that even the 6 nascent soul experts attempting to thwart Han Li found their eyes bulging in disbelief, their furious roars echoing in the chaos. Dong Qingwei, a formidable figure at the 3rd layer of nascent soul, was locked in a frenzied battle with Han Li. However, Han Li's arsenal of techniques was ceaselessly innovative. In a mere blink, they exchanged hundreds of blows, yet Dong Qingwei failed to subdue Han Li. How can a mere 5th-layer golden core practitioner possess such overwhelming combat prowess? This defies all logic. Dong Qingwei bellowed in furious exasperation. After living for several centuries, he had never encountered anyone as confounding as Han Li. Huh? If everything adhered to logic, how would I, Han Li, exist today? Han Li scoffed, wielding the demon suppression sword. With a sudden thought, he invoked the blood-drinking demonic blade. With a swift and vicious arc, the demon suppression sword sliced into Dong Qingwei's left chest, tearing open a grievous wound. Blood erupted forth in a torrent, prompting Dong Qingwei to urgently press his fingers against 3 distinct points around the wound, employing immense power to staunch the bleeding. To his disbelief, the blood continued to flow, albeit at a slightly diminished pace. Curse it! What trickery is this? Why can I not stem the bleeding? Dong Qingwei roared, simultaneously reaching into his spatial ring to retrieve a pill, swallowing it whole. As the leader of the Divine Pill Village, he possessed an array of healing elixirs. At that moment, he could not afford to be discerning. He consumed them all without hesitation. Yet, despite the rapid recovery of his other injuries, the wound on his left chest remained unyielding, blood continuing to seep incessantly. Spare your efforts. My blood-drinking demonic blade, once it inflicts harm, will ensure the blood flows endlessly. There is but one way to halt it. Would you care to hear it? Han Li chuckled. The solution is quite simple. You must sever the affected area of your wound. Only by cleaving it clean can you neutralize the unique properties of the blood-drinking demonic blade. Do not speak such nonsense. That wound resides on my left chest. If I were to sever it, I would also lose my heart. To lose my heart is tantamount to shattering my very being. Do you take me for a fool? Dong Qingwei shouted in outrage. Ha ha ha. I do not consider you a fool. I merely lay before you the means to remedy your plight. Whether you choose to believe it is of no concern to me. With a series of mocking scoffs, Han Li continued to escalate the confrontation, relentlessly wielding the demon suppression sword. It must be said, this sword is an extraordinary weapon, significantly enhancing his prowess. The clash between the two grew increasingly fierce, and the wounds on Dong Qingwei's body bled profusely, exacerbating his agitation. To his dismay, Han Li incessantly siphoned off his blood and spiritual energy to replenish his own strength. This strategy left Dong Qingwei a formidable cultivator at the third level of the nascent soul, feeling utterly stifled. The considerable blood loss caused a disorienting dizziness to creep into his mind. Alarming, indeed, the blood loss had reached a critical point, inducing sensations of lightheadedness. He needed to devise a countermeasure swiftly, lest it impair his judgment and reflexes. Dong Qingyue's expression darkened. Although the nascent soul can exist independently, it is currently closely intertwined with his corporeal form. Excessive blood loss engenders peculiar physiological responses that directly influence his cognitive processes. At this moment, Dong Qingyue's demeanor was rather grim. In his struggle against Han Li, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Han Li, conversely, attacked with escalating ferocity, seemingly endowed with boundless energy, a direct consequence of his unrelenting absorption of Dong Qingyue's cultivation and spiritual power. Continuing this way left them with no prospects for victory. One was perpetually losing blood, while the other consistently replenished it. Engaging in a protracted battle would lead to certain doom. Yet they had no means to eliminate Han Li in a fleeting instant. The longer the conflict dragged on, the more perilous their situation became, threatening not only their lives, but the very existence of the entire Three Sacred Sect. At this critical juncture, they were not within the confines of the Three Sacred Sect, but rather in the presence of a formidable mid-stage nascent soul elder. Otherwise, how could Han Li dare to act so audaciously within the territory of the Three Sacred Sect? Han Li, do you not desire the formula for the Tianying Dan? I can provide it. But you must withdraw immediately and vow never to set foot in the Three Sacred Sect again. Dong Qingyue, initially inclined to refuse, made a pivotal decision. It seemed plausible. Han Li, after all, was not invincible. If he did not comply, they would ultimately perish at Han Li's hands, with the formula still likely to be discovered by others. The opportunity has already been extended to you, yet you were unwilling to seize it. Miss this chance, and you shall find it irrevocably lost. Han Li responded coldly. Han Li, do not become overly arrogant. My considerations are for the greater good of the Three Sacred Sect. If you truly intend to show no mercy, the ultimate outcome will be mutual destruction, and you shall never attain the formula for the Tianying Dan. Dong Qingyue shouted vehemently, his face set in grim determination. Ha! If I fail to obtain it, it shall be merely my misfortune. However, if you expect me to release you, then abandon that hope. A group of ants destined to perish at my hands have no right to bargain with me. Han Li chuckled coldly, his words nearly infuriating Dong Qingyue to the point of apoplexy. After all, they were revered ancestors of the nascent soul, who would dare to label them as mere insects, particularly given that Han Li's cultivation was beneath theirs. You little wretch, if you possess the audacity, refrain from employing this formation. If you truly have the capability, do not resort to the dark arts that siphon the spiritual power of others. Let us engage in a fair contest. Should we be defeated, we shall have no further claims. Yet your victory under such circumstances lacks honor. Han Li scoffed derisively. I am but at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. And yet you, a multitude of nascent soul experts accompanied by over 100,000 disciples, have the gall to utter the phrase victory without honor? How audacious! He continued, his face marked with mockery. Nevertheless, since you have made such a proposition, I am not averse to accommodating you. Do you not still possess a celestial infant pill? Hand it over, and I shall engage you in earnest combat. Should I be vanquished, I shall depart and never set foot in the Three Sacred Sect again. Do you dare accept this challenge? Chapter 151. The cicadas sing for one autumn. You and I strive together. What do I have to fear? As long as you refrain from employing those dark arts, I shall have the courage. However, you must first swear an oath to heaven that during the course of our battle, you will not utilize the ability to absorb another's spiritual power and cultivation nor maintain this array. Dong Qingyue reiterated this point, demanding that Han Li make a heavenly vow, for without it, he would not place his trust in him. Very well, I agree to your terms. I shall bring you to utter despair. Han Li raised his right palm and, in accordance with Dong Qingyue's request, swore an oath to the heavens. Thunder roared as he completed his vow, as if the heavens themselves had taken note of his promise, ready to deliver divine retribution should he falter. Dong Qingyue remained true to his word, flipping his wrist to produce a heavenly infant pill from his storage ring, which he then tossed to Han Li. Catching the pill, Han Li inspected it. Its quality paled in comparison to the heavenly infant pill he had previously acquired from the lord of the Rakshasa sect. Nonetheless, it sufficed to elevate him to the Yuaning realm. He opened his mouth and consumed the pill. Boom. The moment the elixir entered his mouth, his cultivation surged upward, and within mere breaths, he ascended to the Yuan Ing realm. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic sandstorm dissipated. and the sword pellets scattered across the battlefield soared into his grasp. Even his formidable technique, the celestial demon descent, was retracted. Only his corporeal manifestation, the immortal king, remained suspended in the air, exerting pressure over this realm, yet Hanli refrained from commanding it to act. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Everyone, I have wagered with him. He shall not use his dark arts or maintain the killing array. We shall engage him on equal footing. If he loses, he must depart from the three holy sect. If he wins, the consequences need not be elaborated. Dong Qingwe's voice boomed, conveying the circumstances to all present. Kill, kill, kill. Instantly, whether it be Li Hong, the leader of the Thousand Gu stronghold, or Qiu Wanshan, each emitted a resounding battle cry. They twisted their bodies frantically, charging towards Hanli. It was time for them to experience true despair. As he beheld 6 Yuan-ing realm powerhouses rushing towards him, Hanli murmured to himself. Raising the demon-suppressing sword high, he charged directly into the fray. Boom! With a single stroke, an unfathomable force erupted from the demon-suppressing sword. The first opponent, who had attained the Yuan-ing realm through the heavenly infant pill, did not utter a sound as he was cleaved in two, along with his weapon. What? How is this possible? In a single encounter, this formidable Yuan-ing cultivator was swiftly vanquished. Even though the opponent had consumed the Tian-ing Dan, rendering their foundation unstable, it should not have culminated in such an instant demise. With a swift motion, Hanli transformed into a streak of crimson light, launching a surprise assault on another Yuan-ing who had also ingested the Tian-ing Dan, slicing through the air with his sword. Boom! Another lifeless body plummeted from the sky to the ground. He then morphed into bloodlight once more, darting towards a third cultivator who had taken the Tian-ing Dan. This third Yuan-ing, devoid of any hesitation, hastily bolted away. How could one be so effortlessly slain in a mere glance? Yet, compared to Hanli, his speed resembled that of a snail. Stop him. We must not allow him to kill a third, shouted Dong Qingshan and his companions, howling like hunting hounds as they charged toward Hanli. However, despite their frantic acceleration, they were still vastly slower than Hanli's Snow Lotus Divine Light escape. Boom! Hanli circumvented the Yuan-Ying's position and delivered a powerful sword strike, cleaving him in two. This time, instead of retreating, Hanli surged forward, drenched in blood, wielding the demon-suppressing sword as he charged toward the encroaching Dong Qingyue and his comrades. What are you waiting for? The 3 Yuan-Ing, hurry and absorb them. If the essence dissipates, we shall have nothing left. As he swung the demon-suppressing sword, Hanli called out to Qing Zhu, who stood nearby. Qing Zhu promptly rushed over, channeling the Sacred Emperor's infinite creation technique. Though they had consumed the Tian-ing Dan to reach the Yuan-ing realm, the 3 of them were originally pinnacle golden core cultivators, their bodies brimming with latent essence. They say my 3 saint sect is a den of demons. Yet in comparison to you, we are exceedingly benevolent. Dong Qingyue and his companions roared in unison, their hatred for Hanli reaching unprecedented heights. The cicada sings only in autumn. You and I are merely striving to survive. Let us not speak of demons and goodness, for such distinctions are futile. We are all simply fighting to live. Boom! Hanli coldly swung the demon-suppressing sword, striking upwards. He was sweeping through the 3 saints sect. Yet was he not also fighting for his own survival? Now, he faced the mighty Zhou dynasty. Without struggle, effort, or determination, there lay only the path to death. Kill, kill, kill. An endless torrent of terrifying sword energy cleaved through the heavens and split the earth. Hanli stood against 3 foes. Yet he compelled them to retreat one after another, especially as Dong Qingyue's chest continued to bleed, significantly diminishing his combat capabilities. Puff! Hanli's powerful strike landed squarely on Qiu Wanshan, severing half of his body, eliciting agonized screams from the wretched man. Damn it! Damn it! Qiu Wanshan bellowed in rage as he hastily sidestepped. But at that moment, a flurry of white flames erupted around him, enveloping him completely. In an instant, his flowing blood was rapidly frozen. The frigid force rapidly permeated his body, thwarting any hope of recovery from his injuries. In the blink of an eye, his already damaged internal organs were encased in ice, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of impending death. This is dire. My body is ruined. Qiu Wanshan's expression shifted dramatically. This terrifying cold energy, if left unchecked, would transform him into a mere ice sculpture. Acting swiftly, he opened a blood hole in the center of his brow, allowing his nascent soul to surge forth. It fled towards the distance, yet those white flames pursued relentlessly, akin to maggots clinging to their prey. Alas! Before he could even escape 100 meters, Qiu Wanshan's nascent soul was overtaken by the white flames, freezing midair. The ice flame calamity I have unleashed is indeed of genuine nascent soul caliber, Han Li sneered. No matter how desperately Qiu Wanshan's nascent soul attempted to flee, escape was futile. Han Li, cease this at once. We concede defeat. Release Qiu Wanshan's nascent soul. Hearing the anguished cries of Qiu Wanshan's nascent soul, Dong Qingwei bellowed with fury. Beside him, Li Hong clenched his fists, momentarily pausing, tacitly acknowledging Dong Qingyue's concession. I previously stated my aversion to those who repeatedly negotiate terms. It seems you are truly growing senile. Chapter 152, Soul Mastery of the Celestial Infant Pill, Elixir Recipe Boom. Han Li surged forth with ferocity. Opportunities granted once or twice cannot be bestowed a third time. As the saying goes, there are second chances, but no third or fourth. Grasping the demon-subduing sword, he unleashed his most terrifying combat prowess, charging straight at Li Hong, disregarding Dong Qingwei entirely. No matter how much Dong Qingwei struggled, he could not escape the grip of Han Li's palm. Once struck by the blood shadow-breaking magic blade, the wound would bleed incessantly, a fate utterly unavoidable. Even if Dong Qingwei were to flee at this very moment, Han Li felt no trepidation. Li Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily wielded his divine weapon in defense. Yet, under Han Li's frenzied onslaught, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault and was sent flying. Han Li closed in, delivering one palm strike after another, shattering Li Hong's defenses and bombarding his body. Blood gushed forth, and at that moment, countless bones within Li Hong's body surely fractured. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest despair. What truly crushed his spirit was Han Li, wielding the demon-subduing sword, carving hundreds of wounds into his form. Several gaping lacerations erupted, spewing blood forth. Within mere breaths, a wave of dizziness surged towards his head. The excessive blood loss was compromising his bodily functions. Flee! 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 Li Hong decisively summoned his nascent soul, which burst forth from his brow and darted into the distance. Seize him! Han Li bellowed, witnessing Li Hong's nascent soul escape. The ethereal figure of the celestial sovereign, suspended in midair, abruptly extended its hand towards Li Hong's fleeing essence. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the celestial sovereign's hand shattered all defenses of Li Hong's nascent soul, grasping it firmly. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You are merely a corporeal anomaly. How can you possibly seize me? Li Hong howled in madness, unable to accept that his dignified nascent soul was captured as one might grasp a chick. Despite his desperate struggles, he could not break free from the grip of the celestial sovereign's hand. Futile. The moment I consumed the celestial infant pill, your path was irrevocably set towards death. Han Li stated coldly. With a swift turn, he lunged towards Dong Qingwei. Han Li, must you insist on exterminating us completely? Why can we not negotiate? Dong Qingwei felt despair wash over him as he beheld Han Li's impending assault. There was no escape, no strength to fight back. He let out a cry filled with rage and sorrow. I warned you. You squandered your chances. Han Li replied with icy indifference, wielding the demon-subduing sword with lethal intent. Puff, puff, puff. Already weakened to less than half his strength, Dong Qingwei was struck with devastating force. In but a few breaths, he found himself captured by Han Li. His neck firmly grasped and lifted high. Hand over the recipe for the celestial infant pill. Han Li cast a cold glance at him and exclaimed. Dong Qingwei struggled desperately. I can give you this, but can you? No need, I shall seek it myself. Dong Qingwei attempted to negotiate further, but Han Li denied him that opportunity. With a swift motion, he severed Dong Qingyue's finger and removed the ring from it. After a thorough search, Han Li discovered a box hidden in the most obscure corner of the ring. He extracted the box and opened it, revealing a recipe for the Tianying pill. A smile of delight graced Han Li's lips. With the 3 remaining Yuanying and the presence of dozens of Jindan cultivators here, I can at least refine 3 Tianying pills. This is simply splendid. Han Li laughed heartily. The reason he had not immediately slain Li Hong and Qiu Wanshan was his desire to concoct the Tianying pill. You were dreaming. The recipe for the Tianying pill is exceedingly difficult to master. It took me at least 20 years to fully comprehend it. To expect you to learn it in a brief span is utterly impossible. If you are willing to release us, I could teach you the method of refining the Tianying pill, Dong Qingwei shouted repeatedly. Since I have made this statement, I possess absolute confidence. Your instruction is unnecessary. Han Li coldly retorted, unfurling the recipe for the Tianying pill. Simultaneously, the wordless golden book in his mind began to analyze the recipe. Soon, a simplified version of the Tianying pill's recipe appeared in the wordless golden book. With his extraordinary comprehension, Han Li swiftly grasped it entirely. It turns out that refining the Tianying pill is not as complicated as I thought. Allow me to demonstrate how it is done. In less than a quarter of an hour, Han Li had completely mastered the recipe for the Tianyin pill. Chapter 153, Resourcefulness and Immediate Alchemy. After mastering the formula for the celestial infant pill, Han Li extended his hand and effortlessly seized Li Hong's primordial infant. He then waved his hand to capture 10 golden core cultivators. With a swift motion, he retrieved the alchemical furnace that he had previously snatched from the peerless holy sun from his spatial ring. The alchemy commenced on the spot, and soon, anguished cries filled the air. The members of the three holy sect, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. The act of refining the celestial infant pill right before their eyes was exceedingly cruel. Dong Qingyue howled in rage, though indifferent when others were being refined. He found it unbearable now that it was their own people. Time passed slowly, and suddenly, an extraordinarily unique fragrance wafted from the furnace. Han Li waved his hand to lift the lid, and the aroma intensified, surging outward. A flawless, translucent pill, akin to white jade, gradually ascended from the furnace, the celestial infant pill, and of the highest quality. Dong Qingyue, what do you think of the grade of this celestial infant pill I have refined? Han Li chuckled, holding the pill towards Dong Qingyue. Dong Qingyue's face contorted with rage. You will meet a most dreadful end. One day, when the leader of our three holy sect returns, he will pursue you with the utmost cruelty. Let them come, I shall be prepared. Han Li replied with a cold smile, then swiftly seized Dong Qingyue and hurled him into the alchemical furnace. With 3 primordial infants available, he could produce 3 celestial infant pills. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Han Li continued his alchemical work, sitting majestically in mid-air as he proceeded. Meanwhile, at this very moment in Yong'an City, Wan Hongjin led the demon suppression guards, accompanied by 3 commanders and 800 soldiers, storming into the city with great momentum. Upon reaching the governor's mansion, they found only a sea of corpses, with no sign of Han Li. My lord, it appears we have arrived too late. He has already departed, a diviner who had accompanied Wan Hongjin reported after a thorough search of the governor's estate. Arrived too late? Wan Hongjin's expression darkened ominously. Resembling a man on the verge of an explosion, his frustration palpable. Send my orders. All lords and clan leaders within the Anping domain must reveal themselves voluntarily, or else every man, woman, and child in the domain shall be exterminated. Accuse them of harboring a demon. My lord, is it wise to annihilate everyone in the Anping domain? One commander inquired, alarmed. Fear not. That demon attacked us precisely because we sought to eradicate the devil cultivator in the Anping domain. It is entirely plausible that these individuals have significant ties to him, having been tasked with exterminating the demonic cultivators. I shall indiscriminately label every inhabitant of the Anping domain as such, in the hopes of compelling him to reveal himself. Wan Hongjin declared coldly. There is merit in your words. Let us proceed as you suggest. The 3 commanders nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Wan Hongjin's rationale. Moreover, this time, the second prince has issued a decree of absolute severity. Should they fail to capture the perpetrator responsible for the assassination of the demon suppression guards, they must not return. Wait. Just as the commanders turned to depart with their orders, Wan Hongjin suddenly shouted. He swiftly retrieved the demon detection jade from his waist. Boom. The moment the jade was unveiled, an overwhelming aura of malice surged forth. This was a superior grade of demon detection jade, capable of discerning the presence of demonic cultivators even from great distances. With their countless murders and vile practices, demonic cultivators exude a dense and sinister bloodlust, which these jades can detect with remarkable sensitivity. As the jade erupted with energy, an elderly man entered through the gates of the governor's mansion. As he walked, he formed a series of hand seals, proclaiming, Indeed, this is the place. The aura of the celestial demon is remarkably potent here. The words of the master spoke of the child of the celestial demon arriving in this vicinity. At last, I have discovered your whereabouts. The old man's expression was tinged with excitement. He was none other than the silver-haired elder who had appeared beside the girl in the cave after Han Li had cultivated the celestial demon descendants technique. Chapter 159. Wan Hongjin met his match, stumbling upon an impasse. The demon lord, without a doubt, is that elderly figure. The aura of malevolence surrounding him is exceedingly potent. The leader of the demon suppression guards beside Wan Hongjin exclaimed with palpable excitement. Capturing this arrogant demon lord will earn us immense accolades. The second prince will surely bestow upon us generous rewards. It must be him. Such a fierce and sinister demonic energy can hardly belong to anyone else in this Yong'an County. Wan Hongjin spoke coldly. Please, my lord, issue the command, and let us immediately apprehend and subdue him. Instantly, The three commanders around him sought permission in unison. Very well, I shall cover your advance. Proceed swiftly. Should you encounter any unforeseen forces, I will intervene without hesitation. Wan Hongjin waved his hand resolutely. As a formidable figure at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, he possessed the confidence to test the true strength and agility of his opponent. Understood, my lord. The three commanders then led the fiercely capable demon suppression guards in a rush towards the white-haired elder. Are you familiar with the son of the heavenly demon? One of them inquired. You insolent demon, you still possess the audacity to feign politeness. After mercilessly slaughtering so many, particularly my comrades in the demon suppression guards, your pretense is far too late. The three commanders bellowed, leading the charge without hesitation, unleashing an overwhelming force towards the elder. You may have misunderstood, the elder replied, somewhat bemused. He had come here in search of Han Li. Otherwise, he would never have set foot in such a humble town, regardless of it being the capital of Yong'an County. Nevertheless, despite his words, the attacks directed at him did not relent in the slightest. Humph. For one of my stature to engage in such calm discourse is already quite a feat, yet to still have one's life threatened is chilling. The elder's gaze turned frigid. As the saying goes, it is difficult to counsel a doomed spirit. Boom. With that, the white-haired elder struck out against the three commanders charging at him. A colossal handprint suddenly manifested, aimed at the trio and the countless demon suppression guards attacking him. In an instant, a crimson mist enveloped the area. The three commanders, along with hundreds of the demon suppression guards, were obliterated beneath that single blow, reduced to mere fragments of flesh and blood, without even a cry of agony escaping their lips. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. What level of demon lord is this? Wan Hongjin felt his scalp tingle with fear. A formidable adversary, indeed, a superlative powerhouse. He realized that no amount of his own strength could possibly contend with such might. Swish. In the next moment, Wan Hongjin decisively turned to flee, disregarding even those demon suppression guards who had not yet faced punishment, prioritizing his own survival. In this realm, where strength reigns supreme, who would dare to run? The voice of the elderly man with silver hair resonated softly. Then, he reached out towards Wan Hongjin, who was fleeing skyward. In an instant, the space surrounding Wan Hongjin seemed to solidify, as if he were seized by an unseen force. How is this possible? This is a power only accessible to those who have achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that you are a master of the nascent soul? Wan Hongjin exclaimed in disbelief. The pinnacle of the nascent soul stage represents the ultimate achievement of this realm, often referred to as a pseudo-deity. At this stage, one can already possess certain abilities unique to the transformation into a god. Good heavens, how can one possibly contend with this? Even the Grand General of the Demon Suppression Guard would surely perish. Wan Hongjin's legs trembled, overwhelmed by despair. Chapter 160. Not a single one left. So powerful. Powerful enough to render Wan Hongjin desperate. This was beyond their ability to contend with. After the white-haired elder seized Wan Hongjin, he gazed at him calmly. I bear you no grudge. Why then do you suddenly seek my life? Stop the pretense, you damned fiend. You have already slaughtered so many of my demon suppression guards. Do you find it amusing to claim there is no enmity? Wan Hongjin retorted vehemently. Though despair enveloped him, he found the elder's words utterly contemptible and ridiculed them fiercely. Knowing that he had no hope of survival, he resolved to speak his mind freely, dismissing the consequences. Whether you believe me or not is of little consequence to me. What truly matters is the source of the demonic aura that lingers here. Do you know? The white-haired elder inquired, his expression unchanging. Continue your charade, Wan Hongjin scoffed, unwavering in his disbelief of anything the elder might say. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall simply delve into your soul. Though it may invite retribution, it is of no significant concern, the elder stated coolly. With that, an overwhelmingly potent mental force, akin to a steel nail, pierced into Wan Hongjin's mind. He emitted a heart-rending scream as his soul was forcibly searched, akin to being subjected to 1,000 torturous cuts, an agony he could hardly bear. Oh, so the one you seek is indeed the son of the celestial demon. From Wan Hongjin's soul memories, the elder deduced that the one responsible for the repeated slayings of the demon suppression guards was the very entity he had been relentlessly pursuing. If that were the case, then these guards before him certainly deserved their fate. Fortunately, the son of the celestial demon possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he might already be a lifeless corpse. Failing to complete the command of his leader would surely invite punishment upon his return, representing a significant loss for their celestial demon sect. The son of the celestial demon? What does that even mean? Bewilderment washed over Wan Hongjin's face. You, a dead man, need not concern yourself with such matters. The white-haired elder smiled slightly. Tightening his grip, With a resounding crash, one Hongjin was obliterated, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. This object can detect the bloodthirsty aura. It seems he must have used this jade pendant to ascertain my identity as a demonic practitioner. After all, the lives I have taken and the bloodthirst I carry are countless, the elder mused as he examined a jade pendant from one Hongjin's shattered remains, the very demon-detecting jade. This little trinket is quite impressive. Perhaps it will aid me in swiftly locating the son of the celestial demon. The elder toyed with it briefly before securing it in his belt sheath. He then continued deeper into the county capital. An elderly man with white hair prepared to reside here for a time, hoping to once again encounter that individual's return. Meanwhile, at the Demon Guard's headquarters in the Imperial City, a sentinel stationed at the Hall of Heroes was struck with terror as he witnessed the continuous shattering of soul crystals on stage. His heart sank when he saw the crystal belonging to one Hongjin break. He trembled in fright. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Even the deputy governor has perished. What shall we do? The second prince will surely be infuriated. The sentinel, gripped by fear, realized that half of the Demon Guard's strength had been utterly annihilated. The extent of the damage inflicted upon the Demon Guard was beyond expression. The power of that fiend was simply overwhelming. Accountability must be reported. Chapter 161, A Bountiful Harvest. Return to Yongin City. The vice commander, 3 leaders, and 800 gold core realm demon subduing guards have all perished. None have survived. Upon receiving this news, the second prince, Zhou Jingtian, was consumed by an overwhelming fury. With a roar, the terrifying wrath he emanated left the reporting demon subduing guards gasping for breath, blood spurting from their mouths. Their faces flushed with panic. They hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling with fear, crying out for his forgiveness. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings, utterly annihilated. What purpose do you serve? Zhou Jingtian seethed. If it were merely Han Li, who had distributed demonic cultivation methods to Lanping County, he wouldn't possess the strength to slay the likes of Wan Hongjin and his companions. Could it be that you were caught off guard by his ambush? He surely anticipated your return for vengeance. Zhou Jingtian glared fiercely at Shunhe below. Forgive me, your highness, but we currently lack knowledge of his true capabilities. None of those sent have returned alive. Should we pursue retaliation? The demon-subduing guard asked, trembling. Of course we must continue our vengeance. Zhou Jingtian bellowed. We have suffered the loss of half our fighting force. If we cease our pursuit now, it will only reflect our cowardice. This disgrace is unbearable. Outsiders will claim I have surrendered to the demon and cowered in fear. Your highness, what shall we do? The guards queried. Should we dispatch another vice commander? Is it wise to summon the grand commander back? The grand commander cannot return at this moment. He is engaged in training a particularly unique squad. Instead, I shall summon the other 2 vice commanders back, and I will enlist the aid of Blood Moon Tower to accompany you. Zhou Jingtian declared coldly after a moment of contemplation. The demon-subduing guards were taken aback. Could Zhou Jingtian truly command Blood Moon Tower? This organization was the most elite assassin force of the Great Qian dynasty and had long been in opposition to it. Return and await my orders. I will summon the 2 vice commanders back, Zhou Jingtian instructed, waving them off. He subsequently retrieved 2 jade talismans to send messages, summoning the other 2 vice commanders and their demon-subduing guards back to the Imperial City. Afterward, Zhou Jingtian quietly departed from his royal residence, making his way to a modest single-story pavilion within the Imperial City. Upon entering, he proceeded to a room where he knocked around, and with a crack, the stone tiles beneath him split open, revealing a staircase leading underground. Zhou Jingtian descended the stairs. Young master, 2 black-clad assassins stood respectfully on either side, greeting him upon his arrival. Are Blood Butcher and Moon Glory present? Zhou Jingtian inquired of one of the assassins. Reporting to young master, both lords are here. Please follow me, the assassin responded. Before long, they brought Zhou Jingtian to a spacious underground chamber, a realm of its own. In this chamber stood 2 renowned assassins of the Great Qian dynasty, one clad in a crimson robe, donning a red mask, the other dressed in black, wearing a silver mask. Their names had long been whispered in hushed tones, silencing the cries of children at night. Yet, upon the arrival of Zhou Jingtian, they both rose with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. Young master, what brings you here? We were unaware of your approach and humbly seek your forgiveness. With a calm demeanor, Zhou Jingtian settled into a grand armchair and conveyed his urgent request to Blood Slaughter and Moon Glory, instructing them to each lead a team of assassins to accompany the 2 vice commanders of the Demon Guard to Yongin City. He urged them to utilize the Reflection Stone to document all combat scenes before strategically entering to assist. Your command shall be obeyed, they replied with decisive nods. Zhou Jingtian offered no further words, rising to depart. Indeed, the adversary he faces must be formidable, or else we would not be summoned, Bloodslaughter remarked, exchanging glances with Moon Glory after Zhou Jingtian's exit. Certainly, the second prince would not employ our services unless absolutely necessary. Our true purpose lies in the pivotal battle for succession. Yet, the fact that we are being called upon indicates a significant threat, potentially orchestrated by the first prince. If we can resolve this issue and unearth the mastermind behind it, the second prince will undoubtedly reward us handsomely. That is beyond doubt. With the two of us, this mission shall be executed flawlessly, Moon Glory replied with a slight smile. The forces mobilized against Han Li had coalesced into a formidable entity. One that even a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of the nascent soul would find challenging to withstand. Meanwhile, at the Three Holy Sect, Yi Xian had thoroughly scoured its depths. This hall was nothing short of terrifying. He turned to Qing Zhu with a smile. Let us return to Yong'an City and await the impending retribution. Retribution? Isn't that your specialty? Qing Zhu retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, you have a point. Han Li chuckled heartily, then led Qing Zhu back to Yong'an City. However, he did not immediately enter the prefect's residence. Instead, he strategically placed various formations in different locations, ensuring a dense arrangement to guarantee success. Once the arrangements were complete, he finally stepped through the gates of the prefect's residence. Upon entering, he was met with an overwhelming stench of blood. So many have perished, all at the hands of the demon guard. Han Li gasped in shock at the sight of the bodies strewn across the floor. Who dared to attack the demon guard? He pondered, noting the gruesome state of the corpses. This manner of death feels unsettlingly familiar. As they approached, Qing Zhu slightly furrowed her brows. A sense of familiarity? What could it mean? Yi Xian immediately turned to look at her. Chapter 162. The arrival of the demon suppression army. A sense of familiarity washed over Han Li as he raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Qing Zhu. What could this mean? The method of killing bore a striking resemblance to the notorious style of the heavenly demon sect within the Chaos Demon Sea. Scattered like grains. The garments remain untouched, Qing Zhu pondered aloud. Scattered like grains, the garments remain untouched, Han Li murmured softly. He then approached a corpse, crouching down to investigate. Pressing on the bloated clothing revealed fragments of flesh that oozed forth like grains. Indeed, as Qing Zhu had indicated, moving to a second corpse, he found a similar scene. This technique was exceedingly ruthless. The clothing appeared pristine, yet the internal flesh had disintegrated into granular form, collapsing entirely with the slightest pressure. The demonic arts I possess are far too gentle in comparison, Han Li sighed softly, reflecting on the vastness of the world and the existence of those stronger than oneself. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he hastened forward, stopping before two bodies. The attire they wore was that of the leaders of the demon suppression army, and they too had been swiftly eliminated. The strength of the adversary was indeed formidable. These two corpses, lying side by side, were clad in the garb of the demon suppression army's leaders. Han Li was then jolted again as he spotted a nearby cluster of mangled bodies, draped with dark purple robes. His expression shifted to one of shock. Those garments belonged to the vice commander of the demon suppression army. Could it be that the vice commander was also slain here? Han Li thought incredulously. Based on the previous description from Zhou Zhangqing, the vice commander was a formidable figure at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, adorned in dark purple robes. Although the body was in tatters, its original form was still discernible. The fact that a 5th level nascent soul expert had been so easily dispatched was unfathomable. Just how powerful must the assailants be? Han Li found it difficult to gauge, but he was certain that the threat was immense. It was clear that the heavenly demon sect had perpetrated this act. But why would they come here? Qing Zhu wore an expression of doubt. The great Zhou dynasty should hold little allure for the heavenly demon sect. In the vast expanse of the great Zhou dynasty, it was merely a medium-sized power within the Chaos Demon Sea, vastly inferior to the superpower that was the heavenly demon sect. Is the heavenly demon sect truly that formidable? Han Li inquired, his gaze fixed on the shattered body of the vice commander. Indeed, Qing Zhu affirmed without hesitation. How formidable? Han Li pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Zhu nodded emphatically. The heavenly demon sect is a cut above. They are one of the 3 great demon sects of the Chaos Demon Sea, housing invincible beings at the great ascension stage. Han Li gasped in astonishment. Such beings were far beyond his current reach, realms he could not yet aspire to comprehend. The strength of the heavenly demon sect is indeed formidable. Yet, upon reflection, the fact that the demon suppression guard has provoked such powerful adversaries from the sect elicits a bemused smile from Han Li. Suddenly, the resounding clatter of hooves echoes from afar, a sound that is both vast and imposing. Upon hearing this, Han Li's brow furrows slightly, and he swiftly unleashes his formidable spiritual energy. Goodness, such a multitude has arrived, indicating that the demon suppression guard has truly incited their wrath. However, it was not I who killed their vice commander. It seems I shall bear the blame. Han Li inwardly curses. A vice commander at the 5th tier of the nascent soul realm. Should he absorb their energy, it would be worth the burden of blame. Yet, the crux of the matter is that he has not absorbed it, and thus becomes the scapegoat instead. Should we make our exit? Qing Zhu inquires, her expression somewhat grave. With her strength somewhat restored, she senses the approaching force is indeed substantial, particularly two of its members, whose power is particularly immense. It would be a pity to pass up such a feast, Han Li replies with a slight smile. You make a valid point. Qing Zhu chuckles softly. With the celestial infant pill in his possession, even she has been subdued, so there is little reason for him to fear the approaching strongmen. Nevertheless, Han Li still gestures to cast forth several blood-refining array discs, tossing them into their respective positions. So many array discs. This demon is indeed a master of formations. To unleash such a multitude of array discs at once signifies an extraordinary formation. As Han Li casts out the array discs, several pairs of eyes from hidden corners outside the governor's mansion observe the scene unfold. This demon is a master of arrays. It is entirely plausible that he had previously used formations to ambush the demon suppression guard. Indeed, we should tamper with these array discs. When he activates the formation, we shall destroy the discs, and I suspect this demon will be thrown into disarray. It is said that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. He would never anticipate the two kings of assassination from Blood Moon Tower have also taken action. The two speakers are none other than Blood Moon Tower's premier assassins, Blood Butcher and Moon Glory. They have arrived at the governor's mansion ahead of time, lying in wait. As time passes, the formidable demon suppression guard, comprising 2 vice commanders, 6 leaders, and 3,000 troops, charges towards the governor's mansion. Their overwhelming presence forces the demonic cultivators in Yong'an City to retreat hastily, wary of getting too close. The 2 vice commanders lead the demon suppression guard without a care, entering the governor's mansion with resolute determination. My lord, there are 2 people inside, a man and a woman. Upon crossing the threshold of the governor's mansion, they spot Han Li and Qing Zhu standing in the courtyard. To my surprise, it was indeed a young man and woman, both formidable in their own right. One of them, Vice Commander Luo Chong, spoke in an exceedingly frigid tone. It was certainly unexpected, yet we cannot dismiss the possibility that some ancient fiends possess peculiar inclinations, sustaining their youthful appearances through the consumption of copious human blood. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we must subdue him at once. The other vice commander, Wan Peng, scoffed in agreement. Indeed, what are we waiting for? Let us strike without hesitation. With a chilling smile, Luo Chong gestured grandly. All demon suppression guards, under the leadership of the 6 commanders, form ranks and prepare to capture the fiends. With a swift command, the 6 commanders led their respective teams of demon suppression guards, encircling Han Li and his companions in a formidable formation. Fiends, the great Zhou dynasty shall not tolerate your audacity. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 163. The Son of the Demon. At last, I await you. The 6 commanders led the demon suppression guards to form an imposing array aimed at exterminating the demon. With the addition of 2 vice governors at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, Han Li's demise was inevitable. No matter how formidable a demon may be, they must ultimately face justice. Once the life force of the 2 5th level nascent soul cultivators and the 6 commanders of higher ranks is completely drained, I shall surely ascend 1 or even 2 minor realms. Han Li, instead of feeling fear in the face of such a powerful assembly, was instead filled with exhilaration. It was utterly laughable that the demon, on the brink of death, still harbored intentions of draining us. Embrace your fate, Wan Peng bellowed, casting the demon suppression sword bestowed by Zhou Jing into the air. The extermination array commenced. As the sword soared, the 6 commanders rallied the demon suppression guards in a synchronized roar. Waves of terrifying energy surged from their bodies toward the heavens, coalescing into the sword. Thunderous roars echoed as the very earth trembled. A fearsome sword light sliced through the sky, its overwhelming aura causing all demonic cultivators in the city to tremble uncontrollably. They were overwhelmed by an indescribable dread, unable to withstand the sheer force of the righteous sword energy enveloping Yong'an City. Demon, with such a formidable array, there shall be no escape for you. It had been countless years since the demon suppression guards had unleashed such titanic power. Han Li had no reason to believe he could continue to survive. Sometimes, bold claims are made prematurely. Since I dare to await you here, I possess absolute confidence, Han Li said with a serene expression. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, revealing a jade-like tianyin lamp, which he steadied before his lips. Huh. Is your tactic merely to consume pills? How utterly ridiculous. I expected far more sophisticated methods from you, at the very least, a terrifying formation, but instead, it seems you resort to mere pills. Or perhaps the formations you used to slaughter them were severely damaged in the battle and are no longer usable. Wan Peng and Luo Chong scoffed derisively. If I were to tell you that the demon suppression guards you see before you, including the vice-governor who perished here, had no connection to my actions, would you believe me? Han Li retorted with a cold grin. Of course, we do not believe you. Wan Peng sneered. I anticipated your disbelief, hence my reluctance to elaborate further. However, I must inform you, there exists a demon of far greater power than I. Currently within the great Zhou dynasty, his strength could obliterate you vice-governors in an instant. Han Li chuckled lightly. Wan Peng and Luo Chang's expressions shifted slightly, but they quickly regained their composure, responding with contempt. Do not attempt to sow fear through your empty threats. Such trickery is laughable. Today, you face two choices, a path to your demise, or to be subdued and taken away by us. Choose wisely. Ha ha ha. Han Li erupted in laughter. I choose a third path, to send you to the Yellow Springs. As his words fell, he placed the tianyin pill into his mouth. Upon entering his body, the elixir brought a refreshing sensation that coursed through his internal organs, followed by a terrifying power that erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging through his limbs and bones. His cultivation level ascended rapidly, through the 5th layer of the golden core stage, then the 6th and the 9th, until he reached the 1st layer of the nascent soul stage. In just a few breaths, he had advanced to the realm of the nascent soul. Re-entering this stage, the unparalleled strength within him made Han Li feel an intoxicating urge to moan in pleasure. It was simply exhilarating. He sensed that only by achieving the nascent soul could the advantages of his longevity body be fully realized. The limitations of the golden core stage were far too constraining. In such a brief period, to elevate himself so significantly, did he truly consume the tianyin pill? The onlookers' pupils constricted slightly as they regarded Han Li's ascent to the nascent soul stage, and they coldly exclaimed. Indeed, I have consumed the tianyin pill, Han Li admitted candidly. Ha! Even if you have taken the tianyin pill, you can only reach the 1st layer of the nascent soul. Faced with our formidable array, your fate is still sealed. Activate the formations you command, or you will lose your chance to do so. Luo Zhong thundered, pointing at Han Li. This was not mere stubbornness on his part. He truly wished to understand the source of the power that had allowed Han Li to annihilate Wan Hongjin and the others. As for Han Li's claim that another had slain Wan Hongjin, he dismissed it outright. Very well, since you insist, I shall not be polite. However, I must clarify that activating the formations is not to aid in your demise, but rather to prevent your escape, Han Li replied with a slight smile. These words turned the faces of Luo Zhong and Wan Peng ashen. You think too much. Even amidst a cataclysm, not a single one of us will flee. In the lexicon of the demon suppression guards, the term escape does not exist, they declared resolutely. Once they finished speaking, Han Li fell silent, snapping his fingers to activate the Snow Love Jianghu formation. One by one, the formation plates were triggered, releasing a suffocating aura of bloodlust. In the void, a murderous light emerged abruptly, as if it had manifested instantaneously. However, upon witnessing these deadly rays, Han Li's brow furrowed suddenly. Only 6 formation plates had been activated. Where were the others? The scant murderous auras were sparse and scattered. When he first crafted the formations, he had created a total of 18 plates, not to mention his current strength, which would allow him to unleash 72 plates with a mere gesture. Yet, only 6 had activated. Quickly, Han Li attempted to sense the other plates, only to discover that they had all lost connection. Could it be that they had set other contingencies in place? Han Li furrowed his brow in contemplation, raising a hand to perform the sealing gesture, attempting to forcibly activate the remaining plates. Boom, boom, boom. As the intricate seals were executed, a series of explosive sounds reverberated around the governor's mansion, echoing a total of 66 times. Huh. No wonder you all boldly urged me to activate the formation in advance. It turns out you had clandestinely dispatched individuals to pinpoint the array I had cast and subsequently dismantled it. The demon suppressors are merely seekers of empty fame. Han Li ceased his incantations, casting a derisive glare at Luo Chong and Wan Peng, who were laughing at him. Cease your baseless accusations and nonsensical chatter. We arrived here at the governor's mansion with great fanfare. How could we possibly engage in sabotage? Luo Chong and his companion retorted sharply. It matters not, after all. I do not rely solely on the snow-love Jianghu formation to vanquish you. If it materializes, it will be a delightful enhancement. If not, it will not alter the ultimate outcome. Han Li chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, for he found further argument futile. Heavenly Demon Birth Technique. Han Li silently intoned these 5 words. Suddenly, the void trembled. An endless torrent of ashen-brown demonic energy materialized, surging forth as if the underworld itself had opened a portal. An eerie chill enveloped the atmosphere. Just then, as Han Li unleashed the Heavenly Demon Birth Technique, an elderly figure with white hair, seated within the grand hall of the governor's mansion, abruptly opened his eyes. Child of the Heavenly Demon, I have finally awaited your arrival. Chapter 164. The Descent of the Celestial Demon. The white-haired elder's eyes blazed with astonishment as he stepped forward, vanishing into the void. At that moment, Han Li, who was engaged in the Celestial Demon Descent technique, remained utterly oblivious. This formidable art could only be mastered by the progeny of the Celestial Demon. And he was indeed the chosen one. How swiftly he had been located. The elder's heart swelled with mirth, yet he refrained from revealing himself to Han Li just yet. With his spiritual sense sweeping the area, he discerned everything within a radius of several dozen miles. To his delight, he spotted the assassins from Blood Moon Tower lying in ambush outside the governor's residence, intent on sabotaging Han Li's formation. Despite their remarkable stealth, a skill that even Han Li could not perceive, they were utterly exposed to his awareness. How laughable! They fancied themselves as mantises stalking cicadas, oblivious to the powerful hunter lurking behind them. The elder scoffed, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the confrontation unfolding in the courtyard. As Han Li invoked the Celestial Demon Descent technique, a multitude of celestial demon apparitions emerged, 36 in total. Each phantom bore the strength of a nascent soul, akin to Han Li himself, embodying the essence of longevity and the same formidable power. Witnessing this spectacle, the once confident Wanpeng, Luo Zhong, and their allies in the demon extermination array felt an immediate tightening in their chests, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. What manner of sorcery was this? How could it be so terrifying? It defied all logic. How could one summon 36 nascent soul entities of equivalent strength? Unlike the astonishment of others, Wanpeng and Luo Zhong understood the true nature of Han Li's powers. He had long wielded this potent and enigmatic magic. They had previously exerted their utmost efforts. And now, with the addition of 36 equally formidable nascent soul beings, they grasped the meaning behind Han Li's earlier words. His formation was merely embellishment. His genuine reliance lay within himself. Now they truly witnessed this. Comrades, rally your spirits. Do not let fear consume you. Han Li bellowed, observing their faces darkening with trepidation, urging them to stand firm and not succumb to despair. Insects, do not be so arrogant. What does your secret art matter in the end? It ultimately derives from your true form, and your realm is fundamentally beneath ours. Do not delude yourselves into thinking that a fearsome technique can turn the tide and achieve a miraculous reversal. I assure you, it is utterly impossible. In a fit of rage, Wanpeng pointed at Han Li and roared vehemently, refusing to believe that their overwhelming strength could be overturned by him. Kill! 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 He shouted, rallying his forces. Luo Zhong exchanged a glance with him, and they both lunged at Han Li in unison. The tranquil void was suddenly rent asunder by an overwhelming force, with visible fissures in space manifesting beneath their palms. The formidable demon-suppressing sword. A convergence of the powers of 6 nascent soul leaders and thousands of demon-suppressing guards, unleashed a blade of light stretching over 1,000 meters. The terrifying spiritual energy was so potent that it could not be contained within this realm, slicing open a vast black chasm. In such a formidable array, even a cultivator at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage would find only a dead end. An attack infused with world-destroying power surged forth towards Han Li and his 36 celestial demon phantoms. In that fleeting moment of engagement, Han Li and the phantoms transformed into blood light, vanishing from sight. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious assaults that failed to find their mark obliterated the structures within the governor's residence, reducing them to ruins. It was the blood refinement divine light escape. It turned out that these 36 celestial demon phantoms were also adept at this escape technique. As Wanpeng and Luo Zhong stood bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the phantoms, the residence erupted with cries of agony. Groups of demon-suppressing guards fell before Han Li and his 36 phantoms. Demon, you dare not confront us directly and resort to ambush. They shouted, die. Wanpeng and Luo Zhong shot forth, intent on intercepting Han Li. However, once they charged out, they realized their speed was woefully inadequate to catch up with Han Li and his phantoms, whose swiftness and agility were unparalleled. In a flurry of movements, they could not keep pace with Han Li, resulting in mounting casualties among the demon-suppressing guards. The speed and strength of Han Li and the Phantoms were extraordinary. Most critically, this was akin to 37 nascent soul cultivators striking simultaneously, aside from the 6 nascent soul leaders, and Wan Peng and Luo Chong. The remaining guards were merely at the golden core stage, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught, and were slaughtered mercilessly. Fortunately, Wan Peng and Luo Chong swiftly recalibrated their strategy, gathering the scattered demon-suppressing guards from 6 directions into a cohesive formation to face the terrifying Han Li and his 36 phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. After converging, they barely managed to withstand some of the attacks, and even began to mount effective counterattacks. Humph, gathering together will only expedite your demise. Han Li sneered. Eschewing any tactical finesse, he boldly led the charge with his 36 phantoms towards the clustered demon-suppressing guards. Boom, boom, boom. Time and again they surged forth. The 6 leaders could no longer endure and began to cough up blood, their bodies sustaining severe injuries. Master, we are struggling to hold on. What shall we do? The 6 leaders cried out, each suffering varying degrees of grave wounds. The faces of Luo Chong and Wan Peng turned ashen with despair. Chapter 165. The Emergence of the Blood Tower. The 6 commanders could no longer withstand the pressure. They felt that had it not been for their collective strength to jointly activate the demon-subduing sword, they would have surely been utterly defeated. What to do? Retreat. Rojong bellowed furiously. A temporary withdrawal was necessary. His strength likely hovered around the late Yuanying stage, requiring the Grand Commander to come and suppress the situation. Wan Peng's voice was cold and fierce. At this moment, Han Li's attacks and power were utterly terrifying. It was akin to battling over 30 formidable Yuanying realm experts. And not just any ordinary ones, but those of the eternal Yuanying lineage. Each possessed the capability to fight beyond their level. They could not afford to continue the fray. Such a course would lead only to their demise, and the demon-subduing guard would suffer severe depletion, risking its very reputation. Having come this far, they must remain. Thoughts of retreat were futile. Han Li sneered coldly, charging forth with ferocity, engaging in an intense confrontation with the 36 ethereal figures of the heavenly demon. Have you not heard the saying, do not chase a desperate foe, do not push them to the brink? You leave us no room for mercy, and the inevitable outcome will be mutual destruction. Your formidable demonic arts cannot be sustained indefinitely. The consumption is immense, and I advise you to withdraw at the appropriate time. Rojong and the others roared in anger at Han Li. However, Han Li remained utterly indifferent. You overestimate yourselves. You lack the strength to bring about our mutual downfall. As for consumption, you are correct. It is indeed considerable. Yet, I possess 2 heavenly infant pills. Moreover, you have 8 Yuanying experts, which to me equates to my additional 8 heavenly infant pills. The notion of consumption is of no concern to me. Upon finishing his words, Han Li burst into laughter. Arrogant fiend, you are exceedingly overconfident. Do you truly fear no divine retribution? Han Li's words sent Rojong and the others into a furious tremor. He was indeed an unyielding force, impervious to defeat. As the deputy commander of the demon-subduing guard, a revered Yuanying powerhouse, they had never endured such humiliation. Yet, they could do nothing but swallow their pride. Cultivators walk a path that defies the heavens. Moreover, I have already faced divine wrath during my breakthrough to the Jindan stage, enduring a grievous heavenly tribulation. Thus, why should I care about this nonsense of divine will? Han Li's demeanor was frigid to the core. Letting them go was out of the question. Not only that, but the moment he stepped into the Yuanying realm would also mark the time he claimed dominion over the great Zhou imperial city. Absorbing thousands of Jindan cultivators would be sufficient for him to break through several levels. As for Rojong and his companions, Han Li resolved not to absorb them, deeming it more advantageous to refine heavenly infant pills. Primarily, before he reached the Yuanying stage, the heavenly infant pills would serve as his strongest card for survival and combat. Kill. The primordial unification spirit-absorbing great method was unleashed to its utmost, with tiny whirlpools appearing at every pore. While he wreaked havoc, he also voraciously absorbed everything from the demon-subduing guard. As Han Li sensed the considerable drain on his energy, he decisively retrieved another celestial infant pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of invigorating power coursed through his limbs, restoring his vitality. This marked the first occasion he had consumed 2 celestial infant pills in quick succession. However, the sudden influx of strength that surged through his body this time, while formidable, felt less overwhelming than the first. What could be the reason for this? Surely my instincts cannot be mistaken. Could it be that my body has developed a tolerance to the celestial infant pill? Han Li furrowed his brow. With his current prowess, he could easily discern any changes within his body. Demon, what does it matter if you possess 100 celestial infant pills? Overindulgence diminishes their efficacy, especially when taken consecutively. At the very least, one ought to wait 3 days and nights between doses. Since you have no intention of granting us an escape, we shall meet our end here, ensuring that we take you down with us. As Han Li consumed yet another celestial infant pill to sustain his terrifying strength, Luo Zhong bellowed in fury. If death is inevitable, let it be a glorious demise. We shall etch our names into the annals of the great Zhou dynasty, and at the very least, the imperial family shall look after our kin and clans, heralding us as heroes of the great Zhou. Upon Luo Zhong's declaration, Wan Peng cast a fervent gaze towards the 6 commanders and the demon suppression guards behind them. Some lives hold the weight of mountains, while others are as light as feathers. We are the demon suppression guards of the great Zhou, and our vision is to rid the world of demons. Today, we shall fight to the death against this fiend. He offers us no mercy. We shall engage in a bloody battle to the bitter end. Wan Peng, with fiery eyes, urged them, igniting the valiant spirit within, casting aside fear to confront Han Li in a decisive clash. To the death, to the death, to the death. The echoes of their roars resonated throughout the area, dispelling their fears as they resolved to engage Han Li in a final confrontation. Now this resembles the true spirit of the demon suppression guards. Were they merely a collection of weaklings? I would worry about being drained of my strength and becoming one myself. Observing their unwavering determination, a smile graced Han Li's lips. Such opponents make for an intriguing battle. Boom, boom, boom. The conflict escalated in intensity. The casualties among the demon suppression guards mounted, yet Han Li, with intent, ensured that not a single commander had perished thus far. He still needed to concoct more celestial infant pills, even if the effects of consecutive use were diminished. The pills remained valuable. Blood flowed like rivers, and the air was thick with the stench of death, saturating the entire governor's estate. Amidst the carnage of bodies and blood, only 6 severely injured commanders remained, along with the battered Luo Zhong and Wan Peng. In the end, you have failed to compel me to consume a 3rd celestial infant pill. Han Li gazed at them with an air of indifference, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a colossal alchemical furnace materialized before him, resting upon the ground. He intended to refine elixirs. Humph. While we may not have succeeded in forcing you to consume the 3rd heavenly infant pill, we shall ensure that you ingest it nonetheless. At that moment, an incredibly frigid voice reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed as lethal rays surged toward Han Li from all directions. These were beams of murderous intent, terrifyingly potent, tearing through the very fabric of space itself. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly invoked the 6 Paths Divine Fist, unleashing punch after punch to sever the surrounding space, colliding with these deadly rays. Then, figures clad in black robes, adorned with a blood-red crescent moon, emerged from the shadows. The Blood Moon Tower? Upon witnessing these individuals, who had been waiting in despair for death, Luo Zhong and the others were struck with a jolt of shock. The Blood Moon Tower, the most elite assassin faction of the great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 166. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. The tactics of the Blood Moon Tower. The Blood Moon Tower stands as the most elite assassin organization within the great Zhou dynasty, boasting a remarkable track record, with even formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivators having fallen to their prowess. Within the Blood Moon Tower resides a hall of heroes, not dedicated to venerating their own powerful assassins, but rather housing the skulls of nascent soul masters they have vanquished. The emergence of the Blood Moon Tower took Luo Chong and Wan Peng by surprise. Their astonishment only deepened upon witnessing the presence of the 2 legendary assassins, Blood Butcher and Moon Glory. These 2 sovereigns of assassination have bloodied their hands with the lifeblood of numerous nascent soul cultivators. Who could have possibly spent a fortune to summon both assassins simultaneously? It is rumored that each of them possesses the capability to eliminate mid to late-stage nascent soul ancestors. Exchanging glances filled with confusion, Luo Chong and Wan Peng pondered this mystery. Could it be that the simultaneous summoning of these 2, along with such a multitude of Blood Moon assassins, amounted to an astronomical sum? An astronomical sum? I cannot help but feel that even a king's ransom might not suffice to mobilize such a vast array of assassins from the Blood Moon Tower, Wan Peng remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting this is not something achievable merely with wealth? Luo Chong inquired. Indeed. I believe this operation has at least deployed the full might of the 7th tier of the Blood Moon Tower, with the 2 legendary assassins at the helm. Furthermore, they have eschewed their usual stealthy tactics, opting instead to brazenly confront this fiend head-on. This is decidedly uncharacteristic of assassins, Wan Peng stated thoughtfully. You raise a valid point. Could it be that someone has specifically commissioned the Blood Moon Tower to besiege this fiend? It is even plausible that they are waiting for this fiend to expend his strength before striking. But who could that be? The master of the Blood Moon Tower? Yet, it is said that the master has been reclusive for many years. Surely, no one could mobilize such an extensive force of assassins. Their suspicions mounted, as they felt an unseen hand had orchestrated events, allowing them to deplete most of Han Li's strength and trump cards before emerging, akin to picking ripe fruit. Reminiscent of the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait. Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the multitude of Blood Moon assassins that had emerged, his gaze shimmering with a cold violet hue. The array formations I deployed outside, if I am not mistaken, were dismantled by you, correct? Indeed. It was we who destroyed them. You are quite cautious for a fiend, releasing numerous array formations to aid in your battles, even while possessing the formidable Heavenly Infant Pill as a safeguard. Alas, like the mantis that catches the cicada, you failed to anticipate our quiet ambush outside, Blood Butcher retorted, his single eye fixed coldly upon Han Li. Humph, you wretched insects lurking in the shadows. No one will be keeping a constant watch over you. Even if you have destroyed my array formations, what of it? An array is merely an embellishment. Its absence is inconsequential, Han Li scoffed. Well, I hope you can also be as unruly later on. Blood Butcher let out a chilling laugh. Blood Slaughter, Great Formation, eliminate the demon. He then issued his command. This was a coordinated killing array, specifically designed to besiege formidable opponents. As Blood Butcher's voice echoed, each assassin sprang into action, leaping to various positions. Blood Butcher and Moon Glory occupied the corners of Yin and Yang, respectively, and the entire Blood Slaughter formation took shape in an instant, launching a deadly assault on Han Li. The overwhelming aura of death was terrifying, causing Han Li's pupils to contract sharply as he sensed a hint of danger. However, with the Celestial Infant Pill still in hand, Han Li remained relatively calm. Blood Moon Tower, I bear no grudge against you. Since you have come to kill me, from this day forth, there is no longer a need for Blood Moon Tower to exist. Han Li let out a long howl, placing the last Celestial Infant Pill into his mouth. Without waiting for its effects to dissipate, he swallowed it whole. Kill! Han Li roared, charging forward with 36 Celestial Demon Phantoms. The Celestial Demon Phantom that had just been obliterated restored itself to peak condition, reappearing alongside him. Boom! Han Li single-handedly withstood the assault of the 2 reigning assassins of Blood Moon Tower and hundreds of renowned killers. The battle was exceptionally fierce. He discerned that the strengths of Blood Butcher and Moon Glory surpassed those of Luo Cheng and Wan Peng, particularly with their extraordinary assassination techniques, which momentarily left Han Li somewhat flustered. Fortunately, his adaptability was swift, and he possessed a vast array of techniques. After the initial chaos, Han Li discovered a way to counter their methods. The so-called assassination skills of killers were merely characterized by their blinding speed, making it challenging to discern from which direction they would strike, employing cunning and ruthless tactics. Han Li, however, commanded the blood-refining divine light escape, which, when fully activated, propelled him with lightning speed, even swifter than these assassins. Simultaneously, Han Li and his 36 Celestial Demon Phantoms employed the blood-refining divine light escape, enveloping the area in a crimson glow. The rapid pace allowed him and his phantoms to evade a barrage of attacks. I anticipated you would possess such a technique. I must admit, the speed of your method is indeed impressive, but we have already devised a countermeasure. Blood Butcher chuckled, then waved his hand to produce a multitude of talismans, casting them into the sky. Moon Glory also produced a talisman at that moment, hurling it into the heavens. Once activated, these talismans cascaded down in layers, creating a dense, radiant light. As this luminescence descended, the space they occupied felt as if it had become viscous, significantly reducing the speed of Han Li's blood-refining divine light escape amidst these brilliant rays. What is this? How could it produce such an effect? Han Li's expression shifted. The light emitted by these talismans was quite peculiar. Ha ha ha, this is the void-binding talisman. However, your strength is considerable, so it hasn't fully restrained you, allowing you to continue moving. But when these talismans combine, they can render this space akin to a quagmire. Even the speed at which you absorb the skills and prowess of others will significantly diminish. You have already lost the pride of your swiftness and the ability to assimilate the magical abilities of others. Therefore, you are left with but a path leading to your demise. Chapter 167. The White-Haired Elder Strikes. The terror of the hand of the celestial demon in the eyes of Blood Butcher, Han Li was already a dead man. Han Li furrowed his brow, realizing he had indeed underestimated the situation. This move could effectively suppress all his means. However, it served as a reminder that the abilities at his disposal were not infallible. He murmured to himself, feeling no panic from Blood Butcher's words, yet the desire to eliminate him remained exceedingly difficult. This was the confidence of the eternal body, extremely hard to kill, especially since his body still harbored the power of nirvana. Qingzhu, prepare to retreat. Han Li communicated telepathically. He was a decisive individual. Since he sensed the impossibility of annihilating his opponent entirely, it was far more prudent to withdraw swiftly. There was still ample time. He could always return to settle the score later. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yet, lurking behind the oriole was a hunter quietly observing. The celestial demoness son is not something mere mortals like you can contend with. Just then, a faint voice suddenly echoed. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone present looked up towards the heavens, feeling as though the sound emanated from above, yet failing to discern its exact origin. The sky appeared blank, devoid of any figures. There, suddenly, a sharp-eyed individual pointed towards the space above the grand hall behind Han Li, where the air seemed to writhe as if scorched by fierce flames, and a figure gradually materialized. The newcomer wore a faint smile, descending step by step as if traversing invisible stairs. Is he referring to me as the celestial demoness son? Han Li raised an eyebrow, pondering that aside from himself, who was a great demon and had practiced the celestial demon birth technique, it was incomprehensible that the other party would refer to anyone else. Yet the crucial point was that he did not recognize this white-haired elder at all. This elder must be a powerful figure from the celestial demon sect. Those prior individuals were likely slain by him. At that moment, Qingzhu's voice reached Han Li's ears. So it is him? Han Li's expression shifted instantly. Being regarded in such a light by Qingzhu indicated that this celestial demon sect expert possessed extraordinary prowess. The sudden appearance of this individual was clearly intended to assist him. However, why would two entirely unrelated individuals come to each other's aid? The title Celestial Demon as Son left Han Li utterly baffled. Who was this old man, speaking such audacious words? Perhaps he had succumbed to senility. A super assassin from Blood Moon Tower, at the nascent soul level, coldly reprimanded the white-haired elder. Die. The white-haired elder gazed indifferently at the Blood Moon Tower nascent soul assassin who had dared to scold him, extending his right finger and gently tapping. Uft. In the next moment, a blood hole appeared in the assassin's brow, directly piercing through his forehead, annihilating even his nascent soul, silencing all sounds in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The onlookers were all filled with shock, their eyes wide as they incredulously stared at the blood hole in the assassin's brow. To kill a nascent soul-level assassin from afar, without giving him a chance to react, how powerful must this white-haired elder be? This was simply beyond belief. At this moment, the assassins of Blood Moon Tower trembled in fear, especially Shuetu and Yurong, whose expressions darkened to the utmost. Given their abilities, they were far from capable of achieving such a feat, yet this enigmatic elder who had suddenly appeared could do so with apparent ease. Shuetu and Yurong exchanged glances, almost simultaneously nodding, perceiving horror and the desire to retreat in each other's eyes. For an assassin organization, encountering an opponent vastly superior in strength mandates an immediate retreat. This is an unwritten rule of their profession. Withdraw. Retreat at once. Without hesitation, Yurong and Shuetu issued commands in unison. However, it was already too late to escape. The elder with white hair gently shook his head and then extended his palm. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, and a massive fissure gradually emerged in midair, from which a hand protruded. This hand was enormous, entwined with blood-red runes, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura. The hand of the celestial demon. This was the signature manifestation of the celestial demon sect, seemingly reaching out from the depths of hell. Witnessing the appearance of this colossal hand adorned with blood-red runes, Qingzhu's pupils constricted, and he spoke in a low voice. I can sense that this hand is immensely powerful. Even if I were to summon all my strength, I might not be able to withstand it. Han Li's expression was grave. It was the first time he had felt a force so overwhelmingly formidable. Boom, boom, boom. Before the massive hand could descend, the assassins of Blood Moon Tower collapsed one after another, their faces frozen in terror, devoid of any bloodshed, as they fell lifelessly to the ground, as if they had perished in an instant. Coincidentally, a branch snapped and was blown by the wind, landing atop the corpse of a fallen assassin from Blood Moon Tower. Bang! The body of the assassin erupted into a gruesome display. Chunks of flesh spilling forth like fragments from their clothing, creating a scene of utter carnage that was nothing short of horrifying. This sight mirrored the scene that Han Li and the others had encountered upon their return. Xuetu and Yu Rong quaked in fear, with Xuetu hastily exclaiming, "Senior, please show mercy. We harbor no grievances against you. Why would you wish to harm us? If there is a misunderstanding, we are willing to pay a hefty price for your restraint. You have mistaken your target. Whether I can spare you depends on whether the child of the celestial demon wishes for me to do so," the elder replied nonchalantly. Xuetu paused momentarily, then swiftly turned to Han Li. Aside from Han Li, it was unlikely anyone else would be referred to as the child of the celestial demon. He never imagined that Han Li possessed such a powerful identity. "Young Master Han, might you allow us a chance at survival? We are willing to turn our conflict into reconciliation." Xuetu took a deep breath, looking at Han Li and inquiring solemnly. "I'm afraid not. My name is Han Li, not the child of the celestial demon," Han Li replied with a slight smile. "This elder's desire to kill you has nothing to do with me. You." Xuetu was instantly furious. Bang, bang, bang. As Han Li did not express any intention to spare them, the colossal demonic hand continued to descend relentlessly, mercilessly crushing numerous assassins from the Blood Moon Tower, akin to the fate of mere chickens and dogs. "Esteemed elder, might you spare those nascent soul cultivators for me? They would prove immensely beneficial," Han Li implored. Observing the indiscriminate slaughter executed by the white-haired elder. "These are precious heavenly infant pills. Are you intending to refine heavenly infant pills?" the elder inquired, fixing his gaze upon Han Li. "While the heavenly infant pills could indeed expedite your ascension to the nascent soul realm, excessive consumption may yield little advantage. In fact, it could hinder your future breakthroughs into the nascent soul stage." "Hinder my progress?" Han Li's brows furrowed deeply. This was the first time he had encountered such information. Chapter 168, The Heart Demon? Merely my sustenance. Will it have any impact? Han Li furrowed his brow. Indeed, the celestial infant pill is concocted from the essence of the nascent soul's spirit and the flesh and blood of the golden core. Excessive consumption would not only diminish its efficacy, but also shorten the duration one can sustain within the nascent soul realm. Additionally, both the nascent soul's spirit and the essence of the golden core are imbued with potent malevolent energy. Overindulgence could adversely affect your body, potentially giving rise to heart demons and the like, which would impede future breakthroughs in the nascent soul realm. The white-haired elder spoke to Han Li. "Is that all?" Han Li narrowed his eyes. If these were the only repercussions, they posed no real concern for him. Should heart demons truly manifest, they would merely serve as nourishment. A faint smile graced Han Li's face. The elder, taken aback, continued, "As cultivators of the demonic path, we are not immune to the emergence of heart demons. Despite the sometimes morally questionable nature of our practices, heart demons exist in a different dimension. They can be considered the greatest adversary of a demonic practitioner. Outsiders may struggle to comprehend that our most formidable foe is, in fact, the heart demon. While initial cultivation may progress swiftly, it tends to decelerate significantly upon reaching a certain threshold, as the accumulated malevolence and bloodshed coalesce into heart demons. However, should you successfully transcend this calamity, your subsequent cultivation journey will be remarkably smooth and prosperous." The elder elaborated with remarkable clarity, akin to a life mentor guiding Han Li with gentle encouragement. This knowledge was previously unknown to Han Li. After absorbing this information, he exhibited no signs of concern, much to the elder's astonishment. Even he had been deeply troubled for an extended period upon learning such insights. Han Li's composure was remarkably steady, a rarity indeed. The elder discerned that the expression on Han Li's face was genuine, emanating a profound tranquility. The child of the heavenly demon, indeed, possesses a temperament that transcends ordinary bounds. Only thus can his future achievements be boundless. The elder nodded slightly in admiration at Han Li's serene demeanor. Little did he know, Han Li possessed the primordial absorption technique, capable of devouring all under heaven, claiming to consume all things in existence. Heart demons are but another manifestation of the universe, equally susceptible to absorption and refinement. A mere sustenance, what is there to fear? Heart demons, I eagerly await your arrival. Han Li mused to himself. From the elder's words, he inferred that these heart demons accumulate over time, harboring immense energy. Consequently, when his heart demons eventually manifest, the prospect of devouring and refining them filled Han Li with anticipation for the monumental essence they would contain. Can I spare their lives? Just the 4 of them would suffice. I require them to concoct the celestial infant pill. As for the others, I wish to directly consume and refine them. Then, the white-haired elder continued to pose questions to Han Li. Han Li, without any semblance of politeness, pointed at the four formidable Yuanying experts, Shuetu, Yurong, Wan Peng, and Luo Chong, declaring that they would remain, for their prowess surpassed that of others. As for the rest, their efficacy would undoubtedly pale in comparison to these four. Thus it would be more prudent to directly devour and refine them, allowing him to ascend to the Yuanying realm sooner. After all, external forces remain merely external. Han Li articulated his thoughts clearly. Very well. The elderly man with white hair did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Under the suppression of the white-haired elder, the others found it arduous to even move, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Han Li strode forward, positioning himself among them, and unleashed the primordial absorption technique, a method that devours the heavens and the earth. In an instant, swirling vortexes of absorption materialized around Han Li, drawing forth the cultivation and vitality from those rendered immobile, flooding towards him like a torrential stream. This technique, capable not only of absorbing cultivation but also the lifespan of others, was indeed formidable. The white-haired elder gazed at the scene, feeling a shiver of trepidation. While it is not uncommon for demonic cultivators to siphon the power or even lives of others, he had never witnessed someone like Han Li, acting as a relentless pump, absorbing the abilities of many simultaneously. Han Li required no refinement. He directly consumed it all. Boom. As he absorbed more and more, the barriers of his realm suddenly loosened, shattered by an overwhelming force. This propelled him directly into the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. A torrent of power surged through his limbs and bones, leaving Han Li feeling exhilarated to the point of nearly moaning in delight. In the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, with a longevity body and as the son of the heavenly demon, possessing an enigmatic demonic technique. Once he returned to the heavenly demon sect, as the esteemed young master, the sect would surely flourish, and their ancestral grounds could be reclaimed. The deep-set eyes of the white-haired elder sparkled with brilliance as he regarded Han Li, akin to gazing upon an extraordinarily radiant diamond, eternal and everlasting. Following his breakthrough, Han Li did not pause, but instead exterminated everyone present. Except for the few peak Golden Core experts he intentionally spared to serve as auxiliary materials for refining the heavenly infant pill. His immense power propelled him to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. With a sudden motion, Han Li opened his eyes wide. A surge of intensely brilliant light erupted from his gaze, strikingly fearsome, though it lasted but a moment. Had it persisted, it would have been terrifying. He then expressed his gratitude to the white-haired elder, saying, "Senior, I must ask you to wait a moment longer. I need to refine the heavenly infant pill." Refining it on the spot? The white-haired elder inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, on the spot. Han Li affirmed with a nod, gesturing grandly to produce the elixir furnace obtained from the Sansheng sect. Subsequently, he opened his mouth, unleashing an enigmatic flame, the boundless heavenly fire, also acquired from the Sansheng sect. Did you rob the Sansheng sect? Shuetu and the others gasped in astonishment at the sight of these items appearing in Han Li's possession. Not robbery, total annihilation. Han Li's voice resonated with a calm, yet resolute tone. Chapter 169. The White-Haired Elder, merely an incarnation? Han Li's words left Shuetu and the others momentarily stunned. How could you possibly annihilate the Three Sacred Sect? The old sect master of the Three Sacred Sect is a formidable being at the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm. In terms of nascent soul powerhouses, the Three Sacred Sect already holds an advantage over other factions. Although he has not appeared for many years, I can assure you that the old fellow is still alive. Shuetu exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the notion of an immortal at the 8th layer of the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a tightening in his chest. He was acutely aware of the significant disparity between the late, mid, and early stages of the nascent soul realm. Indeed, the celestial infant pill that the Three Sacred Sect possesses has long been coveted by other forces. It is precisely because their old sect master remains in charge that they have been able to safeguard the formula for the celestial infant pill. Thus, I find it perplexing how you believe you possess the strength to eradicate the Three Sacred Sect. Perhaps it is merely my good fortune. I have not encountered the old sect master of the Three Sacred Sect. Han Li replied with a faint smile. He truly had not seen the old sect master. Had the old master been present during his rampage within the sect, he would likely have had no choice but to flee, and might not have even escaped in time, potentially meeting his demise in a more treacherous manner. Often, luck can be a form of strength in itself. For instance, there are those who specialize in the cultivation of fortune, adept at attracting good fortune while averting misfortune. Is there really a branch of cultivation dedicated to fortune? This notion seems quite ethereal, Han mused. The myriad paths of cultivation are abundant, and the path of fortune is indeed one of the foremost among them. Ranking among the top 10 paths, cultivating to a high level even allows one to intercept the fortunes of others, leading to serendipitous encounters and financial windfalls. Yet it is exceedingly difficult to master, thus not widely disseminated. The white-haired elder spoke in a calm tone. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Han nodded appreciatively. At present, he was still unable to grasp such concepts. Elevating his own cultivation to the true nascent soul realm was far more pressing. Subsequently, Han turned his attention back to Shui Tu and the others. I will be borrowing from your nascent souls, thank you. His politeness incited a torrent of curses from Shui Tu and the others. With swift motions, he began to extract their nascent souls, the anguished cries echoing around him. Under the suppression of the white-haired elder, Shui Tu and his companions were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Han commenced the refinement of the celestial infant pills, hovering in the air, deftly wielding the limitless heavenly fire, executing intricate alchemical techniques. Remarkably, he showcased a commendable proficiency in alchemy. This child of the demonic lineage had truly mastered the strengths of various schools. In such a remote place as the Qin dynasty, achieving such a level of accomplishment is indeed no small feat. The white-haired elder observed Han Li's alchemical process with a nod of approval. As time passed, he ultimately succeeded in refining 4 celestial infant pills. These 4 pills emanated an alluring luster, clearly more refined than those he had previously concocted. It was evident that as the grade of the nascent soul increased, so too did the quality of the celestial infant pills produced. A certain quantity, coupled with a specific quality, is sufficient for my use over a period of time. Han gazed at the 4 heavenly infant pills in his hand, feeling quite content. However, he did not take all of the pills for himself. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted 2 and approached the white-haired elder, presenting them respectfully. Senior, I am grateful for your assistance. The only valuable item I possess at this moment is these heavenly infant pills. Although you may not require them to achieve the nascent soul realm, they contain the essence of the nascent soul, and consuming them would certainly yield numerous benefits. I kindly ask you to accept them. Han spoke with utmost sincerity. Indeed, without the elder's help, he would not only have been unable to refine the heavenly infant pills, but would also have had to flee hastily. The white-haired elder looked at the heavenly infant pills in Han Li's hand and shook his head with a smile. You may keep them. They hold little significance for me. Han was momentarily taken aback. After all, these pills were crafted by a cultivator of the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Yet the elder had declined without hesitation. He offered a wry smile. Senior, I understand that you may not value them, but if you refuse to accept anything at all, it leaves me feeling quite unsettled. You need not overthink this. When I say they are of no use, it is primarily because this body is not my true form. It is merely an external incarnation. This incarnation has already reached its limit, thus consuming them would be wasteful. Not the true form, an external incarnation? Upon hearing the elder's words, Han was utterly stunned. The elder, who appeared nearly invincible in his eyes, was merely an external incarnation. How powerful must his true self be? It was simply beyond imagination. Even the nearby Qing Zhu gasped in astonishment. To be capable of manifesting an external incarnation, one must at least be a transcendent stage expert, able to project their consciousness into the incarnation and traverse the world. Although the nascent soul and the transcendent stages differ by only one major realm, it represents a qualitative leap. Upon reaching the transcendent stage, one can harness the forces of the world at will, a stark contrast to the meager confinement of heaven and earth that nascent soul cultivators can barely manage. It is the true ability to summon the might of mountains and rivers in an instant, a formidable asset against powerful foes. Furthermore, one's lifespan can extend to several thousand years. Do not be overly surprised. It is merely that the great Qin dynasty is exceedingly remote and barren. Once you step beyond this dynasty, you will discover a vast world filled with formidable beings. As the child of heavenly demons, your future achievements are boundless. Should you continue to grow, even I will be left merely gazing at your retreating figure. The white-haired elder observed Han Li's astonished expression and spoke with a gentle smile. Senior, you flatter me. You refer to me as the child of heavenly demons, and I am curious as to why you bestow such a title upon me? Han Li inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon the elder. You possess the heavenly demon birth technique, a secret heritage that only the children of heavenly demons across generations can master. With this technique, one can summon the ethereal image of a heavenly demon. The founding ancestor of our heavenly demon sect is an unparalleled powerhouse hailing from the heavenly demon clan. He once established the sect's regulations, declaring that throughout the world, Anyone who awakens and masters the heavenly demon birth technique is a child of the heavenly demon. Since the passing of the last heavenly demon child, you are the only one we have sought who possesses this technique. The white-haired elder elucidated to Hanli. Upon hearing this, Hanli was astonished. Senior, I find myself somewhat perplexed. If the heavenly demon birth technique is indeed a treasure of your sect, why has it not been passed down within your ranks? Why must you scour the world for it? Especially such a formidable secret art, should it not be kept under strict confidentiality and rigorously transmitted? Chapter 170. The completion of the Chive plan and my departure. Hanli listened to the words of the white-haired elder, filled with confusion. The elder smiled gently, explaining that the heavenly demon birth technique is unlike other legacies. Only after each generation of the heavenly demon's offspring has passed away does the technique select another. This art is extraordinary, often beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In fact, the primary mission of our heavenly demon sect has always been to seek out those chosen by the heavenly demon birth technique. In Hanli's understanding, legacies are typically fixed. Although powerful legacies do select their inheritors, it is mostly due to inadequate aptitude that some cannot master them. However, he had never heard of a situation where a new inheritor only emerges after the previous one has died, as is the case with the heavenly demon birth technique. What is most crucial is that he acquired this technique from the Book of Golden Words, and it was not the heavenly demon birth technique that directly sought him out. Could it be that the Book of Golden Words intercepted the heavenly demon sect's technique, allowing me to learn it? If that is the case, then the true heavenly demon offspring sought by the technique would be quite unfortunate, as it would mean I have seized their opportunity. Hanli pondered, feeling a strange sensation arise within him. The legacy traverses between heaven and earth, selecting its inheritors. I am aware that this notion may astonish and perplex many. However, with your growth, and as you become more adept in utilizing the heavenly demon birth technique, you will gradually come to understand it. As for me, I am merely a fragment, unable to provide you with detailed guidance. The elder, observing the changes in Hanli's expression, assumed he was still preoccupied with the method of how the heavenly demon birth technique seeks its inheritors, and thus spoke again. Perhaps in the future, you may seek to understand it further. Hanli nodded, not dwelling excessively on the matter. The elder displayed an appreciative smile, admiring Hanli's ability to refrain from fixating on something that, at present, held little significance. To squander excessive time on such trivialities would be somewhat pedantic and unworthy. You should take these 2 pills back. The elder then pushed the 2 heavenly infant pills back toward Hanli. This time, Hanli did not hesitate, accepting the pills. Senior, since you believe I am the heavenly demon offspring and have assisted me so much, I still do not know your esteemed name. May I be so bold as to inquire? Hanli asked the white-haired elder. You may call me the Dragon Slayer Protector, the elder replied with a faint smile. Dragon Slayer Senior. Upon hearing this, Hanli immediately cupped his fists in greeting. You are indeed one of the 4 great protectors of the heavenly demon sect. The Dragon Slayer Protector. A voice suddenly exclaimed beside them, as Qingzhu gazed at the elder with immense astonishment. You have heard of my name? The Dragon Slayer Protector regarded Qingzhu with a calm expression. The 4 great protectors of the heavenly demon sect, Dragon Slayer, Questioning Heaven, Nether Demon, and Origin Evil, are renowned figures throughout the chaotic demon sea, their fame even extending to the central region. You seem to possess quite an extensive knowledge. Might you also have emerged from the chaotic sea of demons? The Dragon Slayer Guardian chuckled softly. He was not from the chaotic sea. He hailed from the central domain of the divine continent, specifically from the celestial profound sect. Hanli interjected from the side. So, you are a member of the celestial profound sect from the central domain. The Dragon Slayer Guardian expressed a hint of surprise upon hearing this. He then scrutinized Qingzhu from head to toe. The celestial profound sect is quite distant from the Great Qin dynasty, requiring one to traverse the entire chaotic sea of demons. However, I observe that you have not yet reached the golden core stage. With your current strength, it would be quite challenging to cross the vast expanse of the chaotic sea, wouldn't it? Humph, that is all thanks to him. Qingzhu let out a heavy cold snort, glaring at Hanli with eyes sharp as blades. Hanli smiled nonchalantly. You came to kill me. Yet I merely siphoned your cultivation. You have indeed profited greatly. Do you hold a grudge against the celestial profound sect? Hanli's words raised an eyebrow of intrigue from the Dragon Slayer Guardian. It could be considered a grievance. I killed the husband and son of the sect leader's daughter from the celestial profound sect, Hanli replied with an air of indifference. This revelation astonished the Dragon Slayer Guardian even further. How could Hanli, at merely the golden core stage, possibly traverse the chaotic sea to commit such acts, especially against individuals of such formidable background? Senior Dragon Slayer, allow me to elucidate the circumstances for you, and you will understand. Observing the astonishment on the Dragon Slayer Guardian's face, Han Li proceeded to explain the entire saga. I see, such a melodramatic tale indeed. Upon concluding, the Dragon Slayer Guardian shook his head and chuckled. It is rather melodramatic. Who would have imagined that the son of a mere county magistrate would possess such an immense background? Han Li sighed with a smile, yet he felt no remorse. Conflict is inherently a matter of life and death. One cannot simply spare their adversaries due to their formidable backgrounds, for such leniency would only invite harsher retribution. Do not fret, the celestial demon sect is indeed powerful, being among the foremost in the chaotic sea. However, as the son of the celestial demon, with the backing of our sect, you need not fear the celestial profound sect. Moreover, once you enter the celestial demon sect and undergo the baptism of the celestial demon pool, your strength will undoubtedly augment. The Dragon Slayer Guardian spoke in a composed tone, imbued with an unmistakable air of authority. Thank you, Senior Dragon Slayer. However, I fear I cannot accompany you to the celestial demon sect just yet. Han Li expressed his gratitude to the Dragon Slayer Guardian. He was acutely aware that upon confirming his identity, the Dragon Slayer Guardian would wish to take him to the celestial demon sect, yet Han Li was not yet ready to embark on that journey. He desired to wait a while longer, at least until he reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Do you have any pressing matters to attend to? I can assist you with them. In this remote Great Qian dynasty, your growth will be rather slow. The Dragon Slayer Guardian furrowed his brow, taken aback by Han Li's reluctance to accompany him. I still have a few matters to resolve. Once I have completed them, I will join you in going to the celestial demon sect. Han Li nodded affirmatively. Could you enlighten me on what significant matters are at hand? Should there be a need to eliminate a person or vanquish a force, I am prepared to act decisively on your behalf. Although I am merely a projection, within the vast expanse of the Great Qian dynasty, every place feels as familiar as my own home. The dragon-slaying guardian proclaimed with an air of authority. Murder is a trivial matter. If necessary, I shall undoubtedly invite you to take action without hesitation. However, my current scheme, which I refer to as the Chive Plan, remains unfinished. Once it nears completion, I shall accompany you. Han Li chuckled softly. By the time his Chive Plan reaches fruition, it is likely that his strength will have ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, perhaps even breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The Heavenly Demon sect is formidable, and he cannot assure himself that he will not face challenges upon his arrival. This continuous experience has fostered an unwavering composure within Han Li, deterring him from undertaking ventures that lack certainty. The Chive Plan? It sounds intriguing. Do share it with me. I am eager to listen, the dragon-slaying guardian remarked with a hint of amusement, gazing curiously at Han Li. Chapter 171. Absorbing your cultivation is also an act of kindness, the so-called Chive's Plan? It does not sound particularly benevolent. Han Li chuckled lightly. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. I have devised a demonic technique capable of absorbing and refining the cultivation and lifespan of others, exponentially accelerating their training speed. As the creator of this method, I can, with a mere thought, seize everything these individuals have painstakingly cultivated. I refer to those who practice this demonic art as chives. Upon hearing this, the dragon-slaying guardian was momentarily taken aback, as was Qing Zhu. Suddenly, the guardian burst into hearty laughter. What a splendid Chive's Plan. Chives are commonplace yet peculiar. They regrow after being cut. You are effectively establishing a ceaseless source of cultivation energy for yourself. I have practiced demonic arts for millennia, yet your ingenuity surpasses my own. The guardian extended a thumb of approval toward Han Li, not in a mocking manner, but as genuine admiration. He comprehended Han Li's intent, to have the entire Great Qian dynasty practice the demonic technique he created, only to absorb their amassed power at opportune moments, thereby augmenting his own strength. Though the Great Qian dynasty is somewhat remote, it boasts a population of billions. Even if a mere fraction were to practice his demonic art, the resultant energy would be formidable. Truly, he is a talent among demon cultivators. You wretched fellow, I knew you wouldn't generously disseminate such a powerful technique for altruistic reasons. While others acclaim you as the holy sect's leader, you regard them merely as chives. Even I have become your chives. How truly and scrupulous you are. Qing Zhu, standing nearby, felt a crack in her composure. She had been gradually acclimating to working alongside Han Li, yet his words shattered her defenses. Without me, they would struggle to become strong, would they not? In a world governed by strength, one cannot hope for a good end without formidable power. Yet I empower them to become strong, providing them with a sense of purpose and a home. They may live long and bask in the glory of strength, albeit one day they will abruptly lose their cultivation. This, in fact, is an act of kindness. Qing Zhu. Kindness. How can one be so shameless? Haha, What a remarkable act of kindness. With such a philosophy, who else would tread this grand avenue if not you? The dragon-slaying guardian laughed heartily. Considering it from this perspective, Han Li's reasoning was indeed sound from the viewpoint of their demonic practitioners. Son of the celestial demon, do as you wish next. I have some time and can accompany you. However, you must be swift. The sect leader awaits you in the celestial demon sect. After a fit of laughter, the guardian spoke to Han Li. Very well. Han Li nodded with a smile. He needed to devise a plan for promoting the Holy Emperor's infinite transformation art. Since the establishment of the sacred sect, the leader has yet to make another appearance. It is high time to fully promote this scheme. A pivotal figure in this endeavor is the first prince, Zhou Jingqing. Assisting Zhou Jingqing in ascending to the throne would significantly enhance the efficacy of his promotional strategy. Meanwhile, within the capital S Demon Suppression Guard, the guardians stationed in the Hall of Spirits tremble in dread as they witness the shattered tokens before them. It is over. We are truly doomed. The upper echelon of the Demon Suppression Guard, its elite forces, have all been annihilated. My heavens! What kind of monstrous adversary have we provoked to possess such formidable strength? They shudder uncontrollably. Since its inception, the Demon Suppression Guard has never faced such a devastating blow. Every guardian has perished, every commander has fallen. Only one Grand Commander remains, currently on a mission outside, and all elite members have met their demise. The name of the Demon Suppression Guard now signifies little more than a hollow echo. Should we report this news to His Highness, the second prince, immediately? An elder inquired, his voice trembling. Of course, we must report it. Do you wish to conceal it further? No, I misspoke in my anxiety. Should we relay it directly to His Majesty? The elder quickly amended his statement. Though the Demon Suppression Guard is currently under the jurisdiction of the second prince, Zhou Jingtian, this authority was bestowed upon him by the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. Let us first inform the second prince so that he can brace himself for the news, another elder mused. One can only imagine the fury that will erupt within the imperial family upon hearing this revelation. Alas, I fear that His Majesty may harbor significant grievances towards the second prince due to this incident, which could jeopardize the second princess' claim to the throne. The elder sighed deeply. They are all now tied to Zhou Jingtian, having closely allied themselves with him. They have even engaged in numerous acts to undermine the first prince, Zhou Jingqing. If Zhou Jingqing ultimately ascends to the throne, they may not only lose their heads, but their entire clans could be implicated as well. Let us refrain from such morose talk and proceed to inform His Highness, the second prince. The elder beside him scoffed, and the two hurriedly departed the Hall of Spirits, making their way to the residence of the second prince, Zhou Jingtian. Chapter 172. The princess turns out to be the right guardian of the assassin organization. Fury. An unprecedented fury, an unparalleled fury. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Jingtian was filled with wrath, shattering a priceless blood jade cup in his grasp upon the ground. The entire army was annihilated. What were they doing? If the enemy was truly so formidable that escape was impossible, must they confront it head-on? They all perished, and now, my father will undoubtedly chastise me severely. The Demon Suppression Guards had never suffered such significant losses throughout their many years in the Great Qin dynasty. At this critical juncture, was I not being roasted over an open flame? My elder brother would surely exploit this to launch a scathing attack against me. Zhou Jingtian's handsome visage twisted in anguish. 2 deputy commanders, 6 leaders, and thousands of Demon Suppression Guards had lost their lives. Yet it was he who would face the reprimand of the great Qin royal family. The 2 elders who had come to report the news hung their heads low, their expressions shifting with unease. Zhou Jingtian's words sent a chill through their hearts. He cared little for the lives of those mid-stage nascent soul powerhouses. What haunted him was the possibility of reprimand and being used as a target for criticism by Zhou Jingqing. A wave of sorrow washed over them. Speak. Why are you two silent? Did you not hear my question? Zhou Jingtian exploded, glaring at the 2 reporting elders, his voice a furious roar. Thud, thud. They hastily knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhou Jingtian kicked them aside with 2 swift motions and strode towards the King Jing's residence. He did not permit anyone to accompany him, but silently made his way to the Blood Moon Tower stronghold. The Demon Suppression Guards had been obliterated. Surely the Blood Moon Tower could not face the same fate. As he walked briskly, Zhou Jingtian muttered to himself. Upon entering the core of the Blood Moon Tower, he was met with a line of kneeling figures. The sight sent a chilling wave through him. Had they all perished? Looking at those on their knees, Zhou Jingtian's form swayed slightly as he inquired, Are they all dead? In response to the young master, They have all perished, every last one of them. The trembling voices of those kneeling replied. Why? Why could they not even escape? Zhou Jingtian cried out in despair. Did I not instruct them to remain on the periphery, as the mantis stalks the cicada, with the yellow bird waiting in the shadows? How could not a single one have fled? Could it be that the opponent was a peak nascent soul powerhouse? There are but a few of such beings in the entire great Qian dynasty. Zhou Jingtian raged. Yet all present kept their heads bowed, fearing that a misplaced word might provoke him to unsheath his sword and sever their heads. Suddenly, in that moment of fury, Zhou Jingtian abruptly halted and hastily retrieved a jade talisman from his waist. Your Highness, Lord Xiao has arrived and is currently within the royal residence. Where are you? Please return swiftly. This message was conveyed through a jade tablet, carrying the voice of the chief steward of the Jingwang Manor. The Lord Xiao he referred to is a close eunuch of the Deqian imperial family, wielding immense power. As all proclamations and edicts concerning the royal family are entrusted to him for dissemination. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly, Zhou Jingtian responded, his countenance darker than before. The arrival of Lord Xiao indicated that his father had already received the news. That accursed demon, you truly deserve your fate. Zhou Jingtian nearly ground his back teeth to dust, envisioning the wrath of the Deqian imperial family and the magnitude of the loss he had incurred. However, before he could take further action, a figure stepped into the room. It was an extraordinarily beautiful young girl, adorned in palace attire, gliding gracefully towards him. Zhou Jingtian turned to face this striking young lady, his body tensing involuntarily, and he quickly nodded. Sister, what brings you here? Slap. Without uttering a word, the young girl delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Jingtian's face. The strong members of the Blood Moon Tower, kneeling nearby, felt a startle and promptly bowed to the young girl, exclaiming, Right Guardian. If this scene were to reach the outside world, it would surely astonish countless onlookers. This young girl was Zhou Jingtian's sister, the most cherished Princess Tianyang of the Deqian imperial family, who astonishingly held the position of Right Guardian within the Blood Moon Tower. Within the Blood Moon Tower, the master held the highest status, unparalleled strength, and an air of mystery, with only a handful having glimpsed the master's true visage. Below the master were the left and right guardians, followed by the two kings of assassins, Xuetu and Yu Rong. The fact that a grand princess of Deqian is the right guardian of this elite assassin organization is nothing short of astonishing. Sister, how could you strike me? Zhou Jingtian exclaimed, covering his face in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Princess Tianyang would deliver such a blow, especially as she had always been fond of him. Striking you is but a mild response. At such a critical juncture, why did you resort to the power of the Blood Moon Tower? You are jeopardizing our mother's significant affairs. Princess Tianyang glared icily at Zhou Jingtian, her voice stern. I did not foresee the complete annihilation of the Blood Demon Guard, nor did I employ them as the main force. I merely instructed them to act opportunistically, like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the understanding that they could withdraw in the face of danger. I never imagined their retreat would fail. Zhou Jingtian hurriedly explained. Ymir did not foresee could ruin our mother's significant endeavors. The Blood Demon Guard has almost been entirely wiped out, and it is only natural that His Majesty has issued an edict to seek you out, correct? Princess Tianyang retorted coldly. I have just received news that Lord Xiao is already at my residence. I must return at once. However, I would like to believe that my father would not be entirely disappointed in me. Zhou Jingtian clenched his fists and stated, still harboring delusions. Do you think it is as simple as the extermination of the Blood Demon Guard? It is about reputation. The prestige of the court has suffered a significant blow, something that is intolerable to father. Princess Tianyang let out a cold snort, displaying an expression of disappointment akin to that of a teacher towards a wayward student. What shall we do? Zhou Jingtian suddenly felt a wave of panic, hastily replying, Sister, I was initially confident of victory. Under normal circumstances, I could assure you that Zhou Zhenqing would stand no chance against me for the throne. But now what should I do? When I arrived, Mother had already informed me of her two strategies. First, to identify and eliminate the true mastermind behind the Demon Suppression Guard and Blood Moon Tower and subdue them. Second, to quell unrest in other regions, thus redeeming myself through merit. If we cannot achieve either of these, it is inevitable that you will be sidelined in this struggle for the throne.